In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, 4 years had passed since Red Hair became one of the 4 emperors. And this was also the year when Luffy, who dreamed of becoming the Pirate King, was preparing to set sail. Yet in that very year, a tremendous change swept through the great age of pirates. First, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Luyu, a traveler from another world. I came to your world in search of treasure, and I will seek out those in this world who share a destined bond with me, so that we may hunt for treasure together. Your world is a pirate world upon which countless heavens have descended. It possesses not only native powers such as martial arts, haki, and devil fruit abilities, but far more beyond them. Hidden within it are many powers from other worlds as well, such as magic, ninjutsu, and supernatural abilities. These powers are collectively known as otherworldly inheritances. Some of these inheritances are extraordinarily weak, so weak that you would not even spare them a glance. Yet some inheritances are unimaginably powerful, mighty enough to rival or even surpass the 4 emperors, and once obtained they may grant you strength capable of overthrowing the world government. The only difference is that you cannot see these inheritances while I can. So from now on, while I search for treasure myself, I will also connect with one lucky viewer at random each day, choosing a destined companion from beneath the sky screen to seek treasure together. My destined companions, let us grow stronger together and change the world together. In the great pirate world high above the sky, something began to appear. A vast sky screen suddenly emerged, so immense that anyone in the east, west, south, or north blue could see it simply by lifting their head. Within the sky screen stood a human figure. He said his name was Luyu, a traveler from another world, and spoke the words that shook the seas. Another world? Does such a thing truly exist? Heavens, am I dreaming? It is hard to believe, but even the world government could not project an image across all 4 seas. Much less could it allow people scattered across the world to communicate through the same sky screen at once. Perhaps an otherworldly origin is the only explanation. Does that mean our world truly contains countless hidden treasures? Then I must search carefully. Even if I cannot surpass the world government, I should at least become the 5th emperor of the sea. At the Holy Land, Mariehua, the true rulers gathered. The 5 elders assembled in one hall. Gazing up at the sky screen above them, they sank into thought. One asked whether Luyu's words were true or false. Another elder answered that he did not know, but hoped it was false. If it were true, then powers beyond the world government's grasp still existed in this world, and that would be terrifying. One elder warned that the world government itself might be overturned because of this. Since none of them wished it to be true, they decided to keep watching. If Luyu could not prove his claims, all would be well. But if he proved them true, they would have to begin planning how to respond. Inside the sky screen, Luyu was now on an island. He himself did not know which island it was. Just as he had said beneath the sky screen, he was a traveler from another world, newly arrived in this pirate world where countless heavens had descended, and he had obtained a system. The system was called the Destined Companion Rebate System. Its function was to reveal a pirate world where powers from countless other realms had descended, including inheritances from worlds of ninjas, warriors, mages, and soul reapers. This world had never lacked inheritances. What it lacked was a pair of eyes capable of finding them. The host would receive the Eye of Revelation, able to see through every inheritance in the world and locate the nearest inheritance point nearby. After seeing through an inheritance, the host could choose to claim it or open the sky screen and randomly select a destined companion to help them obtain an inheritance scattered near their own location. In return, the host would receive a rebate from the destined companion's gain at least equal to the original value, with a chance of doubled rewards or even extraordinary multipliers. After that warmth spread through his eyes, and the Eye of Revelation merged with him. The instant it did, he received information about the nearest inheritance point. Distance, 800 meters. Objective, Dead Man's Eyes. Source of inheritance, the Naruto world, Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, an S-rank inheritance. Its inherited abilities included the 6 paths powers of the Rinnegan, the Naraka path, Preta path, Animal path, Human path, Asura path, and Deva path. It also carried techniques such as Shinra Tensei, Chibaku Tensei, Limbo Border Jail, and Susanoo. The inheritance method was simple: touch both eyes of the dead man at the same time. Guided by the Eye of Revelation, Luyu had already arrived before the dead man. The body looked ordinary with nothing unusual about it. The dead man's eyes were ordinary as well, with whites and pupils like any normal eyes, except that after death they had lost their shine. Without the Eye of Revelation, no one would ever think those eyes were special. Naturally, no one would be able to obtain that inheritance. Look at the eyes of this body. Can you see anything? You cannot, can you? In your eyes, this is merely an ordinary pair of eyes. But in truth, it is a hidden inheritance. With the live sky screen open, Luyu introduced it to the entire world. These eyes concealed an inheritance from another world, a world known as Naruto. These eyes are called the Rinnegan. Even in the world of Naruto, the Rinnegan stands among the most supreme powers. With it, one could control repulsive and attractive forces, summon meteors, and call forth a transparent armored giant hundreds of meters tall. The power it grants would not lose to the 4 emperors of this world. And the condition for obtaining this inheritance is to touch both eyes of the body at the same time. Some viewers were stunned, unable to believe such a thing could be an inheritance. If it is truly an inheritance, should it not require hardship, danger, and a narrow escape from death before it can be obtained? Touching a dead man's eyes and gaining an inheritance sounded absurd to them. Even if one were lying, they thought at least the lie should have some logic. The key point was that Lu Yu claimed this power surpassed the four emperors. To many that sounded like a reckless exaggeration. The four emperors were the four people standing at the very peak among countless pirates across the entire world. To say one could surpass them so easily sounded laughable. Across the four seas the comments flooding in expressed disbelief and even scorn toward Lu Yu's claim. After all, the four emperors were monarchs of the sea who stood at the summit of the world. Could someone truly surpass them merely by touching a dead man's eyes? To the world the claim was far too outrageous, more absurd than even a devil fruit. Faced with doubt, Lu Yu had been prepared for it long ago. In truth, he had anticipated it from the very beginning. After all, if he were still on Earth, and someone suddenly told him that anyone could surpass Lu Xiang simply by learning hurdles from him, he would think that person was a fraud too. Because he had anticipated this reaction, Lu Yu opened the sky screen before receiving the Rinnegan inheritance. His purpose was to make the people of the four seas believe him. That way he could earn the trust of the chosen people he would connect with in the next stage. Lu Yu was already impatient to obtain the Rinnegan inheritance. As the people of the four seas began urging him on, he stopped wasting time. He extended his right hand, separated his index and middle fingers, and touched the two eyes of the corpse before him. The next moment the inheritance merged into Lu Yu's body. A surge of power entered his mind, and eyes reshaping them from within. Lu Yu's dark pupils and pale irises transformed into Rinnegan eyes, each marked by concentric rings. The strange eyes looked deep and mysterious, radiating an invisible pressure. They were the Rinnegan he had mentioned. The eyes certainly looked convincing, but no one yet knew what they could actually do. Even if they had changed, it was difficult to believe that they alone could surpass the four emperors. A mutated pair of eyes was indeed not very persuasive on its own. Lu Yu therefore decided to demonstrate the power he now possessed. He wanted to test it himself as well. Looking at the body before him, Lu Yu bowed respectfully, then stepped back several paces and apologized for the disturbance. Since he had received the inheritance from the deceased, Lu Yu would give him a proper burial. Then he activated the Rinnegan technique, Heavenly Obstacle Shock Star. A tremendous gravitational force reached into space and dragged a meteor down from beyond the sky, burying the deceased deep beneath the earth. The spectators were stunned. Lu Yu had truly controlled gravity and pulled a meteor down from the sky. The power was terrifying. Some wondered whether using a meteor to bury someone was excessive, since nothing would remain after such an impact. Far away on the dread three-headed ghost ship. On the dread three-headed ghost ship, the seven warlord Gecko Moria watched the scene. The corner of his mouth twitched. If everyone buried the dead this way, he would never create another zombie soldier. Lu Yu's display caused a tremendous reaction across the four seas. He truly could control gravity, proving that the Rinnegan's abilities were real. This also proved that Lu Yu's claim about countless inheritances from other worlds was true. Across the four seas, countless people grew feverishly eager for them. If inheritances from other worlds were truly so powerful, people had to search for them at once. According to Lu Yu, some could even grant enough strength to overturn the world government. It was even more alluring than Gold Roger's legendary One Piece. Another wave of treasure hunting erupted across the world. This time the entire world truly joined the treasure hunt, surpassing even the great pirate era begun by Roger. At the Holy Land of Mariewa, at the sight of it, the five elders fell silent. After a long while they finally sighed and admitted that the hidden inheritances truly existed. They realized that the strange powers of certain people they had encountered in the past could now be explained by these inheritances. The crucial question was what they should do. They had dealt with people who accidentally gained otherworldly powers before, but those inheritances had generally been weak. Now they knew that even greater inheritances existed. If someone gained enough power to overturn the world government, they would be finished. Mars insisted that there was still an opportunity. When Mercury asked what opportunity, he meant Mars prepared to explain. Mars explained that Lu Yu's words revealed a condition for receiving an inheritance, touching the eyes of a dead person with both fingers at the same time. Without prior knowledge, hardly anyone would ever think to touch the eyes of a dead person with both fingers at once. Venus nodded and urged him to continue. Mercury continued because the conditions for inheritances were so exacting they had encountered very few inheritors of otherworldly powers over the years. Yet Lu Yu possessed the power to see through and identify inheritances. At that, the other four elders suddenly understood Mercury's meaning. Their conclusion was immediate: they should recruit Lu Yu. Mercury nodded and confirmed that this was exactly what he meant. Since Lu Yu was apparently the only person in the world who could identify otherworldly inheritances, using him would turn a crisis into a source of greater strength. Then the world government would become truly unbreakable. The elders exchanged glances and made their decision. They agreed to recruit Lu Yu by any means necessary, even offering him the status of a celestial dragon if needed. Any condition would be acceptable as long as he served them. The five elders had resolved to recruit Lu Yu, but one problem remained: where was he? In the New World at Whole Cake Island. In the New World, Big Mom watched the skyscreen broadcast. She coveted Lu Yu's ability to see through illusions, yet remained disdainful of the strength he had shown. She scoffed that pulling down a meteor was nothing special, and that a single punch from her could shatter one. Anyone who wanted to rise above the four emperors with only a pair of eyes still had a long way to go. At that moment, an upheaval began around the island where Lu Yu stood. within the sky screen. The sea around Lu Yu's island heaved violently, and the land shook like it was suffering a devastating earthquake. When the cause became clear, people across the four seas were startled. A sea king had appeared, and it was enormous. It was larger than the island where this traveler had arrived, terrifying in scale. It was the giant island-eating goldfish said to roam near the beginning of the Grand Line. Legend said that the giant creature ate islands, and even its waist was said to be the size of an island. No one knew how such a colossal beast could possibly be stopped. At Little Garden, the two giant chieftains Dori and Bragi had just finished their battle when they saw the island-eating goldfish on the sky screen. Dori and Bragi recognized the enormous creature at once. They drew a sharp breath, knowing how troublesome it was to fight. Even together, they would have struggled to defeat the creature and might easily have suffered an unexpected defeat. Anyone who could face that monster alone was unquestionably among the world's greatest powers. According to the news, the newcomers called the Four Emperors now stood at the summit of the seas. If the Four Emperors were truly as powerful as reported, they probably had a chance against the creature one-on-one. Anyone weaker would find it extremely difficult. The otherworldly man on the sky screen claimed that his strength was already comparable to these new Four Emperors. If true, he could face the monster. If false, a meteor alone would never be enough to defeat it. Before the awestruck gaze of countless millions across the four seas, Lu Yu confronted the island-devouring beast. Is this monstrous foe truly his opening move? Perfect. Had it been weaker, I'd have deemed it unworthy for practice. Gazing upon the colossus towering like a mountain, Lu Yu felt a flicker of pressure. Yet far greater was his exhilaration. The combat prowess granted by his Rinnegan. Let him savor it fully. Chibaku Tensei. Susanoo. Lu Yu unleashed two distinct Rinnegan abilities in swift succession. First, summoning an invisible clone. Then, together with that phantom twin, he manifested the complete form of Susanoo. To the eyes of the Four Seas populace, Lu Yu appeared clad in a colossal translucent azure mecha, nearly 200 meters tall, before which even the giant tribe seemed no taller than toddlers at his knees. Yet in truth, not only the original Lu Yu wore the complete Susanoo, his invisible clone did so as well, its armor likewise unseen. Two titanic Susanoos hovered above the island, locked in silent confrontation with the island-devouring beast. Yet even at 200 meters tall, they appeared infinitesimal before the beast, whose scale spanned tens of thousands of meters. Lu Yu and his clone simultaneously drew the massive Susanoo sword sheathed at their armored waists. Then, facing the island-devouring beast, they swung with absolute unrestrained might. Susanoo sword. Two soaring slashes crossed midair. Thereupon it sank into the abyssal depths, utterly annihilated. One strike. Just one. Terrifying. Such a leviathan severed into four pieces in a single blow. It defies belief that any human could. The legacy of another world. I yield. I am utterly convinced. Otherworlder. No. Chosen one from beyond. You seek a kindred spirit to ascend alongside you. Choose me. Choose me now. I am your destined ally. Nonsense. I am the true chosen one. Lu Yu. Choose me, and I'll share half my spoils. Half? I'd give you 90%. I'd surrender 99%, if only you'd choose me. The Grand Line. White Island. Shanks and Dracul Mihawk chance acquaintances witnessed the spectacle. Shanks murmured in awe, what a ferocious slash. And remarkably, no haki infused within it. To attain such force without haki, truly unfathomable. Is this the strength of an otherworlder? It stirs profound curiosity, so much so I long to journey there myself and behold it firsthand. I wonder if fate will grant me such an opportunity in this lifetime. How dearly I hope it will. As a pirate, and one of the Four Emperors, Shanks had traversed every sea on the globe, enduring countless adventures. Yet an adventure beyond this world remained uncharted. This stirred in him an irrepressible yearning. How glorious it would be to set foot in that other realm. Even death en route would be inconsequential. Having savored that reverie, Shanks winked playfully at his longtime friend and rival, Mihawk. Hey Mihawk, this man's swordsmanship rivals yours, doesn't it? I dare say your title as world's greatest swordsman is suddenly rather precarious. Feeling nervous yet, Mihawk glanced briefly at Lu Yu's figure projected across the heavens, then lowered his gaze, sipped clear sake, and smiled with quiet confidence. Fascinating. The new world. Whole Cake Island. If anyone stood most embarrassed at that moment, it was Big Mom. She had just declared Lu Yu far beneath the caliber of an emperor, and in the next breath was publicly humiliated. Her face flushed deep crimson with fury. Unbelievable. The legacy of that other world truly wields such terrifying potency. Though we cannot yet claim he surpasses us, this sword art alone places him on equal footing with us. Troubling. Profoundly troubling. First came a wave of vexation. Then ambition surged anew. Yet trouble may also herald opportunity. If I acquire but a dozen, or 20, of these legacies, who then shall I fear? Then even Kaido Shanks, Whitebeard, the Marines, or even the world government itself shall become mere stepping stones beneath my feet. I shall become Pirate King, Not merely that, but sovereign of the world. And to achieve this his power is indispensable. Fixing her gaze upon Lu Yu's image suspended in the celestial screen, Big Mom's eyes burned with fervent intensity. Once he is mine, attaining supremacy over all is merely a matter of time. I recall, the island-devouring beast prowls near the Grand Line's entrance. He must therefore be on one of the islands bordering that threshold. Katakuri, you are entrusted with this task. Journey to the Grand Line's entrance and bring him back to me. I shall wed him, and together we shall forge the glorious Whole Cake Island. Mama, Big Mom's signature laugh. Marineford, Mary Joa. What Big Mom perceived the five elders could scarcely overlook. They had already issued commands. Tensei, the island-devouring beast, dwells near the Grand Line's beginning. Thus he currently resides on one of the islands bordering that threshold. Mokusei, dispatch orders to Sengoku. Send the Marines forth immediately. Their mission: recruit him at all costs. Inform him that should he join the world government, he shall be elevated to celestial dragon status. Suisei, recall Admiral Brogulas, a venerable woman who consumed the paramecia-type ride fruit, granting her the ability to mount another's neck and dominate their will. Also Kureha's granddaughter Peacock. She possesses the paramecia-type whip fruit, enabling her to command obedience through lash strikes. Kase, a sound strategy. You've thought it through thoroughly. Satan, relay our directive to Sengoku immediately. Dosei, understood. Marine headquarters. Marineford. Upon receiving the intelligence, Sengoku's expression shifted, deep in contemplation. Admiral Kureha observed puzzled Sengoku. What troubles you? Your countenance seems unusually grave. Sengoku's gaze sharpened. Kureha, do you believe we ought to comply with the world government's mandate this time? Kureha blinked in surprise. Sengoku, what do you mean? Sengoku replied, Kureha, if Lu Yu possesses the power to perceive legacies and Admirals Brogulas and your granddaughter Peacock wield fruit-based control abilities, why shouldn't the Marines seize Lu Yu and place him firmly under our banner? Kureha's eyes widened in sudden clarity. You mean, secure Lu Yu, then sever ties with the world government? Sengoku nodded. Precisely. That is my intent. Should this succeed, the Marines may finally break free from the world government's shadow. We require pure justice. The world government has long outlived its necessity. Kureha fell silent, recalling the celestial dragon's atrocities, then gave a slow, solemn nod. Yes, you're right. The time has come to sever those bonds. Dispatch one fleet admiral, or better yet two. Otherwise, should he reject our overture and resist the sheer magnitude of that celestial slash, means insufficient forces would fail utterly against this otherworldly warrior. Sengoku affirmed, agreed. The island-devouring beast patrols the Grand Line's entryway. Hence Lu Yu must be stationed on one of the islands flanking that gateway. I shall dispatch Garp and Kazan, alongside 10 rear admirals and 100 warships, to secure him. His allegiance shall belong to the Marines, and to justice alone. The Grand Line's threshold, an unnamed isle. With a single sword stroke, he slew the island-devouring goldfish, shocking the four seas. Lu Yu retracted the Susanoo and withdrew the Rinnegan's shadow realm, gazing upon the beast's carcass slowly sinking into the abyssal sea. His eyes blazed with fierce elation. Having just transmigrated, he had already attained such overwhelming power. How could he not rejoice? Especially now. He recalled the system's retroactive boon. If I myself discover an inheritance, I shall claim its power. If instead I guide a fated soul to that same inheritance, I may receive double the reward. Which means, if these Rinnegan eyes were uncovered by my guidance for a fated disciple, I might retroactively obtain the 6 Paths Sage's Rinnegan, or even the Rinne of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Even without doubling, merely breaking even would be no loss. At this thought, a spark ignited in Lu Yu's gaze. He prepared for the next step. He addressed the peoples of the four seas. Now, I have proven every word I spoke to be true. Next, I shall begin randomly connecting with my fated disciples. Prepare yourselves, my fated ones. I shall grow stronger alongside you. Choose me. I am your fated one from another world. If you select me and grant me strength, I shall serve you unconditionally. The peoples of the four seas erupted in frenzy. One by one they volunteered themselves, each fervently hoping to be chosen. This was an inheritance capable of rivaling, or even surpassing, the four emperors. How could they remain unmoved? Alabasta, beneath an endless desert expanse, Robin gazed upward at the celestial screen, watching as countless souls clamored for fate. Robin shook her head with a wry smile. How delightfully naive these people are. Do they even realize the combined population of the four seas must number at least 400 billion? A random selection means each person's odds stand at a pitiful 1 in 400 billion. That probability is slimmer than finding the One Piece itself. To rely on celestial linkage for attaining world supremacy is far less feasible than setting sail to seek the One Piece. At that very moment, Lu Yu activated the celestial link. Very well, random connection initiated. Congratulations. You are successfully linked, Miss Nico Robin the Devil's Child. Robin. As the link stabilized, the celestial screen split cleanly in two, revealing dual scenes. One scene remained on the solitary island, Lu Yu still standing amid the waves. The other unfolded across the arid dunes, Robin alone beneath the desert sky. Upon recognizing his first fated disciple, countless souls across the world erupted in chaos. It's her, Nico Robin, the sole survivor of O'Hara the Devil's Child, bounty of 79 million berries at age 8. She's the first to receive this boon. Damn it, why her and not me? Unjust heavens. Mariehua, the Holy Land. The 5 elders seethed with frustration. Their greatest fear had always been that inheritors would become enemies of the world government. And yet, Lu Yu's very first connection was with the world government's absolute enemy. Nico Robin, survivor of O'Hara. Today was Robin. Tomorrow, it might be Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. The day after, perhaps Big Mom Kaido or Whitebeard. Whoever it was, so long as they were not loyal to the world government, they were trouble incarnate. The 5 elders commanded alert the Marines. Act swiftly. Marine headquarters. Admiral Akiji had just received Fleet Admiral Sengoku's order, and grimaced weary of the burden. Then he saw Nico Robin, named this cycle's fortunate disciple. Nico Robin. So it's her. Sorrow. She'll soon possess the power to protect herself. No need for me to keep guarding her on your behalf. What form will she take? Truly intriguing. Hey Captain Garp, this is my mission. Put down those senbei. Alabasta. Crocodile's brow lifted slightly upon learning Robin had been selected. Unexpected, yet fitting, that she should be the first fated one. A sly grin spread across his face. Better still, I'll ally with her now. Together we'll overthrow Alabasta's monarchy and uncover the poneglyph hidden within, leading us straight to the location of the ancient weapon Pluton. Reverse Mountain. Whiskey Peak. Vivi, hidden deep within Baroque works, watched Robin's selection unfold. Her face paled instantly. After months undercover, she knew full well. Robin was among the masterminds plotting Alabasta's downfall. Baroque works under Crocodile's command already possessed the strength to topple Alabasta's throne. If Robin now grew even stronger, Alabasta's hope would vanish entirely. Cursed fate. Why her? Why always her? How bitterly unfair. Vivi collapsed to her knees, consumed by despair. Amidst the desert sands, Robin stared up at the celestial screen, her lips twitching involuntarily. Truly absurd, she'd just declared she'd rely solely on herself. And then in the next breath, Lu Yu linked to her. The irony struck faster than any slap. If fate insisted on striking her cheek, why not wait until tomorrow, or the day after? Delivering it so swiftly only left her face stinging. Of course, inner grumbling aside, she felt genuine delight. A windfall gift, why refuse it? If this grants me greater strength, escape from both Marines and pirates will become infinitely easier. She is a Class A criminal with a bounty of 79 million berries. By aiding her, you endanger countless innocents. Switch the link. Cut her off. Choose someone else. Mr. Lu Yu, I'm virtuous. Utterly upright. Select me. Please select me. Watching the torrent of demands flood the screen, Lu Yu replied firmly, my linkage is random. No judgment of virtue or vice, only fate. So long as one shares destiny with me, even a beggar or outcast shall receive my guidance to nearby inheritances. Thus, cutting the link is impossible. Not now, not ever. Save your effort. Criminals across the globe rejoiced. They'd feared Lu Yu might recoil at their identities. What if, blessed with a link, they were severed solely for being outlaws? That would be unbearable. Thankfully, Lu Yu held no such narrow-mindedness. He honored fate, not morality. Evildoers worldwide cheered, ha ha ha. Now that's how it should be. Fate knows no distinction between good and evil. Every soul holds equal chance. That is true fairness. O fated ones of distant worlds, we eagerly await your celestial link. Ha ha ha. Within the celestial screen, Lu Yu continued the live connection, addressing the populace of the 4 seas with the rules of his linkage. He then turned his gaze toward Robin on the other side of the celestial screen, facing the fortunate soul who would receive his reciprocal blessing. Lu Yu offered a gentle smile. Greetings, Miss Nico Robin. Robin reciprocated with equal warmth and courtesy, and greetings to you, honored guest from another world. So, am I now your destined soul? Lu Yu chuckled softly. Indeed. You are today's destined soul. Then per your stated rule, you shall now assist me in locating the scattered inheritances near me. Precisely. Thank you very much, honored guest from another world. May I ask, what must I do? My eyes can discern the inheritance nearest to your current position. You are exceptionally fortunate. Within a 10-kilometer radius centered upon your present location, 2 inheritances await you. 2. Good heavens, this woman is astonishingly lucky. A single inheritance from another world grants power surpassing that of the 4 emperors. 2 such inheritances herald nothing less than the toppling of the world government. Calm yourselves. The inheritances, even across worlds, cannot possibly all be this extraordinary. Indeed, the Rinnegan inheritance, for instance, was uniquely rare. Even with 2 inheritances, Nico Robin may still fall short of the 4 Emperor's might. If every inheritance were as formidable as the Rinnegan, it would defy reason and shatter sanity. 2 inheritances. Even Robin herself was startled. Lu Yu had attained strength rivaling the 4 Emperors after acquiring just 1 inheritance. And she now stood poised to claim 2. Yet she had read the commentary and found it reasonable. An inheritance as potent as the Rinnegan was by nature singular. Were every inheritance truly this overwhelming, the world government would have no place left to stand. Proceed east-southeast at a 35-degree angle for 5 kilometers. You will reach your first inheritance. Guided by Lu Yu, Robin arrived at her first inheritance site. Item: tattered crimson robe. Origin: the world of ReZero. Beginning: life in another world. Authority of Sloth Archbishop Romani Koenig. The invisible hand. Rank A. Inherent ability: the invisible hand. A spectral unseen appendage emerging from behind the bearer. Up to 50 hands may manifest simultaneously, each extending up to 1,000 meters. Though their speed is modest, their destructive force is cataclysmic. Each hand capable of triggering mountain-shattering, earth-rending devastation. Activation method: don the tattered crimson robe and declare aloud: Sloth. Miss Robin, do you see that tattered crimson robe beside you? Yes, that is your inheritance from another world. Lu Yu pointed toward the ragged crimson garment lying amid the desert sands. A tattered robe, an inheritance from another world. These inheritances appear utterly arbitrary. Had I not witnessed the Rinnegan inheritance firsthand, I'd swear you were jesting. No wonder we've searched in vain. How could anyone suspect such profound power concealed within a mere ragged cloak? This robe harbors power drawn from a world known as ReZero, beginning life in another world. That power is called the Invisible Hand. As its name suggests, it manifests as hands unseen by mortal eyes. Upon claiming this power, 50 such arms unfurl from your back, each extendable freely up to 1,000 meters in length. Though they move deliberately, their force is staggering. Each palm alone possesses the capacity to cleave mountains and sunder continents. Even within its native world, this power stands among the supreme. Congratulations, Miss Robin. This power is now yours. Amid Lu Yu's narration, Robin bent down and lifted the tattered crimson robe from the sand. Fully comprehending the magnitude of its latent power, Lu Yu replied simply: don the robe upon your back and proclaim Sloth, though she knew not why the word sloth held significance. Without hesitation, she draped the robe over her shoulders and cried out Sloth. At the instant the word left her lips, the robe's inherited power surged into her being. Nico Robin acquired the Invisible Hand. Notification: Destiny-linked host Nico Robin has obtained inheritance, the Invisible Hand. Rank A. Congratulations, host has received guaranteed return benefit, the Invisible Hand. Rank A. Simultaneously as Robin claimed her inheritance, Lu Yu, through the system's reciprocal mechanism, gained identical mastery over the Invisible Hand. Though merely the foundational return benefit, it filled him with genuine delight. To acquire such power so effortlessly, why hesitate? Moreover, while guiding his destined soul, he himself could seek inheritances in parallel. A dual-path pursuit, doubling the efficiency of treasure hunting. Even as he guided Robin toward the crimson robe, he remained ceaselessly active, his gaze fixed upon the nearest inheritance to his own position, located 178 kilometers away on a neighboring island, its nature unknown, and he advanced steadily toward it. In Alabasta, Robin immediately tested her newly acquired ability. 2 invisible hands sprouted from behind her, grasping and hurling nearby sand with such ferocity that a near sandstorm erupted. To observers within the celestial screen, Robin appeared motionless, yet suddenly a violent sandstorm erupted around her. Such overwhelming power. Robin stared awestruck, though Lu Yu had described it clearly, that each arm wielded mountain-splitting, continent-shattering force. Mere description could never match lived experience. Now she believed. And belief birthed a bold notion: what if she fused the Invisible Hand with her flower fruit ability? Without delay she acted. Drawing upon her unseen hands, she activated her devil fruit power. Her target: a distant dune. Tenfold bloom, palm strike. At her command, 10 invisible hands materialized above the dune. Under her precise control, they struck relentlessly, reducing the dune to fine drifting dust. It actually works. In the desert, Robin gazed upon the dune that had crumbled into dust. Her heart surged with exhilaration. The flower fruit's ability was already exceptionally subtle and formidable. Now amplified by the Invisible Hand, it had grown even more clandestine and infinitely more potent. When fused with the flower fruit's power, the Invisible Hand became truly undetectable, not by gods nor demons. Moreover, while manifesting through the flower fruit in Invisible Hand form, its strength had increased dramatically, though still not rivaling the raw might of a fully grown Invisible Hand sprouting directly from her back. Yet compared to her own natural hands, its power had multiplied beyond measure. Perhaps she still fell short of the greatest pirates in the Grand Line. But against those bearing bounties of 400 or 500 million, she stood on equal footing. Miss Robin, how do you feel? Did I deceive you? Lu Yu asked with a gentle smile, observing her unmistakable delight. Robin regained her composure and met his gaze, nodding with quiet sincerity. Honored guest from another world. You have told no falsehood. This power of the invisible hand is indeed extraordinary. She admitted it. Nico Robin has acknowledged it. She truly inherited knowledge from another world. But how did she confirm it? I saw nothing at all. Fool, have you forgotten? It is called the invisible hand. Of course it cannot be seen. That dune vanished far too abruptly just now. I suspect she dismantled it with the invisible hand. That makes sense. That dune's disappearance was strangely abrupt. Now it's clear it was the power of an otherworldly legacy. No wonder it defied explanation. Curses, I long for such invisibility too. What would you even do with invisibility? What else? Sneak into the women's bathhouse, obviously. Idiot, it's arm invisibility, not full body. You'd barely make it past the marketplace bathhouse. Next we must seek your second inheritance. Lu Yu wasted no time. Having secured the first, he immediately turned his focus to the next. Now head northwest at a 25-degree angle for 13 kilometers. You'll arrive precisely at your next inheritance site. Robin followed Lu Yu's pointing finger, and there on the horizon loomed Alabastus' royal capital. She stood alone in the boundless desert with no landmarks to orient herself. Yet once she reached the capital, she would inevitably be spotted by its citizens, making acquisition of the second inheritance far more perilous. Then speed is essential. Robin's eyes narrowed. From her back emerged two invisible hands, activating the flower fruit's power. 100 bloom wings. The invisible hands coalesced into ethereal, unseen wings. Lifted by those invisible wings, Robin soared at breathtaking velocity, far swifter and far more concealed than any wing she'd ever conjured before. Within moments, she descended upon Alabastus' royal capital. This place where Nico Robin appears feels oddly familiar. Wait, this is my house. This is Alabastus' royal capital. So this destiny lies within the royal capital itself. Excellent. I'm in the capital right now. Perhaps I can intercept her fortune. Hurry, don't let Nico Robin seize Alabastus' legacy. Across the skyscreen, Alabastan citizens erupted in fervor, watching Robin descend upon their capital, knowing a foreign legacy resided there. Their eyes burned with longing. They vowed to contest her claim, determined to intercept the legacy themselves. She would not take it. Not if they could help it. Citizens surged after her, while in the royal palace King Cobra watched in astonishment. Wait, Nico Robin isn't merely heading toward the capital. She's flying straight for the palace. Observing her trajectory and correlating it with Lu Yu's mention of 13 kilometers and her current position. Understanding this, the kingdom's two guardians stepped forward. Perona, who wielded the bird fruit in hawk form, and Jaguar, master of the dog fruit in jackal form. Since this legacy belongs to Alabasta, and especially to our palace, it must not fall into the hands of Nico Robin. Your Majesty, we will drive this woman away and safeguard Alabastus' sacred inheritance. Perona and Jaguar declared with unwavering resolve. King Cobra raised a hand, intending to relent, letting Robin claim the artifact so long as no lives were needlessly lost. But seeing their resolute expressions, he knew forbidding them would wound their honor deeply. So he acquiesced. Still, he cautioned, Nico Robin has already received one legacy. She may well surpass you both. Perona, Jaguar, guard this unknown legacy if you can, if not, let it go. Above all, avoid needless bloodshed. More than any intangible legacy, I value your safety. Move beyond words. Perona and Jaguar bowed deeply. With such a king, how could they not pledge their lives in return? Yes, Your Majesty, they answered as one. Then took position before the palace gates, ready to intercept Robin. Soon Robin arrived. Perona and Jaguar transformed into a falcon man and a jackal man, and barred her path. Devil's child Nico Robin. The royal palace of Alabasta is forbidden to criminals like you. Go no further. Turn back now, or face consequences you won't survive. The two national guardians issued their ultimatum. Yet in the next instant, they were hurled aside by Robin's invisible hands. What? Were they joking? I'd hoped for something more given their devil fruit users. But this? That's the terror of the invisible hand. No warning, no trace. Alabasta's two protectors fell, without even sensing the blow. To counter such a technique, one must first master observation haki, elsewhere in the Grand Line. Until then, impossible. Inside the palace, King Cobra watched the sky screen, and his jaw twitched uncontrollably. Though he'd anticipated defeat, he hadn't expected such utter instantaneous annihilation. They hadn't even exchanged a single blow, just appeared then vanished. It was humiliating beyond measure. Fortunately, the sky screen confirmed they were only unconscious, alive though injured. That was relief enough. No lives lost. As for the legacy, let it be gone. It had never been discovered anyway. Alabasta could simply pretend it never existed. Such was King Cobra's magnanimous thought, until Lu Yu's voice shattered his calm. Miss Robin, You've arrived at your inheritance site. Now descend beneath your feet. The legacy awaits below. Cobra, the king of Arabasta, paled upon seeing Robin's current location, and recalling Lu Yu's words that the legacy lay directly beneath her feet. That place was the repository of the Poneglyph, the ancient historical record. And this particular stone chronicled the whereabouts of Pluton, one of the ancient weapons. Should Pluton's existence be exposed and fall into pirates' hands, the entire world would descend into chaos. Damn it! Why there of all places? King Cobra panicked. He cared little whether Robin claimed some foreign legacy, but the revelation of Pluton, that he could not ignore. Royal Guard, move in now and stop her. Cobra ordered his soldiers to drive Robin away. Yet even the two royal guardians had already fallen. What hope did mere guards hold? In an instant, those who charged forward were flung apart by invisible hands. Yet Robin had not anticipated what followed the moment her invisible hands broke ground. A massive chasm yawned open, so sudden, so vast that Robin herself froze, and the entire world stood stunned. What just happened? How did such a colossal hole appear out of nowhere? Could it be a cellar beneath Alabasta Palace? Did they accidentally strike it? Fool, this isn't a cellar. Beneath the royal palace lies a subterranean palace, a jong, a hidden palace beneath the royal residence. The Alabasta royal family clearly harbors secrets. Ah, now this is intriguing. I only came for entertainment, and yet here comes a scandal ripe for devouring. Soon viewers across the globe deduced the truth they had unearthed. A jong. Robin quickly grasped the situation. She leapt into the void and descended into the jong, then wandered its corridors, searching for the legacy. There, however, she found what she had sought ever since arriving in Alabasta, the very Poneglyph itself. Blimey, it's a Poneglyph. Who would have thought Alabasta concealed such a relic underground? This artifact is strictly forbidden by the world government. So what? It's inscribed in ancient script. Useless unless you can read it. Idiot, it's you who cannot read it. Don't forget Nico. Robin hails from O'Hara. If anyone alive today can decipher the Poneglyphs, she is among them. Alabasta. Crocodile's casino. Crocodile stared at the sky screen, gripping his cigar so tightly it nearly snapped. The Poneglyph, it's the Alabasta Poneglyph. He trembled with exhilaration. His alliance with Robin, and his orchestration of Alabasta's upheaval, had been driven solely by rumors of a Poneglyph buried here. And not just any Poneglyph, one linked to Pluton, the ancient weapon. For years their sole objective had been locating this very stone, yet it remained elusive. Now fortune smiled. After endless searching, Robin, guided by Lu Yu, had found it at last. Crocodile burst into raucous laughter. Ha 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 ha. Pluton is mine. With absolute power I shall forge a pirate kingdom. I shall surpass the 7 warlords, and even the 4 emperors, to become the king of the pirates. Ha 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 ha. Mary Ahua, the Holy Land. The 5 elders recoiled inwardly. Gold Star, we previously saw only this woman in the desert. Never realized she stood atop Alabasta's sands. Woodstar, this is dire. The Alabasta Poneglyph reveals Pluton's location. Waterstar, worse still, it has fallen into the hands of Nico. Robin, who alone can read the Poneglyphs. Marstar, Pluton's secret must never surface. Nico. Robin must be erased, utterly. Earthstar, the Marines are en route to the Grand Line's starting point to apprehend Lu Yu. Alabasta lies precisely there. Order them to seize Nico. Robin. No, to eliminate her. Wano Country. Kazuki Odin's daughter Kazuki Toki, now disguised as a geisha under the alias Kurizame, serving under Shogun Kaido's vassal Kurizumi Orochi, gazed up at the sky screen, eyes wide with shock. Pluton, the 3rd ancient weapon, is hidden within Wano Country. Item: weathered turtle shell offering. Legacy source: Squirtle from Pokemon. Partial Squirtle inheritance, rank D. Legacy ability: water type techniques, including water gun, bubble hydro pump, and bubble beam. Legacy activation: place the shell on the ground and rotate it clockwise 10 times. As Robin beheld the Poneglyph, Lu Yu, observing through the sky screen, also witnessed it. As a transmigrator, he knew this Poneglyph recorded Pluton's location, and that the ancient weapon lay concealed within Wano Country. Yet he remained indifferent. Compared to Pluton, these foreign world legacies held infinitely greater allure. Thus his focus lay squarely on the foreign legacy. Seeing the legacy details revealed, Lu Yu instructed, Miss Robin, do you see the weathered turtle shell beside you? That is your legacy. Its abilities are water-based, water gun, hydro pump, bubble, and the like. To claim it, simply place the shell on the ground and rotate it clockwise 10 times. Robin did not act immediately. Her purpose had always been singular, the study of history. Why she studied it? She had never pondered such questions. She pursued knowledge purely for its own sake. Yet along this path countless others had obstructed her, necessitating self-defense. With the Poneglyph now before her, history naturally took precedence. The legacy could wait until she finished reading the Poneglyph. So Pluton lies in Wano Country. Soon Robin completed her reading. She learned Pluton's true location, and then picked up the turtle shell, rotating it clockwise without hesitation. 10 rotations, complete. The legacy surged into her body. Robin acquired partial water-type abilities inherited from Squirtle. Simultaneously, Lu Yu received his karmic reward. Ding. Detected your destined one. Nico Robin has obtained the Squirtle legacy. Congratulations, you have earned a super multiplier reward. Blastoise's water-type legacy rank B. Reward abilities Hydro Cannon, Mega Hydro Pump, Whirlpool Torrent, and Ice Beam. The Water Arrow Turtle's ability merged with his body. Lu Yu tested it cautiously. He could now generate rootless still water within his abdomen and expel it forcefully from his mouth. The pressurized water jet possessed immense destructive power. A massive tree collapsed instantly, felled from over 100 meters away. This was merely the super water gun. Were it upgraded to a super water cannon, its devastation would surely be even greater. Though ranked only Class B, Lu Yu was already deeply satisfied. After all, Robin's inherited ability was merely Class D. His had surpassed hers by more than double. What then was there left to complain about? Yet almost immediately Lu Yu encountered difficulty. After a long and arduous journey, he finally reached the shoreline of the island he inhabited. Gazing across the boundless sea toward the nearest inheritance site, 160 kilometers distant, he fell into silent contemplation. Oh, surely he couldn't possibly swim 160 kilometers across open ocean. He was no Levi, that monstrous paragon of stamina. As for flight via Susanoo, it was equally impossible to sustain such flight over 160 kilometers. At such distances, his physical reserves would deplete long before arrival. The inherited abilities all consumed stamina, as their primary cost. Chakra from the Naruto world was converted into stamina. Mana, chi, or other energy systems from alternate realms were likewise translated into this universal metric. Staring out at the endless expanse of ocean, Lu Yu sighed in resignation. Damn it, could anyone just come fetch me? Since escape remained temporarily impossible, he decided instead to continue guiding Robin. Observing her current position on the celestial sky screen, he said, Miss Robin, your next inheritance lies some distance away. Approximately 54 kilometers southwest of your present location lies the third inheritance, the closest to you. Alabasta, beneath the ancient palace. Robin estimated the distance. Even employing her invisible hands and devil fruit powers, her stamina would likely reach its limit before arrival. Realizing this, she resolved to walk slowly, or seek transportation. With that thought, she prepared to activate her ability and soar upward from the subterranean chamber. But at that very moment, a violent sandstorm erupted across the dunes. Then, like a specter emerging from the whirlwind, a figure materialized before Robin. Crocodile. I'd heard rumors he'd aided Alabasta in resolving countless crises. Now hailed as the nation's guardian deity, I assumed it mere legend, yet it proves true. Then he must have come to capture Nico Robin. Crocodile's sudden appearance sent shockwaves rippling across the four seas. Mariehua, the Holy Land. The five elders' expressions darkened. They had long known of Crocodile's activities in Alabasta, yet they paid little heed. King Cobra of Alabasta had never obeyed the world government's edicts. Let Crocodile wreak havoc, so be it. What they had not foreseen was Nico Robin allying herself with Crocodile. Only upon witnessing this scene were they struck by revelation. Crocodile sought not the throne, but the ancient weapon Pluton. That accursed Sandame, roared Gold Star in fury. His gaze hardened into steel, informed the Marines. Upon reaching Alabasta, revoke Crocodile's warlord status immediately, and kill Nico Robin, alongside Crocodile. Crocodile's arrival bore no intention of capturing Robin. His sole objective was uncovering Pluton's whereabouts. Yet with the entire world watching, he maintained the facade, pretending to pursue Robin. Otherwise his warlord standing would collapse. Crocodile feigned stern authority. Nico Robin, you've caused quite the commotion here. But this ends now. Surrender quietly, and spare yourself unnecessary suffering. So he declared. Yet beneath those words lay unspoken meaning. Crocodile trusted Robin would grasp his intent. He sought alliance, not arrest, to obtain Pluton's secret. Robin refused him outright. My apologies, Mr. Crocodile. I still have another inheritance to claim. Might you step aside? Instantly Crocodile's expression froze. He had never imagined Robin would renege so brazenly. His face darkened, shadowed with simmering wrath. Had glances been blades, Robin would have perished 10,000 times over. Crocodile believed Robin fully understood his implication. His voice lowered, edged with both warning and threat. Nico Robin, you comprehend your predicament, do you not? Surrender, and you retain a sliver of life. Resist, and I cannot guarantee your survival. Hearing this, Robin paused in silence. Then she smiled faintly. Truly surrendering would seal my fate beyond redemption. Mr. Crocodile, I've achieved my purpose. I must depart. The words struck Crocodile like thunder. Veins bulged across his temples, his features twisted in rage. Even the cigar clenched between his teeth snapped cleanly in half. You've achieved your purpose? You're leaving me. Then from the outset, you sought only to exploit me for the poneglyphs. You never intended to reveal Pluton's location, did you? Excellent, truly excellent. You dare mock me so utterly. Nico Robin, you wretched woman, you deserve death. Nothing more need be said. Enraged beyond reason, Crocodile lunged. Die, damned woman. Sandstorm. A blinding tempest of ochre dust engulfed the skies, swallowing light, obliterating sight, burying the battlefield beneath a suffocating shroud of sand. Across the four seas, observers held grim expectations for Robin's fate. With Crocodile striking, her end is certain. He is a warlord, one of the world government's pillars against the four emperors. How could she possibly prevail? Who would have imagined the devil child evading world government bounties for 20 years would meet her end today in Alabasta? Mark this date. It shall be Nico Robin's Memorial Day next year. No one believed she could survive, though Robin had received 2 inheritances from other worlds. Her adversary was a warlord, and Crocodile wielded one of the rarest devil fruit types, the Logia-class sand fruit. Even with dual inheritances, how could she hope to overcome Crocodile? In their eyes, Robin was already dead. Let that treacherous woman wither, desiccated by my sandstorm. Such is the price of betrayal. Crocodile seethed, watching Robin vanish beneath the swirling dunes. Was Robin truly on the verge of defeat? At present, few in the world still held faith in her. Luyu was one of them. Crocodile, this is going to be troublesome. Watching Robin face Crocodile, Luyu murmured inwardly. Her 2 inherited legacies thus far had indeed been unremarkable. Whether her current strength could overcome Crocodile remained uncertain. Yet whether she could fight him was not the question. The answer was unequivocally yes. Crocodile may be formidable, but he is far from invincible. Especially, he possesses a fatal flaw: his devil fruit power fears water. Other devil fruit users dread only seawater. Crocodile alone recoils from all water, pure, fresh, or salt. Any weapon, or even a fist, drenched in water can strike him true. Had she inherited only the invisible hands, Robin would have stood utterly powerless against Crocodile. But fate had just granted her the legacy of Jinx, the water-type Pokemon. Though neither Hydro Pump nor Water Gun possessed overwhelming destructive force, so long as water existed, Robin could land blows upon Crocodile. And now, fused with the invisible hand's intangible might, victory over Crocodile was no longer mere fantasy. Thus the outcome remained profoundly uncertain. Robin might not win, but she would certainly not fall so easily. This is. Crocodile's eyes widened in disbelief before realization dawned. His voice turned grim. So this is the power of your inherited legacy, to rend sand and wind asunder. I underestimated you. Yet even if you shatter my storm, how will you withstand this? Desert Greatsword. His arm dissolved into whirling sand, coalescing into a colossal scimitar that cleaved downward toward Robin with thunderous force. The blade's passage split the earth itself. A direct hit would bisect her cleanly in 2. Yet this devastating strike was evaded effortlessly. Robin soared skyward, her invisible wings carrying her beyond its arc. Seriously, Crocodile, are you even trying? Is this really the 7 warlords of the sea? Can't even subdue a 79 million belly bounty hunter like Nico Robin. Did you buy your title? They say 7 warlords bounties stagnate once appointed. No further increases. I assumed your 81 million belly bounty reflected that ceiling, but clearly it is your ceiling. Otherwise, how could you struggle so desperately against a mere 79 million belly criminal? Worthless Crocodile, step down from the 7 warlords. You're unworthy. Ridicule pouring in from the 4 seas ignited Crocodile's fury. He lunged to annihilate Robin and prove his supremacy, when suddenly droplets of water spiraled through the air toward him. They struck his body, and with them came crushing force. Thrown backward by the impact, he crashed onto the ground, spitting blood. Cough, cough. Water droplets. No, fists. Sensing their weight, Crocodile realized. It wasn't the droplets that struck him. It was the invisible fists concealed behind them. Robin had exploited her invisible hands, coating each unseen fist in water before launching her assault. Crocodile grasped the truth at last. Then, dozens of water droplets surged from every angle, twisting midair in impossible trajectories. Each one concealed an invisible hand. Unseen, unstoppable. Crocodile's expression darkened. The same trick won't work twice. In an instant, his body dissolved into swirling sand, surging forward toward Robin. Sand. Hydro Pump. As Crocodile closed in, preparing another sandblade strike, Robin expelled a torrent of pressurized water straight from her mouth. Though her Hydro Pump paled beside Lu Yu's, its power was still formidable, especially unleashed while Crocodile staggered off balance. He was blasted backward in a spray of sand and saliva. Then came the invisible hands, relentless, omnidirectional, unerring. Thud, thud. Blows rained down. Blood erupted. His ribs cracked beneath unseen force. Crocodile dispersed once more into sand, escaping the meteoric barrage of fists. Wow, what the hell? Crocodile actually got pounded like that. This is one of the 7 warlords. I mocked him earlier, but that was just not conviction. I never thought he'd lose to Nico Robin. Is this the true power of otherworldly legacies? To let a woman like Nico Robin dominate a 7 warlord? Terrifying. Only now did the peoples of the 4 seas truly recognize the potency of otherworldly legacies. Lu Yu's Rinnegan was undeniably awe-inspiring. Yet thus far it had slain only a colossal sea king, whose size belied its pitiful combat intellect. They acknowledged the Rinnegan's immense power, but its battlefield efficacy remained unproven. As for Lu Yu's claim that such legacies could topple the world government, grand words perhaps, but without proof few believed. Even Robin's invisible hands sounded impressive, capable of shattering mountains with a single gesture. Yet without witnessing it firsthand few accepted its reality. Until now. Until they saw a crocodile humiliated, beaten, broken by Robin's hands. Only then did they truly believe in the invisible hands and the otherworldly legacies themselves. For the 7 warlords were among the world's most elite warriors, appointed by the world government to counterbalance the 4 emperors of the sea. Their supremacy was universally acknowledged. And now, one of them, Crocodile, lay battered and overwhelmed by Robin, who bore 2 legacies. That tangible, undeniable victory finally silenced all doubt. The New World. Sphinx Island. Watching Crocodile's brutal defeat, Whitebeard's eyes flickered with astonishment. That crocodile brat, humiliated by the last survivor of O'Hara. How rare. The crocodile brat is no weakling, not inferior to Ace or Bista. Yet even he lies helpless before this O'Haran heir bearing 2 legacies. If such inheritors multiply, the world will change beyond recognition. What shape will that future take? Will the 7 warlords endure? The 4 emperors? The Marines? The world government itself? For the first time in decades, Whitebeard felt the future blur before him, uncertain, opaque. And worse, he was growing old. Even should he wish to act, his strength waned, his will outpaced his body. A quiet tension tightened within his chest. My remaining years grow few. Whether I can continue protecting my beloved sons until my final breath, I do not know. The celestial screen. Alabasta. Watching the torrent of skepticism about his strength flood the live commentary feed, Crocodile erupted in unbridled fury. To be publicly humiliated by Robin before the entire world. This he could never tolerate. Today, if he failed to slay Robin and restore his honor, he would perish here on this very ground. Nico, Robin, I will not spare you. Never. Crocodile staggered upright, his eyes blazing crimson. Desert Requiem. He slammed both palms onto the earth. The moisture within the soil vanished instantly. The already arid land cracked further, transforming beneath his feet into a boundless desert in an instant. The terrain itself has shifted, truly terrifying power. Is this the true might of a Shichibukai? Unimaginably dreadful. Now Nico Robin is truly in peril. New World. Dressrosa. Witnessing Crocodile reshape the landscape using only his devil fruit ability. Doflamingo's lips twitched. Merely wielding his unawakened fruit power, yet achieving environmental manipulation normally reserved for awakened Paramecia-type devil fruits. Truly the Logia class remains the most formidable among all 3 categories. How utterly unfair. Still, this ends now. Even that so-called invisible hand stands no chance against Sandame Crocodile in this desert. That would be preposterous. In the desert no one can defeat me, not even an admiral or one of the 4 emperors. Desert Diamond Cleaver. Crocodile roared. With both hands he commanded the surging sands like turbulent seas, forging 2 colossal scimitars of desert, each spanning 100 meters, cleaving toward Robin from opposite directions. This was his ultimate technique, and he held absolute faith in its supremacy. If even this failed to subdue Robin, madness would surely claim him. As Crocodile believed, and as countless viewers beneath the celestial screen assumed, Robin could not withstand this assault. Though she summoned countless invisible hands to shield herself, the desert blades severed them all and struck her directly. Had those ethereal limbs not absorbed the brunt of the impact, she would have perished instantly. She's been defeated, truly defeated. Who would have imagined Nico Robin alone could endure so long against the Shichibukai and force him into such desperate struggle? Then it's confirmed. The legacy from another world is real. Excellent. I can hardly wait for tomorrow's connection. I'll be the one chosen. Nonsense. You're daydreaming. Tomorrow's connection will surely be mine. Robin's defeat broadcast across the 4 seas. It sent shockwaves far and wide. Unexpected, yet inevitable. After all, her opponent was a Shichibukai, and the battlefield his sovereign desert. Indeed, had Robin won, that would have been the true anomaly. So the path of the Devil's Child ends here. Yet, just as all believed victory sealed and defeat final, Crocodile suddenly flew backward. And immediately afterward, an endless storm of sand erupted anew, shrouding the battlefield in blinding chaos. What? The desert blades made clear contact. Her invisible hands should have been severed entirely. Why do they persist? Cough, cough. Crocodile endured blow after brutal blow. Countless fists slick with water hammered relentlessly into his body, driving him to agony. Under the invisible hands' overwhelming force, Crocodile teetered on the edge of unconsciousness. Thank you for teaching me that the invisible hands can regenerate, and as gratitude, please remain down, forever. With that, Robin intensified both the speed and ferocity of her invisible hands' assault. She would not repeat her earlier mistake. Before she dominated, pummeling Crocodile into the ground repeatedly, only for him to seize an opening, liquefy into sand, and escape. She would not make that error twice. This time Crocodile hung suspended midair, trapped in relentless aerial bombardment. Each downward strike from above was instantly countered by an upward blow from below, forcing Crocodile into ceaseless, disorienting oscillation. Back and forth, no chance to land, no chance to flee. He was utterly, irrevocably trapped. Neither heaven nor earth offered refuge. To observers beneath the celestial screen across the four seas, the invisible hands remained unseen, leaving only Crocodile's body suspended midair, twisting violently, rising and falling, erratically, blood spurting from his mouth. As time passed, his eyes rolled white, his consciousness long gone. One more blow risked killing him outright. Huff, huff. Robin gasped for breath, staring at Crocodile, motionless, helpless. Before exhaling in quiet relief, I won. Robin had won. Fearing Crocodile feigned unconsciousness, Robin continued her merciless barrage for several more minutes, until exhaustion finally forced her to cease. A founding Shichibukai famed across the Grand Line for 20 years. How could such a veteran fall to Nico Robin? Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. The world is shifting irrevocably. That accursed Sandame Crocodile actually lost. Dressrosa. Doflamingo stared, disbelief etched across his face. He never imagined Crocodile could lose. Not this elder Shichibukai whose reputation predated his own. In strength and cunning, Crocodile stood peerless, even beyond Doflamingo himself. Especially here, in his own domain, the desert. Even Doflamingo dared not claim certain victory over him. Robin's triumph defied all logic. After a long silence gazing at the celestial screen, Doflamingo burst into laughter. Fufufu. Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. These legacies from other worlds. Even veteran Shichibukai cannot withstand them. If Luyu connects daily with one destined person, then in a year 365 individuals shall inherit such foreign legacies. What then awaits our world? When foreign powers flood every corner, will the world government still stand atop the world? Can those ancient dogs atop the world government remain serene and unshaken? Or will terror rob them of sleep? Fufufu, how deliciously thrilling. The Holy Land Mariewa. As Don Quixote Doflamingo had anticipated, the five elders watched in profound shock as Crocodile's defeat unfolded across the celestial screen. Clearly they had never imagined that Nico Robin, having received only 2 inheritances, could so decisively overpower Crocodile. Simultaneously, this confrontation forced them to confront the terrifying potency of these otherworldly inheritances. Even minor randomly assigned legacies could shatter the 7 warlords, the apex sovereigns of the 4 seas. Should one ever acquire a major inheritance, what then would become of the world government? At this thought, a chill ran through the 5 elders. Their expressions darkened. Goldstar, unthinkable. Crocodile has fallen. Though Crocodile's defeat eases certain complications, it irrefutably confirms the staggering combat enhancement granted by otherworldly inheritances. In the long term, however, this may prove disastrous for the world government, added Waterstar. Unless Luyu stands with us. Mars narrowed his eyes. Then the matter is simple. If we cannot secure Luyu, the outsider from another world, we must eradicate him. Saturn replied, we already know the Navy's deployment. Let us issue an additional directive. Should Luyu refuse recruitment, Admiral Kazan shall lead the Navy to eliminate him. Reverse Mountain. Whiskey Peak. As Crocodile collapsed, Baroque Works agents stood frozen in disbelief. 3 years. They had schemed in Alabasta for 3 full years. This year was meant to be the culmination. Soon they would rise as architects of a new nation, ascending to positions of supreme authority. And now, you tell us our leader is gone. Damn it. What kind of sick joke is this? We've invested every ounce of time and effort, only to learn our boss has fallen at the very threshold of victory. What the hell are you playing at? Curses erupted from countless Baroque Works agents. Only a handful, Vivi and other undercover agents, rejoiced elated beyond measure. Unexpected fortune indeed. We assumed Nico Robin's inheritance sealed Alabasta's doom. Yet at the final hour she turned directly against Crocodile. Now that Crocodile lies defeated and Robin's whereabouts exposed, the Navy will show no mercy. The crisis threatening Alabasta has lifted. Overjoyed, Vivi prepared to end her undercover mission alongside Minister Igaram and slip back to Alabasta, when suddenly, Mr. One Dasbones approached her. Greetings, Miss Wednesday, or rather, Your Highness Princess Vivi. Alabasta, the Royal Underground Palace. Having defeated Crocodile, Robin rested briefly before soaring upward from the subterranean chamber. Her battle with Crocodile had been broadcast live across the celestial screen. Unsurprisingly, the Navy would arrive imminently. Her condition was precarious. Should the Navy encircle her, even she might falter. She had to flee, while time still remained. Emerging from the palace, she found armed soldiers surrounding her, not Navy personnel, but Alabastan royal guards. Robin ignored them entirely. She ascended skyward using her invisible wings. The guards turned to King Cobra. Your Majesty, issue the order. Let us open fire. King Cobra gazed after Robin's retreating silhouette. He reflected Robin had withheld knowledge of the ancient weapon Pluton from Crocodile, proof she bore no ill intent. Perhaps she was merely a scholar driven solely by passion for history. Yet another possibility loomed. Her ambition surpassed all expectation. If she sought to monopolize Pluton's revelation, her conflict with Crocodile made perfect sense. If the former were true, all was well. But if the latter held sway, Robin posed a grave threat to global peace, and he could not allow her to depart unchallenged. At that moment, King Cobra recalled Kaka and Pell. Robin had possessed the power to kill them, yet chose only to render them unconscious. Perhaps her nature truly was benign. King Cobra exhaled deeply and waved dismissively. Let her go. But your majesty, she breached the royal palace, gravely wounded generals Pell and Kaka, and seized the inheritance housed within the palace. Cobra shook his head, cutting them short. None of this matters. It is mere pride. Your lives are infinitely precious. Do not squander them over such trifles. As for the inheritance, we never discovered it ourselves. While amid its loss, the guard stood moved to tears. Your majesty's magnanimity knows no bounds. We swear eternal fealty, even unto death. Beyond the palace walls, Robin subdued a banana crocodile, a creature uniquely adapted to desert survival, possessing extraordinary resilience. With it she gained swift transport. Then glancing toward Lu Yu across the celestial screen, she smiled faintly. Esteemed guest from another world, do other inheritance sites remain? Lu Yu replied, did I not just say? The nearest lies 54 kilometers southwest of your current position. Robin shook her head with a gentle smile. That location is surely teeming with ambushes by now. Were I to go there, I'd be riddled with bullets. Esteemed guest, I ask, aside from that southwestern site, are there other inheritances elsewhere? If none exist, perhaps we should sever our connection. I must begin my flight. Nanny. 54 kilometers southwest, in the desert sands, both Navy forces and Baroque Works executives stared blankly, stunned into silence. They had anticipated Robin's arrival at precisely this spot to claim the inheritance, and thus lay in wait poised for her arrival. Yet Robin had anticipated their anticipation. Foreseeing their trap, she abandoned the inheritance altogether and prepared to vanish. What utter futility, to wait for a quarry who refused to appear. Baroque Works executives, Mr. 2 Bon Curie, Mr. 3 Galdiano, Mr. Firbipo, began pondering. Though Robin would not come, the inheritance hidden here remained undeniably real. Thus they commenced their search. Meanwhile, the Navy observed from afar. Naval Captain Hina, cigarette between her lips, watched the scene unfold and narrowed her eyes. Robin has outmaneuvered us. How vexing. Still, if we cannot capture her, at least we shall not permit these criminals to escape. Men, arrest every Baroque Works agent on site and locate the hidden inheritance. Whosoever claims it, it is theirs. She unleashed her devil fruit ability. Cage fruit, black spear. Robin's words echoed across the sky screen, causing Lu Yu to pause in mild surprise. Then upon reflection, he found her reasoning utterly sound. She had already indicated the location of the legacy for some time. Given Robin's significance, it would be truly astonishing if the world government failed to intercept her well in advance. Lu Yu mused inwardly. No wonder she has survived alone at sea for 2 decades. Her sharpness is unmatched. Since you declined the legacy to the southwest, head northeast at a 25-degree angle instead. Another legacy awaits there, though it lies farther away, 88 kilometers. Robin smiled faintly. No matter, I won't walk there anyway. Her mouth, the banana crocodile, groaned inwardly. So it's me again, is it? You human woman, deviously clever. Though furious and eager to resist, the crocodile recalled its recent brutal thrashing, and the massive lump still swelling on its skull. It wilted. Fine, tool crocodile it is. Survival is enough, why court self-destruction? And so, under the crocodile's reluctant haste, hours passed. Night fell. At last Robin arrived at her destination. A rusted iron plate lay before her. Legacy origin: the forehead protector of Tobarama Senju, second Hokage of the Naruto world, carrying fragments of his legacy rank A. Acquired abilities: the Flying Thunder God technique and its derivatives, including Flying Thunder God Slash and 2-stage Flying Thunder God. The technique allows instantaneous teleportation to pre-marked locations, granting unparalleled advantage in offense, defense, and evasion. Method of inheritance: bind the iron plate to a cloth strip and affix it to the forehead. Miss Robin, it's late. The journey ends here. Lu Yu said, do you see that rusted plate beneath your feet? Yes, that is it. It bears a ninjutsu from the Naruto world: instantaneous teleportation. To inherit it, simply wrap the plate in cloth and place it upon your brow. Robin complied without hesitation. She tore a strip from her garment, wrapped the plate tightly, and secured it to her forehead. Instantly, the Flying Thunder God surged into her being. Ding. Detected Nico. Robin has inherited the legacy. Congratulations, host. You have received an ultimate amplified return instantaneous teleportation rank SSS. Instantaneous teleportation originating from the Dragon Ball world. This signature technique of Son Goku Kakarot enables instantaneous arrival beside any target by sensing their ki, transcending both time and space. P.S. You may carry others, but only to the immediate vicinity of your target. Destinations cannot be freely chosen. An SSS rank return. Lu Yu nearly leapt with elation. as though he'd struck the jackpot. Though lacking direct offensive power, the technique's utility was extraordinary. When victory slips away, flee. Who can guarantee lifelong invincibility? Its true strength lies in escape. Should battle turn dire, one could vanish. To another planet, even to the netherworld. Truly a supreme, life-preserving art. No wonder Lu Yu rejoiced. Yet one regret remained before activating it. One must first sense the target's key. Having just crossed over, he had yet to encounter a single soul. How could he locate anyone's key? For now he remained stranded on the island, awaiting passing ships. Sigh. He longed for a power that could traverse oceans unimpeded, bearing him directly to the new world. Robin had acquired the Flying Thunder God. In the next moment, Lu Yu deactivated the sky screen. It dissolved, vanishing from the heavens. Instantly, the world lost all trace of both Lu Yu and Robin. Sensing the new power within her, Robin burst into joyful exclamation, instantaneous teleportation. At last, I can soar through skies, dive into abysses. Who among Navy pirates, bounty hunters, or the world government could ever seize me again? Overwhelmed, she nearly wept, until after a long while her exhilaration settled into quiet stillness. Her expression turned distant. The poneglyph hidden in Alabasta has been recovered. But where shall I seek the next fragment of history? Robin stood adrift in uncertainty. She held no leads on other poneglyphs, no compass, no direction. Then suddenly Lu Yu's image surfaced in her mind. The island-eating goldfish he slew patrols the Grand Line's very threshold. Alabasta too lies near that threshold. Then perhaps, I am not far from him. At once the final words of her childhood savior, Saul the traitorous giant admiral, resurfaced. Robin, though you stand alone today, someday you will meet comrades who would sacrifice everything for you. Born upon this vast sea, you will never walk it alone. Run, Robin. Recalling Saul's vow, and Lu Yu's earlier words, that his selections were random, spanning all ages, virtues and vices, she murmured. He called me his destined one. Might he in turn be mine? Could he be the comrade Saul foretold, the one I may truly trust? Uncertain, yet resolute, Robin chose to try. A gentle smile curved her lips as she imagined Lu Yu's face, having spoken such words. You bear full responsibility, destined one. Dawn broke. East Blue, Golden Island. Territory of the treasure hunter Mad Treadra. Yet the East Blue duo, Nami the cat thief and Karina the fox thief, cared little for his name. After all, treasure belonged to whoever seized it first. Haha, mission accomplished. This hoard must exceed 10 million belly. Split evenly. We each get 5 million. We're rich. While Treasurer's crew slept soundly, Nami and Karina celebrated their success. Gazing into the open chest brimming with glittering relics, Nami recalled yesterday's sky screen event and murmured, who knew our world concealed such profound secrets? Karina, could this chest hold a legacy from another world? Karina laughed lightly. Don't dream so easily. With countless treasures scattered across the seas, if every chest held interdimensional legacies, they'd be commonplace, not rare. Be grateful for wealth alone. Craving power too is greed incarnate. Nami knew this truth well. Yet memories of Robin effortlessly defeating Crocodile, the 7 warlords' strongest, stirred quiet yearning in her heart. Her ambitions were modest. She sought no dominion over warlords, only strength enough to shatter Arlong the Fishman. Only then could she drive his pirate crew from her homeland and safeguard Kokoya village forever. Silence settled over the golden shore. Golden Island. Nami and Karina were dividing their spoils. At that moment the colossal sky screen descended. Lu Yu reappeared before the people of the 4 seas. Greetings, fortunate souls of the Grand Line world. A new day has dawned, and so too must I seek new kindred spirits. Lu Yu opened the sky screen and spoke plainly, unreservedly. The people of the 4 seas welcomed his candor with delight. After all, the sooner the connection was established, the greater the chance it might land upon them, granting precious time to seek profound inheritances. What could be more auspicious? Begin at once, kindred spirit from another world. I am already impatient to be linked to you. It mattered not that I was overlooked yesterday. Choose me today, without fail. I would gladly sacrifice 10 years, no 5 years of my life, for but a single chance to be linked. Very well, today's kindred spirit linkage commences. Congratulations, Miss Nami of the East Blue. You have been chosen as my kindred spirit for today. The words had barely faded. Nami and Karina materialized within the sky screen. Oh no, how unbearable. Why not me again? So infuriating. I long to be linked too. By the way, who are these 2 young women? Rather charming, aren't they? I don't know. They seem ordinary, certainly no famed figures. Wait, I recognize them. They're the infamous East Blue duo of thieves, Nami the orange-haired little thief cat, and Karina the violet-haired thief fox. They're legendary thieves of the East Blue. Thieves. So adorable, and yet criminals. What a tragic waste. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Watching the 2 women upon the sky screen, Admiral Sengoku declared, within 1 minute, I demand full dossiers on both women, especially Nami. Yes, Admiral Sengoku, saluted Commander Brand New of Naval Intelligence. Half a minute later, Nami's dossier arrived in full. Brand New reported, Admiral Sengoku, these 2 women are Nami and Karina, an infamous thieving duo of the East Blue. Nami was born in a war-torn region, both her parents perished. She and her adoptive sister Nojiko, also orphaned by war, were raised by Belmir, a former marine soldier in Kokoyashi village. 8 years ago, the fishman Arlong appeared in the East Blue and enslaved Kokoyashi village. Belmir, Nami's adoptive mother, was slain, and Nami joined the Arlong Pirates, rising to become one of their senior officers responsible for gathering wealth and intelligence. This state of affairs has persisted unbroken, from 8 years ago until this very day. That concludes the report. Sengoku's brow furrowed deeply. Her adoptive mother was murdered by pirates, yet she joined them. How can such a heartless woman exist in this world? Sengoku had initially viewed Nami's selection as a sign of extraordinary potential. Her future, enhanced by inheritance, seemed limitless. He had even contemplated recruitment, but witnessing her apparent callousness, he instantly abandoned all thoughts of recruitment. He gazed upward at the sky screen. Let us first observe. If she truly attains overwhelming power, we may reconsider. Otherwise, such a person holds no place in the Marines. East Blue, Kokoyashi village. When villagers learned Nami had been selected, jubilation swelled within their hearts. It's Nami, truly Nami. Wonderful. Never did we imagine Nami would be linked. Now Kokoyashi village shall surely be saved. Even if she cannot match yesterday's demon child Nico Robin, merely driving away Arlong will set us free. Villagers nearly burst into cheers. Yet Officer Akan restrained them. I know your excitement, but master it. Nami still operates undercover within the Arlong Pirates, as one of their senior officers. We know she is a mole, but we must never betray that knowledge. Our liberation hangs by a thread. Do not let it snap now. All awaits Nami's return. Thus, though hearts overflowed with joy, their voices betrayed only anxiety and dread. Unbearable. How could Nami be chosen as the kindred spirit? She is a traitor, a human collaborator. Anyone else, but not her. Damn it. The Arlong Pirates were already formidable enough. Now they'll grow stronger. What shall we do? All is lost, utterly hopeless. We are doomed to servitude forever. Adjacent to Kokoyashi village, Arlong Park. Upon seeing Nami appear on the sky screen, the fishmen recoiled in shock. Nami was selected. What uncanny coincidence. I just prayed to be linked myself. How unfortunate. Still, it's not bad that it's Nami. She's our comrade now after all. Excellent. Our Arlong Pirates shall grow stronger. Wait, Brother Arlong, why do you wear such a grim expression? As some fishmen rejoiced, they suddenly noticed their leader Arlong's storm-darkened face. Gazing upon his foolishly grinning subordinates, Arlong's fury flared uncontrollably. Are you all fools? A roar of rage left his men stunned into silence. What? Brother Arlong, what did we do wrong? The fishmen stammered weakly. Arlong fixed his gaze upon the sky screen, his eyes sharpening into blades of cold ferocity. You actually consider Nami a comrade? Are you truly stupid, or merely pretending? She is human. She serves me now only because her strength falls short of mine. But what of tomorrow after she receives her inheritance? Do you truly believe she'll remain obedient? Not only will she refuse, but she'll likely drive us out herself. Our peril has just escalated beyond measure. Hearing this, the fishmen grasped the gravity of their predicament. Indeed, Belmir, Nami's adoptive mother, had been slain by their own hands. How could Nami ever regard them as comrades? If she gained power, they were doomed. Then Brother Arlong, what shall we do now? Panicked and directionless, the fishmen turned urgently to Arlong for guidance. Arlong had no ready solution. Only this: observe first. See what inheritance Nami receives today. Gather your treasures now. We may depart at any moment. Yes, Brother Arlong, chorused the fishmen. East Blue, Golden Island. A band of treasure hunters, midway through plotting a heist, froze in astonishment as the sky screen descended. Word has it there's a wealthy heiress in Syrup Village, worth several $100 million belly. Yes, her name is Kaya, truly affluent. Then let's strike big, raid her estate. That'll keep us idle for years to come. Agreed, let's do it. Having resolved to plunder Kaya's mansion in Syrup Village, the sky screen descended. Nami, that's the East Blue thief. Wait, why does her location look so familiar? Damn it, that's Golden Island. That chest, wasn't it from our treasure vault? Our entire 10 million belly fortune lies inside. Damn thieves, daring to rob us directly. They've sealed their fate. Pursue them, kill them on sight. It's me, truly it's me. Nami, it's you, it really is you. On Golden Island, Nami and Karina were both overwhelmed with emotion. A 1 in 40 billion chance. They had held no hope at all. Yet, Nami had actually been selected. What an astonishing coincidence. Nami never imagined you'd have such extraordinary fortune. Congratulations. Karina rejoiced sincerely for her friend. I've been selected, so I can inherit the legacy. I can gain power. I can drive away Arlong and protect Kokoyashi village. Nami nearly burst into jubilant cries. 8 years. She had endured Arlong's enslavement for 8 long years. Arlong had promised her freedom. Once she amassed 100 million berries, he would release Kokoyashi village from bondage. She had already saved over 80 million berries, just shy of the full sum. Yet a quiet dread lingered in her heart. What if Arlong reneged on his promise? If he did, she would be utterly powerless against him. But now, she had a way forward. Once she inherited the legacy and gained true strength, she could safeguard her homeland, even without paying that 100 million berries. At that thought, Nami blurted out, "Mr. Lu Yu from another world. Today's chosen one is me, isn't it?" Lu Yu smiled and nodded. "Indeed, it is you, Miss Nami. Wonderful. It truly is me. Then, is there a legacy available to me right now? I must say, Miss Nami, you possess remarkable fortune. A legacy is present, and it rests precisely in your hands." "In my hands." Nami paused, staring at the treasure within her chest. So, the legacy lay hidden among these riches. Had that offhand remark somehow become reality? Nami felt dizzy with disbelief, as though she'd unwittingly awakened the gift of prophecy. Item: Golden Ring. Source of legacy: partial inheritance from Sinbad, King of the Seven Seas, from the Magi Universe, rank A. Inherited ability: magic control, Ball the Thunder God. Ball the Thunder God, master of lightning, wielding devastating power, capable of sharing his lightning essence with loyal followers. Activation method: wear the ring upon the finger and chant the incantation. Spirits of wrath and heroism, I command thee, and thy kin feed upon my magical energy, grant my will supreme power, shine forth. Ball. Lu Yu inwardly scoffed. That incantation. Without prior knowledge, no one could possibly trigger this legacy. He then guided Nami. Find the golden ring inside your treasure chest. Not that one nor that one. Yes, that one. As he helped Nami locate the ring imbued with the legacy, Lu Yu recited slowly. First wear it upon your finger, then follow my words. Spirits of wrath and heroism. Nami hesitated, uncertain, but obeyed without question. She slipped the ring onto her finger and echoed, spirits of wrath and heroism. Lu Yu, I command thee, and thy kin. Nami, I command thee and thy kin. No sooner had she completed the line. A bomb detonated beside them. Though Karina tackled her down in time, Nami still sustained minor injuries. She turned to look back, and saw a band of treasure hunters. You little thieves, daring to steal from me. You're courting death. The treasure hunter glared at Nami and Karina, then, through the sky screen, recognized the golden ring on Nami's hand as the vessel of the legacy. A cruel grin spread across his face. So, a legacy from another world hides among this treasure. What I sought tirelessly I've found effortlessly. Brat cat, toss me that ring now, and I might spare your life. Refuse, and if I catch you, you're finished. What on earth is happening? Where did this man come from? Didn't you hear? He said they stole from him. Clearly this treasure belongs to him, not to them. It's over. They've been caught red-handed stealing. Now they're doomed. Serves them right. Thieves like them deserve no mercy. Just secure your legacy. That's our only chance to survive. Hearing those words, Nami grasped the gravity of the moment. She cast Karina one long solemn glance. Then retreating backward, she continued chanting. Lu Yu, feed upon my magical energy. Nami, feed upon my magical energy. Seeing her ignore him, the treasure hunter's face darkened. Damn, you dare to defy me. Chase her down. Kill that woman. Under no circumstances let her inherit the legacy. His subordinates surged forward. Then, a gunshot rang out. One man crumpled, struck down. They turned. Karina was firing to cover Nami's escape. Die, wench. Iron chain bind. Enraged beyond reason, the treasure hunter conjured chains from thin air and lashed them toward Karina. Too swift to evade, Karina collapsed before she could react, then bound tight, immobilized by the coiling chains. It's appeared, the boss's chain fruit ability. A mere thief dares oppose us. She signed her own death warrant. Seize the moment, finish off Nami. His men charged after her, guns blazing, cannons roaring. Lu Yu, grant my will supreme power. Nami, grant my will supreme power. Grant my will supreme power. While fleeing, Nami took a bullet to the leg, but clenched her teeth and completed the verse. Lu Yu, shine forth. Ball. Nami, shine forth. Ball. The words fell silent. Legacy infused her being. A six-pointed star sigil shimmered into existence upon the golden ring on her finger. Ding. Detected host assistance in enabling Nami's legacy inheritance. Congratulations, host awarded doubled reward, majority of Sinbad's legacy, rank S. Included abilities: magic control, Ball Thunder God, Valifor Frost God, Zepar Puppet God, Furfur Pride God, Uvipur Gravity God, Crossel Hurricane God. Divine spirits bound to metallic artifacts. Users may channel their divine power to activate divine armors, granting full access to each spirit's might while armored. Note: the metallic artifact must remain on the user's person at all times. Removal nullifies its function. If devoted followers passionately revere the artifact's wielder, they may partially inherit the spirit's divine retinue powers. The moment the system's voice faded, 7 metallic objects on Lu Yu's body, necklace, ring, zipper. Each bore a glowing 6-pointed star sigil. Each artifact housed a divine spirit. 7 spirits, 7 distinct powers. lightning, frost, hurricane, gravity, thermal duality, puppetry, and war frenzy. While armored, Lu Yu could wield power rivaling even the Rinnegan's might. For instance, Bale's divine armor possessed a single technique so devastating it could sink an entire island beneath the sea. Incredible, truly worthy of an S-rank reward. Roasting wild boar over the fire, Lu Yu felt immense satisfaction. Whether the Rinnegan or the 7 divine spirits, they granted him combat prowess equal to that of Navy admirals or the 4 emperors. Combined, his strength could justifiably claim supremacy across the entire One Piece world. With my current power, even peak era Whitebeard or GOLD, Roger would fall before me. Yet, one problem remains. I'm still stranded on this island. The divine armors grant flight, but sustaining them drains stamina as severely as the Susanoo. I'd plummet halfway through any journey. Damn it. Why not grant me flying Nimbus or the eightfold technique? Failing that, even a ship would suffice. I'm utterly exhausted. That woman has just finished chanting. So she has already obtained her power then. What kind of power is it this time? Across the 4 seas, people watched curiously as Nami awakened her power. On Golden Island, treasure hunters stood grim-faced. Has the legacy already been claimed by her? That accursed woman. I will tear her limb from limb. The memory of Crocodile's brutal defeat at Robin's hands still burned vividly in his mind. Even a Shichibukai had fallen before an otherworldly legacy. How dare he underestimate such power, as mere a treasure hunter? So that is how it is. The legacy flooded into her consciousness, and Nami instantly grasped the way to wield the divine spirit. She raised her hand. Upon her golden ring now shimmered a 6-pointed star array. Divine armor, she declared. In the next instant the array blazed with golden light. Her garments transformed beneath that radiance. Her entire body turned deep ocean blue, and dragon scales shimmered across patches of her skin. Even her tail, now coiled behind her, was covered in azure dragon scales. In essence, she had become a dragonkin, akin in form to Kaido's dragon-human state. The sole distinction lay in gender. Kaido was male, Ushi female. Compared to Kaido's overwhelming ferocity and tyrannical aura, she bore less savagery, but more grace and valor. At that very moment, youths across the 4 seas awakened their own latent potential. Usopp, transformation. Luffy, so cool. Chopper, I want that power too. Frankie, super. Is it merely a costume change? That would be utterly trivial. No, it's more than that. She's clearly become dragonkin. Could it be akin to the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit? Speculation spread across the 4 seas, especially among those in Wano country like Kaido. He realized with startling clarity that Nami's divine armor bore uncanny resemblance to his own dragon-human form. Were they then wearing matching sets? Half a pair? Come to think of it, my wife passed away years ago. It may well be time I took another consort. Kaido gazed up at Nami's image upon the sky screen, his weathered face flushing faintly. What kind of power is this? On Golden Island, the treasure hunter remained baffled. He barked his order: men, attack. Eliminate her. Yes, Captain. His subordinates surged forward, firing guns and cannons without pause. Yet their projectiles no longer reached Nami. Using the innate flight ability granted by her divine seed, Nami effortlessly evaded every shot. Then raising the azure longsword conjured from her golden ring, she pointed it toward the treasure hunter and his men. Lightning blade. A colossal lightning column, over 20 meters in diameter, erupted from the blade's tip, engulfing the entire band in blinding azure fury. Did she truly cleave the entire island in one strike? Even Crocodile's desert diamond sword paled beside such might. That poor treasure hunter must have been reduced to nothing but ash. Is this the power of an otherworldly legacy? We once thought our world brimming with pirates must be miserable compared to others. Now we only thank fate for placing us in the Grand Line, else none of us would survive. This power originates from the Magi world, an ancient arcane art known as the Divine Spirit. Lu Yu began his explanation. In the Magi world, 72 divine spirits exist, each bearing unique dominion over a distinct aspect of reality. If the concept proves elusive, consider them as 72 distinct devil fruits, each granting a singular extraordinary ability. Nami has inherited the foremost among them, the lightning divine spirit ball, whose mastery lies in thunder and lightning. Such power ranks among the highest echelons even within the Magi world. Therefore congratulations, Miss Nami. Hearing Lu Yu's words, people across the 4 seas exhaled in relief. They had wondered, why did every foreign legacy seem godlike? Why did even a single inheritance rival Shichibukai or Yonko tier strength in their world? Now they understood this power was supreme even in its native realm. All was well, no need for despair. Their world was not inferior, merely balanced. That woman named Nami must die. Lightning was his birthright, as the Goro Goro no Mi user. Her existence was blasphemy against his godhood. Lightning. His expression darkened. Lightning is divine power, and divinity belongs solely to me, Enel the god. Nami's very being was an affront, to him the sole god. Enel could never forgive her. His eyes narrowed in seething resolve. Once the arc maxim is repaired, my first destination shall not be the infinite continent, but Skypiea itself. I shall descend, find this Nami, and erase her from existence. Only then shall I remain worthy of the title god. However, allow me to caution you, Miss Nami. Lu Yu added, unlike my Rinnegan or Miss Robin's invisible hand, your divine spirit resides not within your body, but within the ring upon your finger. You must wear it at all times, even while sleeping. Should it be removed and seized by another, your power will vanish entirely. Nami nodded. Understood. I'll guard it with my life. Then her eyes sparkled mischievously. By the way, brother, you, any other legacies nearby? Surely I'm not this unlucky. Only one in my vicinity. Lu Yu smiled. Your fortune is exceptional. Indeed, there is another, 1 league southeast. Nami blew a kiss across the sky screen. I love you most, brother, you. And off she dashed, dragging Karina eastward. Let's go, Karina. We're hunting treasure. The East Blue Sea. Arlong Park. Arlong had already ordered his subordinates to prepare for escape. Damn it. Far more formidable than anticipated. He glared at the island, pierced clean through by a single strike, his expression darkening. An attack of this magnitude was beyond his capacity to withstand. This was power befitting only the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World. To attain such strength from a single inheritance, truly astonishing. Grab your share of treasure and prepare to flee Arlong Park. Arlong barked the order. Just as he turned to leave, he heard Lu Yu's subsequent explanation. The demon god's power resides within the ring, not the body. The ring must never leave her hand. Upon hearing these words, Arlong froze, momentarily stunned. A scheme crystallized in his mind. Since the power dwells solely in her ring, seizing it would strip her of that strength entirely. And perhaps, once that ring is mine, it could become my power. A cruel grin spread across his lips. Men, stand down. No need to flee. Follow me, to Kokoyashi village. Golden Island. Nami and Karina raced side by side toward another inheritance site 3 kilometers away. Soon they arrived. Item, an unremarkable-looking stone. Source of inheritance, the Serpent Talisman from the Legend of Spyro, rank D. Inheritance ability, the Serpent Talisman grants invisibility. Method of acquisition, pick up the stone and clench it tightly in one's palm. This inheritance lies upon the stone beneath your feet, Lu Yu explained. Its power originates from the Serpent Talisman in the Legend of Spyro. Wielding it bestows the ability to vanish from sight. The method is simple. Just pick up the stone and grip it firmly in your hand. What an invisible man. East Blue Sea, Bar Thai restaurant. Sanji, mid-servicing a guest, was utterly awestruck upon hearing of this ability. In an instant he burst into frantic sobs. Unforgivable. Why wasn't this power granted to me? With it I could sneak into the women's bathhouse. No, wait. I could do something far more meaningful, the women's bathhouse. No, actually I could use it to help others, the women's bathhouse. Why not me? Why? NLO. Invisibility. Nami beamed with delight. With this ability, her future thievery would become infinitely easier. She reached for the stone, when suddenly, her den mushi rang. BRRRRR. BRRRRR. Gikyu. Moshi Moshi Nami. This is Arlong. Hearing his voice crackle over the shell phone, Nami's face hardened. Arlong, you've seen my strength on the sky screen, haven't you? Arlong chuckled. Indeed, Nami, astonishing. Such overwhelming power. Even I doubt I could stand against you now. Nami scoffed. Then you understand. Leave Kokoyashi village now, or when I return I'll show you no mercy. Arlong's grin widened. How heartless. You wield newfound power, yet speak thus to your captain. But tell me, Nami, why do you think I called? Do you truly believe I'm begging for clemency? Nami's blood ran cold. Arlong, what do you mean? Then, a sharp, sickening thud echoed from the other end of the line. Immediately afterward, a piercing scream tore through the connection. Nami's face paled. That voice, she knew it all too well. It belonged to her adoptive sister Nojiko. Nojiko, Arlong, what have you done to her? Arlong roared with laughter. Cha, correct. The scream came from your beloved sister Nojiko. Nami, it seems your navigation skills aren't your only talent. Your ears are sharp too. Then listen closely to their screams. A barrage of blows followed. A chorus of agonized cries erupted. The deeper Nami listened, the heavier her heart grew. Officer Jinzo, Dr. Neko, Nurse Ringo, all villagers from her hometown of Kokoyashi. Nami's face turned ashen. Enough. Arlong, what do you want it? Only then did Arlong reveal his demand, grinning triumphantly. Don't be so cold, Nami. I recall you saying just now, the demon god's power dwells within your ring. So here's my proposal: when you return to Kokoyashi village, hand me that ring. Give me the ring, and I'll release them all. Just one ring, to save so many lives. A fair trade, wouldn't you agree? Cha. Beside Arlong, Nojiko instantly grasped his intent. Nami, don't agree, she cried into the shell phone. If you surrender the ring, we're truly lost. Before she could finish, Arlong struck her down. crushing her beneath his boot, snapping her arm with a sickening crack. Nojiko! Nami cried out in anguish. At her side, Karina listened intently to the entire exchange, her eyes flickering with quiet calculation. Nami felt utterly drained, as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from her limbs. Staring blankly at the shell phone, she fell silent for a long moment, before yielding at last. I understand. I'll give you the ring. Just stop harming the people of Kokoyashi village. Arlong erupted into another fit of laughter. Shaw. Excellent. That's the Nami I know. I eagerly await your return. He severed the connection. Nami slumped, numb hollow. Even the nearby inheritance mere inches away held no appeal. What was the point of enduring such trials only to surrender everything to Arlong? With hostages in hand, she was powerless. At that very moment, Karina moved. She cartwheeled forward, seized the stone, and claimed the inheritance. As the world watched in stunned silence, Karina stuck out her tongue and flashed a mischievous grin. Nami, we came here together to steal treasure. Now that you've claimed one inheritance, it wouldn't be fair for you to take it all, would it? Since lightning is yours, the power of invisibility belongs to me. One ability each. That's true fairness. Well then, now that matters are settled, I'm off. With that, Karina activated the Serpent Talisman's power and vanished completely from view. Kalina's sudden assault caught Nami completely off guard. Not only Nami but the entire populace of the Four Seas as well. Are these two women turning on each other? Clearly a betrayal. This divine inheritance rightfully belonged to Nami, yet Kalina seized it without hesitation. A hollow sisterhood indeed. Truly calamity upon calamity, barely coerced into surrendering the divine god metal artifact only to watch another sacred legacy snatched away by her so-called closest friend. A tragedy beyond measure. Though fate linked her with Lu Yu from another world, destiny denied her any bond with that world's legacy. Ha ha ha. Witnessing her downfall inexplicably lifts one's spirits. The earlier frustration of failed connection vanished entirely. Perhaps this is schadenfreude after all. Ha ha ha. Grand Line. An unnamed island. Lu Yu felt perplexed. Kalina had unmistakably received the legacy, yet he had received no reward. What could explain this? System, why did I receive no reward? Ending. The cultivator you connected with was Nami. However, Kalina, not Nami, attained the legacy. Thus no reward for the connected cultivator can be granted. Lu Yu suddenly understood. So it was only when the very cultivator he linked with personally obtained the legacy would he receive its reward. If relatives, friends, or rivals intercepted the legacy before the connected cultivator claimed it, no reward would follow. Henceforth, I must exercise greater discernment when establishing connections. Should legacies consistently be hijacked by those surrounding my connections, all my efforts will prove futile. With that thought, Lu Yu silently resolved within his heart. East Blue, Golden Island. Watching Kalina seize her legacy, and then depart in utter silence, Nami felt a profound desolation, yet voiced no protest. After all, acquiring the legacy would not meaningfully alter her plight. Thus, if it were taken, so be it. Her immediate priority was returning to Kokoyashi village and rescuing its people. And so Nami boarded the small vessel she arrived on laden with her share of treasure and set sail homeward. She intends to return like this, across the open sea in such a frail craft. Madness. Utter madness. This skiff struggles even for coastal fishing. Crossing the ocean in it is tantamount to suicide. Yet should she truly traverse the sea in such a vessel, she must be a navigator of unparalleled mastery. Witnessing Nami's audacious attempt to cross the vast ocean aboard a mere fishing boat, the peoples of the Four Seas cried out in shock. Most met it with disbelief. Indeed, crossing the open sea in so humble a craft seemed utterly impossible, until they watched her sail from dawn to dusk. As they saw her navigate gale-force winds, ride towering waves, and evade peril after peril, all through sheer skill, they could no longer deny the truth. Nami was a world-class navigator. Incredible. Alone aboard this tiny vessel, she has crossed the boundless ocean. Such navigational prowess, unmatched across all four seas. Unimaginable. A mere East Blue thief possesses navigational artistry surpassing even the finest Navy officers or pirate helmsmen. Who taught her? If self-taught, she is nothing short of a prodigy among navigators. North Blue. Blackbeard, hunted relentlessly by Ace, fled while recruiting several new allies. Gazing up at the celestial screen displaying Nami, his eyes gleamed with raw avarice. What an exquisite woman. Not only charming in appearance, but her navigational mastery is transcendent. Securing such a navigator would elevate my Blackbeard pirates to unprecedented heights. East Blue. Crew, prepare to sail. We go now to recruit our next comrade. Ha ha ha. Grand Line. Floating Island. A skyborn landmass forged not by divine intervention, but by Shiki's devil fruit power, the float fruit, distinct from Skypea. Moments earlier, his floating island had narrowly escaped total annihilation during a violent thunderstorm. Enraging him so fiercely, he nearly executed his entire navigation crew. Now gazing upon Nami's image in the heavens, even Shiki's gaze sharpened with covetous intent. A navigator of such supreme skill is precisely what this captain requires. Set course for East Blue, and I claim this woman. No force in heaven or earth shall bar my way. I, Shiki, have spoken. Strange, has anyone else noticed? Her expression has shifted. And, yes, she appears confident now. And odd. Wasn't she utterly despairing moments ago? How did a single voyage restore her spirit? No new fortune has befallen her. What then fuels her sudden uplift? Her joy remains an enigma. Within the celestial screen, observers across the four seas suddenly noted mid-voyage Nami emerged from despair, her countenance hardened with unshakable resolve. They stood baffled. What had transpired? Had she not just suffered twin devastations? The villagers held hostage her legacy stolen by her closest friend. How then did drifting upon the open sea revive her so swiftly? Unable to fathom the cause, most concluded simply that Nami possessed exceptional resilience, recovering faster than any could imagine. No other explanation sufficed. In aboard the small vessel bound for Kokoyashi village, on the surface only Nami sat alone. Yet in truth another passenger sailed with her, Kalina. Moments after boarding, as Nami adjusted the sail, her hand brushed against a limb, startling her so violently she nearly cried out. She stifled the sound instantly, and realized it was Kalina. In that instant, comprehension struck her. Kalina's theft of the legacy was never betrayal. It was theater, a ruse to convince Arlong she intended to sever ties, thereby manipulating his perception. Thus Nami would deliver the divine god metal artifact to Arlong, securing her villagers' lives, while Kalina, cloaked in invisibility, would reclaim it from his grasp. With the artifact restored and its power awakened, Nami would possess the strength to obliterate Arlong and his crew. Though no prior discussion had occurred, Nami intuited the plan instinctively, and grasped why Kalina, withheld at the celestial screen, remained active. To speak of it aloud would broadcast their stratagem, dooming the ruse before it began. All must unfold in absolute secrecy. Now only Nami knew Kalina sailed beside her, this her sole path from ruin to triumph. Dusk fell. Kokoyashi village appeared on the horizon. Nami arrived alone, bearing treasure beneath the vast celestial screen, unaware that Karina followed silently in her wake. Upon entering Kokoyashi village, she beheld a grim sight: numerous wooden crosses erected across the village square, each bearing a bound villager. Every villager bore fresh wounds from brutal beatings. Witnessing this horror, Nami's expression darkened with sorrow and anguish. Nami, you've finally returned. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. From within the celestial screen, Arlong had already sensed her arrival. Seated upon an enormous armchair, he gazed at her with a cruel, twisted smile. Nami, congratulations on inheriting the legacy of another world. Now hand it over to me. Why do the Marines stand idle while these fishmen terrorize ordinary people? Where are the Marines? Have they vanished into thin air? How dare these fishmen flaunt their arrogance so brazenly? It's utterly intolerable. The Grand Line. Fishman Island. Though called a celestial screen, its luminous projection was visible even beneath the sea. All that unfolded before them was laid bare. The fishmen and merfolk of Fishman Island watched every detail unfold with chilling clarity. Fishman Island. Fishman Street. Upon seeing the pitiful state of Arlong's human captives, Hody Jones and his crew erupted in jubilant celebration, as if popping champagne corks. Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of our great leader Arlong. Brilliantly done. Humans deserve no better than this. This world belongs to fishmen. The fishmen are the true nobility. Annihilate them, leader Arlong. Fishman Island. Ryugu Palace. King Neptune observed Arlong's actions with grave disapproval. Such conduct only deepens the rift between merfolk and fishmen, driving us further from Queen Odoheim's vision. At this rate, Odoheim, when shall merfolk and fishmen finally step on a dry land, to breathe freely beneath open skies? The New World. Whitebeard Pirates. Jinbi sat drinking, until the scene struck him like thunder. Arlong, it really is him. He'd heard the name earlier through the Den Mushi, but assumed it mere coincidence. He never imagined it would be that Arlong, the very fishman he once knew. Fool. Jinbi's face hardened. To enslave humans before the entire world. Do you think the hatred between humans and fishmen isn't already catastrophic enough? You've shattered the life's work of Master Fisher and Queen Odoheim. And worse, you've done it under the gaze of the entire globe. Even as a warlord of the sea, I cannot shield you from what comes next. Nami's fury burned white-hot as she witnessed her villagers suffering, especially Nojiko standing behind Arlong, her arm still broken and untreated. The injury remained raw, unhealed, a grotesque wound that made even a glance unbearable. Damn you, Arlong. Rage seethed within her. Were it not for fear that Arlong would slaughter them all, she would have instantly activated her divine armor and reduced every fishman to ash. Arlong noticed the venom in her gaze, but dismissed it. With hostages in hand, he feared no trickery. Smirking triumphantly, he demanded, Nami, hand over the ring now. Nami shot him a glare thick with loathing, yet obeyed. Slowly she slid the golden ring from her finger and tossed it toward him. Arlong seized the metallic artifact and attempted to slip it onto his finger, only to find his webbed digits too broad. The ring perched precariously atop his fingertip, absurd and comical. Is this how it's done? Divine armor. Mimicking Nami's incantation, Arlong shouted, yet nothing stirred. At that moment Lu Yu spoke from within the celestial screen. Cease your efforts. It is futile. Lu Yu regarded Arlong calmly. Though the divine god resides within the artifact, only its rightful owner may wield its power. This ring fulfills its purpose solely upon Nami's hand. In yours, it remains nothing more than gold. Arlong's face contorted in sudden, profound dismay. So, the power was irretrievably beyond his grasp. Staring at the useless ring in his palm, he felt as though swallowing a live fly. Repulsive, humiliating, impossible to discard, yet impossible to digest. At least Nami had lost her power too. The balance remained unchanged. Fine, let her continue charting the seas for him. Let her remain his tool. As for this accursed artifact, it could wait. Now release them. Nami pointed toward the villagers bound behind the fishmen. Arlong nodded, flashing a vicious grin. Of course, I always keep my word. Men, our prize is secured. Release them all. Yes, leader Arlong. And so the villagers of Kokwesi village were freed. Yet no joy rose among them. Only weeping shame and crushing guilt. Nami, we're sorry. We've dragged you down with us. You shouldn't have traded the artifact for us. It's doomed you too. There's no hope left. Not anymore. They sobbed uncontrollably. Just moments ago Nami's reappearance had kindled a fragile flame of liberation, only for it to be snuffed out the instant they turned away, plunging them back into despair. Nami dared not reveal Karina's presence. If Arlong grew suspicious, all would be lost. She consoled them gently, urging hope, while quietly urging each to return home swiftly and depart the village at once. Only then could she act without fear. Once Karina reclaimed the artifact, no innocent would be caught in the crossfire of gods clashing. At last the villagers departed, weeping all the way home. Then from the shadows Karina moved. Since Arlong's webbed fingers prevented him from wearing the ring, he held it tightly clenched in his fist. Karina approached silently, then seizing her chance drove a small blade deep into his palm. Ah! Arlong cried out in shock and pain. What just happened? Why did that fishman scream? Look, he's bleeding. Was he attacked? But we saw nothing. Wait, look there. That woman, Nami's partner Karina. Didn't she betray Nami? Why is she here? I understand now. She learned of Nami's peril and orchestrated this entire scheme. Her betrayal was feigned. This was all her own design, crafted to ensnare Arlong. And she succeeded, flawlessly. I recall, when Nami returned, her resolve suddenly sharpened. She must have known Karina was near, both aboard that tiny boat. I watched from start to finish, yet heard not a single exchanged word. Karina staged her betrayal alone, Nami deduced her presence, and played along. Wordless yet perfectly synchronized. That is true friendship. I called them plastic sisters before. I was utterly wrong. Before the watching eyes of the Four Seas, Nami accepted the artifact from Karina and slipped it onto her finger. Instantly, she transformed, divine armor manifesting in blinding radiance. Arlong, your end has come. Divine armor. Lightning blade. A colossal surge of lightning descended. I have so much left undone. I haven't slaughtered all humanity. I haven't led the fishmen beyond Fishman Island. I haven't. I refuse to accept this. I will not fall to humans. Brother Long. He's been eliminated. In Fishman Island. In Fishman Street. In Hody Jones and his crew stood frozen, gazing blankly at the celestial screen. After a long silence he roared in fury, his eyes blazing crimson. No. In cursed humans. They dared slay Brother Long. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. In, I will kill you myself to avenge Brother Long. Remember this well, Nami of the East Blue. In Marine Headquarters. In Marineford. In witnessing this scene, Sengoku finally understood, so it wasn't cold-heartedness. She was coerced by fishmen. In that case, she is now usable. Colonel Branyu, who commands the East Blue Marine Headquarters. In Branyu replied, at your service, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The officer stationed at Lowtown is Colonel Smoker. Sengoku nodded. Then issue orders to Smoker dispatch his unit to Kokoyashi village to recruit Nami. And one more thing. Since Brother Long was slain before the entire world, his bounty must be formally awarded. Have Smoker deliver Brother Long's bounty alongside the recruitment offer. In Branyu bowed. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Watching Branyu withdraw, Sengoku felt a flicker of hope. In, that woman's lightning blade. Its destructive force rivals even my own shockwave. In terms of raw strength, she likely matches an elite Vice Admiral of Headquarters. If she joins the Marines, it would be an extraordinary boon for our entire organization. N. The New World. In Whitebeard Pirates. In Jinbe had just been deeply troubled. Footage of Arlong oppressing humans had spread across all four seas. A naval crackdown was inevitable, and he pondered how to protect Arlong. He never imagined the situation would reverse so swiftly. In Karina hadn't even left. She simply waited, then reclaimed her metallic artifact directly from his hands. Now his dilemma vanished entirely. And Arlong was gone. No need to strategize his salvation. In Captain Jinbe, shall we avenge Arlong? Fishman Pirates. In Deputy Captain Aladdin asked Jinbe. In Jinbe paused, then shook his head. No need. Both Queen Odoheim and Captain Fisher Tiger wished to ease tensions between fishmen and humans, not escalate them further. In, Arlong's death came as retribution for his slaughter and enslavement of humans. Let it end here. Do not deepen this rift. And Aladdin nodded. Understood. I follow your judgment. Aladdin withdrew. In Jinbi, recalling his decades-long bond with Arlong, wore an expression of profound sorrow. They'd grown up side by side, joined Fisher Tiger's crew together, adventured, and matured in unison, until they parted ways when Arlong accepted the Shichibukai title, a path Jinbi refused to walk. Arlong. In the East Blue, Kokoyashi village. And even after Arlong's crew fell to Nami's hand, the villagers remained stunned, unable to process what had transpired. Just moments before, they'd wept, believing all hope lost. In the next instant, Nami reclaimed her artifact and annihilated every fishman. And the swiftness of this reversal was almost dizzying. Nonly, then did reality sink in. That terrified me. We're free. We're truly free. Long live Nami. Long live Nami. The villagers surrounded Nami, lifting her high into the air again and again, catching, tossing, catching, expressing their overwhelming joy. Everyone, freedom is finally ours. And Nami herself overflowed with elation, tears nearly spilling over with emotion. At last all was settled. Lu Yu's voice echoed from the celestial screen. Though I hate to interrupt your celebration, night has fallen. Nami, hurry to claim the hidden inheritance on your island. Then our connection ends for today. The inheritance lies 3 kilometers southeast, 35 degrees from your current position. Go now. Kokoyashi village held its own inheritance. Indeed, as the system claimed, inheritances abounded in this world. What was scarce was his own eye of truth, the divine sight capable of perceiving them. Nami stuck out her tongue playfully. All right, brother, you. Following Lu Yu's guidance, she swiftly reached the designated location. Item, a discarded handgun. Origin, Imperial Arm Romantic Artillery, Rank B, from the Akame Ga Kill universe. Ability, the romantic artillery feeds upon its wielder's mental energy. The greater the psychological pressure, the more perilous the circumstances, the more devastating its energy blast becomes. However, after firing one colossal blast, the artillery overheats and cannot fire again until cooled. Method of inheritance, pick up the handgun and declare its name aloud. This power is called the romantic artillery, aptly named for it functions as a cannon. Yet its ammunition isn't gunpowder. It is your own spiritual fortitude. The more dire your predicament, the sharper your tension, the mightier the blast. At peak output, its power equals, or surpasses, that of your lightning blade. Conversely, the calmer your mind, the weaker its output. Thus it is a weapon intrinsically bound to the wielder's psyche. To inherit it, simply grasp the firearm and proclaim its name, romantic artillery. Nami nodded solemnly. She picked up the handgun and cried, romantic artillery. The next breath, the inheritance fused with her. The decrepit pistol in her palm transformed. It became a sleek, black, portable cannon, resembling a Barrett rifle in form. Ending. Nami has acquired an interdimensional inheritance. Congratulations, host. You've received a doubling return reward from a fated soul, one-strike mortal curse, Muramesa rank A. In Muramesa, any wound inflicted by this blade carries an absolute death curse. Regardless of target's strength, the victim perishes without fail. Today's inheritance journey concludes here. We meet again tomorrow. He severed the celestial screen. Lu Yu stared at the long sword now resting in his palm. He drew a sharp breath, ignores opponent's strength. Any cut guarantees death. This blade's attribute is astonishingly potent. Fortunate it landed in my hands. If another wielded it, I might yet stumble in some forgotten corner. Securing Muramesa at his waist, Lu Yu prepared to rest on the ground. When suddenly offshore, a small boat glided silently toward the island. Aboard the vessel sat a single figure, Robin herself. I've searched day and night. This is the 4th island. I pray he's here. I pray he is. If not, I'll sail onward, to the 5th island and beyond. Thousand Petal Bloom. At the dawn of the Grand Line, on an unnamed islet, Robin stepped ashore and instantly activated her Devil Fruit ability. Such a technique was undeniably taxing, both physically and mentally. Within mere seconds, Robin gasped for breath, ceasing her fruit's manifestation. Fortunately, her objective had been achieved, and she had finally located the person she sought, Lu Yu. So here you are at last. I've found you, my fated soulmate. Robin smiled softly. Slipping her backpack over her shoulders, she strode toward Lu Yu's location. Robin spotted Lu Yu. Lu Yu in turn spotted Robin. Amplified by the Rinnegan's ocular prowess, Nee's vision now spanned a seamless 360-degree field, his dynamic acuity peerless. Thus, the moment Robin's flower fruit arms emerged, he perceived them instantly. This ability. Is it Robin? Lu Yu immediately recognized the signature of Robin's devil fruit. He froze in astonishment. Didn't I just contact her yesterday? And now she's here, today. How fortuitous. And amid his bewilderment, Robin already stood before him. And greetings, my fated soulmate from another world. And Robin greeted him with a warm, effortlessly familiar smile. And Lu Yu stared back perplexed. How did you come to be here? And Robin replied not with an answer, but a counter question. Shall you not first pour me a cup of coffee, dear soulmate, so we may converse at leisure? And Lu Yu shrugged. Look at my current state. Do I look like I have coffee on hand? And Robin studied him closely, her brow furrowing slightly. And indeed, you carry nothing at all. Then why choose this place as your landing? And she asked, genuinely puzzled. And she believed Lu Yu had descended here deliberately, and so too did the people of the Four Seas. After all, who among the realms could possibly sway the will of such a formidable interdimensional traveler? And yet Lu Yu had not chosen this island of his own volition. Given the choice, he would have landed somewhere populous, to pursue treasures without cease. And instead he remained trapped here, unable to depart. Words fail, tears remain unshed. Just then Lu Yu suddenly recalled wait, Robin's here. If she arrived by sea she couldn't have swum, she's a devil fruit user. And flying, she lacked the stamina for that. And thus the conclusion was unmistakable, she'd come by ship. And Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Robin, you arrived by ship. And startled by his sudden enthusiasm, Robin blinked in surprise, then nodded. And of course. And Lu Yu pressed eagerly. Then please, carry me aboard. I beg you, get me out of here truly. And Robin's thoughts momentarily stalled. Not long pause passed before she regained composure. You have no ship. And Lu Yu nodded. And Robin continued calm but probing. You cannot leave this island. And Lu Yu nodded again. I cannot. And Robin pressed further. Then you did not descend here intentionally. And Lu Yu grimaced. Who in their right mind would willingly land upon a barren isle, only to perish unnoticed? Robin could only laugh, a mixture of disbelief and amusement. We all assumed you'd chosen this island deliberately, especially since your celestial screen appeared over it for 2 consecutive days. We thought you cherished it. Yet you're stranded, utterly unable to depart. Robin shook her head, a faint wry smile playing on her lips. My fated soulmate from another world. You prove unexpectedly intriguing. Very well, I'll lend you my vessel, but under one condition. And Lu Yu, what condition? And Robin propped her chin upon one arm, gazing at him with gentle warmth. Let me board your ship. And Lu Yu. Ni's expression tightened in confusion. But I don't own a ship. And Robin chuckled. I'll lend you mine. Then you'll have one, won't you? And Lu Yu. And she lends me her ship, then boards my ship. So she's running a charter service. And scratching his head he admitted. Could you clarify? Your meaning eludes me. And Robin smiled lightly. Simply put, you plan to sail the world, gathering ancient inheritances, yes. Then let me accompany you, as your partner. An understanding dawned upon Lu Yu. And that was all she meant. And he saw no reason to object. And the road ahead stretched long and solitary. How dull to seek treasures alone. To travel beside another, especially a striking woman with raven-black tresses, was more than welcome. And agreed. Let us journey together. And Lu Yu grinned. And Robin returned the smile. And thus their alliance was forged. And, tell me, how did you come to be here? And they sat beside a crackling fire. And Lu Yu asked, warming his hands. And Robin replied, you witnessed yesterday's celestial screen. You saw me defeat Crocodile. Alabasta has become untenable for me. As fate would have it, I thought of you. And her gaze met his soft and knowing. And you called me your fated soulmate. So by reciprocity you are mine as well. Since our destinies intertwine, naturally I sought you out. You mustn't shirk your responsibility. And Lu Yu laughed, half exasperated, half charmed. And I guided you to gain advantage. What responsibility do I bear? If anything, gratitude and recompense should flow to me. And Lu Yu shook his head, smiling wryly. Then Robin asked, what identity will you assume upon setting sail? And Lu Yu frowned. What do you mean, identity? And Robin explained, every voyager bears a designation. Adventurer, merchant, pirate, marine, revolutionary. Which path will you claim? And Lu Yu reflected a moment, then said, I sail solely to recover inheritances scattered across the globe. I harbor no grand ambition. An adventurer fits best, yet I shall sail as a pirate. And hearing this, Robin tilted her head, puzzled. And why? And Lu Yu met her gaze, grinning. You're already wanted by the world government, aren't you? A criminal bearing a 79 million berry bounty. You'd think I'd pass for an adventurer. No one would believe me, not with you aboard. And Robin smiled. Indeed, that settles it. My fated soulmate, you're destined to be a pirate. Tell me, do you regret recruiting me as your partner? And Lu Yu laughed, confident, unshaken regret. Why should I? With my present strength, protecting you poses no challenge whatsoever. Rest assured, I stand guard over you. From this day forth, neither Shichibukai Yonko Marines nor the world government itself shall dare lay a finger upon you. After an entire night of spirited conversation with Robin, Lu Yu finally made his decision to become a pirate. The small boat that Robin had brought would serve as their vessel, and they named it the treasure-hunting ship of another world. The crew's name was derived from Lu Yu's system ability, calling themselves the Destined One's pirate crew. Lu Yu would serve as captain with Robin as vice-captain. Their Jolly Roger featured a skull with 2 red hearts joined together at its center. Thus the Destined One's pirate crew was officially established. Current members Lu Yu, Robin. The next morning Lu Yu and Robin set sail. They had no need for a log pose. For Lu Yu possessed the ability to perceive the direction and distance of the nearest inheritance relative to himself. As long as they sailed toward that bearing they would never stray from course, never fear losing their way upon the vast seas. We set sail. The treasure-hunting ship sailed toward the nearest inheritance point. En route Lu Yu began today's heavenly screen connection. Here we go. Another day of heavenly screen connection. It wasn't me the day before yesterday, not me yesterday. Surely today must be my turn. Bring it on. I'm ready. Wait a minute, why are there 2 people in today's heavenly screen? Hold on, isn't that Nico Robin? What is she doing in the same frame with him? Have they already joined forces? Damn it. There was actually such a move available. Bypassing online connections entirely and hooking up in person. Now will they ever lack inheritances? Definitely not. The cunning devil child, she thought of this trick. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Witnessing Robin and Lu Yu already intimately acquainted, the common folk of the 4 seas howled in anguish. Only then did they realize, compared to waiting online to be connected, going directly to find Lu Yu in person, that was far more convenient and efficient. Alas, their realization came too late. Lu Yu had already been claimed by Robin. They no longer had a chance. Sigh, such a windfall of fortune. How could they have missed it? How unbearable it was. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku's expression turned as dark as standing water. After a long while he gnashed his teeth and cursed. That wretched Nico Robin, that detestable devil child. He actually let him walk the pirate's path. This will spell enormous trouble for the Marines. Bragantino, contact Kazan and order him to capture Lu Yu by all means necessary. If capture proves impossible, killing him is also acceptable. In any case, if such a person cannot be of use to us, they must never be left alive to become our enemy. Bragantino, yes, Admiral Sengoku. Holy Land, Mary Geos. The 5 elders watched Lu Yu officially become a pirate. They were so furious, their beards stood on end. Venus, that damnable Nico Robin, she got there first. Jupiter, this complicates matters greatly. He was perfectly neutral before, yet now he has become a pirate, standing in opposition to the Marines, in opposition to the world government. If the Marines cannot control him through Brogula's and Peacock's abilities, he will become the 5th emperor of the seas, or even surpass Whitebeard, even surpass Roger of old. Mercury, isn't there still Kazan? With him there it should be fine, shouldn't it? Kazan is a Marine admiral, one of the world government's supreme fighting forces. Mars, the crux of the matter now is that we have no idea whether the power from his otherworld inheritance exceeds that of a Marine admiral. Saturn, regardless, we must let Kazan make the attempt. He is a Logia devil fruit user. Aside from elemental weaknesses, only Haki can harm him. At least that is how things work in our world. His otherworldly powers, though formidable, may not be able to strike Kazan, who is a Logia devil fruit user. This is our sole advantage at present. Pray that Kazan will prove worthy of our trust and succeed in capturing him. Then a brand new era of the world government's formal dominion over all the world shall begin. Grand Line entrance. Upon the endless expanse of the sea, a fleet of over 100 warships sailed through these waters, exuding overwhelming deterrent force. This marine fleet was commanded by Marine Admiral Akiji, otherwise known as Kazan. The Marines possessed a gate of justice within the Grand Line. Within the gate of justice ran specialized ocean currents that the Marines could utilize. By employing these currents, the Marines could reach their destinations in the shortest possible time. On this occasion, Akiji's fleet made use of these currents, arriving at the entrance of the Grand Line from Marine Headquarters in merely 2 days. However, the Grand Line comprised 7 distinct routes. Each route was lined with countless islands. Even with 100 warships, finding Lu Yu would prove extraordinarily difficult. But seeing Robin accompanying Lu Yu today narrowed the Marines' search considerably. Nico Robin was in Alabasta just the day before yesterday. There's no way she could have deviated so quickly from her course. They must be on the Alabasta route right now. If we follow this route, we will certainly find them. With the target now established, the Marines no longer needed to search haphazardly like headless flies. They all cheered with delight. Akiji gazed upon Robin walking alongside Lu Yu. He shook his head helplessly. Honestly, couldn't she have chosen someone else to attach herself to? Why must it be him? If I happen to encounter you both, should I arrest you or not? Oh well, duty calls. I'll arrest them. But Nico Robin has always been cunning. If she slips away when I'm not paying attention, that's perfectly understandable. Having made his decision, Akiji lay back on a deck chair wearing an eye mask and drifted off to sleep under the warm sunshine. Then let us begin connecting today's Destined One. Lu Yu did not waste words. Opening the heavenly screen, he began the connection immediately. Today's Destined One is... Congratulations, friend from the East, Blue Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro. A figure appeared within the heavenly screen. A 3-sword style swordsman wielding 2 swords in his hands and clenching a third between his teeth. Roronoa Zoro. What is this ridiculous appearance? Is this guy here to be a comedian? 1-sword style, 2-sword style aren't enough for you. You had to create 3-sword style. How absurd. Probably just a circus clown meant to entertain everyone. Hey, those of you up there, don't speak nonsense if you don't understand. This guy may look ridiculous, but he's got real skills. In our East Blue, he stands at the very apex of pirate hunters. The strongest pirate hunter in the East Blue bar none. Even pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million have been hunted down by him. He's a bona fide demon. Oh, is that so? Then he must have some ability. But catching a guy with a 10 million bounty puts you at the apex of your East Blue's pirate hunters. Your East Blue's standards really aren't that high, are they? The weakest sea lives up to its name. What, catching a 10 million berry pirate puts you at the top of your East Blue's pirate hunters? Then your East Blue's standards really aren't that impressive. The weakest sea truly lives up to its name. The East Blue Sea. Frost Moon Village. Frost Moon Dojo. Kosaburo Fujitora, a man of serene and benevolent countenance, gazed upward at the celestial screen where Zoro appeared. His expression gentle and warm. I never imagined Zoro would be selected for the celestial link. It seems he has grown considerably. Kuina, can you see him? Zoro truly strives to fulfill the vow he made with you. If your spirit lingers beyond the veil, then bless him. The East Blue Sea. A marine warship en route to Kokoyashi Village. Spotting Zoro, especially noting his precise location, Smoker's face darkened. That man stands in Lobe Town. Damn it. We've just set sail for Kokoyashi Village to recruit Nami, and now a new inheritor appears right in our own backyard. What the hell is going on? Commander Smoker, what shall we do now? Asked Tashigi beside him. After a moment's reflection, Smoker replied, we'll split our forces. You return to Lobe Town and attempt to recruit the bounty hunter. I'll proceed to Kokoyashi Village to secure Nami. Both inheritors. We cannot afford to let either slip away. Tashigi nodded firmly. Yes, Commander Smoker. Thus Tashigi boarded another warship and turned back toward Lobe Town. Lobe Town. West Street. Miss Bakken strolled through the market with her son, Edward Weevil. Upon seeing the celestial screen, her eyes lit up instantly. His location, isn't that Lobe Town itself? Excellent. If an interworld inheritance manifests here, we may intercept it. She turned sharply to Weevil, still sniffling, and struck him repeatedly with her cane. Foolish son. Hurry, follow the celestial screen to find the bounty hunter. Hurry, or we'll miss our chance entirely. Weevil's hide was thick and calloused, the blows caused him no pain. Yet from birth he trembled before his mother, and obeyed her without question. At his shout, yes, mother. He surged forward. The Grand Line. Treasure Seeker ship. Luyu furrowed his brow. He murmured in puzzlement. System, wasn't selection supposed to be random? Why are they all from the Straw Hat crew? Fine, the first link with Robin could be excused. The second with Nami too. But surely you can't repeat this thrice. You promised randomness, yet every single pick is from the main cast. Are you certain your algorithm is truly unbiased? Ding. Selection is indeed random. Probability alone determines who appears. But as protagonists of this world, the Straw Hat crew carries extraordinary fortune, granting them markedly higher odds of being chosen. Ah, I see. Luyu nodded, enlightened. The odds were mathematically equal, but fate favored them. Nothing more could be said. Luyu immediately shifted focus to the inheritances surrounding Zoro. 2 sources, excellent. He would receive 2 returns. 3-sword style Tiger Hunt. At that moment Zoro faced a bounty-marked criminal worth 10 million berry. With a single stroke of his 3-sword style he felled him, then was instantly linked by the celestial screen. Truly worthy of Brother Zoro. He's astonishingly strong. Even a famed pirate worth 10 million berry fell before a single strike. Brother Zoro will surely become the world's greatest swordsman. His 2 young followers Johnny and Yasaku cried out in exhilaration. Then, suddenly they realized. The celestial screen has linked with Brother Zoro. Brother Zoro, you've struck gold. This is wonderful. Now you're closer than ever to becoming the world's greatest swordsman. What are those 2 babbling about? World's greatest swordsman. So this 3-sword clown dreams of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Ambitious for one so young. That title belongs to Dracula Mihawk, the undisputed sovereign of blades. To claim that crown he must defeat Mihawk, a path fraught with peril. Still, those 2 aren't wrong. The boy's celestial link brings him measurably nearer to that lofty goal. Nico Robin overcame Crocodile, the Shichibukai, through 2 inheritances. How many will this bounty hunter require to best Mihawk another Shichibukai? The world's greatest swordsman. At the border between the Grand Line and the East Blue, Dracula Mihawk sat aboard a small boat watching the scene unfold upon the celestial screen. A faint smile curled his lips. A challenger for my title. How intriguing. Though the East Blue is the weakest of the 4 seas, if he bears an interworld inheritance, he may yet prove formidable. Then I shall cease to toy with you lesser foes. Once I dispatch you swiftly, I shall seek him out. Lobe Town, I am coming. With that, Mihawk slashed the air before him, toward a colossal warship looming ahead. The vessel cleaved cleanly in 2. Krieg East Blue's self-proclaimed overlord sank helplessly into the abyss alongside his shattered flagship. Cursed Mihawk. Why do you exterminate us utterly? Mihawk lowered his hat brim. Because I woke up in a foul mood. Lobe Town. Zoro stared stunned at the celestial screen. It's me. He had never imagined himself worthy of becoming the focal point of the celestial link. After a brief pause, pure exhilaration surged within him. He had witnessed Robin's enhancement, and Nami's. If he too received an inheritance, the chasm between himself and Mihawk would narrow dramatically. Since today's chosen one is me, Where lies my inheritance? Does Lowtown hold one? Zoro asked curious. Lu Yu smiled. Indeed, it does. And not one but two. The first lies 800 meters southeast of your current position. Go forth and claim it. Zoro strode off instantly, following Lu Yu's direction. Yet, if Lu Yu recalled correctly, had he not just said southeast? Then why did Zoro sprint resolutely northwest? Lu Yu covered his face in dismay. This man's sense of direction is absurdly catastrophic. An 800-meter inheritance, and he plans to circumnavigate the globe. Besides Zoro, Johnny, and Yasaku, well acquainted with his chronic disorientation, rushed to restrain him. Brother Zoro, wrong way. Wrong way. That's northwest, not southeast. Zoro froze mid-stride, then stubbornly retorted, didn't he just say northwest? Johnny, Yasaku, the entire world. You are truly incorrigible. Defeated Johnny and Yasaku dragged Zoro eastward, toward the true southeast. Soon they arrived at their destination. Item Pig Blood. Origin Demon's Extract. The Imperial Armament from the Akame Kill. World S rank. Ability grants mastery over ice and freezing, plus the power to momentarily freeze time and space. Method of inheritance: consume the pig blood. Note: Demon's Extract is overwhelmingly potent. Failure to withstand its backlash results in instantaneous bodily disintegration. Within the celestial screen, Lu Yu gazed upon the pig slaughtering stall before Zoro, upon the bucket of fresh pig's blood just drawn by the butcher, and a faint, disdainful curl tugged at the corner of his lips. Zoro truly was an unlucky fellow. Drinking that surely would make him violently ill. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat sharply. Lu Yu began his explanation. Zoro, your inheritance lies within that very bucket of pig's blood. Its essence carries the power to command ice, akin to the ice fruit wielded by Admiral Akiji of the Marines. And the method of inheritance is simple: drink it all. No, I can't even bear to look at it, let alone swallow it. Whoever dares drink this must be utterly fearless. No wonder he's destined to inherit powers from another world. Hey, calm down. This is the power of a Marine Admiral. Were I given such a chance, I'd drink not only pig's blood, but even pig's urine without hesitation. Confirmed top-tier fearless specimen. Before the pig slaughtering stall, Johnny and Yosuke stared at the bucket of blood and recoiled in visceral disgust. They glanced nervously at Zoro. Senior brother Zoro, are you truly going to drink that? Perhaps we should abandon this path. There's another inheritance waiting elsewhere. Let's seek it instead. Zoro fixed his gaze upon the crimson liquid, though revulsion churned deep within him. He shook his head resolutely. Merely a bucket of pig's blood. If I cannot endure even this, how then shall I ever grow stronger? Do not forget, I am the man who will become the world's greatest swordsman. With that, he reached for the bucket, prepared to drain it in one fierce draught. At that very moment, the butcher, the stall's owner, burst forth and snatched the bucket away. He too had witnessed the celestial screen's broadcast. Only now did he realize this was his own stall. Though the blood repulsed him, the thought that it carried power equal to a Marine Admiral's ice fruit ignited a fierce yearning within him. To attain such strength, a little nausea is nothing. Seizing the bucket, he clutched it tight. This is my pig's blood, mine alone. Why should you drink it? His sudden intervention left Zoro momentarily stunned. Johnny and Yosuke erupted in fury. Hey, you butcher. You were about to discard this blood. Snatching it now is downright despicable. Return the blood at once, or we'll show you no mercy. The stall owner refused to surrender this rare opportunity. Clutching the bucket fiercely, he declared, I never meant to discard it. I intended to drink it myself. It belongs to my family. Why should I hand it over to you? Johnny and Yosuke bristled with rage, fists clenched, ready to seize the bucket by force. But Zoro raised a hand to stop them. Enough. He speaks truth. The blood is his. If he refuses to yield it, so be it. We'll pursue the other inheritance instead. Only then did Johnny and Yosuke relent. The stall owner, relieved they'd abandoned their assault, exhaled deeply. Then, steeling himself, took a bold, defiant gulp of the blood. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Though mentally prepared, he still retched violently, yet it mattered not. Already he felt raw power surging from his vital organs, outward, flooding every limb. He attempted to wield the ability, and with but a single flick of his wrist, half the street where he stood froze solid beneath a glittering sheath of ice crystals. Incredible power. A mere gesture freezes half a street. How devastating would his full strength be? Disgusting as it was, he struck gold. The stall owner threw back his head and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. I am invincible. I feel strength coursing through every fiber of my being. I am limitless. I am. Mid-boast as he reached for the remaining blood, a searing, unbearable pressure swelled throughout his body. He looked down, his flesh ballooned grotesquely taut as an overinflated bladder on the verge of rupture. Only then did Lu Yu add calmly, Ah, this frigid power is called the demon's essence, a force few mortals can withstand. Survive its onslaught and you ascend as a sovereign of frost to fail, and your body shatters from within. Master, you were too greedy. The words had barely left his lips when the stall owner exploded, shrapnel of gore splattering across the cobblestones in horrifying crimson arcs. Incredible, that inheritance comes with such peril. I assumed inheriting power meant instant ascension, never imagined self-destruction lay hidden within. So not every inheritance may be seized by force. Poor master. He believed he'd scaled the peak of fortune only to vanish in the next heartbeat. Fate remains inscrutable. Johnny and Yosuke trembled staring at the grisly remains. Senior brother Zoro, this inheritance is far too perilous. Let us leave it behind. One misstep, and we'll suffer the same fate, explosive annihilation. Yet those words only stoked Zoro's ambition. His eyes locked onto the remaining half-bucket of blood, and a feral grin spread across his face. So death awaits those who cannot bear the power. How intriguing. Then let us see. Whose will is harder, this blood's fury, or my life itself? Without hesitation, he seized the bucket and drank deeply. Unbelievable, utterly fearless. That butcher gagged after one sip, yet Zoro drained it, all expression unflinching. Such endurance is beyond ordinary men. But endurance alone won't save him. The true test is physiological tolerance. Even if his fortitude is unmatched, his flesh may still rupture under the strain. The butcher burst after a single mouthful. Zoro consumed dozens of times more. If he survives, his constitution must be superhuman. Under the world's rapt gaze, Zoro emptied the entire bucket in one relentless, unbroken draft, then braced himself against the demon's essence's violent backlash. Wild torrents of energy raged unchecked through his veins, tearing from his throat a piercing animal shriek. That backlash threatened to obliterate him utterly. His skin began to swell ominously. If this continued, his end would mirror the butcher's, explosive, final, and absolute. Yet just as scornful murmurs began to rise among the onlookers, Zoro, through sheer indomitable will, forced the rampaging power back into submission. I will not lose. Whether frost or demon's essence, you entered my body and thus you are mine. As my power you dare not rebel. Be still. And astonishingly, the chaos calmed, yielding to his command. Thereafter the power bent wholly to his will. Zoro had successfully claimed this inheritance. Damn, he actually endured it. This dosage is dozens of times stronger than what the shop owner could handle. The shop owner exploded after just one sip, yet this man remains unharmed. Is his physiology monstrous? It seems his aspiration to become the world's greatest swordsman may not be mere fantasy. At the very least, his willpower ranks among the absolute finest on this planet. Rorinoa Zoro, the hunter of pirates. I find myself genuinely eager to witness his eventual duel with Dracula Mihawk. From that day forth, the people across the four seas ceased mocking Zoro as a clown. Through sheer strength and indomitable resolve, Zoro had utterly captivated every soul across the four seas. All now believed. Even without inheritance from another world, Zoro's future accomplishments would be boundless. Yet with such inheritance, that glorious future had merely arrived sooner. Demon essence surged into Liu Yu's body. Unlike Zoro's agonized struggle, Liu Yu mastered the power instantly. Though the reward did not double, its inherent S-rank status left Liu Yu with no grounds for complaint. A temporal stasis ability, effective only briefly, but immensely valuable. Liu Yu sensed the surging might of the demon essence within him, and his eyes gleamed with sudden insight. Just as he prepared to instruct Zoro on the location of the second inheritance, a tremor rippled across the heavens above Zoro. Ah, what a pity. Despite rushing here at full speed, I still arrived a heartbeat too late. Miss Backen's voice rang out, laced with regret. Beside her stood Weibull, a mountain of muscle. It's Weibull. Edward Weibull, rumored to be the son of the great pirate Whitebeard. Though Whitebeard himself has never confirmed it, neither has he denied it. Sometimes silence speaks louder than words. Regardless of his blood ties to Whitebeard, Weibull alone commands a bounty of 480 million berry, a figure worthy of any fearsome pirate. Such a bounty would stand tall even in the New World, not inferior to the 3 commanders of Big Mom's crew or the 3 disasters of Kaido's alliance. Why would a figure of such magnitude appear in the East Blue when he belongs in the Grand Line? This hunter of pirates is in serious trouble now. New World. Whitebeard Pirates flagship. Before the massive sky screen displaying Weibull, Whitebeard wore an expression of profound exasperation. Captain, is he truly your biological son? Marco asked curiously, his expression oddly twisted. Whitebeard's own face grew even more strained. If he admitted it, how could he reconcile his own legendary wisdom and majesty with Weibull's unmistakable lack of intellect? He truly disdained the man. Yet if he denied it, Weibull was a clone engineered by Miss Backen using Whitebeard's genetic material. Technically, he carried Whitebeard's bloodline. To call him his son was not entirely false. Damn it all. He simply couldn't decide whether to claim or disown him. Damn you, Backen, you fool. When cloning, why didn't you replicate me faithfully? What the hell did you create? Grand Line. Floating island. Upon seeing Miss Backen, and especially the cloned Weibull beside her, Shiki's eyes blazed with raw avarice. Backen Goru Stussy. How long it's been since we last met, old acquaintance. That Weibull, is he a clone modeled after Whitebeard himself? He bears an uncanny resemblance. Same ruggedness, same absurdity. Ha ha. Shiki laughed heartily. then swiftly turned his thoughts toward recruitment. Given Bacon's mastery of cloning Weibel's combat potential cannot be trivial. With proper cultivation, he may even surpass Whitebeard himself. Coincidentally, I am en route to the East Blue right now. Let us reunite with an old friend. Perhaps united our combined might can resurrect the former glory of the Rock's pirate crew. Ha ha ha. Marine Headquarters. Marine Fort. Admiral Kazuru watched the sky screen with languid ease, snipping his nails. Weibel. Yes, he's rather dim-witted, but his raw strength truly rivals Whitebeard's youth. That hunter of pirates, he's in grave danger now. East Blue. Low Town. Johnny and Yasaku recoiled in shock upon witnessing Miss Bacon and Weibel appear suddenly. Wah, how could they possibly be here? Figures of the New World. Why have they descended upon the East Blue? Zoro tilted his head curiously. Johnny Yasaku, do you know them? Johnny exclaimed breathless with awe. Brother Zoro. This man is extraordinary. Yasaku added, his reputation echoes even across the Grand Line. Rumors say he is Whitebeard's son, with strength rivaling his father's, and his bounty stands at a staggering 480 million berry. Hearing this, Zoro's expression brightened with intrigue. Oh, so he's a titan like that. How delightfully promising. His fighting spirit flared fiercely. In the East Blue, he'd grown weary of battling pirates with bounties in the tens of millions. He longed to test his current strength against true giants whose bounties exceeded 100 million. And now, just after mastering the demon essence, he faced a fearsome foe whose bounty neared 500 million. Truly fortune smiled upon him. Zoro unwrapped the cloth binding his arm and tied on his headband. He instructed Johnny and Yasaku to withdraw, then stepped forward to confront Weibel. Johnny Yasaku, this battle lies beyond your reach. Withdraw now. Then he turned toward Weibel and Bacon. Old woman, step aside. I have no desire to slay someone of your age. Calling me an old woman. What impudent brat. Bacon snapped, then smirked. No matter. Such trivialities can wait. Since you've already claimed one inheritance, let us take the other. You said you possess 2 inheritances, correct? Zoro's gaze sharpened like drawn steel. That decision rests not with you, old woman. Bacon smiled confidently. Whether it rests with me, or you, is entirely my call, not yours. Since you refuse to surrender the second inheritance, don't blame us for taking it by force. She gestured toward Weibel. Weibel, seize him. Weibel roared, yes, mother. I'll kill him right away. Bacon scolded sharply, foolish son, seize not kill. If he dies, who will locate the second inheritance? Remember, only discipline him. No killing. Weibel barely grasped her meaning. But one thing was clear. He must fight Zoro. Huh. Die, three-sword scoundrel. Bacon shouted from behind. I said, discipline him, not kill him. Meanwhile, Zoro faced Weibel, who charged forward brandishing a naginata. His excitement surged. Perfect. Three-sword style, ice ghost slash. An unrelenting chill surged up from the blade. In the next instant, empowered by the essence of demons, Zoro unleashed his ice phantom slash, a frigid wave of sword energy. An entire street froze solid. Every building, every structure encased in glacial ice. Naturally, Wiper was likewise trapped within the spreading frost. Hey, wait, seriously. One strike, and he's down. This is a colossus with a bounty of 480 million, among the most fearsome pirates in the New World. From a minor bounty hunter famed only in the East Blue, he has ascended, overnight, to a force capable of commanding respect even in the New World. Such is the power of an otherworldly legacy. Damn it, I want that legacy too. Grand Line. Beginning. Garp gazed at Akiji lounging leisurely on deck munching senbei, and chuckled. Hey Kazan, whose ice is stronger, yours or his? Akiji lifted his eye patch just long enough to glance over, then lowered it again to bask in the sun. At present mine remains superior. Were I to unleash it, at least half of Lowtown would already be frozen solid. Garp roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. You're one arrogant brat. Akiji's lips twitched faintly. I learned hand-to-hand combat from you. If humility were my forte, I'd be a ghost by now. East Blue. Lowtown. As Zoro's ice phantom slash flash froze Wiper in crystalline ice. Even the entire street lay locked beneath a sheath of frost. Johnny and Yasaku stood dumbstruck. A super bounty criminal worth nearly 500 million berries, defeated in one move. What overwhelming power. With strength like this, he could challenge Mihawk himself, and not lose. Congratulations, brother Zoro. You'll soon become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro couldn't suppress a surge of triumph. My strength has indeed grown immensely. Then his gaze settled upon the ice-encased Wiper, doubt flickering in his eyes. A new world powerhouse with a 480 million berry bounty. Is this all he can muster? Or have I truly become strong enough to obliterate 500 million bounty foes without effort? If so, perhaps I'm ready to challenge Mihawk now. Just then Miss Backen's sharp voice cut through the air. Idiot son. What are you doing? Get out here now. Her tone betrayed not a trace of concern for Wiper's safety. True to form, Wiper shattered the ice the very next second. BRR, so cold mama. His expression remained vacant, dazed. frozen stiff as a child lost in winter's grip. Yet closer inspection revealed he bore no real injury. Impossible. He was frozen solid. He isn't even frostbitten. That power, it breaks all rules. Johnny and Yasaku cried out in shock. To their eyes, such a feat defied comprehension. How could anyone shatter ice from within after being fully encased? This strength lay far beyond their understanding. Zoro, however, grinned with fierce exhilaration, a giant worth nearly 500 million, surely not so easily defeated. Fascinating. Then let me witness more of the new world's might. Miss Bakken narrowed her eyes behind her sunglasses. I underestimated you, little bounty hunter. Your legacy proves astonishingly potent, on par with that girl we encountered yesterday. Very well, I shall no longer dismiss you lightly. Wiper, fight freely. Just don't kill him. Everything else is permitted. Wiper lunged forward once more, wielding his naginata. Leaping skyward, his massive, bulky frame moved with uncanny lightness, soaring dozens of meters into the air. Then with a thunderous downward cleave, the very earth seemed to split. He brought the blade crashing towards Zoro. Let me slice you clean in two, three-sword freak. Miss Bakken barked again. Idiot son, I said don't kill him. Wiper's motion flowed seamlessly, effortless, fluid, unstoppable. Though sweeping in scale, his assault, from launch to impact, consumed less than 2 seconds. It struck with the swiftness of a blink. Zoro had no choice but to parry. Incredible speed. Stunned, he rushed to meet the blow, three-sword style, ice tornado. The finest offense lies in perfect defense. Zoro swung, unleashing a colossal vortex of ice to intercept Wiper's descent. The ice tornado delayed Wiper for roughly 2 seconds, before his naginata shattered it outright. Then the naginata struck the ground, sending a seismic tremor rippling across Lobetown. Upon closer look, a 100-meter-long fissure now scarred the earth where the blade had struck. Fortunately, those 2 seconds bought Zoro time to retreat. Had he taken that blow head-on, he would have perished instantly. Whoa, this is absurd. Is such power even humanly possible? Even naval artillery couldn't achieve this. Fine, call him a bounty hunter. His strength stems from an otherworldly legacy after all, so extreme power makes sense. But you, Wiper, a mere human, merely tall and broad. What grants you such monstrous might? Truly a monster worthy of his 480 million berry bounty. Grand Line. Floating Island. Shanks watched the spectacle and nodded with deep satisfaction. No wonder he's a clone forged from Whitebeard's bloodline. His power defies humanity itself. With him at my side, my strength will ascend to unprecedented heights. Hurry to the East Blue. I cannot wait to bring him under my banner. He's a monster. Brother Zoro, are you alright? In Lobetown, as the earth itself tore open beneath Wiper's strike, Johnny and Yasaku stammered, paralyzed by terror. I'm fine. Zoro replied calmly, easing their fears. His eyes swept over the shattered ground, horrified. His technique carries devastating force. Had I failed to evade, if I'd taken that blow full on, I'd be dead. Indeed, the New World's warriors won't fall so easily. Yet I will not lose. Not until I've bested that man. Kuna, I will not lose. Zoro's gaze hardened with resolve. He stepped forward once more, locked in confrontation with Wiper. Though outmatched in raw power, the overwhelming cryogenic affinity granted him a fighting chance. One freeze may fail, so freeze him twice. Twice may fail, so freeze him thrice. Shattering ice demands immense stamina, and Haki. Wiper broke free effortlessly once, twice, but thrice. For times 10, 8. Would his strength hold then? So long as Zoro kept freezing him. There would come a moment, inevitably, when Wiper's stamina ran dry. And that moment would be Zoro's victory. Zoro and Wiper were locked in a protracted battle. Neither yielded an inch, each strike met with swift, unrelenting counterstrike. What astonishing power these two possess. Both Wiper and that pirate hunter. Not only their strength, but also their stamina, endurance, and indomitable will, all far surpass ordinary mortals. Truly monstrous beings, both of them. Who will emerge victorious? I can hardly wait to find out. Zoro and Wiper battled for an entire day, while the people across the 4 seas watched spellbound, until at last, as the sun sank low and twilight bathed the world in amber light, the duel reached its decisive end. Huff, huff. In Lobetown, Zoro and Wiper stood face to face, gasping for breath, surveying the ground around them. Shattered stone and splintered ice lay scattered everywhere. The entire town of Lowtown had been reduced to ruins by their clash. Hey Wiper, are you all right? Miss Bakken gazed anxiously at her battered son. She had assumed Zoro's single inheritance would yield only modest enhancement. Yet even this solitary augmentation enabled him to match Wiper blow for blow. One could scarcely imagine how long Wiper might endure if Zoro acquired the second inheritance. Wiper panted, weary yet resolute. I'm fine, mother. I'm still all right, huff, huff. Meanwhile, Zoro's condition was little better. Johnny and Yasaku clenched their teeth and declared, Brother Zoro, let us fight instead. Look at him. He's already battered and bleeding. Perhaps we stand a chance of defeating him. Hearing this, Zoro could only shake his head with wry amusement. Against a monster of Wiper's caliber, even the faintest remnant of strength rendered Johnny and Yasako utterly incapable of challenging him. He shook his head. You two stay back. Huff huff. I will defeat him. I swear it. Zoro fixed his gaze upon Wiper, equally drained. He judged that if he froze Wiper once more, the latter would lack the strength to shatter the ice. It was time then to unleash his ultimate technique, temporal freeze. I won't let Mother down. This strike ends it. Three-sword style, you bastard. Wiper's reserves were nearly spent. With a mighty swing of his Naginata, a colossal aerial slash cleaved the earth beneath him and surged toward Zoro, now beyond his exhausted body's capacity to evade. Yet within the domain of temporal freeze, evasion became irrelevant. Temporal freeze. Instantly, time itself seemed to halt. Even the churning, turbulent sea appeared frozen mid-surge. Only 3 seconds, and only one chance. Victory or death, this is it. Three-sword style, secret art, ice, 1,000 worlds. Frost and blade converged in perfect unity. Frozen mid-air, Wiper bore the full force of 1,000 worlds, not only lacerated by countless sword wounds, but instantly encased in glacial cold. 3 seconds elapsed. Temporal freeze dissolved. As Wiper's aerial slash faded, his entire body was sealed inside a colossal sphere of ice. What a... Wiper's been frozen. But I didn't see the pirate hunter move. Did I miss something? No, that can't be right. I watched the sky screen intently. I saw no movement from the pirate hunter. When did he strike? How did he do it? I'm completely baffled. Wait, Wiper hasn't broken free from the ice this time. Has he truly exhausted every last ounce of strength? So Wiper has lost. Then the pirate hunter has truly defeated a new world warlord. An extraordinary man. Surely he now stands worthy of challenging Dracul Mihawk himself. Pirate hunter, march ever forward toward your dream. We await the day you become the world's greatest swordsman. Across the four seas, crowds hailed Zoro's triumph. Yet profound bewilderment lingered in every heart. How precisely had Zoro frozen Wiper, without anyone witnessing a single motion? This confusion extended far beyond common folk. Even the most powerful figures across the seas remained utterly perplexed. Red Hair Pirates flagship. Shanks turned to Ben Beckman. Beckman, did you catch what just happened? No, not even you saw it. Shanks paused. No. It seems the imperial artifact known as Demon's Essence possesses hidden capabilities beyond mere cryokinesis. Marine headquarters. Akainu demanded. Kizaru, did you perceive it? You're the fastest man alive. Kizaru replied, tone light yet grave. Indeed I did not. That swordsman's presence transcends mere speed. It defies classification. Even I cannot fathom its nature. Holy Land, Mariewa. Venus reported. Lord M said even he failed to perceive that final strike. Jupiter countered, based on the pirate hunter's prior displays, his strength matched Wiper's exactly. Mars added, if correct, the pirate hunter commands temporal stasis, perhaps for only 1 or 2 seconds, but in a duel among apex warriors such a span is cataclysmic. Saturn declared, such terrifying power must never fall into enemy hands. Dispatch Marines, or CP agents, to recruit him immediately. Success brings glory, failure demands elimination. Should recruitment fail, this dangerous individual must be eradicated. And should he perish, do not waste his corpse. Deliver it to Vegapunk. His bloodline factors may yet unlock the mechanics of temporal control. As Wiper remained motionless within the ice, no sign of thawing, Miss Backen's hope finally shattered. No, Wiper, don't die. I still need you to inherit your father's fortune. Don't die, she cried distraught. She abandoned all thought of Zoro's second inheritance. Scrambling for oil and kindling, she lit a fire, determined to melt the ice slowly and rescue her son. Brother Zoro, you've won. That's wonderful. I knew Brother Zoro would triumph. With this victory, Brother Zoro has taken another decisive step toward becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Brother Zoro will surely become the world's greatest swordsman. I believe it without reservation. Truly, they were his most loyal disciples. Zoro had emerged victorious. Johnny and Yusaku rejoiced, as if they themselves had claimed the triumph. Their jubilation was so fervent, they might have lit firecrackers to celebrate. Zoro drew ragged breaths, his expression easing into profound relief. I've won. Though his body ached with exhaustion, the exhilarating elation of having vanquished a formidable foe washed over him like a gentle spring breeze. After a long moment, Zoro stepped out of his self-satisfaction. No, this was no time for arrogance. He had merely defeated an opponent bearing a bounty of 480 million berries. A formidable adversary, yes, yet far from rare in the New World. Should he grow complacent now, he would suffer grievous consequences when facing that man in the future. He steadied his mind and gazed upward, toward the celestial screen, toward Luyu. I apologize. I've kept you waiting longer than necessary. After offering his apology, Zoro added, but the matter is now resolved. There remains another legacy hidden somewhere within this town, correct? Please tell me where it lies. Lu Yu showed no resentment. Though time had indeed been lost, the spectacle had been so breathtaking that he considered it pure entertainment. After all, even the finest cinematic masterpieces paled beside such brilliance. Your second legacy lies 2 kilometers southwest of here. Go claim it. Lu Yu pointed Zoro in the right direction, then turned his attention to locating his own legacy. Having drifted across the sea throughout the day, he and Robin had successfully reached a neighboring island, not far from their current position, and there too lay a legacy. Item: a checkered scarf. Origin: the fairy tale universe. Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic SS rank. Abilities: Fire Dragon Slayer magic, including techniques such as Roar of the Fire Dragon Iron Fist, of the Fire Dragon Wing Attack, of the Fire Dragon. Roar of the Fire Dragon King Iron Fist, of the Fire Dragon King Wing Attack, of the Fire Dragon King. Activation method: wear the scarf around the neck. Damn, it's an SS rank ability. Lu Yu erupted with uncontainable delight. His sole SSS rank ability remained a life-preserving skill. As for offensive capabilities, he possessed only 3 S-rank abilities: the Rinnegan, the Demon God, and the Essence of Demons. This new acquisition, however, granted him an SS rank offensive power, an extraordinary enhancement. Hastily, he snatched up the scarf and draped it around his neck. Instantly, the full legacy of Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic flooded into his being. Lu Yu felt his entire body burn with intense heat. Merely flexing his muscles unleashed torrents of magma-like flame. All your previous gains. Robin blinked in surprise. Hadn't Lu Yu obtained only the Rinnegan on that deserted island? What other abilities could he possibly possess? Clearly that island held further legacies, she mused silently. Waving lightly, Lu Yu said, "Let's go, I'll guide you. Another legacy awaits on this island. Most likely I won't need it. If you wish, it's yours." Robin nodded without hesitation. "Very well." I knew this woman had ulterior motives. Damn it, I want a legacy too. No, I'm setting off immediately to find him. I don't expect the feast. I'll settle for just a sip of the broth. Chosen one from another world. Wait for me. Lu Yu's words shattered composure across the 4 seas. Every day people across the oceans agonized in anticipation of Lu Yu's rare 1 in 40-billion broadcast, hoping to receive a legacy from another world. Yet Robin received a legacy discarded by Lu Yu as if it were trivial. How enviously unfair. No, Robin shouldn't monopolize this fortune alone. They too deserved at least a taste. Even servitude, bondage, slavery, would be gladly accepted so long as they earned but 1 or 2 legacies. Before long, both Zoro's and Robin's legacies had been secured. Zoro's was as follows: item: a kitchen knife. Origin: the One Punch Man universe. The Sunwheel Blade wielded by Atomic Samurai S rank. Abilities: Atomic Samurai's swordsmanship legacy, the Sunwheel Blade. The Sunwheel Blade, a sentient blade that acknowledges only its rightful wielder possessing immense destructive power. Swordsmanship techniques: Atomic / Skyward / Focused Atomic / Mirror Water. Activation method: sever steel with the kitchen knife. Robin's legacy read: item: a bloodstained white robe. Origin: the Naruto universe. Clothing worn by Hyuga Niji, A rank. Abilities: Niji's complete arsenal, including the Byakugan gentle fist rotation and vacuum palm. Activation method: don the robe. Upon observing both legacies, Lu Yu glanced at Zoro with renewed admiration. 2 consecutive S-rank legacies. His luck was truly extraordinary. Still, Robin's was no less impressive. Though ranked slightly lower, the Byakugan's 360-degree, 1-kilometer omnidirectional vision, paired perfectly with her invisible hands extending precisely 1 kilometer, and enhanced by gentle fist martial arts, created synergies rivaling those of many S-rank legacies. Without delay, Lu Yu began guiding them through the activation process. Robin, put on the robe. Zoro, use this kitchen knife to sever steel. As the words left his lips, Robin picked up the garment and slipped it on. In that instant, Niji's legacy surged into her. Her formerly deep blue-black eyes transformed into the distinctive pale, pupilless Byakugan. Meanwhile, Zoro hesitated. The strength required to cut steel. He grasped the kitchen knife and brought it down upon a nearby iron pillar. The pillar remained unmoved, yet the knife's edge curled inward. This, Zoro faltered. Though the essence of demons could freeze iron, doing so only increased its hardness, making it even more resistant to cleavage. His recent battle against Weevil had offered insight. Against that foe's near-impenetrable fortress-like flesh, Zoro's ordinary slashes proved futile. Only the essence of demon's freezing power pierced his defenses. To sever steel with this humble kitchen knife, only one path existed: elevate his own physical power to the level of steel cutting. Steel cutting. Zoro sank into contemplation. Recalling the precise state of mind and sensation during 3,000 Worlds, Zoro sensed a connection to the paper-cutting swordsmanship taught by his master Frost Moon Kingosho. Zoro, some swordsmen can cut anything in this world, while others cannot cut anything. Zoro pondered deeply. Suddenly clarity struck. He raised the kitchen knife and slashed at a roadside weed. The plant bent obediently along the blade's path, but remained uncut. Next he lightly struck a nearby stone with the same knife, and the rock split cleanly into its surface flawlessly smooth. So this is the swordsmanship of steel cutting. Understanding dawned. Then gripping the knife firmly he swung it once more, against the iron pillar. The blade held true, no longer curling. The iron pillar parted instantly severed clean in two. The steel-cutting swordsmanship. He had mastered it. What the? He actually severed steel with a kitchen knife. How is that possible? Wait, wasn't his blade chipped just moments ago when he struck the iron pillar? How did it cut clean through this time? What on earth did he do? Honestly, he's utterly incomprehensible. A truly extraordinary man. East Blue. Frost Moon Village. Frost Moon Dojo. Seeing the feat, the young students burst into exclamations. He severed steel with a kitchen knife. Senior brother Zoro is incredible. Master Kenjiro, we heard Zoro is your disciple. Did he learn this swordsmanship from you? Master Kenjiro teach us the art of cutting steel too. Yes, Master Kenjiro. Once we master the technique, we'll join senior brother Zoro as pirate hunters. Hearing this, Kenjiro Frost Moon sighed wryly. Pirate hunting is perilous work. Don't follow in your senior brother's footsteps simply because he pursues that path. You must carve out your own destiny. After calming the children, Kenjiro Frost Moon gazed upward at Zoro's figure projected across the heavens, and felt profound pride. So you finally grasped it. Congratulations, Zoro. You have at last become a swordsman who can cleave steel. East Blue. Lobetown's eastern shore. He anchored his coffin-shaped skiff at the water's edge, then vanished in an instant, reappearing upon the beach. Gazing upon Zoro's steel-severing technique displayed across the celestial screen, Dracul Mihawk's eyes held the faintest glimmer of acknowledgement. A promising youth. Even without inheriting power from another world, he would one day rise to become a peerless grand swordmaster. Alas, not yet. Now let me while away this idle hour. Ding. A karmic bond has been forged. Zoro has inherited the legacy of the atomic swordsman. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a karmic return. The atomic swordsman's swordsmanship and the Sunwheel Blade S rank. The atomic swordsman's techniques fused seamlessly into his body. Luyu instantly mastered atomic slash skyward slash and other advanced forms, and a blade materialized in his hand. With Murasame already at his side, he now bore two swords. So this is steering me toward dual wielding. Luyu chuckled softly, then secured the Sunwheel Blade at his waist. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the celestial screen, as Zoro completed his steel-severing strike, his kitchen knife shimmered, transforming into the Sunwheel Blade. Simultaneously, the atomic swordsman's techniques flowed into his being. His swordsmanship surged several tiers higher. This is... Overwhelmed by the newly integrated art, Zoro stood speechless. This was no longer mere swordsmanship. It was the way of the sword itself. The way of speed and power. In a single second, he could now unleash thousands, tens of thousands, of strikes. And each blow carried sufficient force to cleave steel effortlessly. Such a sword way was unprecedented, unheard of, unseen before. Truly awe-inspiring. Luyu then remarked, congratulations, Zoro. Your dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman, is it not? The legacy you just inherited belongs to the atomic swordsman, the undisputed supreme swordsman of the One-Punch Man world. His blade moves so swiftly it can slice atoms apart. With this mastery, you are now ready to challenge Dracul Mihawk. First he introduced Zoro's newly acquired swordsmanship. Then he turned to the Sunwheel Blade. This blade is called the Sunwheel, the finest sword in the One-Punch Man world. It possesses sentience and chooses its wielder. Only those it deems worthy may draw it. It amplifies your latent potential, enabling you to manifest 100% of your true strength in battle. Its drawback, however, lies in its immense stamina cost. Its energy drain is severe. Even for you, it may sustain only 1 or 2 minutes of use. Thus a word of caution, reserve it for dire necessity. Upon hearing Luyu's words, Johnny and Yosuke erupted in jubilation. The swordsmanship of the greatest swordsman in another world. Now Zoro bro won't be inferior to Mihawk. Congratulations, Zoro bro. You finally realized your dream. Zoro too grasped the truth at once. He had inherited the legacy of the supreme swordsman from another realm. No wonder its power was so overwhelming. Then it struck him. Did this mean he could truly challenge that man now? At the thought, his heart raced with exhilaration. Just then a woman's voice rang out from afar. Hey, Rorinoa. Huff. Thank goodness, I made it. Tashigi gasped for breath, having rushed tirelessly all the way back to Lobetown to find Zoro. Fixing her gaze upon him, she declared, Rorinoa Zoro, the pirate hunter. I am Tashigi, a petty officer of the East Blue Lobetown Marine Base. I come bearing orders from Commodore Smoker. I am here to extend an official invitation. Join the Marines. With your strength, you ought not waste your life as a pirate hunter. Zoro had paid little mind, until he turned and saw Tashigi. He froze stunned into silence. Kuna. A moment of utter stillness followed. Then Zoro snapped back to reality. This was not Kuna, the girl he'd sworn to protect, but a Marine officer named Tashigi. Yet their resemblance was uncanny. As Zoro hesitated over whether to accept the Marine's offer, his instincts as a swordsman flared. A warning behind him, a grand sword master had arrived. How is he here? What brings this man to the East Blue? Black top, hat, black trench coat, white trousers, patterned shirt, and that legendary supreme grade blade, Yoru the Black Blade. There's no mistaking that silhouette, that attire. It is him, Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. He is the ultimate target of every pirate hunter, not just them, but of all swordsmen. So, is the contest for the title of world's greatest swordsman about to begin? How electrifying! Will Dracul Mihawk retain his throne, or will the pirate hunter now wielding the legacy of another world's supreme swordsman rise to dethrone him? Defeat him, Roronoa Zoro. Strike him down, and fulfill your dream, become the world's greatest swordsman. Guided by the celestial screen's commentary, Zoro needed no visual confirmation. He already knew who stood behind him. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, Dracul Mihawk. At long last I shall meet him. Zoro trembled with exhilaration, every fiber of his being alight with anticipation, though he had just emerged from fierce combat. If his opponent was Mihawk, even if death loomed at that very instant, he would still draw his blades and fight. He turned back. Zoro fixed his gaze upon Dracul Mihawk. Yes, there could be no mistake. This was the man he had longed to defeat night and day across countless dreams. Even if reduced to ash, he would recognize him instantly. Hey you, fight me now. Raising Wado Ikemanji, Zoro pointed its blade directly at Mihawk. I don't know why you've appeared in the East Blue, but it doesn't matter. Your presence here is enough. I set sail precisely to find you. I've searched for you for so long. You've seen my sky screen, haven't you? My goal is to defeat you and become the world's greatest swordsman. Now, let us settle this once and for all. At those words, your opponent is the world's greatest swordsman. You're courting disaster. Zoro laughed freely. Disasters never come alone. They arrive in relentless succession. If today I retreat citing my unhealed wounds, tomorrow I'll retreat for some other excuse. I will never run away. Not before this man. Not before her. At the word her, Zoro instinctively glanced toward Tashigi beside him. Perhaps this was fate. Fate had granted him the demon's essence and the swordsmanship of another world this very day. Fate had orchestrated this meeting, here now, with Dracul Mihawk. And fate had also placed before him a woman who bore the exact likeness of Kona, a living echo of the past. Fate had already shown him extraordinary favor. Everything had been laid out with meticulous precision. So be it, life or death, supremacy or annihilation, would be decided not by destiny, but by strength alone. If I fall beneath his blade today, then I am truly no more than this. Zoro declared resolute. Hearing this, Mihawk regarded Zoro with quiet admiration. Young swordsman, you are Roronoa. Is Zoro correct? You are exceptional. I admire you deeply. As he spoke, Mihawk drew his black blade from his back and said, then allow me to send you to your grave with the world's strongest black blade. Yet he felt these words alone failed to convey the black blade's true significance. So he removed the cross-shaped coffin pendant from his neck with one hand. From within the pendant he withdrew a small knife. To be honest, I originally intended only to toy with you using this modest blade merely to pass the time. Though your battle with Wiper was impressive in my eyes, it held little weight. If you were still as you were at noon today, this knife would suffice. Really? But he's a notorious pirate with a bounty nearing 500 million berries. To claim such a paring knife is enough. That's pure exaggeration. Fool, it's absolutely true. Don't you know who he is? He is Dracul Mihawk, the man who never boasts. Yet we all witnessed Wiper's terrifying might. He defied humanity itself. Even the hunter required an entire day to subdue him. And against such a colossus, Mihawk deems this tiny blade sufficient. How immeasurably strong must he truly be? Mihawk had quietly asserted his supremacy before the gathered crowds of the four seas, then sheathed the small knife and continued, before I considered you formidable, but only at the level of that humble blade. But now, your opponent is this. Gazing at the black blade knight in his hand, Mihawk added, I acknowledge you, not only because you inherited the legacy of the greatest swordsman from another world, but because of your very nature. You are a true swordsman. You are worthy of facing my black blade. Zoro smiled with fierce ambition. Is that so? Then I thank you for your recognition. Mihawk nodded gravely indeed. Now Roronoa Zoro, draw your blade. Let me witness the power of the greatest swordsman from another world. Let me witness your power. With pleasure. Zoro roared, and struck with Wado Ikemanji. One sword style ice, atomic slash. A mere test of his newfound mastery. 3,600 cuts, delivered in a single second. Each slash carried the piercing intent to cleave steel. Each slash radiated bone-deep frost. Sensing danger, Mihawk sought openings in Zoro's onslaught. Yet beneath such transcendent speed, no flaw revealed itself. Even if one appeared, Zoro had already withdrawn his blade and launched the next strike, leaving no window to counter. Incredible speed. In that fleeting exchange, Mihawk knew he could not surpass Zoro in velocity. Then his advantage lay in raw power. Take this, Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk slashed downward through empty air, unleashing an overwhelming aerial slash. Zoro's icy sword aura dissolved under Mihawk's flying slash, one wave after another. Yet 3,600 slashes meant 3,600 waves of frigid aura. Though Mihawk's single blade aura surpassed Zoro's current strength against 3,600 consecutive icy strikes, his own aura faltered, overwhelmed, shattered, undone. Worse still, the icy aura lacerated his flesh and froze his limbs simultaneously, leaving both wound and frostbite on his arm. In this opening exchange, Zoro held the upper hand. Mihawk, he's wounded. The world's greatest swordsman, wounded. Truly, that's Dracula Mihawk. I anticipated the hunter, now strengthened twice, might hold his own against Mihawk, but merely holding ground. To gain the upper hand, I never imagined such a thing. Could it be? The title of world's greatest swordsman changes hands today. The hunter, bearing two inheritances from another world, one being the legacy of that world's supreme swordsman, faces Dracula Mihawk, the undisputed apex of this world. Who among them shall prevail? Grand line. Red Hair Pirates. Beckman turned to Shanks. Captain, who do you think will win? Shanks shook his head. Hard to say. In sheer sword speed, that hunter is undoubtedly the world's finest. Even GOLD. Roger couldn't match him in his prime. But in sword power, he still falls short. To overcome Mihawk, it won't be easy. His expression darkened. One thing is certain. If Mihawk loses, it will shake the world to its foundations. It may even reshape the global order. Mihawk, you must not lose. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Admiral Sengoku, already burdened with deep anxiety, felt his headache intensify upon seeing Dracula Mihawk wounded. Mihawk wounded? How is that even possible? Sengoku had never imagined that in the very first clash between Mihawk and Roronoa Zoro, the former would fall behind after a single exchange. His heart clenched in alarm. Could Mihawk truly be defeated? Damn it. Mihawk is the face of the 7 warlords of the sea. He must not lose. Sengoku agonized inwardly. The 7 warlords of the sea were an elite force established by the world government to assist the Marines in confronting the 4 emperors. Each warlord was a peerless prodigy among pirates. It was precisely their overwhelming strength and global influence that earned them this prestigious title. Thus, the foremost prerequisite for becoming a warlord was absolute invincibility. Defeat was forbidden. To suffer defeat meant disgracing the world government, and immediate revocation of one's warlord status. Crocodile was a stark example. Just days earlier, he had been publicly humiliated before the entire world by Nico Robin, the Devil's Child, leaving the world government no time to conceal the disgrace. Consequently, Crocodile had already been stripped of his warlord title and arrested by local Marines. He was now en route to impel down. The world government had just lost one of its warlords. Now they were still scrambling to identify a suitable replacement pirate to fill the vacancy. And yet, Mihawk was about to duel Zoro. If Mihawk emerged victorious, all would be well. But if he fell, defeated before the eyes of the entire world, what then? How would the Marines respond? How would the world government endure such humiliation? Would they revoke Mihawk's warlord status? That would be an unbearable loss. Moreover, 2 vacant warlord positions would severely destabilize the world government's strategic balance. Yet if they chose not to revoke it, the world government's prestige would shatter beyond repair. Utterly helpless, Sengoku could only pray inwardly, Mihawk, you damned fool. Win at all costs. Never anticipated Mihawk appearing here, and crossing paths with that pirate hunter. Mariehua, the Holy Land. He actually wounded Mihawk with a single strike. So the second inheritance bestowed upon the pirate hunter is truly extraordinary. Still, the world's strongest swordsman is not so easily overthrown. Perfect. Let Mihawk eliminate the pirate hunter himself. We'll conserve our strength and reap the benefits as silent observers. Contact the Marines in Lobetown. Prepare to recover the pirate hunter's corpse. A body infused with temporal power must not be wasted. Brilliant work, Brother Zoro. He struck Mihawk with a single blow. Has Brother Zoro already ascended to the rank of world's strongest swordsman? Lobetown. Johnny and Yasaku erupted into jubilant cheers. Nearby, Tashigi watched Zoro with stunned disbelief. He's gaining the upper hand against Mihawk, the undisputed world's strongest swordsman. What an astonishing man. Could an inheritance from another world truly be this formidable? Mihawk glanced briefly at his wound, a slash overlaid with frostbite, not the least perturbed but instead offering a faint smile. It has been a long time since I last bled. You truly are exceptional. So this is the power inherited from another world, the world's strongest swordsman. Astoundingly swift. By blade speed alone, you have already claimed the title of world's strongest. Yet a swordsman's strength lies not solely in velocity. Raw power remains indispensable. Since your swordsmanship centers on speed, allow me to demonstrate what it means to overcome 10 arts with sheer force. With that, Mihawk swept his blade horizontally. A verdant wave of sword energy surged forward like a tidal flood toward Zoro. Zoro countered with a single stroke. Mihawk, you're mistaken. It's not merely speed, it's power that matters most. One sword-style sky-soaring ice slash. An identical horizontal wave of sword energy erupted from his blade. Yet there was a crucial distinction. Mihawk's wave consisted purely of intangible sword energy, whereas Zoro's was crystalline ice-infused sword energy amplified by Demon's essence. One lacked physical substance. The other possessed tangible form. When the two waves collided, Mihawk's ethereal energy dissipated instantly, while Zoro's icy wave shattered completely. In terms of destructive force, the two waves were perfectly matched. Yet at that moment the disparity in their physical endurance became glaringly evident. The collision unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave. Mihawk stood unshaken, immovable as a mountain. Zoro, however, was hurled backward, crashing into a wall and spitting blood. Brother Zoro. Johnny and Yasaku cried out in alarm, their hearts seized with dread. No, it's clear now Zoro's sword technique has evolved, but his stamina hasn't kept pace. And he'd already fought Wiper to exhaustion beforehand. His reserves were already spent. At this rate, victory is impossible. Haha. Zoro rose from the rubble, breathing heavily. Gazing at Mihawk, he knew he could not match him in raw strength. It wasn't that his strength lagged far behind Mihawk's. Rather, their physical endurance existed on entirely different planes. Take Mihawk's last sword wave. It demanded effort, yes, but he could unleash 100, perhaps even 1,000 more without faltering. Zoro, by contrast, could muster no more than 8 or 10 sky-soaring ice slashes before collapsing utterly. Thus, brute force confrontation was futile. The only viable path lay in speed. With that resolve, Zoro abandoned pride and launched Atomic Slash once more, one sword-style ice-infused Atomic Concentration Slash. Atomic Concentration Slash surpassed even standard Atomic Slash in velocity. Within a single second, Zoro struck over 10,000 times. 10,000 shards of icy sword energy erupted simultaneously, hurtling toward Mihawk. Faced with such overwhelming density, evasion was impossible. Mihawk could only meet the assault head-on. This speed grows ever more astonishing with every glance. Seeing Zoro's blade accelerate far beyond his prior pace, Mihawk himself could not suppress a murmur of awe. Just moments earlier, 3,600 strikes per second had been staggering enough. Now, over 10,000 per second. Such velocity transcended human limits entirely. As countless icy slashes hurtled toward him, Mihawk finally assumed full seriousness. One sword-style hellish tornado. A single slash summoned a colossal tornado, laced with countless green sword energies, each imbued with overwhelming armament haki and conqueror's haki. Against this vortex of sword energy, Zoro's icy slashes proved fragile beyond measure. Each one possessed sufficient power to directly withstand Wiper's might, yet they shattered like brittle tofu. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 8,000. It took precisely 9,500 icy slashes to dispel Mihawk's hellish tornado. The remaining 500 slashes struck Mihawk directly, but his supreme armament haki and conqueror's haki absorbed most of their impact. The wounds inflicted were superficial, mere scratches. As for the ice freezing his outer flesh, it was utterly negligible. Even Wiper could shatter such ice repeatedly, with Mihawk's stamina and haki mastery being frozen 10 or 20 times posed no obstacle. He could break free effortlessly. With a sharp crack, Mihawk shattered the ice encasing his body. Emerging before Zoro, unscathed save for trivial surface wounds, Zoro stared grimly at Mihawk, bracing himself, his expression as solemn and unyielding as stone. Gazing at Zoro, who was on high alert and panting heavily, Hawkeye lost all interest in continuing the duel. He sheathed his black blade and prepared to leave on his own accord, saying, "Let's stop here, Roronoa Zoro. The outcome is already decided. I've taken quite an advantage over you today. Once you've recovered your strength and honed your body to a more formidable state, come challenge me again. Until you stand before me once more, I shall remain seated upon the throne of the world's strongest, awaiting your arrival. Try to surpass me, Roronoa Zoro." To think that Hawkeye would utter such words. This is the acknowledgement of the world's greatest swordsman. Congratulations, Pirate Hunter. You have earned the recognition of the world's greatest swordsman. One day you too shall become the world's strongest. Though it's a pity you ultimately lost, losing to the world's greatest swordsman is no disgrace. Keep striving, you will surely succeed. On the Grand Line aboard the Red Hair Pirate's ship, Beckman calmly remarked, "It seems the battle is over." Shanks let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, I'm glad that Hawkeye won. If he had lost, it would have been a major incident. But to think Hawkeye would say such things. It seems that in the near future this newcomer, named Roronoa Zoro, will shake the entire world." At Marine Headquarters Marineford, as Hawkeye emerged victorious, Sengoku heaved a great sigh of relief. That bastard Hawkeye won, thank goodness. Now at least 6 of the 7 warlord seats can be preserved. Next we just need to find a newcomer to replace Crocodile. But who should it be? Sengoku hesitated. The figure of Lu Yu flashed through his mind. His eyes suddenly lit up. Why not invite Lu Yu? That guy was lured into becoming a pirate by Nico Robin. This is the perfect chance to whitewash his identity. At the Holy Land, Mario Venus said, "Sengoku just sent word that he wants to invite Lu Yu to become a warlord. What do you all think?" Jupiter replied, "Excellent opportunity. Let's do it." Mercury added, "According to the news from Kuzan's fleet, they have already located the island where Lu Yu is. They will meet with him shortly. It's a good chance for Kazan to convey the invitation." Mars cautioned, But we must note one thing, although the warlords can protect their subordinate pirates, Nico Robin now knows the location of the ancient weapon Pluton, so she is an exception. Saturn concurred correct. Luyu can become a warlord, but Nico Robin must still be captured and sent to Impel Down. In fact, she doesn't even need to survive the journey there. In the East Blue at Shimatsuki Village, the battle between Zoro and Hawkeye had not yet reached a decisive conclusion, but the outcome was already clear. Given Hawkeye's stamina, Zoro was no match for him. If the fight continued, Zoro would surely lose. When Hawkeye declared that the day's battle was over, Shimatsuki Koshiro felt a surge of relief. It seemed Zoro was safe. But then Shimatsuki Koshiro's heart sank again. As Zoro's master, he knew Zoro all too well. With Zoro's unyielding personality, he would never accept such a defeat. Especially with that woman, Tashigi, who resembled Kuna, as if she were a mirror image, standing by Zoro's side. Zoro would be even less willing to accept defeat. Even knowing he would surely die, Zoro would likely persist. At this thought, Shimatsuki Koshiro gazed at the sky screen with a worried expression. Zoro, run away. If you flee now, no one will blame you. Stop right there. As Shimatsuki Koshiro had anticipated, Zoro had no intention of giving up. He raised his hand, pointing his sword directly at Hawkeye and taunted, "Are you fleeing, Hawkeye? If so, the title of the world's greatest swordsman belongs to me." Johnny and Yasaku had just been overjoyed by Hawkeye's unilateral ceasefire. But in an instant, they heard Zoro's provocation. The two immediately cried out in alarm, "Zoro, don't be reckless. If you keep fighting, you'll die." "That's right, Zoro. It's okay to lose today. You can win another time. There's plenty of time ahead." Zoro cast a glance at Tashigi, then turned back to Hawkeye's retreating figure. "No, it will be hard to find another opportunity like today. Hey Hawkeye, I haven't conceded yet. Are you really going to run away?" Hawkeye turned to face him, a hint of impatience in his eyes. "Roranoa, Zoro, a man who clings on incessantly earns no one's favor. You must understand, if we continue, you will surely lose. If you stop now, you'll only suffer defeat. But if you persist, you will truly die." Zoro showed no fear. "I would rather die than lose." Hawkeye was taken aback. He looked at Zoro intently, and from the unwavering determination in Zoro's eyes, he could see that Zoro was serious. This stirred a hint of emotion within Hawkeye. This man, was he truly willing to die for his ambition? No, if it were merely personal ambition, no one could go this far. There must be something more important. With this thought, Hawkeye asked, "Roranoa, Zoro, why do you want to become the world's greatest swordsman? What burden do you carry?" Zoro replied firmly, "A promise to a dear friend." Hawkeye questioned, "Is it worth laying down your life for that promise?" Zoro answered, "I don't mind dying." Hawkeye fell silent for a moment, then a slight smile curved at the corner of his mouth. "Admirable." Hawkeye once again drew the black blade from his back. "Very well, it's been a while since I've faced a worthy opponent. I accept your challenge. From now on, I will hold nothing back. Allow me to send you to your grave with this, the world's greatest black blade." Zoro nodded. "I am deeply grateful." At this moment, Zoro no longer wielded only Wado Ikemanji. He bit Wado Ikemanji between his teeth. One hand rested on the hilt of the Sunwheel blade at his waist, but he had not yet drawn it. From the moment he obtained the Sunwheel blade, he had known its immense power. Given his current strength, even at full capacity, he could only wield it for 1 or 2 minutes at most. Now, with his stamina nearly depleted, he would exhaust himself completely in a mere 3 to 5 seconds. That meant he had only one chance, one strike. Whether he would become the world's greatest swordsman or a corpse who had challenged the world's strongest would be determined by the outcome of this single blow. "Hey Johnny, Yasaku, my 2 swords broke during the final blow against Weevil. Sorry, but could I borrow your swords?" Zoro asked. He was a 3-sword style swordsman. Apart from Wado Ikemanji in his mouth and the Sunwheel blade at his waist, he still needed one more sword. Johnny and Yasaku had no reason to refuse and were about to hand over their swords. From the crowd, a weapons shop owner suddenly rushed forward. "This is my family's heirloom sword, named Yubashiri." The owner spoke with excitement. Though it is not one of the renowned great grade swords, nor the supreme grade, it is still one of the rare skillful grade swords. "If you lack a sword, would you be willing to use it in battle? Please." Zoro was taken aback, then warned the owner, "My next move will use all my strength. This sword of yours may be damaged." The weapons shop owner nodded firmly. "It's fine. A sword has its own destiny. If it is destroyed on the path to becoming the world's greatest, then it will have died a worthy death. On the other hand, if it falls into the hands of a mediocre person, even if it remains intact, it would weep." Zoro understood the owner's meaning. He nodded and took the famous sword Yubashiri from the owner. "I understand. Watch me. I will not bring shame to this blade." The weapons shop owner was deeply moved. "I am sincerely grateful." After handing over the sword, he quickly withdrew to avoid affecting the upcoming duel between Zoro and Hawkeye. The owner's wife, seeing her husband crying with emotion, was bewildered. "You miser, you actually gave away your family heirloom voluntarily, and even said it's okay if it breaks. What on earth were you thinking? That sword is worth 5 million berries." The weapons shop owner declared firmly, "What do you know? There's nothing wrong with a man entrusting his dream to another man." "The next strike will be my final one. Whether I surpass you to become the world's strongest swordsman, or perish here, depends entirely on this single blow. Prepare yourself, Dracula Mihawk. This technique will leave you utterly speechless. If either of us falls, let the survivor bury both our bodies, and our blades, together. With that, the two warriors commenced their ultimate duel. Mihawk raised his black blade, gathering momentum, ready to unleash his full, unrestrained power. Meanwhile, Zoro finally drew the Sunwheel blade. Instantly, nearly all his physical strength was drawn into it. If this continued, Zoro would collapse long before Mihawk even struck, a victim of the Sunwheel's backlash. Water Mirror. Zoro swiftly activated the Water Mirror technique inherited from Adam Samurai, a discipline allowing him to purge all external distractions and achieve absolute focus, merging self and sword into one seamless entity. At that moment, Zoro was the three blades, and the three blades were Zoro. The power absorbed by the sun wheel flowed freely at his command. Demon Aura 9-sword style Azura. Zoro manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding 3 sun wheels, 3 snow walks, and clamping 3 Wado Ikamanjis between his teeth. What is this form? It startled me. 3 heads, 6 arms. Can any human truly assume such a shape? Could this be a rare devil fruit ability? No. It bears no resemblance to devil fruit powers. Had it been one, he'd have used it long ago. This must be an extraordinary innate technique. Whether devil fruit or not, it's terrifying. Just to behold sends chills down the spine. A single blade can wound Mihawk. Can 9 truly defeat him? Go Roronoa Zoro. Defeat him, and become the world's greatest swordsman. The Grand Line's threshold. On an unnamed island, Robin keenly observed faint shimmering white energy coiling around all 9 of Zoro's blades. Has this swordsman mastered Haki? That surprises me, Robin murmured. After all, awakening Haki mid-battle defied reason. That isn't Haki, it's Chi. Luyu corrected her. Robin frowned. Chi. Is it different from Haki? Luyu shook his head. Fundamentally distinct. Like Zoro, he too had inherited Adam Samurai's legacy. Luyu knew Zoro now wielded Chi, the life force art from the One Punch Man universe, capable of amplifying strength and destructive power when properly channeled. Though conceptually akin to Haki, Chi possessed far greater potential. Haki's ceiling was bound by the One Piece world's limits, peaking at the likes of Roger Garp and Whitebeard. Chi's ceiling, however, could theoretically reach Saitama's level, though even within its own universe, Saitama remained singular and unparalleled. Still, Haki held one decisive advantage over Chi: it could strike Logia-type devil fruit users, whereas Chi could not. Luyu sighed. Forget the distinction. For all practical purposes, treat Chi as Haki. Aside from Logia users, they function identically. Mihawk previously held the edge with Armament and Conqueror's Haki, but now under the Sun Wheel's resonance, Zoro has awakened Chi, nearly identical in effect. 9-sword style dance of the departed. Zoro gathered every ounce of his being. After this strike, victory or defeat would be sealed, and Zoro himself would be utterly defenseless. Even a child could end him then. Yet he had no time for such thoughts. Even if slain afterward by some nameless foot soldier, he would defeat Mihawk with this blow. Zoro recalled the 3-sword style ultimate technique, 3,000 worlds, used against Weevil, and fused it into his 9-sword style, forging a new divine art, 9-sword style dance of the departed, Frost, 10,000 worlds. From drawing the sun wheel to mastering it, and finally unleashing the dance of the departed, less than 2 seconds had passed. In that instant, blade drawn, he struck. A fusion of iron-cutting swordsmanship, speed and strength, way of the sword demon's essence, Frost, and Chi from the One Punch Man universe. This confluence of 4 forces forged a slash so overwhelming. Even Mihawk sensed true peril. Well met, Roronoa Zoro. Let this blade decide our fate. Mihawk slashed downward through the air, unleashing a colossal cutting wave wreathed in Armament and Conqueror's Haki. Where the slash cleaved the earth, fissures erupted, deepening into a yawning abyss. Peering down, one saw seawater surging beneath. Mihawk's sheer aura had bisected the entire island. This is the world's strongest slash. Dazbone stared into the churning sea below the abyss, her face drained of color as she collapsed to her knees. Dracula Mihawk is nothing short of a monster. Then, their techniques collided. All expected another stalemate, followed by Zoro's inevitable collapse from exhaustion. Instead, the unthinkable occurred. Mihawk's ultimate technique shattered upon contact, dissolving in less than a second beneath Zoro's 10,000 worlds. No shockwave erupted. Instead, the torrent of sword intent surged onward, unbroken, toward Mihawk. Mihawk wrapped his remaining Armament and Conqueror's Haki around his black blade, attempting to block. Yet the instant the blade met the intent, it splintered into 10 pieces. Mihawk's body was instantly ravaged by 9 slashes of pure sword intent. 9 crimson jets erupted from his chest, frozen mid-air by the techniques, biting Frost before they could fall. When the dust settled, Mihawk hung suspended, frozen solid inside a colossal ice sphere. 8 frozen blood jets flanked him symmetrically, 4 on each side, while the 9th hovered directly above his center. He remained motionless, no longer struggling to break free. The black blade, the strongest sword in the world, shattered. Dracula Mihawk is motionless. He has not broken free from the ice. He remains utterly still. So, Mihawk has fallen. The bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro has won. The people across the four seas stared in stunned silence. Though many had long believed Zoro was formidable, strong enough to challenge Mihawk, even strong enough to slay him, and claim his title as the world's strongest swordsman, they had never truly imagined it possible. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Dracula Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman, has truly fallen. Not merely defeated, but utterly overpowered without a trace of resistance. Zoro's final strike transcended Mihawk entirely. His techniques crumbled at the first touch. Unimaginable the sheer magnitude of that blade's power. Congratulations Roronoa Zoro. From this moment onward you are the world's strongest swordsman. The Grand Line. The Red Hair Pirates. Shanks stared in shock at Mihawk, encased in ice, his pupils contracting sharply. That day the entire Red Hair Pirates fleet fell into an uncanny hush. All knew Mihawk was Shanks' eternal rival. No one could have foreseen that before facing Shanks, Mihawk would first fall to a young bounty hunter once unknown beyond the East Blue. The blow to Shanks was profound. Beckman gazed upward at the heavens and sighed deeply. Mihawk has fallen. Indeed, the world's balance has shifted. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku watched the scene unfold and remained speechless for a long, long while. Mihawk, that Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman, has truly fallen. Though he had harbored fleeting concern beforehand, Sengoku had placed absolute faith in Mihawk. After all, Mihawk was universally acknowledged as the apex swordsman, on a plane far above Crocodile, who belonged to an entirely different tier. Crocodile had been defeated by Robin, who inherited 2 legacies, but surely Mihawk would not succumb to a bounty hunter bearing only 2 inheritances. Yet reality answered plainly he did. Even Mihawk fell, not to a fellow warrior of this world, but beneath the might of one who bore inheritances from another realm. Sengoku was caught utterly off guard, flustered even. Damn it, Crocodile's vacant seat hasn't yet been filled, and now Mihawk's position must also be reassigned. Mary Geos, the Holy Land. Mihawk's defeat astonished even the 5 elders. Gold Star, we never anticipated this. Mihawk's fall. Wood Star, what do we do? The news has already spread across all 4 seas. Everyone knows Mihawk has fallen. We have no chance to conceal it. Should we revoke his status as a warlord of the sea, or quietly accept his defeat and retain him in office? Waterstar, damn it, this is maddening. Mihawk is nothing like Crocodile. Marstar, true, but if we sacrifice the dignity of the world government over one man, is that truly justified? Waterstar turned toward Marstar. So your recommendation is, Marstar, strip Mihawk of his warlord title, and apprehend him just as we did Crocodile. The other 4 elders exchanged glances, then drew deep breaths, and nodded in silent assent. Very well, as you propose. Though Mihawk holds great weight, preserving the world government's honor outweighs even that. Saturn Star then acts swiftly, while he remains frozen and powerless. Dispatch Marines from Lowtown to transport Mihawk directly to Impel Down. And Roronoa Zoro. His displayed strength poses unacceptable danger. The world government cannot tolerate such instability. Do not consider recruitment. Send Lowtown Marines to eliminate him while he lies weakened, and ensure his corpse is preserved intact for Dr. Vegapunk's research on bloodline factors. Frost Moon Kinguro witnessed Mihawk entombed in ice, and instantly tears blurred his vision. Zoro, you've done it. You've truly done it. What's happening? Why are the Marines mobilizing now? This is utterly despicable. Mihawk has just been defeated and Zoro is clearly exhausted. Striking now defies all reason. Still, Mihawk was a Shichibukai appointed by the world government. Attacking him directly is tantamount to slapping the world government in the face. Though their clash was merely a duel, the outcome remains irrevocable. Zoro has publicly defeated Mihawk before the entire world. Moreover, Mihawk's public defeat not only weakens his deterrent effect upon pirates, but also strips him of the title greatest swordsman in the world, making his continued status as a Shichibukai untenable. Revoking his title is therefore entirely justified. Though underhanded, I still support the Marines, for peace, for justice. I'm sorry, Zoro. While I fully endorse your ascension to the title of greatest swordsman in the world, now that you stand in opposition to the world government, I must back the Marines' pursuit of you. Arrest the Marines. People across the 4 seas voiced their approval. Though many privately deemed the Marines' timing dishonorable, they ultimately accepted it, knowing the world government's aim was to suppress piracy and better safeguard their lives. Hey, this is downright disgraceful. If you intend to arrest us, have the courage to wait until our brother Zoro recovers first. Is this truly the justice upheld by the Marines? Johnny and Yasaku glared eyes wide with fury as Navy soldiers encircled them. Damn it, that's utterly shameless. You know nothing. The Marines' justice lies in apprehending criminals, not debating chivalry. Move in, seize them now. Captain Mouse barked. Of course, They'd chosen this moment precisely because Zoro hadn't yet recovered. Had Zoro already regained his strength, they'd be mad to confront him now. They'd rather die than attempt it. Wait! Tashigi called out, halting the advance. She too had received orders from above, but found them so morally repugnant, she recoiled inwardly. With unshakable conviction she declared, wait. This reeks of treachery. Can't we apprehend them fairly? To strike while they're vulnerable. How can that claim the mantle of justice? Tashigi dear. The Marines stationed in Lobetown hesitated. Like her, they too felt the operation's timing was deeply dishonorable. Captain Mouse insisted firmly, little girl, you understand nothing. Do you know Mihawk's youth? He was once dubbed the Hunter of Marines. Do you know how many Marines perished beneath his blade? With such a foe, what does taking advantage even mean? Speak of honor to him. And what of those Marines who died by his hand? Will you answer for them? Tashigi paled, speechless. Her comrades stiffened, their expressions hardening. Indeed, they had spared Mihawk, but who would spare the souls lost to his sword? Seeing authority firmly in his grasp, Captain Mouse swelled with quiet triumph. After Arlong's fall, fearing exposure of his collusion with the tyrant, and annihilation by that clever girl Nami, I fled overnight from Marine Base 193 to Lobetown. I'd hoped to seek protection under Commodore Smoker, yet fate delivered me something far greater. A former Shichibukai, Mihawk once the greatest swordsman in the world, and Zoro the current greatest swordsman. If I capture both, my glory will eclipse the seas. Promotion to Vice Admiral may well be mine, fame and fortune both secured. Ha ha ha. Mihawk the pirate hunter, and Zoro the sword saint. You shall become two immortal entries in my ledger of merit. I am Captain Mouse of the Marines. With Commodore Smoker absent, I hold the highest rank here. I order seize them. Resist, and you'll be shot on sight. The Marines responded in unison, yes, Captain Mouse. And surge forward. Though Tashigi disapproved, she could not intervene. Her sole recourse was to withhold her own hand. Damn these dishonorable bastards. Brother Zoro, we'll cover your retreat. Johnny and Yasaku abandoned all concern for Mihawk, hoisting Zoro to flee. Yet the Marines had already sealed every exit. Where could they possibly run? You too, Johnny and Yasaku, the pirate hunters of the East Blue. I know your names. This affair doesn't concern you. Stand down, or die. Hearing the threat, Johnny and Yasaku clenched their jaws and roared, never. We'd sooner die than abandon Brother Zoro. Today we die together, with Brother Zoro. Captain Mouse shrugged, fools. Then perish together. Fire, kill them all. At his command, rifles cracked like New Year's firecrackers, dense, deafening, relentless. Just as all believed Zoro's end had come. A translucent barrier shimmered into existence before Zoro, Johnny, and Yasaku, deflecting every bullet. You despicable Marines, you'll lay no hand on Master Zoro. A green-crested youth stepped forth, fingers crossed. Who is this, eh? Looks like a Paramecia-type devil fruit user, the barrier fruit. The barrier fruit. Legend says it grants the strongest defensive power among all devil fruits, even surpassing the impenetrable hide of Diamond, Jozu, 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. This green-crested boy possesses the barrier fruit. Is he connected to Zoro? Could he be a contingency Zoro prepared, anticipating Mihawk's final lethal strike? Nonsense. He faced Mihawk in an unplanned encounter. How could he possibly have arranged a backup? Then what is their connection? It's him, Luyu murmured, startled, then added quietly. Robin tilted her head curiously. You know him? Luyu shook his head with a faint smile. Not exactly, just a passing familiarity. With him present, Zoro will be safe. Robin's curiosity deepened. How do you know? Do you understand his bond with the swordsman? Luyu nodded. Perhaps. If I'm right, Zoro is his idol. Robin froze. His idol, eh? Oh, idol. Bartholomew's words left everyone on the scene utterly stunned. Idol? What on earth was this absurd relationship? Tears streamed down Bartholomew's face. Senior Zoro, your demeanor, just now, was simply magnificent, blindingly radiant. I hereby declare from this moment forth I, Bartholomew, am Senior Zoro's loyal underling. If anyone dares lay a hand on Senior Zoro, they must first pass through me. With that, Bartholomew snapped his fingers. A legion of underlings instantly surged forward, numbering no fewer than the Marines present. Men, advance. Protect Senior Zoro from these despicable foes. Cover his escape. His followers roared in unison, yes, Boss Bartholomew. Charge. Overwhelm these Marines, and aid Senior Zoro's escape. Bartholomew turned to Johnny and Yasaku. Reinforcements from other Marine bases will arrive shortly. You two, hurry and escort Senior Zoro away. Leave this to us. Johnny and Yasaku had already resigned themselves to despair. They never imagined salvation would arrive at such a moment. Overwhelmed, they burst into tears. Learning that Bartholomew was Zoro's devoted admirer, they immediately struck a pact. Since you two revere Brother Zoro, from now on we three shall form the triple admirers. I am admirer number 1, Johnny. He is admirer number 2, Yasao. And you, Bartholomew, are admirer number 3. No sooner had the words left his lips. Johnny was promptly pummeled by Yasaku. Yasaku snarled, how dare you claim number 1? You wretch. I am number one. Then both Johnny and Yasaku were soundly thrashed by Bartholomew. Bartholomew declared, whether you're 2 or 3 matters not. Number 1 belongs solely to me. Johnny and Yasaku shouted in unison, you bastard. You insolent fool. You show no respect for seniors whatsoever. They bickered briefly, yet quickly realized this was no time for squabbles. Johnny and Yasaku swiftly evacuated Zoro. As for Mihawk, by now he was beyond saving. If he perished, so be it. That was his fate. Across the sky screen, Zoro, shielded by Johnny and Yasaku, seized a small vessel and escaped successfully. Night had fallen. Luyu, realizing Zoro could no longer seek further inheritances, resolved to deactivate the sky screen and rest, preparing to resume the next interdimensional link at dawn. Yet just as he raised his hand to shut down the sky screen, footsteps approached. Someone's coming, Robin murmured to Luyu. He nodded quietly. Indeed, my Rinnegan has already perceived them. Robin whispered, that person. Her gaze locked onto the figure, and her body trembled, involuntarily gripped by profound fear. That is Kazan, the Admiral of the Marines, one of the world government's supreme combatants. Luyu knew well the trauma Robin bore toward Kazan. Gently he placed a hand upon her back, his frame blazing with Fire Dragon Slayer magic, radiating intense warmth. The warmth of his palm against her back enveloped her in deep comfort and solace. Rest easy, I will protect you. His voice was soft, yet to Robin those words resonated like a sovereign balm. Robin's heart steadied. She gazed at Luyu, her eyes now tinged with quiet dependence. Oh, that's Admiral Kazan of the Marines. Admiral? Where is he? With an admiral present, Zoro stands no chance of escape. Not among the pirate hunters. It's on the side of the otherworldly Luyu. What? On Luyu's side? The otherworlder? It's true, Admiral Kazan himself. How peculiar. He shouldn't be there at all. Just as one crisis subsided, another erupted. Zoro's fate remained uncertain, yet now Luyu faced peril anew. Admiral Kazan's personal arrival carried weight equal to, or greater than, Mihawk's appearance in Lobetown. And with Kazan's emergence, countless pirates, including the 4 emperors and the Revolutionary Army, paled in dread. Whitebeard declared firmly, undoubtedly the Marines have come to recruit Luyu. Kaido roared, if this man joins the Marines and the world government, piracy itself will cease to exist. Shanks added gravely, should the world government succeed, the great age of piracy will end forever. Dragon intoned darkly, the entire world will sink irrevocably beneath the world government's brutal dominion, never to rise again. Big Mom seethed, damned Katakuri. Why did you delay our marriage proposal to her when the Marines moved first? Amazon Lily. On the island of the Nine-Tailed Serpent, the ancient matriarch Galuriosa fixed her gaze upon the Empress, Snake Princess. If the world government succeeds in recruiting him, your reign of unchecked authority ends. You must obey the world government without question. Preserving your status as a Shichibukai is your sole lifeline, and that of the entire Nine-Tailed Serpent tribe. The Empress, rarely solemn, met her gaze with quiet resolve. Indeed, I understand. On the Terror triple-mast ship Moonlight, Moria let out a shrill, eerie laugh. What will become of him? Will he accept the world government's offer? Should he do so, my own standing as a Shichibukai shall ascend even higher. In the Grand Line, Beppo stared up at the sky screen, his heart sinking. If he joins the world government, its power will become utterly unassailable. Then the Revolutionary Army will vanish like mist. Dragon Ivankov Sabo Koreha, please stay safe. The only glimmer of solace for Beppo came from a newspaper report on Bonnie. She set sail as a pirate. Gazing at Bonnie's portrait in the paper, Beppo softened, his expression tender. It seems her illness has healed. Thank goodness. At least she's safe. Then, even if I fully transform into an artificial human, I can finally rest assured. Fishman Island. At Ryugu Palace, Jinbe scratched his head, troubled. Unforeseen, the world government found him first. If he joins them, the Whitebeard pirates will be doomed. Not merely them, but all pirates across the world will face annihilation. King Neptune observed calmly. Then your position as a Shichibukai becomes more vital than ever. Jinbe nodded. Indeed, I comprehend fully. Should that day arrive, perhaps it will herald Fishman Island's long-awaited ascent to the surface. I shall strive for it with all my might. Neptune replied. Then we entrust it entirely to you, Jinbe. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo watched Luyu confront Kazan upon the sky screen, and unleashed his signature mocking laughter. Fufufu, what will transpire? Will he accept the world government's recruitment and become one of them? If he truly does, every pirate across the globe will weep bitterly. Of course, for me it's advantageous. The stronger the world government grows, the higher my stature as a Shichibukai rises. Yet then I'd forfeit my vengeance against those fools in Mariajoa. How tragically regrettable. In the Grand Line, Katakuri, having just crossed the red line from the New World, gazed at the sky screen, his expression grim. We arrived too late. Drop anchor. Proceed no further. If he accepts the world government's offer, our journey is pointless. And if he refuses, the terms Big Mom Pirates could offer pale beside those of the world government. Our presence serves no purpose. Watch the outcome, then prepare to return home. At this very moment, the meeting between Luyu and Admiral Akiji captured the gaze of the entire world. Even the legendary duel between Zoro and Dracula Mihawk paled in comparison. Though Mihawk himself was a figure of immense weight, his defeat, while undeniably shifting the global balance, paled against the sheer significance of Lu Yu. Mihawk, by contrast, seemed utterly inconsequential. He's likely here to recruit you, Robin whispered softly into Lu Yu's ear. Lu Yu nodded. Yes, I'd already surmised as much. Still, conjecture remained just that, conjecture. Lu Yu would seek clarity before drawing conclusions. Hey, up ahead. Your Admiral Akiji of the Marines correct. Did you come all this way specifically for me? Akiji gave a slow nod, his voice languid and unhurried. Indeed I did. After all, who else could possibly warrant such a personal journey? Ah, but wait. Miss Nico Robin does qualify now. Congratulations, Miss Robin. Your bounty has risen dramatically. I recall it was, how much exactly? Never mind, I've forgotten. Suffice it to say several 100 million berry. Truly extraordinary. A woman of such stature commanding such a bounty is exceedingly rare in this world. One scarcely notices how swiftly she's ascended. These younger generations truly evolve at an astonishing pace. Lu Yu studied him steadily. Allow me one more guess, you're here to recruit me. How did you deduce that so readily? Akiji glanced at him sidelong, scratching his head. You are a pirate. Why couldn't I be here to arrest you instead? I suspect the world government lacks the folly to oppose someone of my standing. To utter such words, you're truly arrogant. Yet frustratingly, you're right. Yes, I am here to recruit you. Now, there are two offers. Would you care to hear them both? Lu Yu inclined his head. I'm all ears. Akiji continued. The first is an invitation to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Thanks to you, Crocodile was defeated by the woman beside you, leaving the world government 1 warlord short, though now technically 2. All right. Mihawk was just stripped of his title. Akiji sighed, exasperated. What a nuisance. The 7 warlords serve as our most vital bulwark against piracy, yet 2 have fallen within 3 days. Hardly encouraging news for the Navy, or the world government. Shaking his head, he dismissed the frustration and pressed on. In any case, that's the first offer. Will you accept the position of warlord? Truth be told, Lu Yu was tempted. His eyes lit with quiet interest. His original intent had been that of an adventurer, not a pirate. His piratical path had begun solely for Robin's sake. Becoming a warlord would spare him countless complications and allow him to pursue treasures in peace. Lu Yu asked, intrigued. I recall that once appointed a warlord may grant immunity to their subordinates, correct? So, if I accepted, the world government would be barred from arresting Robin. At these words, pirates across the 4 seas and revolutionaries alike turned grim. Disaster. The era of the great pirates may end here. Yet, just as despair settled thick and heavy, unexpected hope bloomed anew. As pirates teetered on the edge of despair, Akiji's next words rekindled their flickering faith. Yes, that's accurate. With one exception, Nico Robin. She is a uniquely designated criminal. Her capture is non-negotiable, her pardon impossible. Surrender her, and your appointment as warlord is assured. Frankly, Akiji felt uneasy. He himself couldn't fathom why the 5 elders insisted so adamantly upon Robin's capture. Was it merely because she was an orphan of O'Hara? Because she pursued the Void Century? Surely mere historical inquiry didn't warrant annihilation. Privately, Akiji hoped Lu Yu would shield Robin. Yet the world government's directive brooked no compromise. He had no choice but to obey. Lu Yu stared at him, incredulous. He had become a pirate for Robin's sake, and now he was being asked to abandon her to secure his own redemption. Then consider it declined. Lu Yu waved dismissively, disdain clear in his tone. If I cannot protect Robin, the title of warlord holds no appeal whatsoever. Hearing this, Robin's heart swelled with profound gratitude. She knew without doubt that she had placed her trust in the right man. Her gaze upon Lu Yu deepened, now suffused with unwavering reliance. Akiji could not comprehend Lu Yu's unyielding devotion. He ventured cautiously, why do you value this woman so fiercely? You know well who she is. A child of demons, born of lies and deception, a harbinger of ruin and misfortune. Every pirate crew and underworld syndicate entangled with her has met total annihilation. She alone remains, survivor among ashes. Stay silent. 6-fold bloom, claw grasp. 6 invisible arms erupted behind Akiji, wrenching his body backward with brutal force, sending him crashing to the ground as a massive slab of ice. Of course, all knew Akiji would suffer no true harm. After all, he was an admiral. From the fractured ice his form coalesced once more. He scratched his head, murmuring, "Oh dear, seems I spoke too freely, and struck a nerve." Robin glared, teeth clenched. "I am not the same person I once was." Akiji shrugged indifferently. "Who would believe you?" "I do." Lu Yu stepped forward, shielding Robin, his expression sharp and unwelcoming. "Akiji, let me be plain. My sole pursuit is treasure. I abhor complication. Given the choice, I prefer peace over conflict. But preferring peace does not equate to fearing conflict. Should you truly be here to provoke me, do not expect mercy." His gaze hardened, cold, lethal. "I will kill you." Akiji met that stare unblinking. Strangely, though Lu Yu bore neither armament haki nor conqueror's haki, Akiji sensed a subtle visceral pressure emanating from those eyes. Perhaps it stemmed from the Rinnegan itself. Akiji couldn't tell. He raised a hand placating, provocation is out of the question, we've yet to conclude our business. Even if combat proves inevitable it waits until after our discussion concludes. So, the first offer stands rejected then. Lu Yu affirmed without hesitation, without the power to protect Robin the title means nothing. I refuse it outright. Akiji nodded slowly. Very well, then let us proceed to the second offer. He fixed Lu Yu with a steady gaze. The second proposal is an invitation to join the world government. As a celestial dragon. Will you accept? Celestial dragons? He's being offered that. The celestial dragons. The supreme nobility atop the world's hierarchy. They wield absolute authority over the world government. Even admirals bow to their command. This is the celestial dragon class. I thought the warlord offer was staggering. But this is the true climax. Will he accept? Surely he will. After all, it's the celestial dragons. They may be despicable, but they hold ultimate power. All despise the celestial dragons. Yet who among us wouldn't crave such depravity? Do not accept. For the love of all that's sacred, do not accept. The celestial dragons are already monstrous enough. If they gain mastery over transworld legacies, none of us will survive. Please refuse. Akiji paused, letting the silence settle, then resumed calm and resolute. The Windless Belt. Jusho Island. Upon hearing Akiji's second condition, the three empresses trembled simultaneously. It's a celestial dragon. If even this outsider from another world is granted celestial dragon status, what atrocity won't those wretches dare commit? Refuse it. Refuse it absolutely. The sisters prayed fervently, yet harbored little hope, especially the empress. She believed she understood men well. In her eyes they were creatures wholly governed by power and desire. Lu Yu, though hailing from another world, remained a man, and no man could possibly resist the allure of absolute authority. The New World. Dressrosa. Don Quixote Doflamingo had been leisurely gazing up at the sky screen when the condition reached him, and his temples instantly bulged with fury. His wineglass shattered in his grip as he laughed bitterly. Those bastards in Holy Land. They've handed over the very chance I've longed for, to return to Mariewa and reclaim my celestial dragon birthright, to someone else. Just wait. If he refuses your offer one day, I'll ensure you all suffer a fate far worse than death. Fufufufu. And should Lu Yu accept the world government's terms, then consider this entire outburst never uttered. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Balgu. Dragon Sabo Corella and the rest of the Revolutionary Army felt their hearts sink. Even the initial recruitment offer from the 7 warlords had shaken them to the core. Yet the 7 warlords were merely nominal subordinates of the world government, coexisting in hollow alliance, each secretly plotting their own agenda. If the revolution exercised caution in its next moves, opportunities still lingered. But if Lu Yu became a celestial dragon outright, that would mean he was the world government's will incarnate. Then the revolution would have no path left, not even a sliver of hope. Now our sole remaining chance lies with Nico Robin. If the world government refused to relent on Robin's status regarding the 7 warlords, they certainly won't yield on the matter of celestial dragonhood. What matters now is how much she means to him. If Robin's worth in his heart outweighs the prestige of celestial dragon status, then there remains room to maneuver. If it falls short, Dragon dared not dwell further. Should Robin's significance to Lu Yu prove lesser than that of celestial dragon rank, then all was irrevocably lost. Holy Land. Mariewa. Upon hearing the condition, the celestial dragons scowled in unison. They dare promise celestial dragon status to a lowborn mortal from the lower world. What are the 5 elders thinking? Even if he hails from another world, even if he possesses unparalleled treasure-finding prowess, he must not be granted such status. It cheapens us, insults our dignity, utterly intolerable. Moreover, these contemptible mortals dare call us scum, preposterous. Alert the Marines, arrest them all, and bring them to Mariewa. I shall execute every last one by firing squad. No beheading. Only that will quell my wrath. A celestial dragon. Even Lu Yu himself recoiled in genuine shock. As a transmigrator, he fully grasped the weight behind those 3 words. The world government had offered him celestial dragon status, an offer of staggering generosity. Unlikely as it seemed, this was almost certainly the highest concession the world government could possibly extend. Evidently, the world government was determined to secure him, at any cost. At that moment, Lu Yu felt Robin's hand tighten upon his shoulder. He knew. She was anxious. Afraid. Afraid he would truly abandon her, afraid he'd betray her trust just as others before him once had. Lu Yu smiled faintly, placing his palm gently atop hers. Warmth radiated from his hand, the gentle heat of dragon flame, soothing, unwavering, profoundly tender. Rest easy. I vowed to protect you, and I will. Not even celestial dragon status can sway that promise. He reassured her softly. Hearing those words, Robin finally lowered her guard completely. Her faith in Lu Yu soared to its zenith. Suddenly, a flash of golden light. A golden hexagram shimmered into existence upon the silver bracelet encircling Robin's wrist. Robin blinked in astonishment. This is... Lu Yu grinned. A vassal artifact. A vassal artifact. You've seen Nami's abilities, haven't you? The enchanted armaments she wields are called metal artifacts. I possess them too. And when someone, like you, chooses to follow me with unwavering sincerity, they gain access to a fragment of my metal artifact's power. That bond is called vassalship, hence the vassal artifact. Presumably you may now wield minor lightning-based abilities. As he explained, a quiet, self-satisfied smile tugged at the corners of his lips. The vassal artifact functioned as a mark of absolute loyalty. Only those utterly devoted to him could ever channel its power. Robin, now bound to him in spirit and soul, had surrendered herself entirely. That realization filled him with quiet elation. At least he knew, dying for Robin had been worth it. Hearing his explanation, Robin paused, startled. Such an effect. Then a flicker of remorse crossed her face. She murmured, "I'm sorry. I sought you out myself, yet until now I hadn't truly resolved to follow you." Lu Yu chuckled lightly. "No matter. What matters is that you do now." Given Robin's 20 years of suffering, Lu Yu had never expected immediate devotion. That she'd so swiftly commit herself was already more than he'd hoped for. Had she pledged undying loyalty from the very first moment, he'd have suspected he'd met a counterfeit Robin instead. After comforting Robin, Lu Yu turned toward Akiji. "If I became a celestial dragon, could I shield Robin?" Akiji replied coolly, "What do you think?" "Not possible." "Correct." Lu Yu fell silent, speechless. For a fleeting instant, I almost wanted to accept, just to make you grovel at my feet like a dog. Damn you, you're insufferable. Akiji's expression darkened. Damn it, I'm furious too. His attitude stank, but whose didn't? Yet Akiji caught the subtle inflection in Lu Yu's voice, almost wanted to. "So you don't wish to become a celestial dragon? You're refusing?" "Precisely. That's exactly what I mean." Announcement: he refused. He truly declined the invitation to become a celestial dragon. Unbelievable, the celestial dragon rank. All he needed was to discard a bounty hunter he'd known for barely 2 days, and he'd ascend to the apex of global power. Why on earth would he refuse? What sorcery did Nico Robin brew for him? "If that chance were mine, I'd forsake wife and child without hesitation." Upvoted: the poster above is as vile as the celestial dragons themselves. Verified. Ha! A bold, unrestrained laugh echoed across the sky. A figure materialized within the sky screen's projection. "It's him." Robin stiffened, her pupils contracting in disbelief. "Admiral Garp. He's arrived too." Robin immediately sensed grave peril. One Akiji might signify mere world government scrutiny, but Garp's presence defied such simple interpretation. Their true intent, if denied, was likely annihilation. With an admiral and the Navy's hero aligned against him, Lu Yu stood in mortal danger. "Ha! Excellent refusal, young man. Exactly right. What use is being scum? True men aspire beyond borders." Garp spoke between bites of senbei, heartily endorsing Lu Yu's decision. Hey, keep that to yourself. Right now the entire world is watching. I'm the operations chief commander. Don't stir up trouble, please. Akiji's reminder jolted Garp into awareness. He glanced upward, straight into his own reflection on the sky screen, then scratched his head sheepishly. "Ah, right. That wasn't supposed to be said aloud." "Well then, consider it unsaid." "Ha. Worldwide reaction, nanny. That old fool. Can't he grasp the gravity of the situation? This will be impossible to contain." Marine headquarters. Sengoku buried his face in his hands. "Headache indeed. I hadn't expected even the status of a celestial dragon to sway you." And Akiji clearly hadn't anticipated Lu Yu's fierce protection of Robin, so much so that he'd outright rejected the offer of celestial dragonhood. Then there was no choice but force. And Akiji gestured for Lu Yu to look farther, out across the vast sea. "Brat, though I admire your courage and resolve, I advise you not to rush your answer. If you intend to refuse, at least observe first. Look closely, then decide whether you truly accept our recruitment." As Akiji's words faded, the sky screen expanded, stretching toward the coastline he indicated, until the entire horizon shimmered with warships scattered across the ocean. A quick count revealed over 100 vessels. Assuming only 100 Marines per ship, that still amounted to 10,000 soldiers. At minimum 10,000 Marines and 100 warships, led by a fleet admiral and the legendary hero of the Marines. This force alone could annihilate an emperor's crew. What is the Navy doing dispatching such overwhelming power? Are they declaring war on this otherworlder? In the Navy's strategy is clear: coercion through intimidation. Offer inducement first; if refused, resort to destruction. If persuasion fails, they will obliterate him. This otherworlder stands in grave peril. And across the 4 seas, civilians swiftly grasped the truth. The Navy intended to destroy what it could not possess. Yet against just 2 individuals, Lu Yu and Robin, they deployed a force far exceeding the Buster Call, rivaling, or even surpassing, the full might of an emperor's alliance. Such extraordinary emphasis seemed excessive. Nat Marine headquarters in Marineford Sengoku felt distinctly uneasy. To destroy what one cannot claim is human nature, but undeniably despicable. And he had preferred this operation remain shrouded in silence, conducted discreetly and without fanfare. Yet the sky screen's authority rested solely in Lu Yu's hands. He had no means to intervene. Clamping his jaw shut, Sengoku reluctantly conceded, "Very well, despicable it may be. Though it risks tarnishing public perception, justice demands such measures. Compared to that, blast it all, my entire plan has been utterly derailed. And that accursed Nico Robin, the calamity of O'Hara, is entirely to blame. Sengoku gritted his teeth in fury. His original plan had been simple: locate Luyu, recruit him into the Marines, and thereby sever the Navy's ties with the world government. But Robin had acted first, securing Luyu as a pirate before the Navy could intervene. And Luyu had set sail under the world's watchful gaze, leaving the Marines no room to absorb him. But Luyu refused. And now only two paths remained: ascension to Celestial Dragon, or open war with the Marines. And neither served the Navy's interests. Should Luyu become a Celestial Dragon, the world government's power would surge unprecedentedly, leaving the Marines stripped of autonomy, struggling merely to survive obsolescence, let alone achieve independence. Should war erupt, victory or defeat mattered little. Sengoku was certain his forces would prevail, but either outcome would cripple the Navy. All this turmoil stemmed from Robin's preemptive move. And how could Sengoku not seethe? That accursed devil's child. Why couldn't she have died sooner? Damn it. Damn it. And elsewhere the four emperors and the Revolutionary Army likewise recognized the Navy's intent. They despised the Marines' enduring dishonor, yet relief washed over them. At least the Navy had failed to claim Luyu. Safety for now remained intact. And more promising still, the Navy appeared poised for open conflict with him. That was ideal. Best if both sides bled each other dry, and Luyu perished outright. Whitebeard declared. Luyu refused once, refused twice. Such a man will never yield to coercion. His third refusal is inevitable. Big Mom added, refusal guarantees war. Observe the Navy. They plainly intend to destroy what they cannot possess. How utterly contemptible. Mama, Kaido mused. Their deployed force is staggering, but that otherworlder's strength is equally formidable. A ferocious clash is inevitable. Shanks observed, no single man, not even the legendary Joel D. Roger, could withstand such overwhelming might. Especially with Admiral Kazan and the hero of the Marines, Monkey D. Garp among them. Such power is beyond any individual's capacity to oppose. Luyu's defeat is certain. Shiki reflected, his death is preferable. In just 3 days he has upended this world. Let him vanish now, before chaos consumes everything. While his influence remains limited, erase him, before his disruption spirals beyond containment. Dragon asserted, this world tolerates one Nico Robin, one Nami, one Roronoa Zoro, but not 365 of each year after year. A living Luyu, bound to no faction yet feared by all, is infinitely more destabilizing than a lifeless corpse unaffiliated with any power. At the Grand Line's threshold upon an unnamed island, Robin gazed upon the naval armada, a force dwarfing even the Buster Call, capable of erasing an entire Emperor's alliance. Despair coiled cold within her chest. They've deployed a force of this magnitude, and she recalled how a single Buster Call had sunk O'Hara beneath the waves. This fleet surpassed it tenfold. Its sheer scale was terrifying. Merely witnessing it sent shivers down the spine. 100 warships, 30,000 Marines, 10 vice admirals from Marine headquarters, and myself, Fleet Admiral Akiji. Akiji calmly enumerated the staggering scale of his command. And then turning once more to Luyu, you have one final chance. Will you accept our offer, or reject it? And Luyu's gaze sharpened, edged with lethal intent. If I refuse, do you intend to wage war? Akiji shrugged lightly. It goes without saying. And Luyu clenched his fist, flames erupting across its surface, Fire Dragon's iron fist. Faced with Qingji's relentless pressure, Luyu chose to let his fist speak. Huolong's iron fist. A flame-engulfed blow hurtled toward Qingji. Qingji slipped aside. He could not help but remark with curiosity. I recall the user of the Mara fruit was Huochuan, AC's 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, wasn't he? If you are not a Devil Fruit user, how can flames roar from your hands without scorching you? Could this be some otherworldly inheritance of power? Correct, but no prize for you. Fire Dragon's roar. Missing with his first punch, Luyu pressed the assault with a stream of searing breath. The flames' reach was limited, but their heat was extraordinary. Where the flames passed, the ground itself was scorched and molten like lava. Under such a blaze, even Qingji felt a flicker of peril. This is no ordinary fire. The temperature is astonishingly high, almost magma-like. A single burn from this would be a nightmare. Freezing Baoji beak. Qingji's arm conjured a hulking icebird. Where the bird met the flame, they erupted into steam and vanished the exchange, leaving neither side superior. If I cannot make you suffer, then I shall suffer instead. Luyu smiled, the corners of his mouth tilting. Qingji was a paramecia of the natural element, and there were few means to truly subdue him. Aside from seawater and Haki, the other reliable method was elemental advantage. For example, in the original tale, Luffy used water and blood to overcome Crocodile, and his rubber nature defeated Enel. The same principle of elemental countering. Moreover, after Qingji's duel with Chidian, one was frostbitten, while the other was burned further, proving their elements neutralize one another. So for Liu Yu, who had not yet mastered Haki, his only way to strike Qingji was the fire dragon slaying magic. The good news was that the technique had indeed made Qingji uneasy. The bad news was that ordinary fire dragon magic seemed insufficient against him. Should I switch to Yin Longwang mode? Liu Yu wondered silently. But glancing at Kapu and the 100 warships on the sea, he abandoned the thought. Yin Longwang mode drained too much stamina. If he unleashed it before clearing these troublesome foes, he would quickly run out of strength and risk being captured by the Navy. Alas, it all came down to insufficient endurance. He hoped the next inheritance would grant greater stamina, so he would have no glaring weakness left. Enough. I'll clear out you trash first. Tian Ai Jinxing. Liu Yu's eyes flashed as he activated the Luanhui Yan's ability. A colossal meteor descended from the heavens, smashing toward the fleet. The sailors aboard the warships fell into chaos. Good heavens, a meteor. Dodge, dodge. Where the hell can we dodge to when a meteor is coming? Help. Somebody save me. It's over, I'm dead. Amid the panic, the voice of Kapu rang from above. Stop all that racket. What are you doing? Kapu sprinted with his lightning-fast moon step toward the meteor, laughed, and with a single airborne punch shattered it to fragments. Watch closely, this is the power of Navy justice. Inha Kwangu. The meteor was pulverized by Kapu's blow. The sailors were freed from danger, and only then did they notice their collars were damp with cold sweat. Thank heavens we're saved. Is this Vice Admiral Kapu's strength? Incredible. I've heard how Kapu once drove Pirate King Roger to the brink in his youth. Today we see his true might, utterly astounding. No wonder he is called the Navy's hero, his reputation is well earned. Everyone take heart. We stand with one of the world government's greatest forces, Admiral Kazan and Vice Admiral Kapu, among a dozen Navy commanders. Even against an entire Yonko fleet, we will not lose. Qingji was unsurprised. He even had leisure to chat with Liu Yu. Impressive, that old man. For his age, he still has such vigor. Liu Yu nodded. Yes, I thought a single strike would clear the grunts, but it seems not so simple. Qingji regarded him and finally asked, so you still refused, right? Liu Yu mimicked Qingji's earlier casual tone. Clearly, Qingji was momentarily speechless. He scratched his head in vexation. This is maddening. I assumed the world government's terms would guarantee success, which is why I took this mission. Now we must fight anyway. If I'd known, I would have handed it to Sakasuki, that bastard. He's the unwavering hawk for war. As he finished speaking, Qingji's eyes grew cold. I don't relish fighting, but now that we stand opposed, I have no reason to spare such a dangerous man. All Navy personnel, obey orders. War begins now. Forward, seize him. Those with guns fire, those with cannons shoot. Admiral Kazan is a Logia of the natural element, but do not fear collateral harm. Kill him. Capture this otherworldly intruder and the spawn of demons. The sailors swarmed ashore with guns and artillery aimed at Liu Yu. Before they could reach him, the ranks began to topple en masse. What is happening? Why are the men ahead being blasted backward? Rear Admiral Zixalai, invisible attacks are obstructing us. Arg. Invisible attacks. It's Nico Luobin. Her unseen arms. Slow your advance, everyone. Beware of Robin's assault. Even if we take care, how can we be cautious of something we cannot see? Robin would not let Liu Yu face the Navy alone. She deployed her unseen arms technique in concert with the Hana Fruit's power and Rokushiki flexibility, momentarily halting the Navy's vast tide. Even elite rear admirals like Wushu Guizhu and Huashishin were vexed by Robin's interference. Damn it, that woman truly has obtained formidable powers. Invisible is one thing, but those limbs regenerate. I used Kinbunchika Haki to sense and sever several of her unseen arms, and they all grew back. Worse still, those invisible arms are tremendously strong and use an astonishing body technique. My flame slash that can fell medium sea kings was deflected. So this is the strength that once defeated Crocodile. No wonder. Crocodile's loss was not undeserved. Tenfold blossoms bloom. Bagua Palm. Huitian returned to heaven. Luo Bin watched the Navy vice admirals surging at the very forefront. She used the invisible hand fruit to sprout unseen hands from the bodies of the vice admirals, then executed the Huitian technique directly through them. A single lapse, and the vice admirals were left battered and shamefaced. Even the vice admirals are being humiliated. How formidable is this devil's child? Do not underestimate her. She was the one who defeated Koluo Ku de Air's woman, a super bounty above 1 billion belly. Stop thinking of her as the same devil's child who once had only 79 million belly. Open fire. Target her true body. No matter what, she will protect her true body. If we can exhaust her stamina, victory will be ours. The Navy opened fire at the position of Luo Bin's true body. They could not see Luo Bin's invisible hands, but they could see her true body. Even if bullets and shells missed her true form and only struck her invisible hands, those hands could not possibly regenerate forever, could they? Even if they could regenerate without limit, they still required stamina. They refused to believe that 30,000 guns and cannons could not deplete the stamina of a single woman. Luo Bin's stamina indeed drained quickly. Not long after the fight began, at least 20% of her energy had been spent. At that rate, within an hour she would be exhausted and captured. Yet the Navy could not wait an hour. With a global broadcast watching 30,000 sailors and 10 vice admirals assaulting a single Luo Bin, if this dragged on for an hour, the Navy's prestige would be ruined. Damn it, how are we supposed to get close to that woman? Vice Admirals Wurishu Huo and the others ground their teeth staring at Luo Bin, who seemed at once within reach and impossibly distant. At that moment Ka Pu charged to the front again. Your training is still insufficient. Let an old man show you how it's done. Ka Pu rolled up his sleeves and smiled. The Vice Admirals flushed. We don't mean to laugh, Vice Admiral Ka Pu. Ka Pu laughed heartily and waved it off. There is no mockery here. All of this is for justice. If you feel your strength lacking, train harder. Do not let this happen again. That is what matters most. The Vice Admirals answered in unison with grave faces. Yes, Vice Admiral Ka Pu. With Ka Pu himself having arrived, Luo Bin braced for him. So many Navy forces had come today. The two most threatening figures were Qin Ji and Ka Pu. Although Ka Pu had grown old, a hero remains a hero even in twilight. Defeating Ka Pu was no easy task. Then Ka Pu moved. He leapt into the air. Though it was a jump, his speed felt like instantaneous displacement. Luo Bin, despite her readiness, was taken aback. So fast. She hurriedly used her fruit ability, 20-fold blossoms bloom, Huitian. 20 arms sprouted on Ka Pu's body, and she struck with 10 successive Huitian blows. Ka Pu noticed the invisible arms, but he had no intention of dispelling them. To seize the ringleader first was the priority. Eliminating Luo Bin was paramount. 10 Huitian strikes hit him. Ka Pu took some damage yet shrugged it off with ease. Then he smiled and delivered a midair punch, fistbone impact. Then the ground beneath Luo Bin was torn open into a vast pit, so deep its bottom could not be seen, though the faint sound of running water could be heard. That single blow even punched through the island itself. In the new world aboard, Baihuzi's crew as captains such as Ma Erku gaped at the spectacle. Baihuzi muttered, Ka Pu, that old, undying bastard is getting old. The captains were stunned. Father, what do you mean? Baihuzi replied, it means his punch no longer carries the power of his youth. If he had been younger, that crater would have been another circle wider. Time is merciless, one cannot deny age. The captain stared up at the hole in the sky and swallowed hard. Even in a diminished state, his force is terrifying. How much stronger must Ka Pu have been in his prime? In the East Sea on a floating island, Jin Shirzi watched Ka Pu and sneered. Damn it, if you're going to weaken, why not do it 20 years earlier? If you had declined like this 2 decades ago, I wouldn't have ended up caught by that bastard Sengoku. What a waste for my 2 legs, he grumbled. In the East Sea aboard Huzi's ship, Fan Ao Ka observed. So this is Navy hero Ka Pu, one of the world's greatest fighters. An extraordinary force indeed. Huzi nodded. Yes, truly incredible power. Then he laughed and turned his gaze forward. Yet they are relics out of step with the times. The age of great voyages belongs to us newcomers. First we find our navigator Nami in Cocoa West village of this East Sea. Then we patch our gaps and become the 7 warlords. Next we recruit allies from level 6 of the Sabaody archipelago. After that the 4 emperors. Then the pirate king. Finally the whole world. Laughing raucously they set their ambitions. Meanwhile at the beginning of the Grand Line on an unnamed island, Ka Pu's fist had fallen and left a yawning crater. Ka Pu sighed, this old man has truly declined. The men around him cried out in astonishment, declined. Then how unstoppable must you have been in your youth? I now understand why Pirate King Roger was once driven to the brink by Vice Admiral Ka Pu. Under such relentless pursuit, it is no wonder he was cornered, the Navy murmured. Someone remembered Luo Bin and asked anxiously, what about Nico Luo Bin? Where is she? Surely Ka Pu did not reduce her to ashes. Ka Pu shook his head and pointed toward a grove a short distance from the crater. She is fine. She's over there, perhaps 2 or 3 kilometers away. Ka Pu had located her with his Kinbunshiko Haki, the sight that senses intent. Still he did not understand why Luo Bin had appeared in that spot. She showed no sign of dodging. Why did she suddenly reappear there? Ka Pu pondered, and then realization struck. When Lu Yu had connected to Luo Bin and imparted guidance, he had described an ability like instantaneous movement. Ka Pu understood, so before my punch landed, she must have evaded it by using a teleportation-like power. It seemed this devil's child was even more vexing than he had first imagined. Ka Pu's revelation settled among the ranks as they all regained their composure and prepared for what came next. The Navy tightened their formation and readied for another approach, fully aware that Luo Bin's cunning and abilities made her an especially dangerous adversary. Every officer felt the pressure against such an opponent. Brute force alone might not suffice. Careful strategy and unyielding resolve would be required. Ka Pu's expression hardened as he considered tactics. If Luo Bin could slip away from a blow of his caliber, she was not an enemy to be taken lightly. The battlefield paused under the vast sky, all eyes fixed on the grove where Luo Bin had retreated, waiting to see which move she would make next. It became clear to Ka Pu and the Navy this devil's child was far more troublesome than any of them had presumed. Huff, huff. In the forest, beneath a massive tree inscribed with the flying thunder god seal, Robin materialized, gasping for breath. That was close. Far too close. Thank the heavens I left flying thunder god seals at regular intervals. Otherwise that punch would have ended me. At that moment Robin heard cannon fire erupting from the battlefield, where Lu Yu and Akiji were locked in combat. Her expression darkened. Akiji, a Logia-type devil fruit user, was impervious to gunfire, but Luyu was not. A single bullet or artillery blast would place him in immediate peril. She had to return to the battlefield instantly, to shield Luyu. Yet before she could move, the Marines closed in around her once more. Nico Robin, this time you will not escape. Garp's figure descended from the sky, his fist aimed squarely at Robin's current position. Fist bone rush. No, danger. Just as he began his downward strike, his Kinbunchika Haki surged with overwhelming warning, danger approaching from the side. Garp instantly retracted his punch and evaded sideways using moonwalk. And the instant he cleared that space, a razor-sharp blade wind slashed through the air, striking the ground and cleaving the entire island cleanly in two. Unimaginable. The fate Garp would have suffered had that blade wind struck him directly. What just happened? Why did the island split apart so suddenly? Was it tectonic movement? Could it be a cataclysmic earthquake? No, it doesn't resemble an earthquake. It feels eerily similar to Mihawk's sunset slash that bisected Logtown. I agree, but how is that possible? There's no swordsman of that caliber present. Yes, there's one. Don't forget when Luyu first awakened his Rinnegan, he cleaved a colossal sea king larger than this island in a single stroke. If it's him, such a feat is entirely plausible. But he's still locked in an intense duel with Admiral Akiji. How could he possibly break away to strike Garp? Admiral Garp, are you unharmed? That terrified me. No one knows why the island suddenly fractured. Was it an earthquake? Yet it feels off. Or was it the strike of a supreme swordmaster? But the only grand swordmaster here is Luyu, the otherworlder, and he's nowhere in sight. Several Marine vice admirals landed beside Garp using moonwalk, murmuring in bewilderment. Vice Admiral Hojishin blinked in surprise, but Admiral Garp, there's nothing there. Garp affirmed firmly, it is there. Though invisible, it exists. Hojishin suddenly grasped it. You mean Nico Robin's invisible hands? Her limbs truly are unseen. You've known that all along, haven't you? Garp shook his head, not Robin's invisible hands. Not even remotely comparable. An invisible entity, powerful enough to rival me outright. What a... A chorus of stunned exclamations erupted from Vice Admirals Fujitora, Hojishin, and others. You're the hero of the Marines. One of the world government's strongest warriors. Once refusing promotion to Fleet Admiral. To stand equal to you. That defies belief. Garp's expression hardened further. I'm certain. What severed the island was that invisible force. It targeted me, but I evaded, leaving the island to bear the collateral devastation. Brace yourselves, lads. Today on this island the monsters we face may not be two, but three. Rinnegan border prison. This was the third presence, standing between Garp and victory. Robin could not abandon Luyu, nor could Luyu abandon Robin. Seeing Robin in mortal danger, he immediately dispatched a clone to rescue her. Yet this exertion drained his stamina at an alarming rate. Haha. A faint sheen of sweat glistened on Luyu's brow. His gaze swept across tens of thousands of Marines swarming the island. He knew he could not sustain this. Unless he first eliminated these countless foot soldiers, even defeating both Akiji and Garp would not guarantee his escape. Then, clear the ranks first. Tungai Shinsei is ineffective. Ultra Shinra Tensei carries too great a risk. He dismissed Ultra Shinra Tensei with a shake of his head. It wasn't fatigue he feared, but rather Shinra Tensei's inherent vulnerability. Even Naruto's Six Tails form could tear through it. Neither Garp nor Akiji would be weaker than that. Should either break through his Ultra Shinra Tensei mid-execution, he'd face instant annihilation. Outnumbered and isolated, he dared not gamble. And disadvantaged caution remains paramount. Demon's Essence offers wide freezing range, but Akiji would intercept it easily. Flame Dragon King mode is reserved for Akiji's final elimination. Adam Samurai's swordsmanship excels in duels, not mass combat. So only one option remains magic armor. After rigorous elimination, Luyu settled on magic armor. He sighed, sigh. Sinbad's 7 demon gods wield ice hurricanes, lightning, gravity, yet not a single one commands flame. If only one bore fire, that would be absolute annihilation. Shaking his head, he accepted the gift as it was. Magic armor. Luyu was locked in battle with Akiji. One moment, a roaring fire dragon surged forth. The next, he transformed into a draconic humanoid form. Wait, that form resembles Nami's. Isn't that Baral the lightning demon god, merely gender swapped for the new wielder? Could there truly be another demon god Baral? I can accept a second demon god, but 2 Barals. That stretches credulity. He himself stated clearly only 72 demon gods exist across worlds, each possessing unique powers. Even if he commands one, it cannot be Baral. Come to think of it, I've long suspected something. Have you noticed? The katana at Luyu's waist matches exactly with Zoro's legendary blade Nichiren. And he didn't possess it earlier. It appeared only after Zoro acquired Nichiren. Does this mean he doesn't merely guide our inheritances, but replicates them as well? Then does he already wield Robin's invisible hands, Nami's lightning demon god Baral, and Zoro's Adam samurai swordsmanship? My gods, Just how formidable has he become? Lu Yu's ability to replicate others' powers had been exposed. Yet it was inevitable. Once tangible replications like Murasame and the Sunblade emerged, concealment could not last long. All things considered, the repercussions were negligible. Surely no one would refuse synchronization merely because they knew their acquired abilities would be duplicated. No one would be that foolish. The sole consequence: those already deeply wary of him now feared him even more. Whitebeard. No wonder he chose to initiate these global Skylink broadcasts despite having the option to amass wealth in silence. It grants him perfect duplicates of every synchronized individual's abilities. That explains everything. Shanks, the mere capacity to perceive inheritances from other worlds is terrifying enough, but to simultaneously acquire synchronized copies. In just 3 days he has grown this formidable. What if a year, or even half a year, were to pass? World's strongest man, world's strongest creature, world's greatest swordsman. All titles, except perhaps world's strongest woman, which belongs solely to that old matriarch, will inevitably fall to him. What a terrifying ability. Damn it, why isn't he my husband? If he were mine, I could harness his power to surpass Kaido Shanks, Whitebeard, even Marine headquarters, and ultimately overthrow the world government itself to become sovereign of the world. Fortunately, he appears powerless against Logia-type devil fruit users. Otherwise, even I, or the 4 emperors, would likely have fallen before him by now. Marine headquarters. Marine fort. Upon receiving the intelligence, Sengoku stared in stunned disbelief. This man can replicate the abilities of those fated to cross paths with him. A truly extraordinary power. Then his fury surged. Cursed Nico Robin. It's all your fault. Had she remained with us, the Marines would have crushed the 4 emperors with his aid. We could even have supplanted the world government. You truly deserve death. After venting his rage, Sengoku's gaze hardened into something lethally dangerous. A man possessing such power is perilous enough if he remains outside our ranks. Now that the Marines have incurred his enmity, he must be eliminated, without exception. Kazan. Garp. Eliminate him, by any means necessary. Holy Land. Mariehua. Venus. Unbelievable. He possesses this ability too. A close call indeed. We discovered it just in time. Had Kuzan arrived 10 or 8 days later, allowing Lu Yu to acquire some flame-based power, all would have been lost. He is already exceedingly difficult to subdue. Though that flame ability falls slightly short of Kazan's ice, defeating him will prove far from simple, even for Kazan. Had we known earlier, Sakazuki would have been the ideal choice. No, now that Lu Yu has obtained the essence of demons, even Sakazuki would struggle to overpower him. We should have dispatched Borsalino instead. His light-based capabilities suffer no elemental disadvantage. Be that as it may, the current deployment, though suboptimal, is evidently sufficient to secure his capture. It may simply require additional time. Let us savor this spectacle a while longer. Grand Line entrance. An unnamed island. Upon witnessing the scene, Kazan scratched his head in mild exasperation. So he possesses the ability to duplicate the powers of those fated to meet him. How troublesome. That explains why those cannons and bullets never reached you. I'd wondered why they were intercepted so cleanly. It was your invisible hands, wasn't it? Lu Yu smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying indeed. My invisible hands. Not only did they intercept those projectiles, they also delivered the unseen punches you evaded moments ago. Kazan suddenly grasped the truth. I see. I assumed it was Nico Robin. Of course, she wouldn't waste her power on me. She knows full well her abilities hold no sway over me. But if it's you, then it makes perfect sense. If I'm not mistaken, each of your invisible hands manifests as Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Lu Yu nodded firmly. Yes, every single one. Pity none landed. The observation Haki truly is vexing. Without it you'd have fallen long ago. Kazan's expression darkened. You, cheater, dare utter such words. That line belongs to me. Kazan's jaw twitched. Were it not for your profusion of cross-world inheritances, you'd have fallen long ago. Ice ball. Kazan hurled an ice sphere toward Lu Yu. Instantly, the metallic longsword conjured by Lu Yu's demon armor discharged a surge of electricity, shattering the sphere into glittering fragments. Then, leveraging his armor's innate flight capability, Lu Yu ascended into the air. He called out sharply, Robin, use your flying thunder god technique to depart this island. Now, immediately, at once. Though puzzled, Robin obeyed without hesitation. Activating the technique, she teleported onto the treasure hunter, unfurled its sails, and set course. Think you can flee? Not so easily. Kazan leapt onto the sea, Ice Age. In an instant the ocean began freezing solid. As the ice threatened to entomb Robin's vessel, a transparent clone unleashed a colossal Susanoo sword strike, cleaving a clear, unobstructed channel through the encroaching frost. Kazan's expression tightened. Just as Garp had warned, there truly existed a third monster on this island beyond Lu Yu and Robin. Robin, simply sail away in your vessel. I'll join you shortly. Robin's face paled. Lu Yu, you're not coming with me. Lu Yu gazed down at the tens of thousands of Marines assembled upon the island. If we both fled, they'd pursue relentlessly. You go first. I'll eliminate them, then rendezvous with you. Are you asking me to abandon my comrade and flee? No, I cannot do that. Lu Yu's heart warmed. He smiled gently. Don't misunderstand. I never said you should abandon me. I explicitly stated I'd catch up with you afterward. Your departure secures me a path of retreat. But if you stay, if I fail, then truly there will be no escape left for me. Hearing this, Robin finally relaxed. She nodded resolutely. Then I shall go ahead. But Lu Yu, you must follow. Lu Yu smiled. I will. You won't escape so easily. Prepare yourself, Nico. Robin. Marines surged across Kuzan's frozen sea toward Robin. Rear Admiral Hojishin led the charge, only to be struck mid-leap by the invisible Susanoo blade, sending him hurtling farther than any other. Flee forward, Robin. Do not look back. Entrust everything here to me. General Huashan, are you alright? Still alive? Damn it. Can we really just watch Nico Robin escape? If even 1/3 of the Marines' forces cannot apprehend 2 mere individuals, it will be an unforgivable disgrace to the entire Marine Corps. The Marines halted in place upon the frozen sea. They could neither advance nor retreat, only stand there helplessly watching Robin steer her small vessel away, each clenching their teeth in furious frustration. Then Garp charged forward once more. Devil's child. If you slip through our grasp like this, the Marines' justice itself shall be shamed. Galactic Fist. Garp launched a midair punch that struck the invisible Susanoo. Though invisible, he knew the cloaked figure stood right there. Unless that unseen adversary was first driven back, pursuit of Robin would be impossible. Vanish, you phantom. His fist roared through the air and slammed into the Susanoo. The complete body Susanoo trembled violently. After that single blow, it remained intact, but regressed into its incomplete form. He actually shattered the complete body Susanoo. This old man truly is a monster. Others could not discern what transpired, but Lu Yu knew full well. In the world of Naruto, the Susanoo bore the title of absolute defense. Especially the complete body variant. Its impenetrable might bordered on the terrifying. That Garp had reduced the complete body Susanoo to its incomplete state with a single strike. Such overwhelming power defied all reason, and yet it filled him with profound relief. Thankfully, he had bypassed the Ultra Chibaku Tensei. Had he used it, the momentary suspension mid-air would have left him utterly defenseless. Garp's fist would have ended him in an instant. Yet while Lu Yu stood stunned, Garp was even more astounded. That blow had been his ultimate technique. Forged through life, returned, channeling every ounce of his vitality into a single transcendent strike, surpassing even his own prime. To speak without exaggeration, even at their zenith, Roger or Whitebeard might not have withstood such a blow. He had fully expected the invisible foe to vanish into dust. Instead, his Kinbunshika Haki clearly sensed the enemy still present. Diminished, yes, but undeniably alive. Garp's pupils contracted sharply. What manner of monster is this phantom? In the next instant, the massive sword of the incomplete Susanoo cleaved downward toward him. Garp sensed peril, but that single punch had drained nearly all his strength. To evasion was now impossible. The colossal blade struck true. Garp's body hurtled backward like a meteor, crashing violently onto a nearby island, shattering an entire mountain beneath him. Admiral Garp. What's happening? What on earth is going on? Why did Garp punch empty air, and why did he fly off the moment after? Was it that invisible man he mentioned? One strike sent Garp flying like that. Just how formidable is this phantom? Across the four seas, common folk could not perceive the truth. Yet from Garp's violent, uncontrolled flight, they inferred the phantom held the upper hand. Realizing this, countless people were left breathless. This was Hero Garp, the very man who once drove the Pirate King Joel D. Roger to the brink of annihilation. If even he had fallen to disadvantage, just how mighty was this phantom? Admiral Garp, how are you? Are you safe? He's bleeding, so much blood. Medic, hurry quickly. When the Marines reached him, Garp lay drenched in blood, his head split open, gravely wounded. No need. Huh. Garp struggled upright, gasping heavily. The enemy remains unvanquished. How can treatment begin before the battle ends? Hey Kazan, the phantom's grown far weaker. Let's deliver the final blow together. Akiji gazed at him hesitantly. Are you certain you're fit, mister? Garp, you look anything but well. You brat Kazan, always fussing over nothing. Though blood streamed down his brow, Garp grinned broadly, a little bloodshed. At my age, I've weathered far worse. This trivial matter isn't worth mentioning. With that, Garp fixed his gaze upon the void, where the invisible Susanoo hovered. I'll count. 3, 2, 1. And then we strike as one to obliterate this phantom. 3, 2, 1. The instant the final count rang out, Garp and Akiji leapt skyward in perfect unison, fists drawn back. Galactic Fist. Ice Glove Fist clash. Father and disciple unleashed twin torrents of force, identical in lineage, identical in fury. In the next heartbeat, their strikes merged, forging a devastating confluence of power. Cosmic Fist. In less than a blink, the Susanoo clone vanished utterly. The phantom's oppressive aura had finally completely dissipated. Though invisible, the conclusion was undeniable: victory was theirs. Soldiers, the phantom has been annihilated. Now pursue the devil's child Nico Robin without delay. Hearing this, the Marines erupted in jubilation. Truly, has the Phantom truly fallen? Fool, he wouldn't lie. Would Admiral Garp ever deceive us? Magnificent. No wonder Admiral Garp and Fleet Admiral Kuzan reign supreme. I told you, we could never lose with them leading us. Chase her now, before Robin escapes too far. There's still time. Damn, it actually has a combined ultimate technique. The Wheel of Time projections coalesced back into Lu Yu's body. Even he couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. A fusion technique forged by the combined might of the Navy's hero and its Fleet Admiral. But his tone shifted and a sly smile curled his lips as he gazed down at the Marines below, eyes alight with exhilaration. But the Wheel of Time performed admirably. It endured far beyond expectation. Now watch me. Huh, why does it feel like dawn has broken? Stop babbling. The skies barely darkened. How could daylight return so soon? It's true, I swear. Look for yourself. Fine, I'll look. WHOA. What is that thing in the sky? No one knew who spotted it first, but the moment they raised their eyes, a colossal magical array hung suspended above them. Its scale dwarfed the island beneath their feet. Bathed in pulsating cerulean white radiance, the array bathed the entire sea in blinding day-like brilliance. What is this? Is it magic? It feels just like a magic circle from manga. Could it actually be real? Why not? Don't forget, Lu Yu's power originates from another world. I've read manga about magic. The typical magic circle rarely exceeds 1 square meter, at most the size of a doorway. Then what's with this one? Its scale surpasses the entire island. It's absurdly vast. And if its size is this immense, how devastating must its power be? Could it be all thunder and no rain? A gilded but hollow spear. Fool. This is a technique prepared by an otherworlder to confront the entire Marine force, not some hollow show. In my estimation, the Marines are in grave peril. Mary Ahua, the Holy Land. The 5 elders stared at the magic circle, and their expressions shifted instantly. Gold Star, a magic circle, massive beyond precedent. Would Star, my first glimpse of it nearly froze my blood. Fortunately, I quickly realized. This is an otherworldly magic circle, not one native to our realm. Water Star, heaven forbid this were our world's magic. Then we'd have to consider swearing fealty to a new sovereign. No, rather we'd pledge ourselves and our current sovereign to that new master. Mars Star, Wachioli, Water Star, hold your tongue. Such words could cost you your life. Though it hails from another world, judging by its sheer scale, this bodes ill. The Marines are indeed in deep trouble. That is Lightning Annihilation Blade. East Blue Kokoyashi Village. Nami recognized Lu Yu's spell instantly. Karina recoiled. Your strongest technique isn't Lightning Blade. That strike alone can pierce through islands. Nami clarified. Lightning Blade is merely an ordinary technique within magical armor. Lightning Annihilation Blade is the true ultimate. This. Karina and Nojiko fell utterly silent. If Lightning Blade possessed such overwhelming might, then just how cataclysmic was Lightning Annihilation Blade? Grand Line starting point. An unnamed island. Akiji and Garp's faces darkened drastically, though they had not witnessed Lightning Annihilation Blade firsthand. Its colossal scale alone signaled extraordinary danger. Hey, what is this magic circle scale? It's deeply ominous. Akiji tilted his head upward, eyes locked on the celestial formation, his expression grim. Garp's countenance soured as well. We don't yet know its precise effect, but make no mistake, it commands utmost respect. At that moment the two exchanged a glance, then spoke in unison. We must stop it from descending. As if bound by perfect synchrony, master and disciple leapt skyward without hesitation, renewing their legendary combined assault. Cosmic Fistbone. A titanic gale of fists roared toward Lu Yu's position. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's incantation reached its zenith. Facing their dual onslaught, he chose direct confrontation. So this is the very technique that shattered my Susanoo. Then let us see, whose ultimate art prevails, yours or mine. Ultimate Magic Lightning Annihilation Blade. A colossal pillar of lightning descended vertically from the magic circle, engulfing its entire expanse, the whole island plus the 100 marine warships anchored around its shores. Wow, what's happening? Is this the end of the world? Are our comrades alive? Is the island intact? What of the fleet? Idiots, flee now? The ice is fracturing. On the frozen surface, Marines outside the circle's radius watched the spectacle unfold and screamed in despair. 3 seconds later, when the lightning faded, silence reigned. Gazing upon the area once covered by the magic circle, nothing remained. Gone. The entire island has vanished. Surely this is a jest. The island was whole and real. Even so, such power defies belief. Not even admirals or the 4 emperors could rival this. Roger himself would have fallen here. And where are Akiji and Garp, the Marine Admiral and hero? Have they been eradicated? Inconceivable. An inconceivable power. At first, when Lu Yu claimed his otherworldly legacy might surpass the world government, I dismissed it. Seeing Robin, seeing Nami, even witnessing today's Zoro, I still doubted. The world government's might is not so easily eclipsed. But now, beholding his strength, I believe. Without question, the title strongest man in the world belongs to a new bearer. From this moment forth, Lu Yu stands alone as the undisputed strongest man. No peer, no rival. Grand Line and New World. The four emperors and revolutionary armies stood stunned. Whitebeard to obliterate an entire island through sheer force. This dwarfs even my Quake Fruit's domain. This man's strength far outstrips mine. Kaido, they've already bestowed upon him the title of strongest man in the world. What use do I have for strongest creature now? Dragon and I, the most dangerous criminal in the world, surrender that title too. I am unworthy. Shanks, a battle that redefines perception. Should he survive this day, tomorrow's world will cleave into two poles, one the world government, the other him. Big Mom, the sole silver lining of this clash. The Marines lost 1/3 of their naval strength. Mama. Marine headquarters. Marine fort. Sengoku's eyes bulged wide, nearly bursting from their sockets. How could this happen? Kazan Garp, 10 Marine headquarters, vice admirals, 100 warships, 30,000 elite Marines. This constituted 1/3 of Marine headquarters' total force. How could this happen? Ugh. Enraged beyond endurance, his chi surged violently. Sengoku erupted in a spasm of blood, then collapsed unconscious. Admiral Sengoku. Medics. Emergency protocol. Immediate resuscitation at the Admiral's residence. Repeat, immediate resuscitation at the Admiral's residence. Mary Ahua, the Holy Land. The 5 elders stood shaken. Gold Star, it attained this level of power. Unbelievable. Wood Star, we anticipated difficulty, but never imagined this magnitude. Water Star, this single strike rivals the ancient weapons in potency, utterly beyond human capacity. Mars Star, terrifying. A human wielding such power, truly terrifying. Saturn Star, abandoned plans to subdue him using the Ride fruit or Whip fruit. Such a being is too perilous. Kazan possesses the Logia-type Devil Fruit. He likely survived the blast. Establish contact immediately, cancel prior directives, and order him to eliminate Lu Yu without delay. Where is Admiral Kazan? Where is Vice Admiral Garp? Where are the Vice Admirals? They've vanished, completely vanished, along with the island and all 100 warships. What do we do now? What on earth do we do? On the ice, thousands of Navy soldiers who had narrowly escaped the lightning-slaying sword trembled in utter terror, their morale shattered. Pull yourselves together. At that moment, Vice Admiral Spider's voice rang out across the ice, the sole Vice Admiral among the 10 to have survived the lightning-slaying sword. Though fear gripped him too, he knew, at the very least, Admiral Kazan would be unharmed. So long as Kazan lived, hope remained. You are the Marines, the guardians of justice. The safety of civilians rests upon your shoulders. Do not let cowards break your spirit. The enemy is formidable. Yet look closely at the sky screen. He too is now utterly spent. And though our losses are grievous, Admiral Kazan is a Logia-class Devil Fruit user. His survival is assured. So long as Admiral Kazan lives, victory remains within reach. Believe in justice. Justice shall prevail. As if to confirm Spider's words, Kazan's voice echoed forth, frost, raging cockatrice beak. A colossal ice rooster surged from the sea, soaring toward Lu Yu, gasping for breath high upon the sky screen. It's true. Admiral Kazan lives. Admiral Kazan still stands. We have not yet fallen. Wah. I thought Kazan was surely dead. I thought we were doomed. Wah. Look, in Admiral Kazan's arms is Vice Admiral Garp. Garp lives too, though unconscious. Kazan appeared where the island had once been. The island lay in ruins, only boundless ocean stretched before them. Kazan stood upon the waves, cradling the gravely wounded and unconscious Garp, his ice Logia powers freezing seawater beneath his feet. Frost path. Kazan forged an icy bridge spanning north and south across the frozen expanse, placed Garp upon it, and commanded, those Marines still standing, you are no longer needed for battle. Your sole duty now is to rescue the wounded from the sea. Save whom you can, one life at a time. Begin now. With Kazan's command, the Marines regained their resolve. Yes, Admiral Kazan. Instantly, the surviving thousands of Marines plunged into the sea like raindrops, racing to save over 20,000 comrades adrift in the vast ocean. Meanwhile, Kazan alone advanced to confront Lu Yu. Roar of the fire dragon. Elsewhere, Lu Yu had just incinerated Kazan's raging cockatrice beak with a single breath. Turning his head, he found Kazan glaring at him with grim intensity. Lu Yu, having expended half his stamina on the lightning-slaying sword, drew ragged breaths. He shrugged, puffing heavily. Don't stare at me like that. I never sought this conflict. You came to recruit me, I refused, and you declared war. Must I surrender meekly whenever you demand it? Such logic defies reason. Ice gauntlet, bone-crushing fist. Kazan had no more words left for him. Whatever ties or causes once bound them were now severed beyond reconciliation. Only death could settle this duel. Fire dragon, skyward slash. Lu Yu unsheathed Murasame, channeling Dragon Slayer magic into the blade before executing the Atomic Samurai's aerial slash. Aerial flame swordsmanship clashed against aerial ice fist combat. Neither gained ground. Yet like Zoro's stamina falling short against Mihawk, Lu Yu's endurance paled far behind Kazan's. especially after expending energy on the lightning-slaying sword. Were it not for the demon's essence empowering his control over ice, he would have been hurled backward like Zoro himself. You've left yourself open, Otherworlder. At that instant, Vice Admiral Spider emerged from Lu Yu's blind spot behind him. Manipulating his hair via life return, wielding 6 blades in rapid succession. Die, Spider Slash. Kazan's face contorted in alarm. Fool. This is no battle for you. Retreat immediately. But it was already too late. With the dynamic vision of the Rinnegan, how could Lu Yu possibly possess a blind spot? Fire Dragon's Iron Fist 50. In an instant, Spider endured 50 invisible strikes, his body instantly charred and smoking. Damn it. Kazan's expression darkened further. He lunged anew at Lu Yu, Ice Gauntlet, Bone-Crushing Fist. Fire Dragon, Skyward Slash. They exchanged another titanic blow. Their power matched evenly, but unquestionably prolonged combat would favor Kazan far more. Lu Yu glanced around. Marines lay wounded or slain, others scrambled desperately to rescue survivors. The only remaining combatant on the field was Kazan. With no further distractions, Lu Yu could finally enter the final stage, Flame Dragon King mode. Enough, it ends now. After clashing with Kazan, Lu Yu slid Murasame back into its sheath. Kazan narrowed his eyes. So you're finally drawing the Sun Wheel. The Sun Wheel. Lu Yu shook his head. No, that technique consumes too much stamina. It's my last resort, my ultimate safeguard. Kazan's fury deepened. So even now, exhausted as you are, you believe you can defeat me while conserving strength. Not at all. I truly don't underestimate you. Never mind. You'll understand soon enough. Flame Dragon King mode, activate. In an instant, magma-like fire erupted violently around Lu Yu. The searing heat radiating from him struck even Kazan with awe. What in the world? This inferno could consume even Sakazuki's magma. What manner of monster is this man? Kazan's expression hardened into absolute seriousness. Summoning every ounce of strength, he launched his ultimate assault, Maximum Orb Ice Gauntlet, Meteor Bone-Crushing Fist. Yet all was in vain. 3 seconds, to end it all. Lu Yu had resolved to eliminate Kazan in a single decisive strike. Chrono Freeze. Flame Dragon King's Roar. Trapped by temporal stasis, Kazan had no means to evade. He took the full force of the blast. When time resumed, only a colossal fireball remained suspended in the sky screen, large enough to incinerate an entire island. Hey, what's happening? How did such a massive fireball appear out of nowhere? I've kept my eyes locked on the sky screen. I saw no movement from Lu Yu. Wait. Regardless of when Lu Yu struck, that fireball's position and direction aligned precisely with where Admiral Kazan stood moments ago. If the fireball is there, then where is Kazan? Could it be? Did Kazan take a direct hit? Hey, this isn't a joke. If struck head-on by such a fireball, even an admiral would perish. A profound silence settled over the heavens. A blazing fireball erupted without warning, leaving the people of the 4 seas utterly stunned. Not only they, but even the 4 emperors and the Revolutionary Army were shaken to their core by this single terrifying technique. Whitebeard, what an appalling fireball. Not only has it melted the ice, its heat has set the very ocean boiling. Such flames rival, and perhaps even surpass my peak strength at full power. They are on par with that earlier magic array. Kaido, my ultimate move, the Rising Dragon Flame 8 trigrams, pales in comparison. Not only does he surpass me in mastery of lightning, but his command of fire eclipses mine entirely. Indeed, this man must be the strongest being alive. Shanks, that sudden fireball. This ability bears the unmistakable signature of the pirate hunter Roronoa, Zoro's final slash, the one that felled Weevil. So he truly can back up and inherit the legacies of all successors. Big Mom, unless that brat Kazan evaded it in advance, anyone struck by this fireball is already defeated. This battle ends in the Marines' defeat. Dragon, though the revolutionaries may rejoice at the Marines' fall, Lu Yu still lives. What kind of world awaits us tomorrow? Marine Headquarters, Marineford. After emergency resuscitation, Fleet Admiral Sengoku finally regained consciousness. The moment he awoke, he realized Kazan is a Logia-type Devil Fruit user. He should not have been affected by that magic array. If Kazan remains unscathed, we still have a chance. He urgently asked the medic, how did things unfold? Did Admiral Kazan survive the lightning annihilating sword? Fleet Admiral Sengoku, please rest assured. Admiral Kazan survived the lightning annihilating sword completely unharmed. Sengoku exhaled in relief, then gazed out the window toward the sky, where he saw Akiji roaring, Maximum Ice Glove Meteor Fist, only to be instantly engulfed by the fireball. Sengoku. 2. He's fainted again, bleeding from sheer rage. Quick, resuscitate him. Mary Geos, the Holy Land. The 5 elders' faces turned ashen. Tensei, where did that fireball come from? Where did it come from? Mokusei, right? It's the power of the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Suisei, we should have foreseen it. If he possesses backups of every successor's legacy, why would he lack this ability to freeze time itself? Kasei, disaster. Unless something unforeseen occurred, Kazan has surely taken this blow head-on. Forget eliminating this interdimensional intruder. We cannot even be certain whether Kazan will survive. Suisei, losing such overwhelming combat power would be a catastrophic blow to the world government. This is grave indeed. Dosei Kazan's fate can wait. What's done is done. What matters now is eliminating Lu Yu. Look, he can't even stand. That last technique clearly drained him beyond recovery. This is our golden opportunity. Contact the Marines on site immediately. Tell them not to hesitate even if it costs their lives, to kill Lu Yu now. Kazan Admiral has vanished. Impossible. That's Admiral Kazan. One of the 3 admirals, among the world government's highest-tier warriors. How could he possibly lose? Admiral Kazan, respond if you hear this. Admiral Kazan, respond if you hear this. Half the ice floe had already vaporized under the Dragon King's flame breath. Marines clung to the remaining ice, screaming Akiji's name, yet no reply came. Not even Lu Yu, with his Rinnegan, could locate Akiji's current position. There were only 2 possibilities: either he had been reduced to ash by the breath, or he still lived, but grievously wounded, sinking into the sea to drown. Which was true, Lu Yu could not tell. Nor did he care. His own condition was scarcely better. He lacked the strength even to face another Akiji, or even someone like Garp. A 3-year-old child armed with a knife could slay him now. Though the Marines wailed in terror, they retained full combat capability. If he delayed any longer, he would be doomed. Luckily, he still held one final trump card. Collapsing onto the ice, he drew his solar blade. Instantly, the blade gathered the last vestiges of his dwindling strength, channeling it for use. Empowered by that surge, he activated instantaneous teleportation, reappearing before Robin. Lu Yu, you're really back. Seeing Lu Yu return aboard, Robin burst into tears of overwhelming relief. Throughout his solitary assault against wave after wave of Marines, her heart had remained suspended, trembling with fear for him. Especially after the Dragon King mode obliterated Akiji. Others marveled only at the technique's sheer might, speculating how Akiji fared beneath its fury. She alone watched solely for Lu Yu's condition. Watching him collapse onto the ice, unable even to rise, she feared he might lack the stamina even to activate the Flying Thunder God, which in her estimation was the technique he'd copied. She began weighing whether to turn the ship around and rescue him herself, when thankfully the solar blade remained. Though Lu Yu himself could no longer muster strength, the blade gathered and amplified what little remained, allowing him to escape unaided. Overjoyed, Robin embraced him tightly. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Lu Yu convulsed, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed unconscious. What the hell just happened? Even as he slipped into blackness, he remained bewildered. Damn it. I didn't fall to Garp or Akiji. I got finished off by a damn ship. Exhausted beyond measure, Lu Yu succumbed to seasickness and passed out instantly. Lu Yu, Robin cried out in alarm, fearing he'd sustained a mortal wound. She checked his pulse, then his breath. Only then did she relax, confirming he was merely unconscious. He must have pushed his stamina past its absolute limit. Robin sighed in relief, surmising aloud. The sky screen remained active, impossible to conceal. Fortunately, the surrounding expanse was pure ocean. No landmarks, no reference points. Even if the world government knew both women were weakened, they could neither pinpoint their location nor dispatch forces to hunt them down. For now, safety was assured. They would simply drift aimlessly wherever the currents carried them, until Lu Yu awoke. Everything else would wait. The Holy Land, Mariewa. Beneath the vast sky screen, Lu Yu lay motionless in slumber. The 5 elders stood in solemn silence, their gazes fixed upon him, lost in deep contemplation. Venus murmured, "Never in our wildest imaginings did we foresee such an outcome. What course shall we now pursue?" Jupiter replied, "Even 1/3 of the Marines' entire force proved incapable of subduing him. To eliminate him now would likely require the full mobilization of both the Marines and the world government itself." Mercury countered, "Yet such a campaign would exact a catastrophic toll upon the world government." Mars retorted sharply, "And yet if we delay, his strength grows day by day. Procrastination will only magnify our losses. Indeed, there may come a day when he possesses the power to overthrow the world government entirely." A heavy silence fell. Mars's words darkened the countenances of the other 4 elders. Then Saturn's eyes lit with sudden insight. "Of course, we still have Lino. Even Kazan and Garp were defeated. What hope does Lino hold?" Mercury paused, then added, "Wait, you mean to exploit his Logia-type devil fruit ability?" "Precisely," Saturn affirmed. "Though our assault failed, it revealed a critical truth: Lu Yu does not wield Haki. His means of countering Logia users remains severely limited. At present, his only recourse against Logia users lies in elemental counterplay. Against Kazan, he wields fire. Against Sakazuki, he deploys ice. But what of Lino's light? Lu Yu possesses no means to oppose pure light. Thus, across the entire world, Lino may well be the sole individual capable, indeed the only one still capable, of posing a genuine threat to Lu Yu." Mercury hesitated, but the Marine's strength has already been reduced by 1/3. Kazan and Garp's fates remain unknown. Should Lino fall as well, the Marines will face utter ruin. Saturn countered firmly, "And if we do not at least attempt it, must we simply wait for him to grow stronger, and then come for us? Do not forget, we have already severed all pretense with him today. From this moment forth it is life or death. Hearing these words, the other 4 elders exchanged grim glances, and finally reached their decision. Then let Borsalino march forth, to confront Lu Yu, the Marine Headquarters Marine Fort. Sengoku had barely regained consciousness after his second emergency resuscitation when he received the command from above. The 5 elders, you damned. Before he could finish, Admiral Kuramaru swiftly hung up the Den Mushi. She gently soothed him, cease your anger. 3 bouts of fury in a single day. Are you determined to end yourself? Sengoku raged. It is precisely because of those wretched fools in the world government that we were forced into open war with Lu Yu. 100 warships, 30,000 elite marines, and the uncertain fates of both Garp and Kazan. This was 1/3 of the entire marine fleet. The marines have already suffered grievous wounds, yet they still demand we provoke that accursed man again. What, pray tell, are they truly after? Do they seek to destroy that otherworldly being, or to use his hand to annihilate the marines themselves? Cough, 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 cough. Overwhelmed by fury, Sengoku spat blood. Admiral Kuramaru explained, they intend to leverage Borsalino's Logia-type Devil Fruit, the power of light, to combat Lu Yu. Though perilous, today's skyscreen battle suggests it remains viable. Otherwise, should Lu Yu master Haki someday, he shall become truly invincible. Sengoku locked eyes with Kuramaru, speechless, then asked hoarsely, Kuramaru, are you saying I must comply with this order? Sigh. Kuramaru exhaled deeply. Sengoku, calm yourself. You know well, unless the Marines secure Lu Yu, they cannot sever their subservience to the world government. Especially now after such devastating losses, disentanglement is utterly impossible. We have no choice but to obey. Sengoku clenched his jaw and fists. Powerless against overwhelming authority, he yielded at last. With another weary sigh, Sengoku seemed to age 10 years. You are right, Kuramaru. We must comply. Seeing his despair, Kuramaru offered quiet reassurance. Sengoku, do not despair. Perhaps this time will succeed. Even if it fails, Borsalino's speed ensures escape remains possible. At the very least, a battle on the scale of today's skyscreen confrontation will not recur. Sengoku nodded weakly. Let us hope so. He then issued the order Borsalino would depart immediately, though this time aboard a single warship carrying only a handful of personnel. After all, the skyscreen battle had conclusively demonstrated that numbers held no sway before Lu Yu. Only Borsalino, the Logia user of the Pika Pika no Mi, mattered. Should Borsalino succeed, triumph would be absolute. Should he fail, dispatching merely one vessel would at least contain the loss. To entrust this task solely to this old man, how utterly vexing. On deck, Borsalino scratched his head, feigning nonchalance, though his headache was genuine. His headache was real. Kazan was his peer in strength, and yet even with the hero Garp, 10 fleet admirals, 100 warships, and 30,000 elite marines that combined might would have crushed him without mercy. Yet now he was expected, alone, to resolve what that entire force could not. Damn it all, was this truly a mission, or a death sentence? Sigh. All this old man ever desired was a quiet salary. Why must it be so difficult? Still, the order had been issued. Borsalino had no recourse. Now he could only pray inwardly, may my Pika Pika no Mi prove effective, at the very least. Let me return alive. East Blue, Kokoyashi Village. Gazing upon Lu Yu's slumbering form within the skyscreen, Nami resolved, I will set sail. Karina and Nojiko stared in shock. You're setting sail? Why? Nojiko ventured. Nami, I recall your dream is to chart every sea in the world. Are you departing to fulfill that ambition? Nami replied, that is part of it. Karina pressed, and the rest. Nami's gaze remained fixed on Lu Yu within the skyscreen. He is my benefactor. Without him, I would never have slain Arlong, and Kokoyashi Village would never have reclaimed its freedom. He is now hunted by the world government. If I remained ignorant, perhaps I could excuse my silence. But now that I know, how can I stand idle? Even thieves uphold gratitude and loyalty. Karina gasped, Nami, you don't mean to say you intend to follow him? Yes, that is exactly what I mean. Nojiko reacted first, then I sail with you, Nami. Nami blinked. She had intended to depart alone. Nojiko, you. Nojiko replied firmly, he saved all of Kokoyashi Village. The debt owed to him belongs not only to you. Karina then added, I bear no direct tie to Kokoyashi Village, but I did intercept one of his snake talismans, though he originally gave it to you. Whether I intercepted it from him, or from you, the debt remains. Since you choose to follow him, I shall follow you, and thereby repay my debt. Nami looked upon them both, recognizing their unwavering support, and nodded, deeply moved. Then the 3 of us shall depart, together. That night the little thief cat pirates were formed, and set sail aboard a modest vessel. East Blue, an endless expanse of ocean. Zoro, Johnny, and Yasaku sailed upon a small boat. Watching Lu Yu's unconscious figure within the skyscreen, Zoro declared, Johnny, Yasaku, set course for the Grand Line. That same night the Hunter Pirates were founded, and likewise departed upon another small vessel, bound for the Grand Line. The following morning 3 bounty posters spread across the world, sending shockwaves throughout the 4 seas. Roronoa Zoro, the world's greatest swordsman and a notorious pirate hunter, attacked Dracula Mihawk. The world governments officially sanctioned Shichibukai, and was consequently declared a pirate. His bounty 4 billion belly. Nico Robin, senior officer of the Luyu pirate crew, possesses extraordinary abilities granted by the Hana fruit, including invisible hands and instantaneous teleportation, and defeated Crocodile, another Shichibukai sanctioned by the world government. Her bounty 2 billion belly. Luyu, the world's most dangerous criminal. Captain of the Luyu pirate crew, he wields the Rinnegan instantaneous teleportation demon's essence and mystic armor, powers drawn from another realm. With his own strength alone, he annihilated 1/3 of the marine forces. His bounty, unprecedented in history, stands at 10 billion belly. Come on, this bounty is utterly absurd. Even Whitebeard, the former strongest man in the world, carried only just over 5 billion belly. It dwarfs even Gold. Roger's 5 billion belly, the king of the pirates himself. Because Roger never accomplished what Luyu has done. To obliterate 1/3 of the entire marine fleet single-handedly, that defies human possibility. Recall the sheer devastation of yesterday's lightning sundering sword technique. I still tremble at the memory. This 10 billion belly bounty is richly deserved. 20 billion, 100 billion. Luyu, it seems we've truly become criminals of legendary infamy. The Grand Line. An endless expanse of ocean. Nico Robin gazed upon her own and Luyu's bounty posters, murmuring aloud. Beside her, after a night's rest, Luyu had finally regained some strength. Yet the moment he awoke, his stomach churned violently. Robin, rather than fixating on my bounty, perhaps you'd attend to my current condition. Would you kindly toss me out of this small boat? If I remain aboard much longer, you'll be collecting my bounty from Marine headquarters tomorrow. Robin fell silent, then hurled him overboard without hesitation. Once clear of the vessel, Luyu gradually reclaimed his strength. Harnessing the power of Demon's essence, he conjured a slab of ice upon the sea's surface, reclined upon it, and began restoring his vitality. Ah, revived. Damn it. Dragon-slaying mage's motion sickness. Truly lethal. Luyu, what's wrong with you? Robin asked curiously. It resembles seasickness, but you've never suffered from it before. Luyu smiled wryly. It's from yesterday's scarf inheritance, the very flame I used against Akiji. Powerful, yes, but it carries a flaw. Anyone who inherits this flame suffers acute motion sickness aboard any vehicle. Robin froze entirely. Huh. Her expression involuntarily twisted into something bizarre. Motion sickness. Such an absurd affliction existed. It seemed even more preposterous than a devil fruit user's vulnerability to seawater. In any case, let's rest here today. We'll resume our journey tomorrow, Luyu said, lying upon the ice as he recovered his strength. Gazing up at the celestial screen above, he remarked, I lost consciousness too quickly yesterday. I forgot to deactivate the sky screen. No matter. Let's begin today's lucky connection now. With that, Luyu severed his link with Zoro and immediately sought his next connection. Congratulations. You are today's chosen one. Smoker, a marine captain stationed in the East Blue. Smoker? Never heard of him. Just a marine captain. No wonder he's unknown. No, not so fast. He's renowned throughout the East Blue. Like the three admirals, he is among the rare Logia-type devil fruit users, and serves as the highest-ranking officer of the East Blue Marine headquarters. In those waters, he reigns unchallenged as the local sovereign. Wait, isn't the real issue here that Luyu just crippled 1/3 of the Marines, yet now connects directly with one of their own officers? Is this connection even appropriate? Precisely, it proves the connection is genuinely random. Otherwise, how could he possibly land on an enemy within the Marine ranks? Citizens across the four seas murmured in unison. Countless others lamented having missed their chance at connection. East Blue, Low Town. After last night's fierce battle, Bartolomeo's gang had been routed and scattered by the Marines, yet the Marines themselves sustained heavy losses. Lieutenant Mouse, for instance, had been brutally slain by Bartolomeo. Sigh. Dasuki surveyed the wreckage strewn across the battlefield and exhaled deeply. Still, they had succeeded in safeguarding Mihawk and escorting him onto the warship bound for Impel Down. A defeat perhaps, but not an ignoble one. At that very moment, Luyu switched his connection target and saw Smoker's face appear. Dasuki's mouth dropped open in astonishment. He's connected with Captain Smoker. Unbelievable. Marine headquarters. Marine Fort. When the connection revealed a Marine officer, Sengoku's expression soured, as if he'd swallowed something foul. Damn it. Why connect now of all times? Why wait until after you've torn apart our relationship with the Marines? What madness is this? So, should we accept this connection or refuse it? Acceptance would brand the Marines as laughingstocks. Yet refusal would mean discarding a clear advantage. Sengoku hesitated. So far, 3 individuals had received inheritances: Robin, Nami, and Zoro. Robin had gained the power to defeat Crocodile. Zoro had bested Mihawk outright. As for Nami, though her opponent was minor, Luyu, wielding the same mystic armor ability she inherited, had obliterated Vice Admiral Garp, 8 rear admirals, 100 warships, and over 20,000 Marines, in a single blow. In raw power, Nami's mystic armor proved the most terrifying of all. The baseline strength conferred by this inheritance matched that of a Shichibukai. With the Marines reeling from such catastrophic losses, acquiring even one Shichibukai tier asset would yield immense strategic benefit. Indeed, Smoker might even ascend to the rank of Admiral. Could he fill the void left by the recently fallen Admiral Akiji? At that thought, Sengoku's eyes blazed with resolve. Accept it. Why wouldn't we? Even if it comes from an enemy, if it strengthens the Marines, it is unquestionably acceptable. Blueno, inform Captain Smoker he must accept this inheritance without exception. Blueno bowed sharply. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It's me. East Blue. A Marine warship anchored near Kokoyashi village. As Smoker's likeness materialized upon the sky screen, he blinked in stunned silence. His expression twisted into incredulity. You decimated our fleet yesterday, and now you're connecting with me, a mere base commander. Do you truly believe this makes sense? He's actually connected to Smoker. Even Liu Yu was taken aback upon seeing Smoker's name appear on the connection screen. He had assumed the Straw Hat crew would be linked first one by one. Only then would others follow. He hadn't expected Smoker to appear mid-sequence. Most striking of all, just yesterday, he'd openly clashed with the Marines, and today he was linked to one of their top officers. Truly fate defied prediction. Fine, Smoker it is. It makes no difference. Liu Yu remained utterly unperturbed. What did it matter if the connected individual happened to be his enemy? His reward system guaranteed at least cost recovery, and he held no fear that Smoker once empowered would come hunting him. Then before Liu Yu's eyes, Smoker's inheritance information materialized beside him. Item: a white curtain. Origin: natural sage body of Suigetsu, from the Naruto world, rank A. Inheritance ability: innate affinity for natural energy, automatically absorbs ambient natural energy to enter sage mode, sharpening sight, hearing, smell, and touch, while amplifying the power of all techniques. Note: excessive absorption of natural energy triggers uncontrollable berserk state. Method of inheritance: wear the curtain as clothing. East Blue. A Marine warship en route to Kokoyashi village. As Smoker appeared on the celestial screen, the Marines erupted in astonishment. Never in our wildest dreams did we imagine today's connection would be with Commander Smoker. Each successive connection grows stronger. The last three were already formidable, and now Commander Smoker himself has been linked. How immensely powerful will he become? After today, Commander Smoker will surely be transferred to headquarters. Given his strength, even without this connection, promotion to Marine headquarters was inevitable. But today merely accelerates the process. What extraordinary prowess, truly worthy of Commander Smoker. Yet even as the Marines gazed upon him with awe and envy, Smoker, visible upon the celestial screen, suddenly declared, "Sever this link, foreign worlder." Huh? Why Commander Smoker? This is an unparalleled opportunity, a 7 Warlords tier inheritance right at your fingertips. To refuse it outright is sheer wastefulness. Not only were the Marines stunned and dismayed, Liu Yu himself raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Oh, you reject the inheritance? Not tempted at all. Smoker answered candidly, tempted. Of course I am. How could anyone remain unmoved? To acquire unimaginable power effortlessly, even a fool would hesitate not a moment. Yet I am a Marine. Then what if I told you the nearest inheritance lies not across worlds, but right before you, within arm's reach, inside this very room? At those words, Smoker instinctively drew a sharp breath and scanned his quarters. Could it be true? Was there truly an interdimensional inheritance hidden within his own chamber? Yes, he was tempted. Yet his resolve held unshaken. Even if I knew a mountain of gold and silver lay invisible before me, I would never yield to you, an enemy. Then sever the link and connect with someone else. Wow, this Marine commander is incredibly principled. To preserve the Marine's honor, he resists temptation even when divine power gleams inches away. That's truly admirable. Admirable. I call it foolishness. If I were him, I'd accept first, then arrest Liu Yu later. What could be more perfect than capturing Liu Yu using the very inheritance he granted? Don't forget, Liu Yu retains backup copies of every ability he bestows. You receive only 1 or 2 inheritances, he points out. Yet by the time you track him down, he may have accumulated dozens, even hundreds. Think you can capture him using his guidance? That's pure fantasy. Upon a drifting iceberg in the open sea, Liu Yu pressed his palm to his forehead in exasperation. This is going to be troublesome. He'd never imagined Smoker would outright refuse the inheritance. Worse still, the return benefit from Smoker's inheritance was precisely what he coveted most. Now that posed a genuine dilemma. Natural sage body, capable of automatically absorbing natural energy. After all, powers drawn from other worlds manifest here as physical stamina. Natural energy, therefore, would be no exception. Which meant, if he acquired Suigetsu's natural sage body, he could regenerate stamina at astonishing speed. For him at this very moment, that capability was indispensable. Indeed, it might render him truly invincible. Miss this chance, and it may never come again. I must find a way to persuade him. Liu Yu gazed thoughtfully at Smoker's unwavering figure upon the celestial screen. At that very instant, across the celestial screen, a Den Den Mushi call arrived from Marine headquarters. Commander Smoker, urgent call from Marine headquarters. Headquarters? Smoker accepted the Den Den Mushi curiously. Moshi Moshi. Who's there? Blueno replied. It's me, Commander Blueno of the Marine Headquarters Intelligence Division. Smoker understood. What is it? Blueno, relaying an order from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Commander Smoker. The Marines have suffered catastrophic losses and urgently require reinforcement. Set aside irrelevant matters of pride and shame. Do exactly as you always have. Nothing more, nothing less. In transmission. Smoker's expression darkened instantly. Though Sengoku left it unsaid, his meaning was unmistakable. That cryptic phrase set aside irrelevant pride and shame. That vague directive, do exactly as you always have. Wasn't it simply commanding him to disregard the Marines' feud with Liu Yu and accept Liu Yu's guidance? Damn it. I've just cemented my reputation across the four blues. Now you want me to backtrack? Do you think I have no dignity? Blueno's face paled. Commander Smoker, this is a direct order from Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself. Smoker, and so, Blueno snapped. Disobeying superior orders carries disciplinary consequences. Smoker roared back. Consequences? So what? I don't care whether you punish me or not. Hear this clearly, even if I'm demoted to a lowly Marine private, even if I remain weak forever, even if I die here today, I will never accept his inheritance. The moment those words echoed, a sword beam descended from the heavens, cleaving the warship cleanly into two symmetrical halves. Shanks laughed thunderously. I calculated the coordinates for hours. This is the ship. Who would have thought I'd meet a fated soul aboard this vessel, drifting across the boundless ocean? What uncanny fortune. Even more fortuitous. You, this fated soul, refused the inheritance. Since you won't take it, I will. This ship's inheritance belongs to me now. Ha 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 ha. Smoker. Hey, that figure, there's no mistaking it. It's the Golden Lion. 20 years ago he stood alongside the pirate king Joel D. Roger and the world's strongest man Whitebeard as one of the three legendary pirates, the Golden Lion Shiki. Rumor has it that during his rampage at Marine headquarters, only the combined might of the legendary Marines Vice Admiral Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, then still a Rear Admiral, could subdue him. And even then half of Marine headquarters was reduced to rubble. Most chilling of all, he severed his own legs and became the first inmate in Impel Down's history to escape successfully. That incident sent shockwaves across the world. He vanished over 20 years ago. Why would a man like him appear now, in the East Blue? The people of the Four Blues were stunned upon recognizing the newcomer as Shiki, the Golden Lion, a legend who once stood equal to Roger and Whitebeard. The New World. Whitebeard Pirates flagship. Marco turned to Whitebeard. Pops, didn't he come seeking you after escaping Impel Down? Whitebeard nodded slowly. Aye, he told me he had a plan to enact. 20 years have passed. I assumed he'd long since perished, yet here he stands alive. If he's surfaced now, then his plan must be nearing completion. As he spoke, Whitebeard gazed up at Shiki's silhouette shimmering across the sky screen, and felt an unshakable unease. The old titans of their era were dwindling fast. What an obsessively driven man. Can't he simply retire somewhere in peace at his age? Marine headquarters. Marine Fort. Last night's sky screen battle had already begun, turning Fleet Admiral Sengoku's hair white. This morning news of Smoker's connection brought fleeting relief, only to be instantly shattered. Shiki, that man still lives. Seeing the Golden Lion, Sengoku's headache deepened. With 1/3 of the Marines' forces lost, containing the four emperors had grown perilously difficult. Now another legendary figure from the old generation emerges. Was this not salt rubbed into his wounds? Sengoku slammed his fist onto the desk. Damnable wretch. Having escaped Impel Down with his life, why couldn't he just fade quietly into obscurity? At his age, must he persist in troubling others? That accursed devil. If he ever falls into Marine hands again, I'll ensure he never walks out of Impel Down alive. A heavy dread settled over Sengoku's heart. Whether the Marines could recapture Shiki remained uncertain, but if things continued thus, another Marine captain would surely fall today. It's Shiki, the Golden Lion Shiki. Damn it. Why would such a fearsome pirate appear in the East Blue? More pressing. Our ship's capsizing. What do we do? On board the warship, Marines scrambled in chaos. As the vessel split cleanly in two and began sinking, panic froze every command. Shiki strode onto the deck and lightly touched the hull. The descent halted instantly. This warship still carries legacy. It must not sink so easily. Activating his float fruit powers, Shiki temporarily saved them all. Then he looked up at the sky screen and declared, I'm broadcasting on the sky screen, so everyone across the Four Blues hears me now, correct? Then you, Liu Yu the Otherworlder, you hear me too, don't you? Simple enough. This warship holds legacy, yes. You profit from legacy backups, so it matters little who claims the original. Tell me where it lies. I'll take the legacy, you keep your copy. As for this Marine captain, ignore him entirely. How does that sound? Had it truly been that simple, Liu Yu would have agreed without hesitation. Alas, after Karina intercepted the Serpent Talisman, he knew legacy rewards only activated when claimed by a connected recipient, and his connections were randomized, not assignable to Shiki. Thus Liu Yu's stance was unequivocal, I refuse. He then turned his gaze towards Smoker on the sky screen, his expression shifting to playful amusement. Let me tell you plainly, that curtain beside your window is the legacy itself. Wear it as clothing, and the legacy shall be yours. Smoker, you wouldn't want the legendary pirate Shiki growing stronger, would you? Damn it, that man possesses the most despicable temperament. Smoker glared at Lu Yu's smirking visage on the sky screen, his face darkening. That man reveled in watching him publicly backtrack before the entire Four Blues. Utterly despicable. Worse, he had no choice but to comply. Didn't Shiki already hurtle toward him? Refusing legacy now meant his death and the annihilation of every marine aboard. Damn it. Smoker gritted his teeth and yielded at all costs. Shiki must not obtain it. With that resolve, Smoker moved to claim the legacy, not primarily to defeat Shiki, but to deny him enhancement. Of course, victory remained ideal. It would save not only himself, but every soul aboard his ship. As Smoker approached the window, Shiki's eyes blazed with fury. Damn you. Didn't you refuse the legacy? Drop that curtain now. It belongs to me. Lion slash. A blade-like aura cleaved the air, aimed to halt Smoker. But it was too late. Smoker had already torn down the curtain and draped it about himself like a cloak. Ding. Your designated heir Smoker has acquired the legacy. Congratulations, host. Base return reward granted. Natural Sage Body rank A? Yugo's natural Sage Body merged seamlessly into Lu Yu's being. Instantly, the ambient natural energy grew profoundly harmonious, flowing into him autonomously without conscious direction. Within moments, Lu Yu's previously drained body regained substantial vitality. Overjoyed, he realized recovery would take far less time than anticipated, initially expecting 3 or 4 days. At this pace, 9/10 of his stamina would replenish within half a day, accelerating his recovery 7 to 8-fold. Moreover, in Sage mode, speed, strength, and perception all surged with additional amplification. This boon had transformed him powerfully. Ha! Finally, the natural Sage Body is mine. From this day forth, who dares oppose me? Having acquired the Sage Body, Lu Yu smiled contentedly, then gazed upward at the sky screen. There he witnessed Smoker, having just received the legacy, suddenly encased in a dark brown keratinous layer that hardened across his skin like living armor. It was only by virtue of this armored carapace that Smoker barely withstood Lion's devastating leg slash, a single blow that would otherwise have ended him. Look, the armor is forming on his body. He has inherited the legacy. What kind of legacy is this? Does it mimic the powers of an animal-type devil fruit user? We've seen the legacy, but it looks pitifully weak. It couldn't even withstand one kick from Lion. Is the armor truly feeble? No, it's Lion who is incomparably formidable. What armor could possibly withstand Lion himself? East Blue. On a battered marine warship, sailors stared in stunned silence. Disaster. We've lost Commander Smoker. Damn it. Wasn't the legacy supposed to turn certain doom into salvation? Why is Commander Smoker gravely wounded regardless? Could it be the legacy he inherited is inherently weak? Then we're doomed. Utterly doomed. Lion himself seethed with frustration. He shot Lu Yu, a cursed interdimensional intruder, a furious glare across the sky screen. That accursed outsider. I explicitly demanded the legacy for myself. Yet he still bestowed it upon Smoker, knowing full well Smoker is my sworn enemy. What an inflexible fool. At this juncture, Lion could only hope Smoker's legacy resembled Nami's romantic artillery or Zoro's sun wheel blade, external and thus stealable. If instead it had fused seamlessly into his flesh like Robin's invisible hands, all hope would vanish. With that thought, Lion addressed Lu Yu. Hey you interdimensional brat, you still haven't named the legacy he received. Is it a power integrated into his body, or an external artifact? Lu Yu remained unruffled by the pirate's tone. After all, one hardly expects courtesy from a pirate. Calmly, he explained the ability he has gained is called the Sage Body. This constitution allows spontaneous absorption of natural energy, transforming it into usable power. Once natural energy accumulates to a critical threshold, the Sage mode awakens, the very state Smoker now embodies. In Sage mode, speed, strength, perception, stamina, all faculties surge dramatically. Lu Yu paused briefly. His gaze met Lion's, tinged with quiet resignation. At his current level, Smoker rivals a marine fleet admiral. Against Crocodile, he'd stand a genuine chance. Alas, he drew you as his opponent. A poor soul, cruelly ill-fated. Capable of matching Crocodile. That means 7 Warlords tier combat prowess. Starting at 7 Warlords level. Truly, every legacy is extraordinary. Pity he crossed paths with Lion, the legendary pirate. Had fortune favored him, his potential would have been boundless. Tell me, how terrifying must Lion's prime have been if even now, advanced in age and grievously injured, he can obliterate a 7 Warlords caliber warrior in a single strike. Forget his prime. Even now he remains horrifyingly powerful. Tragedy upon tragedy for the Marines. Yesterday, they lost 1/3 of their fleet. Today, just as they were poised to gain a new fleet admiral-class elite, Lion struck again, cutting him down. Words failed to capture such sorrow. Marine headquarters. Sengoku's face paled. So, he truly possesses 7 Warlords tier might. Damn it. Why must it be Shiki, that accursed fiend? Had I known, I'd never have let that monster walk alive into Impel Down. A warship en route to Impel Down prison. Crocodile's expression darkened. Damn it. I was a 7 Warlord revered by all. Now that I'm defeated, suddenly everyone towers above me. Am I merely a unit of measurement now? Holy Land, Mariehua. While others fixated on Smoker and Lion, the five elders watched only Lu Yu. Hearing of the sage body's capabilities, even the five elders faltered. Gold Star, this legacy restores stamina. Disaster. Wood Star, from last night's sky screen battle, his greatest flaw was exhaustion. Had he not succumbed to fatigue, he might have annihilated Kazan outright at the outset. And Kazan was a top-tier fleet admiral. Water Star, this is dire. His weaknesses were already scarce, and now another vanishes. Mars Star, we should have blocked Sengoku's order. Better to sacrifice a marine base commander than allow Lu Yu to mend his flaws. Cursed greed cost us everything. Saturn Star, now our sole hope rests with Borsellino. May his glint fruit prevail. If even he fails, perhaps only the ancient weapons can subdue him. East Blue, on the shattered warship, Lion absorbed the praise with evident satisfaction. Of course, a single kick defeating a marine base commander. That's trivial. But crushing a 7 warlords tier warrior in one blow, that commands true respect. Yet his expression hardened. So, the sage body is fused within him. Lu Yu shrugged, regarding him as one might a simpleton naturally. How else could a constitution reside outside the body? The Lion's face darkened. He saw no point in further argument. Since seizing the legacy had failed, he dismissed the Marines entirely, let them sink or swim. He would now seek his navigator in Kokoyashi village. Hovering midair above the wrecked vessel, he loosened his grip and scoffed. Since you've outlived your purpose, sink and feed the fishes. He withdrew his devil fruit power. As Lion anticipated the ship plunging into the abyss, astonishment seized him. The vessel remained motionless afloat upon the sea. Lion, impossible. I've retracted my fruit's power. Bewildered, he touched the hull, then retracted his power once more. Still the ship refused to budge. Lion, what sorcery is this? I've withdrawn my power. Why won't this hulk sink? His composure shattered. He nearly believed he'd encountered a supernatural phenomenon. Circling the vessel, he descended beneath its hull. There he discovered a wisp of white vapor buoying the fractured ship above the waves, lifting it, sustaining it. Following the vapor's trail upward, he beheld Smoker, still conscious, still breathing, still holding the vessel aloft. Oh, it's you. For a moment I thought I'd seen a ghost. Golden Lion exclaimed upon spotting Smoker, his expression shifting to sudden recognition. Then with contempt he added, so you're still alive. After taking a direct slash from my sword, and lying motionless for so long, I assumed you were dead beyond recovery. As he spoke, Golden Lion recalled Lu Yu's remark that Smoker possessed combat prowess rivaling crocodiles. His gaze flickered with intrigue. Very well, since you've proven yourself capable, how about abandoning darkness for light? I'm in dire need of loyal talent right now. The Marines have just lost 1/3 of their fighting strength to that brat Lu Yu, leaving them in utter disarray. They're too preoccupied to concern themselves with me. Perfect timing. I'll seize this window to crown myself the 5th Emperor of the Sea. And you'd become a top-ranking officer of my Imperial crew. What do you say? A surge of collective astonishment rippled across the 4 seas. Golden Lion, the legendary pirate among the 3 great captains, has extended an invitation. There's no hesitation needed. Accept immediately. Accept and you ascend to Imperial command, far surpassing any mere Marine base captaincy. Most crucially, you'll live. Don't be naive. Captain Smoker is known for unyielding resolve. Would he truly betray the Marines under threat of death? Never underestimate a Marine's sense of justice. You're the one mistaken. Didn't Smoker himself declare he'd rather die than accept inheritance? Yet he seized it anyway. A man who breaks his word so easily would betray the Marines without hesitation. Don't overestimate Marine justice. Across the 4 seas, public opinion fractured. Debates raged over Smoker's integrity. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku watched the spectacle with mounting anxiety. At this critical juncture, if Smoker held fast to his convictions, all would be well. If he defected, the Marines would become a global mockery. Fortunately, Smoker did not disappoint him. Go choke on your own filth, Golden Lion, Smoker replied coldly. Instantly, Golden Lion's face darkened with fury. Foolish wretch, daring to refuse me. Then perish, Marine scum. Lion slash wave. With a swift kick, he launched a devastating aerial cleave toward Smoker. Given Golden Lion's might, this slash rivaled even Mihawk's blade strikes in sheer destructive force. Captain Smoker. The assembled Marines watched in dread. This attack would surely end him where he stood, yet against all expectation Smoker endured it. Sage Art White Serpent. Thick plumes of mist coalesced into a colossal white serpent swallowing Golden Lion's slash hole, while more mist surged forward enveloping him. Golden Lion recoiled in shock and unleashed another slash, only then dispersing the mist entirely. Impossible, he gasped incredulously. Just moments ago he fell before a single strike. Why? Why can he withstand 2 of my slashes unbroken? He should still be grievously wounded. Wait, where are his wounds? Where are they? Only then did Golden Lion notice. Smoker's injuries had vanished, completely healed without trace. His expression hardened. Not only speed and strength, but regeneration too, vastly enhanced. Yet his eyes gleamed with renewed ferocity still. Even if you block 2 slashes, what of 10, 20, 100? Can you endure them all? Lion Thousand Cut Valley. Observing Smoker's billowing mist, Golden Lion sneered inwardly. Logia-type Devil Fruit users were indeed near invincible, but only against those ignorant of Haki. To him, a master of formidable Haki, Smoker's reliance on mist was not defense, but self-sabotage, exposing a fatal vulnerability. Perish beneath an endless tide of slashes, Marine. Golden Lion roared with manic triumph, arrogance blazing in every syllable. His slashes tore relentlessly through the mist, expecting Smoker to emerge bloodied and powerless, forced to abandon his fruit's ability. Yet shockingly dozens, even hundreds, of slashes struck the mist and vanished without ripple or resistance. Golden Lion froze in disbelief. This cannot be. Where are my slashes? Where are they all? He shouldn't possess such impenetrable defense. Then Smoker's voice cut through the silence. Icy yet laced with raw volcanic intensity. Each tide surges stronger than the last. Each generation eclipses its predecessor. It's time you faded into legend, Golden Lion. Sage Art White Fist. A fist forged from swirling mist hurtled toward Golden Lion, blisteringly faster than ever before. Stunned by the blow, Golden Lion failed to react, and took the full impact head-on, sent hurtling backward through the air. Golden Lion, knocked back. How is this possible? Wasn't Captain Smoker moments ago nearly slain by Golden Lion? How did he suddenly grow so formidable? Strange, he hasn't acquired a second inheritance. How did his power surge so dramatically? Could it be he received the inheritance mid-strike, unprepared at first, and only now unlocks its true potential? At Marine headquarters, Sengoku exhaled in stunned relief. Thousand Cut Valley, the pinnacle of Golden Lion's arsenal, and Smoker absorbed every slash, seemingly unharmed. That means, barring catastrophe, Smoker will survive. A wave of elation washed over him. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Smoker, don't strive to defeat Golden Lion. Just escape. If you escape, this battle is not a loss. In the new world aboard the Whitebeard Pirates flagship, Whitebeard drew a sharp breath. This Smoker, his defensive resilience, is terrifying. Golden Lion's technique is no trivial matter. I faced him once and was driven to desperation by that Thousand Cut Valley. Yet Smoker weathered it unscathed. That wall of mist, perhaps even my quake, could not shatter it. Marco interjected cautiously. Maybe only his defense and regeneration improved, akin to my mythical Zoan Phoenix fruit's regenerative traits. After all, ascending to your level from a single inheritance would defy all reason. He voiced doubt, but privately questioned further. If only defense and regeneration had strengthened, why had Smoker fallen instantly to that first slash? Smoker's prolonged immobility on the ground had been unmistakably genuine. How then had he transformed so utterly in an instant? Even Lu Yu, possessing the Sage Body's innate feedback mechanism, had never anticipated this. As its foremost connoisseur, he understood its limits better than anyone. He knew unequivocally the Sage Body alone could never elevate Smoker to Golden Lion's tier. Yet here Smoker stood, transcending all expectations. Bewildered, Lu Yu demanded, "System, what accounts for this? Why is his Sage Body so extraordinarily potent? Did you shortchange mine?" A chime resonated, alert. System feedback is absolute, guaranteed, fair, and impartial, confirming authenticity. Alert. Smoker's enhancement stems directly from synergy with his innate Devil Fruit ability. The Sage Body absorbs natural energy. Smoker's Logia-type Devil Fruit renders him elemental essence itself. Thus Sage Body and Logia ability fuse, generating boundless natural energy and infinite Sage mode, producing this unprecedented effect. Sage Body Logia Devil Fruit tier assessment, SS rank. Only then did Lu Yu grasp the truth. Like Robin's invisible hands merging with her flower fruit to trigger qualitative evolution, Smoker's Sage Body fused with his smoke fruit, igniting metamorphosis. Understanding dawned, and he laughed bitterly. Smoker hadn't merely trained. He'd exploited a fundamental loophole, bridging One Piece and Naruto, explaining his overwhelming might. Simultaneously, inspiration ignited. I possess the Sage Body too, so if I acquire a Logia-type Devil Fruit, I can exploit that same loophole. Wait, what happened with Smoker being insta-killed just now, eh? Lu Yu recalled how Smoker had just been defeated in an instant, and he wondered, didn't he receive the inheritance the moment he wrapped himself in that curtain? How is there a delay in the bug? Ding. Because he hadn't become elementalized at that moment. Only when he is elementalized does his body automatically generate natural energy. I see. Lu Yu nodded in understanding. In other words, the more his body became elementalized, the more natural energy his smoke contained. This also explained why Smoker had to create so much smoke. Clearly Smoker himself had noticed this as well. However, was it really a good thing to absorb such a massive amount of natural energy at once? After all, absorbing too much natural energy could lead to a rampage. Within the sky screen, Smoker was unaware of the side effects of the Sage Body. He only knew that after being nearly killed by Gold Lion's sword, as he prepared to elementalize and rise to fight, he suddenly discovered that his body was filled with power once he became elementalized. Moreover, he found that the more smoke he released, the greater his power became. The abundant natural energy instantly healed the wound on his chest. At the same time, all his senses were enhanced. Sight, hearing, touch, taste. In the past, lifting a warship with just his devil fruit ability alone would have been absolutely impossible. But now he effortlessly lifted a warship, and he knew that a single warship was far from his limit. At this point, even lifting an entire island was well within his capabilities. The only drawback was that his head was spinning, making it hard to concentrate. Moreover, destroy. He only wanted to destroy. Sage Art White Clone. Sage Art White Punch. Sage Art White Snake. Smoker stared at Gold Lion with bloodshot eyes, determined to unleash all his excess strength upon him. After taking a punch, Gold Lion snapped back to reality. Damn you, how dare you toy with me? Being punched, flying in front of the whole world, especially by someone he had nearly killed with a single sword strike moments ago, Gold Lion was beside himself with fury. He dodged Smoker's attack and launched a counter-offensive, Lion's Might Tornado. If slashes failed, he would resort to natural disasters. Gold Lion activated his Devil Fruit ability to form a massive tornado, and the vast amount of smoke from Smoker was quickly sucked into the vortex. Huh. So what if you can withstand slashes? You're still powerless against natural disasters. Get swept into the sea by the tornado, you brat from the marine branch. Gold Lion laughed arrogantly, but as he laughed, his laughter died in his throat. He suddenly noticed that the tornado had turned into a white smoke tornado. Not only was it not being swept into the sea, it was now swirling toward him. Bastard, get lost. Gold Lion raised his leg and unleashed a slash, attempting to tear the tornado apart with his cutting wave. However, with the reinforcement of white smoke, the tornado was no longer something he could easily stop. Not only was his slash ineffective, but it also cost him precious escape time, and he was directly engulfed by the smoke tornado. Damn it. Let me go. Let me go. Gold Lion was trapped within the tornado, unable to break free. He was about to be dragged into the sea. He quickly retracted his Devil Fruit ability and lowered the floating island to the middle of the ocean, landing on it to escape with his life. Judging by his tattered clothes fluttering in the wind, it was clear his condition was far from good. Gold Lion stared at Smoker, who had placed the damaged warship on his floating island, his eyes bloodshot. Why? Why is this happening? Even the brat of a pirate hunter from yesterday didn't obtain such absurd power. What exactly did this brat from the marine branch get his hands on? At that moment, Lu Yu interjected appropriately. Allow me to add something. I've just discovered that the otherworldly constitution Captain Smoker acquired pairs remarkably well with his Devil Fruit ability, causing him to unleash power far surpassing the constitution's baseline. So, Lu Yu paused for a moment, his voice trailing off. He turned his gaze to Gold Lion and said, so my apologies, Gold Lion. I just gave you a miscalculation. His strength is not merely on par with crocodiles, it far exceeds him. As for his current exact strength, I can't say for certain. But in terms of his upper limit, if he were to unleash his full potential, he could single-handedly overturn the entire Marine headquarters. And do so with ease. Wait. Single-handedly overturn the entire Marine headquarters. Is that for real? Idiot, Lu Yu said it himself. How could it be fake? Then that means Captain Smoker has hit the jackpot. What luck. He happened to get an inheritance that reacts with his Devil Fruit. It's like the treatment of a chosen one. Damn it, why couldn't I get the inheritance? Maybe my swamp fruit could have a chemical reaction too. Kusahara. Marine headquarters. Sengoku was ecstatic. Unexpectedly, there's a bonus. He had originally thought that Smoker surviving against Gold Lion would be a good outcome. He never imagined that Smoker wouldn't just survive, but might even turn the tables and kill Gold Lion. This delighted him immensely. Sengoku was overjoyed. That Lu Yu fellow is mischievous, but he wouldn't speak without basis. He says Smoker's upper limit can match the Marine headquarters alone, so it must be true. If that's the case, then the Marines have hit the jackpot. As long as we nurture Smoker diligently, confronting pirates, the four emperors, and the revolutionary army will be secure. Of course, there was one major trouble, Lu Yu. But Sengoku didn't want to think about him, or rather he didn't dare to. What he feared most now was that whatever Smoker had, Lu Yu also possessed. That would only make things worse for the Marines. He could only console himself inwardly. Lu Yu himself said that Smoker's situation resulted from a combination of an otherworldly constitution and a Devil Fruit, so Lu Yu probably doesn't have it. Probably doesn't. On the warship heading to Impel Down Prison, Crocodile was speechless. He glanced at Lu Yu on the sky screen and thought helplessly, seriously, if you were going to say that, why bring me up in the first place? You used me as a measuring stick just a moment ago, and before long you say his strength far exceeds mine, though it's true. Am I not even worthy of being a measuring unit anymore? Don't I deserve some respect? Damn. East Blue, Kokoyashi Village. By now the Blackbeard pirates had arrived after a long journey. However, they found no one. That woman set sail last night. What rotten luck. Blackbeard scratched his head, looking somewhat irritated. But soon he became resigned. Well, if that's the case, forget it. Let's continue sailing. That ace guy has been chasing me relentlessly. Doc Q, lying on his horse with a frail, about to die demeanor, said, everything is fate. Burp. If we're destined to meet her, we will. If not, then our fates are not aligned, and there's no need to force it. At that moment, Van Augur suddenly reported, that island, that smoke. No doubt about it, that Smoker and Gold Lion fighting on the sky screen. Captain, I've spotted the East Blue Marine Captain Smoker and Gold Lion from the sky screen, not far from this island. Shall we go take a look? Blackbeard was taken aback. Oh, what a coincidence, they're right nearby. Then he burst into laughter. Since it's such a coincidence, of course we must go see. Burgess, prepare to set sail. Who knows, we might just snatch Gold Lion's float fruit. See-ah, Burgess replied excitedly. Aye, Captain. We-ah. On the floating island, Golden Lion, already shattered in spirit after being mercilessly beaten by Smoker, grew even more unhinged upon hearing Lu Yu's explanation. Wait, what's wrong with you? Golden Lion roared at Lu Yu, voice raw with fury. Smoker is your enemy. Why on earth would you hand him such a priceless boon? Why give it to him? Why not to me? You don't fear he'll seize you tomorrow, having just inherited this power today. Damn it. Golden Lion was so enraged he resorted to vulgar outbursts. Lu Yu rolled his eyes in response. You're not my destined heir. Why should I grant you the inheritance when I gain nothing from it? What use is it to me? As for Golden Lion's worry that Smoker might capture him, it was utterly unfounded. With instantaneous teleportation at his command, capture was virtually impossible. The reason he'd been cornered by the Marines last night lay simply in his limited prior travels and narrow circle of acquaintances. Had he previously visited Alabasta Dressrosa Wano country or Amazon Lily, he could have instantly teleported himself and Robin there, rendering last night's battle entirely avoidable. He had never set foot in those lands before. Now sailing alongside Robin, he would inevitably journey far and wide and encounter countless souls. By then, whether anyone in this world could still overpower him would be questionable. Even if such a foe existed, they would certainly never lay hands on him. Thus, Smoker's predicament was best left to the pirates' anxieties. Lu Yu had no intention of intervening further. At last, we've reached solid ground. We're saved. Never again shall we fear sinking into the abyss. All thanks to Captain Smoker. Who would have imagined Captain Smoker had grown so formidable, his strength rivaling the entire Marine headquarters single-handedly? Truly terrifying. On the floating island, the Marines successfully made landfall. Relieved that drowning was no longer a threat, they erupted into jubilant celebration. Eager to press their advantage and join Smoker in annihilating Golden Lion's crew, they instead heard his stern command from this moment: scatter and seek shelter immediately. Move. The Marines froze in bewilderment. Captain Smoker, you. I said move now. Smoker bellowed, his bloodshot eyes blazing with barely restrained fury. He was losing control. This savage surging power urged him to tear everything apart, even his own subordinates. Though baffled, the Marines obeyed, without hesitation. Yes, Captain Smoker. They dispersed swiftly into hiding. Meanwhile, the pirates surged forward in mass. Admiral Golden Lion, we are here. Cursed fool. Even with an inheritance from another world, this island hosts 10,000 soldiers. And countless mutated beasts besides. Do you truly believe one man can defeat us all? Do you think you're Lu Yu? Lu Yu only claimed your potential matched the Marine headquarters, not that you'd master it overnight. I refuse to believe you've already unlocked such overwhelming power mere moments after receiving it. Face your fate, Marines. Behold my flying bull grenade cannon. Tens of thousands of soldiers opened fire, muskets and cannons roaring as volleys tore toward Smoker. Yet even disregarding the natural energy now saturating Smoker's smoke, how could mere firearms possibly harm a Logia-type Devil Fruit user? Sage Art White Wave. Smoker ceased restraining his power. A torrent of smoke surged forward like a colossal tidal wave, crashing toward the pirates. Terrified, the pirates redoubled their assault, only to watch their attacks vanish without trace, shattering their resolve. Run. He's a monster. It's useless. Guns and cannons change nothing. Our firepower means nothing before him. Deploy the mutant beasts. Hold him down. Instantly, the mutant beast legion surged forth. Some secreted venom, others crackled with electricity, still others belched searing flame. Each species uniquely monstrous. Most critically, every beast possessed the capacity to evolve. These creatures are the magnum opus of Dr. Indigo, the chief scientist of Golden Lion's crew, a legion of super beasts capable of transcending limits whenever threatened. Once fully matured, even world domination would lie within reach. Die, you damn Marines. Amidst the pirates' fervent cries, Dr. Indigo marshaled tens of thousands of mutant beasts in a counteroffensive charge. Beasts. 1 second later, the beasts churned violently within the white wave, yet the tide continued its relentless advance toward the pirates. Indigo, pirates, flee. Even our beasts stand no chance against him. He's no mere man. He's a true monster. There's no way, absolutely no way. Admiral Golden Lion, abandon the floating island. Let us flee. Yes, Admiral Golden Lion. Better to preserve life than risk all. There'll be time to rise again. Golden Lion. His face darkened with grim despair. Preserve life. Only if he were a mountain, unbroken, and he was already 70 years old. 2 decades had gone into breeding this legion of mutants. To flee now meant forfeiting any hope of resurgence. Watching his beasts writhe helplessly within the white wave, Golden Lion winced in anguish. No, I cannot let this continue. I have no second 20 years to waste. Indigo, hand me the SIQ. SIQ. The mutagenic serum that triggered animal transformation. Indigo's expression paled. Admiral, the serum was formulated exclusively for animals. Golden Lion's gaze turned glacial. I know, but it works on humans too, doesn't it? Indigo hesitated. It does, but its effect transforms the subject into a bloodthirsty, slaughter-obsessed beast. Golden Lion, that's acceptable. If it lets me destroy him, if it lets me shatter this world, then becoming a beast matters not at all. Give it to me now. Indigo yielded. Yes, Admiral. He handed over the vial. Golden Lion seized it and drank it down in one gulp. In the next instant, his features twisted into a grotesque snarl, his eyes blazing crimson, radiating pure, unrelenting malice. Kill. Kill. His power exploded, surpassing even his prime. Yet reason vanished, leaving only primal, insatiable bloodlust. His sword slashes raged indiscriminately, striking friend and foe alike. Not only Smoker, but also countless mutant beasts and loyal subordinates fell beneath his blade. At last the two berserkers clashed, eyes burning red, combat reduced to unrestrained cataclysmic exchanges. Smoker's smoke was finally sliced open, yet each gash sealed itself before blood could spill, renewed endlessly by boundless natural energy. Finally the smoke engulfed Golden Lion entirely. Trapped within the suffocating haze, Golden Lion struggled until his strength ebbed away, until he stilled motionless. Victory belonged to Smoker. Look, Golden Lion has been swallowed by the smoke, and he hasn't emerged since. He's been gone for so long. Could he truly have been defeated? That Commodore Smoker possesses overwhelming, peerless strength. He now rivals, or even surpasses admirals and the four emperors. The legacy from another world grows ever more terrifying. As the people of the Four Seas watched Golden Lion vanish into the white tide, they instinctively drew sharp, chilling breaths. Especially the pirates paled. This Smoker was simply absurdly powerful. That brat from another world only seized his own advantage, yet left us with a colossal predicament. Whitebeard remarked. Even Golden Lion, that ancient monster, fell so effortlessly. Were we to face him, we'd fare no better. Such power, that one man could match the entire Marine headquarters, is no exaggeration. Dragon observed. Red-haired Shanks added, they lost Akiji, but gained Smoker, whose might dwarfs Akiji's by far. The Marines have fully recovered last night's losses in a single stroke. Big Mom mused grimly. These inheritances from other worlds grow increasingly troublesome. It seems securing a glorious future demands sailing aboard the same vessel as Lu Yu. Pity. I doubt I'll ever force that brat Lu Yu into becoming my husband through sheer strength. Perhaps a strategic marriage alliance, with Brule, Charlotte, Garrett, and Smoothie. Marine headquarters. Sengoku watched the annihilation of Golden Lion's crew, and laughed until tears nearly burst forth. Excellent. Excellent. Overjoyed, Sengoku declared, that wretched Golden Lion had lain dormant for over 20 years. His return surely heralded some grand scheme. I feared a fifth emperor would rise upon the seas. Yet he barely stepped ashore before Smoker sent him reeling back into oblivion. Ha ha ha. What a triumphant vindication. Grand Line. The open sea. After regaining some stamina, Lu Yu resumed his journey, not aboard a ship, but on foot. With each step, ice bloomed beneath his feet, traversing the ocean like a frozen path, reminiscent of Admiral Akiji cycling across waves. Yet even more stark, Akiji at least rode a bicycle. Lu Yu had none to ride. He suffered motion sickness, even on a bicycle. Damn this accursed dragon slayer magic. Robin drifted lazily aboard her small boat, a sly smile playing on her lips as she called out, Lu Yu. Tired. Would you like to rest aboard? Lu Yu fell silent, his expression darkening. Was this rest, or torture beyond endurance? He shot her an exasperated glance. That cunning woman. Her temperament was truly vicious. Shaking his head, Lu Yu pressed onward toward the nearest inheritance site, gaze lifting toward the heavens. Smoker truly unleashed unforeseen power. Yet if he continues this unchecked rampage, not only Golden Lion's pirates, but even the Marines who accompanied him, will be utterly eradicated. Commodore Smoker, enough. Cease immediately. Golden Lion has fallen, his crew annihilated. There's no need to devastate the island further. Wait, Commodore Smoker, what are you doing? I'm a Marine, your subordinate. Oh, on the floating island. At first the Marines watched Smoker sweep across Golden Lion's crew like a typhoon, and rejoiced. Their Commodore Smoker was astonishingly mighty. But then, they froze in disbelief. Yes, Smoker was formidable, but seemingly unhinged. He no longer recognized his own comrades, and appeared poised to slaughter them too. Flee, Smoker has gone berserk. Commodore Smoker, stop. It's us. It's us. Cursed fate. If I must die, let it be battling pirates, not at Smoker's hand. Useless. The island is finite. We cannot escape. We are doomed. As Smoker surged across the island like a white tidal wave, the Marines stared in despair. Just as casualties mounted and annihilation loomed, Smoker's advance abruptly halted. Not only did he freeze, he began rapidly retracting his smoke. What's happening? Why has Commodore Smoker stopped? Has his consciousness finally returned? No, look skyward. A figure has seized Commodore Smoker. Who is he? Unknown, never seen him before. In any case, he halted Smoker, yes. Then he must be an ally, correct? True, but for some reason watching them I sense no virtue in either. Whitebeard Pirates. At the sight of that figure, every member of the Whitebeard Pirates shuddered violently. Blackbeard. Floating island. Blackbeard gripped Smoker's throat, roaring with manic laughter. Lu Yu said your power stems from the fusion of physique and devil fruit ability. So if I nullify your fruit, that overwhelming strength vanishes. Thus you're not so formidable after all. Or do you claim to rival the entire Marine headquarters alone, while I stand above you capable of challenging the world government single-handedly? Then truly, I am extraordinary. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Smoker offered no reply. Though his logia intangibility had been severed, natural energy still coursed within him. He remained locked in Sage Mode's feral state. Seized by Blackbeard's hand, Smoker possessed no conscious will, only primal instinctive resistance. In the next instant, keratinous plates across Smoker's skin reshaped, forming over a dozen orifices, all aimed squarely at Blackbeard. Blackbeard blinked in confusion. This form, what is it? Then his face contorted in shock. He beheld radiant spheres coalescing within each aperture. Wait, could this be? Boom. 16 simultaneous Raisin Shuriken detonated point blank against Blackbeard, launching him skyward. It burns. Blackbeard writhed on the ground in agony. Damn it, it hurts. How could such a technique exist? I've never heard of it. Captain, danger. In his frenzied state, Smoker lunged for the killing blow, but Toxic Q intercepted with a bomb apple explosion. Then Van Augur fired. A bullet ricocheted off Smoker's hide, halting his momentum for a fleeting moment. Van Augur's expression darkened. Not even sea prism stone bullets can pierce him. How impossibly dense is his epidermis? Trouble. He's turning to smoke again. And smoke began billowing from Smoker once more. And the Blackbeard pirates instantly paled. At last they truly grasped Smoker's terrifying might. And even with his devil fruit power suppressed, he remained overwhelmingly formidable. So what manner of monster would this golden lion face against a fully empowered Smoker? No, we must not let him achieve elemental form. And though arrogant Blackbeard was no fool, only because Smoker's berserk state had been directed at the Marines did he seize his chance. Now that Smoker's fury was turned upon him, elemental transformation would no longer grant him such easy vulnerability to power suppression. Virgo, cover me. And yes, Captain. And Virgo fired consecutive sea prism stone bullets into Smoker's body. And though each ricocheted harmlessly, they significantly impeded his movements. Seizing the opening, Blackbeard unleashed his Yami Yami no Mi ability once more. Dark water. Powerful suction erupted from his palm, drawing Smoker helplessly toward him, until he seized him firmly in his grip. Remembering their earlier failure, Blackbeard wasted no time. Buggy. Now. In. Yes, Captain. In. Buggy snapped the pre-prepared sea prism stone cuffs onto Smoker's wrists. Only then did Blackbeard exhale in relief. At last. It's over, you wretched fool. And before he could finish, Smoker suddenly wrenched free. The sea prism stone cuffs shattered outright. Blackbeard stared speechless. In. Mission failed. Retreat immediately. And he fled in frantic haste. And damn it. He'd thought he'd stumbled upon an easy prize only to confront Smoker, a veritable cheat code. Who could possibly endure that? Thus the Blackbeard pirates were seen frantically fleeing across the sky screen as Smoker pursued them relentlessly. Who is this fat black man? Has he come here merely to clown around? At first we assumed he was some hidden boss, but now it's clear he's nothing but a jester. How pitiful. His entrance radiated supreme gravitas, yet every ounce has now crumbled away. It seems those on this island cannot escape Smoker's wrath after all. Smoker is about to fall. Just as countless observers across the four seas hailed Smoker as the inevitable victor, Lu Yu declared precisely the opposite. Robin, standing nearby, blinked in surprise. Commander, Smoker holds complete dominance. Why do you say this? And Lu Yu's gaze settled upon the sea prism stone rings still encircling Smoker's wrists. The cuffs had snapped cleanly down the center, leaving both halves locked tight around Smoker's wrists. And this was no favorable omen. His devil fruit ability remained thoroughly sealed. Deprived of his fruit power, Smoker's natural energy absorption slowed dramatically, far outpaced now by his furious expenditure. All the natural energy Smoker currently wielded had been accumulated during prior elemental states. Once exhausted, the tide would turn utterly. Defense would become offense, and vice versa. Blackbeard himself perceived it instantly. After unleashing blast after blast, then yet another, Smoker's breath grew ragged and labored. If Blackbeard avoids direct confrontation, Smoker will soon collapse from exhaustion. And, as Lu Yu predicted, observers across the four seas soon noticed it too. So our strategy has borne fruit. In watching Smoker's attacks weaken steadily, Blackbeard's lips curled into a cruel grin. I knew sealing his devil fruit power would prove decisive. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Victory shall be ours in the end. Blackbeard roared with laughter, and unleashed a swirling vortex of darkness, dark water. Smoker was seized once more in Blackbeard's grasp. Just as he prepared to fire his 12-shell rapid-fire barrage, Blackbeard struck a brutal counterpunch, sending him flying. Blackbeard was no fool. He refused to let Smoker close the distance for another devastating barrage. With Smoker's devil fruit power neutralized by sea prism stone, physical restraint was no longer essential. Now sheer output mattered most. Blackbeard's martial prowess was formidable. Though his punch appeared ordinary, its impact upon Smoker was devastating. Yet even as Smoker's wounds rapidly regenerated under the mending influence of natural energy, Blackbeard grinned wider still. For Smoker's regeneration had slowed drastically, no longer matching its former pace. In attack, now my men, and yes captain. The Blackbeard pirates closed in surrounding Smoker. In truth, even with his dwindling natural energy, Smoker retained the power to annihilate Blackbeard's entire crew. But in his berserk state, he possessed no rationality. His ultimate techniques were fired wildly like cannons blasting at gnats. Thus in the final phase he was simply worn down, his strength drained completely, his sage mode collapsing, before he toppled forward rigid and lifeless. Ha. As Smoker finally collapsed, Blackbeard gasped for breath, savoring the intoxicating sweetness of triumph. He had never imagined Smoker, who had vanquished even the Golden Lion, would fall to this obscure band of pirates. It defied all reason. Worse still, hearing Virgo and Lafitte address him as Captain Sengoku realized these men were indeed pirates, shattering his composure entirely. Smoker's strength was plain to all the world. And now captured by pirates, he would surely be executed without mercy. It's over, utterly over. Sengoku slumped weakly into his chair, his spirit drowned in despair. The day's violent emotional whiplash had left him utterly spent. Blackbeard gazed down at Smoker's prostrate form, envy, admiration, and resentment warring within him. This enhancement is absurdly overpowered. I can't help but covet it. Alas, such inheritance was rooted in physiology. His yami no mi could only steal the smoke fruit, not Smoker's very constitution. And otherwise he would have seized Smoker without hesitation. What course should I take? Blackbeard fell deep into contemplation. Smoker's value to the Marines was incalculable. To kill him would guarantee eternal enmity, and extinguish any hope of attaining the title of Shichibukai. Blackbeard cared nothing for the collective safety of pirates. He weighed only personal gain and loss. And for him personally, killing Smoker yielded only one reward, the smoke fruit. Sparing him opened the path to the Shichibukai title, and beyond, recruiting level 6 convicts from Impel down, claiming the Pirate King's crown, and ascending as world sovereign. Weighing both paths, Blackbeard reached his decision: instantly spare Smoker, trade his life for the Shichibukai position. Smoker's freedom would spell trouble for all pirates. So be it. Let every pirate have a headache. What I care about is only my own interests. Blackbeard watched the fallen Smoker, laughing maniacally in his heart. Then he said to Lafitte, spare his life. We'll use him to get what we want. What? He's not killing Smoker. I thought he was doomed. Me too. Smoker's strength is obvious to all. If he lives, he'll certainly be a headache for pirates. After finally capturing him, he doesn't kill him. That's truly unexpected. Hey Fatso, kill him now. Don't you know how much trouble he causes us pirates? Damn it, kill him. Fatso, if you don't kill him, one day when I meet you, I'll kill you. Do you hear me? Kill him. Blackbeard's decision left many across the 4 seas dumbfounded, especially the pirates, who were furious and cursing loudly. You have such a perfect chance and you don't kill him. Are you stupid? Marine headquarters. Sengoku was also taken aback. He's not killing Smoker. Sengoku was pleasantly surprised. Then he took a deep look at Blackbeard. How could Blackbeard not know Smoker's potential? Under these circumstances, Blackbeard still chose to spare Smoker. This only meant that Blackbeard had grand ambitions and incredible self-control. A man like that, if he doesn't die, will surely become another great menace in the future. Sengoku's expression darkened. It seems another super scumbag is about to emerge from those scum on the sea. On the floating island, Lafitte was also surprised by Blackbeard's choice. But since Blackbeard had made the decision, they would follow. Yes, Captain. Lafitte acknowledged and withdrew, stepping back into the sky beyond the curtain. Then Blackbeard's gaze fell on the Golden Lion not far away. Blackbeard's eyes lit up. The float fruit. What a fine fruit. My body can absorb at most 3 devil fruit abilities. Blackbeard thought to himself, I already have the dark fruit. I've also long coveted Father's quake fruit. My third most desired fruit is the love fruit of that woman from Amazon Lily. But the float fruit's ability is also quite good. Should I change my target? Blackbeard pondered for a moment. Finally his eyes set changed. Burgess, prepare a black cloth. I'm going to perform the world's greatest magic trick. Burgess couldn't find a black cloth, so he directly took down the pirate flag from their ship and covered Blackbeard and the Golden Lion with it. What are those guys doing? Don't know, and it's none of our business. Damn it, give us back Captain Smoker. The surviving Marines saw Smoker being taken by Blackbeard's crew and tried to rescue him, but were blown away by Doc Q's basket of apple bombs. Soon the magic trick ended. Blackbeard emerged from under the pirate flag. Burgess hurriedly asked, Captain, how did it go? Did it succeed? Van Augur also grew tense. Captain, what's the result? Doc Q looked at Blackbeard nervously as well. If this trick failed, all the ambitions of the Blackbeard pirates would be dashed. Blackbeard didn't reply. Instead, he answered their question with facts. This is the power of my dark fruit. Blackbeard used Dark Hollow to turn the ground black, demonstrating his dark fruit ability. Then he touched the floating island beneath his feet. Rise. In an instant, the floating island began to tremble. The next moment, it lifted off the ground and flew back into the sky from the sea. This is the power of my float fruit. Seeing this, the members of the Blackbeard Pirates all rejoiced. Blackbeard's dark fruit could indeed steal others' devil fruit abilities, and Blackbeard himself was truly a unique multiple fruit user. Their ambitions could come true. Congratulations, Captain, on acquiring the float fruit ability. What are they saying? That fat man got the float fruit ability. How is that possible? Isn't that Golden Lion's fruit ability? I thought the floating island rising again meant Golden Lion had awakened. But from what they're saying, it seems not. What is going on? I've never heard that devil fruit abilities could be stolen. Especially since that fat man is already a devil fruit user himself. How could he acquire a second devil fruit ability? That's impossible. What kind of monster is this fat man? Stealing devil fruits and becoming a multiple fruit user. Marine headquarters. Sengoku watched this scene dumbfounded. Although the upper limit is not as high as that guy Liu Yu's otherworldly inheritance, if they are allowed to develop, the threat will be no less than the four emperors. Thinking this, Sengoku's expression darkened. I knew these guys would be troublesome, but I didn't expect them to be this troublesome. This is a problem. At this moment, his subordinate Brand New reported, Marshal Sengoku, someone is calling you on a den mushy. Sengoku frowned. Who? Brand New, he says his name is Lafitte, a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, the fat man on the sky screen. Red Hair Pirates. Shanks stared at the grinning Blackbeard on the sky screen. His expression was extremely serious. So this is your ability, Teach. A terrifying ability. I must kill you before you grow up. Whitebeard Pirates. Marco and the other commanders clenched their fists. This is the ability that traitor gained after killing Thatch. Damn it, we'll never forgive him. When we catch that traitor, we will avenge Thatch. On the main seat, Whitebeard felt an ominous omen. Blackbeard's ability made him realize that this former son of his would be difficult to deal with. The most critical thing was that Ace was still chasing Blackbeard. With Ace's impulsive nature, even knowing Blackbeard's current ability, he wouldn't stop. And this could lead to catastrophe. Ace, you must not act impulsively. Captain. In moments later, Lafitte appeared within the sky screen. He leaned close to Blackbeard's ear and whispered, Captain, I've already contacted Admiral Sengoku. They've promised you the title of Shichibukai in exchange for Smoker's release. Such matters couldn't be discussed openly before the sky screen. Otherwise it would amount to extortion. The world government, ever mindful of its dignity, might actually abandon Smoker altogether. Hearing this, Blackbeard roared with laughter. Excellent. Then we're one step closer to our goal. And, let's go. Move to Lowtown and dump him there. After that, the rest is no longer our concern. Yaho-ho-ho. And Blackbeard steered the floating island toward Lowtown, laughing wildly, when suddenly a thunderous shout cracked through the air, Fire Fist. Before Blackbeard's crew could react, a colossal fireball slammed into them, sending them flying in all directions. And what the hell is this? Where did that fireball come from? Did a gas canister explode? Idiot. Gas canisters don't produce that kind of blast. And wait, there's someone inside the fireball. It's him, the Fire Fist Ace. 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, and truly. But why on earth would Fire Fist Ace appear atop a floating island? East Blue. In Syrup Village. Na straw-hatted youth clutched his long-nosed friend in excitement. Usopp, look, that's my brother. The long-nosed boy's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What did you say? Fire Fist Ace. Is he your brother? In Great Sea Route. Balgu. And Sabo gazed at Ace upon the sky screen. And for reasons he couldn't fathom, something deep within him stirred with uncanny familiarity. Strange. Every time news of Fire Fist Ace appears, my heart races inexplicably. In New World. Wano Country. In Kiku's eyes lit up at the sight of Ace. Master, look, it's Brother Ace. Tengu Mountain Hizuru, Kazuki Sukiyaki, nodded as his sleeve was tugged. Yes, I see him. There's no need to get so worked up. In New World. Oni Island. In Yamato, imprisoned within the island's confines, burst into joy at the sight. It's Ace. Ace. You must hurry to Wano Country. I'm waiting to fight alongside you. To liberate Wano together. Whitebeard Pirates. In seeing Ace appear, the division commanders erupted in exhilaration. In Vista cried out, it's Ace. Old man. Marco, look. It's Ace. And Jozu added, he's been chasing Thatch for months now. It has been far too long since we last saw him. Awesome. Marco cheered as Blackbeard staggered from the blow. Well struck, Ace. Finish Thatch off right now. Joy rippled across the entire Moby Dick. Nonly Whitebeard himself sensed an ominous foreboding. Surely, nothing will go wrong, Ace. Ow. Damn it. This burns. On the floating island, Blackbeard writhed on the ground, blistered and scorched. Only after several agonizing moments did he stagger upright, panting heavily. He glared up at Ace, still grinning through labored breaths. Long time no see, Commander Ace. Ace crouched atop a jagged boulder, looking down upon Blackbeard with cold disdain. Indeed, long time, Thatch. You've survived a few months longer than you deserved. Now, it's time you repaid the life you stole from Shachi. And Blackbeard kept smiling. Don't bring up such dreary matters, Ace. Let's talk about something more interesting instead. Join me, become my comrade. Blackbeard's voice swelled with raw ambition. You've surely seen my power through the sky screen. With it we could forge an army of devil fruit users, entirely built upon awakened abilities. Then neither the Four Emperors nor any other force will stand a chance. They'll be relegated to history's margins, and the era of Whitebeard Kaido and Big Mom is ending. Let us usher in a new age, together, Ace. A vein pulsed angrily on Ace's forehead. And dare you declare Whitebeard's era over? In hearing Blackbeard's blasphemy, Ace's fury ignited. This age bears Whitebeard's name, not yours. Fire Fist, and another massive fireball hurtled forth. And this time Blackbeard was ready. An earth tornado. He activated his float fruit, causing the floating island's terrain to churn violently. Great waves of earth surged upward, intercepting Ace's inferno. After the impact, Blackbeard fixed Ace with a chilling gaze. What a pity. The negotiation has failed. In that case, I'll claim your flame fruit myself. Dark water. Not tremendous gravitational pull dragged Ace toward Blackbeard. In gravity. What a... Ace sensed danger. His hands blazed instantly into twin spears of fire, flame ring fire spears, and the incandescent weapons pierced Blackbeard's chest. Blackbeard's eyes rolled back in agony, but he endured the pain just long enough to deliver a crushing blow. And after the strike he howled in rage, then used his dark fruit to absorb the flaming spears. Ace staggered, his neck askew, wiping blood from his lip. He frowned. Blood? Yet I felt no haki. And Blackbeard laughed triumphantly. Noticed it, did you? Precisely. My dark fruit doesn't merely steal powers from the dead, it can suppress them while you're still alive. Now do you understand? Before me your proud flame fruit is utterly powerless, and not just you. Every devil fruit user falls under my absolute dominion. This is my power, yo-ho-ho-ho. So that's how he neutralized smokers' smoke fruit, and that's outright cheating. He nullifies others' powers while retaining his own. Not only that, he wields multiple fruits. Utterly unreasonable. He's practically our world's native-born Luyu. If not for his ceiling, he'd be his exact replica. Ace won't lose. He's my older brother. And Luffy clenched his fists. Go, brother Ace. Defeat that fat black pirate. And Kiku urged fiercely. And Yamato declared, Ace swore to me, we'd liberate Wano together. He won't fall here. Blackbeard, a truly perilous man. And Sengoku murmured grimly. Were it not for Smoker's life hanging in the balance, I'd eliminate him now, before he grows any stronger. Not bad, little black fatty. And Big Mom sneered. But to call me a relic of the old era, unforgivable. Dragon exhaled slowly. The future grows ever more opaque. A new world. The Whitebeard Pirates. The captains had ceased their revelry, sensing impending peril. Bisca, damn it. That scoundrel Thatch possesses such a devil fruit ability. No wonder even Shiki, the flying pirate, could not subdue this foe. Thatch triumphed solely through this power. Jozu, Ace's entire strength rests upon his devil fruit ability. He is weak in hand-to-hand combat. Thatch is his perfect counter. Marco, this is dire. Could Ace be in danger? The captains clenched their fists in anguish, yearning to burst through the celestial screen and crush Blackbeard himself. Alas, such longing remained futile. Whitebeard's countenance darkened. At the very least, escape Ace. Having flaunted his power before Ace, Blackbeard extended his final offer. Ace, this is your last chance. He gazed upon Ace, acknowledging his prowess. Join me as my comrade. Let us forge a new era, together. Ace wiped the blood from his lip and scoffed disdainfully. Fool. To yield to brute force would render my manhood meaningless. Hearing this, Blackbeard bared a feral grin. What a pity indeed. Dark Hole, Great Flame Ring, Dark Emperor, Flame Emperor, two colossal spheres, one obsidian black, the other blazing crimson, collided like titanic islands, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. When the smoke cleared and the spheres dissolved, the floating island had shattered into two drifting fragments. How did it end? Who won? He actually cleaved an island in two. Truly monstrous beings. Surely Fire Fist, Ace emerged victorious. He's the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, renowned for years. Renown means nothing. That portly black-bearded man defeated Smoker, the Marine captain whom even Shiki could not overcome. His might eclipses that of any mere pirate commander. He only won by trickery. In fair combat, he'd never best Smoker. Forget trickery. Did he win or not? As the four seas erupted in heated debate, a single peal of laughter rang out, declaring the victor. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Victory is mine. Blackbeard rose from the heavens. Luffy, Kotatsu, Yamato, and the others felt their hearts freeze. Ace. Blackbeard beckoned his crew. Hey, Buggy Van Augur. Q. Come here. Come see this power, the Mara no Mi. Who among you desires it? Buggy seized the moment. Captain, give it to me. I've long coveted this devil fruit. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Van Augur shrugged indifferently. It suits me not. I decline. Doc Q slumped listlessly. The Mara no me. Quite impressive hick. Captain, grant it to me. Buggy's eyes widened in outrage. Doc Q. You wretch. Dare you vie with me for it? This fruit belongs solely to a champion like myself. You, a half-dead wreck, should content yourself with your apple bombs. Doc Q retorted undeterred. What did you say, you fool? Do you seek a fight? Hick. Care to test whether I'll bury you beneath a basketful of apple bombs? Buggy rolled up his sleeves. Fine. Let's settle this. I've long despised your sluggishness. Let me teach you a lesson, and perhaps find our crew a more competent ship's doctor. Just as the two were about to clash, Lafitte stepped between them. Hold. Both of you. Do not act rashly. Then he turned to Blackbeard. Captain, may I speak with you alone? Blackbeard paused, nodded, and withdrew beyond the celestial screen. What is it, Lafitte? Blackbeard asked curiously. Lafitte smiled. Captain, this is our golden opportunity to assault level 6. Blackbeard blinked. An opportunity? What kind? Lafitte replied, Admiral Sengoku has already agreed to appoint you as a Shichibukai. The announcement will appear in tomorrow's newspaper. We shall then present our terms as Shichibukai. We offer to deliver Fire Fist Ace to the Marines, on the sole condition that we personally escort him into Impel Down's level 6. And there, in that very moment, our chance arrives. Blackbeard's eyes gleamed. Indeed, an excellent plan. Originally, Shichibukai status merely granted potential access to Impel Down, yet entry remained uncertain, dependent on fortune. But now with this pretext, passage would be seamless. Blackbeard declared instantly. It is settled. Lafitte, you handle the arrangements. Yes, Captain. Lafitte bowed, then placed a call to Marine headquarters. Blah 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 Gikyu. Moshi, Admiral Sengoku. It's me again, Lafitte of the Blackbeard Pirates. Lafitte spoke with languid calm. Sengoku frowned. Why do you call again? I've already consented. You'll be named Shichibukai in tomorrow's paper. Lafitte chuckled softly. I'm aware. This call concerns something else. Sengoku, then what is it? Lafitte asked. Admiral Sengoku, does Fire Fist Ace interest you? Sengoku's pulse quickened. What do you mean? Lafitte continued. Now that our captain stands on the cusp of Shichibukai status, Ace shall serve as his inaugural gift to you. Sengoku's heart surged with delight. The Marines had been humiliated before the Four Seas yesterday by Liu Yu, desperate for redemption. Fire Fist Ace was precisely the symbol they needed. With Ace in custody, Whitebeard will surely come. And Ace's lineage. Sengoku's mind flashed the words Roger's posthumous son. He realized at once. This revelation held immense political weight. Bloodline mattered profoundly in this world. The celestial dragons, the descendants of the 20 kings, were born nobles. Conversely, Ace, the son of the pirate king Jold, Roger, was by birthright the offspring of a demon. Should Ace face public execution, with his true identity proclaimed before all, the Navy's shattered prestige could be fully restored by dawn. Thus Sengoku resolved, Fire Fist Ace must be executed publicly. Forgive me, Garp, it is unavoidable, for the sake of the Marines. He then asked, what do you demand in exchange for delivering Ace? Zhanghua did not believe the Blackbeard Pirates would act out of pure goodwill, handing Ace over to the Marines for free. After all, Blackbeard could seize Ace's flame fruit. Lafitte grinned. Admiral Zhanghua, we have no special demands. We simply wish to deliver Fire Fist Ace to Impel Down ourselves. That poses no issue, does it? Impel Down. Zhanghua's eyes narrowed. Instantly, he recalled Blackbeard's Devil Fruit ability. Indeed, Impel Down housed numerous notorious criminals, including many Devil Fruit users. Could it be that Blackbeard sought those imprisoned ability users to strip them of their powers? Zhanghua deemed it highly plausible. Yet recalling Magellan, the warden stationed there, Zhanghua felt reassured. So long as he issued advance orders warning Magellan to guard against Blackbeard's designs on Devil Fruit users, all would be secure. With that thought, Zhanghua agreed. Very well, I consent. But I advise you not to attempt any tricks. Should Magellan kill you, I shall not intervene. Rest easy, Admiral Zhanghua, Lafitte replied with a sly smile. We are merely escorting a convict. No tricks intended. He hung up the den mushy. Lafitte relayed the news to Blackbeard, just as Buggy punched Toxic Q to the ground, roaring with arrogant laughter. This is the power of the champion. Wah! Just as he believed the flame fruit was already his, Blackbeard declared, crew, hold off dividing the flame fruit. Keep Ace alive. Buggy stared blankly. You could have said so earlier. I wasted my strength beating him senseless. He's practically cross-eyed now. Luffy, Kotetsu Yamato, and the Whitebeard Pirates collectively exhaled in relief, though baffled by the reason Ace appeared safe, for now. We are both extraordinary. The future of this world belongs to us. Let us join forces. Together neither the four emperors nor the Pirate King shall stand in our way. You've already crossed the world government. Why not ally with us? What do you say? Blackbeard looked at Liu Yu with eager anticipation. Their abilities bore striking parallels. Blackbeard could steal Devil Fruit powers, Liu Yu could uncover inheritances from other worlds. Both possessed the capacity to forge legions of elite warriors. The distinction lay only in scope. Blackbeard created solely devil fruit users, whereas Lu Yu cultivated warriors of myriad disciplines. Lu Yu's ceiling dwarfed Blackbeard's by far. For Blackbeard, an alliance with Lu Yu would render his prior plans obsolete. Yet Lu Yu had already refused the world government's overtures. Why would he accept Blackbeard's? No need for collaboration. I seek only treasure alongside those destined to meet me. Other matters hold no interest for me, Lu Yu declined. What a pity, Blackbeard sighed wistfully, though he had braced himself for rejection. Then he chuckled, since cooperation is off the table, might you scan my surroundings for inheritances from other worlds? There should be some. Wherever you connect, traces of inheritance invariably linger. Lu Yu nodded. Indeed there are two. Two inheritances exist upon this floating island. Blackbeard's eyes lit up. Where? How do I claim them? Lu Yu replied coolly, you're not one of my destined ones. Why should I tell you? Enough, Smoker has fainted. Our connection ends here. Farewell until our next destined meeting. With that, Lu Yu severed the link. Blackbeard fell silent. Damn it, you saw Smoker captured before cutting the line. So he'd kept the celestial screen active solely to watch the spectacle. Blackbeard seethed inwardly, especially since Lu Yu had confirmed two inheritances truly existed upon the floating island. It was like standing before two golden mines, yet utterly unable to claim even a single ingot. The agony of entering a treasure mountain only to depart empty-handed. Shaking off his frustration, Blackbeard steered the floating island toward Lobetown. No matter, my objectives are secured. The Seven Warlords title is mine, Impel Down lies open, a level 6 scum await me, within reach. Soon I draw nearer to the pinnacle. Though Impel Down's Warden Magellan is rumored fearsome, well, we'll see when the time comes. I wield multiple devil fruit powers. Can he possibly obliterate me in one strike? Hihia, the Grand Line. Upon the open sea, Lu Yu carved a glacial path stretching over 100 kilometers, and still lengthening. How deviously cunning you are. You told her an inheritance lay nearby, then severed the link instantly. Who else behaves so mischievously? Robin teased from her small boat, grinning playfully. Lu Yu replied, one becomes red beside vermilion, black beside ink. Robin rolled her eyes at him. Spotting a distant island, she asked, is this our next inheritance site? Lu Yu nodded. Two inheritances shimmered upon the island, one motionless, the other constantly shifting. This island holds two inheritances. Let us each claim one. Robin shook her head. Take yours first. Claim whatever benefits you. Only what remains and used may pass to me. Fairness need not govern such matters. Lu Yu nodded. Agreed. Countless inheritances lie ahead. One or two matter little. They landed upon the island. Lu Yu first approached the stationary inheritance. Item: a broken ship's wheel. Origin: legendary pirate Shiki of the One Piece World S rank. Abilities: inherited float, fruit, hockey, swordsmanship, etc. Method of acquisition: place the wheel atop your head. Staring at the prompt, Lu Yu froze in disbelief. An inheritance native to the One Piece world itself. Utterly unforeseen. Most astonishingly, Shiki had just fallen to Blackbeard. And now his inheritance manifested before Lu Yu. Coincidence? Perhaps, but fate rarely dealt such precise hands. System: I can understand inheriting Gold Lion's Conqueror's hockey and slash ability. But wasn't the float fruit already obtained by Blackbeard? How can it also be inherited? Lu Yu inquired curiously. Ding. Devil fruits are not unique. For reference, see Vegapunk Seraphim. Thinking of Vegapunk Seraphim, Lu Yu could understand. Even a native scientist could replicate devil fruit abilities, so naturally the system could too. With his doubts resolved, Lu Yu's head began to ache. Gold Lion's inheritance was certainly tempting, but for him, and for Robin, it was ultimately useless. Robin's situation was simple. She was already a user of the Hana no Mi. She wasn't a special race like Blackbeard. Possessing two devil fruit abilities would cause her body to explode. As for him, he simply looked down on the float fruit. After all, with Smoker as a precedent, he already knew that Logia-type devil fruits could trigger a chemical reaction with his sage body. Why would he waste an opportunity on the float fruit? His most coveted devil fruit was Kizaru's glint fruit. There are only a few top-tier Logia-type devil fruits. Lu Yu calculated silently. I already possess lightning, ice, and flame abilities. The rumble fruit, ice fruit, magma fruit, and flame fruit are all useless to me. As for other powerful Logia abilities, there are only the sand fruit, dark fruit, and glint fruit. Crocodile sand fruit has too many drawbacks. Even ordinary water can neutralize it. The dark fruit cannot be elementalized and is too unpredictable. All things considered, the glint fruit offers the greatest potential. I must find a way to obtain the glint fruit. Lu Yu resolved inwardly. As for how he would figure that out later. After all, he had already made enemies of the Navy and the world government. A crossing paths with Kizaru was only a matter of time. Perhaps by then he would have a way to seize the ability. With this in mind, Lu Yu became even more dismissive of the float fruit. Still, Gold Lion's inheritance was after all a pinnacle of the pirate world. He couldn't just leave it here. That would be far too wasteful. Tasteless to eat, yet a pity to discard. In the end, Lu Yu decided to pack up the inheritance and take it with him, saving it in case he found a third companion in the future. If a third companion ever joined, he would give it to them. Seeing Lu Yu pack away a battered ship's wheel, Robin was puzzled. The inheritance is on that wheel, isn't it? Why don't you claim it for yourself? Or is packing it away the way to inherit it this time? This inheritance is of no use to either of us. Lu Yu shook his head. I'll take it with us for now. If we ever get a third companion, we'll leave it for them. Robin nodded. If Lu Yu said so, then that was how it was. She would simply follow his lead. Let's go. On to the next inheritance site, Lu Yu called out. This one is still wandering around. Who knows who's carrying it now? The two of them set off in the direction of the next inheritance point. Before long, thanks to her Byakugan's X-ray vision, Robin spotted a familiar face. Oh my, it seems she's run into a bit of trouble. Robin suddenly spoke up. Lu Yu, I've spotted an acquaintance. She seems to be in some trouble. I'll go take a look first. Lu Yu nodded. Oh, all right. You go ahead. I can search for the second inheritance site on my own. Given Robin's current strength, he had no concerns about her safety. Robin flew at high speed toward her destination, using her invisible wings. Behind her, Lu Yu was astonished to discover that the direction Robin was heading was exactly the same as that of the second inheritance site. Princess Vivi, surrender now. You can't escape. Damn it, why won't you just let us catch you? If you keep provoking us, the consequences will be severe. Hurry, grab Vivi. If we capture her, we can threaten the world government into releasing Crocodile, and our Baroque works will survive. Fall down, Vivi. On the island streets, former Baroque works agents were frantically pursuing Vivi, the princess of Alabasta. Vivi fled on her duck, Kalu, narrowly escaping death several times. She was an undercover agent embedded within Baroque works. 3 days ago, Robin had killed Crocodile. The world government had stripped him of his warlord title, and the Navy was escorting him to impel down. Baroque works was effectively finished. If she could just manage to escape safely, there would be no more problems. But just as she was pondering an escape plan, Mr. One had discovered her identity and intended to use her life to threaten the world government into releasing Crocodile. In that critical moment, Minister Igaram, who had been undercover with her in Baroque works, helped cover her escape. And that led to where she was now. Damn it, Crocodile was finally captured. I absolutely cannot let them use my life to trade for his freedom. Vivi had been fleeing for 3 days straight, exhausted in both body and mind, but she gritted her teeth. But just then the duck stumbled. Kalu had been running for 3 days and was completely spent. Suddenly it foamed at the mouth and collapsed straight to the ground, sending Vivi flying off its back. Ha ha, the duck has collapsed. Princess Vivi, you can't escape now. Let us capture you and make you our hostage. Vivi watched the billion officers charging toward her, despair filling her heart. So this is how it ends after all. 100 blooming flowers slap. Suddenly Robin's voice rang out. The next second, invisible hands sprouted from the shoulders of every billion officer. Before the billion officers could react, they each received a solid stinging slap. Ow, that hurts. What's going on? I didn't see anyone attack. Damn it, who did this? Not just the billion officers. Even Vivi was stunned. What was happening? Who had helped her? Hello, Princess Vivi. At that moment, Robin appeared gracefully before Vivi and greeted her. Vivi's eyes widened. It's you, Miss All Sunday. No, I should call you the demon child, Nico. Robin. Vivi's gaze toward Robin became complicated. Robin was one of the culprits who had brought chaos to Alabasta. That was beyond dispute. But it was also Robin who had personally defeated Crocodile, ending his threat to Alabasta. At this moment, she didn't know whether to thank Robin or resent her. Robin could likely discern Princess Vivi's thoughts, and she cared not. After all, it was the truth. Though her intent had been purely scholarly, to uncover history, without malice toward Alabasta, objectively, she had aided Crocodile. Thus Vivi's resentment toward her was only natural. Yet Robin retained a conscience, as she knew her past deeds were unjust, and now stepping forward to rescue Vivi, she sought atonement. Whether Vivi chose to acknowledge her gratitude was irrelevant. Robin had saved her, and thereby settled her debt. Henceforth, should they meet again, Robin would bear no further remorse. You may call me whatever you wish, Princess Vivi, she said. I know what you're thinking. Regarding what transpired before, call it my fault if you must hate me as you will. But today I am here to save you. Vivi stared stunned. Only then did she connect the woman who had just rescued her with Robin. You were the one who struck them down and saved me. Yes, it was I. A silence fell. Vivi did not ask why Robin had saved her, for no explanation was needed. From the moment Robin defeated Crocodile, Vivi had known Robin was no ally of his. Where Crocodile embodied pure pirate cruelty, Robin still possessed moral compass. Most likely Robin's rescue was repayment for her debt to Alabasta. With that realization, Vivi sighed deeply. I understand your intent. I forgive you. Having first toppled Crocodile, then saved Vivi's life, Robin's debt was now fully discharged, so Vivi saw no need to press further. Robin smiled faintly. Whether you forgive me matters little. I have already forgiven myself by saving you. Vivi fell silent, her expression darkening involuntarily. This woman possessed a truly formidable temperament. At that moment, the 5 elders recognized Robin's identity. It's her, the devil's child, Nico Robin. That traitor has returned. What shall we do? She carries a bounty of 2 billion berries. We stand no chance against her. Despair seized the 5 elders instantly. They had witnessed the Sky Screen battle, and knew Robin now stood capable of confronting multiple marine admirals alone. To such feeble adversaries, she remarked coolly, You seem to recall me. Were you Baroque Works executives? Crocodile has fallen. Do you still intend to persist? We surrender, immediately. Spare our lives and we'll renounce Baroque Works. And Crocodile, forever. We'll leave this instant. Mercy please, we served together once. Pragmatism prevailed, recognizing their utter futility. The five elders capitulated without hesitation. Robin deemed them unworthy of further attention. Crocodile's defeat sealed Baroque work's fate, and with Princess Vivi safely returning to Alabsta, its demise was inevitable. Thereafter these men would simply disperse, each to his own home, his own path. For now join us aboard our ship, Robin told Vivi. We shall escort you safely to Alabasta. Vivi understood this was the wisest course, and nodded yes. I trust you. At that moment Lu Yu arrived. At the sight of Lu Yu the five elders cried out in collective shock. He's come, just as I suspected upon seeing Nico Robin. The world's strongest man, the world's most notorious criminal, Lu Yu, whose bounty has reached an unprecedented 100 billion berries, an otherworlder. We've only seen him through the sky screen, yet now face to face. And with that the five elders dropped to their knees before him. Lord Lu Yu, grant us a chance. We have long revered you. Let us serve under you. We seek no privileged bond, nor even partnership, only to serve as humble attendants, pouring tea, folding clothes, tending to your needs. Please, Lord Lu Yu, grant us this opportunity. Lu Yu regarded them with weary resignation. Though he indeed lacked worthy successors to inherit his legacy, one could not recruit en masse. To accept them all would exhaust his entire inheritance, leaving nothing for himself. Thus he shook his head. No need. I require no companions. Withdraw. When the five elders attempted to plead further, a single sharp glance from Lu Yu silenced them instantly. Robin turned to him. You've secured the second inheritance. Lu Yu shook his head. The second inheritance lies here. His gaze shifted to Vivi. Item Peacock Thorn. Source Sashin Raka S rank wielded by Oraheim Inoue of the Soul Society. Ability Solitary Heaven / Shield 8 Devastating Flying / U Dual Heaven Repel Shield, rejecting all adverse effects, including limb regeneration and spiritual pressure restoration. Triple Heaven Bind Shield, a single face shield of extraordinary resilience. Quadruple Heaven Resist Shield, an omnidirectional barrier offering supreme defense and counter rebound of close range attacks. Method of activation: insert the Peacock Thorn into the hair like a hairpin. Lu Yu knew the Sashin Raka well. Yet precisely because of that ability it ascended to S rank. A power Blue Blood himself had named the Divine Domain. Neither its offensive nor defensive capabilities were exceptional. Without the Dual Heaven Repel Shield, it would rank merely B class. He decided this inheritance belonged to Robin. Meanwhile Vivi had already noticed Lu Yu, and like the five elders gasped inwardly. This was the world's most notorious criminal, Lu Yu. As she recoiled in awe his eyes met hers, and recalling his earlier words. A bold realization struck Vivi. Could it be? I carry an inheritance myself. Lu Yu confirmed it. Yes, it rests within you. Vivi fell speechless. Truly, had Lu Yu not revealed it, she might wander her entire life unaware. She bore a golden mine upon her person. Upon hearing that Princess Vivi possessed a legacy, the Elder Five were torn between sorrow and grim satisfaction. Sorrow that this legacy lay so tantalizingly close yet remained beyond their grasp. Their grim satisfaction stemmed from the fact that while they had merely been rejected by Lu Yu as potential allies, Princess Vivi would now willingly surrender her legacy into his hands. A stark contrast that left them strangely elated. Haha, suddenly being rejected by Lu Yu doesn't sting at all. Serves Princess Vivi right. If we'd seized her earlier, none of this chaos would have arisen. To hand over a legacy lying literally within arm's reach, she is undoubtedly the most tragic figure here. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, Princess Vivi felt profoundly disheartened. Had she remained unaware of the legacy within her, it might have been bearable. But the moment she learned of it, before even savoring the joy, she was forced to relinquish it. Such irony was truly tragic. At that moment Robin's eyes flickered thoughtfully. Lu Yu, don't we still need a third ally? What do you think of Princess Vivi? Lu Yu paused, momentarily startled. His criteria for allies were simple: loyalty alone mattered. Reflecting on Vivi's character, her integrity, her steadfastness, he nodded in quiet assent. He turned toward Vivi. Princess Vivi, would you become my ally? The Elder Five fell silent, utterly speechless. Wait, didn't you just say you needed no allies? How swiftly your stance shifts. Their faces twisted in bitter indignation. They pondered long and hard, yet could not fathom where precisely they had faltered. Eventually they settled upon an explanation: Princess Vivi's charm, her delicate beauty, her royal bearing, undoubtedly held irresistible allure for men. Thus they attributed Lu Yu's decision solely to lust. Despicable, you are not who we believed you to be. Arrogant and lecherous. I misjudged you utterly, Lu Yu. Damn it, why choose such a young girlie? And what if he is a man? The Elder Five seethed inwardly. Lu Yu remained blissfully unaware of his tarnished reputation, only sensing inexplicably a sudden chill. More unsettling still, the strange tightening sensation deep in his lower back. Strange, what on earth is happening? Lu Yu shivered involuntarily, then fixed his gaze upon Princess Vivi. Princess Vivi, become my ally. An ally of Lu Yu. Vivi's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, I accept. By now the entire world knew Lu Yu was a beacon of fortune. Wherever he sailed, prosperity followed. Even the world government sought partnership with him. How much more so would she, a princess of Alabasta, welcome such an offer? With Lu Yu extending the invitation himself, refusal was unthinkable. Her sole hesitation lay in her royal lineage. As Princess of Alabasta, joining pirates would inevitably stir public outcry. Yet such concerns were negligible. Don Quixote da Flamingo, king of Dressrosa, had begun his career as a pirate. Surely no great scandal would follow. She would sail briefly, then return home. By then her strength would have transcended all prior limits, enabling her to safeguard Alabasta with unmatched power. And thus Princess Vivi became Lu Yu's second ally. Lu Yu instructed gently, "Since this is your legacy, you must claim it yourself. Your weapon, the peacock thorn, is itself your inheritance. It originates from the Shinigami world, a realm of profound power, imbuing its bearer with mastery over slashing defense and regeneration, a truly versatile legacy. The method of inheritance is simple, where the peacock thorn as a hairpin, securing it atop your head." As he spoke, Lu Yu recalled the ship's will he'd packed away. Curiously, both legacies required placement upon the head. Clearly Princess Vivi was destined to possess extraordinary resilience, and perhaps unshakable resolve. Vivi immediately began receiving the legacy. The shield of 6 flowers entered her body. She cast Dual Heaven's Return shield upon Kurodori, who moments later revived, fully energized, flapping wings, and quacking exuberantly. Lu Yu covered his ears. "Too loud. Perhaps we should just stew it." Kurodori froze mid-quack, then retreated silently behind Vivi, trembling uncontrollably. "All right, no need to fear. I won't stew you." Vivi comforted Kurodori for some time before the duck finally regained its composure. Yet its gaze toward Lu Yu remained fraught with terror. Vivi shot Lu Yu an exasperated glance. "Honestly, why frighten a duck for no reason?" "Such perverse humor," she muttered. Lu Yu shrugged with a grin. "One becomes like those around them. Soon enough you'll board the ship and find yourself doing the same." "Robin." Robin shot Lu Yu a fierce warning glare. Sensing lethal intent, Lu Yu hastily changed the subject. "Ah, there's also this." Handing Vivi the ship's wheel, he added, "Another legacy, also worn upon the head. Take it." The Elder Five erupted in frantic clamor, only to be silenced instantly by another thunderous blow from Robin's fist. "I've only just joined you. I already have one legacy. This second one should remain with you. We want it. Give it to us instead." Lu Yu smiled at Vivi. "This legacy holds little value for Robin or me. Otherwise we'd have claimed it long ago. That it remains unclaimed proves it suits you best." Hearing this, Vivi's hesitation dissolved. Deeply moved, she bowed her head solemnly. "I swear I will never betray the trust you place in me, Captain." Lu Yu chuckled. "Just call me by my name." Vivi smiled warmly. "Yes, Lu Yu." Then without hesitation, she placed the ship's wheel atop her head. Though the sight was undeniably comical, no one dared mock her. For this was no mere spectacle, but the sacred rite of legacy transmission, evoking only boundless envy and awe. If sacrificing dignity could grant such power, many would gladly do the same. In the next instant, Shank's legacy surged into her veins. Armament Haki. Observation Haki. Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki infusion. Mastery of unarmed combat. Swordsmanship. The power of the float fruit. As the full magnitude of this power flooded her being, Vivi felt herself transformed. Her strength multiplied beyond measure. Now even the slightest gesture rivaled cataclysmic force. This is... Vivi stared down at her hands, disbelief etched across her face as she sensed the overwhelming energy coursing through her. Lu Yu explained calmly. "You know Shanks, the legendary pirate defeated this morning by Smoker, or perhaps Blackbeard. This will carries his complete legacy." Vivi's eyes widened in shock. Shanks' entire legacy. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard, the 3 legendary pirates. Lu Yu nodded. "Indeed. Congratulations, you've just ascended to the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world. Well done." Applause. And with that he actually clapped, genuinely enthusiastically. Vivi stood stunned. She'd imagined years of arduous voyages before attaining such power. Yet within moments of joining Lu Yu's crew, her strength had already shattered all known limits, beyond belief. Even more astonishing, this immense power was deemed redundant by Lu Yu and Robin. Then just how formidable were they, truly? Vivi was unaware of her misunderstanding. Although she had inherited the power fewer times than Robin, the quality of her inheritance from Shanks, the Golden Lion, surpassed Robin's. It was merely Robin's inability to wield 2 devil fruits that granted Vivi this advantage. In terms of raw strength, Vivi now stood above Robin, ranking second within Lu Yu's pirate crew, though she herself remained ignorant of this fact. She assumed Captain Lu Yu and Robin had long since ascended far beyond her current realm, thus deepening her reverence for Lu Yu. "Captain, what shall we do now?" Vivi turned toward Lu Yu, asking with quiet deference. Lu Yu gazed across the open sea, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. "The island's inheritance has been exhausted. Let us head in that direction, roughly 300 to 400 kilometers away." "All right." The float fruit enables islands to levitate. "Can you attempt to lift this entire island?" We could then fly onward. Vivi surveyed the town hesitating. Lifting the island itself should pose no difficulty, but many residents dwell here. If we repurpose it as our vessel, they will lose their homes. Lu Yu smiled reassuringly. Rest easy. I have no intention of seizing their sanctuary. We'll simply test whether the island is suitable as a conveyance. Should it prove viable, we'll later locate an uninhabited isle to serve as our airborne vessel. If not, we'll abandon the notion entirely. Very well, I'll give it a try. With those words, Vivi placed her palm upon the earth. Levitate. Her devil fruit ability surged forth. In the next instant, the entire island trembled violently. What's happening? Is this an earthquake? An earthquake. Evacuate to open ground, now. Dragon Slayer's motion sickness was understandable, but surely it wouldn't extend to entire islands. If this loophole proved viable, he would no longer need to trudge laboriously across the ocean on foot. Residents along the island's periphery stood frozen in awe. I can't believe it. Our island is flying. This cannot possibly be the work of an earthquake. What on earth is occurring? Was it done by those intruders who stormed the town? Could one of them possess a rare devil fruit ability? Panic rippled through the crowd. Even the venerable elders were utterly stunned. It truly levitated. The island actually rose into the sky. This is unmistakably the power of the float fruit. Impossible. A single devil fruit can grant its power to only one individual. That portly black man already wields the float fruit. How can there exist another user? Has someone even succeeded in replicating a devil fruit's power? This defies all reason. It borders on divine miracle. Meanwhile, at Lu Yu's urging, Vivi maneuvered the island through slow, deliberate circuits, north, south, east, and west. To Lu Yu's delight, he felt no nausea, not the slightest trace of vertigo. Indeed, this loophole was real and fully exploitable. This changes everything. From now on, once we locate a barren isle, I'll finally escape the indignity of crossing oceans on foot. All right, Vivi, you may gently lower the island. Take care not to frighten the townspeople. Vivi paused. Wasn't it possible they were already thoroughly terrified? She lowered the island with delicate precision. The trio set sail toward the next island. Robin beckoned to Vivi. Vivi, activate your ability. We'll ride the skies aboard our flying ship. Of course. Vivi triggered her fruit's power, lifting their small vessel aloft. Then she glanced curiously at Lu Yu. Captain, won't you board? Indeed, Captain. Will you not join us? This is a flying ship after all, Robin added with playful teasing. Lu Yu fell silent, then muttered under his breath, fine. Fly ahead, I'll keep pace. Who could possibly outfly you? Humph, mystic armor. Lu Yu transformed into his dragon sage form and soared alongside them. Thanks to his sage body's capacity to absorb natural energy, sustained flight consumed less energy than it restored, granting him not mere endurance, but gradual replenishment of vitality. At last, they finally departed. I nearly died of fright. I thought my life was over. Alas, Princess Vivi has been taken with them. Our Baroque Works operation has failed utterly. Damn it. Why wasn't I the one taken? If I joined Lu Yu's crew, I'd have abandoned this wretched Baroque Works without hesitation. Ah, indeed, sighed the elders, collectively watching Lu Yu's retreating figures fade into the distance. Blue, 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 blue. Blue, 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 blue. Kick, kick. Hello? Is this Mr. 1? This is Elder Gajef of the Billion Elders. The elder announced calmly. Mr. 1 vaguely recalled the name, but only dimly. Gajef. So you Billion Elders are pursuing Princess Vivi. Have you apprehended her? Gajef shook his head. An unforeseen complication arose. Princess Vivi has been rescued by others. What did you say? You, so many of you, failed to capture one woman. Are you utterly incompetent? You dare speak to me so disrespectfully? You're the incompetent one. You and your entire bloodline. Incompetent. Gajef roared. Here, this Baroque Works is finished. I resign, effective immediately. I'm informing you solely because you remain unaware of the truth. Do not presume I am still your subordinate. I've loathed you for years, just because you hold the title Mr. 1 foot. Even Crocodile himself entered the ranks. What arrogance you display. I'm incompetent. Then go ahead, try capturing Vivi yourself. I'll beat you senseless before you even blink. Ugh, what is this nonsense? Mr. 1 had never endured such humiliation. Enraged beyond reason, he snarled. You bastard. I'll kill you. Go ahead, kill me. Come at me through the telephone line. I'll stand right here and wait for you to arrive. You, Mr. 1's eyes burned crimson as he prepared to unleash another torrent of fury. At that moment, Mr. 3 stepped in. Calm down, Mr. 1. Let's first determine precisely what transpired. Senior officers of Baroque Works gathered around Mr. 1, all of them having overheard Gajef's blistering tirade. Each struggled desperately to suppress laughter, especially Mr. 2, Bentham, whose long-standing rivalry with Mr. 1 made the spectacle doubly delicious. His face flushed deep red from stifling mirth. Ha ha ha, Mr. 1, you finally met your match. All others turned their gaze toward the Den Mushi. They too longed for the answer to that very question. Gajeel said, Lu Yu and Nico Robin have appeared. What a... The Baroque Works executives recoiled in shock. Those two names carried immense weight, utterly seismic. What on earth is happening? How are they involved? Could it be their target isn't just the boss, but us as well, eh? What do we do? Even an admiral of the Marines proved powerless against them. We'd be obliterated in an instant. We must flee. There's no other choice. Pandemonium erupted among the group. Mr. Three's brow glistened with cold sweat as he struggled to remain composed. Tell us precisely what happened. Leave nothing out. Simply put, just as we were closing in on Princess Vivi, on the verge of capturing her, Nico Robin appeared. Gajeel's voice grew thick with bitterness. When Nico Robin appeared, he naturally followed in her wake. Damn him. A lecherous wretch. I misjudged him utterly. Seeing how charming Princess Vivi is, he simply claimed her as his comrade. Cursed fate. Why does she earn his favor while I am denied? Doesn't he need someone to serve tea, wash clothes, fold bedding? If necessary, I'd even share his bed. Why should a man be barred from such devotion? Unforgivable. I'm furious, absolutely livid. Ah, Mr. Three fell silent. The others stood speechless. Is a grown man truly supposed to utter such words? Silently they seethed, but Gajeel's meaning was unmistakable. Their faces paled in unison. So Princess Vivi is now Lu Yu's comrade. This is dire. A comrade of Lu Yu is beyond our reach, untouchable. Even setting aside her bond with Lu Yu, if he grants her but 1 or 2 inheritances, she herself would become untouchable to us. The plot to seize Alabasta is finished. Baroque Works must disband, immediately and irrevocably. Such grim thoughts settled over them all. Then Mr. Three rallied himself and smiled faintly. Regardless, what's done cannot be undone. Rather than dwell on the past, we must focus on what lies ahead. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances and swiftly devised new paths. Miss Doublefinger declared, I'll reopen the Spider Cafe and resume my role as proprietress. Miss Christmas added, then I'll join your cafe as a server. Miss Goldenweek chimed in, and I'll serve as the resident painter. Miss Valentine smiled, I adore making chocolate. I'll open a boutique beside your cafe. Mr. Five nodded firmly. In that case, I'll become a firefighter. The safety of both establishments rests entirely with me. Mr. Four paused thoughtfully. Well, I could deliver takeout. Mr. Two began, then I, enough? Cease at once. Mr. Three barked sharply, eyes wide with exasperation. Who cares what you all do later? I meant, what shall we do now to eliminate the 2 giants on this island? This was a bounty worth 200 million berries, a final colossal score. Once completed, each could return home to family and peace. They stood upon Little Garden, an island where the 2 giant tribe chieftains, Blue Giant Dori and Red Giant Broggy, waged their eternal duel. Each bore a bounty of 100 million berries. Their gathering here had been solely to claim those colossal heads and fund their ambitions. Yet now that plan lay in ruins, the purpose of the bounty dissolved. Thus it would serve as their severance pay. With 9 members present, the reward would divide evenly. Over 2 million berries per person. That sum would sustain them handsomely for years. We've each found our dreams. Why bother fighting them anymore? Let's go. Time to open shop. Say, Miss Goldenweek, hand me a cup of your afternoon tea. Mr. Three exploded, you fools. Get back here this instant. Through sheer force of will, Mr. Three managed to keep them grounded for one last decisive operation. Fine. Let's devise a strategy against these 2 giants. But first, no reckless risks. I still intend to open my chocolate shop. By the way, where's Mr. 1? They scanned the area, and only then realized Mr. 1 had vanished without a trace. Mr. 2 mused aloud. Given his temperament, he wouldn't endure insult and stand idle. If I'm correct, he's already traced the telephone line straight to that adorable little fellow. Mr. 3 stared blankly at the Den Mushi before warning, Elder Millionaire, flee now. Mr. 1 is coming for you, along the phone line. Gajeel froze, then cursed inwardly, is this man deranged? He slammed the Den Mushi shut and fled the island aboard a small boat. Humph. He refused to believe fate would let a non-swimmer like Mr. 1 catch him across the boundless sea. I've laced the giants' wine with explosives. Any violent movement will trigger detonation within their bodies. At dusk, Mr. 5 reported completion of Mr. 3's scheme. Sipping tea, Mr. 3 grinned slyly, ha. Now all is assured. Those 2 clash 2 or 3 times daily. Sooner or later motion will set off the charges. Even if they were emperors themselves, no being could survive internal detonation. Then victory shall be ours. Ha. Scarcely had the laughter faded when boom. A volcanic eruption shook the air and both giants rose simultaneously from opposite shores of the island. Gaiaha. Broggy, I met newcomers today and drank deeply. Herrera. Dori, I did the same. It seems we've encountered kind souls. Behold, tonight, fortified by the god of wine, I shall defeat you. Surrender, Broggy. That phrase belongs to me. Fall now, Dori. Dori swung his massive rust-caked greatsword. Broggy met it with his equally corroded axe, clashing with cataclysmic force. An immense shockwave flattened forests across the island's center. Truly monstrous beings. Face to face, not even our combined strength could match one of them. Mr. 3. Kudos for your underhandedness. Mr. 3 snapped. Kudos for underhandedness. Do you even speak the language? Then don't speak at all. His gaze shifted back to Dori and Bragi, growing ever more cunning. Fight harder. Keep striking. The fiercer the battle, the sooner the bombs would detonate. In a secluded garden, East Blue and Bragi engaged in fierce combat. Wherever their techniques struck earth with stone and grass crumbled into dust. Elbaf Spear, Sovereign Realm, in Elbaf Spear, Sovereign Realm in boom. The sheer magnitude of the technique triggered the explosives concealed within East Blue's body, detonating instantly. His frame lurched violently before Bragi's Sovereign Realm slammed into him with crushing force, sending him hurtling through the air. How could this be? Bragi stared incredulous at the scene before him, his expression profoundly shaken. Though they had fought with lethal intent, it was a sacred war, not personal vendetta. Such mortal combat was waged for honor alone. Had he vanquished East Blue fairly in open battle, his rival's death would have been noble and just. But now it was clear their duel had been manipulated from without. That, above all, was unforgivable. Cursed wretch. Who dares interfere? Who? Enraged Bragi exhaled twin plumes of white steam from his nostrils. At that moment Mr. 5's voice rang out snot bomb. Before Bragi could react, 3 consecutive explosions erupted across his body. The true devastation lay not in those external blasts, but in how they ignited a catastrophic chain reaction within Bragi's own hidden explosives, detonating them all at once. In an instant his internal organs seemed to shift violently within his chest, strength abandoned him, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Only then did the Baroque Works officers arrive, calm, deliberate, and poised. Upon seeing them, Bragi's eyes flooded crimson. Why you? It was you. You tampered with our sacred duel. Ha ha ha. Mr. 3 chuckled softly. Your life hangs by a thread, yet you still fret over who won the fight. Very well. Since you're already at death's door, what harm is there in telling you? Nias, it was us who sabotaged your battle. Honestly, you two are colossal fools, accepting wine from strangers without question, utterly devoid of caution. How on earth did creatures like you survive this long? With evident delight, Mr. 3 added, indeed. If you weren't so absurdly gullible, we'd never have caught you so easily. Thanks to your staggering foolishness, we've spared ourselves considerable effort. Bragi snarled in fury. Why? Why would you do this? Why, Mr. 3 brandished their bounty posters. Surely you haven't forgotten. You two are each worth 100 million berries, among the most wanted fugitives alive. A prize of such magnitude naturally draws predators. What else could be more expected? Bragi ground his teeth in rage. So, that's all it takes. A mere bounty. Unforgivable. I'll slaughter every last one of you. Die. Struggling to rise, Bragi lunged forward, only to be struck again brutally by another snot bomb from Mr. 5. Mr. 3 recoiled slightly. Even grievously wounded, he still moves. Giants truly are monstrous beings. Pity. You will perish nonetheless. As the flames burned, ash rained steadily upon East Blue and Bragi, coating them layer by layer, suffocating them from without inward, until they became grotesque, towering candle statues frozen in final agony. Mr. 2 couldn't resist commenting. Mr. 3, you're still as twisted as ever. Can't you grant them a swift and Inamar? 3 scoffed. You misunderstand entirely. This is art. Life, the rarest treasure, is granted but once. Therefore it must be extinguished with artistic reverence. Behold, these are masterpieces carved from living flesh. And not just any flesh, giant flesh exceedingly rare. These twin sculptures are priceless beyond measure. Cherish this moment. It is their final breath. Ha 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 ha. How despicable they are. From the garden's edge, Lu Yu observed quietly. By chance they had merely followed the resonance of the inheritance markers, and stumbled directly upon the remaining Baroque Works agents. Robin smiled faintly. This reeks of Mr. 3's handiwork. He's always operated without moral constraint. Lu Yu turned to Vivi. These men have ravaged your kingdom. Settle this matter yourself. I shall not intervene. Yes, Vivi nodded solemnly. They split paths. Vivi confronted Baroque Works head-on, while Lu Yu and Robin ventured deeper into the garden to locate the scattered inheritances. Lions roar. Earth surge. The earth heaved upward, forming over a dozen colossal stone lions that converged from all directions, encircling the Baroque Works officers. What in the world? Where did these massive stone lions come from? Did those giants summon them? But they're both incapacitated. This is no natural phenomenon. There's only one explanation. Someone's orchestrating this. Who? Reveal yourself, coward. Vivi's lips curled into a cold, mirthless smile. You ambush giants in stealth, yet dare lecture others on honor. She rose weightlessly into the air, appearing before them. But I am not like you. I stand before you. So what will you do now? Princess Vivi. The Baroque Works officers recoiled in shock at her sudden appearance. They had learned from the elder billionaire that Vivi was now Lu Yu's sworn ally, and her effortless levitation confirmed she had already received an inheritance. Recalling the overwhelming power displayed by Robin, Nami, Zoro, and Smoker after their own inheritances, they felt crushing dread. Vivi, now transformed, was surely beyond their reach. Princess Vivi, we've retired from crime. Let bygones be bygones. We swear, we'll never harm Alabaster again. In this here. All we want now is to open a tavern, or a chocolate shop. Nothing more. Please forgive us. We know our sins. Vivi trembled, not with fear, but with incandescent fury. And let it go. End it here. A tavern. A chocolate shop. In her voice cracked with outrage. What utter mockery. You reduced my nation to ruin. My people starved and thirsted to death. My homeland drowned in war. And now you claim remorse. As if that absolves everything. On what grounds? In sync. Into the depths of the earth. With a single gesture Vivi commanded the lion swarm to charge. Within moments the officers were buried layer upon layer beneath the stone lions, swallowed whole into the earth. After laying the Baroque works officers to rest beneath the earth, Wei Wei's spirits finally lifted considerably. At this moment Buluoji, who had been watching the entire scene, burst into laughter. Well done, little lady. Thank you for avenging us. Ha ha. Cough cough. He laughed while coughing up blood. Wei Wei urged, stop talking, you're seriously injured. Buluoji chuckled, it's not just serious, it's a fatal wound. Those bastards put explosives in our wine. Our guts are blown to pieces. We're doomed beyond doubt. Since we're going to die, we might as well die happily. Ha ha. Cough. Cough cough. Seeing this, Wei Wei's face showed reluctance. Just then she suddenly recalled her Shun Riko ability. She quickly said, I think I can heal you. Stop laughing, or you'll worsen your injuries. With that she removed 2 hairpins and declared, Twin Heaven Return Shield I reject. The 2 hairpins floated above Buluoji's head and beneath his feet, on either side. The next second a massive yellow barrier opened directly above Buluoji. Buluoji had initially thought Wei Wei only knew some basic healing arts and wanted to tell her not to waste her effort. His internal organs were shattered beyond repair. To his surprise, under the yellow barrier, he felt his body visibly improving. Not only were his fresh wounds healing, but his stamina was rapidly recovering as well. What kind of power is this? Buluoji was utterly astounded. This is nothing short of a miracle. Item: the Rusted Throne. Inheritance: Source: Yatagami Toka S. Grade from the date: A Live World. Inheritance abilities: Spirit Angel State and Spirit Demon State. Spirit Angel State uses the heavy sword Halvan Helif, and the Void Throne, by absorbing the Void Throne, can transform into angel form, possessing the ultimate move, Last Sword. Spirit Demon State uses the heavy sword Nahale, and the Void Throne, by absorbing the Void Throne, can transform into demon form, possessing the ultimate move, Final Sword. Inheritance method: sit on the throne and say, let's go on a date, to your beloved, Lu Yu. On Lu Yu's side, he had already found the inheritance point. However, this inheritance method left Lu Yu speechless. Sitting on the throne was easy, and saying, let's go on a date, was also easy. The key was, where was he supposed to find a beloved? Wasn't that nonsense? Lu Yu refused to believe it, and tried sitting on the throne. He looked at Robin, and said, Robin, let's go on a date. Robin. He felt no power flowing into his body. Lu Yu shook his head. It really doesn't work. I guess I'll have to wait until I have a girlfriend. As he was pondering, Robin's voice came to Lu Yu's ears. Where to? Lu Yu was stunned, puzzled. Where to what? Rarely Robin's expression turned shy. Her face flushed slightly as she said, didn't you say we're going on a date? I'm asking where we're going. Well, that's what you meant. You misunderstood. Lu Yu explained, this throne is an inheritance. To obtain it you must say, let's go on a date, to your beloved. I was just trying to activate it, but unfortunately it failed. Robin was silent for a moment, her shyness fading into nothingness. So that means I am your beloved, Lu Yu shook his head in frustration. Of course not. If you were, I wouldn't have failed. It seems I need to find a girlfriend. Huh, where's this killing intent coming from? Sensing an inexplicable killing intent, Lu Yu found it odd. Then he looked at Robin and said, Robin, why don't you give it a try? Robin. If looks could kill, Lu Yu would have been slain by Robin's glare. No. After saying that coldly, Robin turned and walked away. Lu Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Fine, don't try. She's as single as I am anyway, so it would definitely fail. But then how should I deal with this throne, Lu Yu looked at the throne, thought for a moment, and said, forget it, I'll just leave it here for now. Luckily Little Garden has no one else besides Dong Li and Buluoji, so it's basically a deserted island. In that case I'll use this island as my mode of transportation. With that thought, Lu Yu decided to ignore the throne. After all, the island was his now, anything on it could be taken whenever he wanted. So he was in no hurry. He and Robin went to the island's center to reunite with Wei Wei. There they saw that under Wei Wei's healing, the 2 giant leaders had become full of vitality. Gaha, we're really healed. It's a miracle. This power must also come from the other world, right? As expected of Lu Yu's companion, truly an incredible power. Ha ha ha. The 2 giants felt the surging power and vitality in their bodies, marveling at the miraculousness of Wei Wei's ability. Then the 2 thanked her. You're Wei Wei, right? Thank you, Wei Wei. Wei Wei smiled. It's nothing, just a simple task. At that moment, seeing Lu Yu and Robin return, Wei Wei called out, over here, I'm here. Huh, Robin, what's wrong? Your face doesn't look too good. Robin shot a glare at Lu Yu, then said calmly, it's nothing, you misread. Wei Wei looked at Lu Yu in surprise. Captain, what's going on? Did you upset Robin? Lu Yu shook his head. No, I'm such an easygoing person, why would I upset her? You're overthinking. Wei Wei asked, then what's with Robin now? Lu Yu looked at Robin, who wore a look of world-destroying despair and was also puzzled. I don't know either. Maybe she accidentally stepped in dog poop. Stepped in dog poop. Wei Wei was taken aback and she looked at Robin with a meaningful glance, which met Robin's murderous gaze directly. Eyes locking. Wei Wei. A second later, Wei Wei quickly changed the subject. Let me introduce you. These are two giant friends I just made. This is Dong Li the Blue Ogre, and this is Buluoji the Red Ogre. Wei Wei introduced. Dong Li Buluoji, this is my Captain Lu Yu, and this is our ship's archaeologist Nico Robin. Dong Li and Buluoji curiously examined the two, focusing on Lu Yu. We've seen you many times on the sky screen, but this is the first time we've met you in person. He doesn't seem any different from ordinary humans. So whether in this world or the other world, humans are pretty much the same, huh? Dongli and Bragi curiously questioned Lu Yu about the other world. After all, pirates relished nothing more than tales of wonder and marvel. Especially one who hailed from such a realm. Lu Yu's origins only heightened their fascination. With no intention to conceal, Lu Yu described modern life, smartphones, computers, and global digital connectivity. Had Vegapunk heard these concepts, he might have forged brilliant innovations. But to these listeners, they were little more than amusing curiosities. In sum, Lu Yu concluded, our world pales beside yours in spectacle and strangeness. We possess no haki or martial arts of your caliber. In raw power, only our technological prowess surpasses yours. Everything else would be utterly eclipsed by your might. So it is. Upon hearing this, both giants, and Robin and Vivi alike, were struck with genuine surprise. They had assumed Lu Yu's dimension must be incomparably formidable, given his ability to traverse worlds. Yet reality proved otherwise. At last, Lu Yu declared, idle talk ends now. It is time for matters of consequence. He glanced at Dongli and Bragi before adding, I have chosen this island, and intend to take it with me. You face two choices: depart this island, and I shall ferry you to the nearest landmass. Thereafter your path is your own. Or swear fealty as my subordinates. Choose freely. I compel no one. Dongli and Bragi exchanged stunned glances. Take the island. This cannot be literal. It is precisely literal, Lu Yu replied. Vivi, demonstrate your ability. I, Captain. Vivi activated her devil fruit power, lifting the entire garden skyward. Dongli and Bragi stood agape. This is the float fruit's power. Impossible. That brat Jinbi had just been slain at noon. The fruit's power seized by another. How could a second float fruit manifest? Or is this some parallel power native to his world? Lu Yu offered no explanation, and the giants asked no further. Regardless, Lu Yu had unmistakably revealed both his intent and capacity to lift the garden whole. Now the choice rested solely with them. To leave, or to submit, or perhaps, to resist. Resistance was dismissed outright. Not only did Lu Yu's strength dwarf theirs, but Vivi had just saved their lives. They could not betray such grace. Nor could they depart. Before the holy war began, they had sworn an oath before the great god of Elbaf, only the victor may leave this garden alive. With victory still undecided, breaking that vow was unthinkable. Only submission remained. Yet even that bore complication: outward compliance without inner conviction. What condition? Lu Yu asked, intrigued. Fight us, they answered. Only a victor may claim the title of captain. Lu Yu smiled easily. Very well, attack together. 3 seconds. Or rather 1 second in your perception. 1 second to end it. Dongli. Bragi. The two giant chieftains stared, eyes wide with indignation. They knew his strength, but such arrogance bordered on blasphemy. To fell us in a single second. Even 100 billion belly outlaw could not dare such a boast. Dongli, we must unleash that technique. Understood. Together, Bragi. Elbaf's spear, hegemonic realm. Twice echoed in unison. Twin gales surged toward Lu Yu, each rivaling the cataclysmic clash of Akiji and Garp's fists in sheer scale. Moreover, the twin torrents converged mid-flight, merging into a singular, devastating vortex moments before impact. Its destructive force equally formidable. Indeed, this very technique had slain the island-eating goldfish, a creature Lu Yu had vanquished upon awakening his Rinnegan. In terms of combined assault, only Kaido's sea-dominating roar and Garp's cosmic fist surpassed it, ranking third among all synchronized techniques. Yet even such overwhelming power crumbled before temporal stasis. Time freeze. Ultra Chibaku Tensei. Lu Yu evaded the hegemonic realm using time suspension. Then between Dongli and Bragi, he unleashed the Ultra Chibaku Tensei, not merely hurling them far across the island, but carving a vast flat expanse at its center, destined to become the foundation of his future citadel. Time resumed. The hegemonic realm's shockwave obliterated an entire forest, yet Lu Yu stood unscathed while the two giants lay unconscious upon the ground. Lu Yu turned to Vivi. Vivi, please revive them. Moments later, the giants stirred anew, restored to full vitality. But their gaze upon Lu Yu now shimmered with profound reverence. They knew he was strong, yet never imagined such unfathomable supremacy. They did not even comprehend how they had fallen. His strength knows no horizon. 100 billion belly bounty, truly earned. Humbled and sincere, the two giants bowed deeply before Lu Yu. Captain. Thus the chieftains of Elbaf joined his crew, expanding the pirate band to 5 members. However, if enemies threaten us, you must set aside personal rivalry. Duty must always precede private grudge. Is this understood? Both giants' faces lit with relief. They had feared he might forbid the holy war. Before the god of Elbaf, they had sworn an unbreakable vow. No cause, however grave, could suspend it. Thank you, Captain. We know our duty, they affirmed in unison. Lu Yu nodded, then turned to Vivi. Then, set sail. Vivi, you wish to bid farewell to your father. And Robin, your hidden legacy in Alabasta remains unclaimed. Then our next destination is Alabasta. Vivi beamed and saluted. Aye, Captain. Instantly, she activated her float fruit, lifting the garden aloft and steering it toward Alabasta. Barring unforeseen delay, they would arrive in Alabasta by dawn, after little more than a night's rest. Early the next morning, Lu Yu had just risen, before he even began his celestial screen broadcast. Blackbeard has been appointed as the new Shichibukai, Portgas D. Ace, the Flame Fist, will be publicly executed at Marine headquarters in 7 days. As soon as the newspaper hit the streets, public outcry erupted. Hey, is this for real? That's Portgas D. Ace, 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone knows the Whitebeard Pirates are the most fiercely protective crew on the Grand Line. Whitebeard will never stand idly by. Whitebeard was once the strongest man in the world. Granted, Lu Yu has since claimed that title, but only because Lu Yu himself is a living anomaly. Even so, Whitebeard remains without question the undisputed strongest man in the world. What on earth is Marine headquarters planning? Are they truly declaring war upon the Whitebeard Pirates? Impelled down level 6. Upon seeing the newspaper, the imprisoned pirates nearly erupted into full-scale riot. This involves that old man Whitebeard. His own son is to be publicly executed, and given Whitebeard's temperament, he'll certainly not remain silent. This is unmistakably the prelude to a historic cataclysm. War is now inevitable. Let me out. I'll personally sever Whitebeard's head. I'll carve my name into legend. Crocodile freshly incarcerated in level 6, grimaced upon reading the news. Damn it. All this happens just before I'm captured. I'd have preferred to be arrested after this war. I've coveted Whitebeard's head for years. New World Dressrosa. Treble stared at the headline and gasped. Doflamingo, this is dire. The Marines plan to execute Ace, but the Whitebeard Pirates won't tolerate it. War is imminent. Fufufu. Calm down, Treble. There's no need to panic. In truth, it isn't merely that the Whitebeard Pirates won't stand by. It's that the Marines have targeted Whitebeard himself. Ace is nothing more than the catalyst. Their true objective is the annihilation of the Whitebeard Pirates. He's Whitebeard. Even Marine headquarters would suffer catastrophic losses if they waged open war against him. Indeed, under normal circumstances, the Marines would never provoke one of the 4 emperors. It seems even Fleet Admiral Sengoku has been backed into a corner. Impossible. He's the Fleet Admiral. Who could possibly force him? There was none, until now. Now, Treble blinked, then instantly recalled Lu Yu, whose star blazed brighter than any other. Doflamingo. You mean that interdimensional traveler? Precisely. Before the eyes of the entire world, he annihilated nearly half of Marine headquarters' elite forces, and even slew an admiral. You needn't ask how devastating that event truly was. According to my intelligence yesterday, alone saw countless new pirate crews rise across the 4 seas, and many Marine bases scattered throughout those waters have already fallen to these upstarts. The Marines are utterly overwhelmed. So the Marines, cornered by that interdimensional traveler, are now attempting to divert attention and stabilize their crumbling authority by eliminating the Whitebeard Pirates. Exactly. Lu Yu, though formidable, has only recently risen to prominence. His influence across the 4 seas still pales beside Whitebeard's. If the Marines succeed in defeating Whitebeard, this surging tide of piracy will likely be suppressed. Doflamingo chuckled again. Who would have imagined? Whitebeard, the monster who dominated the seas for 20 years, would ultimately be sacrificed as Lu Yu's scapegoat, precisely because he appears comparatively vulnerable. Fortune turns like the wheel. Now it's Whitebeard's turn. How delightfully unpredictable this world has become. Fufufu. Treble, though stunned, felt deeper concern. Doflamingo, this is no time for laughter. Treble fretted. The Marines will inevitably compel the Shichibukai to join this war against Whitebeard. You'll face the monstrous Whitebeard Pirates directly. What if you fall in battle? Don't worry, Treble. Do you truly believe I'm the sort of fool who'd risk his life for others? This war between the Marines and Whitebeard has nothing to do with me. I'll simply observe from nearby. With my strength, self-preservation is assured. Hearing this, Treble's anxiety dissolved. Of course, Doflamingo would never recklessly sacrifice himself for the Marines' prestige. Thus there was nothing left to fear. Amazon Lily, the island of the Kuja. Gloriosa's expression hardened instantly. Snake Princess, this is grave. The Marines have prepared for war against the Whitebeard Pirates, and demand your participation as a Shichibukai. Must I obey the Marines' compulsory summons? If I refuse, what can they possibly do to me? Don't speak foolishly, Snake Princess. Refusal means forfeiture of your Shichibukai title, and not only you, but the entire Kuja tribe will face dire consequences. Listen, Snake Princess, I urge you to attend, but you may feign effort. With your power, only a direct confrontation with Whitebeard himself poses danger. Otherwise, you're perfectly safe. Whitebeard will be dealt with by others. Your role is unnecessary. Merely appear on the battlefield, and all shall proceed as before. So, Snake Princess, do join the battle. What are you doing, Snake Princess? Oh. As Gloriosa spoke, her head was abruptly seized by the Empress. Gloriosa writhed in pain. Snake Princess, what are you doing? Let go, or you'll rip my scalp clean off. The Empress scoffed. Old Lady Gloriosa, don't presume to lecture me. I said I won't go, and I won't. You hold no authority over my decisions. Curses, you dare treat an elderly woman so? You wicked, ill-tempered girl. Unfazed, the Empress smiled. It matters not. I am always forgiven for. She paused, then flicked her lustrous black hair. Because I am too beautiful. Gloriosa instantly forgot all pain. Kawaii. In the next instant she floated, dazed and starry-eyed, out the door flung clear by the Empress. Marie Sonia, do not allow her back in. I refuse to endure her nonsensical prattle. The two sisters nodded. Yes, elder sister. The Grand Line, the Red Hair Pirate's ship. Ben Beckman glanced at the newspaper, his expression subtly shifting. He knew Shanks had long been tracking any news concerning Blackbeard. This puzzled him deeply. Though Blackbeard had once carved 3 scars across Shanks' face, that confrontation had occurred over 2 decades ago. Today Shanks stood far above his former self, enthroned as one of the 4 emperors, his stature and authority rivaling even Whitebeard's. And Blackbeard? Just months earlier he had still been an obscure crewmate in the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Logically, the two men had long since ceased to inhabit the same tier of power. Shanks should have dismissed Blackbeard entirely from memory. Yet Shanks did not forget him. Instead, he remained ever vigilant. Upon hearing that Blackbeard had slain Thatch and betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates, and was now being hunted by the 2nd Division's captain, Shanks immediately dispatched his subordinate Rockstone to deliver a warning to Whitebeard himself. Beware of Blackbeard. Alas, Whitebeard refused to heed the counsel, tearing the letter to shreds without hesitation. Now Blackbeard had indeed risen, defeating Ace the Fire Fist and ascending to the rank of Warlord of the Sea, becoming a legendary figure whose name echoed across all 4 seas overnight. Events had proven Shanks' vigilance utterly justified. That unassuming, portly man who had lingered beneath Whitebeard's banner for 20 years was without doubt a force not to be underestimated. Possessing the strength to slay Thatch, the 4th Division's captain, and defeat Ace the Fire Fist, the 2nd Division's captain, yet remaining utterly invisible, serving anonymously as a lowly foot soldier within the Whitebeard Pirates for 2 decades. Such power paired with such patience is truly terrifying. Beckman could not help but reflect inwardly. He then turned to Shanks, whose expression was equally grave. And boss, he recognized Blackbeard's extraordinary nature so early. That battle between them all those years ago surely held deeper significance than we ever imagined. There must be something concealed, something vital. Beckman surmised silently. Yet since Shanks chose not to speak of it, Beckman asked no further questions. Instead he said, Boss, Blackbeard is indeed exactly as you described, a formidable adversary. This public execution of Ace will undoubtedly ignite a storm. Indeed, Shanks replied, solemnly nodding. Unless Ace is rescued before his scheduled execution, war is inevitable. The complication lies in this: Ace is currently under Blackbeard's custody, and Blackbeard now commands a floating island, enabling him to traverse the seas without regard for conventional routes. To intercept Ace ahead of time, our only hope is to lie in wait at Impel Down. Yet Impel Down is no fortress easily breached. Shanks racked his mind, yet no viable strategy emerged. At last he sighed deeply. It seems the fragile equilibrium among the great powers is about to shatter irrevocably. The era of chaos, of unchained upheaval, is upon us. In the New World, aboard the Whitebeard Pirates flagship, the crew erupted upon reading the newspaper. The Marines dare to publicly execute Ace. Unforgivable. Father, we set sail immediately to rescue Ace. We will never allow Ace to die. Even if it costs my life, I swear. I will bring Ace home. Declare war on the Marines, father. Not only the rank-and-file crew shouted in fury, the division captains were no less impassioned. They gathered around Whitebeard, tense and expectant. Visca roared, damn it. We never foresaw things escalating to this point. In truth, Blackbeard had secured his warlord status by defeating Smoker, but the Marines would never admit such a humiliation. Shall we announce that a pirate battered a Marine captain, and in return we bestowed upon him a prestigious title? That would disgrace the entire Marine Corps. Thus the Marines attributed Blackbeard's ascension solely to his capture of Ace. the very narrative printed in every newspaper. And so Bisca believed it without question. Josa declared, "Father, Ace is our brother. We cannot stand by while he is executed. We will save him." Marco added, "Yes, father, issue your command. Even if our enemy is Marine headquarters itself, we shall not flinch." Whitebeard of course would abandon no son. Seeing his sons united in purpose, he felt profound pride. After this war, I may not return alive. Whitebeard reflected inwardly, and yet gratitude swelled within him. How fortunate it is to still be breathing. To serve my sons one final time before death, that alone makes my life complete. Ace, my stubborn foolish son, just hold on a little longer. No more words. With a sweeping gesture, Whitebeard thundered, "Sons, prepare to rescue Ace." So it unfolds, just as foretold. In Little Garden along the Grand Line, Luyu murmured after scanning the newspaper, the Summit War storyline is unfolding once more. Though this time the protagonists are vastly stronger than before, Zoro, Nami, Robin. They've become monsters in their own right. Oh wait, they're no longer connected to Luffy at all. Never mind then. Luyu shrugged, then washed his face, brushed his teeth, and ate breakfast, while watching the titanic duel between Dory and Broggy unfold beside him. Truth be told, life here was rather peaceful. After finishing his morning routine, Luyu activated the celestial screen once more. System, deploy the celestial screen and initiate connection. Ding. Celestial screen deployed successfully. Connected to Brook, the skeleton man of the Florian Triangle. Oh, here we go again. The celestial screen connection has begun. Quick, let's see who's the lucky recipient today. Damn, it's not me again. What thick fog? Where's this place? Who's the chosen one? Wait, why can't we see the connected person? All we see is a battered ship and a skeletal frame. Is the celestial screen malfunctioning? Huh, did that skeleton just move? No, must be my imagination. A trick of the light. Today's transmission startled many. Luyu, however, caused no surprise. He traveled constantly across realms in search of treasures. Appearing anywhere was expected. That would be absurd. At that moment, Brook finally realized, it's me. Aware that countless eyes watched through the celestial screen, Brook swiftly adjusted his tattered tailcoat, then bowed elegantly toward the screen. "Greetings, everyone. I am Brook. I am absolutely thrilled to be selected for this connection. So exhilarated my heart nearly leaps from my chest, though regrettably, I possess no heart to leap. Yo ho 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 ho. What the a? A skeleton just spoke. What in the world is this? Are you certain we're connected to someone from our own world, and not some fiend from the underworld? Even so, a talking skeleton is utterly preposterous. We must have misconnected. Such an impossibility cannot exist in our world." Seeing that Brook was alive, the citizens of the Four Seas were utterly flabbergasted. Opportunity to connect had already been scarce, but now even the dead were vying for it. The competition had grown unbearable. In the new world, the land of myriad nations, a middle-aged woman studied Brook with keen fascination. "What on earth is going on? Is this some rare species? I want him so badly." East blew upon the open sea. Luffy and Usopp sailed aboard a small boat toward Marineford, the Marine headquarters at the end of the Grand Line. They had already read the newspaper report. Only 1 week remained until the public execution. Time was slipping away. They had to hurry or all would be lost. Wow, a talking moving skeleton. Luffy gazed at Brook, eyes sparkling with delight. I really want him to join my crew. Beside him, Usopp rode fiercely, and upon hearing this shot Luffy a wide-eyed glare. Absolutely not. At the entrance to the Grand Line, Twin Cape. Seeing that spiky afro and hearing that familiar laugh. Kureha the lighthouse keeper froze in place. Could that man possibly be Brook? When Brook confirmed his name, Kureha was thunderstruck. It truly is him. Didn't they escape the Grand Line long ago? Yet he's still alive. No, this state hardly qualifies as alive. What on earth transpired? It defies all reason. Utterly bewildered, Kureha nevertheless called out joyfully to the colossal whale Laboon. "Laboon, look at that spiky-haired man. It's Brook." Laboon lifted his massive head toward the sky screen, and upon recognizing that familiar afro, tears streamed down his ancient cheeks. 50 years of unwavering vigil. Finally the beloved figure had returned. Laboon roared toward the heavens as though greeting Brook himself. Ruhr. In the Florian Triangle, the ship of the 3 horror captains. Upon seeing Brook appear on the connection, the zombies recoiled in shock. It's him, that nose-singing scoundrel. He's the one who keeps attacking our ship. Countless of our kind fell to his blade. Curses, of all people he was chosen. This changes everything. Moonlight Moria stared at Brook, a flicker of recognition stirring. This skeletal monster. I've seen him before. Absalom replied. Yes, Lord Moria, his shadow was taken by you. From it you forged your strongest zombie, General Ryuma. Moria's eyes widened in sudden recollection. Ah yes, now I remember. So those mists surrounding him mean he's here in the Florian Triangle. A sly grin spread across his face. Across the entire Florian Triangle, ours is the sole flagship, the 3 horror captains' vessel. If he seeks inheritance, he'll have no choice but to come aboard our ship. Order all zombies to patrol the perimeter. Capture him alive the moment he draws near. That otherworldly inheritance. I claim it. I will become the king of the pirates. Brooke stared at the torrent of negative comments flooding the sky screen. Visibly crestfallen, how could this be? I am truly from this world. They say eyes never lie. If you doubt me, look into mine. After his playful interlude, Brooke turned his gaze toward the other side of the sky screen, where Lu Yu and Robin stood. Removing his gentleman's hat with graceful deference, Brooke bowed slightly. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Lu Yu and Miss Robin. By the way, Miss Robin, might I? Enough. Lu Yu's expression darkened, instantly cutting Brooke off mid-sentence. Brooke hadn't finished speaking, but Lu Yu already knew exactly what he'd intended to ask. Damn it. He refused to let his crewmate be flirted with. Worse yet, Brooke wasn't physically present, so if he succeeded, Lu Yu couldn't even punch him. So he simply silenced him outright. Brooke blinked, utterly unprepared for the interruption. Strange. How did this foreigner know what I meant to say? Since his teasing greeting had been rebuffed, Brooke gracefully abandoned the attempt. Mr. Lu Yu, I've watched all your prior skyscreen connections, and truthfully they've been utterly enthralling. I haven't seen a living soul in ages. These past few days' broadcasts have been a lifeline, a true gift of time. Thank you. Having expressed his gratitude, Brooke asked earnestly, by the way, Mr. Lu Yu, if I'm the one connected now, shouldn't I seek my inheritance? Or then may I find it? Lu Yu looked at him, and his expression grew profoundly strained. You are the inheritance. Item Brooke. Source of inheritance, Ain's Ol Gown, the Undead King SS rank. Inherited abilities, all 718 skills of Ain's Ol Gown, including Skyfall, Dark Harvest, Sacrifice, Undead Creation, and Time Stop. Method of inheritance, drape a black robe over the skeleton. Lu Yu. Reading the system prompt, Lu Yu could only sigh inwardly. He had never imagined Brooke himself was the inheritance. Perhaps in the system's eyes, Brooke was already counted among the dead. Ahem. Shaking his head and clearing his throat, Lu Yu said, in short, you need a black cloak. Drape it over yourself, and you'll receive the inheritance, probably. Uncertain whether the item itself could trigger inheritance, Lu Yu added, probably at the end. Brooke frowned in dismay. Now that's troublesome. We carry no black cloaks aboard this ship. Lu Yu eyed Brooke's black tailcoat and suggested, just alter that suit. It should suffice. Brooke shyly crossed his arms over his ribcage. But that's my only garment. And the sky screen is still active. If I strip, my bare bones will be exposed. Though strictly speaking, I possess no fleshy whiteness. Only gleaming white bone. Yo ho 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 ho. No one's watching you. After his jest, Brooke set about modifying his tailcoat per Lu Yu's advice. For him, acquiring this inheritance was imperative. He had to grow stronger, to reclaim his shadow from Moria, from Ryuma, then break free from this mist-shrouded realm, and return to Twin Cape, to reunite with Laboon. Oh, Laboon. Brooke adjusted his formal suit, suddenly recalling Laboon's name. He gazed up at the sky screen and jolted awake. Right. The sky screen broadcast to the entire world. At this very moment, Laboon must be seeing it too. Laboon, can you see me? And Mr. Crocus, are you still alive? I'm Brooke, the afro-haired Brooke. I've kept this hairstyle precisely so you'd recognize me. You'll surely remember me, won't you? Brooke called out toward the sky screen. His voice broke with tears. I'm sorry. So much has happened. We failed to return as promised. In the end, our crew was wiped out. I survived only by virtue of the Yomi Yomi no Mi's power. Yet I've never forgotten our vow, not once in 50 years. And not just me, Captain, and all my comrades. They remembered you too. This is the final treasure the Rumbar Pirates leave for you. Listen closely. With that, Brooke lifted his skullcap and retrieved a sound shell from his hollow cranium. Onlookers across the four seas stared dumbfounded. That's no ordinary shell. It's an air island sound shell capable of recording voices. Though rare, is it truly worthy of being called a treasure? Could it contain vital intelligence? Perhaps a treasure map to a hidden location? If so, then yes, it truly is a treasure. The people of the Four Seas knew nothing of the Rumbar Pirates' 50-year vow with Laboon. They murmured curiously about what the sound shell might hold. Brooke activated the sound shell, and a gentle, haunting melody began to play. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho. Pink sake flows straight to your side. Like sea winds, free and unbound. We ride the waves. We pirates cleave the ocean's might. Our ship is home upon the tide. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho. At the dawn of the Grand Line. Twin Cape. Hearing that familiar song echo from the sky screen, Laboon, agitated for half a century, finally stilled, listening intently to the celestial melody. Crocus watched Laboon with quiet satisfaction. After today, Laboon would surely cease ramming his head against the red line. Gently stroking Laboon's massive head, Crocus murmured, I'm sorry, Laboon. I always told you they'd escape the Grand Line. It seems my intelligence was flawed. He looked up toward Brooke, his gaze softening profoundly. You drifted alone across the open sea for 50 years. You've borne such hardship, Brooke. It's Pink Sake, that timeless anthem every pirate knows. How nostalgic. When did we last sing it? Let's join in. Yo ho ho. Yo ho ho. But what makes this song a treasure? Everyone sings it. It holds no monetary value. Who knows? Ask him yourself. At last the song faded. Brooke switched off the sound shell and placed it back inside his skull. Gazing at the sky screen, he declared, Laboon, I don't know if you heard me, but I will reach Twin Cape as soon as I can. No matter what, I shall fulfill the vow made by my crew, and by us together with you. Wait for me. I will return. With those words, Brooke completed his suit's alterations. Rough-hewn though it was, the garment now resembled a proper robe, sufficiently refined. Then Brooke draped the robe over his skeletal frame. In the next instant, the legacy surged into him. Ding. Detection confirmed. Your destined heir Brooke has received the legacy. Congratulations, Master. Double return reward unlocked all of Flymouse skills and equipment SSS rank. Skills acquired 718 distinct spells, including Supreme Tier Magic, 10th Tier Magic, 9th Tier Magic, and more. Equipment acquired world-class artifacts, premium tier items, gold coins, healing potions, and all associated gear. It doubled. Lu Yu's eyes gleamed. World-class artifacts from the Overlord universe were extraordinarily potent. The peerless allure of a nation, for instance, could even dominate Shalsha, a max-level powerhouse. Indeed, wielded wisely, these artifacts rivaled the legacy of Ain's Olgaun himself, the apex sovereign of that realm. Instantly, new ornaments adorned Lu Yu's body. In his hands, the staff of Ain's Olgaun. At his navel, the Flymouse orb. A divine tier robe, divine tier boots, divine tier gauntlets, divine tier cloak. Every inch of him shimmered with divinity. Even the rings on his 10 fingers conferred resurrection detection, stat enhancement, and other profound effects. Especially the anti-obstruction ring, capable of disrupting time stop. Thus, techniques like Zoro's or Brooke's temporal freeze held no sway over him, while his own time freeze remained fully effective against them. What sheer magnificence! Lu Yu exulted inwardly, a windfall. This is an unparalleled gain. What is this? Feeling the torrent of arcane knowledge flooding his mind, Brooke stood utterly incredulous. Skyfall, time arrest, creation of the undead. Are these powers truly mine? He attempted to cast a spell, mid-tier undead creation, Death Knight. As the incantation ended, a pool of shadow coalesced, black viscous swelling like liquid mud, until it erupted into a colossal black skeleton warrior. Brooke recoiled with a shriek. A skeleton. The 4 C's fell silent. Didn't you just conjure it? Why scream? And aren't you a skeleton yourself? How dare you mock another? Phew. Brooke clutched his ribcage and sighed in relief. I forgot. I created this one myself. Nearly gave me a fright. My poor heart nearly leapt out. Though of course I possess no heart to leap. Yo ho 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 ho. After that long resonant laugh, Brooke clenched his bony fist. Now with such power at his command, he could finally reclaim his stolen shadow. Simultaneously, Lu Yu's guidance echoed. Your next legacy site lies 20 kilometers east of your current position. Brooke knew the calm belt held no islands. Only one vessel, vast as land itself, the terrifying Thriller Bark. Thus, unless fate intervened, Lu Yu's coordinates pointed directly to Thriller Bark. Perfect. Both legacy and shadow awaited him. The Devil's Triangle Zone, the dread domain of the 3 cursed sails. At this very moment, thousands upon thousands of zombies encircle the vessel, scanning the surrounding seas with hollow, unblinking eyes. Stay sharp. Nico Robin could strike at any moment. Under no circumstances must she slip aboard unnoticed. Capture her and harness her power to locate the otherworldly legacy. Then Lord Moria shall ascend beyond all limits. Perhaps he shall even become the king of the pirates. For Lord Moria, advance. Absalom delivered his pre-battle exhortation. Simultaneously, he brought the zombie of Ryuma before Moria. Lord Moria, this is the undead warrior forged from Nico Robin's shadow. If she returns, she will come for him, without question. Ryuma, it is you, Moria mused, gazing upon the warrior with a faint, chilling smile. Seeing you stirs memories of Wano country, and of Kaido. That accursed brute. I shall never forgive him. Once I claim the legacy and crown myself king of the pirates, he shall be the first I obliterate. Recalling the annihilation of his entire crew at Kaido's hands, Moria's chest burned with seething fury. Moments later, he regained composure and turned again to Ryuma, smiling softly. In short, luring that skeleton depends entirely on you. Remain by my side, Ryuma. As you command, Lord Moria. After all, my own life hangs in the balance. I shall guard it with every fiber of my being, though I am already dead. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. Then Moria turned to Hogback, his chief physician. Hogback, how fares Oz? As your lordship commands, the suturing is nearly complete. With but a shadow he may rise and act. Excellent. Moria praised him, then recalled Brooke with a curse. Damn it. I never imagined that Skeleton's ship already bore a legacy. This complicates matters. Yet judging by his demeanor, his legacy appears to be necromantic summoning. Lu Yu, overwhelmed by the sheer abundance of legacies this time, chose not to elaborate. Moria knew nothing of Brooke's true abilities. Having only witnessed Brooke raising the undead, he assumed his power extended no further than animating corpses. Moria thought that Spectre may look fearsome, but his actual strength remains unknown. With such overwhelming force arrayed against him, defeat is unthinkable, especially with Oz at my command. Oz, a primordial giant standing 67 meters tall. Possessing titanic strength, he once bore an entire nation across the sea, earning him the epithet, nation-carrying Oz. Moria held boundless enthusiasm for Oz. Once animated, Oz would become the mightiest zombie under his command. Yet, no suitable shadow presented itself. Moria fell into deep contemplation. This legacy is pivotal. Failure is utterly unacceptable. Thereafter Moria ordered the Shadow Sorcerer to remain behind, while he himself escorted the Cipher Pole agent to Oz's colossal corpse, and severed the agent's shadow, fusing it into the giant's lifeless form. In the next instant, Oz's eyes snapped wide open, his reanimation complete. Moria roared with laughter. Now, nothing can go awry. Rise now, to aid me in claiming the legacy. To help me ascend as king of the pirates. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Above the heavens, the sky screen. Brook continued sailing with his Death Knight. Lu Yu's domain erupted in shock. Wait. Did that blue-haired woman just address Lu Yu as captain? Curses. Another opportunist has seized the opening. Damn it, why not me? Who is this woman? To earn the honor of becoming Lu Yu's comrade? Huh. Isn't she Princess Vivi of Alabasta? What? The Princess of Alabasta? How is that possible? She is royalty. How could she possibly join pirates? It is her, Princess Vivi. I am a citizen of Alabasta myself. I would never mistake her. Curses. Even a sovereign princess is willing to become a pirate, just to secure a legacy slot. My odds of earning even the lowliest cabin boy's post aboard Lu Yu's ship have just plummeted. Yet astonishment had not yet run its course. No sooner had Vivi's revelation settled than Dori and Bragi arrived. Captain. These two giants. They're the legendary chieftains of the giant tribe from a century past. Blue Ghost Dori and Red Ghost Bragi. They vanished 100 years ago. I assumed they'd long perished. Yet here they stand alive. Crucially, what did they just call Lu Yu? Captain. Could it be? They've already sworn fealty to him. If even these two legendary titans bow before him, what feat lies beyond this man's reach? Curses, what transpired today? How did three figures of such magnitude suddenly appear? And if a royal princess and the twin chieftains of the giant tribe have both joined, what hope remains for me to even serve as a lowly deckhand? Eni's lobby, the Navy's third base. Gazing upon Dori and Bragi, the giants Kashi and Oimo wept tears of joy. "50 years prior, they had departed their homeland of Elbaf on a sacred mission to locate their two lost chieftains. After half a century of holy war, surely it was time for resolution. The Marines offered release if Kashi and Oimo pledged 100 years of service to the world government. And so, for 50 years, they stood sentinel at Eni's lobby's gates. Today, at last, they beheld their lords once more. Kashi, look, it's Chief Dori. Not only Dori, but Chief Bragi too. Rejoice, Oimo, they lived." The two giants wept openly until realization struck. Wait. Didn't the Marines declare our chiefs were locked away and impelled down? But that island, it's clearly not impelled down. More than that, it's Little Garden. Even the fossilized bones of those ancient beasts still lie there. Which means, our chieftains were never captured? Grasping the truth, Kashi and Oimo's veins bulged with rage. They then unleashed devastation upon Eni's lobby. "Accursed Marines, you deceived us. Oimo, let us unleash that technique together. Yes, alone neither of us can wield it, but united its execution is flawless. Elbaf's spear weight of nations." Striking with perfect ambush, the Navy suffered catastrophic losses at Eni's lobby. Even Spandam, commander of CP-9, met a decidedly unheroic end. Worse still, Oimo and Kashi seized two warships and fled, igniting fury across the Navy and world government alike. By dawn, their bounties flooded the skies. Giant Oimo, one of the chief perpetrators of the Eni's lobby destruction. Bounty 200 million berry. Giant Kashi, one of the chief perpetrators of the Eni's lobby destruction. Bounty 200 million berry. The Grand Line's threshold, sailing across the boundless sea. Mr. One was taken aback to see the two giants Dori and Bragi standing beside Lu Yu. Those two giants, they were Mr. Freeze targets. Then their mission must have failed. Mr. One shook his head involuntarily. If Mr. Freeze team had never acted at all, that would be tolerable. But if they had already moved, then their current fate was likely dire indeed. Enough. It no longer concerns me. Pausing briefly, Mr. One dismissed the matter entirely. Now his sole desire was to slay Gajeel, the elder of 10 million. Stop right there. I'll cut you down. Ahead, Gajeel frantically rode. I'd sooner die than stop. Help. I'll never mock anyone again. Please crawl back along the telephone wire. Mary Ahua, the Holy Land. The five elders' faces darkened. Venus, in just 2 days his influence has expanded once more. Jupiter, damn it. Those are the chieftains of Elbaf, the strongest nation of giants in the world, a realm even the world government has never subdued. Mercury, this man grows ever more perilous. Mars, if we don't eliminate him before he becomes utterly invincible, our chance will vanish forever. Saturn, where's Borsalino? Tell him, no matter the cost, he must kill Lu Yu. And better yet, eradicate Princess Vivi of Alabasta alongside those two giant chieftains. Even if it cost his life, he must destroy them. At that moment the little garden drifted above Alabasta. Lu Yu bid Vivi a temporary farewell. Vivi, you wished to speak with your father, didn't you? Go to him. I won't accompany you. Robin, come with me. The last remaining legacy of Alabasta lies nearby. If I have no use for it, I'll grant it to you. Robin sniffed haughtily. Oh yes. Once you're done with it, you'll toss it my way like cast-off rags. Humph. Lu Yu, didn't you yourself say earlier that useful things should go to me first? Why had she grown so coquettishly defiant? Ah, women's hearts are deeper than the ocean's abyss. Lu Yu could not fathom Robin's sudden shift, and chose to let it be. Come to think of it, Alabasta seems devoid of beauty. Were there any maidens here, perhaps he might court one, and thus claim the legacy of Yado no Kamitoka. Wait, why does the air around me suddenly grow so chilling? Am I not the wielder of the demon's quintessence? How strange, such an illusion should not arise. Thus the group split into 3 paths. Dori and Bragi remained aboard the little garden. Vivi headed to the royal palace to seek King Cobra. Lu Yu and Robin set out in search of the legacy. At last, amid a desolate expanse of desert, Lu Yu uncovered 2 glass marbles. Item 2, ordinary glass marbles. Origin of legacy: the Hogyoku from the Soul Society Universe SSS rank. Legacy ability: the Hogyoku, the supreme masterpiece of Aizen Sosuke and Urahara Kisuke, grants those nearby the power to realize their innermost desires while ensuring its bearer's immortality. Whenever the host faces certain death, the Hogyoku propels them toward evolution, into the next stage of existence. Method of inheritance: fuse the 2 glass marbles into 1. Damn, another SSS rank. Lu Yu erupted in ecstatic triumph. He had never imagined that Alabasta's final legacy, the last remnant left behind, would prove to be the greatest prize of all. As for merging the 2 marbles, surely that posed no difficulty. Lu Yu channeled the fiery essence of Dragon Slayer magic, heating the marbles within his palms. Soon they softened, and flowed together as one. In the next instant, the orb underwent metamorphosis, not only shifting to a deep indigo black hue, but transforming in substance from glass into something akin to polished jade. Lu Yu gazed upon the gemstone resting in his palm, then pressed it against his chest. Upon contact with his skin, the Hogyoku dissolved seamlessly like 2 droplets merging into 1. Instantly, he perceived his newfound power to empower others in fulfilling their deepest wishes. Yet this was no mere wish-granting like the Dragon Ball's magic. For instance, should one crave wealth, the Dragon Balls would simply bestow vast riches: 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, perhaps even 1 trillion berries. One bypasses all effort, receiving the result directly. The Hogyoku, however, grants no fortune outright. Instead, it bestows the ability to transmute lead into gold, leaving the accumulation of wealth entirely to the wielder's own endeavor. How much one gains depends solely on how much one creates. Such is the fundamental distinction between the Dragon Balls and the Hogyoku. And now Lu Yu possessed precisely this power, accompanied by the ability to perceive the deepest desires of others. Gazing at Robin, he sensed her profound yearning for archaeology, for lost histories. Then, Hogyoku activated. Robin had been idly accompanying Lu Yu, watching him claim the legacy. Then, in the next breath, she felt an unfamiliar surge well up from within her core. She recognized it instantly: historical regression. In essence, a localized form of temporal reversal. For example, activating it over Alabasta would erase all present-day people, events, and objects, replacing them with the kingdom's historical landmarks and figures from 1 or 2 centuries past. This power is... Stunned by its magnitude, Robin stared incredulously at her own hands. Though currently limited to a radius of 1 kilometer, and capable of rewinding time only by a month, the sheer potency of this ability was undeniable. Should she ever extend its reach to a century's span, even Whitebeard would fall before her in an instant. Not only Whitebeard, even Roger himself could be resurrected, then slain anew. Such power defied comprehension. Robin turned immediately to Lu Yu. This miracle could only be his doing. You received the legacy, so why did historical regression manifest within me? Robin demanded, unable to contain her astonishment. Historical regression? Lu Yu tilted his head, genuinely curious. He had merely actualized Robin's deepest desire, but how it manifested even he, the Hogyoku's master, could not discern. Curious, he asked, is your new ability called historical regression? What sort of power is it? Robin recoiled in shock. You don't know. This power, didn't you bestow it upon me? Lu Yu smiled faintly. I did grant it, but even I cannot name what it truly is. Only then did Robin exhale in relief. One Lu Yu was already terrifying enough. A second would plunge the world into chaos. Robin concisely explained, I can rewind time. People, events, objects, even entire locations, back to 1 month prior. For instance, if I used it upon you, your physical state and memories alike would revert to exactly 1 month ago. That is all. Upon hearing Robin's words, Lu Yu's eyes widened in shock. Her ability was a perfect counter to him. He had only arrived in the One Piece world for a few days. If his condition reverted to what it had been a month earlier, he would be doomed, though this was hyperbole. Though history reversion was formidable, its power ultimately stemmed from the Hogyoku. For Lu Yu, who possessed the complete Hogyoku, the history reversion ability held no effect. In essence, only those who had just acquired immense power like Robin herself would be utterly overpowered by her. Take Nami, Zoro, and Smoker. Those who had recently inherited their abilities. Were they to face Robin in her current state, they would instantly be stripped of their powers. Robin's power was self-evident. Truly, she has obtained an extraordinary ability, Lu Yu murmured in awe. At that very moment, Robin drew a circle upon the desert sands and activated her power, history reversion. The desert remained unchanged. The sole alteration was the appearance of 2 glass spheres within the circle. Item 2, ordinary glass spheres. Source of inheritance, the Hogyoku SSS rank from the Bleach world. Inherited ability, the Hogyoku, the ultimate creation of Aizen Sosuke and Urahara Kisuke, grants those nearby the power to manifest their deepest desires while ensuring the host's immortality. Whenever the host faces mortal peril, the Hogyoku propels them toward the next stage of evolution. Method of inheritance, fuse the 2 glass spheres into one. Lu Yu gasped. When the details of the Hogyoku reappeared before him, he was utterly stunned. Could even inheritances themselves be reversed? Robin, visibly exhausted, retrieved the 2 spheres. Evidently, history reversion drained her stamina severely. She handed them to Lu Yu, breathing heavily. These spheres carry the inheritance, right? So if I reverse them again, will the new spheres retain the inheritance? Lu Yu accepted them and nodded. Yes. Without hesitation, he fused the 2 spheres once more. The second Hogyoku manifested. Remarkable. Within a single day, he had acquired 3 SSS rank inheritances. His ascension was imminent. Since both Hogyakis were already complete forms, he required no fusion, unlike Aizen. He absorbed one himself, the other he offered to Robin. I already possess one. This one is yours. Robin accepted without hesitation. She took it willingly. After all, she was no outsider. Mimicking Lu Yu, she integrated the Hogyoku into her body. In the next instant, she wielded the same power he did. Ah, I see now. After assimilating the Hogyoku, Robin's understanding crystallized. She finally grasped why, though Lu Yu had received the inheritance, she had gained the power. The Hogyoku was the key. Under the Hogyoku's influence, Robin's history reversion intensified dramatically. Previously limited to a 1-kilometer radius and a maximum temporal span of 1 month. Its range now expanded to 3 kilometers, and its temporal reach stretched to half a year. Wait, then. Robin paused abruptly. She recalled O'Hara. If my ability grows strong enough to reverse time 20 years, I could restore O'Hara to the moment before the Buster Call. Then O'Hara could rise anew. Not only O'Hara, but Dr. Cloversall and Mother. At that thought, her desire to strengthen history reversion surged beyond all bounds. Yet the Hogyoku had already granted her this ability, whose further enhancement demanded steady cumulative effort. Still, there existed a shortcut. Should she be brought to the brink of death, the Hogyoku would trigger evolution, sharply amplifying her power. But clearly that path was close to her. With Lu Yu present, no outsider would ever dare strike her down. And within the crew, Lu Yu would never harm her. Thus, only patient cultivation remained. Though impatient, Robin restrained herself. It would be absurd, unthinkable, to demand her comrades attack her lethally merely to accelerate her growth. It was simply a matter of waiting a little longer. With the Hogyoku, her progress would be swift. Within a year, or at most 18 months, her power would reach the threshold needed to reverse 20 years or more. O'Hara, Dr. Clover, Saul, Mother, forgive me for making you wait. But believe me, I will revive you all. I swear it. Robin resolved, unwavering. Then they proceeded to reverse the remaining 3 inheritances, besides the Hogyoku. There were also Robin's original inheritances, Invisible Hands, Flying Thunder God Technique, and Jengar's Hydro Pump. Alabasta Kingdom, the Royal Palace. After returning home, Vivi first healed the kingdom's 2 guardians, Perona and Gaku, with dual Heaven Shield. Their grave injuries, inflicted earlier by Robin, had yet to heal. Once restored, Vivi approached King Cobra to bid farewell. Father, I am leaving to become a pirate with Lu Yu. King Cobra proved remarkably open-minded, far beyond expectation. He astonishingly endorsed his princess's decision to join a pirate crew. Excellent. Go with them, Vivi. He laughed heartily. Lu Yu is a man of extraordinary promise from another world. I trust him completely with your future. A princess becoming a pirate. How can this be permitted? It defies all decorum. Indeed, your majesty, prospects are one thing, but reputation cannot be sacrificed so lightly. If our heads hang low before other nations, so be it. What does it truly matter? King Cobra dismissed the concern. Gaku, Perona, your majesty, you. Enough, King Cobra interrupted. Gaku, Perona, do not cling so rigidly to tradition. A little slander harms nothing. If Vivi gains strength through this, she may one day safeguard Alabasta far more effectively. Which holds greater weight, empty prestige or tangible benefit? As for hanging our heads, other nations may mock us aloud, but inwardly, they'll seethe with envy. To have a royal heir join Lu Yu's crew, that is the dream of countless nations. Would we foolishly push such fortune away? No more debate. I've decided. Vivi, sail forth boldly as a pirate. Never hesitate for Alabasta's sake. Your homeland will forever stand behind every choice you make. Vivi nodded, deeply moved. She knew her father would always support her. Having bid farewell to her father, Vivi was about to depart when Lu Yu and Robin happened to arrive. The invisible hand and flying thunder god techniques had already been retroactively restored. Now the sole remaining legacy of Alabasta rested in the water gun and water cannon techniques of the final Jinx turtle. Upon seeing Vivi, Lu Yu tossed her the tattered crimson robe and the rusted forehead protector. Lu Yu and Robin already possessed both the invisible hand and flying thunder god, rendering them unnecessary, so they were passed on to Vivi. As for why they were not given to Dori and Bragi, the primary reason lay in the fact that the sacred duel between these two giants remained unresolved. Their combat was lethally intense, each striking with intent to kill. Since only one invisible hand existed, bestowing it upon either would likely result in the other's death. Thus neither received it. They would wait until duplicate legacies became available, then distribute them fairly. Immediately afterward, Robin retroactively restored the turtle shell. Vivi thus acquired the invisible hand flying thunder god and water gun water cannon, making her a diminished, yet functional counterpart to Robin. Shortly thereafter, the three returned to the small garden and continued onward toward the next island's legacy site. Meanwhile, beyond the sky screen, Brook at last steered his vessel to the outer perimeter of the Thriller Bark ship. Owing to its colossal scale, the Four Seas inhabitants initially mistook Thriller Bark for an island. Only when the sky screen zoomed into a full panoramic view did observers realize it was in fact a ship. Even Gold Emperor Tsuru's Golden Tsuru is not this vast. It rivals an entire island. Who commands such a vessel? It looks profoundly sinister. Could it be a ghost ship? No. Compared to this Leviathan, Brook's skeletal vessel is the true ghost ship. Wait, look at that Jolly Roger. That's the flag of the Moria Pirates. I see. It belongs to Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What? Another warlord? At this revelation, the hearts of the Four Seas people tightened with dread. Poor Gecko Moria, hiding in the Florian Triangle, yet still struck by misfortune. Tragic. Gecko Moria's legendary saga ends here. Finn. Moria. His face darkened in fury. What nonsense was this? He was Gecko Moria, the illustrious world-renowned warlord. He was once a peer who stood shoulder to shoulder with Kaido. Why this wave of pity and such utter lack of confidence? In truth, the Four Seas' disbelief was hardly unfounded. Since their emergence, the legacy bearers had risen precisely by toppling warlords. Robin defeated one, Zoro defeated another, Smoker even overcame Jinbe, who surpassed the legendary Gold Lion. Even Nami, the sole legacy bearer whose prowess appeared comparatively modest, had her inheritance vividly demonstrated by Lu Yu, a single strike annihilating tens of thousands of marines. So now when a warlord faced them, universal doubt was utterly unsurprising. Moria seethed, damn it. To underestimate me so brazenly. I will never forgive this. Through the eyes of his shadow sorcerer technique, he observed Brook approaching Thriller Bark's outer hull, and silently resolved him. I shall become the first warlord to ever defeat a legacy bearer. Let the world witness my triumph. At that moment his subordinates brought him a den mushy. Lord Moria, the Fleet Admiral Sengoku of Marine Headquarters is calling you. Instantly Sengoku's voice echoed through the shell. Moria, the war against Whitebeard looms imminent. You warlords are irreplaceable assets. I trust you understand. This is no time for complications. Grant the skeleton whatever he seeks. Those scattered nameless treasures aboard your ship. You've never found them yourself. Just hand them over. Remain composed. Do not provoke unrest. Understood. Moria. Preposterous. With a crushing grip, he shattered the den mushy's receiver. His eyes bulged, veins pulsing crimson. Who do you all think I am? I am the magnificent Gecko Moria, the legendary warrior who clashed head-on with Kaido, the man destined to become king of the pirates. A mere skeleton. I fear him not. Oz, join me. We crush this skeletal abomination. High-tier undead creation Pale Knight. Mid-tier undead creation Jack the Ripper. Low-tier undead creation Lich Archmage. Within the sky screen, Brook knew he would soon confront legions of undead. To ensure safety, he first summoned sufficient reinforcements. His creation magic comprised 3 tiers. High tier allowed 4 daily summons, yielding undead up to level 70. Mid tier permitted 12 daily summons, producing undead up to level 35. Low tier granted 20 daily summons, generating undead up to level 20. The Pale Knight, a skeletal rider astride a pale steed, stood at level 70. Jack the Ripper matched the Death Knight in rank, but traded durability for superior speed and strength. Agile lethal level 35. The Lich Archmage wielded low-tier spells, Fireball, Lightning Strike, and ranked at level 20. With these 36 minions assembled, Brook's confidence surged. Yet, terrifying. All undead. So frightening. Brook stared at his grotesque legion, heart pounding wildly. Though of course he possessed no heart left to pound. Damn that nose-singing wretch. He can conjure so many undead. Absorbed in the spectacle, Absalom's expression turned grim. Though he had yet to engage them directly, even their appearance suggested formidable difficulty. Capturing Brook would prove far more complicated than anticipated. They remained unaware that undead creation was merely one facet of Brook's abilities. If they learned he commanded over 700 distinct magics, complicated would be a profound understatement. Enough waiting. Zombies, open fire. Eliminate them. Absalom commanded. Instantly cannon and gunfire erupted. Bullets and shells struck Brook repeatedly. Initially he dodged instinctively, then realized none pierced his defense and ceased evading altogether. My passive ability grants immunity to all damage below level 60. Brook mused inwardly, though I cannot gauge how this world's leveling system maps to my own. These ordinary firearms clearly fall well beneath level 60. What's going on? Our firearms are useless. That makes no sense. His ability is summoning the undead. Why has his body grown so unnaturally hardened? Could it be he's a skeleton, so we simply can't tell whether he's injured? Stop speculating wildly. No one could possibly endure such relentless barrages unscathed. Keep firing. Eliminate him. The zombies of the Moria pirate crew unleashed continuous volleys upon Brook. Naturally, Brook would not stand idly by and take the assault. He commanded, Pale Knights, you possess flight, advance ashore first and intercept them. Lich Archmages, you wield long-range sorcery, join me in covering their advance. Death Knights, you maintain control of the oars until the vessel reaches shore. Then Jack the Ripper and your unit follow immediately. Very well, that is our plan. Now move out. The Pale Knights obeyed without hesitation. 4 of them mounted white steeds and soared toward the thriller bark, the ghostly 3-masted ship. Absalom hastily ordered his zombies to attack. Fire the cannons. Open fire on those 4 riders atop white horses. The zombies raised their weapons, yet before they could obey, the Lich Archmages aboard the ship stirred. 20 fireballs, each 5 meters in diameter, scattered across the sky and descended with devastating force. In an instant the zombies were consumed in roaring infernos reduced to ash. Meanwhile the 4 Pale Knights had already landed ashore. Absalom sensed imminent peril and instantly activated the power of his invisible fruit, vanishing from sight. Then, like tigers descending upon a flock of sheep, the Pale Knights surged forward, swords flashing from skeletal arms, and in a single seamless sweep shattered every zombie stationed along the shoreline into lifeless fragments. East Blue, the Bartai restaurant. Sanji's dream lay in ruins. This time it's no otherworldly inheritance. There's no mistake. That is the power of the invisible fruit I've yearned for all my life. Damn it. My dream, my women's bathhouse, my entire vision, shattered again. Nearby Luffy, utterly oblivious to Sanji's despair, cheerfully urged, Sanji, join my crew. Such overwhelming power. Absalom swallowed hard, trembling with dread. Fortunately, he was invisible. Otherwise he too would have been obliterated in an instant, just like those zombies. At that moment a contingent of lavishly adorned zombies arrived from the opposite flank. Unable to perceive Absalom, they called out anxiously, Lord Absalom, are you unharmed? We've arrived, leave this to us. 4 pale monstrosities, we're all undead alike. Let's see who reigns supreme, you or us. Absalom's eyes lit up at the sight. Not all zombies were equal. Their combat prowess varied drastically depending on the quality of the corpses and shadows employed. The zombies previously slain by the Pale Knights were mere low-tier abominations, crafted from the weakest cadavers and feeblest shadows. These newcomers, however, were elite specimens, refined, formidable, and battle-hardened. Among them stood Captain John, the once-renowned sovereign of the high seas, Admiral Silveraxe, the fearsome commander whose name struck terror across continents, as well as Captains Kuro Nightmare and Red Dragon. Legendary captains, each commanding fleets of infamy. In life, these figures had dominated the new world, architects of chaos, masters of legend. Surely zombies forged from such legendary bodies would withstand even the most devastating assaults, unlike their predecessors who fell in a single stroke. To command this elite legion, Absalom reappeared and issued orders. Captain John, Admiral Silveraxe, you lead the charge. I'll cover you from behind. Advance now. Annihilate these undead interlopers and prove yourselves the supreme undead force. With a thunderous cry, Absalom raised his arm-mounted rocket launcher to provide suppressive fire. But in a flash, a single sweeping arc of the Pale Knight's blades, and even these elite zombies crumbled into dust. Absalom stared speechless. Invisibility, activate it now. Engage the invisible fruit. Hurry. Panic drove Absalom to beg his own power for mercy. Yet invisibility possessed a cooldown. Its activation demanded time. Transitioning from corporeal form to transparent void required 2 or 3 seconds, an eternity in battle. And within that span the Pale Knights closed the distance. As frost-laced steel gleamed toward him, Absalom knew his end had come. With bitter fury he uttered his final words, damn it. Instantly his body exploded into countless crimson fragments. Damn it, he actually killed Absalom. Watching from the heavens, Moria's eyes flooded with blood. His 3 most trusted lieutenants, Hogback Perona and Absalom, formed the very core of his strength. Now Absalom had been cut down in a single stroke by a Pale Knight. The injustice was unbearable. Cursed skeleton scum. You dare slay my cherished subordinate. I'll never forgive you. Faster. Crush them utterly. As the vessel grounded, Jack the Ripper and the Death Knights surged ashore, slaughtering with ruthless efficiency. Though, technically speaking, does slaughtering zombies constitute true carnage? Before these ancient undead Moria's creations proved pitifully fragile, vulnerable in every way save one, their sheer numbers, which merely prolonged the inevitable slaughter. Witnessing this spectacle left not only the Four Seas populace stunned, but even Brook himself dumbfounded. These undead are astonishingly powerful. Brook gazed upon the rampaging undead, murmuring in awe. Crucially, even the highest tier among them, the Pale Knights, were merely level 70, whereas he himself stood at level 100. If these undead were already this formidable, how immeasurably mighty must he now be? Negative Ghost. At that instant, Perona launched her ambush. Two ethereal, intangible white phantoms streaked toward Brook. Instinctively he recoiled with a startled cry, "Ah! Ghosts!" But in the next breath the Death Knight's spectral blades cleaved through both specters, dispelling them into wisps of vanishing mist. Brook, Perona, citizens of the Four Seas. A silence so profound it echoed like thunder across the world. Seriously, when a Death Knight can dispatch them effortlessly, why scream like that? Brook scratched his skull, chuckling sheepishly. Oh dear, I'd quite forgotten I'm now the sovereign of the undead. How silly of me, though admittedly I lack a brain worth showing. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. At that moment the Death Knights located Perona's physical form. Seeing the blade descend, she burst into terrified sobs. Don't strike me with that sword. No skeletons, no Death Knights, and oh, Kamashi Sasuke bag. The toy bear zombie lunged forward, shielding Perona. While I stand, none shall harm Lady Perona. Perona melted into heartfelt tears. Kamashi. The next instant Kamashi was bisected cleanly, left and right halves falling apart. Kamashi and oh, Perona shrieked anew. Hippo Captain, Water Buffalo Knight, Kangaroo General, anyone, save me. At Perona's cry, her zombie animal attendants rushed to her aid, but it was already too late. Hippo Captain, no. Lady Perona, Buffalo Knight, it's over, we'll never make it in time. Kangaroo General, damn it. Will Lady Perona truly depart from us forever? What unbearable regret. As the Death Knight raised his heavy blade, Perona stood on the precipice of annihilation, until Brook himself intervened at the critical moment, halting the fatal strike. Esteemed Death Knight, this young lady is still but a child. Might you spare her life? Brook stepped before the Death Knight. Though the Death Knight was his own creation, Brook addressed him with unwavering courtesy. The Death Knight obeyed his maker without hesitation. Upon hearing the command, he abandoned Perona entirely, and turned instead upon the approaching zombie animals. Hippo Captain, Buffalo Knight, Kangaroo General. Wait, so you lured us here just to slaughter us? Save us, Lady Perona. Rescue us, Lady Perona. Baron Nose Song, spare our lives. Though we are already dead. The Death Knight cut them down like ripe melons. In moments the zombie animals lay shattered across the ground. Meanwhile Perona gazed upon Brook's entourage, the undead legion led by Brook himself, followed by 20 archliches. Rather than relief at her narrow escape, Perona felt only deeper dread. What then did these undead intend to do with her? Brook removed his gentleman's hat and bowed deeply before Perona. Princess Ghost, might I have the honor of glimpsing your undergarments? What the A skeleton saying that? Are even the dead now preying upon young women? Honestly, can he in that state even pursue such matters? Pursue what? He's nothing but bones. Does he intend to seduce Marrow? Perona's eyes widened in utter shock. Do the undead still harbor desire for the living? Yeah. To be leered at by a skeleton, unthinkable. With that thought she screamed and fainted outright. Brook, in this form what could I possibly do? I merely wished to glimpse her undergarments. Surely that warrants no such terror. Brook shook his head. He had initially intended to leave Perona where she lay. Yet recalling the host of undead gathered there, he feared one might inadvertently slay her, and so chose instead to take her with him. Thereafter Brook set out to collect the otherworldly inheritances following Lu Yu's instructions. Among the elite zombies recently slain by the Pale Knight, one bore such an inheritance. Item: Captain John's armlet. Source of inheritance: Captain John of the Pirate World, rank A. Granted abilities: Captain John's martial arts, swordsmanship, and hockey. Method of acquisition: locate the treasure hidden within Captain John's armlet. This inheritance proves rather troublesome. Lu Yu frowned as he read the acquisition condition. Who knew where Captain John's treasure lay concealed? Across the Four Seas, the Grand Line, the New World, the Calm Belt, countless uncharted routes sprawled endlessly. For Brook to uncover that treasure would take lifetimes. Lu Yu said, take the armlet first. The treasure map resides within it. Once you claim the treasure depicted on that map, Captain John's inheritance shall be yours. Now let us seek the next inheritance. Curious. It appears to be drawing near of its own accord. You may simply wait where you stand. East Blue Open Sea. Buggy stared at the armlet in Brook's hand, his eyes brimming with envy, not for Captain John's inheritance, but for his legendary treasure. Only a true pirate ceaselessly seeks treasure. Damn it, I want that treasure map too. Holy Land, Mariehua. The five elders exhaled in quiet relief. Venus, unexpected. It originates from this world itself. Jupiter, if he masters Haki, all is lost. Mercury, Fortunately, the acquisition method proves arduous. Within any reasonable time frame, he cannot obtain it. A blessing amid misfortune. Mars. Then our plan proceeds uninterrupted. Saturn. Urge Barusolino to accelerate. Should he acquire Haki at any moment, he will become utterly invincible. Thriller bark, the three horror ships. Moria watched the scene unfold, and breathed easier. An inheritance not immediately attainable. Thank heavens, creating even one undead being proved taxing enough. Should he gain Captain John's inheritance too, all would be lost. Gritting his teeth, Moria declared, even Perona has fallen, but she still draws breath. Wait for me, Perona. I will rescue you. Oz, advance. Annihilate them. At last, Oz emerged from the ice cavern. A thunderous crash echoed. The ghost castle split wide open, and Oz rose into the sky. What is that? Enormous, even larger than giants. Giants stand barely 20 meters tall. This thing must measure 60 or 70. I know. This is Oz, the ancient giant. Legend claims he once hauled entire nations across continents. Hence his title, Oz the Nation Mover. How then was such a titan ever defeated? He journeyed to the frozen island to transport a nation, yet wore too little and froze to death. Pathetic. As Oz appeared, the zombies surged with renewed hope. At last, Oz has entered battle. He is the strongest among all zombies. With Oz leading the charge, even these undead shall fall. The zombies fled en masse toward Oz, who did not disappoint. He launched a colossal aerial kick, unleashing a titanic cross-shaped slash. Rokushiki Renkyaku. In an instant, the six Jack the Ripper zombies, moments ago rampaging unchecked, vanished into mist. Seeing their undead foes finally diminished, the zombies erupted in jubilation. We've won. At last, the undead are vanquished. Watching the pale knight gallop forward atop his white steed, Moria, seated within Oz's abdominal control chamber, commanded Oz to unleash Finger Pistol, die skeletal abomination. Finger Pistol. The pale knight swept his blade horizontally, and severed Oz's finger along with his entire upper torso. Moria, the zombies, the 4C's populace. Hold on, Oz is clearly a boss-tier entity. And yet a single pale knight defeats him. Where's the dignity? What the hell? Oz didn't even put up a fight. He was obliterated instantly. All that anticipation for nothing. Looks like Oz was Moria's last resort. With him gone, Moria's finished. I anticipated Moria's defeat, but never imagined it would be this absolute. Indeed, before the inheritors, the 7 warlords of the sea grow increasingly hollow. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku slammed his fist onto the table in fury. Damn it, didn't I tell him to proceed with caution? This arrogant fool. He may die without consequence, but what of the war against Whitebeard 7 days from now? Cursed warlords. Not a single one is reliable. New World Whitebeard Pirates Base. As Moria's imminent rout became undeniable, the division commanders erupted in cheers. Vista laughed heartily, ha ha ha. Another warlord falls. Including Crocodile and Mihawk, that makes 3 already. With the warlords gone, the Marines lose their edge. And that's excellent news for us. I hope every day for the next 7 days brings another warlord confrontation, until all 7 are eradicated. Hey Jojiu, don't forget Jinbe is among the warlords. The rest may be expendable, but Jinbe is our comrade. He must not fall. Ah, right, Jinbe. Then let us pray that every warlord except Jinbe is struck down by the inheritors. The Thriller bark ship. Moria watched the torrent of scathing comments flood the sky screen, and seethed with rage. Preposterous. Do you truly believe I'll fail so easily? Do you know who I am? I am the great Moria. A mere handful of undead. I'll slaughter them before your eyes. His expression twisted into grotesque ferocity as he activated his devil fruit power, shadow absorption. The shadows embedded within the zombies surged back into Moria's body, each carrying the original owner's strength. Though most shadows belonged to ordinary humans, and thus carried modest power, their cumulative force became overwhelming. For instance, if one person's strength equaled 100 kilograms, 10,000 such shadows would yield 1 million kilograms of raw power. With sufficient numbers, his might knew no bounds. As Moria unleashed his ability, shadows peeled away from the zombies' bodies, leaving them crumpling lifelessly to the ground, reduced to hollow husks. Meanwhile, Moria's own form swelled grotesquely with each absorbed shadow. 100 shadows. 200 shadows. 300 shadows. When the absorption reached Ryuma, the samurai drew his sword Kotetsu and severed the technique mid-flow. Apologies, I still have unfinished business. I cannot afford to lose my shadow just yet. Ryuma retained his shadow, his hollow gaze locking onto Brook. I never imagined you'd grow so formidable. With blade leveled at Brook, Ryuma declared, let us settle this. Master of my shadow. Brook nodded solemnly. Yes, this time I will reclaim my shadow. Without hesitation, both warriors unleashed blindingly swift sword strikes. After a single exchange, both sheathed their blades. No song 3-ding swallowtail cut. Their techniques were identical. The duel now hinged entirely upon physical prowess. In the past, Ryuma's transcendent physique always overwhelmed Brook in this clash, sending him sprawling helplessly. Now, however, Brook, empowered by the Bone King's body, surpassed even Ryuma in sheer physical might. Thus, though Brook gained no enhancement in swordsmanship itself, victory this time belonged unequivocally to him. Ryuma resheathed his sword, and blue flames ignited across his body. He tossed the national treasure sword Kotetsu to Brook. This is Kotetsu, the legendary blade of Wano country. From this moment it is yours. If you pursue mastery of the sword, it will serve you well. If not, please entrust it to a worthy successor, one destined to wield it. Yo ho 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 ho. With a final laugh, Ryuma's body dissolved into azure flame, and his shadow flowed back into Brook. Swordsmanship. Brook held Kotetsu, pondering long and hard. His current reliance on swordplay had grown remarkably slight. Better than to pass it on to a true inheritor. But who might that be? Zoro's figure flashed vividly across Brook's mind. If the world's greatest swordsman wields this blade, it shall honor its name. Should I ever meet Roronoa Zoro, I shall entrust Kotetsu to him. Brook thought to himself, then burst into jubilant laughter. At last, I have reclaimed my shadow. At last I am whole once more, though perhaps not entirely whole. Yo ho 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 ho. Luyu spoke aloud. This Kotetsu is yet another inheritance. Item: legendary sword Kotetsu. Source of inheritance: Ryuma's sword, saint of the pirate world, S rank. Inherited abilities: Ryuma's dragon-slaying swordsmanship Haki and armament Haki infusion. Method of inheritance: slay a dragon using Kotetsu. Wield Kotetsu to slay a dragon, and you shall inherit Ryuma's full legacy. Luyu offered counsel. The place teeming with dragons is none other than the beast's pirates. Kaido, the Four Emperors leader, is a mythical Zoan-type azure dragon. The three disasters, King, Queen, and the remaining 5 elders, include the Pteranodon Brachiosaurus and other draconic devil fruit users. To slay a dragon, seek out the beast's pirates. Kaido, King, Queen, X-Drake Nami, and Page 1. Every member of the beast's pirates darkened visibly. Damn it, we're a 4-emperor crew, not some butcher's yard. Show us a shred of respect. Meanwhile, Sengoku could barely contain his mirth. True, Morio was lost, but if this skeleton Brook succeeded in dismantling the beast's pirates, the Marines would reap unparalleled gains. Sengoku could no longer suppress his grin. Go forth, skeleton Brook. Slay those evil dragons. Luyu added, oh, and there's also Rear Admiral Drake of the Marines. He possesses the Tyrannosaurus fruit. Defeating him qualifies too. Sengoku. His smile froze mid-expression. Damn, celebrated too soon. Drake shuddered involuntarily beneath the sky screen. No thanks, Mr. Luyu. I've already decided. I'll give this sword to Mr. Zoro. Luyu blinked in surprise. You won't accept it? Brook nodded firmly. Ryuma entrusted me with finding a worthy master for this blade. A man's solemn vow. How could I betray it? I've made my choice. Roronoa Zoro shall wield it. If the world's greatest swordsman becomes its master, surely this legendary blade will suffer no dishonor. Brook's intention caught Luyu completely off guard. If Brook truly followed through, Luyu would forfeit the commission from Ryuma's legacy. Unlike Captain John's inheritance, though Brook could not claim it yet, Luyu would still receive his commission the moment Brook obtained it. But if Brook bestowed the sword Shusui upon Zoro, the nature of the arrangement would shift entirely. Even should Zoro one day slay a dragon and inherit Ryuma's legacy, Luyu would receive no commission whatsoever. Yet this time Luyu voiced no objection. Not out of reasonableness, far from it. Rather, he had already reaped more than enough benefit that day. He himself had acquired 2 Hokyo crystals, and Brook had granted him an SSS rank inheritance. His mood was buoyant, so much so that he no longer dwelled on 1 or 2 S-rank legacies. Moreover, Zoro was among those destined to cross paths with him. Though the commission was now lost, Zoro had nonetheless gifted him Demon's Essence, atomic swordsmanship, and the sacred blade Nichiren, making it only fair that Zoro gain further advantage without stirring envy. Thus Luyu nodded. Very well, do as you please. To him it was inconsequential. To everyone else, however, it ignited pandemonium. Slay but a single dragon, and Ryuma's entire legacy shall be yours. Ryuma, the legendary dragon-slaying swordsman. His exact strength remained unknown, but surely he rivaled admirals, or even the 4 emperors. Were I to inherit this power, fortune itself would bow before me. As for slaying a dragon, that poses little difficulty. I may lack the might to fell Kaido's 3 disasters, or the Sky 5, but a mere rear admiral. That is well within my reach. Once I claim Shusui, then slay Drake. The legacy will be mine. To be precise, the former rear admiral. Drake has already renounced the Marines, now utterly isolated. Defeating him is no trivial task, but compared to the beast's pirates it remains decidedly feasible. Ha. Rebellious Rear Admiral Drake, prepare to meet your end. Upon the open sea, the warm sun bathed the waves in golden light. Yet Drake felt only bone-deep cold. Why do I suddenly sense murderous intent closing in from all sides? Curses, I no longer wish to play spy. I long to return to the Marines. Ryuma, a combatant whose prowess rivals Kazan's. Since that skeleton refuses him, the world government must not let him slip away. Shall we dispatch the Marines? The Devil's Triangle is near Marine headquarters. Launching now would still be timely. No Marines. With Smoker now under their banner, the Marines' strength is already formidable. Adding another Ryumatir warrior risks wresting them beyond the world government's control. Then deploy the world government's own forces. Contact Bartholomew Kuma. Send him to the Thriller Bark to retrieve Shusui. Marine headquarters. Sengoku had been elated. The Devil's Triangle lay close to Marine headquarters. A swift naval deployment would still arrive in time. Should they recover Shusui, the Marines would gain another colossal asset. Alas, just as he prepared to send a Kainu, an order descended from above. Sengoku, leave the Thriller Bark affair to the world government. Focus solely on preparing for Whitebeard. As for the legendary blade Shusui, the world government has its own means. Though bitterness churned within him, Sengoku had no choice but to obey. Were Liu to join the Marines, our plight would never have arisen. Curses, this all stems from that woman Nico Robin. Each time Sengoku seethed with resentment toward Robin. After a long silence, he exhaled deeply, murmuring of Smoker. Zeph has already departed for Lowtown to retrieve Smoker. May he restore life to Smoker within this week. 1 minute earlier. The very moment Ryuma severed Moriya's absorption of his shadow. Elsewhere, Moriya had already assimilated every shadow within reach. 500 shadows. His frame had swelled to monstrous proportions. Originally standing nearly 7 meters tall, he now towered at roughly 20 meters, comparable in size to ordinary giants. Though shorter than Oz, his power far surpassed the giants. With a casual backhand strike against the earth, he split the ground into a yawning chasm. Moriya roared with manic laughter. In this form none can overcome me. Die, you skeletal wretch astride a white steed. Yee. Moriya thrust his massive palm toward the Pale Knight. This time the Pale Knight failed to annihilate Moriya in a single blow. A sweeping slash drew a torrent of blood from Moriya's palm, but did not sever his entire arm. Clearly Moriya's enhancement had borne fruit. His eyes blazed with fury. Damn you, it burns. Turn to dust, you wretch. Moriya seized the Pale Knight in his grip. With crushing force, the white steed beneath him cried out in anguish, clearly grievously wounded. Brooke showed no surprise. Moriya, however, shattered composure. Impossible. This was my utmost grip. How can a mere horse survive? In this world, human strength ran exceptionally high. Even ordinary folk possessed several hundred kilograms of raw power. Those who trained achieved tons, or even dozens of tons, of force with ease. Like Nightmare Luffy, who with merely 100 shadows vastly exceeded Oz in sheer strength. Oz stood 67 meters tall. By comparison, a blue whale 30 meters long and weighing 200 tons. Oz's mass likely exceeded 1,000 tons. Nightmare Luffy's strength might reach several thousand tons. Moriya's at this moment approached tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of tons. By sheer physical might alone, even the 4 emperors could scarcely surpass him. And yet, his full-force grip failed to kill even the Pale Knight's mount. What point was there left to fight? If the horse's defenses were this formidable, how impossibly arduous would slaying the Pale Knight prove? Moriya remained unaware that the white steed's vitality was bound to the Pale Knight's own. He assumed even the horse was invincible, and realized with chilling certainty that today he would perish. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. Fireball technique. 20 Lich Archmages unleashed fireballs in unison. Moriya staggered under the onslaught, his grip involuntarily loosening. The Pale Knight broke free. Shadows streamed from Moriya's mouth like smoke. He clamped both hands over his lips, desperate to contain them. Yet such a glaring vulnerability could not escape the Pale Knight's notice. 4 Pale Knights struck as one. Moriya collapsed, eyes rolling back, every last shadow expelled. Then the undead tore him limb from limb. Moriya is dead. Indeed, the heir has arrived, and another Shichibukai has fallen. Moreover, he perished without even a grave to call his own. The Navy's combat-ready forces are dwindling indeed. With 1 fleet admiral and 2 Shichibukai gone, can the Navy still prevail against the Whitebeard pirates? Surely they can. Do not underestimate the Navy's deep-rooted strength. Even without Admiral Akiji, the Navy still commands Admirals Akainu and Kizuru, as well as Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who stands at its very apex. To rescue Ace the Fire Fist by defeating these figures will be no simple feat. As Moriya was torn apart by the undead, citizens across the 4 seas erupted into fervent discussion. The 3-ship horror fleet. Within a hidden chamber, Hogback cradled the lifeless body of Shandora, weeping uncontrollably. Shandora had been reanimated as a zombie by the one he loved most. Yet the moment her shadow was siphoned away, she reverted to an ordinary corpse. Still, so long as Moriya lived, Shandora could be revived anew using shadows. But now, Moriya himself is dead. Thus, Shandora's resurrection is forever lost. No, I cannot give up yet. Hogback rallied his resolve. When a Devil Fruit user dies, their power resets and reappears elsewhere. If I find a new user of the Shadow Fruit, I can restore Shandora and reunite with her once more. At that moment, a voice chimed in. Actually, I have a way to reunite you both, immediately. Hogback instinctively asked, what method? He paused, startled. Who spoke? Turning around, he saw Jack the Ripper, a mid-tier undead. Jack the Ripper licked his razor-sharp fingers with grotesque delight, gazing at Hogback with mocking amusement. Rest assured, I'll reunite you both in the afterlife. Help us. Don't kill us. We're not allied with Moria. Spare our lives. Please, Baron of Corpses, have mercy. A group of pirates burst forth screaming, wildly pursued by death knights. Upon seeing them, especially the woman leading them with her broad face, the children of the Big Mom Pirates gasped in unison from behind the sky screen. That's Lola, the younger twin sister of Chiffon, Lola herself. Mother once arranged for her to wed Prince Loki of the Giants, but she fled the wedding. We searched for her endlessly only to discover she'd been captured by Moria. Mother was furious then. Has her anger subsided by now? Surely it has. After all, so much time has passed, and Lola is her flesh and blood. How could a mother hold a grudge against her own daughter overnight? Her siblings speculated on Big Mom's current stance toward Lola. Big Mom's attitude, however, was unmistakable. That wretched Lola. Inside her castle, she smashed the cake castle with a single fist, her features twisted with rage. Had she not fled that wedding, our alliance with the Giants would already be restored. With the power of Elbaf, I could surpass Kaido Redhair, even Whitebeard, and claim the title of Pirate King. That disobedient daughter dares show her face again. Damn her. If I ever lay eyes on her again, I'll strike her down without mercy. On board the three-ship horror fleet, Lola led the fleeing pirates straight to Brook, and begged him to lift his power. Baron of Corpses, we swear we're no part of Moria's crew. Spare us. Do anything we must. Just spare our lives. All right. You fancy panties, don't you? Our captain's panties are yours to behold. Just let us live. Brook glanced at Lola's appearance, then waved dismissively. No. Your panties I'll respectfully decline. He turned to the Death Knights. These souls bear me no ill will. There's no need to slaughter them utterly. He halted the Death Knights, and turned back to Lola's party, puzzled. By the way, who exactly are you? We are the Rolling Pirates, and this is our captain Lola. Her lifelong dream is to find someone to marry. I love you, marry me. Her crew fell silent. Prince Loki of Elbaf fell silent. Citizens across the four seas fell silent. Even if marriage were her dream, surely she wasn't this desperate. After all, he was a skeleton. Brook hastily waved his hand. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Lola, but I'm in no rush to marry just yet. Her crew collapsed in despair. Even a corpse rejected her. Will Captain ever find a husband? Alas, securing their captain's marital happiness remained a daunting, distant endeavor. We were seized by Moria and stripped of our shadows. Since shadowless beings cannot endure sunlight, we've hidden among the woods aboard the three-ship horror fleet. The pirates added, truth be told, we owe you, Baron of Corpses. Without your intervention, we'd never have reclaimed our shadows. Thanks to you, we're free once more. Arigato gozaimasu. Arigato gozaimasu. They showered Brook with heartfelt gratitude. Brook modestly scratched his head. After exchanging pleasantries, he prepared to depart. The island held no further inheritances. While time remained, he needed to hasten to the next inheritance site. Delay risked severing the connection entirely. Just then a chilling aura swept over him. Brook turned, and beheld Bartholomew Kuma clutching a Bible. Huh, another Shichibukai. Why is the tyrant Kuma here? Once a revolutionary, then a pirate. Now a Shichibukai, and the only one who obeys the world government without question. His strength is formidable indeed. Yet even Moonlight Moria was utterly crushed. What can he, another Shichibukai, possibly accomplish? The four pale knights remain standing. If he possesses any wisdom at all, he'll know flight is his sole recourse now. Twin Cape Strait. After a perilous, exhilarating voyage across the Grand Line, Bonnie finally reached its treacherous waters from the South Blue. Gazing upon the sky screen, tears streamed down her cheeks. Uncontrollable, sorrowful sobs. Crocodile blinked in surprise, assuming he'd somehow offended her. Young lady, please don't cry. Are you unwell? I've served as a physician. I can examine you. Bonnie cried out, Father. Crocodile. Well, how exceedingly polite of her. Impel down. Level 5. 5. The Queer Paradise. Upon seeing Bartholomew Kuma appear as a Shichibukai, Emporio Ivankov, king of the queers, could scarcely believe his eyes. What in the world? How could Kuma possibly become a Shichibukai? Especially after reading comments claiming Kuma was the world government's most loyal lackey, Ivankov erupted in fury. Preposterous. Kuma loathes the world government more than anyone. He would never submit to its will. Damn it. What on earth has transpired outside these walls during my years infiltrating Impel Down? Cursed be, we've only just regained our freedom. No Shichibukai, however formidable, shall strip us of it again. At Kuma's arrival, Lola's crew instantly assumed battle stances. Yet before Kuma, they stood no chance. A single air cannon nearly annihilated them all. Brook, meanwhile, remained bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Trapped in the Florian Triangle for 50 years, he possessed scant knowledge of the contemporary world order. Even his memory of the pirate king Joel D. Roger was faint, merely a vague recollection. There was once such a newcomer. To him, every legendary figure who had risen over those 5 decades paled beside the sheer dread inspired by a single marine admiral. Thus the Shichibukai, a title established less than half a century ago, remained utterly alien to him. He knew only that Gecko Moria held the title. But how mighty were the Shichibukai? What stature did they command across the Grand Line? He had no inkling. Still, judging by their reactions, the Shichibukai must be extraordinary. Miss Lola, does this giant Kuma count as our enemy? Brook asked uncertainly. Was Kuma aligned with Lola out of personal grudge, or had he come specifically for Brook himself? That remained unclear. Lola glared at Kuma, her expression grave. Yes. This man is a Shichibukai, just like Moria, and stands shoulder to shoulder with that Moonlight Moria. They are both lapdogs of the world government. Now Brook understood. If Kuma marched in lockstep with Moonlight Moria, then he was unquestionably an enemy. Brook signaled his Pale Knights. Pale Knight-san, engage now. 4 Pale Knights surged forward in unison, hurtling toward Kuma. Behind them, 20 Lich Archmages unleashed fireballs in synchronized support. Yet the Archmages never anticipated their own fireballs would rebound straight back at them. They screamed in agony. 5 Lich Archmages vanishing instantly in searing conflagration. Still, such a feat alone could hardly inspire confidence. After all, compared to these auxiliary spellcasters, the 4 Pale Knights were undeniably the true threat. Die human. Riding a white steed across the void, a Pale Knight descended with blinding speed, his enchanted longsword slashing horizontally at Kuma with devastating force. Even solid steel would cleave like tofu beneath such a strike. Yet that overwhelming blow upon striking the fleshy orb in Kuma's palm ricocheted instantly, sending the Pale Knight himself skidding violently across the earth for hundreds of meters before halting. The Pale Knights, they're being utterly dominated. What is this man? Far too powerful. Moonlight Moria, the other Shichibukai, was himself overwhelmed by these very Pale Knights. Is Moonlight Moria simply weak, or is Kuma impossibly strong? In ruthless, overwhelming fashion, Kuma swiftly eradicated every undead combatant. The Lich Archmages were irrelevant. Even without rebounding fireballs, Kuma's pressure cannon alone could obliterate beings of their caliber. Jack the Ripper and the Death Knight met the same fate. Their offensive power fell far short of the elite Pale Knights. If even the Pale Knight's slashes failed to pierce Kuma's defenses, there stood no chance whatsoever. Thus they too were hurled away with crushing force. Only the Pale Knights posed genuine difficulty, though Kuma blocked their first horizontal slash. He immediately realized its sheer magnitude pushed against the very limit of what his body could reflect. One slash, yes, he could deflect it cleanly. But 4 simultaneous slashes from 4 Pale Knights. That exceeded his capacity. Fortunately, his Nikyu no Mi granted more than mere deflection. It enabled instantaneous teleportation. And, if you wish to travel, where would you go? Clap, 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 clap. Using his teleportation ability, Kuma reappeared directly before the Pale Knights, then delivered 4 gentle palm strikes. Instantly, all 4 Pale Knights dissolved into ethereal wind, vanishing from existence. What on earth is happening? Far too powerful. His performance bears no resemblance to Moonlight Moria's at all. Can they truly be members of the same Shichibukai order? Unbelievable strength. He's wiped out every undead warrior. This skeleton Brook is now in grave peril. Not only the onlookers, Brook himself recoiled in shock. In the brief span of observing Kuma's fighting style, his entire undead legion had been eradicated. This newly emerged Shichibukai, Bartholomew Kuma, possessed terrifying, awe-inspiring might. Lich Archmage-san, Jack the Ripper-san, Death Knight-san, Pale Knight-san, all annihilated. Brook cried out in panicked disbelief. His shriek created a powerful illusion that he was utterly spent, resigned to imminent execution. Only Lu Yu, who likewise bore the Bone King's legacy, knew Brook's true strength remained unshaken, absolute. Brook's apparent incompetence stemmed purely from his innate temperament. In truth, his actual power could effortlessly obliterate Kuma. Having eradicated every undead warrior, Kuma spoke in a voice devoid of emotion. Brook the skeleton, surrender the famed sword Shusui strapped to your back. Hand it over, and I shall depart. Brook stared at him astonished. Are you a swordsman? Kuma shook his head. No, I am not. Brook promptly declined. Then absolutely not. Ryuma entrusted me with this blade, to find its rightful master. Better death than dishonor. Even though I am already dead. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. Without another word, Kuma reached out to seize Shusui. He erred, as had the zombies Moria and the populace across the 4 seas, in assuming Brook's sole ability lay in creating undead. After all, Brook had displayed only that one power, surely once his undead were destroyed, he would be left powerless. Yet he remained ignorant. Summoning undead was merely one among Brook's 700 arcane arts. He'd withheld his own intervention earlier because the undead had sufficed to overwhelm Moria. No personal action was required. Now that his undead forces lay shattered, Brook had no choice but to act himself. Temporal stasis. This Kuma possesses teleportation, thus, dimensional lock. Ultimate magic skyfall. Brook rarely acted, but when he did it was with overwhelming force. Perhaps the sheer might of the bear had pressured him beyond endurance. Thus prudence dictated launching his ultimate technique from the outset. Time and space were frozen. No one witnessed Brook's rapid succession of arcane arrays. Only Lu Yu, empowered by the anti-obstruction ring, moved freely within the suspended continuum. Watching Brook initiate his transcendent opening move, Lu Yu could only shake his head in wry disbelief. A transcendent opening, as a mark of respect. Had he truly inherited the Bone King's legacy? Or was the Bone King himself reborn across time? Especially so when the bear had labored so earnestly to prove his strength. Surely he deserved at least a moment to shine. To strike him down instantly. Who could bear such abrupt annihilation? Most critically, why deploy dimensional sealing on top of temporal stasis? You've already halted time itself. What fear remains that the bear might flee within frozen time? Do you imagine he too possesses an anti-obstruction ring? Lu Yu was utterly speechless. Brook's masterful act of feigning weakness had succeeded beyond all expectation. Once time resumed, the four seas would witness this spectacle and be left utterly bewildered. In truth, Lu Yu's intuition was flawless. As the celestial pillar descended, temporal stasis dissolved. Lu Yu, having observed every instant, understood precisely what had transpired, yet others remained wholly ignorant. One moment, they lamented Brook's arduous victory over Moria, only for the bear to reap its fruits and the world government to claim the spoils. The next, a colossal pillar of energy descended upon the bear's position, resembling Lu Yu and Nami's lightning blade in essence, yet broader than the former and narrower than the latter. Its radius spanned roughly 1/3 of the island's expanse. Then as the pillar faded, the Terror triple sail ship bore a gaping catastrophic breach. The bear himself had vanished without trace. Wow, what just happened? Where did that energy pillar come from? I didn't see a thing. Neither did I. Damn it. Has the sky screen malfunctioned again? What is that energy pillar? Its power is staggering. It pierced straight through the entire island. Who unleashed it? Lu Yu again. Or Nami? Forget that. Who was the bear? He stood there just moments ago, towering and unyielding. Where has he gone? Where's the bear? What in the world is happening? Someone explain. Mary Ahua, the Holy Land. The five elders stood stunned in silence. Tensei, what is this? The outcome was already decided. How did this energy pillar appear? Mokusei, that sensation again. It is temporal suspension. Suisei curses. So the skeleton possesses more than merely creating undead. He can halt time and summon energy pillars. Was his frantic shouting all a ruse to conceal his true power? We've been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Kase, where is the bear? His condition is critical. He is a vital experimental subject, and we're nearing the final phase of the trial. No mishaps can be tolerated. Dosei, BD Ponk just contacted us via Den Den Mushi. The cardiac monitor implanted in the bear's heart has just shattered. Curses. All our efforts undone. Revolutionary Headquarters, Baltaigo. Witnessing the event unfold, Dragon Sabo Kureha and the rest of the Revolutionary Army stared eyes wide with incredulity. Kureha, Mr. Bear, the gentle, kind-hearted Mr. Bear, he couldn't possibly. Sabo, why him? Why must he, the gentlest of them all, suffer such a fate? Damn it. Dragon's voice trembled. Bear, is he dead? Twin Cape. Bonnie nearly fainted from sheer shock. No, father cannot be dead. She cried desperately, right? He has instant transmission. He must have escaped before the attack struck. It must be so. My 10th birthday approaches. I know he'd never abandon me alone. He will not die, never. Absolutely. Terror triple sail ship. Staring at the vast ruptured expanse before them, Lola and the rest of the pirate crew stood frozen in awe. Baron of Corpses, was this your doing? Brook nodded calmly. Yes. Unless something unforeseen occurred, it was indeed me. But your ability is to create undead, isn't it? Creating undead is merely one of my abilities, Brook replied. My full repertoire comprises 718 distinct magical disciplines. Lola fell silent. The five elders fell silent. The people of the four seas fell silent. At last those long deceived could utter only one word: damn. Lola gazed at the devastation and swallowed hard. Such destructive power. It's terrifying beyond measure. Brook nodded in agreement. Indeed, neither did I anticipate its magnitude. My heart nearly leapt from my chest, though of course I possessed no heart to leap forth. Yo ho 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 ho. Very well, the bear is now resolved. Let us part ways, Miss Lola. With the bear dealt with, Brook wasted no time, following Lu Yu's guidance toward the next island bearing ancient inheritance. Elsewhere, Lu Yu surveyed the massive crater Brook had carved into the earth, and a new idea took root. To revive the bear using Robin's power. The bear's ability proves remarkably convenient. Recalling the meat fruit's power, Lu Yu felt a surge of keen interest. The meat fruit's power closely resembled his own instant transmission. The distinction lay only in their constraints. His transmission required physical contact with a target, whereas the fruit allowed relocation only to places the user had previously visited. For instance, having touched King Cobra that morning, Lu Yu could teleport to him wherever he stood, be it the royal palace of Alabasta, its deserts, or even beyond its borders, always arriving beside the king, never at a fixed location. The bear, however, could only send others to locations he himself had once visited, such as Alabasta, regardless of whether those places remained unchanged or whether their former inhabitants still dwelled there. Moreover, the bear's ability held severe limitations. In the manga, his power could not traverse the red line. During flight from the Arabasta Island of the Grand Line to Egghead Island in the New World, he crashed directly into the Red Line, forcing him to ascend to Mariawa atop it before reactivating his power. The impact shattered his body, leaving him near death. Such a catastrophe would never befall Lu Yu. His instant transmission knew no such boundaries. Not even interplanetary distances posed any obstacle. In terms of pure spatial translocation, the bear was simply no match for him. Xiong's instantaneous movement was naturally inferior to Lu Yu's. Yet Xiong's ability possessed its own unique advantage. He could teleport to any location he had previously visited. Coincidentally, in his youth, Xiong had sailed across the seas in search of a cure for Bonnie, visiting countless lands, the Four Seas, the Grand Line, the Calm Belt, and the New World, leaving his footprints upon innumerable nations and islands. And precisely this capability was what Lu Yu needed most at that moment. If he could secure Xiong's cooperation, he could traverse dozens, or even hundreds, of islands within a single day, acquiring hundreds of inheritances before sunset. Such power would render him unimaginably formidable, transcending ordinary comprehension, ascending into an entirely new dimension of existence. Then it is decided. I shall journey to the thriller bark ship. Lu Yu resolved the matter firmly within his heart. Yet he would not depart immediately. After all, Robin's current ability allowed her to rewind time by half a year. There was no need for haste. First, he would gather every inheritance along the route. Since their vessel now soared through the skies as a floating island, navigation posed no concern. In 4 or 5 days, or perhaps 6 or 7, the Devil's Triangle would lie within reach. So there was no rush, not in the slightest. The following day passed in relative tranquility. Midway, Lu Yu paused upon an island and acquired another inheritance. Item: Moonlight Blade. Inheritance: Source: Zenitsu Agatsuma of Demon Slayer, rank B. Inherited ability: Thunder Breathing, the swiftest and most explosive among the 5 breathing styles. Its strikes move with blinding speed accompanied by thunderous roars. Inheritance condition: Find a girlfriend. Lu Yu fell silent. What in the world? Is this cursed blade conspiring with that absurd throne to mock me? A shadow crossed Lu Yu's face. Damn it. Why did this feel exactly like his mother pressuring him to marry back in his previous life? Strapping the moonlight blade to his waist, he now wielded 3 blades. As for the inheritance, well, that could wait. A girlfriend would surely appear in due course. No rush, not in the slightest. As twilight descended, Brook guided the ship toward the next island. There he claimed his final inheritance of the day. Item: Pufferfish. Inheritance: Source: Papa from Dragon Booster. Rank: Inherited ability: Exorcise demons using appropriate artifacts. Inheritance condition: Utter demons and specters. Be gone, 3 times consecutively. Lu Yu fell silent once more. He stared speechless. Are you truly expecting Brook, a walking skeleton, to utter those words? Shaking his head, Lu Yu nevertheless instructed, pick up the dried pufferfish and say demons and specters. Be gone, 3 times. Citizens across the 4 seas stood bewildered. Are you genuinely asking that skeletal figure to recite such a phrase? Brook, ever obedient, took the dried pufferfish and began chanting demons and specters. Be gone. Demons and specters. Be gone. Demons and specters. Be gone. Instantly the inheritance merged with his being. Brook halted mid-utterance. He sensed it clearly. The power to banish demons now flowed within him. One more repetition of demons and specters. Be gone would seal him away into the abyssal hell reserved for imprisoned demons. Brook fell silent. What on earth do I need this ability for? He shook his head wryly, just as the celestial screen flickered and faded. Before the celestial screen dissolved, Brook bid farewell to Laboon. Laboon, forgive me. I may ask you to wait a little longer. Gazing upward at the fading sky screen, he said, I had intended to return to you without delay. Yet en route to this island, I reflected deeply upon our vow, wasn't it, to meet again only after completing the grand voyage and reaching Raftel. Then I shall circumnavigate the globe and return to you. If you have already waited 50 years, might I trouble you to wait just 1 or 2 more? I shall not fail you again. I shall honor our pact, not merely in spirit but in form. A man's word is his bond. Once spoken, it must be fulfilled. Beyond the celestial screen lay Twin Cape. Watching Bonnie's crew depart sorrowfully on their quest to find their father, Kurokarasu sighed softly. Then gazing upon Laboon's joyful countenance, his expression softened with quiet solace. 50 years. For half a century, he had never seen Laboon so radiant. As Laboon dove beneath the waves, Kurokarasu gently stroked his head and smiled. Trust Brook, Laboon. This time, he will keep his promise. Laboon let out exuberant roars of assent. ROR. Roar. As the celestial screen vanished, Brook suddenly felt a pang of solitude. Alone again. Just then a voice rang out from aboard his ship. Hey, Skeleton Baron. Don't you have any toys stashed in your cabin? It's dreadfully dull. Brook blinked in surprise. Utterly baffled, he realized. He hadn't invited anyone aboard. Turning, he beheld a wide-eyed, pink-clad girl with cherubic features. Perona. Perona glared, cheeks puffed indignantly. You ask me. It's all your fault. If you hadn't defeated Lord Moria, I wouldn't be wandering homeless. Now that Lord Moria has fallen, the most eerie, and therefore most fitting, pirate crew for me is unquestionably yours, a crew forged from the undying. From this day forth you are my captain. Understood, Skeleton Baron. Brooke beamed with elation. Welcome aboard, Princess Perona. Honored to have you join the Rumbar Pirates. By the way, Princess Perona, may I see your DIE perverted skeleton? After a playful scuffle, Perona joined Brooke, and thus a new partnership was born. Soon, acting upon Perona's suggestion, they resolved to seek treasure first. What kind of pirate doesn't hunt for treasure? Perona declared, Hey Skeleton Baron, you've got Captain John's treasure map, haven't you? Let's go claim Captain John's hoard. Agreed. Brooke nodded eagerly, then activated his forearm band and retrieved the map. After meticulous study, they made a startling discovery. Captain John's treasure. It's right here on this very island. Overjoyed, they confirmed Captain John's vessel lay anchored nearby, and within moments claimed his fortune, hundreds of millions of berries. Moreover, Brooke inherited Captain John's martial arts, swordsmanship, and hockey. Meanwhile, Liu Yu received his own reward. Ding. Your destined companion Brooke has uncovered Captain John's treasure and inherited his martial arts. Congratulations, host. You have earned a super boosted reward, Roger's martial arts, swordsmanship, and hockey rank S. What the hell? Liu Yu initially failed to comprehend the system's notification. What was happening? How had he suddenly inherited Roger's legacy? Only upon learning that Brooke had inherited Captain John's legacy did he grasp the truth. This was Brooke's referral reward. A wry smile flickered across Liu Yu's face. He had assumed Brooke's referral reward would take time to materialize. Yet here it was delivered with astonishing speed. And not merely fulfilled, but magnified twofold. Alas, Captain John himself possessed negligible strength. Otherwise, this doubled boon might well have elevated him to SS rank. Still, it compensated for his prior lack of hockey. At the very least, should he now confront a Logia-type Devil Fruit user like Akiji, his arsenal of offensive capabilities would be significantly expanded. Next, Liu Yu tested his newfound abilities. His palm darkened, his strength, destructive power, and defensive resilience all surged markedly. This was armament hockey. He projected overwhelming aura-inducing terror, or even unconsciousness. In nearby animals, this was Conqueror's hockey. When a Tyrannosaurus prepared to ambush him from behind, he evaded instinctively, without relying on his Rinnegan, demonstrating observation hockey. And when roasting the Tyrannosaurus, he distinctly heard its plea for mercy, the voice of all things. After acclimating to these powers, Liu Yu ate heartily, then dozed off. Early to bed, early to rise. At dawn the next day, he awoke refreshed. Over breakfast, he scanned the newspaper, finding no noteworthy news from the previous day. Then he activated the sky screen. System initiate connection. Today's random connection, target Luffy of the East Blue Monkey D. Luffy. The sky screen shimmered into view, revealing the Baratai restaurant backdrop and a youthful figure wearing a straw hat, his gaze radiating pure, unadulterated innocence. Liu Yu smiled faintly. At last, the protagonist has arrived. Congratulations, young pirate of the East Blue, Monkey D. Luffy the Straw Hat. Damn it, again it's not me. Monkey D. Luffy. Never heard of him. Just another greenhorn, is he? Wait, Monkey D. That surname rings a bell. Hold on. Isn't that the same as Admiral Garp, the hero of the Marines? Could this Straw Hat boy possibly be related to Admiral Garp? What are you imagining? Didn't you hear? He's a pirate. Garp is the Marine hero. How could they possibly be kin? At most, it's a coincidental surname match. That's true. Garp is the Marine hero. How could he possibly have a pirate relative? It's surely just a shared surname. I'm named Joel myself, and yet I bear no relation to Roger. The New World. The Red Hair Pirate's ship. Rakuyo, gnawing on a drumstick, called out. Hey, Captain, look. It's Luffy. Ben Beckman laughed. 10 years gone, and he's grown into a fine, mature young man. Wait, isn't that my son Usopp? What's he doing there? Coincidence. Still, he looks healthy enough. I can breathe easy now. Shanks smiled, gently gazing at Luffy, and at the straw hat resting atop his head, his expression suffused with nostalgia. Indeed. 10 years. How deeply I've missed him. Luffy, when will you become a great pirate and return this hat to me? I await that day with bated breath. The Grand Line. Floating Island. Ace, imprisoned by the Blackbeard Pirates, was en route to impel down. Seeing Luffy on the sky screen, an ominous premonition tightened in his chest. Luffy must already know about me. Given his nature, he'll certainly come to rescue me. But this battle lies far beyond his reach. He shook his head. No, my public execution is only 1 week away. Luffy remains in the East Blue. He won't make it in time. I need not worry. Need not worry. Luffy, whatever you do not come to save me. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Admiral Garp, gravely wounded, had regained consciousness. Yet his injuries were too severe for swift recovery. Even if he reached the battlefield a week hence, he would likely muster no more than the combat prowess of a 3 admirals, or fleet admiral tier warrior. Though still formidable, he could no longer sway the tide of war. Garp's heart was consumed by unbearable sorrow. His longtime disciple Akiji lay dead. Ace, the boy he'd raised as his own grandson, now faced public execution, and he stood utterly powerless. As Luffy appeared upon the sky screen, Garp's inner turmoil deepened. He knew Luffy would never abandon Ace. and that inevitably he would march into this war. But what good would Luffy's presence truly serve? This war lay far beyond his current capacity, not as he stood now. Garp knew full well inheriting this legacy would dramatically amplify Luffy's strength. This was inevitable, proven countless times by past inheritors beyond dispute. But if Luffy grew strong enough to influence the battle, that would prove perilous. Should he become powerful, yet insufficiently, so he would draw the lethal attention of Marine elites, making protection all the more difficult. And if he ascended beyond, even Marine headquarters might, rescuing Ace outright, then the Marines would be reduced to ridicule. Do not forget Garp was not only Luffy's and Ace's grandfather. He was also the hero of the Marines. Ace, Luffy, the Marines. Whichever suffered harm, the wound would cut deepest into Garp's soul. Damn it. What am I to do? What in heaven's name am I to do? The East Blue, the Kingdom of Arabasta. That's Luffy. It's been ages. I never imagined he'd be selected for today's connection. I'm genuinely delighted for him. But, recalling Luffy's status as a pirate, Yuta's expression dimmed. So Luffy has finally set sail as a pirate. Cursed pirates. They bring only calamity and misfortune. What glory lies in such a path? While he hasn't yet become an unforgivable villain, I must intervene before it's too late. She gazed at the sky screen, her eyes clouded with regret. Pity. Why wasn't I chosen for this connection? Had it been me, I could have drawn the entire world into my song. A realm where every soul finds bliss. I could have granted happiness to all. What a pity. What a pity. Shaking her head, Yuta rallied her resolve. She turned to her musical ensemble. Bartai restaurant lies near our Kingdom of Arabasta, doesn't it? Let's set sail for Bartai. Ah, isn't that the boy wearing the straw hat? How astonishing. This dim-witted fellow actually landed such extraordinary fortune. Truly envious. Damn it. I wish I were selected for the broadcast. Why not me? East Blue Bartai restaurant. Upon seeing Luffy appear on the global broadcast screen, the rowdy chefs erupted into clamorous cheers. Usopp too beamed with exhilaration. Excellent, Luffy. It's you who's been chosen. If you acquire immense power through this transmission, you'll finally be able to rescue your brother. Hearing this, Luffy's eyes lit up with uncontainable joy. Really? Fantastic. I can save Ace now. Ace? Could it possibly be that Ace the Flame Fist? Surely not. What are the odds? His brother has just been sentenced to execution, and now he receives a divine inheritance. It must be a mere coincidence. I've never heard of Ace the Flame Fist having a younger brother. This is almost certainly just a name overlap. No. Rumor has it Ace the Flame Fist is utterly obsessed with his little brother. He does have one, though no one knows his identity. Blast. So is this young man truly Ace's sibling? Ace and Garp, Luffy of all people. You're the last person I hoped would appear. Revolutionary Headquarters, Baltaigo. Sabo clutched his pounding temples. Ace, Luffy. The name stirred deep familiarity, yet memory eludes me. Curse it, what is wrong here? Windmill Village, Makino's Tavern. Makino's face brightened with relief. Wonderful. Luffy has received the inheritance. Ace's salvation is within reach. Then Garp need no longer be torn between duty and family. The mountain bandit Dayton scoffed dismissively. What's there to agonize over? Is the Navy's mission truly more vital than kinship? If my own family faced peril, I'd lay down my life to save them, without hesitation. In my view, Garp ought to cast off that uniform, raise his flag as a pirate, and storm the execution grounds to free Ace. What does it matter being called a Navy hero when blood ties eclipse all else? Makino-san, please consider Garp's position. The village chief interjected gently. Now, cease your quarreling. Garp is unquestionably upright. He serves the Navy, where lies his fault. If fault exists, it rests with Ace and Luffy, the pirates. Yet Dayton speaks truth. Even if Ace and Luffy erred, they remain our family. As can we pray Luffy succeeds in rescuing Ace. Hey boy, don't think this ends so easily. Inside the Bartai restaurant, the unruly chef Patty charged toward Luffy, bellowing, yesterday you accidentally injured our head chef Zeph, and you've yet to compensate us. No coin. No matter. You're now granted access to a legendary inheritance. Once acquired, simply gift one item to the Bartai. That settles your debt. Agreed. Patty then turned toward the celestial broadcast screen, flashing an ingratiating grin as he launched into promotion. Fellow sailors across the four seas, welcome aboard the floating culinary sanctuary, the Bartai. We are the finest restaurant in the East Blue. Name your craving, and our chefs shall craft it. Here we guarantee a taste of paradise itself. Of course, provided you arrive well-funded. Only patrons of means may enter. Penniless wanderers need not apply. At that moment, Sanji arrived, kicking Patty skyward with a single precise blow. Idiot. This is a global live broadcast. Don't tarnish the Bairdie's reputation. Sanji straightened his tie, then gazed tenderly at the heavens. To all radiant ladies across the world, greetings. I am Sanji, one of the Bairdie's executive chefs. My culinary repertoire abounds. Love-infused cuisine, love-laced bento boxes, romance-embellished cakes, and more. Not only will I prepare them for you, I shall savor each dish beside you. So beautiful ladies of the world, hesitate no longer. Dial your Den Den machine now to reserve your seat. Upon arrival, your entire meal shall be complimentary. You're hardly better than the last fool. North Blue, Germa 66 Kingdom. Yanji, Sanji. That guy's still alive. I assumed he'd perished long ago. Niji, let him stay dead. He's useless trash, a born failure. Iji, now, don't speak so cruelly. As a punching bag, he's remarkably durable. Ha ha ha. Reiju, enough you three. Regardless of past estrangement, he is your brother, and Yanji's elder sibling. The brothers shrugged indifferently. Brother. We claim no kinship with such refuse. Tell us, father, isn't that correct? Vegapunk chuckled coldly indeed. A wretch like him is unworthy of bearing my name, or yours. Vegapunk's gaze drifted upward, to Sanji's image shimmering across the celestial screen, his eyes glinting with calculating intensity. But even refuse can be repurposed. Hey, Sanji, how dare you kick me? Patty brandished a 2-meter iron fork and lunged. And complimentary. Preposterous. You've already inflicted untold losses upon the Bartai. Die. Sanji retaliated with a swift kick, clashing midair. You meathead brute. You're the one courting death. The two tumbled into chaos, until Zeph descended the stairs. With one kick apiece, he sent both flying. You two shameless embarrassments. Cease your petty squabbling and return to work. Zeph then turned to Luffy. Your injury to me demands recompense, but you've declared urgency in rescuing someone. So be it. Attend to your mission first, then return to the Bartai and labor until your debt is cleared. Is that understood? Luffy frowned, after saving Ace I sail onward, to become king of the pirates. Usopp hastily pulled him aside. Luffy, you imbecile. Agree now. Escape the restaurant first. Once beyond their reach, they'll never find us again. We simply won't return. Usopp turned back to Zeph, chuckling nervously. Haha. Chef Zeph, we accept. We'll rush to save him, and return immediately afterward to repay our debt. Hey Luffy, let's go. Usopp dragged Luffy toward the door, only for Luffy to point emphatically at Sanji. Wait. I haven't recruited him as my crewmate yet. Sanji, join my ship as my cook. Sanji exploded. Who the hell would agree? Usopp pleaded. Luffy, stop resisting. At this point, fleeing is wisdom. These fellows are truly causing a ruckus. In the small garden, Lu Yu watched Luffy's situation and couldn't help but remark. Meanwhile, outside the Bartai restaurant, a legacy was drawing near Luffy's position. It appeared someone was bringing that legacy straight to the Bartai. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the air. The Bartai was under cannon fire. What in the world is happening? Chef Zeph, pirates have arrived. Pirates are here. It's Buggy the Clown, a notorious East Blue pirate, with a 15 million berry bounty. Chef Zeph, what should we do? News of the pirate attack sent shockwaves through the Bartai. Yet Chef Zeph stood utterly calm, his voice steady. Stay composed. Never forget, the Bartai is famed not only for its cuisine, but for its combat prowess. If pirates seek battle, then let us meet them sword to sword. Let them learn once and for all that on these vast seas, the most dangerous beings one can provoke are chefs. With that, Zeph prepared to lead his cooks out to confront the invaders. At that moment, Luffy stepped forward. Old man, if I drive these pirates away, will you consider my debt paid in full? What do you say? Luffy, you idiot. Why step forward like that? That's Buggy the Clown worth 15 million berry. Usopp froze in terror. We're finished. Done for. I've contracted a fatal illness. I'll die the moment I step outside. Zeph paused, then saw the blazing determination surging in Luffy's eyes. A faint smirk tugged at Zeph's lips. Brat. Humph. This could cost you your life. Don't force yourself now. Luffy rolled up his already short sleeves, revealing arms slender in appearance, yet corded with dense muscle. Don't worry, old man. I'm stronger than I look. Zeph nodded slowly. Very well. I accept your terms. If you drive them all away, your debt is erased completely and irrevocably. Then it's settled. Luffy declared, beaming brightly. Lu Yu added quietly, there is no legacy within the Bartai, but one lies just beyond its walls. If all goes as expected, Buggy the Clown's ship carries that legacy, and defeating him means claiming it outright. Hearing this, Luffy's excitement surged even higher. Shanks murmured wistfully, it really is Buggy. What an extraordinary day, meeting so many long-lost comrades one after another. How deeply nostalgic. Then wait for my good news. Luffy strode outdoors. The sky screen unfolded overhead, revealing the full panorama. There he stood, Buggy himself, unmistakable and familiar. Ha ha ha, open fire. Aboard the pirate ship, Buggy roared with manic laughter, commanding his crew to unleash their cannons. He had never imagined this was merely a stopover at the Bartai for lunch, yet fate had delivered him face to face with a linked individual. Crucially, this linked one had not yet received the legacy. The legacy remained aboard Buggy's own vessel. How perfectly fortuitous. He couldn't defeat the true legacy bearer, but surely he could overpower this uninitiated candidate. What astonishing luck. Guard every inch of this ship. Let that straw hat brat not steal so much as a single thread from our vessel. If treasure resides aboard the Buggy pirate ship, then by divine right, it belongs to the Buggy pirates. Seize the straw hat boy, capture him, and we'll extract the legacy. and claim the treasure. Fire the cannons. Cannons roared, shells hurtling toward the Baratai. Luffy dashed forward without hesitation. What's wrong with that Straw Hat kid? Has he lost his mind? Throwing himself headlong into exploding cannonballs. Even suicide needn't be so theatrical. What on earth is he thinking? I'd hoped for a thrilling spectacle, only to witness such a reckless end. Disperse. Disperse. Let's prepare for the next linked individual. Buggy bellowed furiously. Damn it, who fired that shot? Kill him, and I'll never find the treasure. And if I miss the treasure, I'll make you cannon-wielding fool my first sacrifice. The gunner stared blankly. But you ordered the barrage. At that instant, Luffy activated his devil fruit power, sending the cannonball rocketing back. Gomu Gomu no balloon. Whoa, he inflated his belly. He bounced the cannonball right back. A devil fruit user. No wonder he dared intercept the blast. We assumed he was some arrogant novice, but it seems he possesses genuine skill after all. Mary Ahua, the Holy Land. The 5 elders shuddered in unison. Gold Star, this ability, there's no mistaking it. It's Nika. Wood Star, vanished for 10 years, yet he reappears at last. Still, true Nika's awakening remains distant. Water Star, cursed. For 8 centuries this devil fruit has eluded the world government. Whenever seized, fate conspired to wrest it away through accident or ambush. Could it be? This fruit truly chooses its wielder. Mars Star, unbelievable. The linked one is Nika himself, and the younger brother of Ace the Fire Fist. If coincidence, it borders on blasphemy. Saturn Star, Zephyr has just reached Lobetown. He and Smoker remain in the East Blue. Contact them immediately. They must eliminate this Straw Hat boy before he takes root. Boom. The rebounding shell struck the pirate ship, blasting a gaping hole through its deck. Buggy erupted anew. You cannon-firing fool. This is all your fault. Once I capture that Straw Hat, I'll carve you limb from limb as my ceremonial offering. The gunner sighed inwardly. So I'm doomed no matter what. Fantastic. Just fantastic. By then Luffy had already launched himself across the chasm, propelled by his rubbery limbs. Gomu Gomu no rocket. His elastic body catapulted him onto the enemy deck. Luffy eyed Buggy and swung a playful fist. So you're the captain of this ship, Clown 77. Whoa, what a giant red nose. It's Buggy the Clown, not Clown 77. And never call me Red Nose. Buggy snarled, furious. His gaze shifted to Luffy, sly, unreadable. So, you're a devil fruit user too. Luffy grinned wide. That's right. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the rubber man. And I'm going to become king of the pirates. As Luffy and Buggy locked eyes in confrontation, the legacy aboard the ship shimmered into view before Luyu. Source of the legacy, a fragment of Master Makarov's inheritance from the fairy tale universe. Ranka. Inherited ability, giant magic, a technique enabling partial or full bodily enlargement to amplify offensive power, destructive force, and defensive resilience. At its peak, the body may swell to the scale of an entire island. Method of inheritance, meticulously read word for word the inner monologues of the actresses featured in the photo album. Giant form. Could this be preparing Luffy for Gear 3rd ahead of time? No, this scale points unmistakably to Gear 5th. Luyu mused as he scanned the legacy description. After all, Luffy's Gear 3rd giant barely reached 20 or 30 meters, dwarfed utterly by an island. Gear 5th's Monkey King gun spanned half the size of Onigashima. Only by comparing it to that titanic form did the magnitude of giant magic begin to make sense. Granted, the Monkey King gun was further empowered by armament haki and conqueror's haki, far surpassing mere physical enlargement. That was only natural. Otherwise, this legacy would not be ranked A, but S. Having grasped its nature, Lu Yu chose silence, for if low-ranking crewmen claimed it first, he would forfeit his share of the return. Goma Goma no pistol. Goma Goma no pistol barrage. Goma Goma no rocket. On the buggy pirate's vessel, Luffy unleashed relentless barrages, until the ship lay in splintered ruin. The pirates stared at him like a monster. What is this guy? He's impossibly strong. Can he truly be a rookie? Pistols and cannonballs bounce off him. Swords can't pierce his skin. Only Captain Buggy stands a chance against him. Let's pray Captain Buggy finishes him. If he claims this legacy, our buggy pirates will rise as undisputed masters of the East Blue. The crew cheered wildly, praising Luffy lavishly, yet their faith remained unshaken in Buggy alone. For though Luffy's assault raged fiercely, it struck Buggy with no effect whatsoever. When Luffy struck Buggy's arm, the limbs split and flew away. When he struck Buggy's belly, it too cleaved and scattered. When he struck Buggy's head, it shattered apart. Every blow met not with resistance, but with division, evasion, then counterattack. Luffy panted heavily, frustration etched across his face. What is this? Why do you keep splitting? Buggy smirked. Ha ha, now you grasp the terror of my splitting fruit. Before me, the splitting man, you are powerless. Surrender, Straw Hat. Luffy's eyes widened. So you're a devil fruit user too? Buggy's eyes bulged. What do you mean? You didn't know? After all this fighting, you still hadn't figured it out. How dense are you? He shot Luffy a silent, exasperated glance, then bared his fangs and sent 2 floating hands, each brandishing 3 daggers whirling through the air. Straw Hat, your strength is impressive. Why not join me? Serve under me as my subordinate. Hand over today's legacy without resistance, and I'll appoint you officer aboard my ship. What say you? Luffy refused outright. No way. I'm going to be the king of the pirates. Still spouting nonsense. Buggy roared incensed. Don't belittle the king of the pirates, you insolent brat. That title isn't meant for the likes of you. Luffy grinned. I will become king, Naya. As he stuck out his tongue, Buggy flushed crimson with fury. You insolent straw hat brat. You clearly need a lesson in humility. Split cannon. Buggy reattached his hovering hands to his wrists, then launched them like artillery shells straight at Luffy. Each hand still gripped 3 daggers, so even rubber-bodied Luffy dared not intercept them barehanded. Blades slashed across his cheek, drawing thin streams of blood. He narrowly escaped disaster. Split cannon. Seeing Luffy barely dodge the first blast, Buggy instantly fired his second arm, denying Luffy any respite. Ha ha ha. Straw hat, fall before me. Ha 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 boom. His laughter died mid-chortle as an explosion erupted across his body. From the second-floor window of the Bartai restaurant, Usopp hastily ducked behind the frame, whispering frantically, No, I mustn't be seen, or I'm finished. Who dares attack me? Who dare? Charred black by the blast, Buggy howled in outrage. Distracted by the explosion, Buggy lost control. The second split cannon plummeted harmlessly to the deck. Seizing the opening, Luffy lunged forward, Goma Goma no axe. The rubber axe cleaved downward with crushing force, shattering the deck into a gaping chasm. Yet Buggy simply split down his torso, evading the blow entirely. Useless straw hat, your powers hold no sway over me. Custom Buggy bomb. With a kick, he launched a bullet-sized shell from beneath his shoe, directly toward Luffy's feet. Knowing Luffy could rebound cannon fire, Buggy aimed low, ensuring the shell detonated inches from his target. The blast tore through Luffy's side, leaving him wounded and reeling. Brilliant. Truly worthy of Captain Buggy. A standard Buggy bomb can level an entire town. Though this custom variant is weaker, its power remains fearsome. At such close range, the straw hat won't recover in time. Captain Buggy overdid it. If he kills him, we lose everything. Seize him. He's vital. We must keep him alive. Convinced Luffy was incapacitated, the pirates surged forward to capture him. But Luffy rose once more, Goma Goma no whip. A sweeping kick flattened every pirate in one motion. Bleeding from a gash across his brow, he glared at Buggy, breathing raggedly. I won't lose. Prepare yourself, Clown 77. It's Clown Buggy, you idiot. And with that they clashed anew. Already helpless against Buggy, Luffy now fought at a worsening disadvantage. Wounded, exhausted, his odds slipping steadily. Were it not for Usopp's timely interventions, appearing just as peril peaked, Luffy might well have fallen. Certain kill Gunpowder Star, and certain kill Chili Star, and certain kill Rotten Egg Star, in second floor of the Bartai restaurant. And whenever Luffy found himself in peril, Usopp would unfailingly intervene, timely, decisive, and utterly indispensable. Buggy erupted in furious curses, too spicy, too foul. Damn you, show yourself, coward. I'll slice you into 8 pieces before you blink. Hearing this, Usopp naturally retreated deeper into concealment. Yet the two vessels drifted perilously close. Despite his best efforts to vanish, Usopp could not escape detection. When Luffy once again faced mortal danger, and Usopp lunged forward to save him, Karubi, senior officer of the Buggy Pirates who had been silently observing the battle, spotted him at once and deflected Usopp's strike with a whirling, acrobatic evasion. Found you, you sneaky little brat. And Karubi locked eyes on Usopp and bellowed. Then without hesitation, he launched himself skyward in a breathtaking aerial somersault, soaring over 100 meters, and hurtled straight toward the Barity's second floor. Usopp recoiled in terror. It's over. I'm doomed. Insert and kill Gunpowder Star. And he hurled the projectile mid-air to intercept Karubi, but Karubi danced aside with effortless gravity-defying grace. As Karubi closed in on the Barity, a shadow blurred across the rooftop. 3 swift leaps, then a single devastating kick sent him plummeting into the sea. A plume of thick smoke curled from his lips. And Sanji gazed down at Karubi floundering in the waves and remarked coolly, to invade this restaurant. Not so simple, not by a long shot. Usopp stared dumbfounded. Perverted cook, you're this strong. And before the words fully left his mouth, Sanji's boot connected, and Usopp flew. Who the hell is perverted cook? And Sanji snapped, glaring at Usopp. Sanji watched Luffy, battered yet unbroken, battle fiercely beneath the vast sky screen, his cigarette trembling faintly between his fingers. That fool. Even if he can't best that Clown Buggy escaping should be effortless. So why must he fight? Is that hollow legacy truly worth dying for? Is power itself so sacred, and isn't it magnificent, the way he fights for his dream? At that moment, Zeph's voice cut through from behind, and Sanji stiffened, turning sharply. Old man, what do you mean by that? Zeph's gaze remained fixed on Luffy's silhouette flickering across the heavens. That boy isn't risking his life for strength alone. No fool wages war merely to grow stronger. After all, what use is power when your life is already forfeit? And have you forgotten why he confronted that Clown Buggy? He seeks to repay his debt to me. He means to set sail, to chase his dream, to become the king of the pirates, and it is dream, not power, that fuels his defiance. Sanji's understanding deepened. and Zeph had urged him to leave, again and again, to seek all blue his own lifelong dream. Each time Sanji refused. And he owed Zeph too much, could never abandon the Bartai. And even if his dream remained forever out of reach, he would guard this restaurant until his last breath. So then, old man, what are you really saying? And Sanji feigned ignorance, eyes steady on Zeph. And Zeph, seeing the stubbornness etched across his face, exploded, kicking Sanji hard in fury and despair. Ow. What the hell? Old man, what are you? And Sanji barely managed to protest. And Zeph seized his collar, voice thunderous. Sanji, haven't you understood yet? This restaurant is not my dream. It's merely the work I chose to do, and the day I sacrificed my leg to save you, it wasn't because I needed someone to protect this place. This restaurant, it could burn 100 times, and rise again each time. I saved you because you and I share the same dream. And yet now, you cling to these walls while abandoning your dream. Are you a fool? Have you turned everything upside down? Move forward, for your dream, Sanji. Toward all blue. And Sanji had never seen Zeph erupt with such raw, searing wrath. True, he'd been kicked often before, usually for clumsy cooking. But this was different. Mean Zeph's eyes burned only one thing: fierce, aching disappointment. The look of a master watching raw talent waste itself. In that instant, Sanji knew he had been wrong. Nate believed Zeph cherished the Bartai above all else. But Zeph cherished something far deeper, the continuation of his dream. Alive, unbroken, carried forward. Understanding settled within him. And though still gripped by the collar, Sanji calmly lit a fresh cigarette. An inhale, exhale, a slow, deliberate stream of smoke rose into the air. Sanji drawled, voice laced with dry mockery. Old man, you may be ancient, but your kick hasn't lost an ounce of bite. That one stung. With strength like that, you'll manage just fine without me. Hey, old man, I'll be gone for a while. Enjoy your final days as head chef. When I return, the Barides kitchen will need a new captain. Humph, brat, you'll need another century before you're fit to command the Barides stove. Damn that cook. How dare he take down Karubi? And Buggy gnashed his teeth, watching his officer vanish beneath the waves. But Karubi's fate was no longer his concern. His eyes narrowed on Luffy, bloody breath ragged, yet still standing. A cruel grin spread across his face. Straw Hat, you're spent. Swear allegiance now, or suffer the consequences. Luffy stuck out his tongue defiantly. No way. I'm gonna be king of the pirates. I'd never join you. TCH. Still spouting nonsense. And Buggy's eyes flooded crimson. And he abandoned restraint, and unleashed a relentless, brutal assault. Luffy staggered backward, parrying blow after blow. Yet every punch, every slap, dissolved harmlessly against Buggy's bizarre, fragmenting body. Frustration gnawed at him. From the sidelines, Usopp's sharp eyes caught an anomaly. Why did Buggy drift everywhere, except his feet? They remained planted solid, real. Seizing the insight, Usopp fired a kunai from his slingshot, certain kill kunai star, and the blade buried itself deep in Buggy's ankle. Buggy cackled triumphantly, then shrieked, "Ah, my foot, in foot." And Luffy tilted his head, puzzled, then stretched his arm down to the deck and seized both of Buggy's boots. Buggy's face paled. Straw Hat. Wait, haha, don't tickle my soles. Haha, and damn it, stop peeling my skin. I'm not made of rubber. Wait, what are you, And Luffy raised Buggy's legs high, and slammed them down with crushing force. Buggy howled, a sound torn from the depths of agony. Cursed, why were his feet the only part that refused to split? Buggy assumed Luffy would exploit the vulnerability of his detached feet to defeat him. Instead, after merely toying with them, Luffy tossed them back, without hesitation. Huh. Buggy frowned in bewilderment. Straw Hat, aren't you going to use my feet against me? Luffy clenched his fists and cracked his knuckles. I've already devised a way to beat you. No need for such trifles. Buggy scoffed disdainfully. A brat I've dominated all along, daring to boast so boldly. Since you've returned my feet, prepare yourself for defeat. Splitting / grand reunion. Buggy's body instantly shattered into dozens of fragments, each soaring through the air to converge upon Luffy from disparate angles. Luffy crossed his arms before him, stretching his fingers wide. Goma Goma no net. A colossal rubber net unfurled midair, ensnaring every scattered piece of Buggy's body within its elastic grasp. So you've got another trick up your sleeve? Still, even if you trap me, you can't possibly subdue me. As Buggy spoke, a looming shadow suddenly fell over him. He looked up, only to see Luffy's mouth stretched impossibly wide, descending toward him. Wait, what are you? Goma Goma no, great swallow. With a single gulp, Luffy swallowed nearly half of Buggy's body. Clenching his jaws tight, he pressed both hands firmly over his mouth. No matter how violently Buggy thrashed inside, he refused to relent. Damn you. Let me out this instant. Cursed rubber freak. You even ate garlic beforehand. Fine. I refuse to believe you'll hold me forever. Once I break free, I'll pummel you into oblivion. Buggy roared from within Luffy's mouth. Being swallowed wasn't the horror. The horror was the breath inside Luffy's mouth. And worse still, Luffy hadn't swallowed his hands. He couldn't even pinch his own nose. Ugh, after this battle I'll need a proper bath. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Luffy opened his mouth, and Buggy shot out like a cannonball. Huh, you finally couldn't hold your breath, you damn Straw Hat. Now watch me flatten you. Splitting / body reassembly. Buggy's limbs snapped back into place. Yet as he grinned savagely at Luffy, he realized his hands and feet remained missing. What in blazes? Where are my hands? Where are my feet? Buggy stared in stunned disbelief. At that moment, he spotted Luffy standing before a massive cannon torch in hand, the barrel aimed not at him, but out across the endless sea. A chill ran down Buggy's spine. Wait, Straw Hat, why aim the cannon that way? Luffy lit the fuse. Then grinning cheerfully, he explained, I tied your hands and feet together with rope, and loaded them into the cannon. Buggy's eyes bulged wide. Nanny. So, that isn't a cannonball in there, it's my limbs? That's exactly what's inside. No, give them back, right now. My body can't split beyond 100 meters, eh? Before he could finish, the cannon thundered with a deafening roar. Buggy's limbs blasted skyward, dragging his entire body along in their wake. Originally, Luffy had intended only to disable Buggy's extremities first, then deal with his torso separately. He'd never imagined Buggy harbored such a fatal flaw. Well then, battle concluded. Victory. Hey, Chef Master. I've taken care of that guy, so I don't have to scrub floors anymore, right? Zeph chuckled. Right, you're done. At those words, Luffy beamed with radiant delight. Then Luyu stepped forward and said, Luffy, see that photo album on deck. The legacy lies within that album. Read every word, from cover to cover, and you'll inherit it. Knowing Luffy's nature, his disinterest in beauty and aversion to books, he added quietly, this legacy will make you stronger. Strong enough to rescue your brother Ace. Luffy hadn't been inclined to take it seriously at first. It's just some tattered book filled with girls' pictures. What's so special about it? But upon hearing Ace's name, he steeled himself and began reading. On deck, a pirate watching nearby burst into tears. That photo album belonged to him, yet he'd never read it properly. And who would? Such books were meant for gazing, not studying. Luffy read each line meticulously. Though the text bored him deeply, he endured it patiently, page after page. At last, having finished the final page, the introspective closing passage, Luffy inherited Makarov's legacy. Just then Buggy reappeared riding a colossal sea beast across the horizon. Nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought I was done for. TCH, Straw Hat didn't expect me to return, did you? I've learned the method of inheritance. Prepare to face your end. Splitting/fragment cannon. Buggy sneered, brandishing his dagger-wielding hand. As he raised his arm to fire, Luffy's titanic limb descended upon him, vast as a mountain, blotting out the sky itself in Buggy's terrified vision. Buggy froze, speechless. Haha. Sorry to interrupt, Straw Hat. Goma no. Rocket blast. Once again, Buggy was launched skyward, not by cannon, but by Luffy's rubber-powered rocket punch. Hey Luffy, you're incredible. Usopp exclaimed as Luffy landed awestruck. He'd witnessed Luffy's giant transformation firsthand. To grow so immense, it defied belief. One blow from that fist, well, he'd be nothing but pulp. Alright Usopp, we're leaving. For once, Luffy urged haste. Ace's public execution drew near. He needed strength and fast. With no further legacies here, they'd follow Lu Yu's guidance straight to the next island. Hold on, Straw Hat. Zeph called out, halting Luffy's steps. Luffy blinked in confusion. Chef Master, didn't you say our debt was settled? Zeph smiled warmly. Relax, I'm not asking for repayment. You did want Sanji to join your crew, didn't you? He's agreed. Luffy erupted in ecstatic joy, turning eagerly towards Sanji. Really, Sanji? Sanji nodded calmly. If your ship lacks a cook, I'll gladly serve. Yes, we definitely need one. Join us, Sanji. Sanji immediately boarded the ship, embarking on a journey with Usopp and Luffy. Luffy gazed at Sanji, who walked away from the Bartai restaurant without looking back, his expression puzzled. Sanji, aren't you going to say goodbye to Chef Zeph? Sanji took a slow drag from his cigarette and replied, there's nothing left to say. Let's go. It's fine. At that moment, a gentle voice called out from behind him, and Sanji broke down in tears. Don't catch a cold, Sanji, Zeph murmured softly. The simplest words struck deepest. Years of harsh scolding and roaring rebukes had never drawn a tear, but this quiet phrase flooded Sanji's eyes with sorrow. Sanji spun around and dropped to his knees, bowing his head low to the ground. Master Zeph, all these years, I've caused you nothing but trouble. Your kindness I shall carry in my heart forever. Even Patty and Galdino, longtime rivals who'd never seen eye to eye with Sanji, burst into tears. You idiot. Without you we'll be so lonely. A faint moisture glistened in Zeph's eyes. What a bunch of fools. Real men part in silence. Haha. Luffy chuckled, then raised his voice triumphantly. All right, set sail. North blew the kingdom of Germa 66. Jinbe seethed with disdain, kneeling in gratitude before a lowly cook. Truly an irredeemable fool. Ichiji suggested, Father, shall we sail to the East Blue and obliterate that ridiculous restaurant? Yanji eagerly volunteered. Let me go. I love crushing despair like this. Jinbe paused, then shook his head. Wait. Sanji is now under the command of the heir. As everyone knows, the heir's power has a minimum threshold equivalent to that of a Shichibukai. If the Straw Hat Boy ascends to Shichibukai, or even Yonko, Sanji as his trusted officer gained strategic value. For now there's no need to sever ties outright. Let us first observe how formidable Captain Monkey D. Luffy truly is, then decide our course. East blew the kingdom of Arabasta. Yudo watched Luffy sail away from the Barity, her brow furrowing briefly, then relaxing into quiet resolve. So he's left the bar tie? No matter. As long as the sky screen exists you cannot escape me, Luffy. I will stop you. She turned her gaze upward toward the sky screen, her eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Once I locate Luffy I can manifest myself within the sky screen. Then, with my power, I will draw every soul across the world into the realm of my song. And in that world eternal peace shall reign. East Blue Lobetown. Zephyr met Smoker originally intending to return directly to Marine headquarters, yet upon receiving new orders he chose instead to pursue Luffy. The five elders made no mention of Nika, only that Luffy was Ace's younger brother. Should he grow stronger the public execution would become untenable. Thus Zephyr and Smoker instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and began tracking Luffy across the sky screen. On board the warship Zephyr instructed Smoker, you joined the Marines in the same cohort as Tashigi, didn't you? From your earliest days as recruits you were my students. I taught you the fundamentals of combat. Never imagined I'd have the chance to teach you again. Zephyr spoke with wistful nostalgia, his eyes lingering on Smoker, as if beholding raw, uncut jade. Long ago when instructing Smoker in combat, Zephyr voiced the very same concern he'd once raised with Kizaru over reliance on Devil Fruit ability. Haki and physical mastery, these alone surpass all powers. Yet last night upon arriving in Lobetown his perspective shifted. He personally tested Smoker's strength, and arrived at a startling conclusion far beyond Gold. Roger himself. In his youth Zephyr had clashed with Roger Whitebeard and Shiki. Though his own strength may have fallen short, his discernment never did. His judgment stands as irrefutable proof of Smoker's current might, certainly not attributable to the Moku no Mi alone, but to the synergy of that fruit and his Senin body. Smoker's triumph is unrepeatable, yet it undeniably shattered Zephyr's lifelong conviction that Haki and physical prowess reigned supreme above all else. Shaking his head, Zephyr declared, Smoker, given the urgency of the hour, teaching you Haki now would be futile. Moreover, Haki suits you poorly. Haki demands solidification of force, yet your power grows stronger the more elemental you become. For you Haki offers no enhancement, it hinders. These 7 days the sole technique I shall impart is life return. Zephyr spoke with solemn conviction. You lack no strength, you lack only mastery over it. Should your power exceed its critical threshold you risk losing yourself entirely, becoming nothing but a mindless engine of ruin. Life return is precisely the art of mastering one's own power. Master life return, and you shall be invincible. Invincible. That is Zephyr's unwavering assessment of Smoker today. In Zephyr's estimation, even Lu Yu, who single-handedly defeated 1/3 of the entire Marine fleet, could never match Smoker's current might unless he too possessed both the natural-type Devil Fruit and the Senin body. So prepare yourself, Smoker. The next 7 days will be grueling austerity. Smoker nodded resolutely, understood instructor Zephyr. Meanwhile, Luffy had just set sail for his next destination, while on the other side of the sky screen Lu Yu arrived at his next inheritance site, Magu Town, a bustling coastal hamlet along the Grand Line where pirates gather in droves. To ordinary folk it is lawless territory rife with crime. To Lu Yu, however, it was merely another place where fervent devotees rushed forward volunteering themselves without prompting. Lord Lu Yu, it's truly Lord Lu Yu. Huh, I knew it. I knew he'd come to Magu Town. Lord Lu Yu, I'm a wanted pirate with a bounty of 38 million. Please grant me the honor of serving under you. Lord Lu Yu, I dare not aspire to join your ranks. I beg only to serve as your humble attendant, pouring tea, folding bedding, washing clothes. Let me follow you, please, I implore you. As clusters of fearsome criminals prostrated themselves before Lu Yu, merchants lining the streets stood frozen in disbelief. Is this truly the influence of the world's most notorious criminal, that so many infamous outlaws, from near and far, would scramble to pledge fealty, even begging to serve as lowly servants? Unthinkable. Inside a small tavern Bellamy spat in contempt. TCH, useless fools. So what if it's some foreign world inheritance? What's so extraordinary about it? Groveling and kneeling for such trinkets. What spineless cowards. Isn't that right, Sachis? His subordinate Kimura replied, Captain Bellamy. The Vice-Captain Sachis is also kneeling outside. Bellamy. That wretched Sachis. Bellamy's eyes instantly flooded with blood as fury consumed him. Without hesitation, he stormed out the door, determined to teach Sachis a harsh lesson. But the moment he stepped outside, he collided head-on with someone. Who dares blindfold himself and crash into me? Bellamy the Great. Do you wish to die? The man he'd struck spoke languidly. Young man, have you ever been kicked at light speed? Bellamy, of course, had never experienced such a thing, until now. In an instant, a golden flash engulfed him before he could even react. The next second, he hurtled through the air and collapsed unconscious before Lu Yu, utterly humiliated. Why, it's Bellamy. He's the strongest pirate in Magu Town, the notorious criminal with a 55 million berry bounty. How could anyone possibly reduce him to this state? Who on earth could accomplish such a feat? The pirates cried out in shock. Satchis cradled Bellamy and shouted frantically, "Hey Bellamy! Wake up! What happened? Wake up, damn it!" At that moment one pirate suddenly shrieked in terror, "In a Navy Admiral! It's a Navy Admiral!" That single cry shattered the pirate's composure entirely. A Navy Admiral? Preposterous. What would a Navy Admiral be doing in a backwater like this? Damn it! Kizaru. It's truly the Navy Admiral. How bizarre. We're merely greenhorn pirates, none boasting bounties exceeding 100 million. Surely admirals should be hunting far more dangerous criminals. Cursed fate. Why has he targeted us? No time for talk, run. This is beyond our capacity to handle. Terrified, the pirates scattered in panic. Though some realized Kizaru's gaze likely fell not upon them, but upon Lu Yu, they dared not linger a moment longer. After all, when celestial titans clash, even bystanders drown in the tide. A single wide area strike might erase them all in an instant, and none could withstand devastation of such magnitude. Holy hell, another Navy Admiral. Has the Navy lost its mind? Even the combined might of Akiji and Garp failed against Lu Yu, yet they send only Kizaru. That's suicide. They're preparing for war against Whitebeard. Surely they should exercise restraint now. This is disastrous. The Navy stands to lose yet another admiral. Heavens above, the war with Whitebeard looms, and now they risk losing 2 admirals simultaneously. Can the Navy still hope to triumph? Across the four seas, public sentiment held little faith in Kizaru, an unprecedented phenomenon. After all, he was a Navy Admiral. Navy Admirals, the world government's supreme military force, had always inspired unwavering confidence. Even facing the 4 emperors, citizens believed an admiral possessed the strength to contend. Yet now almost no one trusted Kizaru's chances, a testament to the overwhelming dread Lu Yu had instilled in the world after the celestial screen battle. He stood unchallenged as the world's undisputed apex. Yet those possessing true power perceive the Navy's and the 5 elders' true intent. Kaido mused, the Navy and world government seek to exploit that interdimensional traveler's lack of haki. Still, perhaps only Kizaru among all men possesses the capability to confront him. Even I were I to face him would fall in an instant. Big Mom added, as always the Navy and world government play their underhanded games. This promises to be quite the spectacle. Mama, Shanks murmured, will he succeed? Unlikely, it won't be easy. Dragon observed, that man inherits too many legacies, and commands too many powers. Even without haki countering, a Logia-type Devil Fruit user demands countless strategies. Still, I pray Kizaru prevails. On the Grand Line's turbulent waters, the Whitebeard pirates watched the Navy prepare to confront Lu Yu, and their captains rejoiced. Ha ha ha. Fools of the Navy, how absurdly reckless to provoke the monster Lu Yu at this juncture. Jozu roared. He'd better eliminate another admiral. Then our war against the Navy becomes infinitely more advantageous. Bisca chuckled. Ice subdues fire, fire melts ice, but nothing in nature overcomes light itself. Without haki, Lu Yu holds no counter to Kizaru. Ah, we see now. That's precisely why the duo of Akiji and Garp failed, yet only one admiral was sent this time. The Navy's strategy is clear. Jozu and Bisca exclaimed in sudden understanding. Whitebeard smiled gently. Foolish sons, don't despair. This is in fact favorable for us. I refuse to believe the Navy's elemental advantage alone can subdue this interdimensional traveler. So long as Kizaru fails to capture Lu Yu, the latter will not stand idle. If we contact him before the war begins, and forge an alliance, we need fear no Navy headquarters. Previously, Whitebeard had counted himself among those who wished for Lu Yu's disappearance. His unpredictability threatened everything. The more fated connections Lu Yu established, the less certain Whitebeard felt about safeguarding his sons. Now, however, everything had changed. He fervently hoped Lu Yu would shatter Navy headquarters, so he might rescue Ace. Precisely. Even if Lu Yu cannot overcome Kizaru, that hardly guarantees Kizaru's victory. If he drives Kizaru away, our alliance ensures victory in this war. Of course, all hinges upon Lu Yu surviving Kizaru's assault. Surely he won't fall, will he? Navy headquarters. Sengoku stared at the celestial screen, anguish etched across his face. Though logic dictated Kizaru, despite failing to defeat Lu Yu, could surely escape unscathed using his Pika Pika Nomi abilities. Yet unforeseen calamity looms. What if Kizaru falls there? Then the coming war becomes untenable. Gazing at Kizaru confronting Lu Yu face to face, Sengoku whispered inwardly, at the very least, return alive. Mary Ahua, the Holy Land. The 5 elders watched the unfolding battle with rare intensity. Centuries-old beings, they seldom stirred. Yet today excitement flickered within their ancient eyes. Goldstar declared the hour of reckoning has arrived. Woodstar added, all hinges upon Barusalino, the sole hope of excising this interdimensional blight. Waterstar observed, should Barusalino prevail, the crisis remains containable. Should he fail? Marsstar finished grimly, then no being left in this world shall ever prevail against him. We shall then rely solely upon the ancient weapons. But, can even those weapons overcome him? Alas, the fate of the entire world rests upon Barusa Lino's shoulders. In the town of Moog, Lu Yu naturally noticed Yellow Monkey as well. This made his eyes gleam with sudden interest. Among all the Logia-type Devil Fruit users, only Yellow Monkey's Glint Fruit remained worthy of his attention. Moreover, in theory, no two identical Devil Fruits exist in the world. Thus, if Lu Yu wished to obtain the Glint Fruit, he would first have to eliminate Yellow Monkey, without fail. How fortuitous. Timing could not have been more perfect. Yellow Monkey sought to kill him. He in turn sought to kill Yellow Monkey. A perfect convergence of intent. At that very moment, the Hokyo, a sentient artifact, sensed Lu Yu's desire and began manifesting it into reality. A surge of power coalesced within his body, until at last a black hole materialized before him. Devouring black hole, any being drawn into this void would have their abilities forcibly stripped and absorbed. Was this not another dark fruit? Lu Yu thought elated. Yet unlike the dark fruit, this ability could not transfer stolen powers to others, only to himself. For instance, in the original Chronicles, Blackbeard not only absorbed the Quake fruit for himself, but also bestowed the Strength fruit, the Teleport fruit, and several other devil fruits upon his subordinates. Lu Yu's devouring black hole, however, granted absorption exclusively to its wielder, not to others. Yet its scope was vastly broader beyond devil fruit powers. It could assimilate martial arts mastery, Haki armament, Haki encasement, and more, down to the very essence of cultivation. Even more astonishingly, should the target belong to a unique race, Lu Yu could consume their bloodline, thereby inheriting their racial abilities. In terms of ultimate potential, Lu Yu's ceiling far surpassed Blackbeard's. After all, Blackbeard's dark fruit was bound irrevocably to the One Piece world. But Lu Yu's devouring black hole transcended dimensional boundaries. Even crossing into the Dragon Ball universe, he could, upon touching young Goku or Gohan, absorb the Super Saiyan bloodline itself. Truly, the gulf between these two powers was immeasurable. Lu Yu could not help but ask the system, what tier does my devouring black hole rank among abilities? Ding. Analysis complete. Devouring black hole is classified SSS rank. What the A? Lu Yu gasped, stunned with delight. An SSS rank Hokyo had birthed yet another SSS rank ability. An unexpected blessing beyond measure. He then turned his gaze toward Yellow Monkey, his expression laced with mocking amusement. Now there remained even less reason to spare him. I never imagined the Marines would dare pursue me. You sent 1 fleet admiral, 10 vice admirals, 100 warships, and 30,000 Marines, all of whom I crushed. And now you alone presume to challenge me. How utterly delusional. Truly speechless. Yellow Monkey scratched his head wryly. Frankly, I received this order with great reluctance. Alas, I am but a salaried drone. When orders descend from above, resistance is futile. Lu Yu replied. So you've already prepared yourself for death. In this world, who marches into battle without first accepting mortality? Every time I deploy, I brace myself for annihilation. Still, if possible, I'd prefer you be gentle. I do so enjoy my tea, and I'm quite unready to die. Lu Yu shrugged. How unfortunate. I'm no fool who spares those bent on killing me. Now that is troublesome. Yellow Monkey spoke, and struck without warning. Here I go. Eightfold mirror. Crossing his arms, Yellow Monkey unleashed thousands upon thousands of radiant light spheres in an instant. Lu Yu swept his hand outward. Time freeze. Devouring black hole. The black hole bloomed before Yellow Monkey. As temporal stasis dissolved, he was instantly swallowed, vanishing without trace. What a... Where's Yellow Monkey, the fleet admiral? Where is Heats? Impossible. I expected his defeat, but not this swift. One move, and a fleet admiral erased. His strength has ascended beyond comprehension. Only days ago, and already such exponential growth. In another 4 or 5 days might he topple the world government itself. This is Lu Yu's true power, terrifying beyond words. In the Grand Line, Sabati Archipelago Brook stared silently at the black hole, deep in thought. Could this be the same void that backed up my abilities? The Bone King's legacy did indeed contain a black hole technique. Yet Brook shook his skull. No, it's different. This isn't the void that preserved my powers. So Lu Yusan possesses his own inherited black hole lineage. Back in Moogtown, pirates stood frozen in disbelief. Not even their wildest speculations had foreseen a fleet admiral falling in a single blow. That was a fleet admiral. He's grown too strong. 100 billion berry bounty feels insufficient. Perhaps add another 0. Fool. At Lu Yu's level, does 100 billion differ meaningfully from a trillion? Who among us possesses the means to capture him, for any reward? If one could seize him, it'd be easier to rob the world government directly for that trillion. Pirates chattered wildly. Yet only Lu Yu knew the truth. Yellow Monkey had not perished. He had absorbed no ability whatsoever. Hence what he had devoured was merely a clone. Aware of my danger, you dispatched only a clone to test me. How prudent. A faint knowing smile curled Lu Yu's lips. Since the clone stands here, the original cannot be far. Robin, activate your Byakugan and locate Yellow Monkey. Robin nodded, and activated her Byakugan. Byakugan. Oh dear, how vexing. In Moog Town, inside an unremarkable civilian house. Yellow Monkey sat on a stool calmly slurping noodles. His demeanor suggested utter leisure. In truth, despair churned beneath his calm facade. His clone had been eradicated, just like that. Granted, the clone possessed modest strength, comparable to Kaido's airborne quintet, but to fall in an instant revealed Lu Yu's terrifying prowess. Even his true self might prove powerless against Lu Yu. To speak plainly, this could well be his final mission. There was no rush to emerge just yet. Better to finish the noodles first. Even if death loomed, let it come to a well-fed man. With a thunderous crash, the civilian house collapsed, and Lu Yu appeared before Huang Yuan. Might I at least finish this bowl of noodles? Wasting food is rather unseemly after all. Huang Yuan raised his bowl and added, would you care to join me? I shall gladly treat you. The noodles here are quite excellent. Very well, then I'll have a bowl as well. Lu Yu extended his hand for a bowl, and the two truly settled in to eat with serene nonchalance. The world's most fearsome criminal, truly terrifying. As they ate, they casually discussed what lay ahead. Huang Yuan asked curiously, Master Lu Yu, how do you intend to deal with me next? I'll use Haushika Haki, Lu Yu mused. After all, even time freeze has its cooldown. It cannot be sustained indefinitely. So Master Lu Yu has already mastered Haushika Haki. That truly is vexing. We dispatched me under the assumption you had not yet awakened it. Now I fear my demise is all but certain. Rest assured, I'll strike swiftly. You'll feel no pain. How kind of you. But if possible, might you slow your hand just a little? I confess I'm in no hurry to meet my end. That's acceptable. I'm in no rush either. Playing with you a while longer wouldn't trouble me. How would you like to play? I humbly request Master Lu Yu that you prolong our battle. Let me endure several more strikes so that my death carries dignity and grandeur. What say you? A simple request. I'll toy with you as a cat does a mouse. How gracious, though frankly that phrasing stings rather deeply. Regrettably, truth admits no embellishment. Had you not invited me to share this meal, I'd have ended you in a single blow. Then this bowl was indeed well spent. Huang Yuan spoke with genuine relief. What on earth is happening here? Aren't they mortal enemies? Why are they suddenly dining together? I'm starving just watching. Honey, bring me noodles. Oh right, I don't have a honey. Still, judging by Huang Yuan's tone, he's fully prepared to die. A fleet admiral, reduced to this. Only Lu Yu could accomplish such a feat. Marine headquarters. Sengoku's composure had utterly shattered. Yet now Lu Yu claimed mastery over Haushika Haki, shattering that foundational premise entirely. Huang Yuan's most favorable outcome was now mere survival, escape from Lu Yu's grasp, and his worst, death. At that thought, Sengoku nearly fainted, vision blurring white. Another fleet admiral. How can we possibly wage war against the Whitebeard pirates now? Can victory even be assured? In that moment, even Sengoku, the Marine Admiral himself, dared no longer guarantee triumph in war. Marry Ehua, the Holy Land. Gold Star, he said what? He's already mastered Haushika Haki. How could it happen so swiftly? Woodstar, he must have inherited a native world's legacy, like the skeleton Brook. Brook, however, hasn't yet inherited Captain John's legacy, and certainly hasn't backed up his Haushika Haki. So whose Haushika Haki did Lu Yu inherit? Waterstar, whose Haki matters no longer. The fact remains he possesses it. Polyacerino is finished. Mars Star, indeed, Polyacerino is finished. With two colossal assets lost in succession, the war against Whitebeard looms imminent. What now? Saturn Star, if we must, will temporarily requisition Magellan. His strength rivals that of Kazan and Polyacerino. He can fill one void. And for the second, Zephyr claims Smoker's combat prowess far exceeds that of any fleet admiral. Smoker can assume the other role. Saturn Star sighed deeply, gazing upward, his eyes locked unblinkingly upon Lu Yu upon the celestial screen. Truth be told, the looming clash with Whitebeard paled beside the immediate crisis. Lu Yu, even Huang Yuan, the sole viable counter conceived, had become irrelevant. At last the world government stood utterly powerless before him. The new world. The Whitebeard pirates. Vista excellent. We feared Lu Yu would prove helpless against Huang Yuan. Yet he commands Haushika Haki. Huang Yuan's fate is sealed. Jozu with Akiji and Huang Yuan both fallen. How dare the Marines oppose us any longer? Marco, it's not merely two admirals. It's also the 10 rear admirals Akiji led. Elite officers of Marine headquarters, each formidable in their own right. All now dead or gravely wounded. A tremendous boon to us. Jozu cheered. We'll rescue Ace for certain. Ha ha ha. Not only the commanders, Whitebeard himself rejoiced. Though events diverged slightly from his expectations, losing an admiral outright matched his hopes almost perfectly. That old fool Garp lies grievously wounded. Akiji and Huang Yuan are gone. Only Akainu and Sengoku remain. A smile of satisfaction crossed Whitebeard's face. True, confronting those two still posed grave peril. Yet compared to before, their odds had improved dramatically. The likelihood of rescuing Ace had soared. Upon the celestial screen, as the noodles neared completion, Lu Yu suddenly asked, say old Huang. You hold high rank within the world government, correct? You must know many secrets. Care to share them? Old Huang. Huang Yuan blinked, disbelieving this appellation referred to him. Shaking his head, he replied, I do possess considerable classified knowledge. What would you ask? Lu Yu said, nothing too elaborate. Say in your view, how might one dismantle the world government entirely? You and your navy have incurred my wrath. I intend total eradication. Should vital figures slip away unnoticed, my vengeance would remain incomplete. So, might you advise me? How best to ensnare them all at once? Silence. Lu Yu's words left Huang Yuan speechless. Toppling the world government was one thing, but to vow the utter annihilation of the Marines, that was another matter entirely. I am a Marine Admiral. Do you truly believe I would divulge such classified intelligence to you? Do I bear the unmistakable visage of a traitor? Huang Yuan scratched his head. Whether such secrets even exist is debatable, but even if they did, as a Marine Admiral, why on earth would I reveal them to someone plotting my own institution's destruction? Lu Yu clapped Huang Yuan on the shoulder. Old Huang, consider this, when your time is nearly spent, wouldn't you wish to drag a few others down with you? We may not live together, but must we not die together? Will you truly let those who forced you into this suicide mission survive unscathed while you alone are struck down? Silence. It sounded disturbingly reasonable. Huang Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. Pray spare me. I'd rather not betray my superiors and comrades in my final moments. Such conduct would disgrace the title of Marine Admiral. He refused to believe the five elders, or even I, could resurrect infinitely. At last the meal ended. Lu Yu gazed at Huang Yuan. Very well, you may begin. He harbored no illusions. The five elders possessed regeneration, summoning, and spatial translocation, abilities he feared might render them difficult to eradicate completely. If Huang Yuan revealed their powers, eliminating the five would be effortless. If he refused, well then Lu Yu would simply strike again and again. I shall honor our agreement, granting you one final dignified performance before your end. How very kind of you. Huang Yuan raised his hand, and golden light coalesced into a radiant blade. Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Lu Yu drew the famed katana Yuluan, recently acquired. Though its legacy had yet to awaken, it remained a masterwork, perfectly balanced and responsive in his grip. Armament Haki surged across the blade's surface. Lu Yu unleashed his technique, Flying Sky Slash, a devastating aerial cleave. The Tatsuka no Tsurugi shattered instantly. So swordsmanship proves beyond my reach. Then, Yada no Kagami. Huang Yuan fired hundreds of luminous projectiles. Yet unlike ordinary blasts, each projectile dissolved mid-flight, transforming into identical copies of himself. Hundreds of Huang Yuans converged upon Lu Yu, their sheer numbers radiating overwhelming pressure. Atomic severance. Illusions hold no substance, mere echoes of the true self. At 3,600 strikes per second, Lu Yu's blade carved through the phantoms, each dissolving into shimmering orbs of light before vanishing into the heavens. Even clones fail. Then, Reiho no Mi. Huang Yuan fixed his gaze upon Lu Yu, and twin beams of searing light erupted from his eyes. Lu Yu raised a hand pointing directly at him and invoked his arcane art, 8th tier magic chain dragon thunder. The dragon-shaped thunderstorm consumed the lasers and engulfed Huang Yuan himself. Had he not been a Logia-type devil fruit user, that blast would have left him gravely wounded. Huang Yuan finally grasped the depth of Lu Yu's threat. He unleashed every technique he possessed, laser hands, laser eyes, laser swords, pushing his limits to their absolute extremes. Yet each assault crumbled before Lu Yu's effortless countermeasures. The spectacle unfolded precisely as Lu Yu had foretold, like a cat toying with a mouse, holding Huang Yuan captive within his palm. Huang Yuan has no path to victory, that much is certain. Unimaginable. The day would come when a Marine Admiral would fall to such humiliation. It is less a display of respect, and more a cruel mockery. Were I subjected to such degradation, I would choose death over survival. End it swiftly, at least afford him the dignity due a Marine Admiral. In Magu Town, pirates cowered along the island's rim, trembling as they watched the two titans clash. If you can end this, do so now. Why prolong it? Terrifying. This is the might of a Marine Admiral, and this is the power of the world's most wanted criminal, Lu Yu. To face either as an opponent is unthinkable. Even their collateral energy would reduce us to ash. End it quickly. We cannot endure this terror any longer. Another plasma beam tore across the sky. Huang Yuan watched his technique shatter against Lu Yu's will, and felt all resistance drain away. With a long, weary sigh, he spoke, Mr. Lu Yu, you need not hold back. Strike me down with your full strength in your next move. Lu Yu grinned eagerly. Already finished. I thought we could play a bit longer. Huang Yuan chuckled bitterly. Please, spare me further torment. Lu Yu spread his hands. Very well. Out of gratitude for your delightful company, I'll dispatch you with my strongest, well, perhaps not strongest, but certainly the most potent sword technique capable of reaching you. Huang Yuan smiled faintly. Then thank you. Allow me one final flourish. Plasma dispersal beam. He loosed a blinding lance of light straight toward Lu Yu. Lu Yu swung his blade mid-air, black lightning flashing across the void. Shinpi. Big Mom th that is. Kaido Armament Haki Infusion. Whitebeard Conqueror's Haki Infusion. Shanks the Captain's Technique. Zoro Mikey. Smoker, my natural energy. Countless forces converged, harmonizing into one transcendent wave. Lu Yu's Shinpi had surpassed even Gold Roger's legendary mastery. Before it, Huang Yuan's plasma beam advanced like tofu pressed against steel, powerless, immovable, doomed. This time, however, the beam did not vanish. It fractured upon impact, splintering into countless rogue plasma strands that rained down across Magu Town. Since this island shelters pirates, it holds no right to exist. To destroy it in my final act. This is the last contribution of a Marine Admiral. Huang Yuan smiled gently, and welcomed death. Damn you. Can't you just die cleanly? Must you drag us down with you? Run. These are lasers, not something we can withstand. Flee Magu Town now? Light travels faster than thought. By the time the pirates reacted, the beams were already piercing flesh and stone alike. A deafening roar shook the heavens. The entire town collapsed into blackened ruin. Pirates lay strewn across scorched earth, lifeless or unconscious. Huang Yuan, having taken Shinpi head-on, plummeted lifelessly from the sky. Lu Yu watched him descend, then acted without hesitation. Absorption black hole. The black hole swallowed Kizaru whole. In the next instant, his corpse disintegrated within the void, reduced to nothingness in the blink of an eye. Yet his abilities did not vanish, but instead they merged into Lu Yu's body. As Kizaru's body vanished, Lu Yu gradually absorbed fragments of his power armament, Haki observation, Haki mastery of hand-to-hand combat swordsmanship, and most crucially the fruit's ability itself. The Pika Pika no Mi entered Lu Yu's being. At that moment he felt no discernible change, because he had not yet achieved elemental transformation. Only upon transforming would his sage body resonate with the fruit, triggering a profound alchemical synergy. Let me see just how immense the reaction truly is between a natural-type devil fruit and the sage body. With those words, Lu Yu initiated elemental transformation, dissolving his form into a radiant beam of light. In an instant, an inexhaustible torrent of power surged through his entire being. No, it was not drawn from the outside world. Rather, it felt innate, as though this force had always resided within him, self-generated and boundless. The sheer magnitude of creation overwhelmed him, energy brimming, threatening to burst forth uncontrollably. After only a few seconds of transformation, Lu Yu's consciousness began to blur. His mood darkened, twisting into savage fury. A primal urge surged through his mind, to tear all existence apart limb from limb. Recognizing the peril, he immediately reversed the transformation. Even Smoker, when driven berserk, could still be restrained. But if Lu Yu succumbed to such madness, there would be no one left to stop him. Only a ravenous beast bent on annihilating the entire world. Upon reverting, Lu Yu discovered his skin thickened with hardened keratin, a silent involuntary shift into sage mode accomplished without his conscious intent. Though the elemental state ended, the residual sage energy accumulated during transformation remained trapped within him. He had to release it, otherwise the pressure would become unbearable. Flame Dragon King mode. Roar of the Flame Dragon King. Of all techniques, none drains stamina more severely than Lightning Flash Blade or Flame Dragon King mode. Lightning Flash Blade demanded too long a wind-up, unsuitable for immediate use. Thus he channeled everything into Flame Dragon King mode. Lu Yu opened his mouth and expelled a searing fireball capable of incinerating molten lava, its diameter rivaling that of a small island. He unleashed it above the open sea. Instantly the waters beneath boiled violently, vaporizing en masse. Countless fish were cooked, some reduced to pulp, floating lifelessly on the steaming surface, a scene of utter horror. What just happened? He did transform into light, and that was Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi. Could he have stolen Kizaru's devil fruit ability? But isn't that Blackbeard's unique power? And look at his current appearance. It's identical to Smoker's. So he, like Smoker before him, has triggered a resonance between a devil fruit and an otherworldly legacy, unleashing unprecedented power. Recall how Smoker, then merely a Navy base commander, used that very technique to effortlessly slay Golden Lion, one of the 3 legendary pirates. Now that Lu Yu possesses this same force, how immeasurably strong will he become? Fool, he's already the undisputed strongest being in the world, even without it. This power is merely the final flourish atop perfection. Alas, had it been ours, we'd soar beyond the heavens. East Blue, a naval warship cut through the waves. Zephyr's expression weighed heavy with sorrow. Borsellino. Though Kizaru had been the most distant among his disciples, he remained Zephyr's student, shaped by his guidance. First Akiji departed, now Kizaru followed. As a master, Zephyr's heart bore deep grief. Amid his sorrow, Zephyr fixed his gaze upon Lu Yu, his face tightening with grim realization. I know Smoker's power well. It is peerless, truly unmatched. I believed with Smoker at our side the Navy would reign supreme across all seas. Yet this outsider from another world now wields that same power. Add to that his countless unpredictable arts, and even if Smoker fully mastered the power within him, he would still fall short against this man. Then Zephyr recalled Lu Yu's earlier words over noodles with Kizaru. I will eradicate the world government and the Navy headquarters, down to the last stone. At that thought, Zephyr's face darkened. The Navy faces grave peril. Lu Yu sustained the colossal fireball for over a minute. Only then did the torrent of sage energy finally drain completely from his body. Emerging from Flame Dragon King mode, Lu Yu retained peak combat readiness. Fully aware of his newfound might, he rejoiced inwardly. Only through direct experience, feeling the sage body fuse with a natural-type devil fruit, did he grasp the sheer terrifying magnitude of this power. In essence, amplified offense, impenetrable defense, infinite regeneration, and limitless endurance. So long as he remained in elemental form, sage energy flowed ceaselessly from within. The greater the reservoir of sage energy, the greater his offensive and defensive capabilities swelled. Even should an opponent breach his defenses, overwhelming his strength, the copious overflowing sage energy would instantly mend every wound. Unless struck down instantly, obliterated beyond recovery. Even if his blood ran dry, this power would resurrect him in moments. Such endurance bordered on the impossible, a true paradox of nature. It was no exaggeration to say no adversary in this world could challenge him. And even if one existed, stronger, faster, more fearsome, so long as they could not kill him outright, he would outlast them, wear them down, and claim victory through sheer immortality of will. Lu Yu marveled at the overwhelming potency, explosive, transcendent, leagues beyond Flame Dragon King mode. Disbelieving, he murmured, "System, is this combination really rated only SS tier?" Indeed, in raw capability alone, the fusion of natural-type devil fruit and sage body merits SSS tier classification. However, its backlash is catastrophic. Users typically descend into uncontrolled frenzy before unleashing even 1/10,000th of its potential. Thus, after comprehensive evaluation, including stability, controllability, and risk, the official designation remains SS tier. Ah, I see. Lu Yu nodded, enlightened. No wonder such power bears only an SS rating. It's the side effects that hold it back. The Whitebeard Pirates are in grave danger now, Lu Yu mused. Having personally experienced this power, he understood Smoker's dread-inducing might with chilling clarity. Should Smoker master it, fully harmonize fruit and legacy, not even the Whitebeard Pirates would stand a chance. Nor would the world government itself. If Whitebeard grew complacent after losing 2 admirals, his jubilation would prove tragically premature. Enough. None of this concerns me. Let the Whitebeard Pirates wrestle with their own crises. Lu Yu waved dismissively. He bore no allegiance to them, certainly not enough to aid in rescuing Ace. Unless, of course, his destined kin, such as Luffy, chose to intervene. Then it would be their path, not his, to walk. As dusk approached, Luffy finally arrived at the next island. Long before he reached its shores, the island's master had already detected his crew's approach through the celestial screen. The artifact of inheritance is actually on our mainspring island. Damn it, I can't bear it. Captain Komakichi of the Poker Pirates clenched his fists in fury. The treasure lies right within my domain, yet I cannot claim it. All I can do is wait while that straw hat brat seizes it. No, I refuse to accept this, and if I cannot possess it, then no one shall. And Porkjack, roll out my Komakichi cannon. Moments later, his subordinates wheeled forth a colossal cannon with a bore wider than 1 meter, a monstrous weapon forged over 7 years by enslaving every resident of Mainspring Island. A single shell could obliterate an entire town. Komakichi grinned wildly. Ha ha ha. That straw hat boy will never imagine his end arriving upon the open sea. Humph. So he inherited the giant's legacy. What of it? He remains merely a devil fruit user. Once submerged in the ocean, death is his only fate. Die now, Komakichi cannon fire. And Brode, look, it's the Straw Hat crew. From beneath Mainspring Island, young Akis cried out in excitement. Brode, the Straw Hat boy defeated Buggy the bounty hunter worth 15 million berries. He'll surely defeat Komakichi, whose bounty stands at 11.6 million. Komakichi is miserly and tyrannical. He'll never tolerate intruders stealing what he claims as his own. And if these two clash, will slip in amid the chaos and steal the diamond clock. The diamond clock, a monumental timepiece crafted from the world's most precious gems and Mainspring Island's most advanced engineering, was priceless beyond measure. As famed thieves of the East, Blue Brode and Akis had long coveted this very clock, though truth be told that was Akis's belief alone. In reality, Brode had learned that Akis's parents were natives of Mainspring Island, and sought only to reunite the boy with his family. Yet Komakichi now ruled the island, and Brode dared not return Akis lest his life be endangered. As for the diamond clock, Brode found it intriguing, yes, but since it belonged to Akis's homeland, he held no desire to claim it. Hearing Akis's words, Brode's eyes lit up. Indeed, if they managed to defeat Komakichi, that would be perfect. What in the world is this island? So tall and offshore. And Luffy and his 2 companions sailed their small boat to a point 10 nautical miles from Mainspring Island. At the sight of the island's full silhouette, Luffy's eyes gleamed with awe. Mainspring Island spiraled upward like a colossal helix. The lower tier formed its visible base, while the inhabited upper tier rose far above. Hundreds of meters separated the lower and upper tiers. From afar, it resembled a floating sky island propped aloft by a smaller landmass. An awe-inspiring spectacle. Usopp puffed his chest. TCH. This just shows how little you know, Luffy. Back in my day, I visited islands far loftier, floating among clouds known to all as Skypea. And Sanji paid no mind to their astonishment or boasts. He cooked quietly while urging them to row steadily, until Usopp suddenly spotted a dark speck hurtling toward them. Huh? What's that? A bomb. Nanny. And a bomb. And Luffy and Sanji recoiled in shock. Before they could react, the explosion detonated beside their tiny vessel. The blast was cataclysmic. Their boat shattered instantly, hurling all three into the churning sea. And no Luffy. Seeing Luffy fail to surface, Sanji plunged underwater and dragged him back to air. Luffy whispered weakly, "Sea can't move, not a shred of strength left." And Usopp growled, "Damn it. Who launched that bomb?" Sanji's expression darkened. "Now isn't the time for that. We're too far from shore. Without a vessel, hypothermia will kill us long before exhaustion does." He scanned the empty horizon. His heart sank. Damn it. Just one life ring. A chorus of unseen voices erupted in silent panic. What? Is this really it? And not even a full day has passed. Surely this ending is too abrupt. And it seems the Straw Hat Boy's luck has run dangerously thin. Ace, Garp, Makino, and Dayton murmured in unison, "Luffy." And Kaya, Carrot, Onion, and Green Pepper whispered, "Mr. Usopp." And Zeph, Patty, and Galdino breathed, "Sanji." And all hearts tightened in shared dread. Could Luffy and his crew truly meet their end here? And in Muriehua, the Holy Land? And Venus sneered. How theatrically ironic. The Nika must fade so abruptly. How utterly absurd. Jupiter replied coldly, "Better if he vanishes entirely. The world grows unstable, and the reappearance of Nika now bodes ill indeed." Saturn mused, and he'd be the first inheritor to fall, shattering the myth of invincibility among inheritors and lifting morale across the board. "Nika, cease your futile struggle. Accept your end in silence." In and on Mainspring Island, Komikichi watched the Straw Hat crew stranded helplessly upon the open sea via the celestial screen. He threw back his head and roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha. Exactly as it should be. Let them learn the might of Komikichi, and my treasure belongs solely to me. Even if I cannot wield it, no other hand shall ever touch it. To dare covet my treasure is to invite this fate, and perish in agony beneath the gaze of the world's Straw Hat Boy." "Ah ha ha ha." Knees officers, Sweet Queen Clown Porkjack, and Skunk joined his laughter. They stared fixedly at the celestial screen, eager to witness the trio's slow demise, until a hot air balloon suddenly pierced the sky. "What is that?" "And it's heading straight for the Straw Hats. Damn it, reinforcements." "That Straw Hat Boy has already inherited the giant's power. He's lethally dangerous. Under no circumstances may he rescue them." Komikichi cannon, reloading. "Fire again. Damn it. I thought we could sit back and watch the tigers fight. Yet we're nearly wiped out before even nearing the island." Brog shouted in frustration aboard the hot air balloon. He had hoped Luffy would defeat King Buggy, allowing him to deliver his young companion Awakens safely to his parents for a long-awaited family reunion. Little did he know that Luffy and his two companions would suffer such a fate before even setting foot on the island. With no other choice, Brog deployed his skills as a navigator, steering the hot air balloon toward them in a desperate rescue attempt. Hoping it wasn't already too late, he focused intently on controlling the balloon while Awakens kept vigilant watch on Clockwork Island. Spotting a dark speck hurtling rapidly through the sky, Awakens cried out, "Brog, King Buggy's firing again." Don't worry. We're airborne, they can't hit us." Brog replied with a confident smile, adjusting the balloon's altitude by catching the wind, narrowly evading King Buggy's cannon blast. Watching the shell explode harmlessly upon the ocean's surface, Brog lifted his chin with quiet pride. Humph. Never underestimate the finest navigator of the East Blue. On Clockwork Island, King Buggy fired a second shot, then a third, each missing its mark entirely. "Captain, it's hopeless. That man's too far away, and flying high. He's too agile, we simply can't strike him." Jack the Pig exclaimed, exasperated. King Buggy's face darkened. He turned sharply to his subordinate Skunk. "Skunk, you can fly using your gas jetpack, can't you? Then go eliminate him." Skunk nodded firmly. "Yes, sir. I'll complete the mission without fail." And with that he launched himself skyward at high speed. Propelled by mechanical flight, Skunk was naturally swifter than Brog's balloon, and soon closed the distance dramatically. "Brog, danger. One of Poker Pirates' officers is gaining on us. It's Skunk, the captain's right-hand man, a notorious pirate with a 6th bounty." Hearing this, Brog's heart sank. He was merely a thief and navigator, not a fighter. Damn it, will it all end here? After coming so far, will we fail at the final step? Meanwhile, out at sea, Sanji spotted the balloon overhead and handed Luffy over to Usopp. "Hey Usopp, you keep Luffy safe. I'll intercept that balloon." Usopp, already straining under Luffy's weight, groaned, "Sanji, hurry back. My stamina won't hold out much longer." "Yeah, don't worry. If you die, I'll remember you." "Oh, you perverted cook." Sanji surged forward through the waves, his mind racing. "Damn it, I must make it in time." Above on the balloon, Skunk drew ever closer. Brog's expression hardened. Clenching his jaw, he ordered, "Awakens, you take the helm of the balloon for now. I'll handle him." But Brog, I haven't mastered your navigation techniques yet. We're out of time. Just do your best. Even if you drift off course, just keep us from crashing into the sea. Yes, I'll give it everything I've got. The two switch positions. Awakens gripping the balloons controls Brog stepping forward to confront Skunk. Damn you, Skunk Pirate. Take this. Brog drew a pistol from his coat and opened fire. Skunk chuckled, twisting midair with uncanny agility. Heh, he'll never hit me. You two fools, stop wasting your breath. Crossing paths with me, Skunk, the great seals your doom. Behold my gas detonation. Skunk's jetpack expelled a concentrated burst of gas which he ignited with a flicked lighter. Though modest in power, the blast tore a jagged hole in the balloon's suspended platform. Brog gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, we can't go on like this. If this continues, we'll all die. In that instant, Brog made an irrevocable decision. He would take Skunk down with him. He withdrew a music box and pressed it into Awakens' hands. Awakens, this was placed beside you as an infant. Its melody matches Clockwork Island's anthem exactly. If all goes as suspected, Clockwork Island is your homeland, and your parents dwell there. I'd meant to help you find them to reunite your family. But it seems I won't get that chance. Awakens' voice trembled. Brog, wait, what do you mean by that? Handing over the music box, Brog seized the moment, leaping from the balloon mid-flight and latching onto Skunk midair. Hey, you lunatic. What are you doing? Get off me, my gas system can't support two people. Skunk flailed wildly, kicking and punching, but Brog ignored every blow, offering Awakens one last farewell. Awakens, find your parents. Bring your family together, no matter what. And you pirate, we die together. With that, Brog rolled up his sleeve, revealing a belt of explosives strapped tightly around his waist. Hey, you, what in the world are you doing? Skunk paled. This close, the blast would obliterate him instantly. Brog smiled. A serene, unburdened smile. Of course we die together, Skunk. God. Skunk nearly suffered cardiac arrest on the spot. As Brog clung fast with one hand and reached for the fuse with the other, Skunk kicked frantically. Madman, let go. Let go. Yet the fuse was already lit. Brog locked his arms around Skunk, refusing to yield. Together we fall, pirate. Brog. Awakens screamed in panic, just as a black silhouette soared onto the balloon, then launched itself into the air toward Brog and Skunk. Dragon Point kick. Sanji struck Brog unconscious with one precise blow, then kicked both the explosives and Skunk clear into the distance, using the recoil to propel himself, cradling Brog safely back onto the balloon. The entire sequence unfolded with flawless precision. By the time Sanji landed and reached for his cigarette, a distant explosion echoed behind him. Charred, smoking Skunk plummeting vertically into the sea. Click, click, click. Sanji struck his lighter repeatedly, yet no flame caught. His cigarette, soaked through by seawater, was utterly useless, even if the lighter had worked. He did it purely out of habit. Phew. Sanji exhaled deeply, then scolded Brody. What on earth was he thinking, strapping a bomb to himself? What if I hadn't reached him in time? It would have detonated. Awakens erupted. We were trying to save you after all. Sanji ignored his outburst and instead gazed upward at the descending hot air balloon. Come to think of it, isn't this balloon descending? Awakens blinked in surprise. It certainly is. Sanji asked, where's the pilot? Awakens replied, that's me. Sanji demanded, then what exactly are you doing right now? Awakens fell silent. Then Sanji roared, idiot. Pull it up immediately. Or do you intend to sink into the sea? Awakens scrambled frantically, but failed to lift the balloon. No good. I'm not yet skilled enough at controlling it. Brody must take over. Brody. Him. Sanji glanced at the unconscious man, then kicked him sharply to wake him. Ugh. Is this heaven? Strange. My head aches terribly. Do even souls suffer headaches in paradise? No time for nonsense. Lift the balloon now, or we'll meet in heaven for real. Sanji urgently roused Brody. As Brody took in the balloon, Awakens, and the vast ocean beneath, he realized he was still alive. He didn't understand how, but survival left no room for reflection. If they failed to raise the balloon now, death would be inevitable. Lift it now. The balloon hovered mere inches above the churning waves. Brody sensed the wind's velocity across the sea, and at the final instant reversed their descent. Phew, we're saved. All three breathed a collective sigh of relief. Sanji studied Brody and remarked, you're Brody correct. Your navigation skills are truly exceptional. Brody grinned with quiet confidence. Naturally. There are only two things in this world I refuse to lose at. First, the art of navigation. Sanji raised an eyebrow. Oh, and the second? Awakens interjected eagerly. I know. The second is Brody's unparalleled thievery. The Brody brothers. We vow to become the greatest thieves in the world. I see. So, you're a pair of master thieves. Sanji nodded thoughtfully. Then unbidden, the silhouettes of Nami and Karina flickered across his mind like images projected upon the Tianmo. For a moment, he drifted into reverie. Nami-san and Karina-san. They too are peerless thief sisters and extraordinary navigators. How splendid it would have been had they come to our rescue. The three shared easy laughter. They soon arrived at the spot where Usopp and Luffy had sunk beneath the waves. What incredible luck. We survived this. I truly believe they were finished. Indeed, the Straw Hat Boy possesses astonishing fortune. Now that they're safe, surely vengeance will follow. But who set that bomb? Its blast was terrifyingly powerful. I hail from the East Blue. I know this place well. This island is called Clockwork Island, a stronghold seized by the pirate Kumio. He wields the steel fruit's power, transforming his body into living steel. His bounty stands at 116 of his zero berries. A fearsome adversary indeed. Only 11. 6 million. Even Buggy the Clown commands 15 million. If Buggy was effortlessly defeated, then Kumio is surely doomed. What a pity for Kumio. His scheme was nearly complete, only to be foiled at the last moment. His downfall is now inevitable. Phew, safety at last. Meanwhile, witnessing Luffy's rescue, Ace Kokoro and Zeph each exhaled in profound relief. Damn it, Stinko, that useless fool. He couldn't even subdue a pair of thieves. On Clockwork Island, Kumio raged. What he'd assumed would be effortless had spiraled into chaos, and his earlier cannon barrage would inevitably provoke Luffy's merciless retribution. He was now in grave peril. No, this Straw Hat Boy has inherited that legacy, the bare minimum guarantee of a warlord of the sea. I stand no chance against such power. Fire the Kuma cannon again, bring them down. Under no circumstances must they set foot on this island. Ah, saved. Elsewhere upon the open sea, Luffy and Usopp had just been rescued. As they clambered aboard the balloon, Usopp cried out in exhilaration. Then his limbs went slack as he collapsed. Ah, I'm utterly spent. I thought I was done for. No, I've contracted a fatal illness. Stepping onto land means certain death. Luffy let sail straight to the next island. Luffy, regaining his bearings, chuckled. Alive, alive. What unbelievable luck. Then he frowned. Say, just who was firing that cannon? I'll smash him to bits. Sensing the perfect opportunity to pit Luffy against Kumio, Brody declared, I know. There's a notorious pirate on this island, Kumio. Selfish, brutal, and arrogant, he tolerates no rival claim to what he deems his. He must have seen your arrival through the Tianmu and launched the attack to safeguard the legacy hidden here. That cannon, the Kuma cannon, is his signature weapon forged over 7 painstaking years. Those who attack you could only be his crew. Hearing this, Luffy vigorously shook his arms. Outrageous, that cannon isn't a toy. Firing it means war, so let's go. Sanji, Usopp, let's defeat this Kumio. Sanji, puffing on his rain-dampened cigarette, nodded. Absolutely. I won't forgive whoever ruined my smoke. Usopp raised his slingshot, voice trembling. I'll fight bravely. I am a courageous warrior of the sea. Awakens stared silently, then muttered, could you at least stop your legs from shaking? Usopp snapped, shut up, it's none of your business. Brody smiled inwardly. Excellent. Now that Luffy faced Kumio, the inheritor's strength would surely prevail. Just then black specks appeared overhead. Brody's expression darkened. Danger, Kuma OS firing the Kuma cannon again. He lunged to adjust the balloon's course, but Luffy only grinned. He won't land another hit this time. Rubber Giant. Luffy's arm swelled to colossal proportions, yet unlike his previous Gear 3rd transformation. Gear 3rd's giant limb was inflated with bone air, rendering it rigid and dense, effectively stripping away Rubber's innate elasticity. Had that version intercepted the cannonball, it would have exploded instantly. Yet this new giant arm retained its full natural resilience. Though immense, it preserved the supple elasticity of Luffy's base form. So when the cannonball struck, it did not detonate, but rebounded and scathed along its original trajectory. Luffy laughed aloud. Return to sender, Rubber Giant balloon. With a thunderous BOM, the shell detonated atop Poker Castle, devastating Kumeo's pirate crew. Springwind Island. As its name suggests, it is in fact a colossal clockwork metropolis. At the island's heart stands a massive mainspring, the very engine governing the city's operation. Should this mainspring falter, the entire island would grind to a halt. In times past, King Bear wielded control over this mechanism to coerce the island's inhabitants into forging weapons for him. Now, however, after Luffy's Gum cannon rebounded with devastating force, the great mainspring shattered, plunging Springwind Island into total stillness. I never imagined it would end like this. Yet perhaps it is for the best. I long ceased wishing to craft arms under King Bear's coercion. Only indecision held me back all these years. Now that the mainspring lies broken, I am finally free. So am I. Fear not. We possess the skill and spirit to rebuild such splendor even upon a barren isle. Let us rejoice, this very moment, for our liberation from King Bear's tyranny. Hooray, hooray. The islanders declared, finding levity amid hardship. And indeed their emancipation was real. They had at last cast off King Bear's yoke. Damn that rubber brat. He's ruined my Bear King cannon, painstakingly forged over 7 years. Inside Poker Castle, King Bear watched his cannon explode into fragments as the rebounded shell struck home. His heart bled with anguish. At that moment his subordinates rushed in breathless. Captain, disaster. The townsfolk are fleeing with all their belongings. Cursed fools. Have they abandoned us already? Mere moments after the power system failed. Humph. If I ever lay hands on them again, they'll wish they'd never drawn breath. As for now, King Bear gazed upward where the Straw Hat crew descended ever closer across the sky. His face twisted in fury. All members of the Poker Pirates, fall back into Poker Castle at once. This island teems with hidden mechanisms. I refuse to believe they'll breach my impregnable fortress. Humph, a mere giant heritage. I a steel fruit user forged of unyielding iron. Shall I tremble before you? His fist transformed into blackened iron of flames ignited spontaneously across its surface, and with a single strike the entire wall melted away. The lower island holds no legacy. The two legacies reside solely in the upper tier. Lu Yu offered this counsel. Brood thus bypassed the lower island entirely, carrying Luffy directly to the upper tier. No sooner had they arrived than Lu Yu received a notification. Item Diamond Clock. Legacy source, Tokusaki Karisu S rank from the date, Alive Universe. Legacy ability Chrono Clock, Chrono Emperor. 12 distinct temporal bullet variants, granting instantaneous acceleration-deceleration of objects time, reversal foresight, and 11 other chronokinetic powers. Legacy activation insert the diamond clock into the left eye. Lu Yu. He could only sigh inwardly, speechless. The clock's diameter measured a full meter. Implanting such an object into one's eye was sheer absurdity. Had it not been Luffy, freshly empowered by the giant legacy, not another soul in the world could possibly claim this inheritance. The diamond clock currently hung outside Poker Castle's walls. Lu Yu dared not reveal its nature outright. If King Bear learned of it and destroyed it in rage, all would be lost. Instead, he said only, the legacy lies within Poker Castle. Enter first, and we shall speak further. Upon hearing this, King Bear seethed anew, that accursed legacy, indeed hidden within my own castle. Damn it, I'll destroy it myself before letting anyone else possess it. Men, smash everything inside the castle. Not a single cup, not a single frame, must remain intact. What I cannot claim no one shall inherit. And so the Poker Pirates launched into frenzied, indiscriminate destruction. Yet unaware of the legacy's true form, they smashed blindly. After all, legacy artifacts defied expectation in their strangeness. Lu Yu's first legacy, the Rinnegan, had been nothing more than a lifeless corpse's eyes. Others followed: rusted iron shards, tattered trench coats, fractured thrones, each wildly disparate, utterly without pattern. Thus, though they shattered countless objects, whether any struck the true artifact remained unknown. Then Jester, the captain's officer, recalled the diamond clock hanging outside the wall and resolved to shatter it too. But the moment he stepped forth, Luffy barreled into him headfirst. Gum Gum Rocket. Jester flew skyward like a meteor, while Luffy, oblivious, scratched his head. Huh, did I just hit something? Ah, never mind. Luffy turned toward Poker Castle's entrance and bellowed, King Bear, come out. I'll send you flying. Then he glared at the rampaging pirates. Are you King Bear? The pirate shook his head. No, I'm not. Luffy pivoted, eyes blazing, to the next. Then you're King Bear. Again the pirate denied it. Luffy flexed his fists. Fine, then I'll send all of you flying. Then why the hell ask? The pirates erupted in collective outrage. Drawing blades, they surged forward. Bullets won't pierce him. Cut him down instead. Damn it, we outnumber you tenfold. How can one man stand against us all? Charge, take down the straw hat. Luffy thrust out a foot. Giant gum whip. In an instant the battlefield emptied. A monster. Impossible, we're not even on the same plane. How could we ever hope to defeat him? Captain, it's up to you now. The surviving pirates trembled violently, pinning every hope upon King Bear. King Bear snorted contemptuously. Pathetic cowards. Luffy eyed him coolly. So, you're King Bear then? His voice hardened with indignation. You fired without warning. Now I'll send you flying. King Bear's entire body hardened into obsidian black iron, gleaming as if armored in hardened haki. Then crimson heat bloomed across the metallic surface, scorching, incandescent. Send me flying? He roared. Brat in the straw hat, do you know who you address? I am King Bear, the future pirate king. Do you truly believe you, a mere child, could ever topple me? Die, scorching iron fist. Luffy's expression sharpened. Dreams demanded solemnity. The Pirate King is my title. So fly high, giant gum rocket. The Great Bear King remained supremely confident in his own abilities. Rubber. Utterly insignificant before his iron-hard physique. Giants. He might yet prevail against them. A rubber giant. As a colossal rubber hand filled his vision, blotting out the sky itself, the Great Bear King stood frozen in profound contemplation. Then boom. A thunderous detonation echoed across the heavens, and the Great Bear King, following closely in Clown's wake, was launched skyward as a fleeting, brilliant star. Help yourselves to anything inside the castle. Just spare our lives. Instantly the two surrendered without hesitation, dropping to their knees with docile obedience. Oh, what a stunning, mature lady. Hey, perverted chef, remember you're broadcasting live to the entire world. Mind your manners. Who's calling me a perverted chef, you long-nosed coward? Meanwhile, Sanji and Usopp had already subdued the remaining card soldiers within the castle. Upon laying eyes on Queen, Sanji's gaze instantly melted into twin heart-shaped glimmers. Luffy, however, paid no mind. He merely shook his arm idly. Though Luffy had felled the Great Bear King in a single blow, the latter's searing heat proved genuinely troublesome, still scorching hot to the touch. At that moment, Lu Yu declared, the diamond clock suspended beyond the castle walls is your inheritance. Simply place it into your left eye, and power shall be yours. Without delay, Luffy strode toward the massive diamond clock. Gazing upon the enormous timepiece, over a meter in diameter, he stood utterly dumbfounded. You expect me to shove that into my eye? Lu Yu nodded firmly yes. For once Luffy fell silent, a rare occurrence. Unsurprisingly, he feared blindness. Lu Yu calmly reassured him, don't panic. You possess giantification, don't you? Enlarge your head first. Then inserting the clock will feel no more intrusive than a grain of sand drifting into your eye. Luffy's expression brightened with sudden clarity. Of course, I'd forgotten that trick. Instantly, he began inflating his cranium. Rubber giant, balloon. With giantification, his head swelled into a spherical mass over 100 meters wide. Then harnessing his devil fruit's elasticity, he expanded it further, until his skull spanned over 1,000 meters, casting a shadow across half the island. What in the world is that? Far too enormous, and utterly grotesque. I can't bear it anymore. I'll suffer a heart attack if I keep watching. Yet such scale defies all reason. I'd assumed 30-meter giants were the absolute limit. But this transcends imagination. Ors himself stood only 60 meters tall, yet this man rivals even sea kings in sheer magnitude. Rubber fruit plus giantification. His strength has clearly ascended to the new world's tier. Breaking news: the ace mentioned by this straw hat boy is indeed Portgasti. Ace, the flame fist. Now the Marines face yet another monumental crisis. Sigh, why does it feel like the entire world conspires against the Marines? Perhaps they should simply release Ace. Otherwise the Marine Corps may well collapse. Poker Castle. As Luffy expanded, the entire fortress collapsed beneath him. Thankfully Sanji and Usopp reacted swiftly. Else they'd have been buried beneath the rubble. Hey Luffy, what are you doing? You nearly crushed me just now. Usopp shouted up at Luffy, then whirled towards Sanji in outrage. And you, perverted chef. I'm your comrade, not some rival. What on earth possessed you to flee with her, our enemy, clutched in your arms? Sanji held Queen protectively, gazing sternly at Usopp. Listen carefully, Usopp. When a lady's safety hangs in the balance, I'd sacrifice you, without hesitation. Queen regarded him with genuine admiration, and pressed a light kiss upon his cheek. You truly embody chivalry. I admire you deeply, blonde chef. Sanji beamed, eyes crinkling with delight. It is my utmost honor to serve such a radiant lady. Just then Luffy's plea rang out. Sanji, help me. Sanji blinked in confusion. What is it, Luffy? Luffy pointed toward the diamond clock. My head's grown too large. My arms can't reach my eye anymore. I can't insert the clock myself. Assist me. If you knew your head would swell so monstrously, why inflate it this much? It's terrifying. Sanji muttered under his breath. Honestly, expanding it to just 100 meters would have sufficed. Why push it to this extreme? Luffy replied, the larger my head grows, the smaller the clock appears within my eye, and the less I fear going blind. In any case, please help me, Sanji. Sanji exhaled deeply. Fine, you leave me no choice. Ready yourself, dragon emblazoned kick. Sanji hurled the diamond clock skyward, then delivered a precise, powerful kick. Luffy stared stunned. Wait, Sanji, you're aiming. My eye, it's going to burst. The clock struck his eyeball with violent force, sending shockwaves through his vision. Luffy cried out in agony, certain his eye would explode. Then, silently, the diamond clock dissolved into his left eye, transforming it into a living timepiece. Luffy's head shrank back to its normal size. Rubbing his stinging eye, he yelled indignantly, Sanji, couldn't you have gently placed the clock inside? I nearly lost my sight. Oh, is that so? Yet here you stand, perfectly fine. Fine, you insufferable malicious cook. Oomph. Luffy stuck out his tongue in childish fury. Sanji merely shrugged unfazed, and asked curiously, by the way, Luffy, what ability did you gain this time? Luffy's attention instantly shifted. He grinned broadly. I'll tell you, Sanji, it's an astonishing power. Watch closely. With a thought, he conjured a pistol from thin air, and before anyone could react, fired it point blank at his own chest. In the next instant, he reappeared behind the entire group. What just happened? Was that teleportation? He shot himself, and then teleported. Teleportation. Fine, but why must he endure a bullet first? What absurd comedic ability is this? Citizens across the four seas remained bewildered. Lu Yu, having secured guaranteed returns, had also inherited the powers of Tokisaki Kurisu. He understood Luffy's feat was no mere teleportation, but the activation of the first bullet among the 12 bullets. This bullet accelerated the target's personal flow of time. For instance, while 1 second passed in the world's shared time, Luffy experienced 10, or even 100 seconds. Thus he moved, struck, or evaded with speeds 10-fold or 100-fold greater than any observer, rendering him a phantom assassin beyond mortal perception. The first bullet's ability resembles time stop, but it is not time stop. Rather, as its power intensifies, it approaches time stop infinitely. Luffy had just used this ability to appear behind the group. Luffy is your newest power, instantaneous teleportation. Usopp exclaimed, brimming with excitement. If Luffy's ability truly were instantaneous teleportation, their future escapes would become far simpler. Luffy shook his head. How do I put it? Well, even I'm not entirely sure myself. But one thing's certain, it's deeply tied to time. Time. Mary Ahua, the Holy Land. The five elders' composure began to waver. That Luffy had survived the Grand Line was already astonishing. Yet now he had inherited a temporal affinity, one of the most formidable powers in existence. Venus, Nika. This grows increasingly troublesome. Jupiter, damn it. Why couldn't he simply perish at sea like he was meant to? He's nothing but a nuisance. Mercury. I'd argue the real nuisance is Lu Yu himself. With his current capabilities, do we even retain the means to eliminate him? If we fail to eradicate him, he has sworn to overthrow us. Mars, damn it. Why did an interdimensional traveler have to appear? This is maddening. I'm about to lose my hair, though admittedly I've long since lost it. Saturn, Borsellino is dead, and his ability stolen. Not a single countermeasure remains. Sigh. In mere days since this man's arrival, the world's future has already blurred beyond recognition. We shall do all we can, but if fate demands otherwise, so be it. After briefly acclimating to his new ability, Luffy followed Lu Yu's guidance to the second inheritance site. Item, a toy armor summoner. Source of inheritance, Akame Ga kills Imperial Armament, Demon Subduing Armor Rank A. Inherited abilities, invisibility, flight, high-speed movement, and physical enhancement. Method of inheritance, insert the armor summoner into the ground and shout, Demon Subduing Armor. This armor summoner marks your final inheritance today. Lu Yu instructed Luffy this inheritance is quite literally an armor transformation. Simply thrust the toy summoner into the earth and cry out, Demon Subduing Armor, and the armor shall manifest. Upon hearing this, both Luffy and Usopp's eyes lit up with wonder. An armor summoner. Armor transformation. How thrilling. Usopp turned eagerly toward Luffy. Hey Luffy, give me the armor summoner. Luffy shook his head firmly. No, I love armor transformations too. Usopp's eyes widened. You already have 2 inheritances. What harm would one more do? Luffy remained resolute. No, you may have either of the first 2, but not this one. Watching the 2 bicker, Sanji sighed and shook his head. 2 incorrigible children. Unlike me. Mature, composed, wouldn't you agree, fair lady? At that moment Luffy had already received the Demon Subduing Armor inheritance. Clad in gleaming armor, he cheered aloud. Whoa, it really works. Look Sanji, I can even turn invisible. Ha ha ha. Invisibility. What's so special about that? Invisibility. Sanji hadn't grasped it yet. When comprehension finally struck, and he saw Luffy flickering between visibility and invisibility, he fell utterly silent. Sanji. Silence. The silence of Cambridge tonight. No. My dream. My women's bathhouse. My all blue. Sanji had missed his dream, for the 3rd time. Worse still, this time it slipped past him by a hair's breadth, shattering him utterly. He collapsed onto the ground, lost in existential contemplation. Sweet Queen. Sweet Queen wiped a bead of sweat from her brow. You're hardly more mature than they are. Undeterred, Usopp pressed on. Hey Luffy. If the armor is summoned via the summoner, then surely anyone could call it forth. Not just you, but me or someone else. Let me try. What if you don't need it in battle? I'll use it to save my life. Indeed, Luffy was poorly suited to the Demon Subduing Armor. Neither his Gomu no Mi elasticity nor his Gear 4th enlargement harmonized with the armor's innate power. Activating either ability would first shatter the armor itself. Yet Luffy held an undeniable fascination for the Demon Subduing Armor. Even though among the 3 inheritances Makarov's giant form aligned most naturally with his physiology. Still, if forced to choose among Demon Subduing Armor giant form and Chronos clock, he would unhesitatingly select Demon Subduing Armor. After all, armor fusion was simply magnificent. Under Usopp's persistent pleading, Luffy finally agreed to let him hold it in trust. Fine. Usopp, you may try it. But remember, this armor belongs to me. I'm only lending it to you. Alright, I get it, Luffy. How exactly does it work? Luffy handed Usopp the longsword. Upon receiving the inheritance, the summoner had automatically transformed into the Demon Subduing Sword. Luffy said, just like I did. Plant the blade tip into the ground and shout, Demon Subduing Armor. Usopp obeyed, Demon Subduing Armor. In an instant, the Demon Subduing Armor enveloped Usopp, and he felt immense pressure descend upon him. Luffy added belatedly, oh, and this armor fusion places tremendous strain on the body. If one's physical fortitude is insufficient, the body may rupture. Usopp's eyes bulged. Why didn't you say so earlier? Are you trying to kill me? Fortunately, while Usopp's physique ranked modestly within the One Piece world, compared to Akame Ga Kill's realm, his constitution was truly elite. Though strained, he bore the burden without breaking. If Usopp could endure it, Sanji, naturally, could bear it even more easily. Seeing this, Sanji hurried forward. Usopp, hand over the summoner. I want to wear it. I must wear it. After briefly piloting the armor, Usopp passed the summoner to Sanji. Sanji immediately fused with it, Demon Subduing Armor. If Usopp's frame endured the strain, Sanji's, unquestionably, would withstand it effortlessly. Having activated invisibility, Sanji wept with joy. My dream. My women's bathhouse. My all blue, fulfilled at last. Hooray. Long live the Demon Subduing Armor. Usopp stared speechless. Your dream is that cheap, eh? After once summoning, the demon-clad armor returned to Luffy's hands. What delighted him most was its ability to fly. With this power, navigation became effortless. So long as the course was set, they could soar freely across the skies, unbound by sea lanes. and carrying 3 people aloft posed no challenge at all for the demon-clad armor. Usopp, Sanji, and you, Broad, right? Let's set sail. By then Broad had already located Aiken's parents among the villagers of the Clockwork Island. Just as he mourned the departure of the younger brother he'd raised since childhood, leaving him once more to sail alone, the sound of Luffy's voice reached his ears. What on earth? When did I ever say I'd join you? Broad stared utterly bewildered. Luffy blinked in surprise. Huh? You're not becoming my crewmate. You're sailing solo too, so hurry aboard. Sanji said. Usopp added eagerly, let me tell you, Luffy's destined to become king of the pirates. And you'll be the right hand of that future monarch. Watching the 3 speak with such utter certainty, Broad fell speechless. Yet inexplicably a quiet yearning stirred within him. Fine then. Who else but the world's greatest navigator would dare accept such an offer? Rejoice at my joining, Straw Hat. As time grew short, Lu Yu prepared to sever the celestial projection. Luffy nodded firmly. Yes, cut it off. It's time I sailed into the Grand Line with my crew. Demon-clad armor. Luffy transformed into his armored warrior form and lifted the 3 into the air, ready to take flight. At that very moment a woman's voice rang out. Wait! Both Luffy and Lu Yu froze. Neither took flight, nor severed the connection. Curious, they turned to see who had arrived. The celestial screen expanded, revealing a beautiful young woman whose hair shimmered half crimson, half snow white. Ah, I know her. She's Yuta, the red-haired singer, a famed vocalist from the East Blue Kingdom of Elegia. I'm even her fan. A singer? What business does she have here? Luffy's a pirate. Won't she fear being slain? Truly audacious, this girl. In the Grand Line, the red-haired pirates received word Whitebeard's entire fleet had mobilized while Kaido of the Beast's pirates stirred anew. They were en route to the New World to stop Kaido, when suddenly Yuta appeared. Rakuyo, gnawing on a drumstick, blurted, Captain, look, it's Yuta. It really is. What a day. Old friends keep appearing one after another. How nostalgic. Jesus, Burgess remarked. Shanks gazed tenderly at his daughter. She looks healthy, growing up while Yuta. Ben Beckman, though equally moved, remained sharply alert. The instant Yuta materialized, he sensed disaster. Captain, remember Yuta's power. If she activates her song fruit abilities within the celestial screen, every soul on Earth will be drawn into her singing world. This is an extinction-level crisis. Oh no. Shanks and Jesus Burgess paled instantly. Ah, dear lady, how may I serve you? Sanji's eyes sparkled heart-shaped as he rushed forward, fawning over Yuta. Luffy, recognizing her at once, cried out, Yuta, it's been ages. Yuta brushed past Sanji and embraced Luffy, laughing aloud. Yes, Luffy, so long indeed. Jealousy twisted Sanji's features beyond recognition. He glared at Luffy. Luffy, you know this lovely young lady. Luffy grinned, introducing his crew. Yep, this is Yuta, my good friend. Yuta, these are my comrades Sanji, Usopp, and Broad. Yuta smiled warmly. I've watched them all through the celestial screen. You haven't changed a bit, Luffy. Luffy beamed brightly. Neither have you, Yuta, just like before. Yuta flushed. That's not true. She straightened, proudly emphasizing how much she'd grown. Luffy studied her, baffled. Where's the difference? Yuta fell silent, then muttered inwardly, cursed rubber-brained fool. I shouldn't have bothered proving myself. Ahem. With a light cough, Yuta turned away from Luffy for the moment. She faced the celestial screen and addressed Lu Yu with graceful courtesy. Greetings, honored guest from another world, and to friends across the 4 seas. I am Yuta, a singer of the East Blue. Today I wish to sing a song for you all. Honored guest, might you delay closing the celestial screen just a little longer? Just one song. That's all I ask, to serenade my devoted fans. Yes, I've long dreamed of hearing Yuta's live concert, even if it's not quite live. A famed East Blue songstress, how intriguing. I'd love to hear her sing. Grant her one song. It's still early, no need to rush to bed yet. Sing, Yuta-chan. In the Grand Line, the red-haired pirates' faces darkened. The worst had begun. Just as Robin and Vivi assumed Lu Yu would consent, his lips at precisely 37 degrees Celsius uttered words colder than sub-zero frost. No. I refuse. Huh. Did I mishear? He actually refused. Is it real? Why reject something so trivial? Even cold-heartedness has its limits. To deny such a simple request, you're truly devoid of compassion. Robin and Vivi stared at him stunned. We knew you were slow, but this, utterly inhuman. Yuta herself stood frozen, utterly unprepared for such a dismissal of her modest plea. She asked, incredulous, why? Just one song. Surely it won't cost you any time. Lu Yu fixed her with a sharp, unwelcoming gaze. Your ability. You think I don't know what it is? You think your devil fruit power can ensnare me? You're vastly outmatched. Hey, world government, are you listening? 5 elders, are you hearing this? This woman possesses the song fruit, an awakened paramecia-type devil fruit. Her threat level should require no explanation. Eliminate her, immediately. With that, Lu Yu severed the celestial screen. Yuta, Luffy, world government, 5 elders, peoples of the 4 seas. The entire world fell silent. Wait, isn't you the world's most wanted criminal? Is speaking to the world government like that appropriate? The red-haired pirates exchanged uneasy glances. So, the apocalypse-level crisis ended, just like that. The Holy Land, Mariewa. Though momentarily flustered by Lu Yu's audacity, the 5 elders ultimately accepted his proposal. Venus, she possesses the song fruit, indeed an exceptionally perilous ability. Jupiter, wielded skillfully, this fruit could unleash apocalyptic devastation. Now that we know the girl is its user, we cannot afford to stand idle. Mercury, moreover, she just declared her intent to sing for the entire world. She has genuinely contemplated universal annihilation. Such a dangerous individual must never be allowed liberty. Mars, even if we slay a devil fruit user, the fruit itself will reincarnate elsewhere. The optimal solution is to imprison her permanently within Impel Down. Saturn, Ein and Smoker are already en route to that location. Inform them, seize Yuta as well. Capture only, no killing, and cast her into Impel Down for life. East Blue aboard a marine warship bound for Punk Hazard. Upon receiving the order, Smoker erupted in fury. I don't yet know the precise nature of this girl's devil fruit power, but she hasn't committed any crime. She merely wields immense power, yet has not abused it for evil. On what grounds shall we arrest her and condemn her to lifelong imprisonment? This is unjust. This is unrighteous. Zephyr stood nearby, smoking silently. As Smoker's outburst subsided and he regained composure, Zephyr suddenly asked Smoker, "Did we truly receive such an order from above?" Smoker froze, then broke into a wry smile. "No, sir, I heard nothing at all, Master Zephyr." Zephyr smiled faintly, precisely. "Nor did I. All I know is, we sail to apprehend the Straw Hat Pirates." Smoker bowed his head. "Indeed. Our sole mission is to capture the Straw Hat crew, and nothing more. Zephyr, come to think of it, I feel a craving for rum. Smoker, allow me to fetch it for you." Their eyes met, and both smiled. Ha ha ha. Damn that wretch. On Punk Hazard. Yuta clenched her teeth, seething with rage, as she recalled Lu Yu's final words before severing the sky screen connection. Now everything had gone awry. Not only had she failed to usher the world into eternal peace, but her power had been exposed. Once scholars worldwide deciphered her ability, achieving global harmony would become infinitely more difficult. Curse it, surely there exists another power akin to the sky screen. Yuta gnawed her thumbnail deep in thought. Then glancing at Luffy, inspiration struck. "Luffy, is Ace the Flame Fist truly your elder brother?" Luffy blinked, then nodded. "Yes, he's my big brother." Yuta gazed at him, eyes alight with excitement. "Then you'll surely storm Marineford to rescue him, won't you?" Luffy nodded again, resolute. "Absolutely. Even if it costs me my life, I'll save Ace." Yuta clapped her hands. "Wonderful. Then Luffy, I'm coming with you." Luffy blinked again. "Yuta, you're coming too." "Why? Marineford is perilous." Yuta laughed lightly. "Don't fret about the details. Just take me along. Rest assured I am formidable. Didn't even that otherworlder call me dangerous? With me you'll certainly rescue your brother." Then she remembered. "Oh, Luffy, didn't you say you sought a musician for your crew?" Luffy grinned. "Exactly. It was your music that inspired me to seek a musician in the first place. So Yuta, will you join us as our crewmate?" Yuta nodded firmly. "Yes. I claim the position of musician." Luffy, "Welcome aboard, Yuta." Sanji, utterly elated. "Welcome aboard, Yuta-chan. I'll guard you, even if it means sacrificing Usopp's life." Usopp kicked him over. "Die, you perverted cook." Yuta watched the four with quiet amusement. Inwardly she smirked. "Lu Yu, you forbade me from singing on the sky screen. No matter. I'll sing at Marineford instead." Singing at Marineford. That was Yuta's true objective. For Ace's execution was a globally broadcast public spectacle. Though not every soul would watch, millions certainly would. By unleashing her song fruit power during that execution, she could immerse the majority of humanity across countless nations in her sonic realm. It pained her that she couldn't grant eternal peace to all her fans worldwide, but under present circumstances this was the utmost she could achieve. Enough. Do what lies within one's power, and ask for no more. Thereupon Luffy reactivated Onigami armor and prepared to depart with the four. Carrying four companions proved no easy feat. Luffy activated his Gomu Gomu no Mi powers, shattering the armor's two mechanical arms, then coiled each arm around two comrades and soared skyward. Fortunately, the Onigami armor possessed shape memory alloy properties. Even with both arms destroyed, they would regenerate upon next summoning. Otherwise Luffy would have despaired. Sanji, however, protested vehemently. Watching Usopp entwined with Yuta, he nearly raged into madness. "Arg. I protest. I demand to be squeezed beside Yuta-chan." Usopp faced my chivalric challenge. Thus the five soared away together. By the time Zephyr and Smoker arrived, they had vanished into the heavens, mere specks among the stars. The two exchanged glances and shook their heads in resignation. "It seems our intervention was unnecessary. They've already fled." Still, they had not come in vain. They seized the poker pirates. Bound for the Grand Line, anyway these criminals would be delivered straight to Impel Down prison. That day's affairs concluded. In the little garden, Lu Yu reflected upon his gains, and felt distinctly unlucky. Gigantification, Toki clock, Onigami armor. 3 inheritances, all yielding mere break-even returns, and none doubled, let alone multiplied exponentially. His fortune had been singularly poor. Then again, since all were acquired gratis, disappointment seemed unwarranted. At that moment the little garden drifted above Logtown, docking with the Skypea of the White Sea 10,000 meters above sea level. Suddenly, and inexplicably, Enel launched an assault upon Lu Yu. "Lightning is the divine power. None but I may wield it. Die, East Blue mortal. Divine judgment awaits. Since judgment had commenced, Lu Yu saw no reason to hold back. Shinpi. And so, the divine judgment dissolved, the god vanished, and Skypiea returned to tranquil silence. What a pity. This man's Goro Goro no Mi was truly formidable. Lu Yu sighed regretfully after defeating Enel. His devouring black hole differed fundamentally from the Yami Yami no Mi, otherwise he would have bestowed Enel's fruit upon Dori and Bragi. Yet recalling their endless holy war, Lu Yu shook his head in quiet exasperation. Better not. Since both giants had become vassals of his divine metal artifact, they now wielded faint traces of lightning, a development that had doubled the ferocity of their battles. Should they acquire the Goro Goro no Mi, chaos would reign, perhaps even shattering Little Garden itself. Skypiea housed numerous historical ruins, and one poneglyph, making it naturally irresistible to Robin. Lu Yu continued his treasure hunt. Skypiea held but a single legacy item, a tattered black martial arts uniform. Origin Bangu of the One Punch Man universe, S rank. Legacy ability, all of Bangu's martial arts. Ryujui Gon Sui Ken Flowing Rock Shattering Fist Bakushin Kaiho, Ken Explosive Heart Liberation, Fist Koki Karetsu, Ken Roaring Sky Rupture Fist, requires dual user coordination, and Kyoga Ryu Satsu, Ken Clashing Fong Dragon Slaying Fist, also requires dual user coordination. Bangu's martial arts dominated humanoid opponents with terrifying supremacy, so much so that they warranted an SS rank designation. Yet against non-humanoid foes they proved comparatively ineffective, thus their overall rating remained S rank. Transmission method on the martial arts uniform. Lu Yu privately wished to grant this ability to Dori and Bragi. Their combat prowess remained disappointingly modest. With Bangu's techniques augmenting them, their power would surge exponentially. Moreover, he longed to witness the awe-inspiring spectacle of giants mastering true martial artistry. Alas, the uniform proved far too small for them to wear. Resigned, Lu Yu claimed the legacy himself. Fortunately, he possessed the invisible hands technique. His multitude of arms rendered dual-user techniques like Koki Karetsu Ken and Kyoga Ryu Satsu Ken fully executable solo. Thereafter, Lu Yu engaged the two giants in combat. He employed no other abilities, only his bare hands, only one technique, Ryujui Gon Sui Ken. Within moments the giants lay utterly defeated, failing even once to land a touch upon him. Thus Bangu's martial arts proved astonishingly potent. Lu Yu sensed that unaided by any other power, this art alone could challenge Kaido, or even confront Kaido and Big Mom in tandem. No wonder it was engineered exclusively for humanoid adversaries, truly fearsome. Later, after Robin completed her study of Skypiea's history, she returned and reset the legacy embedded within the uniform using her ability. And so Robin inherited Bangu's legacy, her strength now solidly surpassing Vivi's, securing her position as second in command of Lu Yu's pirate crew. Of course, against Logia-type Devil Fruit users, Vivi retained distinct advantages over Robin. Thus the crew spent one night anchored upon Skypiea. At dawn the group resumed their voyage aboard Little Garden. And inevitably the next celestial broadcast, the Sky Screen Connection, began anew. Congratulations, my fated soul of today, Yamato, the daughter of Onigashima, in the new world. She appears delightfully adorable, precisely my type. But who is she? Though her identity remains unknown, Onigashima belongs to Kaido. That much is certain. Does this mean she serves the Beast Pirates? Not necessarily. Observe the iron chains binding her neck and wrists and her confinement within a prison cell. She is likely an innocent captive seized by the Beast Pirates. How vile. The Beast Pirates dare lay hands upon such a charming girl. Truly heartless fiends. Onigashima. Upon recognizing Yamato as the legacy recipient, the officers grumbled bitterly. Damn it. Why must it be her, of all people? She feels no loyalty to the Beast Pirates whatsoever, always chanting Odin Odin. Like a broken record. Lately she's begun clamoring to rescue Ace the Flame Emperor. What a nuisance. What does Ace have to do with us? Who on earth intends to rescue him? Initially run by Sasami and Black Maria, as well as others, merely vented their frustration. Then abruptly realization struck. Black Maria's expression twisted in horror. Lord Kaido has sailed with Jack to assault Whitebeard's territory. Onigashima now stands guarded only by King and Queen. Yamato's strength rivals theirs. Run by two sensed impending peril, yet clung to reassurance. King and Queen may fall individually before Yamato, but together they hold firm against her. With them at the helm, and ourselves and 10,000 loyal subordinates across Onigashima, we cannot possibly succumb to Yamato. Sasami breathed slightly easier. Moreover, Yamato remains imprisoned. She cannot access the legacy. If we simply ignore her, all will remain unchanged. So Sasami reasoned, until in the next instant his face paled. From the sky screen, Lu Yu declared, Yamato, you've drawn remarkable fortune. Skypiea held only one legacy, and it resides precisely within your cell. No need to wander further. Instantly, every officer on Onigashima turned ashen. On the open sea, Kaido, having departed Wano country only yesterday, faced this unforeseen crisis today. His visage contorted with rage, eyes blazing, turned back, immediately. Yamato, if you dare harm a single beloved subordinate, do not expect mercy from this father. Item: the iron chains binding Yamato. Origin: Karapika of Hunter x Hunter, A rank. Legacy ability: Scarlet Eyes and Contract Chains. Scarlet Eyes activating them unleashes one's full latent power, but consumes lifespan. 1 second of use costs 1 hour of life. 1 hour of activation consumes 150 days, 24 hours consumes 10 years. There is no upper limit. One may drain life until death. Contract chains 5 chains, 1 per finger, each possessing unique functions: binding, healing, soul pursuit, divine judgment, and soul theft. Constraint: the user must impose self-limitation. Until fulfilled, the chains may not be used upon anyone outside the constraint, or instant death follows. Transmission methods: self-imposition of constraint. Liu Yu studied the terms, then addressed Yamato. These very chains binding you constitute your legacy. Yet to claim them, you must first bind yourself with a solemn vow. What do you mean, binding myself? Yamato asked, bewildered. Liu Yu replied, simply envision a purpose, stated aloud right now. My purpose? Yamato murmured instinctively, my purpose is to rescue Ace. At those words, the legacy surged into her being. The iron chains dissolved from her limbs, reforming as 5 gleaming rings upon her fingers. Liu Yu added, henceforth your contract chains may serve only this singular objective, rescuing Ace. Should you pursue any other goal, liberating Wano country for instance, these powers shall fail you. Attempt their use and death shall follow instantly. Another rescue mission for Ace. Could it possibly be Fire Fist Ace again? What a coincidence, yet another ally of Fire Fist Ace. This feels less like coincidence and more like Liu Yu's retaliation against the Marines, deliberately arming their enemies. Damn it, all it takes is opposing the Marines. I can do that too. Connect me. The New World. Whitebeard Pirates territory. The captains erupted in jubilant cheers. Though we don't yet know this girl's connection to Ace, she must be his friend as well. 2 successive inheritors, both Ace's comrades. Our combat strength has surged dramatically. Meanwhile, Marine headquarters has just lost 2 admirals. This war is ours to win. Ace, we will save you. Amidst the celebration, Marco sensed foreboding. Marco said, Pops, the girl is currently trapped deep within the Beast Pirate stronghold. Breaking out to rescue Ace won't be easy. Should we sail to Wano country now to retrieve her? We still have 5 days. Diverting course to Wano now should give us enough time. Whitebeard gazed upward at the sky screen, watching Yamato already surging beyond her prison's restraints. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head no. The war with the Marines begins imminently. Engaging another Emperor's fleet at this juncture would be unwise. Marco nodded solemnly, eyes fixed on Yamato within the sky screen. Then we must trust her to prevail alone. Marine headquarters. Sengoku finally lost his composure. Another one coming to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Are you certain this is random selection? Are you certain you're not deliberately targeting us? Damn. Sengoku's face darkened. He exhaled slowly, then shook his head. At least this girl is currently held captive by Kaido. Though perhaps it's unseemly to say so. Since her adversary is the Beast Pirates, I need not fear another formidable enemy joining the Whitebeard conflict. Yet activating it for even 1 second cost an hour of lifespan. Hardly practical. Admittedly not entirely useless, but utterly ineffective within this world of pirates. Should he ever journey to another dimensional realm, facing opponents capable of matching him in raw power, this Crimson Eye ability, which unlocks 100 of his latent potential, would prove invaluable. As for the other ability, Contractual Chains, it was wholly redundant. Its marginal power boost paled beside its severe self-imposed restrictions, death upon breaking them. Those 5 rings adorning his fingers served merely as ornamental trinkets, destined to remain forever unused. Though useless to him, they held great value for Yamato. Of the 5 rings, Soul Chain and Edict offered little battlefield utility. Yet the remaining 3 conferred significant advantages. Binding could seal an opponent's nun abilities. In this world it suppressed Devil Fruit powers and innate racial abilities. Healing granted rapid self-recovery, but during regeneration the user's defenses weakened markedly. Plunder allowed temporary acquisition of an opponent's nun ability, i.e., their Devil Fruit or racial power, but only for a single use. Afterward the stolen ability returned to its original wielder, as if merely borrowed. With these 3 powers, Yamato's combat prowess would ascend considerably, especially against Enryu, a being of unique lineage. This trio proved perfectly countering. Is Kaido even present? Liu Yu mused, watching Yamato erupt from confinement and lay waste to all before her. If Kaido had been there, Yamato, armed solely with Kurapika's legacy, would stand no chance. Yet Kaido remained conspicuously absent. Thus Kaido was not in Wano country. Yamato's fortune ran remarkably high. Without Kaido amplified by Kurapika's inheritance, Yamato might truly solo Onigashima. Young Master Yamato, cease this nonsense. You are Kaido Admiral's son, and our comrade in the Beast Pirates. Why on earth rescue Ace? Rescuing Fire Fist Ace is Whitebeard Pirates' objective. Ours is to seize Whitebeard's territories while they battle the Marines. What in the world are you doing? Young Master Yamato, stop immediately. Wano country. Onigashima. As Yamato broke free like a caged tiger, Beast Pirates scattered in chaotic disarray. Yamato seized her spiked club and roared, I am no comrade of yours. I am Kazuki Oden, the man destined to open Wano country to the world. Now step aside. I depart Wano country to liberate Ace at Marine headquarters. The pirates panic. Don't speak such folly, young master. If you escape Onigashima, Admiral Kaido will execute us all. Since you insist on leaving, we'll have no choice but to oppose you. Open fire. Fire cannons, but avoid vital zones. Fire. Yamato ceased holding back. Thunderbolt, 8 trigrams. A black lightning bolt flashed. Every pirate blocking her path collapsed instantly. Sengoku, that's Haki-infused Conqueror's aura. Shanks, Conqueror's Haki appears in only 1 in a million. Its infusion, the rarest technique among those who possess it, is a supreme offensive art. Even without inheritor status, this girl's inherent strength is extraordinary. Big Mom Kaido's brat possesses a daughter, no a monster, of staggering caliber. Though, young Master Yamato, she's clearly a girl. Kaido, so she truly struck first. Wait for me. I'll show no mercy this time, you foolish child. Wano country. Kazuki, Hitoshi, and Denjiro, one of the 9 red scabbards, stood stunned. Denjiro whispered, Lord Oden. Hitoshi murmured, Father. They stared at each other speechless. Only one thought echoing between them. What in the world is happening? Whitebeard Pirate's fleet. She just called him Lord Oden. Who is she? According to the Beast Pirates, she's Kaido's daughter, or son. Judging by those horns atop her head, the resemblance is undeniable. Yet, why does she feel like Lord Oden's daughter? Honestly, we're utterly baffled. Thunderclap Bagua. On Onigashima Island, she swung her iron club and felled over 100 subordinates of the Beast Pirates. Then Yamato marched onward toward the island's shore. Do not stand in my way. I must reach Marineford to rescue Ace. Yet even as the words left her lips, the senior officers stationed on Onigashima rushed forth to intercept her. Kinemon and Queen, the 2 among the 3 disasters. All 5 members of the Sky, 5 Fozzie, Black Maria, Sasuke, Runa, and Page 1. 2 bounty hunters whose bounties each exceeded 10 billion berries. The remaining 5 carried bounties hovering between 4 and 5 billion. Each a monstrous criminal beyond reckoning. This youth, perhaps a girl, perhaps a boy, appears formidable indeed. Yet against such an assembly, victory seems all but impossible. Kaido has led his forces to seize Whitebeard's territories. Though he is absent, those who remain are no trivial adversaries. Indeed, this will be a grueling battle, one almost certain to end in defeat. Beneath Onigashima Island. Seeing Yamato confront this overwhelming force alone upon the celestial screen, Hanyu, one of the wild boars, hefted his colossal iron mace, 40 or 50 meters long, and descended onto the battlefield. Excellent. Our senior officers have all arrived. Victory is assured. Even Yamato-sama stands no chance against the combined might of so many captains. Surrender now, Yamato-sama. The pirates cheered, utterly convinced of their triumph, gazing down upon the 100 fallen comrades strewn across the ground. Kinemon cast a cold, unblinking gaze upon Yamato. You've caused quite the commotion, Yamato. Yamato locked eyes with him and declared, Do not hinder me, Kinemon. I am leaving Wano country. I am bound for Marineford to save Ace. Kinemon rebuffed her sternly. Impossible. Yamato, you're deluded. You are Kaido-sama's child. Meddling in Whitebeard's affairs is beneath your station. Yamato retorted, This has nothing to do with Whitebeard's crew. Ace is my friend. I go only to save my friend. There is no distinction. Kinemon scoffed. In any case, you shall not leave Onigashima. At that, Yamato raised her iron mace, leveling it at Kinemon. Then I regret what comes next. Thunderclap Bagua. Guardian Fire Dragon Sovereign. Kinemon unleashed a searing colossal dragon of flame, its heat drawn from his innate racial power. The surrounding pirates recoiled in shock at the infernal beast. It's scorching hot. The temperature is unbearable. I'm standing this far away, and yet my skin feels blistered. This isn't fire, it's molten magma. So this is Kinemon's true strength. No wonder he leads the 3 disasters. Truly awe-inspiring. In Tato Land, Big Mom Pirates. As she watched Kinemon, Charlotte Lean's gaze gleamed with covetous hunger. He's said to be of a rare lineage. How I'd love to recruit him into my crew, Kinemon. Marry Ahua, the Holy Land. Though masked, the 5 elders deduced his race solely from his bearing. Gold star, black wings, flames blazing from his back. Even without confirming brown skin, these 2 traits alone suffice. He is of the Lunarian clan, the divine race of old. Wood star, though defeated by us, they were born warriors, peerless even among giants. Their martial prowess rivals ours measure for measure. Water star, weren't they eradicated by our hand? Then whence came this Kinemon? Mars star, 30 years ago an experimental subject escaped from our laboratory. His designation was a Belru. Saturn star, most likely he fled into the Beast Pirates' ranks, hence our decades-long failure to locate him. It appears we must revise his bounty upward. Given his Lunarian blood, 13 billion berries is far too modest. A figure of 15 billion would be more fitting. Kinemon knew full well Yamato's strength rivaled his own, perhaps even surpassed it now that she had inherited an ancient lineage. Thus he opened the battle with his ultimate technique, the Guardian Fire Dragon Sovereign, unleashing every ounce of speed, power, and incinerating heat he could command. In sheer destructive force, this technique matched even the most devastating strikes of Admiral Akainu himself. Even Yamato could not hope to withstand it lightly. Thunderclap Bagua. Her iron mace met the flaming dragon head-on, black lightning erupting from her palms. Busashoka Haki was fearsome, yes, but Yamato's mastery remained incomplete. She was neither Kaido nor Shanks, neither Whitebeard nor Roger. Her Busashoka Haki lacked the raw, annihilating power required to overwhelm a master like Kinemon outright. Against Kinemon's full-force assault, she achieved only parity. And as the two locked in stalemate, Runa struck, headbutt. Assuming the form of a prehistoric Pachycephalosaurus, her skull armored with hardened Busashoka Haki, she charged headfirst at Yamato. Trapped mid-confrontation with Kinemon, Yamato had no time to evade, and was struck down hard. Runa gazed coldly upon Yamato, coughing blood onto the ground. Yamato, do not presume your status as Kaido's daughter entitles you to deference. Have you not raged long enough? It ends here now. Yamato knelt, a crimson thread of blood tracing down her chin. Her healing ring extended, a metallic chain coiling around her body. Within seconds, the grievous wounds inflicted by Runa vanished completely. She fought now to rescue Ace, thus fulfilling the binding condition of her contract, granting her full access to the Chain of Covenant's power. With her injuries healed, Yamato rose, transforming into her mythical Zoan hybrid form, and gripped her iron mace once more. I will not yield. I will depart Wano country. I will reach Marineford. And I will save Ace. A massive, jagged vein pulsed across Runa's forehead, fury twisting her features. In rage she snarled, then prepare yourself to be beaten senseless and dragged back to your cell by me, by all of us. Runa headbutt. Another thunderous charge surged forward, yet as Yamato raised her mace to block, Queen fired a searing laser beam from his mouth. Yamato sensed peril and leapt backward, barely evading annihilation. Queen waddled forward, chuckling through his jowls. Yamato-sama, don't forget we stand here too. How despicable, so many pirates ganging up on a single individual. And yet they all boast reputations as legendary sea lords across the world. I see now, the charming young girl appears to be Kaido's daughter. Yet she is fiercely rebellious. Her heart lies not with the Beast's pirates, but with Ace the Fire Fist. Not only with Ace the Fire Fist, but also with Wano country. What do you mean with Wano country? Isn't Kaido himself in Wano country? Kaido is in Wano country, but he rules it through brute force and terror, standing diametrically opposed to its people. And just now Deo shouted that she is Kazuki Odin, the very guardian deity of Wano country, slain by Kaido himself. So she's truly in open rebellion. One hardly knows whether to call Kaido fortunate or cursed. Such an extraordinary daughter, yet utterly aligned against him. His parenting has failed spectacularly. In the New World, on Danhead Island Dr. Vegapunk gazed upon the nascent metropolis taking shape before him, a vision both stirring and serene. Yet his expression dimmed as he watched Queen unleash laser beams across the celestial screen. He's even replicated my laser research. Queen possesses more talent than I'd credited. Still, lasers. Akiji. A sigh escaped Vegapunk's lips at the memory of the fallen admiral. For decades Akiji had served as his personal bodyguard. Who could have imagined that a single mission would end so tragically? The irony hung heavy in the air. On Onigashima Island, Yamato sensed danger closing in. The contract chains conferred no meaningful enhancement to her innate strength. Her power remained essentially unchanged. What she once was she still was. Facing this coordinated assault, survival demanded combat prowess far exceeding her usual limits. Without hesitation, Yamato made her choice. Crimson eyes. In her human beast form, her jet-black irises blazed crimson in an instant. Her latent potential surged forth, flooding her limbs with raw, uncontainable might. Thunderclap, 8 trigrams. It was the same technique, but now infused with transcendent speed, overwhelming force, and masterful Haushiko Haki infusion. Every facet, velocity, impact, and Haki control, had leapt beyond previous bounds. Rumple hadn't time to react before Yamato's club struck true, sending her hurtling backward, eyes rolling white, reverting from her spiny-backed dragon form into unconsciousness. Sister, Rumple. The officers finally snapped awake. King recoiled in shock. Such speed, such power. Strange. In that single blow, I truly glimpsed the shadow of Brother Kaido. Queen narrowed his eyes. She shouldn't possess such strength, had she we'd have known. There remains only one explanation: this power stems from inherited legacy. Black Maria drew a slow breath. If it's inherited legacy, then it's understandable. We've witnessed the terrifying potency of otherworldly legacies multiple times upon the celestial screen, and now at last we confront it firsthand. Sasami declared, fresh intelligence confirms Admiral Kaido is en route back. Even if we cannot defeat her, we must hold her until he arrives. At that moment, Page 1 charged forward in furious rage. Dare you harm my sister? Unforgivable. Shifting into his spiny-backed dragon form, he lunged, jaws wide, to bite Yamato down. Face your reckoning, Yamato. Perish the thought. Don't rush in recklessly. She's far beyond your current reach. King bellowed, eyes wide with alarm. Guardian Fire Dragon Sovereign. Queen joined the fray, laser beam. Others remained unaware, but Yamato knew precisely her present combat capacity had vaulted far beyond her former self. Even her father Kaido, should he appear now, would face a worthy challenger. Against her these adversaries stood no chance, like fragile eggs striking granite. Whistling arrow. Unserved ice fong. Yamato wielded both Haushika Haki and Devil Fruit power in concert, swinging her spike club at page 1 while exhaling ice spheres to intercept King's and Queen's assaults. Her ice spheres could withstand Kaido's searing dragon breath. Blocking King's guardian fire dragon sovereign and Queen's laser beam posed no challenge. A thunderous explosion echoed across the island. Page 1 collapsed next, reverting from his human beast form unconscious and motionless. This girl, astonishingly powerful. She felled one of the Sky Five in a single strike, even under cover from 2 of the 3 disasters. Her strength surpasses theirs entirely. Calling her peer to the 4 emperors may stretch credulity, but against King alone, he'd likely fall before her. Kaido sired an extraordinary daughter indeed, pity she stands against him. Whether to weep or laugh remains uncertain. 2 of the Sky Five have already fallen, especially page 1, struck down even as King and Queen shielded him. Young Master Yamato has grown so formidable. At this rate, can we possibly stop her? Terror rippled across Onigashima as pirates cried out in panic. King and Queen wore grim expressions. She's capable of this. King stared coldly at the fallen page 1, voice hardening. Listen, fool Queen. We'll need to fight as one. Queen tilted his head. Idiot King, I saw it long ago. Prepare for assault. We can't let her run rampant any longer. Let her disgrace the beast's pirates' honor any further, and our name will crumble to dust. They advanced upon Yamato in unison, yet she paid them no heed. Her priority lay elsewhere. First eliminate Fozufo Sasami and Black Maria. Only then would she turn her full attention to King and Queen. Ice severance. Yamato fused freezing breath with Haushika Haki, swinging her iron club downward in a devastating arc aimed squarely at Fozuefo's skull. Fozuefo refused to meet it head-on. Shifting into his saber-toothed tiger form, he executed Navy Rokushiki's Soru, vanishing from his spot in a blur. Yamato's club struck empty air, shattering the ground beneath with cataclysmic force. She glanced at Fozuefo, faint surprise flickering in her gaze. You evaded that blow. Impressive speed. Fozuefo grinned. Don't underestimate me. I'm no mere Sky Five. I once vied with Jack for a place among the 3 disasters. Even years ago I rivaled CP9's Rob Lucci, the prodigy himself. To best me won't be easy. In Water 7 at Iceberg Shipyard, CP9 operatives gathered covertly for their mission. Kaku chuckled warmly. Lucci, Fozuefo just boasted something rather amusing. Califa adjusted her glasses. Still, he does possess the right to say it. After all, his strength now exceeds ours. Indeed, his current power has surpassed us all. Rob Lucci gazed upward at the celestial screen, his eyes narrowing in disdain as he regarded Fozuefo. Our training merely stalled during active missions. Give us time, no more than 2 years, and we'll overtake him effortlessly. Ultimately, he's nothing but a disgraced failure who fled to piracy after botching his assignment. A petty clown unworthy of mention. Imperial Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor, in Spark Impact, in Fong Spear, in Whistling Arrow, in Yamato fought alone against the officers of the Beast Pirates. Under her overwhelming assault, Black Maria and Sasuke were both swiftly eliminated. And now only King, Queen, and Fazi, who arrogantly deemed himself Queen's equal, remained locked in combat with Yamato. Incredible. She's holding her own against 2 top-tier commanders and 5 elite subordinates, and her power has far surpassed anything she's ever displayed before. She may even rival Kaido himself. What kind of legacy did she inherit? Truly terrifying in its strength, and the Beast Pirates' rank-and-file crew members cried out in astonishment. King's and Queen's expressions darkened markedly. And Yamato had always been formidable, but now having obtained an inheritance from another world, she had become exponentially more dangerous. Ice all severance, and Yamato unleashed another devastating staff strike. A mighty blow aimed straight at King's skull. And strangely, this time King did not raise his blade to parry. Instead, he met the impact head-on. With a thunderous BOM, black lightning erupted across King's cranium, slamming his body deep into the earth and sending plumes of dust billowing skyward. Master King. And he was actually struck. And why did he lose focus at such a critical moment? He's doomed now. The crewman recoiled in horror. And she had already been nearly impossible to handle. Now King had fallen too. Could Queen possibly stand alone? Yamato herself was momentarily taken aback, and logically King's prowess should have allowed him either to block, or at the very least evade, such a strike. Yet she had struck him cleanly, and perhaps he truly had faltered, distracted by some unseen thought. And she dismissed the matter instantly, and turned her gaze toward Queen and Fazi. Once you 2 fall, victory is mine. In Thunder Roar. And Yamato raised her staff once more, preparing to strike Queen. At that very instant King leapt from the crater where he'd been buried, and scathed unharmed. Foolish Queen, now, in Idiot King. I see it well enough without your prompting. Queen roared in reply, then lunged forward as Yamato struggled to break free from King's grip, Brachiosaurus serpent. Queen abruptly coiled head to tail, launching himself like a living serpent from his own body. What the hell? What kind of anatomy is that? And even for a Zoan-type devil fruit user, splitting one's body in 2 defies all logic. And I'm a scholar of ancient history, and I've never read of Brachiosaurus possessing such physiology. Yamato hadn't anticipated this dual assault. In caught off guard, she and King were both ensnared, bound tight by Queen's serpentine coils, immobilized utterly. Ha ha ha. Young Master Yamato, cease your futile struggles. In my Brachiosaurus serpent form, my crushing force exceeds tens of thousands of tons. Even Kaido-sama would find escape difficult if caught unawares. Your journey ends here. Queen tightened his grip. Yamato felt immense pressure compressing every limb, her bones groaning under unbearable strain. A crimson spurt escaped her lips. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Queen. Queen, you fool. King is entangled with me. Do you intend to crush him too? Queen burst into laughter, though eliminating that idiot King would be convenient now is hardly the time. Kaido-sama watches from beyond the sky screen. I'd rather not earn his wrath for killing King. Too costly a price to pay. Besides, even if I wished to slay that fool, it wouldn't be so simple. And after all, he is of the Lunarian clan. King shot Queen a fierce glare. Silence, you imbecile. Queen, in the Lunarian clan. What is this tribe? A rare legendary race, recorded only in fragmented ancient texts, as natural-born warriors. When flames blaze upon their backs, their defenses ascend to absolute invincibility. When those flames extinguish, their speed surges beyond comprehension. Ancient scribes revered them as divine beings. And no wonder King suffered no injury from Yamato's blow. It was precisely due to this trait. And thus, though bound alongside Yamato, King remained unharmed. His absolute defense rendered Queen's constriction meaningless against him. Yet how could such a formidable race remain entirely unknown? According to historical records, they incurred the world government's wrath and were exterminated en masse. To ensure total eradication, the world government issued a decree, a bounty of 100 million belly for any verifiable lead on a surviving Lunarian. So they were annihilated by the world government. That explains their obscurity. In but a single clue worth 100 million belly. Preposterous. One can scarcely fathom the staggering cost the world government bore to obliterate the Lunarians entirely. Thanks to the sky screen's commentary, Yamato finally understood why her earlier strike had failed, and why Queen fought with such unshakable confidence. It was because King belonged to a unique bloodline. King scowled at Queen. You blabbermouth. You've just exposed my deepest secret, you fool. Queen shrugged indifferently. So what? You serve Kaido-sama. What coward would dare apprehend you? Then with renewed ferocity he intensified his grip. Surrender to bone-shattering agony, Yamato. Better you lie motionless in a hospital bed for years than roam rebelliously across the seas. Yamato felt the crushing pressure redouble, yet a radiant, defiant smile bloomed across her lips. At last, I've drawn near enough to seize your unique racial ability, King. In binding. A metallic chain shot forth from the ring on her middle finger, wrapping King completely. Instantly his strength vanished, his devil fruit power and racial traits alike suppressed. Queen's titanic crushing force surged through him, eliciting a shriek of pure agony. Queen grinned cruelly. Yes, succumb to endless torment until unconsciousness claims you. Fozzie urgently interjected. W8. Queen, the one screaming isn't Yamato, it's King. Queen froze, eyes widening in disbelief. Nanny. Quinn glanced briefly at Jean and Yamato, both entangled in his coils. Though Yamato endured immense strain, he still held firm. Jean, however, had rolled his eyes upward, foamed at the mouth, and slumped into unconsciousness. Quinn. What in blazes is happening? Baffled beyond comprehension, Quinn dared not relax his grip, nor dare he tighten it further, fearing he might crush Jean to death. Hey, Jean. Damn fool. What the hell are you doing? Wake up now. Quinn shouted frantically, unaware that Yamato's focus had already shifted entirely onto him. Jean has failed. Quinn, it's your turn. Binding. Yamato retracted the chains constricting Jean and swiftly wound them around Quinn instead. Like Jean before him, Quinn was instantly overwhelmed by vertigo and abruptly reverted from his Brachiosaurus form. This is... He stared incredulously at his own body, unable to fathom how his devil fruit power had so suddenly abandoned him. Fozufu urgently cried out, idiot, dodge. But it was already too late. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yamato brought his massive club crashing down upon Quinn's colossal abdomen. Pain contorted Quinn's face until his eyes bulged outward, and then he hurtled skyward like a severed balloon, vanishing into the distance without return. Having accomplished this, Yamato staggered, utterly spent. Still gravely wounded from Quinn's earlier constriction, her body bore deep trauma. Healing. Yamato once more activated her healing chains upon herself, though this time the injuries ran deep, demanding greater time and energy to mend. Seeing her vulnerability, Fozufu seized his chance. You've left yourself exposed, Yamato. Iron Body Fong Flash. Fozufu unleashed a triple technique, Razor Iron Body and Spear Fong, his teeth sheathed in thick black armament haki, as he surged forward at blinding speed. He believed Yamato, grievously wounded by Quinn, would be powerless to withstand his strongest assault. If he could claim decisive victory in this final clash, his standing within the Beast's Pirates would ascend beyond measure. Face your fate, Yamato. Fozufu bared his massive jaws, black fangs gleaming with armament haki, as he lunged to bite. Yet at that very moment shadow engulfed him from above. Before he could react, a 40-meter-long spiked club slammed him deep into the earth. The foot soldiers who'd awaited Fozu Fu's triumph cried out in shock. Holy hell, the giant. He's colossal, far larger than ordinary giants, almost rivaling Oz himself. How can an ancient giant tribe dwell on Kaido's territory? He resembles Oz, not only in size but in fangs and horns, but differs in limbs. Oz stands on 2 legs. This one is a 4-legged centaur-like colossus. Where did he come from? And why attack a beast pirate officer? Could he be an escaped prisoner imprisoned here by the beast pirates? Honestly, I'm completely baffled. That's Naya, the second ferocious sovereign. Why is he here? This operation wasn't even announced to the sovereigns. More importantly, why target Fozu Fu? Shouldn't he strike Yamato-sama instead? Damn it, another rebel among the sovereigns, just like Yamato-sama. The beast pirates' rank and file seethed with fury, their last hope shattered by Naya. Yamato, however, gazed at Naya with delight. Naya, are you here to help me? Naya eagerly nodded, brandished his spiked club, and let out 2 exuberant roars. Roo, roo. Yamato turned toward the unconscious Jin. Extending her pinky chain, she pierced it into his body, the 5th of her ability's plunder. This power allowed her to seize both Jin's devil fruit ability and his racial traits. Yet since she already possessed a devil fruit power, she chose not to claim Jin's pteranodon fruit. Instead, she sought only Jin's racial ability. Though I may wield it only once, and though the Lunarian trait will revert to Jin afterward, even a single use is enough. I will save Ace. In moments, the flames along Jin's spine, his wings, and his tawny skin all faded, leaving him indistinguishable from an ordinary human. Yamato herself showed no visible change. She had internalized the Lunarian racial ability, ready to manifest it at will whenever needed. Only then did Yamato depart, with Naya at her side. At that moment, Luyu called out, "Wait, Yamato." Yamato paused, startled. Is there something else? Luyu replied, "The legacy on Onigashima is gone, but Wano country still holds its own. Onigashima lies close to Wano, does it not? Wouldn't you wish to grow stronger before rescuing Ace? It won't take long, and doing so ensures greater safety." Yamato had initially intended to leave Wano country immediately with Naya. Upon hearing this, she recognized its wisdom, and declared, "Wano country holds legacy too. Then I'll go at once, and proclaim Wano's liberation." Nanny. Inside the shogun's residence in Wano country, Shogun Kurozumi Orochi's eyes widened in shock. "Liberate Wano country. She's coming for me." Orochi urgently demanded of his subordinates. "Furashu Kairos, where is Kaido? Has he returned yet?" Furashu, wearing dark sunglasses, spoke solemnly. "We've contacted him. He's en route back. Kaido instructed us to delay Yamato for as long as possible." Orochi trembled. "Yamato defeated Jin and Quinn together. How could I possibly hold her back?" Furashu added, "Kaido said, if we fail he'll execute us." Nanny. Orochi recoiled again, cornered beyond retreat. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Kairos, mobilize every samurai under my command. Even if we must pile our lives high, we will stop Yamato." Kairos bowed. "Yes, Lord Orochi." Yet the moment he stepped outside the shogun's residence, his expression transformed. "Unbelievable. What Oden-sama failed to achieve, Kaido's daughter shall now fulfill." Kairos swelled with fervor. "Excellent. With Kaido absent, Wano country shall finally be liberated. Oden-sama, your final wish is about to be realized." Glancing back at the shogun's residence, Kairos's gaze brimmed with contempt. "Mobilize every samurai to halt Yamato. Don't waste your breath. When Yamato arrives, you'll be the first she strikes down. Fire. Shoot. Governor Kaido said he's almost back. We must stop Yamato-sama no matter what. Charge. We must not let Yamato-sama escape." In Wano, Orochi wanted the samurai to sacrifice their lives to delay Yamato. On Onigashima, the beast pirate soldiers had already begun to delay Yamato with their lives. However, their strength was far too weak. Yamato didn't even need to activate her flaming red eyes to send them fleeing in panic. Thunderbogwat. Mego. Muso Ice Fong. Yamato unleashed her techniques one after another, and soon all the beast pirate soldiers were defeated. Even the other 9 numbers who came to reinforce were all taken down by Yamato with 1 blow each. The force of over 10,000 on Onigashima was wiped out by Yamato in less than 2 hours. Arriving at the coast of Onigashima, Yamato immediately used her devil fruit ability to create ice on the sea like Akiji and set off toward Wano together with Arya. Damn it, out at sea. Kaido was furious. "So you actually went this far, Yamato. It seems I can't let you off easily either." Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To be fair, Yamato throwing the beast pirates into chaos was definitely good for the Marines. In the past, Sengoku would have been laughing so hard he couldn't stand straight. But thinking that such a powerful fighter as Yamato would come to Marine Headquarters to fight the Marines, he couldn't be pleased. Sengoku pressed his temples to relax himself. Damn it, why do they all come to save that bastard Fire Fist Ace? He's just a scumbag pirate and the bloodline of Gold. Roger, a born sinner. What's there to save about such a demon's descendant? Damn. Under Lu Yu's guidance, Yamato soon arrived at Udon in Wano. Damn, so you're coming here. This is the Beast's Pirates factory in Wano. We cannot afford to lose it. Stop her. At Udon, the warden Babanuki led the Beast's pirate soldiers to intercept Yamato. However, within moments these people were all knocked down by Yamato. The Beast's pirates. They were actually defeated. Does that mean we're free, eh? No, not yet. The strongest one, Kaido, hasn't been defeated. As long as this monster remains, all our efforts, so far, are in vain. In Udon prison, the samurai watched the fallen Beast's pirate soldiers. Knowing this was the best chance to escape, they still didn't dare to flee for a moment. Yamato didn't bother with them. After she found the inheritance hidden in Udon according to Lu Yu's instructions and defeated Orochi, the rest would be none of her business. Item: Babanuki's Spiked Club. Inheritance: Source: Metal Badass class from the One Punch Man world. Inheritance ability: the use of fighting spirit. The more damage taken, the stronger the fighting spirit. The stronger the spirit, the greater the speed and power. There is no upper limit to strength enhancement. The key is how much the user can endure. Inheritance method: use this club in battle against an opponent. If you are severely injured but not knocked unconscious, you will inherit its power. Lu Yu was slightly speechless. This inheritance method was truly bizarre. Lu Yu then told Yamato the method. Yamato was also a bit helpless. She couldn't just find someone to beat her half to death just to inherit it right. Besides, there was no one who could beat her half to death now. Shaking her head, Yamato took Babanuki's Spiked Club with her. When she participated in the war at Marine headquarters, she might get severely injured and inherit the power. There was only this one inheritance in Wano. After taking the club, Yamato planned to go with Arya to the shogun's residence to take down Orochi. At that moment, Kaishiro's group came running over. Seeing them, Yamato drew her club again, ready to take them all down. Wait. Just as Yamato was about to act, a beautiful girl with green hair came running over. What a beautiful lady. She's not inferior to the world's most beautiful woman, the Pirate Empress. Unexpected, such a gem exists in Wano. Great, I can use another photo to comfort myself from now on. Calm belt. Amazon Lily. The Empress looked at Kazuki Hayori with disdain. Her beauty not inferior to mine. When did those guys go blind? In looks, figure, status, or temperament, how can that woman compare to me? After all, I am the most beautiful woman in the world. The reason I am forgiven for everything I do is that I am simply too beautiful. Isn't that Kamurasaki? Idiot, what is she doing at Udon? At the shogun's residence. Orochi watched Kazuki Hayori standing before Yamato, his face showing heartache. Kamurasaki was the geisha he had his eye on. He hadn't even gotten her yet. If Yamato killed her, he would be devastated. Kazuki Hayori, Yamato, wait. He's not a bad person. His real name isn't Kaishiro, but Denjiro, one of the 9 red scabbards. He serves under Orochi because he is a spy to overthrow him. Orochi. Kazuki Hayori. My name is Kamurasaki, but that's not my real name. My real name is Kazuki Hayori, daughter of Kazuki Oden. Orochi. Kazuki Hayori. Yamato, aren't you going to liberate Wano? Let's join forces, overthrow Orochi's rule, and open Wano's borders. Orochi. Orochi's eyes widened. What the hell? I was just worried about you, and now you're trying to have me killed. You deserve to die. As Kaishiro, Denjiro, led his samurai to turn against him. Orochi's eyes rolled back, his mind filled with the thought. It's over. So you're Hayori, my dear daughter. I've been looking for you for so long. Yamato hugged Kazuki Hayori tightly, saying excitedly. Kazuki Hayori. Denjiro. Samurai. Hey, you, are you never going to stop cosplaying? At that moment, Hyogoro in Udon prison finally gathered his courage and said, please let us join you. Denjiro was startled, looking at the old man like Hyogoro. After a while he recognized him. You look familiar. Are you? Could you be Hyogoro of the Flower Capital? Hyogoro nodded. Yes, it's me. I've always regretted not fighting alongside Oden back then. This time I don't want to miss it. Take us with you, let's overthrow Orochi together. The other samurai echoed in agreement. Our blades have long been thirsting for battle. Kill, defeat Orochi, liberate Wano. The freedom of Wano begins today. The Rabbit Bowl prison was liberated. Chosaku, astonished, reunited here with Kazuki Hayoshi, one of the 9 red scabbards. Thousands upon thousands of samurai marched in overwhelming force toward the shogun's residence, sending Kurazumi Orochi into abject terror. Fukuro, could you think of something? Quickly. Where is Kaido? Where is that brute? Why hasn't he returned yet? Damn it, I don't want to die. At last the samurai arrived. Orochi, your reign ends here. From this day forth the shogun of Wano country shall be Princess Kazuki Oden. Face your fate. Oden's dual blade style peach blossom 10 fists. Chosaku charged ahead and severed Orochi's head with a single stroke, ending the tyrant's 20-year rule over Wano country. Upon completing this deed, the samurai and citizens alike erupted in jubilant celebration. It is over. Orochi's brutal tyranny has finally ended. From today we are free. Hail Princess Kazuki Oden as the new shogun of Wano country. Though Princess Kazuki Oden was a woman, it mattered not. So long as the shogun was not Orochi, any successor would suffice. Yamato smiled faintly. Wano country is finally liberated. Oden, the founding of the new era falls to you. I must depart Wano country immediately. Princess Kazuki Oden nodded solemnly. Yes, Yamato, take care of yourself. After their farewell, Yamato turned to leave, when suddenly a deafening explosion shook the sky. In that instant the entire land of Wano trembled. What's happening? Hasn't the coup already concluded? It's Kaido, he's returned. We're doomed. We forgot the most terrifying figure of all. As long as he remains, every effort we've made thus far means nothing. The samurai wailed in despair. Kaido's overwhelming power plunged them once more into hopelessness. Yamato, hearing the commotion within the shogun's residence, knew instantly that this was Wano's final trial. Her expression hardened as she declared, Oden, remain seated here. I will drive Kaido out of Wano country no matter what. With that she seized the iron-spiked club retrieved from Rabbit Bowl prison and strode out of the shogun's residence. Yet, can Yamato triumph this time? Her adversary is none other than Kaido of the Beast's Pirates, the former world's strongest creature, a Yonko, whose bounty exceeds 4.6 billion berries, a monstrous sovereign beyond compare. He stands leagues above even his former officers. Frankly, I doubt her chances this round. You intend to expel me from Wano country. Yamato, you dare grow too arrogant. Kaido glared upward at the heavens, his visage twisted with savage fury. Then fixing his gaze upon the samurai blocking his path, his eyes burned with even greater menace. Samurai, you all participated in this coup, did you not? Then you should have prepared yourselves for its failure. This will not end easily. Once I slaughter you all, Wano country shall become a colossal arms factory. Your families, your children, kin, and friends shall all be enslaved, forced to labor until death within its foundries. This is the price of defying me. The samurai recoiled in horror. Cursed fiend, you'd even spare our families. Damn it, all my child has just been born. Is surrender still possible? Can we yield now? Just then, a laugh rang out. Orochi pushed through the crowd and stepped before Kaido. Ha ha ha, Kaido, you finally returned. This shogun has awaited you long. You insolent rabble dared betray this shogun. You deserve death. Kaido, do as you said, annihilate them all, seize their families, and enslave them to death in your factories. Such is the fate of all rebels. Ha ha ha. What how is he alive? Wasn't he just slain? His head was severed. How does he still live? Could he possess a devil fruit like Buggy's, capable of splitting and reassembling? Orochi, this wretch still lives? Impossible. I watched his head fall. Is this some dark sorcery? Cursed. Had we truly eradicated him, Wano would know peace at last. Seeing Orochi, the samurai flinched in shock. Yet an even greater shock followed. Kaido struck Orochi without warning. One moment Orochi stood triumphant, boasting of his newfound protector. The next, Kaido's blade cleaved his head clean away. In that instant the samurai's minds went utterly blank. How aren't they allies? Kaido slew the shogun, Orochi. What madness is this? I comprehend nothing. Kaido kicked Orochi's corpse far across the courtyard. With contemptuous disdain he spat, Orochi, you are obsolete. You ruled Wano for over 2 decades, and yet cultivated not a single loyal follower. What use are you to me? From this moment Wano country belongs entirely to the Beast's Pirates. Every citizen shall become my slave, bound to toil until death. Witnessing Kaido slay even Orochi, the samurai grasped the absolute resolve behind his will. Instantly, they were cornered, trembling in terror. It's over. Kaido won't even accept surrender. Will my descendants be condemned to slavery forever? No. Will I even have descendants left? Curses, I cannot bear it. We were one step from victory. Why must such a monster exist? Leopard Boss surveyed their stricken faces, knowing full well Kaido had broken their spirit. Truth be told, even he felt fear. Kaido had ruled Wano for 30 years. Long before Kazuki Oden's return, his accumulated dread was not so easily dispelled. Yet retreat was impossible. Stand tall, Leopard Boss commanded. Since surrender is denied, what remains but to fight? Do you truly wish your wives, children, and kin enslaved for eternity? Resistance offers a chance. Submission guarantees only death. Draw your blades and face this monster. Even if we perish, we shall drive him from Wano country. Leopard Boss's authority still carried immense weight. Decades ago, 2 names echoed loudest across Wano: Kazuki Oden and himself. Hearing his words, the samurai steeled their resolve and prepared to confront Kaido with every ounce of courage left within them. Follow Boss Leopard. Let's fight Kaido to the death. Whether we face him head-on or shrink back, death awaits either way. If we must die, let us die as true samurai, upholding our honor. Kaido, leave Wano country. Boss Leopard watched the samurai's bloodlust surge, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his face. As long as their wills stood united, hope remained. Then Boss Leopard Denjiro and Kawamatsu exchanged a silent glance and nodded. Now attack. Let's strike down Kaido together. Hana Ikidoryu rage-flared blade defeat. Oden Notoryu Peach Garden 10-fist strike. Oden Notoryu Peach Garden White Falls. 3 warriors, 5 blades, hurtling toward Kaido in unison. Each blade shimmered with dense crimson-colored armament haki, the flowing sakura, coalescing into lethal vibrating force. Kaido did not flinch. He stood motionless, letting the blows crash against his flesh. Impossible. This is our strongest technique. This is flowing sakura, the armament haki that shatters from within. How can he endure it bare-chested? Stunned, nay horrified, they recoiled. At that moment Kaido tilted his gaze toward Denjiro and Kawamatsu. You call this Oden Notorio? His voice dripped with contempt. It holds no power whatsoever. You fools are so weak, you cannot even draw blood from my skin. Let me show you true strength. Kaido's dragon eyes blazed wide, majestic, terrifying. Then he swung his colossal iron club in a thunderous horizontal arc, Thunder Bagua. The same technique wielded by Yamato, or rather the very one she learned from him. If Yamato's execution dazzled the eye, Kaido's redefined its very essence. The instant the club struck their bodies, black lightning erupted, crackling, violent, all-consuming. They had no time to resist. Eyes rolled white. Then they flew backward like shattered dolls, crashing through and obliterating an entire mountain. They were surely dead. Incredible. This Thunder Bagua dwarfs Yamato's by leagues. No wonder that dinosaur woman claimed Yamato's version was merely Thunder Tetragram. She was right. The gap between them is vast. So this is the apex warrior of the seas, before the arrival of inheritors. The title of Four Emperor is truly earned. Can samurai possibly defeat such a monster? Doubtful. In Kuri Wano country, Ashura boy, known as Sakazuki, narrowed his eyes at the sight. So it ends in failure. Toppling Kaido was never going to be easy. Zo. The Mink tribe. Duke Inuarashi's expression darkened. Dire, this blow is catastrophic. I pray Denjiro and Kawamatsu still draw breath. Kawarino's face fell. All we can do is pray for their survival. Damn it, we acted too soon. 2 years remain until Time Sama's prophecy. This assault was premature. Wano country. The samurai's hard-won resolve dissolved in an instant. How could this be? Boss Leopard stood shoulder to shoulder with Lord Kazuki, Oden himself. Not only Boss Leopard, but 2 of the 9 red scabbards as well. Even united, these 3 could not withstand a single strike from Kaido. He is no mere foe. He is an unstoppable aberration. What now? To stay is certain death, yet surrender is unthinkable. What path remains? Then flee. Take your families and escape Wano country. At least there lies a sliver of hope. Far better than dying here in vain. Kaido paid no mind to their panic. He had sworn to kill them, and kill them he would. Their fear only made slaughter easier. Jack, lead your crew and exterminate every samurai. Yes, brother Kaido. Jack surged forward at the head of thousands of pirates, clashing headlong with the samurai ranks. On the pirates' side, Kaido and Jack ignited morale. Among the samurai, their 3 leaders lay fallen in one blow. Spirits broken, courage extinguished. Within moments the samurai began to crumble. Then, a bold ringing cry cut through the chaos, Thunder Bagua. That voice bore no trace of Kaido's timbre, so it could only belong to Yamato. With a deafening boom she slammed her club into scores of beast pirates, sending them flying like chaff. Kazuki Hiyori appeared beside her, not waiting obediently at the shogun's residence as Yamato had instructed, but rushing straight into battle. I am Kazuki Oden's daughter, and the current shogun of Wano country. I will never flee. Should Kaido fall, that is ideal. But should he triumph, then, as shogun of Wano, I shall be the first to meet death. Thus Hiyori joined the fray. Surveying the despondent samurai, she raised her voice, Samurai of Wano, lift your heads. Though Boss Leopard and his comrades failed, Yamato lives. She carries forward my father Lord Oden's legacy. She has toppled countless beasts pirates officers, and she is an inheritor blessed with knowledge from another world. With her standing among us, even Kaido may yet falter. Until she falls, let us fight, together to the very end. And if all else fails, I the shogun of Wano shall be the first to perish. Without freedom, death is preferable. Seeing their shogun speak, thus the samurai stirred. And Yamato's might was undeniable, worthy of absolute trust. One final time their spirit coalesced. Through gritted teeth they declared agreed. We will follow Lady Yamato and Princess Hiyori to the last, striking down Kaido once more. Sanro, should I fall, my family is in your hands. Fear not, I shall care for your wife. Damn it, I meant my mother. No matter. Entrust her to me. I shall care for both. Seeing the samurai rally anew, Jack's eyes blazed with fury. Yamato's presence changes nothing. We have brother Kaido. Men, charge. Cut them down. Roaring Jack transformed into his mammoth form, whipping his trunk and trampling foes. Yamato rushed toward Kaido, leaving Jack unchecked. Jack a top commander. How could ordinary samurai match him? Like a tiger unleashed upon sheep, he carved through them without mercy. Even ancient giant modified warrior Futuru fell beneath Jack's onslaught in moments. For a fleeting span Jack ruled the battlefield, unrivaled, untouchable. Curse it, that bastard Jack is so formidable. Let alone Kaido, even an opponent like Jack is beyond our capability to handle. If Jack alone is this difficult to deal with, one can scarcely imagine how much stronger Jin and Kuein, who rank above him, must be. Were it not for Dai defeating Jin and Kuein in succession, and now holding Kaido at bay, we would have absolutely no chance. Damn it. Even a primeval giant like Arya couldn't stop Jack. How are we supposed to fight this? The samurai gazed at the fallen Arya, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Fighting the foot soldiers of the beast pirates was manageable, but the all-stars were truly opponents they could not contend with. Go to hell. Trunk whip. Just as Jack was about to sweep his trunk, once more a nimble, portly figure suddenly arrived and thwarted him. It's him, the leader of the head mountain bandit gang, Jiao Tianwan. That scoundrel is a villain who commits every atrocity, always plundering the meager provisions the villagers have painstakingly saved. Why would this wretch appear here? Wait, he's blocking Jack. It seems he's here to help us. Catching sight of Jiao Tianwan, Guan Yue Rai said, Samurai, do not misunderstand. He was also one of the 9 red scabbards back then. His name is Axiluo Tongzi. What? That guy is also a red scabbard. Damn it, to have done such a thing, he brings shame to the red scabbards. Never mind, considering he's helping us hold off the beast's pirates, let's forgive his past deeds. Axiluo Tongzi looked at the samurai behind him with utter disdain. Forgive me. Axiluo Tongzi spat contemptuously. Pa. A bunch of cowards like you're not worthy of forgiving me. If I'm simply acting against the beast's pirates on my own terms. I never said I'd join forces with you. I'll take care of this guy myself, but after I've finished him off, I'll still be the leader of the head mountain bandit gang, still rob you as I please. What can you do about it? TCH. The samurai ground their teeth in fury, yet for the moment, they were compelled to rely on his combat prowess, so they swallowed their anger. Witnessing this, Guan Yue Rai could only force a bitter smile and mediate between the two sides. Nevertheless, looking at the current scene, Guan Yue Rai was still exhilarated. Regardless, the two sides now displayed evenly matched combat strength, which ignited a fighting spirit. Of course, the key still lay with Dai. If Dai could win, even if Axiluo Tongzi and the samurai lost, it would not matter. The losses would be heavy, but they could be recouped later. If Dai lost, then everything would be meaningless. Even if the samurai side prevailed here, they would all be slaughtered by Kaido in the end. Thus the battlefield where Dai fought was the most critical. Guan Yue Rai gazed at Dai, who was now locked in a standoff with Kaido, and prayed inwardly. You must defeat him, Dai. The fate of the land of Wa rests entirely on your shoulders. You've certainly caused quite a ruckus, Dai. Kaido looked down upon Dai, his face twisted with fury. You understand the consequences of this, don't you? This time it won't be settled with a mere beating or confinement. Dai. As he spoke, Kaido's eyes became bloodshot, his pupils turning crimson. Dai, if I'm not careful, I might kill you. Dai assumed his hybrid human-beast form, brandishing a spiked club to confront Kaido. I know. I am prepared to be killed by you. But I will not lose. I will surely defeat you and drive you out of the land of Wa. Prepare yourself, Kaido. Kaido also transformed into his hybrid form. The two stood face to face, their eyes locked. The Conqueror's haki exploded between them, causing many weaker pirates and samurai to faint on the spot, their eyes rolling back. Immediately afterward, they struck simultaneously, club against club. Black lightning erupted and scattered as if it cost nothing, turning the scene into a world of clashing haki. Rumbling thunderbagwa. Rumbling thunderbagwa. The sky split open. I seemed to perceive haki dancing. Even the sky was rent asunder. Such was the might of the original world's strongest creature, a power that once stood unchallenged at the pinnacle of the seas before the advent of the inheritors. Truly terrifying beyond measure. Who knows if he was stronger than Whitebeard? Before the inheritors appeared, there was a theory across the seas that Kaido surpassed Whitebeard and was the actual world's strongest man. Dai's chances of defeating such a monster are far from easy. On the Whitebeard pirates ship, the division commanders worried for Dai. What should we do? Will Dai lose? Though she obtained 2 inheritances, actually just 1, Kaido is a Yonko. A Yonko just like Pops, standing at the apex of the seas. Defeating him is an immense challenge. I hope nothing goes wrong. She is Ace's friend, so I would very much like to go with her to rescue Ace at Marine headquarters. Whitebeard watched the father and daughter whose Conqueror's haki clashed on the celestial screen. A trace of concern for Dai arose in his heart. That brat Kaido is not much weaker than I was 30 years ago. Even if I return to my prime, defeating him would be no simple task. And now, though I'm reluctant to admit it, I fear I am no longer his match. Dai, she who carries the will of my friend Odin, Ace's friend. You must be safe. In the whole cake island of Tato land, Big Mom nibbled on a small cake one after another. Watching the battle on the screen, she laughed. That boy Kaido hasn't changed a bit. Still a monster, just like me. That girl named Dai is not bad either, being able to stalemate Kaido. Quite a commendable performance. Pity she cannot defeat Kaido. No one can vanquish that monster. Of course I will surpass him in the future, mama. In the new world, the Red Hair Pirates. The crew exchanged glances. Captain Kaido has returned to the land of Wa. Should we still go help Whitebeard defend his territory? Red Hair scratched his head, pondered, and said, that girl is strong, but she cannot defeat Kaido. Once Kaido wins, he will continue encroaching on Whitebeard's territories. So let's go? Keep moving. The crew responded in unison, yes, Captain. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. That fellow Kaido has finally returned to the land of Wa. Sengoku said, thankfully. With him there, that girl named Dai won't be able to cause any more trouble. Once he defeats and imprisons her, she won't be able to come to Marine headquarters, and we won't have to deal with such a formidable combatant. Though it may not be proper for me to say this given my position. Kaido, defeat her. Let her taste the might of the world's strongest creature. Of course, Dai, don't give up either. You should give it your all, and if possible take that bastard Kaido down with you. If you two fight to the death and annihilate each other, that would make me overjoyed. Thunderclap Bagua, in Roaring Thunder Bagua, in Whistling Arrow, in Vajra Arrow, in Ice Annihilation Slash, in Tri-World Subjugation Descent into Naraka. In the land of Wano, Yamato clashed fiercely with Kaido. In Black Lightning, emanating from Conqueror's Haki, flashed incessantly across the battlefield, as if limitless and unspent. Pirates and samurai alike stood frozen in awe. And what are these two? Monsters? In a realm beyond imagination, utterly overwhelming. Then surely their duel alone decides everything. What meaning remains for our fight? Yet despite such words, both sides pressed on with relentless combat. The samurai bore heavy hearts. Into the naked eye, Yamato was clearly at a disadvantage. And conversely, the beast's pirates erupted in unrestrained jubilation. Truly worthy of the title Admiral Kaido, undisputed strongest in the world, and young Master Yamato is formidable indeed, but no match for Admiral Kaido. Men, charge. Slaughter these samurai. From this day forth the land of Wano shall be the sovereign domain of the beast's pirates. Yamato isn't foolish after all. If this trend continues, Kaido will fall. And from the Little Garden, Liu Yu delivered a starkly divergent assessment. His judgment rested squarely upon the legacy embedded within Yamato's metal baseball bat. And to inherit it, Yamato had to suffer grievous injury in battle, yet remain conscious. Thus, if her opponent failed to wound Yamato severely, the legacy would not awaken. And if he overwhelmed her outright, striking her down instantly, the legacy would likewise remain dormant. Only an adversary like Kaido, vastly superior in strength yet incapable of ending her in a single blow, could gradually draw out Yamato's injuries and thereby unlock the legacy. Once awakened, and given that Yamato would already be gravely wounded, the bat's power would activate immediately, propelling her combat prowess to staggering heights. Moreover, though Yamato's current objective was liberating the land of Wano, not rescuing Ace, her contract chains remained unusable, yet her Crimson Eyes retained full function. The bat's surge in might fused with the Crimson Eyes' amplification. Together they would elevate Yamato's power beyond even Kaido's, placing him in grave peril. Yamato herself must have perceived this truth, hence her deliberate restraint in unleashing the Crimson Eyes. And after all, deploying them now would yield negligible returns. And this ox-headed demon is utterly beyond human capacity to defeat. And within the sky screen, Yamato's breath grew ragged after several exchanges. The pressure Kaido exerted upon her was unprecedented. Even the combined assault of King Queen and the airborne 5 elders paled beside it. If this continued, she would fall before the 50th strike. And she reflected on her acquired abilities, contract chains, and Crimson Eyes. Damn it. Why must there be such constraints? Were there no restrictions, she would unleash the Crimson Eyes now. And Yamato seethed inwardly. Yet she still possessed one final legacy, the metal baseball bat's ultimate inheritance. So long as she avoided instant annihilation by Kaido, in the coming clash victory remained possible. And, not bad, Yamato. You've held your ground against me longer than expected. But this ends here. And Kaido praised her, yet his voice brimmed with undiminished fury. Your rampage has gone too far. I can no longer tolerate your existence. And fall now. After this, freedom will vanish from your life forever, condemned to rot for eternity in a dark, desolate prison. Wine-fueled thunderswing slaughter form. And Kaido drained a draught of sake, shattered his gourd, his eyes flooded with blood, pupils blazing crimson, as malevolent energy surged through his frame. Tread carefully, Yamato, for in this form I may kill you with a single misstep. And Myotendragon ascend an army. Kaido swung his spiked club dozens, even hundreds, of times per second. And Yamato felt every direction around her sealed off by his blinding barrage. There was no escape. In Mirror Mountain, in gritting her teeth, Yamato encased her body in dense, unyielding ice to withstand Kaido's onslaught. She sought only a near-fatal wound, not death. And yet, judging by Kaido's current bloodlust, she risked being obliterated in a single strike. The slaughter form amplified Kaido's might far beyond his prior state. In Ice Annihilation Slash, and Yamato refused passive defense. She counterattacked without hesitation. Even if she could not evade Kaido's blow, she would land one of her own. The next instant both struck true. Twin black lightning bursts detonated where each blow landed. And Kaido's skull cracked. Blood traced a crimson path down his cheek, dripping onto the earth. Yamato took the blow to her waist and abdomen. The Mirror Mountain shattered, absorbing much of the impact. Yet still 2 ribs snapped, and her body hurtled backward, demolishing a mountain. Ding. Detected your destined soul. Yamato has inherited the legacy. And congratulations, host. You have received the Supreme Multiplier Reward, Black Oni SSS rank. Black Oni, a dragon tier monster from the One Punch Man universe, with latent potential to ascend to God tier. Capable of generating clones by consuming protein, and merging them into higher forms such as Yellow Oni or White Oni. Strength scales infinitely with clone count, i.e. total protein intake, without upper limit. At last, a Supreme Multiplier Reward reappeared. Liu Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. And especially the Black Oni's ability. Its allure left him breathless. In essence, consume protein, and grow stronger. And all he needed to do was eat. And could any power be more sublime? Strength earned simply by feasting. As for clones, he had little use for them. Nons generated through protein intake, he would instantly absorb them, enhancing his own physical constitution directly. Given the land of Wano's abundant resources, his body could soon reach yellow Oni, or even white Oni, tier. For instance, devouring a sea king would yield incalculable protein. And of course, only if he could stomach it all. Yamato lay buried beneath collapsed mountain rubble. In her consciousness blurred, her human beast form teetered on the edge of dissolution. Yet as the legacy surged into her, she mastered the art of gathering spiritual momentum. And focus. And with every fiber of her being she gathered her aura, and clarity returned. Clarity, though incomplete. In concentrating one's spirit mirrored the contract chain's restriction, a singular purpose anchoring unwavering focus. As Yamato's fighting spirit burned ever brighter, her thoughts narrowed, until only one resolve remained: defeat Kaido. Liberate the land of Wano. It's over. Kaido has truly triumphed. As expected, defeating a monster like Kaido was never going to be easy. She's already done remarkably well. Most others wouldn't even survive Kaido's first strike. It seems Yamato is the first successor to fall. As Yamato lay motionless beneath the rubble, the people of the Four Seas believed the battle was decided. Not only they, but everyone else as well, assumed the outcome was sealed. Whitebeard Pirates. The captains stood with bowed heads and grim expressions. Yamato still fell short. Kaido is no mere human. He's an unstoppable force. What a pity. I'd hoped to fight alongside her. It seems that hope is lost. Pops, once we rescue Ace, let's go to Wano country and free Yamato too. She's not only Ace's friend, she carries the will of Lord Kazuki. Rescuing Yamato and toppling Kaido would be our act of vengeance for Lord Kazuki. What do you think? Listening to his son's Whitebeard could not help but sigh inwardly. They hadn't even reached Marine headquarters, and yet they were already planning beyond Ace's rescue. Were they truly that optimistic? The truth was, Whitebeard coughed once, gazing at the blood staining his palm, his spirit weary beyond measure. The truth was, whether Ace's rescue succeeded or failed, he himself would not return alive. The New World. Shanks Pirates. The crew murmured in quiet regret. Yamato truly couldn't match Kaido. What a shame. If she'd halted Kaido, our path would have been far simpler. Looks like we'll have to step in ourselves. Captain, shall we set sail again? Shanks nodded. Yes, set sail. Prepare for the defense of Whitebeard's territory against Kaido. With a faint smile he added, though Kaido won, his subordinates lie gravely wounded, and Kaido himself was worn down by Yamato's onslaught. This defense of Whitebeard's domain should be effortless, and thus worth celebrating. It's over. Yamato has fallen. Your days as samurai are numbered. Ko. No, I should call you Kazuki Toki now. I never imagined you were Lord Kazuki Odin's daughter. But since you participated in the coup, you must already know what fate awaits you. Wano country. After striking Yamato down with Gunjio Ryushagen, Kaido transformed into a colossal dragon coiling high above the battlefield, his gaze descending upon the samurai like a wrathful god incarnate. Despair gripped the samurai. We have failed, after all. Even the air could not overcome Kaido. We stand no chance against this monster. It's meaningless now. Damn it. I care not for my own death, but my family, my children, condemned forever to slavery under Kaido. If I am reborn, let me never draw breath in Wano country again. At last Kazuki Toki found herself utterly without recourse. She resolved to meet death with honor. If Wano country must fall, then let its ruin begin with me, the country's general. Kaido, slay me. Kaido gazed upon Kazuki Toki's sorrow flickering in his eyes. Of course I will kill you. What a pity. You were far more beautiful as Ko. Heat breath. A searing blast of fire surged forth, exploding across the ground, incinerating countless samurai. Yet Kazuki Toki remained unscathed. Before her stood a figure who had intercepted the blast, Ashura Doji. Gazing upon Ashura Doji's charred body, Kazuki Toki cried out in alarm, Ashura Doji, you. He cut her off before she could finish. I will not let you perish, Lady Toki. Not while I still draw breath. Ashura Doji. Tears streamed down Kazuki Toki's face. At that moment Jack arrived wielding two massive scythe-like blades. Then allow me to send you on your way first. Die, Ashura Doji. Ashura Doji glared at Jack, teeth clenched. Even if I die, I will take you, the Beast Pirate's most feared lieutenant, with me. And with that he abandoned all defense, lunging forward with a devastating slash, Odin's dual-blade style Peach Blossom Ten-Fist. Four crimson arcs erupted simultaneously. A massive X-shaped gash tore across Ashura Doji's torso, while Jack bore a deep cross-shaped wound across his chest. Both men collapsed, bleeding profusely. You damned fool. Jack's eyes blazed with fury. This injury would not kill him, but for now he was utterly incapacitated. As for Ashura Doji, he had already endured Kaido's heat breath, now struck twice by Jack's blades his end was certain. Kaido prepared his second heat breath. Seeing this, Jack's subordinates hastily dragged him away. Kaido fixed his gaze on Kazuki Toki this time. I will not miss. Heat breath. Kaido launched another blazing fireball toward Kazuki Toki. At that very instant Yamato surged upward, shattering the mountain of rubble burying her. Yamato stared at the descending inferno, and from her mouth coalesced a sphere of ice, Mushin Hyoga. Fire and ice collided, erupting in a violent burst of steam. The clash ended in perfect equilibrium. She's still alive? I thought Yamato was finished. Fool. Had Yamato perished, the sky screen would have vanished. Though I admit I assumed she'd slipped into unconsciousness. I never imagined she'd remain lucid. Not only lucid but fiercely alert. Strange, doesn't Yamato seem different somehow? Her expression, unyielding, almost unervingly resolute. Resoluteness is only natural. Her opponent is Kaido. If her will weren't ironclad, she wouldn't even dare stand before him. Honestly, what purpose does Rising serve now? With things having reached this point, continuing to fight Kaido for Wano's liberation is futile. Her true objective is rescuing Ace, the Fire Fist. She should slip away unnoticed while Kaido is distracted. Liberating Wano is not her immediate task. Marine Headquarters. Sengoku watched the live commentary scroll across the screen, and his eyes flared wide with indignation. What do you mean her immediate task should be storming Marine Headquarters to rescue Ace? Is liberating Wano country harder than breaching our fortress? Who dares underestimate us so brazenly? Let me find you. I'll rip your head clean off. Still standing, are you? But you hardly look healthy anymore, Yamato. Kaido transformed into a colossal dragon hovering high in the sky as he gazed down upon Yamato. Yamato stared at Kaido, her consciousness rapidly fading. Within her mind, only one thought remained unshaken: to defeat Kaido and liberate Wano country. Every other notion was cast aside. Thus Kaido's mockery slipped past her awareness entirely. All she desired now was to bring him crashing to the ground. Reiho Hakuku. Yamato launched herself forward. The earth beneath her feet shattered, and soared like lightning into the sky, striking Kaido squarely on the head with her iron club. So fast, she vanished before our eyes. Strange, was Yamato ever this swift just moments ago? She was grievously wounded. How is she suddenly even stronger? The few surviving samurai stood baffled. Then, a black flash erupted midair, and in the next instant Kaido plummeted at blinding speed, slamming into the earth and carving a vast deep crater. Admiral Kaido. How could this be? Just seconds ago Yamato-sama was utterly crushed by Admiral Kaido, yet now she's turned the tide so swiftly. Do not panic. That was merely a single blow, worth nothing. Admiral Kaido must have slipped. Yamato-sama will never land another strike. As Kaido crashed into the ground, the beast's pirates roared with excitement. At that moment Kaido emerged from the crater. He shifted once more into his human beast form, blood now trickling from a fresh wound on his brow. His gaze locked onto Yamato, sharp with suspicion. What is this? Her strength feels greater than before. That speed, those raw forces, were far beyond anything she'd shown earlier. For a moment Kaido struggled to comprehend. Then he shook his head, dismissing the puzzle. No matter. It changes nothing. To think you'd believe such a modest surge could overcome me. That's sheer naivety. Awaken Yamato. Horai Hakuku. Kaido unleashed the advanced version of Reiho Hakuku, swinging his club with terrifying velocity. Yamato mirrored his motion, blazing upward to meet him midair with identical force. Horai Hakuku. Nani! A black flash detonated in the sky. Kaido recoiled in shock. Yamato's strike was unmistakably his own Horai Hakuku. What sorcery is this? Did she somehow master my technique on the spot? Then try this. Gozan's in Naraku. Yamato answered in kind. Gozan's in Naraku. Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief. She truly replicated it again, and with matching speed, matching power. Not a hair weaker than I myself wield. Has Yamato been secretly learning from me all along? A flicker of astonishment passed over him. Yet confidence soon reasserted itself. He refused to believe that even identical techniques could make her his equal. Kongo Yakomi. Kongo Yakomi. Gunduri Ryashogun. Gunduri Ryashogun. Shukeo Rairei in Naraku. Shuma Rairei in Naraku. Kaido and Yamato clashed relentlessly, black lightning tearing through the air. Every technique Kaido displayed Yamato absorbed after a single glance. And each time her execution matched, or even surpassed, his own in raw force. Though stunned by Yamato's uncanny aptitude, Kaido curled his lips into a cruel grin. Then how will you counter this? Shukeo Satsuru Kadaidwe Reiho Hakuku. Kaido unleashed the ultimate evolution of Reiho Hakuku, its speed and power eclipsing the original beyond measure. Especially potent was the Conqueror's Haki coalesced within it, nearly solidified into visible force. Yamato raised her club to mimic the move, but before she could even begin, Kaido struck. Boom. Black lightning detonated like a nuclear blast, violent shattering. Yamato was hurled far across the land, crashing through 3 mountain peaks before finally halting. Damn, it's absurdly overpowered. This is the end. She won't even rise again. Surviving is already miraculous. This is Kaido's true might, the apex of monsters. Yamato's defeat is no disgrace. Witnessing that technique, people across the 4 seas believed Yamato could never stand again. Even Kaido himself assumed it was over. Yet, Yamato's voice rang out once more. Daidwe Reiho Hakuku. Kaido sensed her approach with his observation haki, but his body couldn't react in time. She struck him midair, sending him flying. Ugh. For the first time since battle began, Kaido suffered grave injury. His vision blurred white as he spat a torrent of blood. This speed, this strength, it's preposterous. Even my Daidwe Reiho Hakuku lacks such overwhelming force. What in the world has happened to Yamato? Kaido stood utterly dumbfounded. He would scarcely have blinked if Yamato had shrugged off the blow, but this defied reason. She bled profusely, her body ravaged, yet her power had surged 2, 3, even 5-fold. That paradox left him speechless. How could she grow stronger the more she was injured? Samurai pirates, even citizens across the 4 seas, all wore expressions of bewildered awe. What's wrong? Have you all forgotten already? Lu Yu's voice echoed from the heavens above. Embedded within Yamato's iron club lies an inheritance from another world. With Lu Yu's reminder, the people of the 4 seas finally grasped the truth. Right, that's it. I recall. The condition for inheriting this power is severe injury. So when Kaido gravely wounded Yamato, the inheritance activated instantly. She's now fighting Kaido bearing that legacy. That explains everything. But what is this inheritance? Earlier chains gave hints, but now nothing remains visible. Lu Yu had introduced only the method of inheritance, not its nature, leaving the 4 seas perplexed. He deemed it unnecessary. After all, revealing the mechanism alone sufficed for transmission. Why exhaustively detail its capabilities? Let the inheritor discover and awaken its essence themselves. He saw no need to waste breath explaining further. Yet now, with so many clamoring for answers, Lu Yu willingly revealed its origin. The inheritance sealed within Yamato's iron club originates from a peerless master of another world, known by the epithet Metal Bat. His ability is absolute focus, total concentration of spirit. Put simply, the more damage she endures, the greater her power grows. Of course, she must remain conscious. Should she lose consciousness, the ability cannot manifest. The more severely injured she becomes, the stronger she grows. How utterly contemptible a power. Yet, oddly enough, this ability suits Yamato perfectly. Though her strength falls short of the world's apex, she is not instantly obliterated by top-tier combatants. With this slow-burning skill, even Kaido would eventually be worn down and defeated. I never held much faith in Yamato, until now. Kaido's chances of victory appear alarmingly slim. Will the strongest creature in the original world truly fall like this? Grand line. Upon learning of Yamato's ability, the eccentric monk Uraki's expression twisted into something uncanny. Her power from another world bears an uncanny resemblance to my causal fruit's effect. His own devil fruit ability had become another's passive trait. Uraki felt a pang of frustration. What use is this devil fruit to me then? Marine headquarters. Sengoku grew deeply anxious. Initially, he had considered Kaido's victory over Yamato almost inevitable, almost disappointing in its ease. A mutually devastating clash would have been ideal. Yet he never imagined Yamato possessed this, growing stronger through battle attribute. Now she stood a real chance of defeating Kaido. A grave complication indeed. Sengoku clenched his teeth, silently urging Kaido onward. Kaido, unleash the full might of the world's strongest creature. Slay your daughter without mercy. Little Garden. Having explained Yamato's current ability, Lu Yu observed her present state, and found it strangely perplexing. Why hasn't Yamato activated her Crimson Eyes yet? She's already inherited the metal baseball bat's legacy. Even if she's pushing herself to unlock greater power, this level of self-imposed restraint seems excessive. What if she struck down in an instant? Lu Yu pondered uneasily. He'd assumed she would activate the Crimson Eyes immediately upon inheriting the legacy. Given her condition at the time, activating the Crimson Eyes would have granted her overwhelming superiority, even surpassing Kaido. Victory would have seemed assured. Yet Yamato refused to awaken them, enduring another crushing blow from Dewide Thunder 8 trigrams. Lu Yu winced inwardly, uncertain whether she could even rise again. Fortunately, Yamato proved astonishingly resilient. After triggering her, growing stronger through battle ability, once more she swung her bat with such force that Kaido spat blood. Now, awakening the Crimson Eyes would surely crush Kaido utterly. But why does it still seem she has no intention of awakening the Crimson Eyes? Lu Yu stared at her unaltered, unreddened pupils, utterly baffled. Granted, the Crimson Eyes consume lifespan, but does a mere 10 or 8 minutes truly matter now? You've already burned nearly a year of life fighting just the 3 disasters. Why conserve it so scrupulously against Kaido? Lu Yu shook his head, confounded beyond comprehension. Wano country. Having heard Lu Yu's explanation, Kaido finally grasped Yamato's current ability. So that's it. Growing stronger as the battle rages on. Damn it all. I should have unleashed my ultimate technique from the very beginning. Kaido ground his teeth in fury. He had squandered far too much time. First, the military formation Gun-Tari Dragon Ascension Army allowed Yamato to inherit the legacy and dramatically amplify her combat prowess. Now another devastating strike from Dewide Thunder 8 trigrams inflicted even graver injury, propelling her strength forward in another quantum leap. Judging by the sheer power displayed in that last Dewide Thunder 8 trigrams, her strength now rivals, perhaps even matches, that of Kaido's hybrid beast form. If he fails to unleash a technique vastly surpassing his prior displays, if he cannot eliminate Yamato instantly, she will only grow stronger until his inevitable total defeat. In other words, he must commit himself fully. Since this is your ability, I cannot allow you to evolve any further, Yamato. Kaido spoke coldly. As he spoke, his body transformed, rising skyward as a colossal dragon coiling through the heavens. Then searing flames erupted across his scaled hide, enveloping him entirely. The Inferno's heat was so extreme that mere contact with mountain peaks reduced them to molten slag. Incredible temperature, surely rivaling magma itself. So Kaido concealed this power all along. His earlier feats were already astonishing, yet he still held something back. This is the true might of the world's strongest creature. But if this technique strikes Yamato squarely, she could perish in an instant. She is his own daughter, a daughter who defies him so boldly. Surely such severity is justified. In any case, Yamato faces dire peril now. Marine headquarters. Akainu watched the scorching flames wreathing Kaido, and his expression darkened. In hand-to-hand combat and Haki mastery, he knew he fell short of Kaido. Yet in destructive capacity, he had long believed his magma fruit stood peerless. Yet here Kaido manifested flames whose devastation rivaled even his own magma. Drawing an involuntary gasp, Kaido truly is a monster in every sense. Fire Dragon Great Torch. Transformed Kaido was already a dragon over 100 meters long, now shrouded in flames dwarfing even his immense form, forging a fire dragon stretching over a kilometer in length. Its sheer presence alone inspired dread. Magnificent. This is Admiral Kaido's ultimate technique. A move we've never witnessed before. Its scale is staggering. Clearly Yamato has placed tremendous pressure upon Admiral Kaido. Still, surely with this technique he cannot possibly lose. Crewmates of the Beast's pirates cried out in awe. At that moment Kaido spoke once more. I will grant you no further opportunity to grow, Yamato. Kaido loomed above her, radiating overwhelming authority. Though I still wish not to slay you, even I cannot control the full force of this technique. Your life or death rests solely in fate's hands. Should fate decree you live, you shall live. Should it decree you die, you shall die. Ultimately this is the price of defying me. Accept your fate, Yamato. This is the end. Rising Dragon Flame, 8 trigrams. Atop the colossal flaming dragon's head, Kaido gathered an overwhelming surge of Conqueror's Haki, then charged straight toward Yamato. Yamato gazed at Kaido, gripping her spiked club tightly. Her Conqueror's Haki coalescing in her hands like volatile lightning, her focus sharpened to absolute intensity. Frozen Dewide Thunder, 8 trigrams. Building upon the Dewide Thunder 8 trigrams, Yamato infused it with the innate chilling power of her Devil Fruit, then collided head-on with Kaido's Rising Dragon Flame, 8 trigrams. Liu watched the cataclysm unfold, still bewildered as to why Yamato refused to awaken the Crimson Eyes. Relying solely on the metal baseball bat's power was recklessly perilous. Kaido's Rising Dragon Flame Bagua was not merely infused with overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. It blazed with heat, rivaling molten lava. This was not only Kaido's most devastating technique, but among the strongest in the entire pirate world, surpassed only by the inheritors of rising powers. On Cake Island in Tado Land, Big Mom watched the technique unfold and recoiled inwardly. That brat Kaido. How could he possess such overwhelming power? Even if I unleashed my full strength, I doubt I could match this level. The same boy who once relied on me to seize his devil fruit has grown so formidable that even I must look up to him, though only for now. One day I shall command the allegiance of the giant tribe, and I, not any man, shall become the pirate king. At the Red Hair Pirates base, Ben Beckman turned gravely to Shanks. This move spells grave danger. Shanks' expression darkened indeed. Even at my absolute peak, I'm uncertain I could withstand it. Let us hope that girl Yamato emerges unscathed. Kaido hasn't even fought at full capacity yet. We thought Yamato's indomitable resilience secured her victory, yet another twist arises. The former world's strongest creature is truly no easy foe to fell. Yamato, surely she'll survive this. Whitebeard himself gazed in awe at Kaido's current combat prowess. This single technique nearly matched Kaido's peak era might. The title world's strongest creature had been earned, not inherited. Young Master Yamato is in grave peril. She brought this upon herself, meddling recklessly. No time for idle talk, scatter now. Even the shockwave from their clash would obliterate us. Realizing the peril, the Beast's pirates scattered across Wano country. But realization came too late. The final collision between Yamato and Kaido had already begun. Their clashing Haki detonated midair, triggering a cataclysmic atmospheric explosion. That mere airburst pulverized land across miles. Those pirates who failed to flee vanished in an instant, reduced to ash. Rising Dragon Flame Bagua. Frost Mahavira Thunder Bagua. A thunderous roar split the sky. In the next moment, Kaido's Conqueror's Haki, woven around his flaming dragon head, shattered beneath Yamato's spiked club, its own Haki surging forth like a vengeful storm. Impossible. My Haki aura crumbled at first contact. Kaido recoiled in shock. He knew Yamato's strength would surge beyond her hybrid form after undergoing the slaughter form Mahavira Thunder Bagua, but never imagined even the Rising Dragon Flame Bagua could be breached. Just how immense had Yamato's power become? Yet breaking through the Haki was only the beginning. His body remained sheathed in a thick magma-like mantle of flame. Should Yamato fail to pierce that infernal layer, breaching his Haki would mean nothing. Burn to cinders, Yamato. Yamato's spiked club pressed onward, plunging into the searing mantle. Instantly the frost encasing her weapon melted away, yet the fiery shell fractured under her blow. Flame shards scattering across Wano's soil, igniting vast wildfires. and melting entire swathes of earth. Though Yamato bore a mirror steel defense, it shattered instantly before Kaido's furnace-like heat, her flesh scorched over wide expanses. But pain could not kill Yamato, it only forged her stronger. Agony surged through her frame. She focused anew, her power surging higher still. The club accelerating, gaining crushing force, her conqueror's haki concentrating into a razor-sharp lance. In a flash, she shattered the final veil of flame, and struck Kaido squarely on the skull. He plummeted, carving a deep crater into the earth, motionless for long moments. Yamato stood rooted for several seconds, then raised her voice in triumph. Kaido has fallen. Wano country is free. With those words, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed. Kaido defeated the former world's strongest creature, whose bounty neared 4.7 billion berries, whose stature rivaled the living legend Whitebeard. Unbelievable. I'd resigned myself to Yamato's defeat, yet she prevailed. This battle carries weight equal to Zoro's triumph over Mihawk. Had Liu Yu, the traveler from another world, not existed, Yamato would have ascended as the new world's strongest creature. Marry me, Yamato. I'll entrust my life to your protection. You're dreaming. Seconded. 1. In Tato land, Big Mom stared blankly at her cake, suddenly tasteless. Could it be true? That brat Kaido, with such overwhelming might, actually lost. At the Red Hair Pirates base, officers stood stunned. Kaido lost. The monster Kaido, the beast who bore the title world's strongest creature, truly fell. Unfathomable. We braced ourselves for Yamato's defeat. That young woman has accomplished something extraordinary. After the shock subsided, Ben Beckman turned to Shanks. Captain, Kaido is defeated. Do we still proceed to Whitebeard's territory as guards? Shanks paused, uncertain. With Kaido fallen, did their mission still hold? After reflection, he said, from Whitebeard's domain to Marine headquarters. Uninterrupted, it takes 2 or 3 days. We've come this far. Let us honor our word and stand guard for Whitebeard. 2 days. We defend his territory for 2 days. If nothing occurs within that time, we depart for Marine headquarters, still arriving in time. Across the Whitebeard Pirates fleet, cheers erupted. Yamato won. She truly bested the beast Kaido. Father, we now have an unparalleled ally. Ace, we will rescue him. Ace, hold on. We're coming for you. A hush fell over the battlefield. Then silence stretched, profound and reverent. Wano country. As Kaido fell defeated, the beast's pirates stood stunned. Admiral Kaido, actually lost. That peerless sovereign of the entire world, Admiral Kaido, fell by young Master Yamato. None of us ever imagined Admiral Kaido could be defeated. So what do we do now? For a moment, the beast's pirates were paralyzed in uncertainty. Then several squad captains' eyes suddenly lit up. They saw Yamato collapse as well. Wait, this situation cannot yet be deemed our defeat. True, Admiral Kaido has fallen, but young Master Yamato lies grievously wounded. The samurai have suffered far heavier casualties than we have. The advantage still rests with us. If we seize this window while young Master Yamato is incapacitated, capture him, excavate Admiral Kaido, and eliminate Kamurasaki. No, eliminate Kazuki Toki. Then victory remains ours. The beast's pirates' triumph is assured. Glory and renown await us. Charge. Those words pierced through their stupor like lightning. Indeed, the two supreme combatants had mutually crippled each other, yet our rank-and-file warriors remained intact. The advantage was ours. With that realization, what was there left to fear? Charge. Seize young Master Yamato. Excavate Admiral Kaido. Eliminate Kazuki Toki. Victory belongs to the beast's pirates. Wano country has always rested within the palm of the beast's pirates. Dayu samurai. Elsewhere, Kazuki Toki was already directing physicians to treat Yamato. Extensive third-degree burns. 5 ribs fractured. Massive internal hemorrhaging. Cranial fracture. Her injuries have utterly surpassed human physiological limits. It is unimaginable that anyone in such a state could still possess the strength to vanquish that monster, Kaido. Perhaps compared to Kaido, she is the true monster. As the physician assessed Yamato's wounds, his heart recoiled at their horrifying severity. To survive such trauma alone would be miraculous. Yet Yamato, dragging that shattered body, had slain Kaido. She was a monster among monsters. At that very moment, the pirates surged forward. The remaining samurai cried out in alarm. Disaster. We still face full-strength beast pirates. Your Highness Toki, flee at once. We stand no chance against them. Cursed fate. Even after Kaido, the ultimate monster, has been defeated, must we still succumb to failure? Damn it. We refuse to accept this. Kazuki Toki's expression darkened. After fighting this far, could they truly lose to mere foot soldiers? Just then a stout figure darted forth with startling agility. It seems my decision to conserve strength was wise indeed. Your Highness Toki, fear not. With me Shinobu by your side, no harm shall come to you. Familiar ninjutsu, withering decay. Shinobu, her plump frame, braced low, pressed both palms flat upon the earth. In the next instant, vast swaths of ground withered and collapsed, plunging the advancing pirates deep into treacherous mud pits. Kazuki Toki gazed at her in astonishment. You are. Shinobu beamed with delight. Your Highness Toki, I am Shinobu, younger sister of Captain Kinemon, and once famed across Wano as the enchantress Shinobu, the scourge of men. Spectators from the four seas stared silently at Shinobu, her stout, diminutive frame, and fell into profound contemplation. Miss Shinobu, might you step before a mirror and behold yourself before uttering such claims? Curses. Another high-ranking officer concealed among them. Damn it. How deeply calculated their deception runs. No hope remains. If an officer-tier combatant joins the fray, we are utterly doomed. Fortunately, only one such officer exists. Abandon all thoughts of capturing Yamato or eliminating Kazuki Toki. Focus solely on rescuing Admiral Kaido and retreat. The pirates glared at Yamato and Kazuki Toki, so near yet agonizingly out of reach. Yet they had no choice. Both sides had exhausted their elite forces. The sudden appearance of an officer-tier warrior on Kazuki Toki's side had decisively tipped the scales of victory. Continuing battle would only deepen their losses. Thankfully, only Shinobu remained hidden, the sole officer-tier fighter. Had there been more, they might not even retrieve Kaido alive. The Beast's pirates retained numerical superiority, but once they ceased aggression, the samurai dared not move rashly, leaving them no choice but to watch helplessly as Kaido's gravely wounded form was unearthed and carried away. But by now it mattered little. With Yamato, the nation's guardian deity, standing vigilant, Kaido's tyranny over Wano country would never rise again even if he survived. Yamato's condition, though grave, was mitigated by her Zoan-type mythical devil fruit physiology, granting her extraordinary physical resilience. Thus, after rudimentary bandaging, her life was secured. Beyond the celestial screen, Sengoku exhaled in relief as he gazed upon Yamato, wrapped head to toe like a mummy. Kaido, that brute, lost unexpectedly, yet he succeeded in immobilizing Yamato. With injuries this severe, she surely cannot march upon Marine headquarters. This was precisely what Kazuki Toki herself had pondered. She murmured doubtfully, Yamato still intends to sail overseas and rescue Fire Fist Ace, but in this state, can she possibly save him? The physician shook his head. Impossible. Her wounds demand prolonged convalescence. Not days, but weeks. At least 1 month before she may even rise from bed. Hearing this, Sengoku began to smile inwardly, until Shinobu grinned proudly. 1 month for recovery. Then entrust her entirely to me. Familiar fruit technique. Passage of time. Shinobu seized Yamato's arm and activated her familiar fruit's power. Yamato's cells erupted into accelerated metabolism. Within moments, she aged a full month, but her wounds visibly healed, nearly restored to wholeness. Sengoku. Shinobu, is that your name? You dwell in Wano country. Wait and see. I'll deliver a blade to your doorstep the moment this war ends. Her injuries were not yet fully healed. Burns lingered. Fractured ribs remained imperfectly mended, but it was enough. Yamato stirred awake. Though her body ached fiercely, she could move freely once more. Even confronting King and Queen Anu would pose no obstacle. What vigor I feel. Yamato stretched her limbs with a sigh. Then she turned to Kazuki Toki. Ah, Toki, what of Kaido? How fares Wano country? Kazuki Toki smiled. Rest easy, Yamato. You defeated Kaido. Wano country is free. That's splendid. Yamato beamed with joy. Then remembered Ace, right? Ace. I must rescue Ace. Toki, Wano's opening to the world falls to you. I depart immediately to save Ace. Ugh, my body still aches terribly. Chain of healing. Now that Yamato's purpose shifted once more to saving Ace, her contract chain ability reactivated. Instantly, her burn wounds began visibly repairing themselves. At this pace, full recovery would take no more than 2 or 3 days. Yamato's injuries were now largely stabilized. Immediately afterward, she used her abilities to heal Futami. Kazuki Hinako, aware that Yamato was about to depart, asked curiously, Yamato, isn't the Marine headquarters located far overseas? How will you get there? Yamato scratched her head in frustration. That's true. I don't even know the way. After a moment's thought, her eyes suddenly lit up. Ah, Kaido. Kazuki Hinako blinked in surprise. Kaido. What about Kaido? Yamato smiled. Though the Beast's pirates have been defeated, aren't they still stationed on Onigashima? What if they regroup and return after I've left? I'll compel them to sail away from Wano country and board their ship myself. That solves everything. Kazuki Hinako voiced her concern. You're traveling with the Beast's pirates. You and Futami alone, outnumbered and vulnerable. If they regain strength or strike while you sleep, won't that place you in grave danger? Yamato nodded thoughtfully. You're right. No matter. I'll stay awake for a full day and night, only setting off once I've confirmed they've sailed far from Wano country. Oh, and I'll take a navigator with me when we leave. That settles it. Having made her decision, Yamato called Futami and headed back toward Onigashima. Through sheer force of intimidation, the pirates had no choice but to board their ships, carrying the gravely wounded Kaido and all senior officers, and depart from Wano country. As dusk approached, Liu Yu estimated Yamato would not reach the third inheritance site in time, so he prepared to end the sky screen prematurely. Yet before terminating it, he posed a long-standing question to Yamato. Yamato, during your battle with your father, why didn't you use the Crimson IA? Yamato looked utterly bewildered. Didn't you say that ability couldn't be used? Not since our objective wasn't rescuing Ace. Liu Yu. I assumed you'd had some profound rationale. Turns out you're just plain foolish. The Crimson Eye is permitted, but the contract chains are strictly forbidden, you utter fool. After correcting Yamato one final time, Liu Yu severed the sky screen connection. At dusk, Liu Yu arrived at a secluded island. Item 7-star sword. Origin: the 7-star sword from the One Piece movie series rank A. Inheritance: ability, a sentient blade that craves destruction and chaos, radiating formidable sword aura capable of inducing hypnotic trance and stirring latent desires within the heart. Inheritance method: grip the sword beneath the crimson moon, a celestial phenomenon occurring once every century, next occurrence tomorrow night. Liu Yu entrusted the 7-star sword to Vivi, and also handed her the moon ring blade. Vivi inherited Jinbe's legacy. As a dual-wielding swordsman, Jinbe wielded 2 blades, yet both of Vivi's current swords were unremarkable in quality. Now equipped with one legendary blade, and another demonic sword rivaling the 12 supreme grade swords, her combat prowess was certain to rise significantly. Remain on this island until tomorrow night. Receive the inheritance before departing. Thus the group paused for the night upon the secluded isle. During their stay, local marines attempted to reclaim the 7-star sword, but were instantly overwhelmed by Liu Yu's conqueror's haki, collapsing unconscious. Sleep. Dawn broke the following day. Liu Yu activated a new sky screen transmission. Congratulations, you today's chosen one are Sabo, the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command residing deep within the New World. Surprised gasp: could it be the Revolutionary Army? So Liu Yu isn't merely targeting the Marines, he's aiming squarely at the world government. The Revolutionary Army, the world government's greatest adversary, fanatics sworn to dismantle its regime entirely. A Revolutionary Army member has become an inheritor, and none other than their second-in-command, directly beneath Dragon himself. The world government's crisis has just escalated dramatically. Ace, imprisoned atop the floating island, and Luffy, who had flown across the Grand Line using his aerial abilities, both gazed upward at the sky screen's projected figure. In unison they cried out in astonishment, "Sabo?" At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters in Baltigo, the generals erupted into jubilant cheers upon witnessing the transmission. "Look, Commander Dragon, it's Sabo. Sabo has been chosen. This is excellent news. Our fighting strength just surged. I wonder how powerful Sabo will become. Even at minimum, he'd match the former warlord's level, and he's already reached that threshold. May he grow as mighty as a Marine Admiral, or even a Yonko, or perhaps surpass them entirely. That would be extraordinary. Say, Commander Dragon, you'd better feel some pressure. If Sabo becomes stronger than you, won't you have to step aside?" teased Lindbergh, the Southern Army commander, winking slyly. Dragon remained unruffled. The Revolutionary Army needs strong leadership. If Sabo proves more capable than I, then virtue shall rightfully prevail. Lindbergh shrugged. "Tisich, how utterly boring." Dragon chuckled softly, shaking his head, gazing upon Sabo's image in the sky screen. Dragon's lips curled into a faint smile. "Excellent. Finally an inheritor emerges among our ranks. This is truly magnificent." Marine headquarters. Sengoku finally exhaled in relief. Though the Revolutionary Army opposed the Marines, they were fundamentally adversaries of the world government first. The world government and the Marines were distinct entities, bound by duty, yet separate in purpose. Should the Revolutionary Army ever topple the world government, they would become the new ruling authority, and would still require the Marines' support. For the Marines, it would simply mean serving a new sovereign, a manageable transition. Of course, until the world government falls, the Marines remain bound to obey its commands, and oppose the Revolutionary Army accordingly. Let the government fret over its own affairs. I've borne enough headaches lately. It's high time they bore theirs. Mary Geos, the Holy Land. The 5 elders indeed felt immense strain. Venus, never anticipated. The Revolutionary Army has produced an inheritor, and their second-in-command no less. Jupiter, this complicates matters greatly. If he inherits something truly potent, the world government faces dire peril. Mercury, he's currently in the New World, on an island. Let me see. It appears to be Guild Tesoro's golden Tesoro. Mars, Tesoro. Yes, he still leans on the world government's patronage and obeys its orders. Moreover, his power is considerable. Perhaps he can be leveraged. Saturn, contact Tesoro. Order him to eliminate this Revolutionary Army commander. Should he succeed, his golden Tesoro shall be granted status as a world government allied nation. Should he fail, every shred of governmental support he's received will be revoked, and he shall be branded a pirate. Deliver that message plainly. Ensure he understands the stakes and acts without hesitation. A new world. An island not far from the golden Tahalo ship. Gazing up at the sky screen, a man bearing the tattoo "Death River in my heart" across his chest curled his lips into a cold sneer. "Oh, the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command. Not bad at all. Just as I happen to be aiming for a fleet admiralship at Marine headquarters. Your head would make an exceptionally convenient credential. Decision made. You shall serve as my stepping stone to ascension." Ha ha. Damn it, the world government scum. Their mess becomes my burden, and if I fail to resolve it, they'll punish me instead. Cursed day. I swear once I command sufficient wealth, I shall reduce every one of them to my slaves. The New World. The golden Tahalo ship. Receiving orders from the world government, Emperor Tahalo seethed with fury. Yet as he stared at the sky screen, his expression darkened profoundly. How did the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command slip aboard my golden Tahalo ship unnoticed? What do they intend? So the Revolutionary Army harbors ill intent toward me after all. Then whether compelled by the world government's decree, or to safeguard myself, it is imperative that I eliminate you. Revolutionary Army. Tahalo turned to his 3 lieutenants, Bakara, wielder of the lucky fruit, Mr. Tanaka, user of the piercing fruit, and Deus, a masochistic warrior whose defense was peerless. Bakara, Mr. Tanaka, Deus, come. Let us confront these 3 revolutionaries together. The trio bowed in unison. Yes, Lord Tahalo. It's the Revolutionary Army. We're doomed, run. Who knows if these paupers carry contagion? Damn it, don't steal my money. Aboard the golden Tahalo ship, nobles from across the globe shrieked and scattered in panic upon spotting the Revolutionary Army nearby. Sabo, Koala, and Hak had infiltrated the ship covertly, but the moment the sky screen illuminated their cover was instantly blown. Ah, this is troublesome. We'd planned a silent infiltration, a discreet investigation. Yet the sky screen singled us out. Sabo scratched his head ruefully. They had uncovered evidence that Tahalo secretly traded arms worldwide with Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Countless needless wars across the globe had been instigated behind the scenes by these 2 men. This mission sought irrefutable proof, especially whether the golden Tahalo ship housed an armaments factory. If found, it would be destroyed. Yet they never anticipated being exposed mere moments after slipping aboard. Such irony was utterly unforeseen. Koala chuckled. Sabo-san, don't feign hardship when fortune has already smiled upon you. You've been chosen as a successor to an interdimensional legacy. Countless others would kill for such a chance. Complaining now will only stir envy. Hak nodded firmly. Indeed, Sabo. Securing this inheritance matters far more than investigating Emperor Tahalo. Quick, ask what legacy awaits you. At their words, Sabo nodded decisively right. He dismissed his exposure entirely. Turning to the sky screen, he asked, Master Lu Yu of the Otherworld, where lies my inheritance? Surely it must reside somewhere on this island. Lu Yu nodded. Not only are there 2 on the island, but one rests upon you as well. Sabo gasped in delight. Upon me. What uncanny coincidence. Item: golden dust scattered by Tahalo upon passengers. Origin of inheritance: Cerberus, the divine beast sovereign of Queen Eltamira's world, rank A. Inherent ability: forging divine metallic artifacts, manifesting divine armor, commanding flame, frost, and lightning. Followers granted as vassals gain partial affinity, wielding elemental control over fire, ice, and thunder. Activation method: magical incantation. Fierce and resplendent spirit, dwell within me, transfigure my flesh into the great divine beast Cerberus. Tahalo's golden dust, the shimmering gold dispersed throughout the golden ship via his golden gold fruit ability. Anyone coated in this dust could be instantly immobilized in solid gold at Tahalo's command. The sky screen revealed countless individuals bearing this inheritance, including Hak and Koala. Whomever first claimed it would become its rightful inheritor. Originally devised by Tahalo to assert absolute dominion over his vessel, this very mechanism now unwittingly conferred inheritance eligibility upon Sabo, a masterstroke of self-defeating hubris. Follow my incantation, instructed Lu Yu. Fierce and resplendent spirit, dwell within me, transfigure my flesh into the great divine beast Cerberus. Behind the sky screen, Tahalo's face hardened. Damn it, I never imagined he bore an inheritance. He must not complete that chant. Golden imprisonment. Tahalo activated his fruit's power. The golden dust clinging to Sabo, Koala, and Hak swelled violently, encasing them in rigid golden armor, rendering them utterly immobile. What? How? Gold? It's Tahalo. Damn it. How did he plant this trap when we entered so stealthily? Koala and Hak recoiled in shock. Sabo too startled, then recalled their shared contact with the dust. His eyes widened. The golden dust. The fine gold permeating the entire ship. Forged by Tahalo's devil fruit. It obeys his will alone. Damn, I underestimated him. Sabo strained against his bonds, but his body remained locked fast, muscles powerless. Breaking free with brute strength is impossible. Only this inheritance can save us now. Thank heavens, my mouth remains unsealed. Sabo began chanting without hesitation. Fierce and resplendent spirit, dwell within me, transfigure my flesh into the great divine beast Cerberus. No sooner had the final syllable left his lips than a golden hexagram materialized upon the pipe in his hand, and visions of Cerberus's powers flooded his mind. Sabo's eyes gleamed. Lightning. Perfect. Electrometallurgy. Electric current surged through the gold, generating intense heat, while simultaneously enhancing its malleability. With a single flex, Sabo shattered his gilded prison. Free at last, Sabo moved to liberate Hak and Koala, only to find both already breaking free in identical fashion. Electrometallurgy. Ding. A resonance has been detected. Your destined one, Sabo, has received the inheritance. Demon Lord Agar's master of the earth, capable of manipulating terrain at will, raising stone barriers for defense, or launching earthen projectiles for offense. Demon Lord Ashtalos, sovereign of scorching heat, wielding incendiary flames of extreme temperature, and replenishing his demonic energy by absorbing molten magma. Demon Lord Phoenix, the benevolent deity of compassion and healing. Any wounded being still clinging to life may be restored instantly. Having received the inheritance Sabo triggered a cascading boon. Lu Yu also gained triple-tiered returns. 3 Demon Lords again. Lu Yu paused startled. Yet these S-rank assets now offered him scant tactical advantage. How convenient it would be to bestow them upon others. These Demon Lord metal artifacts could have gone straight to Dori and Bragi. Still, they were not entirely without utility. Though gifting was impossible, their divine essence could be shared with his sworn vassals, Robin, Vivi, Dori, and Bragi, granting each an additional 3 extraordinary abilities. Already bound as chosen heirs of the 7 Demon Lords, the 4 had inherited powers over lightning, ice gales, and sonic waves. Now mastery over terraforming, searing flame, and miraculous healing joined their arsenal. A subtle, yet meaningful augmentation. Lu Yu lifted his gaze toward the celestial screen. Their Sabo stood bewildered. Across the 4 seas, viewers stared in collective confusion. Has the celestial screen frozen again? Did Lu Yu guide this girl and that fishman through 2 more inheritances unseen by us? Lu Yu clarified, the power Sabo has just obtained originates from the same realm as Nami's earlier inheritance, identical in nature and origin. Nami commands the Lightning Demon Lord, Sabo wields a tri-elemental Demon Lord, lightning, fire, and frost, unified within a single sovereign essence. As a bearer of the Demon Lord metal artifact, his true vassals may draw partial power from his patron Demon Lord, thus gaining access to lightning, flame, and ice. That is precisely how Ms. Korea and the Fishman Hack acquired their powers and broke free. What? 3 elemental affinities, lightning, fire, and frost. If Nami's singular lightning affinity proved so formidable, then Sabo's tripartite mastery must be overwhelming. Granted, spreading power across 3 domains likely dilutes intensity. Sabo's lightning may pale beside Nami's, but his versatility is unmatched. In actual combat, his overall might undoubtedly surpasses hers. So merely swearing fealty to Sabo grants partial access to his power. Then I too wish to become his vassal. The Grand Line. A pirate vessel carried 6 souls, 3 men, 3 women. Captain Zoro, Vice Captain Nami, and her lightning-bound vassals Johnny, Yasaka no Jiko, and Karina. Bound by profound gratitude to Lu Yu and witnessing his persecution by the world government, they resolved to set sail, joining him in open defiance of global authority. Though objectively speaking, their allegiance seemed somewhat redundant at present. Damn it, our vassalship grants only lightning, yet theirs commands 3 elements. How infuriating. Their power is fragmented. They cannot match senior sister Nami's sheer lightning dominance. I refuse to believe Sabo could ever surpass her. Johnny and Yasaku voiced their outrage, deeply resentful that their own affinity paled against Sabo's tripartite mastery. Revolutionary Headquarters, Baltigo. Dragon observed in silence as all 4 division commanders simultaneously manifested the 3 attributes of the vassal artifact. Bello Betty, commander of the East Division, this is the power of the vassal artifact. With this flame, lighting a cigarette has never been easier. Mori, commander of the West Division, my fork now crackles with lightning. My weapon grows stronger, better protecting me than ever before. Crow, commander of the North Division, a commendable ability. Lindbergh, commander of the South Division, Chief Dragon, why not become second dragon and swear fealty to Sabo? Then beyond wind you'd wield flame, lightning, and frost too. How splendid that would be. Dragon. Suddenly becoming second dragon seemed rather appealing. On the golden ship, Guild Tesoro's expression darkened. Cursed fate. They've secured the inheritance after all. Mr. Tanaka, activate your ability. Bring us to him, immediately. Having claimed 1 inheritance, we cannot allow them a second, or third. Otherwise this golden ship shall surely fall. Tanaka accelerated, understood Mr. Tesoro. He seized Tesoro's hand, Tesoro grasped Baccarat's, Baccarat gripped Deus. The quartet surged forward, phasing through walls and floors alike, racing towards Sabo and his companions. Elsewhere, Lu Yu's explanation ignited clarity within Sabo. I see, it was my vassal's power you inherited. No wonder you possess electrometallurgical aptitude. That explains everything. You truly are devoted followers. Ha ha ha, ouch. Korea, what are you doing? Korea clamped her fingers onto Sabo's cheeks and tugged outward, as if treating him like Luffy the rubber man himself. Sabo-san, no time for levity. We're exposed. Tesoro is already dispatching forces. Before they encircle us, we must secure the 2nd and 3rd inheritances, immediately. Otherwise matters will grow exceedingly dire. Upon Korea's warning, Sabo urgently asked Mr. Lu Yu, where lie my remaining 2 inheritance sites? They are located. Lu Yu began, but thunder cracked across the celestial screen. Tesoro and his entourage had arrived. Lu Yu shrugged, perhaps you should first deal with them. I'll reveal the locations once Tesoro lies defeated. Sabo glanced at the grim-faced Gold Emperor and nodded resignedly. You're right. It seems defeating him is prerequisite to claiming the next inheritances. Tesoro barked a bitter laugh. Defeat me? He laughed until tears welled. You, the revolution's so-called second in command, dare speak of slaying me? Do you even know who I am? If you seek a worthy opponent, summon Dragon himself, the revolution's supreme leader. Then perish, golden bomb. Tetsuoro struck first, his golden fist launched towards Sabo, detonating at close range with searing heat and concussive force. Shards of gold scattered like shrapnel from a high-explosive grenade, inflicting widespread blast damage. Fortunately, Sabo, Hack, and Korea possessed sufficient strength to withstand such an assault. Their adversary's own subordinates, however, bore the brunt of it. It burns. My arm, it's ruined. Lord Tetsuoro, please refrain from techniques that endanger your own men. We're getting caught in the crossfire. In response to their desperate cries, Tetsuoro's face hardened into glacial disdain. Pathetic fools. If you perish, so be it. Do you imagine I pay you to guard my ship out of charity? For years the golden ship has lavished wealth upon you. Was it not all saved for this very day? So long as these 3 intruders fall, your lives mean nothing. I'll sacrifice as many of you as necessary. His underlings had hoped to rein him in. Instead, he escalated his ruthlessness. Enraged, they clenched their teeth. Unforgivable. This is beyond reason. Yet, he has paid us handsomely. As overworked laborers, our resentment matters little. We have no choice but to fight. Die, Revolutionary Army. His crew opened fire en masse, rifles barking, cannons roaring. In earlier days, such overwhelming assault would have forced Sabo and his allies to retreat. After all, formidable as they were, they remained mortal. Bullets could wound them, artillery could shatter them. So many guns, so many cannons, so many men. One misstep, and even the strongest might drown in their own hubris. But today fear held no sway. Fishman Karate, Hack, and Korea moved as one. Hack, a comrade of Jinbe, lacked his mentor's peerless might, but 2,000 watts posed no challenge. With effort, he could reach 3,000. Though human-born, Korea had trained rigorously under Hack and Fishman Karate, and mastered its principles with remarkable fluency. Fishman Karate Ice, Tang Xiao Tao straight punch. Her fist snapped forward. A 360-degree shockwave erupted, followed instantly by 2 towering walls of solid ice that intercepted every bullet and shell. Those shells, fired at point-blank range, ricocheted violently off the ice. Amid thunderous detonations, Tetsuoro's forces suffered catastrophic losses. Damn you, worthless wretches. Enraged, Tetsuoro raised his hand to strike, only for Sabo to launch a blistering counterattack. Dragon Claw Fist Inferno, Dragon's Talon. Coiling around his fist was dense armament haki, overlaid with blazing crimson flames that roared like living fire. Had Tetsuoro not instantly forged a golden shield, the blow would have left him gravely wounded. Even so, staring at the shattered remnant of his golden defense, he felt a chill of dread. This power, astonishing. Sabo withdrew instantly when his strike missed, not because of fatigue, but because he'd glimpsed Bacala preparing to strike. Hack, Korea, stay vigilant. Sabo fixed Bacala with a grave gaze. According to intelligence, she is the most dangerous among them. She wields the Paramecia-type lucky fruit. By touching others, she drains their fortune. Though her own strength may not increase dramatically, those whose luck she siphons will suffer calamity beyond measure. Remember well, if we are to prevail, none of us may let her make contact. Understood? Bacala sighed wistfully. Oh, so my ability is already known to the Revolutionary Army. What a pity. I'd hoped to ambush and annihilate you unseen. Well then, let's repurpose what's expendable. With that, Bacala lightly tapped the shoulder of a nearby soldier. Snap. Then another, snap. And another, snap. Again and again. After touching over a dozen men, she paused. The soldiers blinked, bewildered. Wait, Lady Bacala, repurposing, does that mean us? Bacala grinned sharp and sly. Who else? Since you cannot defeat the enemy, your fortune shall become my weapon to destroy them. How dare you? Everyone, take cover. Our luck has been stolen. We're teetering on the edge of disaster. Gather close, tighten formation. Only together can we resist the misfortune descending upon us. Scatter, and doom will claim each of us separately. The soldiers scrambled, voices trembling. They knew Bacala's power well. Yet did sheer numbers truly dilute misfortune? Naive. More bodies only compound catastrophe, multiplying misfortune into something far more devastating. At that moment, artillerymen atop the ramparts, seizing Sabo's trio unawares, lit their fuses, preparing to obliterate them in one fell stroke. But just as the flame touched the fuse, his nose twitched. An itch surged. He sneezed. By cruel chance, his sneeze jostled the cannon barrel. Its aim veered wildly, now squarely aligned with the cluster of soldiers Bacala had just drained. In the next heartbeat, boom. The entire group collapsed in smoke and ruin. Even raw strength has counters. But how does one combat luck? Even the 4 emperors, or Lu Yu himself, could founder and drown in a sudden tempest if fortune abandoned them. Luck, intangible, inscrutable, utterly beyond calculation. How does one defy it? Truly a terrifying ability. Korea's heart sank. She turned to Sabo. I'll handle her. Sabo-san, Hack-san, focus on Tetsuoro. Leave Bacala to me. Sabo studied her, concern flickering in his eyes, then nodded in trust. Very well, Korea. You face Bacala. Above all, do not let her touch you. Korea affirmed with quiet resolve. Understood. And so she stepped forward, into battle with Bacala. Bacala's fortune-granting power proved maddeningly elusive. Merely flicking a coin set off cascading chaos, leaving Korea perpetually off balance. Meanwhile, every attack Korea launched met absurd interference. Just as Bacala stood, exposed, a subordinate slipped on a banana peel, throwing himself before her. Or Korea mid-strike sneezed, sending her blow wildly astray. Not a single assault landed. Failures multiplied in ever more improbable ways, each more bizarre than the last. Thus emerged a surreal paradox: Bacala herself no warrior, yet dominating Korea, who despite superior skill found herself locked in relentless, humiliating defense. Yet even amid that frustration, Korea felt profound relief. Thankfully, the Revolutionary Army had secured intelligence on Bacala beforehand. Otherwise, had Bacala merely grown lucky, that alone would have been ordeal enough. But if her fortune also amplified others' misfortune, Korea would have stood no chance whatsoever. Korora struggled desperately to hold off Baccara. Both Sabo and Haku wore grim, tense expressions. Korora's situation is dire. The enemy is far from easy to defeat. She's merely taking blows on Bacara's side. There's no chance she can win alone. We must end this swiftly. At that very moment, Mr. Tanaka, the user of the pin fruit, leapt into action. Baccara, I'm coming to assist you. Haku's expression darkened instantly. If Baccara alone was already so formidable, adding another senior officer as reinforcement would surely seal Korora's fate. You oversized doll, don't even think about interfering with Korora's battle. I'll be your opponent. Haku lunged forward to intervene, when suddenly Deus charged straight at him. It's you who should stand aside, old fishman. Don't interfere with Mr. Tanaka's support. I'm your opponent. You wretched stinking fishman. Who dares call me oversized doll? I am captain of the Golden Ship's security force, senior executive under Don Quixote Tsuru. My name is Mr. Tanaka, not some ridiculous, oversized doll. Haku had no time for idle bickering. He drove a furious punch toward Deus. Get out of my way. Fishman Karate 2000 tile straight fist. Deus, Mr. Tanaka and Baccara all wore golden armor forged by Tsuru's Devil Fruit ability, a defense of extraordinary resilience. Yet Deus, ever the unpredictable one, defied all logic. When Haku's devastating blow struck, he met it. Not with his fists, but with his bare skull. Blood streamed down his fractured forehead, but he cried out in ecstatic rapture. What an incredible rush! Haku stared in stunned silence. A shiver ran down his spine, goose flesh prickled across his arms. Were it not for Morley and Ivankov, two such aberrations already within the Revolutionary Army, he might have recoiled in utter revulsion. Even as inwardly seething, Haku could not help but reassess Deus with newfound gravity. That strike hadn't been his absolute limit, but it carried at least 70% of his full power. And yet Deus had absorbed it with his head, and emerged unscathed. His offensive capability remained unknown, but his defense, utterly impenetrable. This foe demanded utmost respect. Mr. Tanaka sneered, then chuckled coldly. Breaking through Deus's defense won't be so simple. You may waste your time battling Deus. I'll join Baccara first and eliminate that little girl in your crew. With that, Mr. Tanaka turned sharply toward Korora and Bacara's battlefield. But Sabo's voice rang out behind him. Sharp, sudden, unmistakable. Dragon Claw Fist. Mr. Tanaka recoiled in shock. Whirling around, he found Sabo already standing directly behind him. His eyes widened in sheer terror. Damn it. When did you? Before he could finish, Sabo's blazing forearm hooked beneath his neck, like the fourth Raikage's lightning blade, delivering a searing, incandescent strike. Blazing Dragon's hook claws. Flames erupted violently, engulfing Mr. Tanaka in a blinding inferno. Simultaneously, his body rocketed backward, crashing headlong into the city wall, shattering a massive crater before collapsing utterly incapacitated. Sabo grinned fiercely, one down. Incredible strength. Unbelievable speed. I swear I glimpsed Yamato fighting the beast's pirates. So this is the combat prowess of the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command. Truly awe-inspiring. If the deputy is this formidable, what monstrous power must their supreme leader, Commander Dragon, possess? Don't forget, Sabo has inherited the legacy. His current strength may well rival, or even surpass, Commander Dragon's. The world government is in grave peril now. The Grand Line. Luffy devoured a chunk of Sea King flesh, laughing heartily at his crewmates. Sanji, Usopp, Brog, Yuta. Look, this is Sabo, my older brother. Isn't he amazing? Just like I'd expect from my big brother. Aboard the Golden Ship, Don Quixote Tsuru's face had darkened to pitch black. Pathetic. Tanaka, a useless failure, defeated so easily. What a waste of the devil fruit I fed him. As he fumed, Tsuru saw Sabo charging straight toward him. Your turn, Tsuru. Fall before me. Dragon Claw Fist, blazing Dragon's wing strike. This time Sabo didn't use his arm, but delivered a thunderous elbow strike. Tsuru watched the devastating blow hurtle toward him, wrapped in dense haki and roaring flame, and fury ignited in his veins. Don't underestimate me. Who do you think I am? Golden Shield. Another golden barrier materialized, thicker, denser than before, and hardened with armament haki. Tsuru refused to believe even this shield could fail against Sabo's elbow. Just a second-rate revolutionary deputy. You dare try to breach my defense? With a deafening shatter, the golden shield disintegrated, smoother, cleaner, and more total than the last. The elbow slammed into Tsuru's face, contorting his features beyond recognition. Had the shield not absorbed the overwhelming majority of the impact, he would have been obliterated instantly. Even so, the damage was catastrophic. He'd best avoid mirrors for the rest of his life, if he wished to preserve his Tao heart from utter collapse. Cough cough. Tsuru collapsed onto the ground, spitting blood and teeth through blurred vision. He lifted his head, eyes burning with murderous hatred toward Sabo. What nonsense is this? You dared strike me. Do you know who I am? I am Don Quixote Tsuru, the sovereign of the Golden Realm, the emperor of the underworld. How dare you treat me thus? I'll tear you limb from limb. I will never forgive you, not just the three of you, but the entire revolutionary army. Once today, and I'll spare no expense. I'll hire armies to uproot you, utterly annihilating every last trace. Awakening, Golden Giant. With those final words, Tsuru unleashed his awakened power. Instantly, every ounce of gold aboard the golden ship surged toward him, coalescing rapidly into a colossal golden colossus. What the hell? All this glittering gold aboard the ship, it's real gold. I thought it was just gilded paint. My God, how much gold is there? Its value must dwarf even Roger's ultimate treasure, the One Piece. They say Tsuru controls 1/5 of the world's entire wealth. If I possessed even half that fortune, why would I bother hunting the One Piece? This is my One Piece. Taha used his awakened ability to conjure a colossal golden giant within which he stood, commanding its every movement. Staring at the nearby Sabo, Taha, his face swollen into a grotesque pig-like visage, mumbled indistinctly, daring to wound me like this. You revolutionaries will never be forgiven. Behold my might, and learn the price of provoking me. Golden divine flame. The golden giant's eyes, a pair of molten gold orbs, focused a searing crimson beam. Instantly, it lanced forth with blinding speed and devastating force, rivaling Kizaru's lightspeed beams. It struck the ground, obliterating an area as vast as an entire town in a single cataclysmic detonation. It was not merely size or weight. It wielded thermal weaponry of staggering power. This form, they realized, was the awakening of a devil fruit ability. What is awakening? In essence, a devil fruit's latent potential unfolds in tiers, its combat efficacy scaling with the user's mastery. Awakening signifies the fruit's full ultimate realization, the pinnacle of symbiotic evolution between fruit and wielder. Among countless devil fruit users worldwide, only a handful achieve this feat, its rarity rivals that of Conqueror's Haki itself. Truly astonishing. So Taha is no ordinary foe. He is the self-proclaimed Golden Emperor, the world's wealthiest man. That he has remained unscathed by pirates attests to extraordinary prowess. At first glance, Sabo seemed assured of victory, but now with Taha's golden colossus proving so overwhelming, observers across the four seas began to doubt his chances. Yet after evading the golden divine flame's apocalyptic blast, Sabo's lips curled upward in quiet triumph. At last, you've unleashed this power. Far from panic, he exuded calm certainty. The golden giant wasn't a threat. It was precisely what he had been waiting for. Among metals, silver conducts electricity most efficiently, followed by copper, then gold. And Sabo, now wielding lightning itself, possessed a natural absolute advantage over any metal manipulator. Until now, Taha had kept his distance, launching golden projectiles from afar, rendering Sabo unable to land a decisive blow. Now, however, Taha had sealed himself inside a massive conductive mass of pure gold, an act of cosmic irony. Demon armor. Sabo transformed into his demon armor state, unlocking peak control over lightning, fire, and ice. Clutching a reinforced armored pipe, now humming with arcs of white-blue lightning, he aimed it squarely at the golden giant. 100 million volts, lightning flash. Taha could never have foreseen it. His proudest achievement, the awakening he deemed invincible, was in fact Sabo's long-anticipated vulnerability. The moment lightning met, gold currents surged through the entire colossal frame. As electricity flooded him from every direction, Taha tried desperately to suppress his fruit's power, but it was already too late. His body convulsed under the onslaught, and agonized cries tore from his throat. His skin blackened and charred, his flesh blistered and cracked under unbearable heat, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed unconscious within the golden titan. No one knew Taha's fate, but the golden giant stood utterly motionless, frozen mid-stride. Without question, Taha had fallen. Look, the golden giant is inert. Could he truly have been struck down in an instant? Was an awakening supposed to be exceedingly rare, representing the fruit's ultimate evolution? Was all that hype just empty rhetoric? Awakening, a complete farce. I should never have believed it. From now on, anyone boasting about awakening is undoubtedly exaggerating, guaranteed. The reputation of Devil Fruit Awakening suffered a severe blow. Doflamingo Kaido and the five elders exchanged silent, pained glances. No, we are awakened. Truly, please, bear with us. So swiftly defeated, truly worthy of Sabo, then I must not delay any longer. Meanwhile, Haku faced Deus, who though battered and bleeding profusely still grinned ecstatically, so exhilarating. Undeterred, Haku intensified his assault, Fishman Karate, Ice Gloves, 3,000 Tile Fist Strike. Haku mimicked the legendary clash between Aokiji and his opponent during the Sky War, first coating his fist in thick crystalline frost before striking. This technique enhanced both defensive resilience and offensive lethality. infusing each blow with penetrating cold capable of inflicting grievous freezing trauma. Yet Deus remained unchanged, still grinning, still euphoric. As Haku lunged forward, Deus once again met the strike head-on, his forehead shielded by armament Haki colliding directly with Haku's fishman karate. In an instant, Deus was hurled backward, shattering through the air before embedding himself deep within the fortress wall, his body lodged so tightly it could not even be pried loose. Barring miracles, he would possess no further combat capability. Yet, even at this point, Deus still cried out rapturous, so exhilarating. Haku stared speechless, then shuddered involuntarily. He vowed never to face such an opponent again, not even in guaranteed victory, for Deus was simply too unnatural, too profoundly aberrant. With both battlefronts decided, only Bakura remained, fighting alone against overwhelming odds. Seeing her allies fall, Tanaka and Deus incapacitated, Taha's golden giant frozen in place, she surrendered to despair. Her ability was indeed extraordinary, but her personal offensive strength was negligible. All her power relied upon cascading butterfly effects. If she could physically touch Kairuka, Haku, or Sabo, and siphon their fortune, victory might yet be possible. But without contact, she possessed little more than self-preservation. As for winning through butterfly effects alone, impossible. Even a butterfly needs wind to stir. On board the golden ship, no remaining combatant possessed the strength to fell Sabo and his allies. Realizing she stood utterly alone, Bakura ceased resistance. Enough. I yield. This ends here. She raised both hands in surrender. Kairuka erupted in fury, having endured prolonged suppression only for her allies' sudden capitulation to rob her of vengeance. No, I refuse to accept surrender. Sabo-san, Haka-san, hurry, help me. I won't eat until this woman is brought low. Yet herein lay the paradox of the luck fruit's power. While Bakura could not harm them, neither could they overcome her, so long as her reservoir of fortune remained intact. Even Sabo's dragon claw fist veered wildly off target, diverted by a cascade of improbable, trivial accidents. Finally Sabo sighed and shook his head. Let it be Kairuka. She has conceded, there's no need for cruelty. Besides, we simply cannot reach her. This is the power of the luck fruit, truly an anomaly. Even the boss has fallen, yet she walks away unscathed. In terms of sheer survivability, her ability stands unrivaled in the world. Koala, though seething with resentment, could go no further. The Grand Line is perilous. Surely you'll perish at sea, devoured by leviathans or swallowed by storms. She cursed Bakura, but even she knew such curses would likely prove futile. Bakura's fortune was absolute. Where others faced mortal danger upon the open sea, she sailed through calm waters untouched by tempest or terror. Such was the enigmatic force of luck, profound, inscrutable, and utterly impervious to countermeasure. Enough, Sabo-san. Let us continue our search for your inheritance. Having bid Bakura farewell, Koala led Haku and Sabo onward, to uncover the two inheritances hidden aboard the golden ship. Item: a roasted piece of meat. Origin of inheritance: the attack on Titan universe, rank B. Inheritance ability: one of the 9 Titans, the Titan of Freedom, granting the power to perceive the memories of every past and future host, thereby altering reality itself. Method of inheritance: consume the roasted meat. Luyu recited the method aloud without hesitation. Sabo swallowed the meat in a single bite. In an instant the inheritance surged into his body, and with it the power to transform into a Titan awakened within him. Simultaneously Sabo glimpsed fragments of memory from his next incarnation. The visions of the future remained hazy, mere shards, fleeting and disjointed. His successor's timeline lay 13 years ahead. The world government had long since collapsed, replaced by the Eternal Empire, a new era forged in its ashes. The Marines too had vanished, alongside the world government itself. Yet before their dissolution, both institutions had waged one final cataclysmic war, the Summit War. Its reverberations echoed across decades, still recounted with awe and sorrow. In that war, the Marines' last hero, Smoker, rose, slaying every inheritor including Blackbeard and Whitebeard, and publicly executing Ace the Flame Fist. Ace, he's dead. The thought struck Sabo like lightning. His body froze, breath suspended. Long-buried memories shattered their chains and flooded back moments in Goa Kingdom, days spent scavenging at the scrapyard terminal. Laughter shared with Ace and Luffy, bonds forged in fire and dust. Overwhelmed Sabo covered his face and wept bitterly. Ace, Luffy. Koala watched bewildered as Sabo broke down, and rushed to comfort him. Sabo-san, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Is something amiss with this inheritance? Can it be renounced if flawed? Say something, please. You're driving me mad. After a long silence, Sabo wiped his tears and gazed toward the distant horizon, as if staring across the sea straight at Marineford. His voice hardened with resolve. I will go to Marineford, to rescue Ace. A stunned pause followed, then murmurs erupted across the seas. What a revolutionary commandant, and Ace's friend. Truly Ace's circle knows no bounds. First Luffy from East Blue, then Yamato, the Oni maiden of Wano country, and now Sabo, chief strategist of the Revolutionary Army. Who else might yet emerge? Yet confusion gave way to genuine elation. No matter how they met, we share a cause. All who seek Ace's freedom are allies. Huh. 3 inheritors already, each converging upon Marineford to save Ace. What chance remains for the Marines now? Father, this time, we will bring Ace home. With each new ally, Whitebeard's spirit lifted, his conviction rekindled. Before, their odds of rescuing Ace had been slim, barely more than hope. But in recent days their strength had swelled while the Marines lost 2 fleet admirals, tilting the balance inexorably toward the Whitebeard pirates. Perhaps, victory was no longer impossible. Ding. Detected, your destined one Sabo has received the inheritance. Congratulations. You have earned a super multiplier return, the Xenonesis SS rank. Inheritance method: place the worm into your mouth, but do not bite it. It will fuse with your body of its own accord. A long serpentine worm materialized before Lu Yu. Lu Yu glanced at the worm once, then lost interest entirely. He already possessed Makarov's giant transformation ability. As for regenerative capacity, he commanded multiple supreme healing arts, the Hogyoku, the healing chains, and the Phoenix regeneration, creating giants. That was indeed beyond his current repertoire, but he could forge undead far surpassing giants in power. Unlike Brook's half-baked mastery, Lu Yu inherited the full legacy of the Bone King. Each day he could effortlessly create several undead ranked above level 90. Such modest combat prowess as giants held no allure for him, nor did eternal soul immortality. After all, with the Hogyoku, death itself dared not claim him unless he willed it. Indeed, even eternal physical existence would pose no challenge. Thus, though formidable, this worm offered him little more than redundancy. Lu Yu tossed it to Vivi. She recoiled with a startled cry. Ah, such a monstrous worm. Take it, Lu Yu said calmly. It is an inheritance from another world. With it you shall gain the power to create giants. Not mere giants like Dori or Bragi, but colossal titans like Oz or Futatsu, towering 60 to 70 meters high. Quantity: infinite. And absolute obedience is guaranteed. What? The power to create primordial giants. Crucially, unlimited numbers. An unwavering loyalty. Vivi princess. Vivi sister. Vivi mother. Vivi grandmother. Give it to me. Give it to me. The 4 seas erupted in frenzy. Even the 5 elders were visibly shaken. Venus exclaimed, the power to generate infinite primordial giants, under absolute command, is catastrophic. Jupiter added, a single Elbaf already stands as the world's strongest nation. This Vivi, she alone rivals countless Elbafs. Mercury observed, if this ability proves genuine, her very existence rivals that of the 3 ancient weapons. Mars countered, Lu Yu may deceive us, but would he ever betray his own comrades? Nor does he possess motive to do so. Therefore we may conclude with near certainty his claim is authentic. The worm truly grants such power. Saturn murmured in awe, most astonishing. Lu Yu casually bestowed this overwhelming inheritance upon a subordinate, yet deemed it utterly beneath his own regard. Unfathomable. To what staggering height has his strength ascended? Can the world government possibly oppose him still? Alabasta. King Cobra nearly collapsed laughing. I told you so. I told you so. Did I not say it plainly? My daughter's future lies brilliantly with Lu Yu. Hearken now, Alabasta shall be guarded by thousands upon thousands of primordial giants. Which nation dares threaten us? Even the world government arrives. We'll drive them off. Haha. I am the greatest under heaven. Nearby Pel and Kakuna, the twin guardian deities of Alabasta, could only shake their heads with wry smiles. Though logically sound, his majesty's exuberance bordered on unseemly. After all, a monarch ought to retain at least a modicum of dignity, however elated he may feel. Upon grasping the worm's extraordinary nature, Vivi's fear dissolved. She seized it firmly and gazed up at Lu Yu, eyes alight with anticipation. Captain, how do I receive the inheritance? Lu Yu smiled faintly. Place it in your mouth. Do not bite. It will merge with your body of its own volition. Though still repulsed, Vivi no longer hesitated. Her resolve had crystallized. She guided the worm's head into her mouth. Instantly, it began burrowing inward, seamlessly integrating into her spinal column. Thereupon she awakened the power to manifest as a primordial giant. Sensing the immense force now coursing through her veins, Vivi knew Lu Yu spoke truth. Her heart soared. Thank you, Captain. From this day forth, I shall follow your command without hesitation. Lu Yu teased, so, you'd refuse allegiance unless I granted you the Xenonesis? Vivi pouted playfully. Of course not. Even without it I'd obey you wholeheartedly. But now, I'm simply even more obedient. Lu Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head. This Vivi, sweet when sweet, sharp when sharp, proved far more delightfully layered than Robin. Yet strange. Whenever Robin crossed his thoughts with even a hint of criticism, an inexplicable chill would slither down his spine. How peculiar. How utterly bizarre. Shaking his head, Lu Yu redirected his gaze toward the celestial screen. Meanwhile, aboard the golden ship, Hak and Kairi remained stunned, still reeling from Sabo's sudden declaration that he would storm Marine headquarters to rescue Ace. Rescue Fire Fist Ace from Marine headquarters? Why? Kairi asked, bewildered. Sabo-san, are you also friends with Ace-san? Ace is my brother, Sabo declared. Long before our voyages began, Ace, Luffy, and I shared sworn brotherhood wine. We are 3 brothers and Luffy is the youngest of us all. Circumstances forced me to sail prematurely, and calamity struck. I lost my memories, until just now, when this inheritance unlocked them. Kairi hack, I will save Ace. Even if I must cast aside every allegiance, I swear, I shall bring him home. Beyond the celestial screen, a crowd wept uncontrollably. Dayton sobbed, so that's it. You lost your memory, you brat. No wonder we heard nothing. Worried me, sicko. Makino whispered, tears glistening. Whatever happened? He's alive. To see all three brothers standing together, what boundless joy. Luffy clenched his fist. Sabo, we'll rescue Ace. Together. Ace murmured, voice thick with emotion. Sabo, you're alive, but Marine headquarters is perilous. Please, don't come. So that's it. Sabo, Ace, and Luffy are brothers. No wonder Luffy is determined to rescue Ace. On the golden ship, Kureha suddenly understood. No wonder both Sabo and Luffy were so insistent on rescuing Ace. It turned out they were three brothers. Kureha then smiled and patted Sabo's shoulder. In that case, rest assured. We'll go with you. Count us in for Ace's rescue. Don't you agree, Haku? Haku nodded. Yes, of course. If Sabo goes, then we must go too. Sabo shook his head, declining their goodwill. Kureha, Haku. Thank you sincerely, but this is a personal matter of mine. I won't trouble the Revolutionary Army. Sabo assumed this would make them understand. Yet Kureha seized his cheeks and pulled them outward, her expression indignant. Sabo, what are you muttering about all by yourself again? We're comrades. Why should you unilaterally decide everything? We've pledged to help you, and help you we shall. If you dare try tying us up. Humph. Haku stood silently beside them, but his approving expression made it clear he sided with Kureha. Sabo opened his mouth to speak, yet ultimately only sighed faintly and shook his head with a wry smile. Kureha was right. He couldn't bind them, nor could he prevent them from learning the location of Marine headquarters. If they truly intended to assist him, he had no means to stop them. Thus Sabo acquiesced, half reluctantly, half resignedly. Then he turned toward the celestial screen overhead and addressed Lu Yu. Mr. Lu Yu, where precisely lies the final inheritance site? Lu Yu smiled lightly. Head north approximately 3.7 kilometers, and you'll arrive. Thank you. Sabo replied with courteous gratitude before setting off northward alongside Kureha and Haku. As they journeyed northward, Sabo's heart churned with unease. Rescuing Ace was non-negotiable, but according to the information he'd gathered, their previous attempt had ended in abject failure. That meant Marine headquarters proved far more formidable than anticipated. The intelligence I possess remains insufficient. I must gather far more before proceeding. As he walked, Sabo probed the future, striving to discern precisely what transpired during that war. Yet glimpsing the future proved no simple feat. Despite exhausting every ounce of effort, he could only glean fragmented, hazy memories, never enough to reconstruct the war's full truth with clarity. The factions engaged. Marine headquarters, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Beast Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, the Blackbeard Pirates, the Revolutionary Army. The inheritors who fought. Smoker, Whitebeard, Blackbeard, Luffy, Yamato, Kaido, Jinbe, and myself. And the final outcome. Smoker alone slaughtered every inheritor, every pirate crew, and even the Revolutionary Army. At this thought, Sabo's heart sank like stone. He had assumed that with 2 Marine admirals lost and reinforcements from their side, Ace's rescue would be all but guaranteed. Yet Smoker's inheritance utterly eclipsed all others, even surpassing the combined might of 7 inheritors. Unimaginable, just how immense his power truly was. In light of this, Gold Lion's defeat seemed entirely justified. He'd at least wounded Smoker severely, earning a measure of honor even in loss. Fortunately, Sabo discovered they weren't without hope. His memory fragments revealed 2 moments when Smoker faced mortal peril, one instigated by Yamato, the other by Blackbeard. That meant if these 2 could be leveraged wisely, victory remained within reach. Yamato, Blackbeard. Murmuring their names, Sabo fell deep into contemplation. Blackbeard is out of the question. He's the very architect of Ace's capture. It was only after seizing Ace that he gained status as a Shichibukai. Though I cannot fathom how a mere Shichibukai could imperil Smoker's life, he is utterly untrustworthy. Thus our sole reliable ally remains Yamato. Yamato's figure rose vividly in Sabo's mind, the image of her defeating Kaido yesterday. Though her strength was staggering, she appeared only marginally superior to Kaido, by no great margin. That struck him as deeply odd. According to the memory fragments, Kaido himself would soon receive an inheritance, inevitably augmenting his power significantly in the coming days. Yet even with such enhancement, and alongside them, Kaido still fell beneath Smoker's onslaught. How then could Yamato possibly threaten Smoker's life? There must be something I've overlooked. Sabo pondered. Yamato has received only 2 inheritances, the chains and a passive ability granting ever-increasing strength through battle. If the second holds no answer, then it must lie within the first. Her chains are unique. They possess some quality capable of countering Smoker. Sabo strained to recall Yamato's use of those chains yesterday. One thing was certain, they possessed regenerative properties. Then he remembered. The chains had also ensnared both King and Queen. The first binding targeted King, whose absolute defense shattered upon contact. Thus the chains wielded a weakening effect. The second binding seized Queen, forcing his transformation from dragon serpent back into human form. This phenomenon bore resemblance to Sea Stone. The third binding again targeted King, altering his physical form, erasing the Lunarian traits until he resembled an ordinary human. This ability defied immediate interpretation, Perhaps it related to the human-human fruit. Seibo speculated, though Yamato's true capabilities remained unknown to him. Neither Lu Yu nor Yamato had offered explanation, and Seibo dared not inquire publicly before the entire world, lest Smoker overhear and preemptively fortify himself, sealing any chance of success forever. Yet this very speculation led Seibo to a breakthrough. He recalled Yamato binding Queen, and Queen reverting from his devil fruit form. A flash of insight lit his eyes. Right, the chains function like sea stone. I remember now. Smoker lost to Blackbeard on the floating island because Blackbeard's dark fruit sealed his smoke fruit powers. Therefore, suppressing Smoker's devil fruit is paramount. Through meticulous deduction, drawing parallels between Yamato and Blackbeard, Seibo uncovered the linchpin of their strategy against Smoker. At this realization, Seibo fell silent once more, lost in profound reflection. In this war, the only two who threatened Smoker were Blackbeard and Yamato. It stands to reason Blackbeard's threat stems once more from his ability to suppress Smoker's devil fruit. Admittedly, such measures wouldn't be easy, but they served as vital contingency plans. At last, with direction clarified, Seibo exhaled, a long-held breath finally released. Rescuing Ace would remain arduous, but hope now flickered, undeniable and real. And where hope existed, Seibo would move heaven and earth to bring Ace home. Just as Seibo finished devising a strategy against Smoker, he arrived, per Lu Yu's instruction, at the final Legacy site. Legacy sourced the Imperial artifact, Overpower Emission, Barzak, from the Zontai World Rank A. Legacy ability wearing the mask unlocks 100 of the human body's latent potential, but induces complete physical exhaustion upon use. Method of inheritance were the mask. Another ability that unlocks 100 of one's potential. Lu Yu paused, momentarily stunned. Clearly this ability overlapped with the recently acquired Crimson Eye. Yet unlike the Crimson Eye, the mask exacted no toll on lifespan. Only temporary depletion after each activation. Lu Yu instructed Seibo to don the mask, and upon doing so, Seibo successfully inherited its power. Lu Yu in turn received his guaranteed return on investment. Gazing at the mask in his hand, Lu Yu handed it to Vivi. This artifact awakens latent human potential, enabling combatants to unleash their full, unreserved strength. Take it. You need it far more than I do. Vivi's eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, Captain. Citizens across the four seas watched in envious agony. I need this mask too. Give it to me. I'm not picky. So what precisely are the requirements to join your crew? Hurry and announce them. I'll mold myself accordingly, even if it means selling my soul. Utterly numb. Truly utterly numb with envy. Day 365 confirmed jealousy of Robin, Vivi, Dori, and Bragi is absolute. Wait, how long has Lu Yu even been around? Are you jealous this early? Seibo-san. Wonderful. You've acquired yet another legacy. Your chances of rescuing Ace-san have just grown stronger. Koala congratulated him aboard the golden ship. Haku nodded beside her. Indeed, the human body harbors boundless potential. To wield it fully multiplies one's combat prowess at least twofold, making Ace-san's rescue all the more feasible. Seibo gave a polite nod outwardly, yet inwardly sighed deeply. Without those fragmented visions of the future, he might well have shared their confidence. Now, however, his resolve wavered. Smoker, the celestial descent who pierced through 7 foes at once, loomed over him like an insurmountable storm. Shaking his head, Seibo snapped back to focus. No matter what, it is non-negotiable. Ace must be saved. While time remains, we must first contact Whitebeard to compel his urgent attention. Secondly, among Luffy's crew, one member requires technological augmentation from Germa, while the other 3. I shall entrust Lindbergh. As our revolutionary army's foremost scientist, forging bespoke armaments for them should pose no great challenge. That settles it. Time grows scarce. We depart immediately. With that thought, Seibo prepared to withdraw with Koala and Haku. Yet before they could reach their vessel, Seibo sensed imminent peril. Danger, fall back now. He yanked Koala and Haku backward in retreat. The instant they withdrew, 5 supple vine-like branches erupted from the earth where they'd stood moments earlier. What's happening? Wasn't it already over? Does the golden ship harbor hidden masters? To appear under such circumstances, either madness or absolute unshakable confidence. Judging by that strike's velocity, it's certainly the latter. Facing the revolutionary army's second-in-command, especially one who has just inherited 3 legacies, who dares possess such arrogance? Only a marine admiral, or perhaps even one of the 4 emperors, could claim such certainty. Such a figure would surely be renowned worldwide. Yet this man rings no bells in my memory. I know. He's a famed master from the West Blue, the Logia type forest fruit. User named Aramaki. He declares himself destined to become a marine admiral. A marine admiral? Him. Preposterous. Admirals embody the world government's apex martial might. Though 2 were vanquished by that Lu Yu, it was his own monstrous power, not their weakness, that sealed their fate. To presume equivalence with an admiral demands more than mere bravado. We never claimed he is one, only that he says he is, and frankly the West Blue hasn't endorsed him. Still, Let's be fair, Aramaki possesses formidable skill. He may not rival an admiral, but Golden Emperor Tashiji. That duel might well end in uncertainty. Aramaki's arrival sent shockwaves across the crowd, none more profound than in Koala and Haku themselves. Koala broke into sweat his speed. It defies reaction. Haku shuddered. Had Sabo not reacted instantly, if he hadn't pulled us back, we'd be dead now. Sabo steadied his companions, then fixed his gaze upon Aramaki, grave, unblinking. Though only one move had been made, the pressure emanating from Aramaki dwarfed even the thunderous presence of Golden Emperor Tashiji, a man whose strength eclipses Tashiji's. Sabo braced himself. If the live commentary spoke truth, if Aramaki truly dreamed of becoming an admiral, then this man might well possess admiral-tier might. Aramaki scratched his head and chuckled. Planned to eliminate you, unseen, stage a dazzling entrance, but you dodged. Impressive. No wonder you're the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command, and a triple legacy heir. Truly formidable. His words dripped with feigned disappointment, yet his tone brimmed with undisguised arrogance, revealing no genuine admiration. Sabo locked eyes with him, voice taut. Who are you? And why do you block our paths? Aramaki grinned, teeth flashing. You ask. My name is Aramaki. I am the man sworn to become a Marine Admiral, and I believe, truly, that my strength already matches theirs. All I lack is opportunity. I lacked that chance before, but now it's mine. Ungracious as it sounds, I owe much to Admirals Akiji and Kizaru stepping down. Now, my power can finally shine. But first I must deliver a letter of allegiance to the Marines, to the world government. And that letter? Aramaki's gaze slid towards Sabo, gleaming with cruel amusement. Haha, how inconvenient for you, Revolutionary Army's second-in-command. You're the head I've marked. What the hell? Does this man even realize what he's saying? He intends to eliminate Sabo. Sabo is the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, and has inherited 3 legendary legacies. His strength now likely rivals that of Dragon himself. This Huang Mu possesses nothing, yet dares challenge Sabo. Utter delusion. Does he truly believe himself a fleet admiral? It's like Ace pursuing Blackbeard, delivering his head across 1,000 leagues. Faced with Huang Mu's audacious declaration, the people across the 4 seas held not a shred of faith in him. Rather than perceiving lofty ambition, they saw only a fool destined for ridicule. Yet there were those who believed in Huang Mu, not for his strength, but for his character. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku wept with exhilaration. Look, just look. This is precisely what a true comrade looks like. If every soul aspired to join the Marines as this comrade does, would this world still be plunged in chaos? Peace and harmony would long reign across the globe. But tell me, young Huang, why rush so? Reporting directly to Marine Headquarters would have been far wiser. You may fall short of Fleet Admiral status, for now, but surely you'd qualify as a Fleet Admiral candidate. Why recklessly seek out Sabo, the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command, aboard the Golden Ship? You've lost your senses. Aboard the Golden Ship, Sabo watched Huang Mu's brazen arrogance shift from vigilant readiness to mocking disdain. You intend to claim my head as stepping stone to a Fleet Admiral's rank. Then you're still woefully unprepared. Huang Mu grinned. We'll see just how unprepared I am. With resin extraction. His 5 fingers elongated like supple vines, lashing forward towards Sabo and his companions. Sabo shielded. Korea and hack. Korea hack. You two retreat first. This foe exceeds your capacity. Leave him to me. Your sole duty is to preserve your own lives. Korea hesitated, desperate to stand shoulder to shoulder with Sabo. But Hack restrained her. Korea, enough. This battle lies beyond our reach. Forcing ourselves into it won't aid Sabo. It will only burden him. Would you have him distracted by concern for us? Trust Sabo. He will prevail. Hearing Hack's words, Korea reluctantly relented, her gaze lingering on Sabo, fraught with worry. Then please, Sabo-san, win. Sabo smiled, unwavering. Rest assured, I won't fall before rescuing Ace. Now go quickly. As he covered their retreat, Sabo observed the 5 vine-like tendrils still surging toward him, and countered. If this is the forest fruit, then fire must be its weakness. Fortunately, I've just mastered flame manipulation. Behold, the devil armor spark blast. Assuming his devil armor form, Sabo launched a searing fireball from a nearby pipe. Upon contact, Huang Mu's extended fingers recoiled instantly. Fire-based abilities. Tricky, so they say? Nonsense. Huang Mu's eyes flared with arrogant defiance. All forests fear fire. Absurd. Were such a flaw so glaring, how could I possibly dream of becoming a fleet admiral? Never underestimate one who dares aspire to that title, brat. Fireproof grove. Huang Mu unleashed his power. Lush greenery erupted across the Golden Ship, and he himself transformed into a colossal towering tree. Sabo fired another fireball. This time it struck without effect. Huang Mu roared with laughter. You think mere fire can overcome me simply because I'm wood? Ignorant. A forest is no simple thing. Growing trees contain abundant moisture. Igniting them is no trivial feat. Before my fireproof grove, your flames are laughably feeble. To incinerate my forest, you'd need magma, not mere fire. Forbidden grove, verdant wrath. The trees swelled, branches multiplied wildly. Gigantic fists forged from living timber slammed towards Sabo, some wreathed in armament haki. Sensing peril, Sabo dodged left and right, momentarily appearing overwhelmed. This Huang Mu, unexpectedly formidable. I assumed he was a clown, but he's genuine. He's actually suppressing Sabo. Incredible, truly incredible. Perhaps he truly possesses the caliber to contend for fleet admiralship. I misjudged him by appearance alone. Apparently, even among common folk, masters walk unseen. Still, Sabo has revealed only one of his 3 inheritances. 2 remain concealed. Can Huang Mu truly defeat him? Witnessing Huang Mu gain the upper hand against Sabo, the 4 Cs collectively drew sharp breaths. Though unknown by name, his power was undeniably real. At Marine Headquarters, Sengoku nearly leapt from his seat. He's this strong. Then he genuinely could succeed Kazan and Boroserino. War looms. Having such a force join the Marines at this juncture could decisively sway the tide of battle. He clasped his hands in fervent prayer. Huang Mu, don't fall to Sabo. Even a draw would suffice. Come to us whole and unharmed. Report to Marine Headquarters immediately. Step through our gates and you become a fleet admiral. Aboard the golden ship. Korea's face tightened with anxiety. What do we do? Sabo-san seems outmatched. Hack, remain calm. Don't panic yet, Korea. Sabo is merely suppressed, not defeated. He hasn't yet deployed half his techniques. He will overcome this foe. In truth, Sabo's disadvantage was far less severe than it appeared. He met each assault with effortless grace. Yet Huang Mu's overwhelming presence made him seem flustered, when in reality he moved with serene mastery. Still, this wouldn't do. Sabo furrowed his brow. His current strength hadn't yet peaked. Even enhanced by devil armor, he barely reached fleet admiral level. Against Huang Mu, their powers were perfectly matched. Neither could gain decisive advantage. But Huang Mu had time to spare if Sabo did not. War approached. Smoker's threat loomed large. Preparation for the coming conflict demanded haste. Victory had to be swift. His hand drifted toward the mask-shaped imperial armament hidden within his robes. Perhaps it was time to deploy it. Aboard the golden ship, Sabo contemplated combining his magical armor with his imperial artifact. Activating 2 inheritances simultaneously should surely be enough to defeat Huang Mu. Yet before the plan even began, Sabo abruptly shook his head and abandoned it entirely. No, this plan won't work. The risk is far too great. His imperial artifact shared the same effect as Day's Crimson Eyes, but its side effects differed markedly. Though Day's Crimson Eyes consumed lifespan, they permitted continuous, uninterrupted usage until that lifespan was fully depleted. In contrast, Sabo's mask spared his years, but drained his physical vitality at an extraordinary rate. Once activated, if he failed to eliminate Green Bull before exhausting his strength, he would find himself in grave peril. Moreover, even if he triumphed over Green Bull while wearing the mask, excessive depletion of stamina might leave him unfit for the imminent war just days away. Thus the mask was viable, but not to be wielded lightly. It must be reserved solely for the decisive moment of battle. Then I shall begin with the giant's power instead. Sabo reasoned inwardly. I'll use the giant's ability to wear him down, and strike with utter surprise. If I can land a crippling blow first, then unleash both the magical armor and the mask in unison, I will surely destroy him. With that thought, Sabo shed his magical armor and bit deep into his palm. Then in the wake of a violent gale, he transformed into a giant. That's cheating. What on earth is happening? Just now Sabo stood right there. How did he vanish and become this grotesque, colossal monstrosity? What kind of giant is this? If he's truly a giant, he's far shorter than those of Elbaf. Yet if he's not, no ordinary human could ever reach such size. So, is he a dwarf giant? I don't care how this giant appeared. I only want to know where Sabo went. Indeed, giants from the 2 worlds were fundamentally distinct. Sabo's titan form stood only 15 meters tall. Giants in this world typically towered between 20 and 30 meters. Thus, his sudden emergence evoked the unmistakable impression of a dwarf giant. Worse still, he was not merely diminutive but also unclothed and hideous, delivering a shock so profound it left all 4 Cs utterly bewildered. Lu Yu calmly explained, this is Sabo's second inheritance, the ability to transform into a giant. As his words settled, Dongli and Brookie beside him couldn't help but remark, what an ugly giant. Not only ugly, but short. Not only short, but naked. Are giants from other worlds truly like this? Compared to ours, especially Elbaf, they fall woefully short. Aboard the golden ship, Huang Mu too stood momentarily stunned. How had Sabo vanished mid-pursuit? Only to reappear as this stunted, repulsive giant. Thanks to Lu Yu's explanation, he finally understood. The giant was Sabo. So the magical armor proved insufficient. Hence he switched to another ability. Futile. Even as a giant you remain no match for me. Not even a single strike. In fact, your enlarged form only makes you a larger target, and guarantees a swifter death. Die? Resin extraction. Huang Mu unleashed resin extraction once more. This time, however, the technique no longer manifested as slender fingers, nor limited itself to 5. Instead, countless colossal tree trunks, each thick enough for 3 men to embrace, surged forward like serpentine leviathans converging upon Sabo. Sabo, commanding his titan form, reinforced its arms with haki and met the onslaught with bare-fisted blows, one punch then another. One trunk shattered, then another. Within mere seconds, Sabo had obliterated dozens of such monstrous limbs. Yet their numbers were endless, far beyond his capacity to counter. Worse still, every severed trunk regenerated instantly, rendering the assault inexhaustible. At last, in a moment's lapse, a massive trunk pierced the Titan's colossal frame. Then came wave after wave, repeated relentless impalement. Damn! Sabo's been seized. Seized? His body's been riddled with holes, dozens upon dozens. Such wounds are beyond salvation. We'd hoped to witness the rise of the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command, yet this marks his fall. Today's true victor is Huangmu, soon to ascend as a Marine Admiral. Ace cried out. Sabo, Luffy shouted. How could this happen? He only just resurfaced today. How could he perish so swiftly? No, it can't be. He swore to rescue Ace with me. He wouldn't die like this. Damn it. I'll storm that island and hurl that forest-clad fiend into oblivion. Dayton wailed. No. Fate, what cruel jest is this? Sabo lives. After all these years, the three brothers have finally reunited. Why inflict such cruelty upon them? Makino wept. Ace. Sabo. How? Oh. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Go. The four division commanders' faces darkened drastically. Lindbergh, disaster. Sabo's been eliminated. Morley, that deranged boy. How dare he do this? Sabo, today he was miraculously linked into the broadcast. Surely he'll survive this. Balabadi, that forest-dwelling fiend. Unforgivable. Crow, kill him. Dragon's expression turned grim. He'd envisioned the Revolutionary Army's ascendance, yet Sabo had fallen instead. How could he accept this outcome? That forest man will soon join the Marines at their headquarters, won't he? On the battlefield, I will show him no mercy. Grand line. Whitebeard Pirates. The captains froze in disbelief. Ace's brother dead. Impossible. I'd already imagined fighting side by side with him to rescue Ace. How could he be struck down so suddenly? How can anyone bear this result? Worse still, while we lose Sabo, a formidable asset, the Marines gain Huangmu, an equally formidable one. Our loss, their gain. This imbalance bodes ill indeed. Damn it, that timing. We'll never forgive you, Huangmu. Marine Headquarters. Sengoku laughed uncontrollably. He actually defeated the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command. Overjoyed, he declared, excellent. Far better than I anticipated. Huangmu, report to Marine Headquarters immediately. The rank of Admiral belongs to you alone. Holy Land, Mariehua. The five elders had not expected the world government's gravest crisis to resolve so effortlessly, yet relief flickered across their faces. Gold Star, unbelievable. The Revolutionary Army's chief strategist has been neutralized. We assumed it would demand tremendous effort on our part. Wood Star, for us this is undeniably auspicious. Water Star, he seeks the rank of Admiral. Grant his wish. By both merit and achievement, he is unquestionably worthy. Fire Star, war looms. Adding an Admiral now is nothing short of providential. This Huangmu possesses exceptional promise. Earth Star, since the decision is made, there's no need to wait for his formal report to the Marines or the world government. If his heart is set upon it, instruct the press immediately. Tomorrow announce Huangmu as the new Marine Admiral, codenamed Green Bull. In a small garden, Robin observed Sabo riddled with holes like a wasp nest. With solemn composure she remarked, "O Luyu, your destined soul has been eliminated. And what a macabre piece of performance art his demise makes." Vivi cried out, "Don't deliver something so horrifying with such deadpan seriousness." Shaking her head, Vivi added, "It won't be that simple. Sabo's giant form isn't the kind of gigantism we're familiar with." Robin glanced at Vivi in surprise. "What do you mean?" Vivi shook her head again. "Just watch, you'll see for yourself. Sabo is far from being defeated." Having absorbed the grotesque worm, Vivi understood Sabo's gigantification better than anyone. It wasn't Luffy's tangible enlargement, but rather akin to donning a thick, fleshy exosuit. So long as his true body, centered on the spine, remained unharmed, Sabo would suffer no fatal injury. In other words, Sabo was now deliberately deceiving Arumaku. Realizing this, Vivi added, "That forest man has fallen for the ruse. Sabo is perfectly unscathed. Watch closely, Robin. The forest man is about to suffer a crushing blow." On the golden ship, Kurora nearly leapt from her hiding place in excitement, only to be restrained by Haku. "Hold on, Kurora, don't rush." But Sabo-san is about to be killed. An opponent who could not even defeat Sabo, charging in recklessly, would only cost us our lives in vain. Even if it means death, I will rescue Sabo-san. I will never abandon my comrades. Without hesitation, Kurora wrenched free from Haku's grip and charged toward Arumaku. At that moment, Arumaku continued impaling Sabo's colossal form with relentless precision, laughing heartily all the while, the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command. A chosen heir? Hardly impressive. What good is global renown if you still perish beneath my hand? You shall serve as my stepping stone to becoming an admiral of the Marines. Die here and now. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, his wooden spears pierced faster and more fiercely than before. In moments, Sabo's giant body was riddled with countless perforations. Then Kurora arrived. Witnessing the scene, she struck out in fury, "Cease at once. Release Sabo-san." Fishman Karate Ice. 2,000 tile-perfect punches. One of Arumaku's branches shattered upon impact. Yet Arumaku remained utterly unconcerned. Instead his attention shifted to Kurora. Besides Sabo the Revolutionary Army's deputy, there are also you and another fishman, two insignificant insects. Since battle has commenced, none of you may escape. All three of you shall perish today, starting with you. Wooden impalement. A branch shot toward Kurora at blinding speed, its tip wreathed in dense armament haki. Given the vast disparity in combat strength between Kurora and Arumaku, she stood no chance of evading the strike. If no one intervened, Kurora would certainly die in that instant. Arumaku smiled regretfully. What a pity to have to slay such a lovely girl with my own hands. But then again, you are a revolutionary. Those unwelcome within world government allied nations possess no human rights whatsoever. And rebels like you, who defy the world government, are guilty of the gravest crimes. Pay the price for your ignorance and folly. Die. The branch hurtled forward. Within moments it loomed before Kurora's face. Just as Kurora seemed doomed to instant annihilation, Sabo, hidden all along behind the nape of the giant form, launched himself forth with explosive speed. Dragon Claw Fist, Thunderflame, Dragon's Clutch. His left hand crackled with lightning, his right burned with searing flame, both fists enveloped in thick layers of armament haki. Exploiting Arumaku's momentary arrogance, Sabo delivered a thunderous blow directly onto Arumaku's central trunk. Before Arumaku could react, he suffered Sabo's devastating strike. Wait, how could you? Flame and lightning detonated upon impact like high-grade explosives, erupting into a miniature mushroom cloud atop the trunk. Arumaku sustained catastrophic damage and screamed in piercing agony. What? Sabo, he's still alive. Impossible. His giant form was already riddled with holes. Even the most divine physician couldn't revive him now. What sorcery is this? Does Sabo somehow retain regenerative power even in this giant form? I simply can't comprehend it. Absolutely incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Ace, Luffy, Makino, Dayton, and others collectively exhaled in profound relief. Thank heavens, Sabo is unharmed. On the golden ship, Kurora, having braced herself for death, stared in stunned silence at Sabo's sudden reappearance. Tears welled in her eyes. Sabo-san, you're alive. Thank goodness you're safe. I was terrified. I truly believed you were lost forever. She sobbed uncontrollably. Kurora wept bitterly. Yes, you owe me a proper apology. I was frantic with worry. I thought you were gone, and that I'd die alongside you. Yet here we are, still breathing. Wah, just being alive is miraculous. Wiping away tears, Kurora asked curiously, Sabo-san, you're truly unhurt. How did you manage it? Sabo smiled apologetically. I'll explain everything later, but for now let me focus entirely on defeating this foe. Once he's vanquished, I'll tell you everything. At that moment Haku arrived as well. Nodding to Sabo, he gently pulled Kurora away. Understood. We won't disturb you further. Give it your all, Sabo. Crush that monster. Sabo nodded confidently. Indeed, I will. Then he turned once more toward Arumaku. A torrent of blood streamed down Arumaku's transformed main trunk, evidence of grievous injury. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he roared in furious disbelief. Damn brat. You feigned death to ambush me. Cursed, this hurts. It burns beyond endurance. Never in my life have I endured such agony. Unforgivable. I'll tear you limb from limb. Forbidden hatred, forest of despair. Countless massive fists hammered toward Sabo, each wreathed in armament haki. Yet to Sabo, now fully awakened, these blows posed no longer any threat. This farce has lasted long enough. It ends now. Mystic armor. Mask. Ultimate magic, infernal flame, annihilation blast. Sabo unleashed every ounce of his power in a single decisive strike, determined to end this confrontation in one fell swoop. Clad in mystic armor and donning the mask, Sabo activated his ultimate technique. The colossal magical array materialized behind him. Holy hell, that same array again. Last time someone wielded this array was Liu Yu, whose single strike obliterated 10,000 marines. Even the entire island sank beneath the sea. If he commands this very technique, Arumaku, the forest man, has no hope of survival. Not necessarily. Though identical in pattern to Liu Yu's array, its scale is drastically smaller. Liu Yu's array engulfed an entire island, whereas this one spans merely a football field. Its destructive force pales beside Liu Yu's, but it'll still cripple Arumaku thoroughly. Sabu's magic array instantly provoked gasps of astonishment across the four seas. Even Huangmu was startled. Having witnessed Liu Yu's array firsthand, he knew its terrifying power. A single strike had obliterated an entire island, an act beyond mortal capability. Such overwhelming force was truly horrifying. Seeing Sabu unleash the same technique, Huangmu's heart lurched with dread, so much so that he nearly fled on instinct. Yet upon observing the scale of Sabu's array, Huangmu regained his composure. Damn it, scared the hell out of me, he scoffed. But this array pales in comparison to that bastard Liu Yu's. I refuse to believe yours can defeat me. Realizing this, Huangmu abandoned his probing assaults entirely. He unleashed his ultimate technique without hesitation, forest sea descent. In an instant, colossal trees erupted across the golden ship, lush and teeming with vibrant life. Yet such immense vitality served only to slaughter. Ironic indeed. Ha ha ha. This is my supreme form. No one has ever triumphed over me in this state. Huangmu roared with manic laughter. Within this form my vitality resides in every branch and leaf aboard this vessel. You may shatter my trunks, but can you annihilate my entire being? So long as even a single root remains alive I cannot die, and so long as I live I will outlast you. Unless you sink the entire golden ship beneath the sea, as Lu Yu did, you stand no chance against me. However, Huangmu glanced contemptuously at Sabu's magic array behind him and sneered. Yours bears no resemblance to Lu Yu's. Do you even possess the power to do so? Even if you could, your two companions still stand upon this island. To slay me would you also slaughter them? The sole victor shall be me. Awaken Brad of the Revolutionary Army. Ultra-forbidden forest of hatred. If the earlier fist formed by trees resembled that of a giant, this one now matched the giant himself in sheer magnitude. An infinite number of colossal fists, each 20 to 30 meters in diameter, extended endlessly, striking with uncanny speed and precision from all directions, their sheer presence inspiring awe and terror alike. After a brief moment of gathering energy, Sabu completed his preparation. Gripping his water pipe, he aimed it squarely at Huangmu's core. Immediately a cobalt and white flame surged forth from his magic array, coiling around the pipe's nozzle. With a thunderous shout, the cobalt and white flame instantly froze and consumed the approaching tree fist before surging toward Huangmu's true form at lightning speed. Ultimate Magic Prison Flame Annihilation Blast. In an instant the massive trunk housing Huangmu's essence crystallized into azure ice. Within the glacial lattice floated a wispy cobalt and white mist, flame-like in motion, gnawing relentlessly at Huangmu's core, leaving trails of charred blackness in its wake. Huangmu screamed in agony, arg. Unbearable pain. What sorcery is this? So cold, so freezing, yet burning like fire. And lightning, striking me ceaselessly. You, what devilry have you wrought upon me? Sabu gazed at Huangmu, idly rotating the water pipe in his hand. Nothing extraordinary, merely my ultimate technique, ultimate magic. Ultimate magic. Huangmu cried in disbelief. Sabu replied calmly, since all have witnessed it there's no point concealing it further. That cobalt and white flame burns at -100 degrees Celsius. Its combustion induces not heat, but bone-deep frost. Yet it retains all the destructive properties of flame, and carries innate lightning-based electrocution. Once struck your fate is sealed. Beneath his mask Sabu's expression hardened as he declared solemnly, Huangmu, you have lost. At these words Huangmu burst into wild derisive laughter. Lost? Preposterous. He sneered disdainfully, my forest sea descent embeds my vitality within every fiber of this arboreal realm. Destroying my main trunk merely wounds me. It does not break me. Merely shifting to another trunk restores me fully. Your strength is utterly insufficient to overcome me. Face reality, brat of the Revolutionary Army. As he spoke, Huangmu's consciousness surged through the branches, transferring seamlessly to another colossal trunk. Ha ha ha. As I said, you lack the power to best me. Awaken, wait, what? These flames, what are they? How can they spread so swiftly? His triumphant laughter died mid-breath, replaced by stunned disbelief. In the blink of an eye, those sub-zero cobalt and white flames engulfed every trunk and bough. Within moments, the entire golden ship became a blazing expanse of cobalt and white fire. Huangmu shrieked in torment, powerless to resist, until the entire forest solidified into frozen silence, and he never emerged from the ice. This man who aspired to become an admiral of the Marines was thus eternally entombed in glacial stasis. No further struggle, no breakthrough from the ice. It seems Huangmu has fallen. We'd hoped for a miracle, but perhaps we overestimated him. Yet neither was our estimation unfounded. Huangmu's prowess is undeniable. He possessed the caliber to ascend to admiralship, had fate been kinder. Alas, his opponent was a legacy bearer far stronger than he. Since the legacy bearer's emergence, none have fallen. Who then might defeat them? Even Kaido of the Beast succumbed. Perhaps even Whitebeard, once the world's strongest, would falter before their might. In mere days the Marines will publicly execute Ace, Luffy, Yamato, and Sabu. The legacy bearers will surely attend. And on the Marine side stands one legacy bearer, Smoker. Only a legacy bearer may overcome another legacy bearer. Yet the pirates boast several such bearers, while the Marines possess only Smoker. This public execution promises grave peril for the Marines. Marine headquarters. Sengoku nearly collapsed into critical care, screaming skyward in bitter despair, Huangmu, Huangmu, Huangmu. Mary Geos, the Holy Land. The five elders' faces were grim and drawn. Goldstar, we believe that Forest Dweller might finally triumph, eliminating a grave threat to the world government while aiding the Marines against the Whitebeard pirates. Alas, a hollow hope. Woodstar, Forest Dweller. Merely a lowborn insect from the lower realms. Predictably unworthy of expectation. Waterstar, worse still. The revolutionary brat remains unvanquished, having displayed terrifying combat potential. This portends deep trouble. Marstar, one calamity follows another. Must we endure these disruptions while preparing for war? Waterstar, the most insufferable figure, remains Lu Yu. If not for him, none of this chaos would exist. Saturn sighed heavily, alas, we are powerless against him now. Had we accepted his protection of Nico Robin, we might have avoided this. Our vision was too narrow. The Holy Land Mariewa. Speaking of Lu Yu, the 5 elders bitterly regretted their decision. Initially recalling that Robin possessed knowledge of the ancient weapon Pluton's whereabouts, they had refused Lu Yu's request to protect her. They had deemed it only natural. After all, Pluton's destructive power was overwhelming. One blast could obliterate an entire island. Such a perilous weapon must never surface, otherwise the world government itself would be imperiled. At least in their eyes at that time, Lu Yu paled in significance beside Pluton. Yet reality proved them grievously wrong. In mere days, Lu Yu had transformed, from barely prevailing against 1/3 of the Marines' forces, into an apex master capable of toying with even instantly slaying Kizaru. Crucially, Lu Yu had seized Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi. Combined with the smoker-derived immortal body, he had replicated his strength, surged anew. Lu Yu now posed a threat equal to Pluton itself. To have alienated him over a single ancient weapon was undoubtedly the gravest error they had ever committed. Tell me, would he still join us if we now granted him permission to shelter Nico Robin, or even offered both of them positions as celestial dragons within the world government? Golden Star ventured cautiously. Mars shook his head. Impossible. Before slaying Barusolino, that man declared his intent to overthrow both the Marines and the world government. Between us and him, only one side may survive. Jupiter sighed wryly. Given his strength, eliminating him will be no easy feat. Waterstar retorted, yet neither is it simple for him to kill us. Prior to confronting Kizaru, he sought to extract classified world government intelligence from him, clearly hoping to uncover our vulnerabilities. Evidently, he lacks any means to defeat us, does he? So long as neither side can destroy the other, we are not yet defeated. Saturn affirmed watchfully. Waterstar is absolutely correct. Since we are now irreconcilable mortal enemies, even knowing full well how formidable, even invincible he appears, we must oppose him to the very end. So long as we do not fall, we win. Hearing Saturn's words, Golden Star and Jupiter confronted reality. Compromise and retreat were meaningless, thus they resolved themselves to fight without quarter. Aboard the Golden Ship, as Sabo defeated Arumaru, Koala and Hak arrived on the scene. Koala gazed curiously at Sabo and asked, puzzled, Sabo-san, is your flame truly so extraordinary? Yet I feel nothing at all. Hak nodded beside her, equally bewildered. Arumaru had turned the entire Golden Ship into a dense forest, naturally encompassing their hiding place as well. Watching Arumaru writhing helplessly beneath the azure-white flames, and yet suffering no harm themselves despite proximity, they were utterly baffled. Was it their own strength, or Arumaru's weakness? Sabo added with a smile, this technique's final property ensures the target burns relentlessly until utterly consumed. Yet anyone else who touches the flame remains unharmed, preventing collateral damage. Indeed, it is the ultimate assassination ability. Koala's eyes widened in realization. I see. That's why the forest man had no escape, and why neither Hak nor I were scorched. Such a remarkable effect. With Sabo's explanation clarified, both understood fully. Having finished, Sabo raised his gaze toward the sky screen. Esteemed Mr. Lu Yu, are there any remaining inheritance sites near my current location? If not, may I disconnect the sky screen? This was the first time Lu Yu had encountered someone urging him to sever the connection. Still, he checked. The nearest inheritance site lay over 500 kilometers away. With only half a day remaining, arrival was impossible. He acquiesced gracefully. Very well. No further inheritances remain. Today's sky screen transmission ends here. With that, Lu Yu terminated the link. As the sky screen dissolved, Sabo removed his mask. Then overwhelming exhaustion struck. He collapsed limply to the ground. Sabo-san. Koala cried out in alarm, fearing grave injury, until Sabo assured her it was merely fatigue, easing her concern. Once reassured, she chided him gently. Why rush to cut the link? Do you have too many inheritances to use? Even one more would have sufficed. Or grant it to Hak and me. We could forge another elite warrior aiding your rescue of Ace-san. To sever the link so hastily, you've squandered a golden opportunity. Sabo smiled wryly. I'm now utterly spent. Were I exposed under the sky screen, the Marines would surely dispatch troops to intercept us. Without combat capability, relying solely on you two, could you withstand the Marines? Koala fell silent. Without Sabo, their combined strength stood little chance. Pouting, Koala insisted, still, it's your fault. Sabo chuckled, yes, I'm at fault. But beyond evading Marine pursuit, I have vital tasks ahead. His gaze hardened with resolve. His course was already charted. First, he would warn Whitebeard and emphasize the critical importance of Yamato. Second, he would journey to Germa to retrieve Sanji's battle suit. Third, he would entrust his comrade Lindbergh with forging weapons for Luffy's crewmates. Finally, he would rendezvous with Whitebeard to strategize the coming war. With that resolve settled, Sabo reached for his den mushi. Brrrrrrr. Brrrrrrr. Gikyu. Moshi, this is Sabo. Is this Comrade Dragon? It is. Dragon's voice had barely echoed when the four commanders' voices erupted chaotically in the background. Moria. It's Sabo-chan. Bellamy, Sabo, thanks to you we've all gained fire, ice, and lightning abilities. We're vastly strengthened. Thank you. Lindbergh, haha. Here's a secret right now, only Boss Dragon hasn't received your blessing. He's off sobbing quietly nearby. Ow. Yukio, well done. Learning that all 4 commanders had acquired his blessings, Sabo felt unsurprised, yet deeply warmed. Then Dragon reprimanded them before continuing, Sabo, we understand your decision. Though you serve as a Revolutionary Army officer, you remain a free agent. Your mission to rescue Ace from Marine headquarters is yours alone. I shall not impede you. However, the Marines are not wholly our enemy, and the Revolutionary Army cannot assist you. Koala and Hack bristled, ready to accuse Dragon of heartlessness. But Sabo simply nodded understood. Dragon added, naturally, certain individuals within the Revolutionary Army hold close personal ties to you. Should they choose to accompany you, I cannot forbid it. For instance, these 4 beside me, and myself. Sabo blinked in astonishment. Then comprehension dawned, filling him once more with quiet warmth. Though his pre-amnesia dream had been to become a pirate, the Revolutionary Army was now his true home, and its members his true comrades. After exchanging brief pleasantries with the Revolutionary Army, Sabo stated his purpose. Mr. Dragon, there is something I must ask of you. Speak freely. I will do all in my power, Dragon replied. Sabo continued, Mr. Dragon, I need Whitebeard's contact information. I possess vital intelligence I must convey to him. I've found no other way forward, so I must trouble you. Mr. Dragon, I beg your assistance. Contacting Whitebeard. Dragon murmured, then nodded. Very well. Wait for my word. With that, he ended the call. Moments later, he rang back and provided Sabo with Whitebeard's coordinates. Whitebeard's crew already knows you intend to join the rescue of Ace, and they regard you favorably. You may reach them without obstruction. Before hanging up, Dragon added this final counsel. Sabo nodded. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Dragon. Then he severed the line and immediately contacted the Whitebeard Pirates. Blue, 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 blue. Blue, 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 blue. Gikyu. Moshi, Moshi. This is Sabo of the Revolutionary Army. Marine Headquarters. Intelligence Division. Radio transmissions crackled intermittently. Intelligence officers monitored both ends of the conversation in real time. Chief Intelligence Officer Branyu, Admiral Sengoku, the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command Chief of Staff Sabo, is now contacting the Whitebeard Pirates. He's barely concluded the sky screen transmission and already seeks Whitebeard. Continue eavesdropping at once. Report every critical detail to me without delay. Yes, Admiral Sengoku, the Moby Dick flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates. Word had just spread that Sabo intended to contact them, so crews gathered in anticipation. When Sabo's voice finally came through, the captains erupted first. That voice, it matches the one from the sky screen. It truly is Sabo. You Ace, and that straw hat Luffy. Are you sworn brothers by oath though born of different blood? How extraordinary. Pray tell us, how did such a bond form? Do share the story, we're all deeply curious. Marco added, though our reasons differ, our aim unites us to save Ace. An enemy's enemy is a friend, and since you are Ace's brother from this day forward, you are ours as well. Surely you won't disdain us, young Sabo. On the other end, Sabo smiled faintly. Disdain you? Never. You stand beside Ace, that makes you my kin. Should we meet again, let us raise a cup together. Marco returned the smile. Agreed. When we meet, we'll drink deep. Ha ha ha. After a moment of warm exchange, Marco glanced toward Whitebeard, then spoke on his behalf. Enough pleasantries, for now. We'll speak more when time permits. Sabo, your call bears urgency. What matter brings you to us? Speak plainly. If it concerns Ace's rescue, the Whitebeard Pirates will listen, every word. No sooner had Marco finished than affirming cries echoed. Exactly. Precisely so. Sabo wasted no time. With solemn gravity he declared, what I am about to reveal may astonish you, but every word is true. It is precisely because these truths hold weight that I reached out to you without delay. This truth is, he paused, then intoned with deliberate weight, the war we waged to rescue Ace against Marine Headquarters stands a grave chance of ending in defeat. Nanny, at Marine Headquarters Intelligence Division, an officer froze mid-breath. Sabo, the inheritor, had just declared their imminent operation might fail. Could it be true? Officers stared in disbelief. Before the inheritors emerged, news of Whitebeard's assault would have drawn only scorn, foolhardy arrogance. True. Whitebeard was the world's strongest man. Yet Marine Headquarters was no weakling. Even Shiki the flying pirate had challenged them alone, only to be crushed by Sengoku and Garp in tandem, then cast into impel down. Had he not severed his own legs to escape, he'd still rot behind those walls today. If Shiki fell so utterly, how much stronger could Whitebeard, his peer, truly be? And Shiki fell to just 2 men, Sengoku and Garp, whereas Marine Headquarters now fields 3 admirals and 7 warlords of the sea. Such overwhelming force rendered Whitebeard's fleet little more than suicide fodder. Prior to the inheritors' rise, they'd scarcely taken the Whitebeard pirates seriously. But that was before. Now, everything has changed. The emergence of the inheritors shattered the world's balance beyond measure. Of the 7 warlords, some lie dead, others have been stripped of title. Only 4 remain: Jinbe, Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, and Blackbeard. Rumors say Hancock refused conscription, prepared to forfeit her title. Jinbe too reportedly declined, and likewise accepted the consequences. Thus at most only Doflamingo and Blackbeard may join the battle. Meanwhile 2 admirals fell to Luyu, leaving only Akainu the magma fruit user standing. Marine combat strength has plummeted. Conversely, the Whitebeard pirates gained 3 inheritors: Luffy, Sabo, and Yamato. Luffy's power remains unquantified, but past feats suggest he rivals a warlord at minimum. Sabo, having just defeated Aramaki, universally deemed Admiral tier, stands at least equal to 1. Yamato, meanwhile, single-handedly overcame the entire Beast Pirates. Were Kaido not stripped of his title as world's strongest creature, she would already reign in his stead. Such reinforcements catapulted the Whitebeard Pirates' might to unprecedented heights. As Marine strength waned, confidence in their victory evaporated. Yet now Sabo, their foremost warrior, declared Whitebeard's forces likely to lose, and the Marines likely to prevail. That revelation struck them like lightning. Their first instinct wasn't pride. It was suspicion. Had Sabo detected their surveillance and seeded false intelligence? What did you say? Aboard the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard Pirates were all taken aback. Sabo's words darkened their faces with shock. Hey Sabo, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on the Whitebeard Pirates? If I recall correctly, you're also heading to save Ace, so are you implying you even disdain yourself? Or, have you grown fearful of Marine headquarters? Have you lost the will to rescue Ace? If you're afraid, stay out of it, but don't undermine our resolve. Ace will be saved, no matter the cost. If your call is merely to tell us we cannot rescue Ace, then hang up now. We'll pretend we heard nothing. The division commanders bristled with indignation. To declare defeat before battle even begins, what arrogance! Sabo realized they'd misunderstood and hastily clarified, don't misinterpret me. I'm not urging you to abandon the mission. Ace must be rescued, and I will go to save him. But this endeavor is extraordinarily difficult, at least far more perilous than we imagine. The commanders were still preparing to rebuke Sabo for sapping morale and bolstering the enemy's confidence. Whitebeard raised a massive hand and commanded, enough, calm yourselves. Sabo is Ace's brother, his concern for Ace is no different from ours. Let him speak first. Then he turned to the Den Mushi. Young Sabo, you may now speak freely. We will listen attentively. But speak only what is concrete and useful. If all you offer is prophecy of defeat, save your breath. Such talk I have no patience for. Sabo drew a deep breath and nodded solemnly. I understand. My intention in speaking thus is to compel your full attention. For this rescue operation, this attempt to save Ace, is far more treacherous than any of us envision. Whitebeard arched a brow. Explain. Today I received 3 inheritances. One grants me partial foresight into the future. And within the fragments I glimpsed our attempt to rescue Ace ends in failure. Nanny. Both the Marines and the Whitebeard Pirates recoiled in stunned silence. The Marines erupted in silent jubilation. So we win. The Whitebeard camp fell under a pall of gloom. Sabo could foresee the future, and had foreseen their defeat. Now his earlier ominous words made grim sense. Yet for them this was devastating news. We shall lose to Marine headquarters. Impossible. Marine headquarters is but half its former strength, while our forces include not only the Whitebeard Pirates, but also Sabo, Yamato, and Monkey D. Luffy, the 3 inheritors. How could we possibly lose? Could it be that only the Whitebeard Pirates reached Marine headquarters, while the 3 inheritors arrived too late, leaving us to fall narrowly short in battle? The commanders strained to comprehend. They simply could not fathom how with their present might they would still fail to save Ace. It defied belief. Sabo shook his head. No, we all arrived. In the future fragment I witnessed, not only did all 3 of us arrive, but so did other inheritors, Jinbe, Kaido, Blackbeard, and you, Whitebeard. This war would later be known as the Summit War, a clash gathering 8 inheritors in total. What? Papa became an inheritor too. Is that true? Before Liu Yu appeared, Papa was already the world's strongest man. If he gains an inheritance, might he surpass Liu Yu and reclaim that title? It seems unlikely, but he would certainly grow vastly stronger than he is today. Perhaps even restore his prime. Jinbe has become an inheritor too. What joyous news. Jinbe is a former Shichibukai. Whose side will he take? If he fights for the Marines, this joyous news becomes dire peril. Kaido, defeated just recently by Yamato. How could he bear such humiliation? He likely comes to the Summit War not to aid either side, but solely to exact vengeance upon Yamato. That complicates matters. Yamato is an irreplaceable pillar of our strength. And the most troubling of all, Blackbeard himself becomes an inheritor. That wretch, daring to claim inheritance. Damn fate. Why not me? Wait, 8 inheritors. Sabo, Luffy, Yamato, Papa, Jinbe, Kaido, and that scoundrel Blackbeard. That's only 7. Where's the 8th? Fool, you've forgotten Smoker of the Marines. With him, that makes 8. Ah, Smoker. But with only 1 inheritor on their side, they stand no chance against us. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Sabo's intelligence ignited fierce debate across both the Whitebeard Pirates and Marine headquarters. Only 4 days remained until Ace's public execution. According to Sabo, the Summit War now includes 4 additional inheritors, meaning these 4 will each awaken their inheritances over the next 4 days. This indeed is vital intelligence. Yet, whether Marine officers or Whitebeard Pirates, every face tightened with profound complexity. Can Marine headquarters truly withstand a conflict of such staggering scale? And how, against such overwhelming odds, could the solitary Marines possibly triumph? No one could grasp the crux of the mystery. In the end, they settled upon this deduction. Kaido cares nothing for the Marines. He seeks only Yamato's blood. Jinbe and Blackbeard, both former Shichibukai, stand with the Marines countering 2 inheritors. Smoker then engages a third. 8 inheritors. 4 versus 4. While Admiral Akainu, unbound by such constraints, dominates the battlefield to secure victory. This logic felt irrefutable. The Whitebeard pirates seethed. So Jinbe has sided with the Marines. Cursed traitor. Has he forgotten Papa's grace toward him, and toward Fishman Island? That faithless wretch. Hero of the sea. I was utterly deceived. Such a title he does not deserve. The Marines rejoiced. Jinbe and Blackbeard both stand with Marine headquarters. Excellent. Inheritors neutralize each other, and since Whitebeard himself is an inheritor, he is likewise occupied. That leaves us with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Akainu. 2 colossal assets freed for decisive action. With such overwhelming advantage, victory is assured. Ha ha ha, fortune turns. The Marines rise triumphant. Hearing the Whitebeard pirates suddenly hurl insults at Jinbe, Sabo instantly realized they had drawn the wrong conclusion. No, you've misunderstood. The hero of the sea, Jinbe, stands firmly with us. Upon hearing this, the Whitebeard pirates' crew fell silent. So it wasn't Jinbe after all. I knew it. Given his character, he'd never commit such a treacherous, ungrateful act. To repay kindness with loyalty. That is the true mark of the hero of the sea. Yet if Jinbe isn't opposing us, then the balance shifts. We gain 2 additional inheritors. Surely we should outmatch the Marines. Could it be Akainu? Or perhaps Sengoku? After all, as Fleet Admiral and Admiral respectively, either could plausibly subdue 2 inheritors. Damn it, Akainu and Sengoku. 2 thorny adversaries indeed. The Whitebeard pirates grumbled in frustration. At Marine Headquarters, Intelligence Division officers grimaced, then swiftly regained composure. Confidence rekindled. Though Jinbe sides with Whitebeard, at least we've won. That means Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Sakazuki, descending like celestial deities, defeated both inheritors in a 2-on-2 clash. Truly worthy of standing atop the Marine hierarchy. These 2 men are extraordinary. So inheritors aren't invincible after all. Before them, even inheritors crumble like brittle glass. Yet as both sides persisted in their mutual misapprehension, Sabo's single utterance plunged them both into stunned silence. No, it's neither Akainu nor Sengoku. The true peril is Smoker. In the fractured visions I witnessed, he alone vanquished every inheritor, and all the forces they brought with them. This war was Smoker's solo spectacle. We were merely his supporting cast. His words left the Marines speechless, and Whitebeard speechless. Then came elation among the Marines. Lieutenant Commander Smoker. It's him. Can it be real? A single inheritor defeating so many. Unimaginable. Just how formidable is Lieutenant Commander Smoker? Critical intelligence. Urgent report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Immediate transmission to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The Whitebeard pirates stared in disbelief. What nonsense is this? You're claiming Smoker single-handedly overcame our entire crew, and not just us, but you, Luffy, Yamato, even Kaido, and Old Man himself. Impossible. He's merely an inheritor. How could he achieve such a feat? Sabo, are you certain you're not jesting? Though the commanders desperately hoped Sabo was joking, reason whispered otherwise. They knew Sabo would never trivialize such a matter with mockery. Thus Smoker had truly accomplished the unthinkable. Damn it. All of us inheritors, yet he towers above us. Leaving aside the commanders, we 7 inheritors, including Old Man himself, couldn't best him alone. That defies all logic. But he was gravely wounded by Shiki, and even defeated by Blackbeard. He seemed anything but unstoppable. So why has he erupted with such overwhelming power? Whitebeard's commanders shrieked in despair. They had believed victory was already within their grasp. Then came this crushing revelation. That Smoker alone sufficed to crush them. How could they possibly accept it? Even Kureha and Hack, standing beside Sabo, stood frozen in shock. Kureha stammered, Sabo-san, is Lieutenant Commander Smoker truly that powerful? Hack's expression hardened. If one man can withstand such colossal might, what strategy could possibly bring him down? Yet Sabo suddenly smiled. There's no need for such alarm. I've already uncovered Smoker's weakness. The commanders blinked in astonishment. The Marines froze too. Smoker's weakness. This demanded absolute attention. Should Sabo truly have unearthed some vital flaw in Smoker, the Marines' ultimate triumph would once again hang in the balance. What weakness? Marco pressed urgently. Sabo heard the chorus of murmurs swelling around Marco, all asking the same question. Sabo explained, it lies in suppressing Smoker's devil fruit ability. That is his sole vulnerability. He elaborated, Liu stated that Smoker's strength arises from the alchemical fusion of his devil fruit power and the foreign world inheritance. Only thus did he attain such supremacy. When Blackbeard overcame Smoker, he sealed his devil fruit ability twice, first through his own fruit's power, then via sea prism handcuffs, thereby securing victory. Our priority, therefore, must be harnessing the ocean's innate power to sever Smoker's connection to his devil fruit ability. Only by neutralizing that power do we stand any chance of defeating him. Otherwise, Sabo paused, then continued, in my fragmented memories only 2 figures ever posed genuine threat to Smoker, Blackbeard and Yamato. At Yamato's name, The Whitebeard crew erupted in excitement. Yamato. She possesses the power to counter Smoker too. Excellent. We'll never ally with that scoundrel Blackbeard, but Yamato stands with us. Curses. We should never have rushed into the Grand Line. Reaching Yamato in the New World first would have been ideal. Too late now, too late. Too late. Not necessarily. Since Sabo's memory fragments include Yamato's participation, she arrived in time, and we can join forces to save Ace. The sole complication lies in our inability to coordinate tactics with her beforehand. A minor inconvenience, though. The Whitebeard crew sighed, but their spirits remained resolute and uplifted. One way or another they had found a path to oppose Smoker. Where there is possibility, effort is warranted. At that moment, a Marine intelligence officer inscribed 11 bold characters on parchment, priority, threats Yamato Blackbeard. Thus Sabo's intelligence transmission concluded. Sabo declared, "This is all the intelligence I possess. To rescue Ace, our utmost priority over these final days must be devising, by any means necessary, a method to overcome Smoker. He is the singular paramount obstacle to our mission." With that, Sabo severed the Den Mushi connection. Intelligence Division immediately relayed the report to Sengoku. Sengoku was utterly stunned. What? You mean Smoker will be the decisive factor in this war? His eyes widened in disbelief. Though he had witnessed Smoker's berserk state effortlessly slaying Shiki, he knew full well that Smoker at peak strength was no trifling matter. Yet even he had never imagined Smoker would become this formidable. A single man capable of shifting the entire tide of war. Especially given the volatile variables now introduced, Kaido and Whitebeard, both inheritors of legendary legacies. Under such circumstances, Smoker could still carve a path of slaughter through the enemy ranks alone, a feat bordering on terrifying. After the initial surge of elation, Sengoku turned his focus towards Smoker's vulnerabilities and began preparations accordingly. Since Smoker is now the linchpin of this war, protecting him becomes our absolute priority. Seawater. Sea Prism Stone. Blackbeard. Yamato. Muttering each of Smoker's known counters, Sengoku narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. You think you can target Smoker? You won't succeed. Meanwhile, Luyu. After severing the connection, he remained on the small island throughout the day, until nightfall finally arrived. The crimson moon rose. The seven-star sword awakened. Though sentient in its own right, it stood no chance against its current master, Vivi, a grand swordswoman who had inherited Shiki's legendary swordsmanship. To deceive Vivi with mere demonic energy, far beyond its reach. Thus Vivi successfully tamed the seven-star sword, and wielding it alongside the famed blade Tsukikage, now bore her own dual blades. Her combat prowess surged accordingly. Compounded by other inherited abilities, such as the invisible hand, her strength now surpassed even Shiki's at his zenith. In raw power alone, she had ascended to the very apex of the One Piece world's hierarchy. After a restful slumber, dawn broke. Before Luyu could initiate another celestial link, an odd headline caught his eye in the newspaper. New Fleet Admiral appointed, Green Bull, Aramuru. Luyu. He was utterly bewildered. How could the Marines appoint a dead man as Fleet Admiral? Had the Marines, like himself, acquired resurrection magic? In truth, not even Luyu was more perplexed than the Four Seas. What's going on? How can the paper claim Aramuru has been named the new Fleet Admiral? Didn't Sabo kill him outright? Could it be he was merely frozen, not truly dead, and the Marines have revived him? Even if he survived, his defeat remains irrefutable. Fleet Admirals and Shichibukai abide by the same decree: defeat forfeits rank. Even if Aramuru lived, a Vice Admiral's post would be generous. Yet here he stood, elevated to Fleet Admiral. What madness is this? Has the Navy grown desperate? Fearing imminent defeat, they've abandoned all precedent to crown a fallen warrior Fleet Admiral. Honestly, if victory proves impossible, why not orchestrate Ace's accidental escape? All this theatrics only tarnishes the Navy's dignity. Marine Headquarters. Sengoku too was dumbfounded. What in the world is this report? I issued no such order. He spoke incredulously, especially since yesterday New World Branch Marines investigated the Golden Ship and confirmed Aramuru was utterly deceased. Why would the press declare a corpse Fleet Admiral? What on earth is happening? Blueno wiped a bead of sweat from his brow and explained, Admiral Sengoku. The five elders themselves issued the directive. Sengoku stared, disbelief deepening. The five elders. Why would they do this? Are they mad? Blueno broke into a cold sweat. No. They observed Aramuru-sama's extraordinary strength yesterday and ordered the press to publish his appointment as the new Fleet Admiral. Sengoku retorted, but Aramuru died in battle afterward. Blueno. Yes, but the press overlooked the update and proceeded with publication anyway, resulting in this fiasco. His voice trailed off, faltering. Such a blunder dealt a severe blow to the Navy's reputation. The press corps would surely face dire consequences. Indeed, Sengoku's face flushed crimson as he erupted. How dare they conduct affairs so recklessly? Where is Mariah? Find him, kill him. Make an example of him so the world learns the price of provoking the Marines. Blueno hesitated. Admiral Sengoku. Mariah has fled, with the entire press corps. Then hunt him down. Sengoku roared in fury. Scour every corner of the globe until you find him, and execute him. No mercy. Blueno bowed hastily. Yes, Admiral Sengoku, yes. In the little garden, Liu shook his head baffled. Then he activated today's celestial link. Congratulations to today's chosen soul. Ah, how fortuitous. Kaido the great overlord recently bested by another of my chosen ones. Sigh, not me again. Well, I've grown accustomed to it. Kaido, indeed most unexpected. He fell to Yamato just 2 days ago, yet now he's become an inheritor. This time surely Ace has nothing to do with it. Or rather Kaido hates Ace. Yamato overturned the Beast's pirates solely to rescue Ace. Were I Kaido, I'd wish Ace dead, not save him. Where is Yamato? Didn't she sail with the Beast's pirates? Is she still aboard? If so, she must intervene, immediately, to stop Kaido before he inherits. Otherwise she becomes the next target. Whitebeard Pirates territory. Sphinx Island. Red-haired pirates were stationed there, planning to depart from Marine headquarters after today's watch. Yet Kaido's sudden ascension as an inheritor threw their plans into disarray. Now they stood at a crossroads. Captain, what shall we do? Withdraw, or remain? If we stay, we'll miss the war entirely. Damn it. Why did Kaido suddenly become an inheritor? This only complicates matters. Rakuyo and Jesus Burgess grumbled in frustration. Ben Beckman gazed intently at Shanks. Indeed, Captain. What's our course? Guard Whitebeard's territory, or join the war at Marine headquarters? Time is short. We can only choose one. Shanks paused in thought. Kaido has lost his base in Wano country. His immediate aim will be securing a new stronghold. That new base will either be Wano itself, reclaimed, or per our original plan seized from Whitebeard's territory while his crew is away. Therefore let us hold position here for one more day. Should he head for Wano, we depart Sphinx Island for Marine headquarters. Should he come here, we prepare for battle. If he chooses Sphinx Island, then we face Kaido amplified, enhanced by inheritance. We must fight with absolute resolve. Shanks' expression hardened. One misstep, and we die. A new world, upon the vast sea. 3 figures stride across the ocean's surface, each step freezing the water beneath their feet. Odin Futura, and a navigator seized from the Beast's pirates. To ensure the Beast's pirates kept their distance from Wano country, she had not slept for an entire day and night. Her gaze fixed unblinking upon their ships receding into the horizon, until last night, when she finally departed with the 2 others. Unexpectedly, within a single night, Kaido had become a new inheritor. Odin stared stunned by the sight. He's actually linked with that ox-headed ape. A chill ran down Odin's spine. Though she had defeated Kaido, it had been a narrow, desperate victory. Barring her crimson eye and the passive, ever-intensifying resolve, she remained in truth no match for him. If Kaido too now bore an inheritance, his power vastly amplified. What if he gained the ability to obliterate her in a single blow? Then Wano country would once again be plunged into ruin. Yet at this point, returning to the Beast's pirates to stop him was no longer possible. All she could do was silently pray that Kaido's inheritance would be modest, at least not potent enough to annihilate her outright, so that relying on her ever-intensifying resolve, she might still stand as Wano country's guardian. Wano country. The newly liberated citizens trembled anew with dread. It's Kaido. That demon himself has become an inheritor. Disaster. His strength already surpassed Odin's. She only bested him through an otherworldly inheritance. If Kaido now bears one too, Odin will surely fall before him once more. Then all is lost. If even Odin cannot stop him, who among us could withstand his return? Tadoland. Cake Island. Upon learning Kaido had become an inheritor, Big Mom's nose stung with sudden tears. Cursed brat Kaido. How dare he possess such fortune? Damn it, why not me? With my power, should I inherit, I'd undoubtedly rank among the world's supreme sovereigns. I might even ascend as Pirate King. Humph. Such rare fortune squandered on that failed runt Kaido. Big Mom had transformed quite literally into a lemon-sour enchanter. Yet beneath that sourness lay a deeper calculation. If that brat Kaido becomes an inheritor, might I not wield him as my path to the Pirate King's throne? After all, he owes me a debt beyond measure. New World. A fleet of over 30 pirate vessels cut through the boundless sea. Every mast flew the banner of the Beast's pirates. This armada was none other than the Beast's pirates, retreating from Wano country. Word of Kaido's ascension as an inheritor ignited jubilant cries among the crew. Admiral Kaido has become an inheritor. Glorious. Young Master Odin's inheritance granted him only a slight edge over Admiral Kaido. Now that Kaido himself inherits, young Master Odin stands no chance against him. Wait and see, Wano country. The Beast's pirates shall return in triumph. Inside the flagship's cabin, gravely wounded officers erupted in elation. Runa, that man Kaido, he's become the new inheritor. Excellent. Now let's see how smug young Master Odin dares to act. Page 1. Sister, you may address Captain Kaido as Lord, Sir, Captain, or Admiral, but never that man, or this fellow. It's profoundly disrespectful. Fujitora, the honorific is indeed vital, but Runa speaks true. What Odin did is unforgivable. She must answer for it. Sasami, such matters need no deliberation. The captain himself will settle accounts with Odin. Black Maria, you lot, are you truly so fixated on vengeance against Odin? Captain Kaido has become an inheritor. His destiny is the Pirate King, not some petty grudge. Odin is already yesterday's echo. As future subjects of the Pirate King, we must lift our eyes toward tomorrow. Jack, indeed, Brother Kaido is destined to be Pirate King. King beyond question. Queen, then I shall be the Pirate King's right hand. Ha ha. King and Queen clashed mid-deck. I am Brother Kaido's right hand. No, I am. Moments later both emerged bruised and swollen before Kaido to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Kaido. With your inheritance neither Odin nor Wano country can hope to keep pace with you. King declared joyfully, Brother Kaido, you are the man who shall become Pirate King. Kaido himself bore grievous wounds. His head and torso were swathed in bandages. He gazed upon King, whose eyes shone with pure unwavering devotion. King, now stripped of every trace of his Lunarian heritage, appeared utterly ordinary. Kaido asked, concern etched deep, King, does this form trouble you? King shook his head and smiled, fear not, Brother Kaido. I am unharmed. Though I know not how Odin accomplished it, stripping me of my lineage, I feel no further peril. It is of no consequence. His devil fruit power remained intact, his haki endured. His strength had diminished, yet only marginally. He had merely slipped from supreme disaster to slightly weaker than Queen, still stronger than Jack, and retained his place among the three disasters without question. Hearing this, Kaido exhaled in quiet relief. He raised his gaze to the heavens, his dragon eyes fierce, commanding, unyielding. Where lies my inheritance? Is it aboard ship? Liu Yu shook his head, not here, but nearby on an island. Head west 180 kilometers, you'll find an inheritance there. Yet it moves ceaselessly. Hasten, or the distance will only widen. Kaido followed Liu Yu's direction westward. After a time, he beheld a colossal elephant walking upon the open sea. Holy hell, what a titanic beast. It must stand over 10,000 meters tall. That's Zunisha, the greatest creature in the New World. A nation of mink folk dwells upon its back. An absurdly gargantuan form. Even the largest sea kings pale beside it. Yet against Kaido, even this scale may prove insufficient. Let it show wisdom, if not its life ends here. So, the domain of the mink tribe. I recall, the two chieftains of the minks were once mere children serving in the Kazuki Odin household, weren't they? Beneath the colossal elephant, Kaido gazed upward at the titanic beast, his thoughts churning. At that moment King, Queen, and Jack, his most trusted commanders, stepped forward, volunteering without hesitation. Brother Kaido, let us ascend and annihilate the minks, so you may claim the legacy. Kaido shook his head. No need for you. I shall go myself. With those words he transformed into a cerulean dragon, ascended upon billowing clouds of flame, and soared towards Zou. There beneath the sun's fierce gaze the minks stood battle-ready, led by Duke Inuarashi and Cat Viper. Curses, he's truly come. We glimpsed his enormity through the sky screen, but seeing him face to face is even more staggering. What an abominable monster. Damn it, if only it were the full moon. While he's wounded now, if we all shifted into moon lion form, victory might still be within reach. But now, they looked up at the blinding radiant sun. A wave of bitter frustration swept over the mink people. In this harsh daylight their powers remained shackled, deprived of their true strength, a cruel and lamentable fate. Kaido glanced at them, dismissive, unimpressed. Step aside, you vermin. Don't waste my time hunting the legacy. Yet the minks held their ground, unwavering. Kaido, you'll go no further. Once you seize the legacy, will you not ravage Wano country anew? Lord Kazuki Odin, the former master of Cat Viper and Duke Inuarashi, ruled Wano country. You seized it for far too long. Only recently has it reclaimed its freedom. We will never grant you power here, only to see you unleash it once more upon Wano. You're gravely wounded yourself, aren't you? In your current state you stand little chance against the entire mink kingdom. Leave the furry kingdom now. Or else, don't blame us for what follows. As they spoke, static crackled across the mink's palms. Only then did Kaido deign to glance at them. Truly look. Then, death sentence. Kaido uttered no further words. His jaws parted, and a searing fireball coalesced within. Cat Viper and Duke Inuarashi's eyes widened in alarm. Fall back now. This technique surpasses your endurance. Together they lunged, Odin two-sword style, Peach Blossom, White Falls. Breath attack. The fireball descended, clashing with their dual-blade strike in a cataclysmic detonation. From the smoke emerged Cat Viper and Duke Inuarashi, battered, bleeding, grievously wounded. Had Kaido not already been grievously injured, had his breath attack not fallen short of its peak power, and had Cat Viper and Duke Inuarashi not combined their might so flawlessly, they would not have survived even this single blow. Lord Cat Viper. Duke Inuarashi. Impossible. Just one strike and both leaders lie broken. Even wounded, their combat prowess remains formidable. How terrifying must Kaido be at his zenith? The minks gasped in awe. Cat Viper and Duke Inuarashi clenched their teeth, grimacing in pain. A monster among monsters. If not for his prior wounds inflicted by Yamato, none of us could withstand even a single strike from him. By then Kaido had reverted to human form. Purely humanoid, not hybrid. Clearly he deemed them unworthy of his full power. Thunderbolt, 8 trigrams. Consumed solely by his desire for the legacy, Kaido spared no words, no warnings, no theatrics. Seeing the minks still refuse to yield, he launched his assault without delay. Strike while the foe is weakened. This was the hour. Among all present, Duke Inuarashi and Cat Viper stood supreme. Now gravely wounded, they became Kaido's first and foremost targets. A thunderous staff strike descended upon them, swift, merciless. Neither could raise a defense. Black lightning erupted. Cat and dog alike hurled violently through the air. "My lords," Pedro the leopard cried out, eyes blazing with fury, and charged Kaido, die monster. His blade thrust forward, a blur of lethal speed. As a leopard, his velocity was legendary. Now pushing beyond limits, he moved so fast, even his kin could scarcely track him. Yet Kaido didn't even turn. He casually reached out, fingers closing around Pedro's blade, as if plucking a feather. How is this possible? Pedro's unmatched speed, greater even than his lord's, proved utterly futile. Damn it! Does this monster possess no weakness? Kaido regarded Pedro, cold, empty, devoid of sentiment. Die! He raised his club, to crush Pedro in an instant. Yet at that precipice of death, Pedro did not flinch. A serene, resolute smile crossed his lips. He tore open his tunic, revealing rows of volatile explosives strapped to his chest, their fuses already burning. Cat Viper's eyes widened in horror. "Wait, Pedro, you'll perish too." Duke Inuarashi shouted desperately, "Don't be reckless, Pedro. The hour isn't yet dire." Garlet cried, "Pedro, no." But the detonation sequence had passed the point of no return. In his final breath, Pedro smiled gently. "Every soul has its moment to shine. Now it is mine. If my sacrifice paves a path to survival for all, then I die fulfilled. Descend with me into hell, monster." His voice faded, then boom. A deafening explosion tore across the battlefield, unleashing a shockwave of staggering force. Whoa, what a heroic end. Never imagined such valor dwelled among the minks. His name is Pedro. Though unknown until now, I shall remember that name forever. What of Kaido? Is he alive? Still shrouded in smoke, impossible to tell. Given his injuries, such a blast surely left him scarred, if not shattered. Unlikely. After all, Kaido is the living embodiment of monstrosity. Pedro, the minks wailed in anguish. Duke Inuarashi and Cat Viper, though hearts heavy with grief, remained clear-eyed. Though Kaido's condition remained uncertain, the sky screen still hung overhead, proof he lived. Thus Pedro's sacrifice must not be in vain. They stared into the smoke, and struck together, Odin two-sword style, Peach Blossom 10-fist. Twin blades drawn, they plunged into the haze. 10 seconds later, the smoke cleared. Kaido stood unscathed before them, gripping the bloody, battered heads of Cat Viper and Duke Inuarashi, one in each hand. Duke Inuarashi. Lord Cat Viper. How can he be untouched? This chance was bought with Pedro's life. How can this be the outcomes? Unacceptable. We'll fight you to our last breath, monster. The entire Mink kingdom surged forward, united, defiant, desperate. Kaido had grown weary of squandering time on them. Minks, you pests are insufferable. Breath attack. Within 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes, Kaido annihilated the entire Mink tribe. Born with innate electrical abilities, they were a naturally gifted warrior race. Yet such a formidable tribe was utterly eradicated by a single man in under 3 minutes. So this is Kaido's true strength. His earlier stalemate with Yamato obscured his peak prowess. He fought Yamato to a standstill because they are equals, but Inuarashi and Nekomamushi fall far short of his tier, making his overwhelming power unmistakable. And most astonishingly, this was Kaido at severely diminished strength. At his absolute prime, he would have finished them even faster. This is the awe-inspiring might of a Yonko, unmatched across the 4 seas, dwarfing all native warriors save for the rarest inheritors. Guided by Luyu, Kaido entered the interior of the whale tree atop Zo, the ancient island elephant. There he discovered a crimson poneglyph and an inheritance artifact, 2 vibrant red ribbon bows. Inheritance ability: Sky Dragon Slayer magic, supplementary magic, and healing magic. Activation method: 2 high ponytails adorned with the red bows. Luyu fell silent, his gaze flickering upward as his imagination ran wild. Kaido, towering and fearsome, wearing twin braided ponytails. A sharp burst of laughter escaped him, startling everyone around. Why was he suddenly overcome with mirth at the sight of a crimson poneglyph? Though gathering all 4 crimson poneglyphs reveals the path to Raftel, and the one piece that crowns the Pirate King, surely such a colossus has no need for mere treasure. Yet soon they grasped the source of his amusement. "Kaido, do you see those 2 crimson bows on the floor?" "Yes, those very ones. You must now tie your hair into 2 massive ponytails, and then, ha ha ha, affix these bows upon them. Ha ha ha. To claim your inheritance. Ha ha ha." I can't hold it in. I'm doubled over from laughter. Ha 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 ha. Nanny, Kaido and Twin Tails. Uffed. Now I get it. I'm laughing too. Kaido, wait. Wait just a moment. Let me fetch my camera first. Hold on, ha ha ha. Beneath the massive elephant island aboard the Beast's Pirates flagship, Jack and Black Maria raised their cameras, only for King to slap them hard across the face. "What do you think you're doing? Whatever you're filming, stop it right now. Anyone who dares record Kaido-sama's twin-tail moment will be executed on the spot." Furious, King hurled both cameras to the deck and stomped them into oblivion. Inside the whale tree on Zo, Kaido's expression twisted into grim discomfort. The moment he heard the activation method. Twin ponytails. And, worse, before the eyes of the entire world. I'd rather pass this on to Black Maria, or even Runty. But thoughts of vengeance against Yamato gave him pause. Neither Black Maria nor Runty could match Yamato's raw power. Even if he inherited this magic, he'd likely still fall short of Yamato, the original inheritor. Which mattered more, revenge or dignity? In the end, vengeance won. Today's shame can be redeemed tomorrow, by crushing Yamato. But miss this chance to defeat her, and I may never reclaim it in this lifetime. Great men transcend trifles. So what if it's twin ponytails? Fine, I'll endure it. Gritting his teeth, Kaido began weaving his hair into 2 towering ponytails. He deliberately avoided glancing at the celestial screen, though he knew full well its surface swarmed with merciless ridicule. Then slowly he tied the bows. Ding. The inheritor Kaido has successfully claimed the legacy. Congratulations to the host. Double return reward granted. Laxus Dreyer Thunder Dragon Slayer SS rank. Laxus Dreyer Master of Lightning-based magic, capable of absorbing and redirecting external lightning and unlocking the ultimate form, the Thunder Dragon King mode. Thunder Dragon King mode. Lu Yu's eyes lit up with sudden brilliance. He recognized it instantly. The pinnacle form Laxus attained after the Black Dragon arc during the 100-year quest arc, parallel in power to Natsu's ultimate Flame Dragon King mode. Lightning and fire dragons could merge into the formidable Thunder Flame Dragon mode, second only to the Dragon King forms. Now with both Thunder Dragon King mode and Flame Dragon King mode at his command, Lu Yu could forge the unprecedented Thunder Flame Dragon King mode. In this transcendent state, his combat capability would surge once more, potentially ascending to SSS rank. A truly auspicious advancement. Meanwhile, on Zou, the moment the inheritance settled within him, Kaido snatched off the bows and obliterated them in a flash, as if erasing every trace of what had just transpired. Healing magic. He dismissed his embarrassment and focused instead on the new powers surging through him, his eyes gleaming with revelation. Though healing drained immense stamina, enough to incapacitate an ordinary person for 3 days, Kaido, a titan of endurance, felt no strain. Heal. He cast the spell upon himself, the wounds across his body knitting together visibly, flesh and bone regenerating before their eyes. Witnessing this, observers across the 4 seas speculated wildly. Look, his injuries are healing at astonishing speed. Is this a healing type inheritance? The world's strongest creature has just filled a critical gap. It doesn't increase raw power, it amplifies endurance. Yamato's growing stronger with each blow trait is also endurance-based, but hers intensifies her strength progressively. Thus Kaido may still fall short against Yamato. His path to vengeance remains long and arduous. The people of the 4 seas had clearly misunderstood. Kaido's newly acquired ability extended far beyond mere endurance. The dragon magic granted him dominion over hurricanes. Healing magic was merely one among many arcane arts at his command. Yet one thing they had said held undeniable truth. Even now Kaido remained no match for Yamato. Not enough. Kaido breathed heavily, a fine sheen of sweat glistening upon his brow, his stamina clearly taxed. This inheritance elevates my strength by no more than 20%. Against Whitebeard such an increase would be substantial. But against Yamato, it falls woefully short. Kaido mused inwardly. Even at his original peak, his power rivaled that of Whitebeard and Roger in their prime. With this additional 20%, he now possessed absolute confidence to challenge those legendary titans, and stood a strong chance of victory. His growth was unmistakable, yet it still proved insufficient to overcome Yamato. He had witnessed and endured Yamato's battle-fueled ascension firsthand, and knew all too well the sheer terror of that state. To defeat Yamato, one strike had to end it all, or risk immediate fatal retribution. It seems I must seek another inheritance, ideally at least one more, to ensure safety. So Kaido thought, then raised his gaze toward Lu Yu. Given the current time and location, can I reach the next inheritance site before nightfall? Lu Yu assessed the distance. 210 kilometers southwest. He glanced at the hour. It was already noon. He nodded. Yes, head southwest for 210 kilometers, and you should arrive by dusk. Kaido nodded approvingly. Excellent. Men, set course southwest. At Kaido's command, the crew surged into motion while he strode to the edge of Zou's colossal back. What is Kaido planning? Won't he transform into his dragon form and descend? He looks as though he intends to leap. Preposterous. The height from Elephant's Back exceeds 10,000 meters. That altitude rivals a plunge from Skypiea or the Red Line itself. Such a fall would shatter even a Yonko. Bloody hell, he's actually jumping. Has he lost his mind? Even if he survives the impact, the sea lies beneath him. As a Devil Fruit user, falling from this height into the ocean would plunge him straight into the abyssal depths, beyond rescue even for his own crew. As Kaido leapt without hesitation, the people of the 4 seas stood utterly dumbfounded. Was this despair, a futile suicide born of vengeance denied? Surely not. The sky screen continued its live broadcast uninterrupted. For nearly 50 seconds Kaido plummeted, until at last he struck the ocean surface beneath Elephant's vast silhouette. A pirate ship happened to be sailing directly below, awaiting him. Boom! His descent struck with the force of an artillery shell. The vessel shattered instantly into 2 jagged halves. Kaido reappeared midair, hovering effortlessly yet with no flame cloud beneath his feet. Admiral Kaido, please refrain from such reckless stunts. We know you'll survive, but this is sheer waste. We've lost our base in Wano country, every ship is irreplaceable. Lose one and we lose forever, don't squander them. The pirates grumbled in protest. Yet none betrayed surprise at Kaido's aerial suspension. After decades of witnessing his dragon form flights across the heavens, such feats had long ceased to astonish them. Only King sensed something amiss. Wait, brother Kaido, there's no flame cloud beneath his feet. He spotted the anomaly instantly. Having served Kaido for 30 years, King knew his abilities intimately. Kaido's flight had always relied on his self-generated flame clouds. Yet now, without a single wisp of flame beneath him, he hovered unaided. This was unmistakably no longer the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit. Nor had Kaido ever trained in the Rokushiki technique moonwalk, so this defied even that explanation. There remained only one possibility: this was the power of an inheritance. It appears brother Kaido's inheritance extends far beyond healing. It likely mirrors that skeleton's, granting multiple abilities. Flight at the very least is confirmed. Thus his overall strength may have risen significantly. The realization ignited a spark in King's eyes. He had deduced the truth, but chose silence. Better to withhold it, perhaps allowing Kaido to ambush enemies like Sabo ambushing Huanghumu. I'll keep quiet for now. When brother Kaido faces foes, that secret shall become his deadliest weapon. Kaido floated through the air, gliding toward his flagship. As he flew, he called out to his commanders, King, Queen, Jack, Maria, and Runty. You've all sustained injuries. I've just acquired a healing ability, gather round. I'll restore you. Ugh, ugh, ugh. He drifted onto the deck. The instant his soles touched the planks, nausea surged violently. His entire body convulsed, and he collapsed to his knees. Brother Kaido, what's wrong? Is it a hidden wound? Or sabotage? Damn it, what's happening? His officers had been elated at his new inheritance. Now panic seized them all. The sudden reversal left them trembling, and the entire populace of the Four Seas reeled in shock. What in the world? Why did Kaido just kneel? Was the healing incomplete? Or did that leap from Elephant's back trigger it? We warned him not to jump, yet he insisted. Now he suffers, deserved. Still, doesn't this symptom resemble seasickness? Nonsense. Who does he think he is? Kaido, the legendary pirate who's ruled the seas since his teens, commanding waves for over 40 years. You claim he suffers from seasickness? Preposterous. Exactly, absurd. If Kaido gets seasick, pigs will fly. Wait, why do I see my old Sao climbing a tree? Liu Yu observed Kaido's agonized expression, and instantly understood he too was suffering dragon magic's backlash. Huh, cosmic justice. No soul escapes retribution. Long ago he himself had endured that same torment. Had he not exploited the Sky City loophole, where aerial transit didn't count as transportation, he might never have conquered his own affliction. Now at last Kaido bore that same burden. Splendid, truly splendid. The agony I once endured has finally found its heir. What exquisite satisfaction. Watching Kaido suffer for a long while, foaming at the mouth until his eyes rolled back in his head. Liu Yu, having had his fill of amusement, realized they could not delay Kaido's acquisition of the inheritance any longer. He finally spoke up. Kaido is not injured. His words stunned the Four Seas populace, especially the Beast Pirates officers. Do you know what's wrong with brother Kaido, Admiral Captain? They urgently asked Liu Yu. He nodded and said, I've just recalled. The inheritance he received carries a side effect: absolute incompatibility with all forms of transportation. No vehicle whatsoever may carry him. Neither ship nor carriage nor flying vessel. Even a simple bicycle induces vertigo. What he's experiencing now is seasickness. Carry him ashore. He'll recover instantly. Truly seasickness. A legendary pirate who has ruled the Grand Line for over 40 years, today succumbing to seasickness. This defies all logic. Devouring a devil fruit bars one from seawater. Inheriting this power bars one from every conveyance. So I must ask, Kaido, what kind of pirate are you if you can do neither? Even the Beast's Pirates officers twitched uncontrollably at the corners of their mouths. So their hours-long anxiety had boiled down to mere seasickness. A reason both absurd and heartbreaking. Without hesitation, Queen seized Kaido in both arms and hurled him straight overboard. The moment he cleared the deck, Kaido regained his 8-meter stature, hovering once more in midair, this time refusing to descend. Enma, Queen Jack, come forth. I shall heal your wounds. Kaido commanded, striving to preserve his dignity. Yet today his image had shattered repeatedly, first braiding twin pigtails, then tying a bow, and now lying on the deck like a lifeless dog, foaming eyes rolled white. Though he desperately sought to reclaim authority, restoration would take far more than a single afternoon. Seeing the barely concealed mirth flickering in Jack's gaze, Kaido's fury erupted. He resolved upon reaching the next island, he would beat Jack half to death, then heal him, then beat him half to death again. A relentless cycle of forging and reforging. Heal. A sweeping restorative aura enveloped all 8 officers, wounds knitting together with astonishing speed. Behind the sky screen, Shanks felt an ominous premonition. Initially Kaido's forces had been battered and broken. Even if Kaido himself arrived leading reinforcements, Shanks believed victory remained within reach. Now, however, both sides stood at full strength. Should war erupt, even a triumph would be Pyrrhic, costly beyond measure. Enough, I'll not dwell on it. Perhaps Kaido won't come this way after all. Shaking his head, Shanks chose optimism. As long as Kaido stays away today, we'll depart Sphinx Island. Kaido is urgently pursuing his inheritance. He's unlikely to divert here. Thus our paths should never cross. If no encounter occurs, no battle will unfold, let alone questions of victory or defeat. With that thought, Shanks eased his mind. Yet deep within, an inexplicable tremor persisted, an instinctive warning that something dire loomed ahead. Beast pirates. Once the officer's vitality was fully restored, Kaido sighed in resignation, watching his subordinates board ships while he transformed into a colossal dragon striding atop clouds of flame. They pressed onward through the afternoon. At dusk they reached their next destination, Sphinx Island, a landing no one had foreseen. Not even Kaido himself had anticipated it. After all, Zou drifted as a mobile nation. Encountering the Elephant King had been pure chance, and no one knew its current location relative to Sphinx Island. Likewise, the Red Hair Pirates remained unaware. Thus both factions advanced, unprepared, toward an inevitable clash. Grand Line. Whitebeard Pirates. Captains surged with alarm. That's Sphinx Island. Damn it, that's our island. An old man's homeland. We've guarded this place so fiercely, yet that bastard Kaido dares threaten it. I'll tear him limb from limb. The captain's anxiety ran deep, none more so than Whitebeard himself. Sphinx, my hometown. Whitebeard harbored no illusions about Kaido's mercy toward his kin, but rescuing Ace took precedence, and he remained leagues away on the Grand Line, unable to return in time. That brat Kaido. May he claim his inheritance and depart swiftly. My people, please stay unharmed. Queen smirked darkly. What we sought tirelessly, fate delivered effortlessly. Brother Kaido, you set sail 2 days ago precisely to seize Whitebeard's territory. And here we stand, by sheer coincidence. Who could have imagined? We've lost our base in Wano country while Whitebeard leads his entire fleet toward Marine headquarters. Whether they'll ever return remains uncertain. Even if they do, they'll emerge broken, incapable of defeating us. Now is the perfect moment to claim this land as our own. Kaido nodded. Then seize this island. Make it our provisional stronghold. One day when our forces swell, we'll launch our counteroffensive against Wano country, using Sphinx Island as our springboard. With that, Kaido issued his command: full assault, take Sphinx Island. Just as the pirates began to roar, black and crimson lightning erupted outward from the island. It needed no direct strike, merely passing overhead shattered beast pirates' vessels, crewmen collapsing, foaming at the mouth, unconscious before they hit the deck. Behind, and before the sky screen, countless observers gasped in awe. Kaido murmured, an overwhelming conqueror's haki. In mastery of this aura, he surpasses even me. Who is he? No need to ask. Only 2 men possess such command, the late Roger, and one other, Shanks. Big Mom exclaimed. Shanks? What brings him here? Has he preemptively seized Whitebeard's territory? Strange, he's never struck me as ambitious. Whitebeard whispered, that boy who apprenticed aboard Roger's ship has truly become an extraordinary figure. His command of conqueror's haki even eclipses mine. Yet what business does he have on my Sphinx Island? On Sphinx Island, Rikuyo and Jesus Burgess cried out in alarm. Captain, rein in your haki. The new recruits can't withstand it. They're all collapsing. It's not just the rookies. Every single resident of Sphinx Island has fallen unconscious. Cease now, Captain. If you unleash it recklessly, catastrophe will follow. Honestly, what a handful you are. A new world. Sphinx Island inside and out. With a single burst of conqueror's haki from Shanks, only the senior officers of both sides remained standing. The beast pirates, watching thousands of their crew collapse unconscious aboard their ships. Kaido narrowed his eyes. That red-haired devil. His conqueror's haki is truly extraordinary. I could never muster such power. Though conqueror's haki can clear crowds, its suppression effect fades against sufficiently formidable opponents. Kaido considered his own conqueror's haki formidable, yet he could not render even mid-tier officers unconscious, while Shanks had done precisely that. Clearly Shanks' conqueror's haki far surpassed his own. Yet, Kaido gazed across the sea toward Shanks on the island, his eyes brimming with unshakable confidence. Still, I will not lose. Though defeated by Yamato, Kaido remained among the world's strongest warriors, second to none save his heir. Indeed, he was not merely one of the strongest. He had likely already eclipsed the present-day Whitebeard, becoming the undisputed mightiest being alive. Even before inheriting that legacy, he had stood equal to Shanks. And now, with his strength further augmented, he held no fear of Shanks whatsoever. So what if his mastery of conqueror's haki lagged behind? Combat measured total prowess, not isolated traits. He refused to believe his overwhelming physical combat, devil fruit abilities, and inherited powers could not more than compensate for this minor disparity in haki. Preparing for battle, Kaido locked eyes with Shanks across the water and bellowed, what is this, Shanks? Seizing Whitebeard's territory while the old man's away. You move swiftly indeed, but I've long coveted this land. Had it not been for that unexpected complication with Yamato's Sphinx Island, would already be mine. Clear out, now Shanks. Return to your own island, or face my wrath. Shanks stood motionless upon the shore. His famed blade griffin crackled ceaselessly with black and crimson lightning. In that stance he appeared less the challenger, and more the true sovereign while Kaido seemed but an interloper. I seek no conquest of Whitebeard's domain. I merely guard it in his stead. Shanks spoke plainly, refusing to shoulder false blame. Shanks fixed Kaido with a piercing gaze. Kaido, this is Whitebeard's land. You have crossed the line. Kaido laughed, a harsh jagged sound. Cross the line. Ha ha ha. Shanks, you've sailed the seas for decades. How can you utter such childlike nonsense? Pirates thrive on betrayal, plunder, and slaughter. This territory was seized unlawfully to begin with. Even if legitimacy existed, who grants permission to a pirate? Must I seek Whitebeard's blessing before seizing his holdings? To speak so naively, it's laughable. Shanks paid no heed to Kaido's mockery. His sole concern was Kaido's intent toward Sphinx Island. Seeing Kaido's resolve harden into irrevocable ambition, Shanks' expression darkened. Then you truly intend to seize this land? No compromise. Originally claiming this island meant little to me, but since you insist on defending him, I shall claim it today by force. Shanks declared, then let battle commence. Kaido snarled, let it begin. Attack, my crew. Crush them. At Kaido's command, he charged first, transforming mid-leap into his dragon form, hurtling straight toward Shanks. Reiho Hachibaku, Shinpi, blade and club struck as one, their collision igniting a cataclysmic clash of conquerors' haki. Black lightning and black crimson arcs exploded outward in staggering profusion, transforming the battlefield into a churning sea of obsidian electricity. Simultaneously, the heavens tore open. This spectacle, reminiscent of Kaido's apocalyptic duel with Yamato, left spectators breathless. Such a scene never failed to awe no matter how often witnessed. This was the collision of two Yonko, terrifying beyond measure. Viewing it through the sky screen was already electrifying, witnessing it firsthand would surely overwhelm the senses. Yet proximity carried peril. Recall how the beast's pirates' ranks crumbled en masse. Stand too near, and you'd fall among them. The Grand Line. The Whitebeard Pirates. Their division commanders cheered Shanks on. Go on, Shanks, defeat Kaido. Damn him, attacking our territory while we're away. Once we rescue Ace Kaido, you'll regret this. Cursed fate, this is father's homeland. Hold it at all costs. New World. Tado Land. Peligro stared stunned as Big Mom began assembling her forces for departure. Mother, are you allying with Kaido? Learning of her decision, Peligro recoiled in disbelief. Why ally with him? Our Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates have never seen eye to eye. Those brutes are hardly trustworthy. Enmity begins where alliance begins, and trust is irrelevant. Pirates need only shared purpose. Big Mom chuckled. That boy owes me a colossal debt, and now the time has come to collect. He's become an heir, so be it. I'll borrow his strength to claim the title of Pirate King. Mama, Mama. With a booming laugh, Big Mom raised her gaze to the sky screen. Sphinx Island lies near Tado Land. I'm coming for you, Kaido. I hope you've triumphed by the time I arrive. At least hold firm until I join you to crush that red-haired boy. Don't disappoint me before I reach you. Off Sphinx Island's coast, the officers watched Kaido and Shanks unleash devastation capable of shattering reality itself. King murmured in awe, truly worthy of Kaido-sama, and of Shanks the Yonko who stands as his peer. Their might is unmatched. Queen mused, I'd love to strike from ambush, but Kaido-sama would rage. Besides, battles of this magnitude demand skill even to attempt treachery. I haven't yet reached the threshold where stealth might succeed. Merely approaching would leave me shattered by their shockwaves. Jack declared Kaido-sama's battle needs no aid. We must focus on Shanks' officers. They are our true adversaries. Runa roared, charge, red-hair pirates. Behold the headbutt of the swollen dragon. The clash between the two sides loomed imminent. Kaido and Shanks possessed near equal strength, locking into a fierce stalemate, neither yielding an inch. The red-hair pirates were renowned as the Iron Wall Pirates, their entire crew composed of elite fighters famed for uniformly high bounties. Naturally, this did not imply every member matched Shanks himself, a notion absurdly exaggerated. Yet each was at least on par with the weakest of the three disasters, rivaling Kaido's top lieutenants like Kaku and Jack in raw combat prowess. 9 such warriors stood against Kaido's 3 disasters and 5 sons, and they were utterly unmatched. Moreover, these 9 were not all merely low-tier disasters. Yasaku and Lucky Ru each rivaled Queen, or even King, in sheer might. Especially Ben Beckman, whose power transcended ordinary crew hierarchy, approaching Shanks himself in caliber. In stark contrast, the Beast Pirates faltered. King, their strongest fighter aside from Kaido, had already lost his racial ability to Yamato. With this imbalance, widening defeat swiftly revealed itself. The first to fall was Runt, boldest among them. Ben Beckman leveled his pistol. The bullet wrapped in Haki collided head-on with Runt's Haki-infused ram. She collapsed backward, eyes rolling white. The disparity in combat strength was nothing short of astronomical. Kaido now stood in grave peril. Though formidable in person, his crew paled beside Shanks' seasoned cadre. Once his subordinates fell, the red-hair officers would turn their full attention upon him, and Kaido's end would be inevitable. A pity many had long yearned to witness Kaido and Shanks duel one-on-one, but that spectacle seemed forever lost. Runt. As she crumpled in an instant, the Beast's Pirates officers recoiled in shock, then fixed wary eyes upon Ben Beckman. This long-watched first mate of the Red Hair Pirates truly was a lethal force. King glared at Beckman, teeth grinding in bitter frustration. Damn it. If my racial ability remained intact, I could at least hold him at bay. Had he retained the Lunarian race's innate absolute defense, he could have ensured invincibility. Now, only despair remained. Defeat was certain. He'd last fewer than 10 strikes, perhaps 20 at most, before Beckman ended him. At that moment, sensing his crew's dire straits, Kaido unleashed a sweeping enhancement upon his subordinates. Rushing Gale, Steel Arm Strength, Armor Might, Crown of the Divine, Divine Knight. Kaido bestowed 5 potent buffs in rapid succession. He enhanced not only his crew, but himself. Rushing Gale accelerated movement. Steel Arm Strength amplified brute force. Armor Might fortified defense. Crown of the Divine bolstered endurance. Divine Knight accelerated regeneration. With 5 layers of augmentation, the Beast Pirates officers surged with renewed vitality, as though each had just devoured another Zoan-type devil fruit. Even Runt, freshly felled, twitched her fingers and staggered upright once more. What is happening? King whispered, stunned. Do you feel it too, King? My body feels weightless. Every fiber thrums with raw power. Queen exclaimed. Same here. Jack added. Me too. Fusha cried. It appears we're all affected, Black Maria observed calmly. What sorcery is this? It's as if we've swallowed another Zoan fruit. Every limb strengthened, not marginally but profoundly. Sashiki murmured, awestruck. With this power I could challenge for a top commander post. Page 1 declared. That wretched Ben Beckman dared strike me thus. Runt snarled, fists clenched. Just wait. I'll crush his skull myself. Kaido's collective boon manifested invisibly. Outsiders remained oblivious to the surge coursing through his crew. To the Red Hair Pirates, Runt simply rose. Then the Beast officers froze mid-motion, stunned. Ben Beckman glanced at her, mildly surprised. She hasn't lost combat capacity. Is it the Zoan Devil Fruit's resilience? Unexpectedly tenacious, perhaps I held back too much. Still, how could I strike so harshly at such a charming girl? Truly I cannot bring myself to do so. Ben Beckman's navigator Binko Sneak seized the opening. You've left yourselves exposed, Beast Pirates. My bounty shall rise yet higher. King, your head is mine. Behold, two-sword style, lightning whirlwind slash. Sneak moved like lightning, closing the distance before King could blink. His twin blades slashed straight for King's throat, aiming to decapitate him outright, ending the fight in a single stroke. And for a heartbeat it seemed he would succeed. Yet Ben Beckman sensed profound dissonance. Though King no longer bore the Lunarian mark, he remained the foremost of the 3 disasters, his power terrifying even without racial gifts. To presume him so easily slain was sheer arrogance. To dismiss King so contemptuously was unthinkable. Hold, Sneak, don't act rashly. Beckman called out urgently. But it was too late. Tanuki's sovereign emperor. Beneath his leather coat, King erupted into hybrid form, yanking his head backward with both hands, then releasing it. The resulting shockwave blasted forth like a laser beam, unstoppable, blindingly swift. In an instant, Sneak hurtled backward unconscious. King surveyed the Red Hair officers coldly, then stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Queen and Jack. Now it's 8 versus 8, utterly fair. Sneak. Impossible. How could King move so fast? He's lost his racial ability. We underestimated him. After all, he is the first disaster. Never to be taken lightly. Dr. Hamura. What's Sneak's condition? Critical. Multiple rib fractures, nearly all shattered. That bastard struck to kill. I'll stabilize him temporarily. Once we finish these foes swiftly, I'll perform surgery. As they spoke, the Red Hair Pirates formed a line. 7 humans and 1 monkey, facing off squarely against the Beast's 8, neither side retreating. Ben Beckman struck first, pistol aimed at Sashiki, one of Kaido's 5 sons, intending to replicate his earlier takedown of Runt. Yet to the newly empowered King the maneuver was child's play. Ben Beckman, your opponent is me. Like a gust of wind, King intercepted the bullet mid-flight, catching it barehanded, and locked gazes with Beckman in a tense, silent duel. Yasaku followed instantly with a second shot, but Queen countered with a searing laser blast from his mouth. Yasaku, when it comes to sniping, you'd best challenge me instead. Yasaku turned startled. Queen, you're 3rd in command of the Beasts while I'm 4th of the Red Hair. Shouldn't you seek out Lucky Roo? You want Queen to face Lucky Roo. At that, Queen's expression visibly wilted. Among the 8 enhanced, his boost was the weakest. After all, the others excelled in physical combat, while he relied on technology. Kaido's buffs barely touched his domain. Truthfully, Jack, now augmented, outstripped him. Thus opponents were swapped. Naturally, Queen would never admit such a reason aloud. Enough talk, face my spark. Both sides selected their respective opponents. The officers clashed 8 on 8, only Ben Beckman held a clear advantage over King, while the rest faced evenly matched adversaries. Some even faltered under pressure. Even with his marked superiority, Ben Beckman lacked the power to instantly defeat King. Strange, has King truly grown this formidable? His inability to subdue King swiftly disrupted Ben Beckman's carefully calibrated rhythm. According to his original plan, he intended to eliminate all the Beast Pirates officers within 3 minutes, no more than 5, and then rush to reinforce Shanks' uniting forces to slay Kaido. Yet he had not anticipated that the full-scale battle would devolve into a protracted stalemate. an outcome wholly unforeseen. What made it even more astonishing was that King fought without his innate racial abilities, stripped away by Yamato. Had those powers remained intact, he might well have stood on equal footing with Ben Beckman himself. The Beast's pirates are truly not to be underestimated. Or perhaps I was once too arrogant underestimating their second-in-command. It seems humility must henceforth be my guiding principle. As Ben Beckman reflected, his peripheral gaze drifted toward Kaido and Shanks. Initially their duel had been evenly matched, but suddenly Kaido erupted into furious assault, overwhelming Shanks with relentless intensity. Though not yet outright domination, the trajectory suggested Shanks would soon fall. He's already suppressing our captain so rapidly. Kaido is truly a monster, Ben Beckman murmured in awe. Though pressed by Ben Beckman, King grinned triumphantly upon seeing Kaido gain the upper hand against Shanks, truly worthy of his title, the strongest creature. Hey Ben Beckman, your captain pales beside ours. Ben Beckman retorted coolly, yet your strength falls far short of mine. Once I finish you, our combined might will shatter your captain beyond resistance. King scoffed, humph. Do you truly believe I'll fall so easily? If you insist on outnumbering me, then let us see. Will Kaido crush your captain first, or will you overcome me? Divine Sovereign Emperor, I shall prevail over you, first. Divine Gun. Their attacks collided midair, a cataclysmic shockwave shattered surrounding mountain ranges. Yet for all its devastation, neither yielded, the contest remained locked in fierce, unbroken equilibrium. Is this truly all you've got, Shanks? You claimed you'd drive me off. Where is your supreme dodge? Where is your haki? Have they vanished? Such feeble strikes cannot fell me. Rather they invite my counterstroke. If this is the extent of your power, surrender now, and leave this island, Shanks. The battlefield between Kaido and Shanks burned with ferocious exchange, black lightning clashing violently, with crimson-black arcs at every strike. Yet their cadences diverged sharply. Kaido struck with blinding speed and crushing force. 3 devastating blows for every single counterstrike. Shanks could muster, the rest spent purely in defense. Clearly Kaido held the greater edge. Shanks parried each blow with griffin breath, ragged sweat cascading down his brow, his exhaustion palpable. Yet his voice rang out steady and resonant. You speak as if you hold some advantage. But tell me, are you faring any better? Though I know not what has ignited this sudden surge of power within you, it clearly exacts a terrible toll on your stamina. You may wield an animal-type devil fruit, but endurance, that remains my domain. You will not outlast me in prolonged combat. Shanks spoke truthfully. Kaido's expenditure was immense, sustaining a full statistical enhancement buff across 9 individuals, including himself, consumed energy rivaling if not exceeding his canonical feat of lifting Ghost Island while battling foes. This state could not endure. In a war of attrition, Kaido, despite his might well succumb before Shanks. Kaido bared his teeth in a feral grin. Precisely. Which is why I never intended a war of attrition. Behold the new power I have claimed. With that he unleashed a tornado from his maw, its fury leveling an entire mountain peak. The roar of the celestial dragon. Next he exhaled searing blue-white flames, the innate breath of his azure dragon fruit, obliterating another peak. The azure dragon's exhalation. Then locking eyes on Shanks, he opened his jaws wide, spewing forth a spiraling vortex of incandescent fire. Fusing both techniques yields my ultimate breath, the roar of the heaven-flame dragon. A colossal firestorm erupted, blazing with terrifying velocity and destructive force spanning the entire island in an instant. A collective gasp echoed through the unseen crowd. Kaido concealed his inherited ability. What a devious beast. This breath technique rivals the fire dragon Great Torch witnessed days ago, perhaps slightly less potent in raw strength, yet instantaneous, requiring no charge. Its tactical supremacy is undeniable. What of Shanks? Did he evade it? If not, if he takes this head-on, he'll be reduced to ash without trace. The Grand Line. The Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy gripped his straw hat tightly, voice tight, with worry. Shanks. Beside him Yuta wore the same stricken expression. Shanks. She had long nursed resentment, believing he abandoned her. Yet witnessing him face annihilation stirred only visceral dread, not anger. So, I never truly hated them. Recognizing her own heart, Yuta whispered inwardly, Shanks, win. Please win. At the very least, do not die. On Sphinx Island the smoke slowly parted. Shanks stood unscathed, having foreseen Kaido's attack through his future sight observation haki and evaded it entirely. Yet the sheer scale of destruction stunned him. He glanced sideways, where a charred scar stretched in a straight line across the island from shore to shore. The distance spanned the breadth consumed. It was truly horrifying. Had he taken the blow head-on, a shiver ran down his spine. A direct hit, even if survivable, would have stripped him of all combat capacity in an instant. It seems our intelligence was flawed. Your inheritance is not purely curative. Kaido let out a harsh, mocking laugh. I never claimed my ability was curative. Awaken Shanks. As he spoke, he prepared to order Shanks off Sphinx Island. Yet just as the words reached his lips, he shifted tone. Shanks, your strength is formidable. Truly a pity to destroy you. Why not join my beast pirates? Together we shall seize the One Piece. You shall aid me in becoming king of the pirates, and we shall forge a nation of pirates, a paradise ruled by pirates. How intriguing does that sound? Kaido is actually recruiting Shanks. An unexpected turn, but if Shanks were to join Kaido, battle would indeed become unnecessary. Preposterous. Both are Yonko. Shanks would never submit to Kaido. What if, after all, Kaido's demonstrated power now surpasses Shanks' own? In this world of pirates might define sovereignty, so nothing is truly impossible. The New World. Upon the open sea, Big Mom's fleet had just departed from Tado Land when she witnessed the scene. Humph, this brat Kaido seeks alliance with Shanks yet ignores me entirely. She grumbled in annoyance, then shrugged indifferently. No matter. If Shanks truly joins us, uniting the three Emperor fleets would make us peerless across the globe. Except perhaps Liu Yu the Inheritor and the world government itself. Even the Marines would flee our path. The world's third greatest military force. How thrilling, mama. Big Mom dreamed grandly, yet her vision bore no reflection in reality. I refuse. On Sphinx Island, Shanks declined Kaido's offer with serene, unshakable resolve. Though Kaido felt a flicker of regret, he was unsurprised. Given Shanks' stature, submission to another was nearly inconceivable. Only if he were already king of the pirates might it be plausible, but he is not. He remains merely a leading contender for the throne. Yielding to Kaido would shatter his dignity beyond repair. What a shame. I had envisioned combining your strength with mine, perhaps even enlisting that old hag's power, so that together we could overturn the world itself. Alas. Kaido shook his head sorrowfully. Then his voice turned glacial. Since you have rejected my invitation, you surely anticipate what follows. Do not speak as though you've been holding back all along. I've matched you blow for blow with my own strength. Divine punishment. But until now I've barely unveiled the true nature of my inherited power. Very well. I shall show you Heavenly Dragon's tri-world subjugation descent into Naraka. A vortex coalesced beneath Kaido's feet and surged along his iron mace, propelling him with near-divine speed. He evaded Shanks' Busashoku-infused slash in an instant, and reappeared before him in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the gale swirling around his mace merged with his conqueror's haki, striking Shanks like a tempest of sovereign will. Even with future sight, the pinnacle of Kenbunshiko haki, Shanks nearly failed to evade his body lagging behind his foresight. He barely twisted aside, leaving 3 crimson gashes across his cheek, carved by wind blades embedded in the mace. Not even foresight can outrun him. His speed is terrifying. Shanks wiped the blood from his face and clenched his teeth. Kaido fixed Shanks with a predatory grin. Have you grasped it now? You and I exist on entirely different tiers. This is your final chance. Submit or perish. This answer remains unchanged, no matter how many times you ask. Regrettable. Your reply is incorrect. Kaido declared, sternly abandoning restraint entirely. Die, Heavenly Dragon's Mahavarakana Thunder Octagram. His velocity escalated further. This strike would grant Shanks no avenue of escape. Yet as Kaido swung his mace, Ben Beckman intervened. Divine Evade. Divine Spear. 2 Yonko tier techniques converged, launched by Captain and First Mate of the Red Hair Pirates, minds aligned in perfect synchrony. Their haki and techniques fused seamlessly into a new ultimate combined art, Divine Evade Spear. Beckman's bullet, already enchanted, was now imbued anew, transforming into a blade-like projectile wreath in overwhelming armament and Conqueror's haki. The bullet collided midair with Kaido's mace, so violently that even Kaido lost his grip, the weapon flying from his hand as he was hurled backward. Shanks gasped for breath, relief washing over his face. Thanks to you, Beck. Beckman nodded gravely. I arrived just in time. Neither of us alone could overcome this monster, but united he is no longer invincible. Then Kaido emerged from the smoke. Unlike others who emerge unscathed from explosions, Kaido bore grievous wounds. A massive scar now split his torso, rivaling even the legendary slash left by Kazuki Oden years prior. Cough cough. Blood spilled from his mouth. The combined assault of 2 Yonko had rivaled even the cataclysmic sea domination unleashed jointly by Kaido and Big Mom. Had his technique not fused with Sky Dragon Slayer magic, and had his mythical Zoan Devil Fruits defense not been unparalleled, even peak Whitebeard or Roger might fare no better than he did now. Ash lay motionless on the ground, crestfallen. Forgive me, brother Kaido. I failed to stop him. Kaido waved dismissively. No blame lies with you. You gave everything you had. Leave the rest to me. Ash bowed his head, gratitude warring with deeper shame. By the measure of Kaido's displayed power, his Heavenly Dragon's Mahavarakana Thunder Octagram should have ended Shanks then and there. Yet because Ash fell one moment earlier than Shanks, the tide had reversed. Had Ash held firm, Kaido would already command the battlefield. Instead, he now lay wounded and humiliated. It is all my fault. Had I not faltered, brother Kaido would bear no wound, no disgrace. Rage and remorse hardened into resolve. He cried aloud, Brother Kaido, before aiding you to become king of the pirates, I shall never lose again. Do you object, king of the pirates? Kaido roared with laughter. None whatsoever. Look, Kaido has sustained grievous injuries. Though he held his own in one-on-one combat, the tide has now turned against him, facing 2 opponents at once and struck first by Shanks and Ben Beckman. It appears Kaido is in grave peril. His severe wounds have drawn attention across the 4 seas. Joy and sorrow alike ripple through the world. Foremost among the jubilant are the people of Wano country. Excellent. That brute Kaido is finally about to be defeated. That red-haired man is astonishingly powerful, and so is the man fighting alongside him. According to the commentary, this red-haired man is hailed overseas as one of the 4 emperors, a peer of Kaido himself. His reputation proves well-founded. Though slightly inferior to Kaido, he remains a monster in his own right. First bested by Yamato, now vanquished by this red-haired captain. Even a monster like Kaido must feel despair and retreat from the Grand Line forever. Wonderful. Wano country remains free. Conversely, Big Mom bears the heaviest burden of anxiety. Could that brat Kaido be in trouble? Steering her ship across the open sea, Big Mom gazes upon Kaido's battered form, her expression softening with rare concern. Hold on just a little longer, at least an hour or 2, then I'll reach you. Then united, even Shanks and Ben Beckman will stand no chance against us. Kaido, you still owe me a tremendous debt. Until you repay it, you dare not fall here at another's hand. Grand Line. Whitebeard Pirates. The captains erupt in exultant cheers. Marco, excellent. That Shanks truly delivered. That wretch Kaido, his defeat is finally imminent. Just one final blow remains. Damn it, Sphinx Island still suffered extensive devastation. That accursed Kaido had better never cross our path again, or we'll make him pay dearly. Sphinx Island. Witnessing the scene, officers of the Red Hair Pirates burst into elation. Truly worthy of our captain and Ben. Unquestionably formidable. Yet Kaido himself is undeniably a monster. He nearly fell, just inches away. The thought alone chills us to the bone. Fortunately, regardless of how narrow the margin, victory is ours. Hey Beast Pirates, you've lost. Take your captain and leave this island, now. Further combat serves no purpose. In stark contrast to the Red Hair Pirates' jubilation, the Beast Pirates officers stand stricken, grief-stricken, as if mourning their own kin. How could this be? Master Kaido has fallen again. Losing to Yamato, the inheritor, was perhaps understandable. But falling to Shanks and Ben Beckman, both native to these lands, that defies all reason. Does this mean the Beast Pirates' reign ends here? Damn it. We refuse to accept this. Observing the scene, Shanks draws ragged breaths and declares to Kaido, Kaido, withdraw from Sphinx Island. You have lost. Hearing those words, Kaido, despite his grievous wounds, burst into bitter laughter as if hearing a ludicrous jest. Lost? No, I shall never lose again. Shanks frowns deeply. Kaido, you intend to fight on? Kaido snarls with savage glee. Of course. There is no point continuing. The outcome is decided. To persist only invites needless carnage. Kaido cuts him off, decided. What nonsense are you spouting? I still stand upright. What do you mean by decided? Or have you already accepted reality, that you are about to lose, and now seek to surrender to me? If you wish to yield, do so plainly. Ha ha ha. Obstinate fool. Shanks' face darkens. He knows Kaido still possesses his ultimate technique, the Fire Dragon Great Torch. Though Shanks and Ben Beckman together could block the attack, its colossal area of effect would inevitably slaughter countless civilians on the island, and even endanger their own crew. Such a cost is unacceptable. Thus Shanks seeks to end hostilities here, to secure Kaido's departure. Yet Kaido's unyielding defiance leaves him no choice but to escalate. Rikiro Jesus Burgess, you and the others evacuate as many civilians as possible, far from here. Shanks orders his officers, then turns to Ben Beckman. Ben, prepare for renewed assault. Understood. I'm ready at any moment. Ben nods firmly. Both men assume battle stances, but hold back, awaiting the decisive moment. The Divine Avoidance Spear delivers immense force, but lacks speed. It struck Kaido only because he was caught unawares. Now fully alert, Kaido will not be so easily hit. Reckless aggression would merely exhaust them in vain. They anticipate Kaido will unleash the Fire Dragon Great Torch next, when enlarged his colossal form will become far less evasive. That moment, when he is most vulnerable, will be their singular opportunity to strike true. Yet they are mistaken. As Rikiro Jesus Burgess and other Red Hair officers withdraw, the Beast Pirates officers, bereft of adversaries, stand idle. They turn to Kaido. Master Kaido, we fight beside you. You cannot overcome them alone. With all of us united, surely we can bridge the gap. I refuse to believe our numbers cannot overcome 2 men. Kaido shakes his head. You operate on a different tier. They outclass you utterly. Your involvement alters nothing. Do not hinder me. The officers tense. Jack urgently interjects. Brother Kaido, we've recently gained immense power. We're stronger than ever. Kaido smirks. That power came from me. I know precisely how far you've ascended. You are formidable, but still insufficient to sway fate. A collective realization dawns upon them. They had long wondered how inexplicably their strength had surged so dramatically. Now they understand. Kaido granted them this enhancement. So his inherited power extends beyond self, granting universal attribute amplification. An extraordinary ability indeed. Their hearts swell with awe. Truly an otherworldly inheritance, mysterious and overwhelming. Yet, their enhanced might remains inconsequential in this war, a crushing failure. As their faces sink into profound dejection, Kaido suddenly utters an enigmatic question. King Queen Jack Maria Rot, will you lend me your strength? Kaido was about to fall again, a certainty now shared by all across the four seas. Even the red hair pirates believed it. And so did Kaido's own officers King, Queen, and Jack. Yet only Kaido himself knew it was far too early to speak of victory or defeat. He still held one final technique in reserve, one not his signature Fire Dragon Great Torch. It was an auxiliary spell drawn from inherited magic. In the fairy tale world, this spell could channel the magical energy of multiple individuals into a single recipient. For instance, when Windy channeled the collective power of every dragon slayer into Natsu, enabling him to unleash the 7 dragon powers and defeat the black dragon Acnologia. Transplanted into this world, however its effect evolved, it could now fuse another's physical prowess, Haki devil fruit abilities, or even innate racial traits, into either Kaido himself or another chosen individual. With this ace concealed in hand, even amidst his current disadvantage, he retained the capacity to turn the tide. Yet this ability bore one crucial limitation: those lending their power must willingly and wholeheartedly consent. Without genuine intent, the spell would fail entirely. Thus the moment had arrived, the ultimate test of his subordinates' loyalty. King, Queen, and the rest of you, will you lend me your strength? Kaido asked. Though puzzled, King nodded instantly. Of course, not just my strength. Even my life is yours, brother Kaido. I'm no noble martyr like that fool, King, Queen retorted, but lending you my strength, that's child's play. Jack bowed deeply. Your servant pledges everything he possesses to you, brother Kaido. Admiral Kaido, this humble woman surrenders all she is to you, Black Maria murmured. Rumpelly snapped, Kaido, you imbecile. What nonsense is this? If you can take my strength, then take it. Hejawan chided, sister, show proper respect to Admiral Kaido. Admiral Kaido, rest assured, we were raised by you. Everything we are, including our strength, belongs to you. Mr. Kaido, my strength has always been yours. What need is there for borrowing? Phosphor added, Mr. Kaido, I confess I don't grasp your meaning, but if you wish to borrow, I offer no objection. Kaido nodded in quiet satisfaction. Then, auxiliary spell. A faint cerulean radiance shimmered over Kaido, and likewise over King, Queen, and 5 others. Only Phosphor remained untouched. In the next instant, Queen, Jack, and the other 5 collapsed helplessly to their knees. King, who could barely lift himself, slumped further, utterly drained. Only Phosphor stood bewildered. What in the world just happened? Why did they all fall? He muttered, baffled. His confusion echoed that of the entire 4 seas. Indeed, what occurred? I saw a faint luminescence settle upon each of them, and upon Kaido as well, before they collapsed. Yet Kaido stands taller, more vital than before. Could Kaido have done this? Impossible. He'd never harm his own crew. It makes no sense. Damn it. I can't fathom it at all. At that moment, Kaido, reinvigorated, stronger than ever, answered, this is my inherited power. My inheritance allows me to temporarily draw upon the combat strength of those who stand truly united with me in heart and purpose. They have now converged their inner power into me, hence their exhaustion. Hearing this, the people of the 4 seas finally understood. So that's it. Their strength was genuinely transferred. No wonder Kaido's question seems so cryptic. Tell me, what kind of inheritance did Kaido acquire? It seems to encompass every conceivable form of power. Truly astonishing. More intriguing still, Phosphor remains perfectly unscathed. Does that mean he stands apart from Kaido's unity? Huh. Of 8 lieutenants, 7 have proven their loyalty. Only he stands apart. A traitor has just exposed himself. Rumor says Phosphor once served the world government's CP branch, only joining the Beast's pirates after committing some grave offense. On the sky screen, Phosphor's face paled to sickly green upon hearing Kaido's words. Self-interest was no crime, but exposure brought humiliation. With 7 out of 8 affirming unwavering loyalty, his isolation rendered his position within the Beast's pirates untenable. Worse still, his world government origins might now brand him a spy in Kaido's eyes. His life hung by a thread. As Phosphor hesitated whether to flee, Kaido spoke first. Relax, Phosphor. You've served me for over a decade. I know you're no spy. Self-interest is natural. Even in our youth aboard the same ship, with the old lady and the rest, we harbored private ambitions toward our captain. Such things matter little. Pirates need only share a common goal. Tell me, you were imprisoned because of the red hair pirates, weren't you? You must hate them fiercely. And just now I observed, you fought harder than any of them, harder than King, Queen, or Jack. So trust me, so long as you never betray me, nothing else matters. Good. You still have strength left. Carry King and the others away. Spare them from collateral damage in the coming battle. Now move. Phosphor exhaled in relief. He unfurled a vast net, gathered the 7 fallen officers, and hauled them away. Only Kaido, Shanks, and Ben Beckman remained on the battlefield. Heal. Kaido invoked the spell, mending his wounds. Then a cruel grin spread across his face as he locked eyes with Shanks and Ben Beckman. As I said, victory is already decided. Far too soon. Shanks's expression darkened. He had not foreseen this technique. His miscalculation was absolute. Yet it ended there. The 3 disasters, King, Queen, and Jack, were clearly inferior in caliber to Shanks and Ben Beckman. The 4 Emperor's subordinates lagged even further behind. Even fused with their combined strength, Kaido could not overcome the duo's united might. The advantage still lay firmly with Shanks and Ben Beckman. Shanks quickly realized he had fallen into a misconception. He assumed the three disasters and the four suns were merely low-tier fighters, and that Kaido's power gain from absorbing them would be limited. But reality defied that logic. Just as 100 ordinary zombies could never defeat Zombie, as yet Nightmare Luffy, having absorbed the shadows of 100 people, could effortlessly overwhelm him. This kind of power augmentation, through assimilating others' strength, is not mere arithmetic accumulation, it is qualitative transformation born of quantitative escalation, multiplying combat prowess exponentially. Put plainly, a level 100 warrior is not equivalent to 2 level 50 warriors. Thunderbolt 8 trigrams. Kaido struck, not with elaborate advanced techniques, but with a single unadorned Thunderbolt 8 trigrams. Yet its destructive force underwent a quantum leap. His speed intensified, his raw strength surged, his haki deepened, and his destructive capacity soared. In the future, Shanks foresaw he and Ben Beckman would be caught off guard and obliterated in a single blow. Ben, fall back. Shanks yanked Ben Beckman backward. Though bewildered, Ben instinctively trusted his captain's judgment and retreated without hesitation. The moment they stepped back twice, Kaido's Thunderbolt 8 trigrams slammed down where they had just stood, unleashing a cataclysmic plume of dust and debris. Ben Beckman broke into cold sweat. Such speed left no room for preparation. His Kinbunchika haki hadn't even sensed danger before Kaido completed his strike. Had Shanks not warned him in time, he would have been finished. How is this possible? It's monstrous speed. Ben gasped in disbelief. Beside him, Shanks urgently urged, no time for awe. He's coming again. Ben, fire at 45 degrees southwest. Ben obeyed his captain without question. He raised his arm and fired divine shot. Divine dodge. Divine dodge shot. Diamond-pointed bullet. Kaido's iron cudgel clashed head-on with Shanks and Ben's combined assault, not resulting in grievous injury and disarming this time, but an unmistakable parody. Bullet and cudgel hung, suspended midair, locked in defiance, while lightning crackled with Conqueror's haki around them. The entire island trembled beneath the impact. At last, the island itself could no longer endure. The tectonic plates shifted violently, cleaving Sphinx Island cleanly in two, East Sphinx and West Sphinx. The island, it split apart. Such overwhelming force. Kaido has grown stronger, dramatically stronger, not by a mere increment. Moments ago, Red Hair and Ben Beckman were humiliating him, but now they stand evenly matched. And Diamond-pointed bullet isn't even Kaido's ultimate technique. His strongest move in beast form remains the Great Wrath Thunderbolt 8 trigrams. At this rate, Kaido may rival Yamato, even at full strength. Crucially, he has claimed only one legacy so far. Another remains hidden on this very island. Yamato and Wano country are now gravely endangered. Never mind Yamato or Wano for now. The most perilous situation lies with the Red Hair Pirates. If they cannot unveil a new transcendent technique, their end is imminent. Along the coasts of East and West Sphinx Island, joy and despair parted like tides. Admiral Kaido, he's gaining the upper hand. Ha ha ha. Who knew Big Brother Kaido was holding back such power? The tide has turned. What did the Red Hair Pirates say earlier? That the outcome was decided. Precisely, they are decided. We win, they lose. Ha ha ha. Despair gripped the Red Hair Pirates. This is dire, extremely dire. That combined technique of captains and Ben's, that's their absolute peak. If even that fails, victory over Kaido seems impossible. Sphinx Island is fracturing. Perhaps retreat is wiser. Preserve our strength. The mountain remains even if the fire dies. Yasop shouted, Captain. Ben, fall back. Strategy lies in human hands. Success rests with heaven. We've done all we could. Failing to hold Whitebeard's territory brings no shame upon us. Kaido cast a sardonic glance toward Shanks. Hey Red Hair, your comrade just said that. Kaido sneered. He's right. This island isn't yours. You've already done enough to earn eternal praise. Even defeat here won't invite reproach. Surrender the island, and you may withdraw. Ben Beckman looked to Shanks, awaiting his decision. Shanks didn't hesitate. A grin spread across his face. I came to defend Whitebeard's island, not for glory but for righteousness. To yield out of fear of your strength would strip me of my manhood. Understand that, fool. Kaido snarled, what a pity. You answered wrongly. Red Hair, since you insist on this path, I shall grant you a funeral, with the eightfold sacred staff destined to become the world's strongest weapon. Die? Dragon Sovereign's Great Wrath Thunderbolt 8 trigrams. Shanks and Ben Beckman unleashed their utmost power. Ultra Divine Dodge. Ultra Divine Shot. Ultra Divine Dodge Shot. Once more, bullet and cudgel collided midair, sending shockwaves that shattered the twin islands further apart, widening the chasm between them. In an instant, the once unified Sphinx Island became two distinct isles. The standoff lasted barely 2 or 3 seconds. Then Kaido's overwhelming might reversed the Ultra Divine Dodge Shot, sending it spiraling backward. It was like striking a baseball with a bat. The bullet accelerated, its cutting force magnified tenfold. The projectile pierced between Shanks and Ben, its slashing aura slicing both grievously. They flew backward like severed kites, crashing through 8 mountains before skimming the ocean surface for over a dozen nautical miles, vanishing beneath the waves. This power, this sheer magnitude, is beyond belief. To reflect their attack back, enhanced no less. How is such a feat even possible? He's too strong. unreasonably terrifyingly strong. Kaido's current power rivals Yamato's after acquiring both legacies. Granted, this assumes he strikes Yamato down instantly, before Yamato's escalating battle prowess activates. Otherwise, through prolonged attrition, Yamato still holds a chance to surpass him. Kaido certainly won't repeat the same mistake. Having suffered once, he'll never fall prey again. Their next encounter will begin with his ultimate technique. The crimson-haired Shanks' defeat sent shockwaves across the four seas. Grand Line. Straw Hat Pirates. Grief cast a heavy shadow over Yuta, Luffy, and Usopp. Yuta, Shanks, father, please don't die. Luffy, Shanks, we swore I'd become a great pirate, and return your straw hat to you. That was our solemn vow. You mustn't break it. Usopp, Captain, Dad's captain. Could he possibly be all right? Grand Line. Whitebeard Pirates. Dark clouds gathered over the commander's brows. Shanks has actually been defeated. It's over. We're losing Sphinx Island. That wretched Kaido, damn him. Still, Kaido's combat prowess has grown terrifyingly immense. His strength now rivals Whitebeard's outright. Setting aside other inheritors, Kaido stands unchallenged as the world's supreme warrior. Even Roger Reborn would fall before him. This is dire. At the summit war, he'll surely appear at Marine headquarters. Though his true target remains unknown, whether it's Yamato or us, he is unquestionably an enemy, not an ally. I can only hope his quarry is the Marines. Let us first rescue Ace at least. As for old grudges, we'll settle them later. Word from Sabo says Smoker single-handedly defeated 7 foes. Even with Kaido's overwhelming might, he stood no chance against Smoker. Who then is this Smoker truly? How formidable must he be? The thought of Kaido seizing their territory was already daunting enough. Yet the realization that even such a titan had fallen to Smoker's hand made the crisis infinitely more perilous. A profound sense of helplessness settled upon the commander's hearts. Can we truly overcome the Marines and rescue Ace? Wano country. Its people clenched their fists in silent dread. That monster Kaido. How could he prevail even now? What do we do? He's already nearly Yamato's equal, and once he claims his second inheritance, she'll stand utterly powerless against him. Then Wano shall plunge once more into eternal night. Damn it, no one can stop this beast. It's unbearable. Impel down. Deep sea prison. Dracule Mihawk survived, but was imprisoned in level 6. His warden was none other than his senior Crocodile. Hey Mihawk, weren't you close with Shanks? Crocodile turned toward Mihawk and asked, he seems to have failed too. How does that sit with you? Mihawk remained silent. His gaze lingered on the fading silhouette of Shanks within the heavens, whispering softly. So even Shanks has fallen. It appears no one can overcome an inheritor. When an inheritor arrives, even the 4 emperors crumble. Marine headquarters. Sengoku watched the spectacle unfold, brow furrowing deeply. Shanks has lost. Troublesome indeed. From intelligence gathered via Sabo, Sengoku knew Kaido would inevitably join the war. Though Kaido's true objective remained unclear, Yamato or Whitebeard, the truth was irrefutable. Kaido was a pirate, they were Marines. He was destined to be their foe. Inwardly, Sengoku prayed Kaido would fall to Shanks. Then, bearing only one inheritance, Kaido would be far easier to subdue. Alas, fate denied him that grace. Kaido triumphed, and would soon claim a second inheritance, growing ever more formidable. This grows increasingly vexing. Sengoku muttered under his breath, then shook his head. Well, what will be will be. Regardless of what boons Kaido gains, if Smoker can face them all alone, there's nothing to fear. What the Marines must now prioritize is safeguarding Smoker during the war, ensuring he avoids being neutralized by seastone or seawater. So long as Smoker remains unharmed, the Marines hold firm. New World. Sphinx East and West Islands. The Beast's pirates erupted in jubilant celebration. Captain Kaido has won. Long live Admiral Kaido. Truly worthy of our Captain Kaido. With his present might, even Yamato must yield without resistance. The red hair pirates mourned as though bereaved. Captain, Ben. Disaster. He's sinking beneath the waves. Hurry. Hurry. Rescue them before it's too late. The red hair officers launched their vessels to save Shanks and Ben Beckman. At that moment, Jesus Burgess sensed grave peril. He gazed from the deck toward the island's heart and saw Kaido open his maw toward them. Wait. What is that wretch Kaido about to do? Danger, flee. Abandon ship. He means to annihilate us all. Too late. Celestial flame dragons, roar. As the firestorm bore down upon them, Jesus screamed in bitter despair, cursed Kaido. You monster. Eh? Kaido surveyed the obliterated red hair fleet, his expression twisted with savage triumph. I granted your captain the chance to withdraw. Since he refused, I demand recompense from you all. Henceforth the red hair pirates are erased from the world's annals. Thus ended the red hair pirates' legacy in the Age of Pirates. Kaido immediately shed his hybrid beast form. He gazed upward at the heavens. Where lies my second inheritance? Luyu consulted the indicator and replied, it rests along the western coast. Head westward. Guided by Luyu, Kaido swiftly located the inheritance site. Item: a deceased fox. Source: Kurama, the nine-tailed beast from Naruto S rank. Inheritance ability: become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Gain vast chakra, reserves access to Nine-Tails chakra mode, tailed beast transformation, tailed beast ball, and the ability to sense malice directed toward oneself. Inheritance method attach 8 additional tails to the fox, transforming it into the 9 tails. Liu Yu conveyed the method to Kaido. Kaido promptly gathered tails from foxes, rats, cats, and other creatures. After all, the instruction merely required adding tails, not necessarily fox tails, so Kaido proceeded without constraint. Ultimately, he assembled 9 tails from diverse beasts and claimed the inheritance. Instantly, Kaido felt a surge of warmth bloom deep within his abdomen. From that warmth radiated an unfathomable reservoir of power. With this power, his battle prowess would ascend to unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, Liu Yu underwent a transformation. Ding! Inheritor Kaido has successfully claimed the inheritance. Congratulations! Super Multiplier Reward acquired 10 Tails SSS rank. Congratulations! You are now the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, granted the Rinnegan Bloodline Limitations Bloodline all-encompassing net 10 Tails, Tailed Beast Ball Truth-Seeking Balls, and Heaven and Earth Cataclysm. Liu Yu stood beneath the vast sky screen, its ethereal glow illuminating his calm, resolute countenance. Liu Yu's body began to undergo a profound transformation. His hair turned snow-white, 2 horns sprouted from his temples, a 6-pad staff gleamed in his grasp, 9 floating Tao-seeking jade orbs hovered behind him, and, between his 2 Rinnegan eyes, a 3rd crimson eye emerged, the Rinnegan. His appearance had unmistakably transcended humanity. Could this be a rare, Zoan-type devil fruit ability? Wait, Liu Yu inherits mirrored copies of abilities acquired by those connected to him. Kaido had just received an otherworldly legacy, Liu Yu's metamorphosis followed instantly. To deny any link between them would be sheer disbelief. You mean Liu Yu changed because of Kaido? Yet Kaido himself shows no physical alteration. That remains unclear. Perhaps Liu Yu harbors secrets beyond our reach. In the small garden, Robin and Vivi recoiled in shock at Liu Yu's sudden transformation. Liu Yu, are you all right? Robin asked, her voice edged with concern. Liu Yu clenched his fist, sensing the immense power surging through his veins, then smiled calmly. I'm fine. Merely acquired some extraordinary new abilities. Extraordinary? Vivi gasped. Captain, if even you deem it extraordinary, your strength must have leapt forward by leaps and bounds. Liu Yu lifted his gaze toward the moon and smiled again. Indeed, it was a quantum leap. I've ascended directly into a new dimension of existence. With my current power, I could erase this entire world. In truth, Liu Yu had long possessed the capacity to destroy the world, but previously such annihilation required painstaking step-by-step exertion. Now a single infinite Tsukuyami sufficed. What kind of power is this? It surely surpasses even the world government. Foolishness. What does the world government matter now? Liu Yu could have overthrown them long ago. They ceased being his peers the moment he crossed that threshold. So when he says erase the world, does he mean he can stand alone against all forces? The Revolutionary Army, the 7 warlords, the 4 emperors, the Marines, and the world government. Impossible. Such power defies reason. Even overwhelming the world government alone strains imagination. To confront all those powers simultaneously, that would be terrifying beyond measure. Whitebeard was hailed as a man capable of destroying the world, yet he could neither topple the world government nor defeat the Marines. Surely Liu Yu faces the same limits. True, but Liu Yu dwarfs Whitebeard entirely. I believe he could obliterate the world government single-handedly, yet to subdue every major power combined. That I cannot accept. The populace of the 4 emperors' territories reacted with stunned disbelief. Watching their frantic commentary scroll across the sky screen, Liu Yu almost chuckled, though he could not blame them. Human perception is inherently bounded by its own cognitive horizon. To this world's people, a clash between 2 emperor-tier warriors already constituted apocalyptic devastation. The ancient weapon Pluton, capable of obliterating an entire island with one blast, represented the zenith of existential threat. How could they conceive of a being who could subjugate all humanity with a single technique? Just as before the Trisolaran War erupted, humanity could never fathom that its vaunted space fleet, its pride, its hope, would be utterly annihilated by a single droplet of water. This was not ignorance. It was the inevitable constraint of their world. After all, Liu Yu remained the sole transmigrator in existence. A single offhand remark from Liu Yu ignited global upheaval. Vivi instinctively covered her mouth in alarm and pleaded, Captain, please don't destroy the world. At least, wait until my father passes away first. King Cobra fell silent. Liu Yu stifled a laugh. Since when did I say I destroy the world? I'm no bloodthirsty monster. I merely stated I now possess the capacity to do so. Don't jump to conclusions. Vivi exhaled in relief. Oh, so you won't actually destroy it. That's wonderful. At least let my father live out his days in peace. King Cobra remained speechless. Though his daughter's filial piety warmed his heart, something about the exchange felt profoundly unsettling. Once assured Liu Yu harbored no destructive intent, Vivi relaxed completely. She then leaned forward curiously. Captain, what are you now? Are you still human? Liu Yu glanced into the mirror, momentarily uncertain. Technically, yes. Upon reflection, he was merely a 10 Tails Jinchuriki, not a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Consider Hashirama Senju. After the Ten Tails was extracted, he reverted fully to human form. Lu Yu nodded firmly. Yes, I remain human. Think of this transformation as having consumed an exceptionally rare Zoan-type devil fruit. Vivi pressed further. Then what powers have you gained? This stumped Lu Yu. What powers? Jinjutsu, taijutsu, ninjutsu. There's simply too much to list precisely, he admitted. And genetics. Vivi blinked. Genetics. Lu Yu pointed to his brow. Yes, genetics. See this eye emerging at my forehead. It is the Rinnegan. Henceforth every descendant bearing my bloodline, my children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and beyond, shall inherit a diluted version of this, the Sharingan. The Sharingan was not an exclusive trait of the Otsutsuki clan. It manifested only after consuming the divine tree eye. The Ten Tails. The Otsutsuki were born with the Byakugan, not the Sharingan, as evidenced by Kagaya. Having become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Lu Yu's very genome had undergone fundamental refinement. From now on the Sharingan was encoded into his lineage. One might say I've blessed future generations, he mused. Perhaps even founded a new clan. A surge of delight rose within him, then halted abruptly. Wait, this isn't Lombai Star. I may never return home. Of course I'll found my own clan. No, wait again, I don't even have a girlfriend yet. What clan am I founding? Lu Yu shook his head wryly. Longwei's cultural imprint runs deep. Even after transmigration, I'm still obsessed with ancestral glory and clan establishment. No, I should aim higher. With immortality within reach, why not rule a world? Forge an eternal empire, an immortal sovereignty, that eclipses mere clan founding. He resolved it. Then once the Marines and the world government fell, a new epoch would dawn, the eternal empire. With that vow sealed, Lu Yu severed his psychic link with Kaido as the appointed hour arrived. The celestial screen shattered, leaving Kaido adrift in profound desolation. A single inheritance could elevate him to, perhaps even surpass, the pinnacle once held by the Pirate King. With two inheritances, his power surged anew, so overwhelming that even the Prime Roger and Whitebeard standing side by side would stand no chance against him. Should he acquire a third, or even a fourth inheritance, none could fathom the terrifying heights his strength might reach. Alas, it ends here. Enough. This level of power suffices. Greed is a serpent swallowing its own tail. I must temper my ambition. Yet if merely two inheritances have forged me into this force, just how formidable must Lu Yu truly be? Only now, having truly experienced the power of otherworldly inheritances, did Kaido grasp their dread magnitude. Only inheritors like himself could truly believe Lu Yu's claim. I wield the power to destroy the world, was no hollow boast. Lu Yu as he stands today may well possess the solitary strength to challenge the entire world, and perhaps even crush it utterly. No one can foresee what lies ahead, but now that the Marines and the world government have incurred his wrath, their very existence hangs in the balance. Kaido mused inwardly. Once the Marines and the world government fall, what will he do next? Rule the world, or journey to other realms beyond this one? If given the choice, I pray he chooses another realm. For a sword like Damocles hanging overhead, how unbearable it would be. Having finished his silent prayer, Kaido shook his head, dismissing the thought. He strode to the shore and used magic to heal King's wounds. As for the stamina lost by the seven, it could not be restored. Only time would mend them. Rumple gazed at Kaido, her voice trembling with exhilaration. Kaido, you've grown so mighty. You've surely surpassed that wretched Yamato now, haven't you? Let's go. Let's slaughter that wretch and avenge me. Hekiman tapped his sister's head. I've told you. Address him as Admiral Kaido. Sister, show proper respect to Admiral Kaido. Queen voiced his support. Indeed, brother Kaido. Rumple speaks truth. That Yamato has committed unforgivable atrocities against our beast pirates. She must not escape justice. Kaido felt no anger toward Yamato, not even when pressured by Rumple and Queen, though she was his daughter. He had endured Yamato long enough. It was time she paid the price for her deeds. I know well, I will not spare Yamato. Rest assured, I have no intention of sparing her. I've already decided to leave the troops behind to occupy Sphinx Island. You few, and the 9 berserkers, will accompany me to Marine headquarters to confront Yamato. That foolish son of hers seeks to rescue Ace the Fire Fist. Then let us execute Ace before her very eyes. That is true vengeance. At the mention of Marine headquarters, the Beast Pirates officers showed no fear, only fierce anticipation. Jack especially was all but shouting, bring the ship alongside. What thrill, to set foot in Marine headquarters itself. Agreed. We pledge ourselves to Admiral Kaido. Yamato burns with obsession to save Ace, so we shall slay him before her gaze. That alone is her ultimate punishment. But how shall we proceed? The public execution belongs to the Marines. They won't surrender it to us, surely. So what if they try to stop us? Then we'll destroy the Marines too. Do they mistake who we are? We are the Beast Pirates. Jack speaks rightly. No one dares impede the Beast Pirates. Not Yamato, not the Marines, not even the Whitebeard Pirates. We fear none. So long as Brother Kaido leads us, we are invincible. Then let us sail for Marine headquarters without delay. Time grows short. We must not arrive too late. At that moment, Kaido interjected. No preparations needed. You and the berserkers remain here on this island. As he spoke, Kaido began conjuring blazing clouds. Soon crimson flame clouds wreathed the entire eastern half of Sphinx Island, and gradually lifted it skyward. This is akin to Shank's floating island ability granted by the float fruit. To lift an entire island aloft. Terrifying power, truly worthy of Brother Kaido. Yet Admiral Kaido, this is no float fruit. Surely such a technique drains immense stamina. What if your strength wanes upon reaching Marine headquarters? Facing his subordinates concerned, Kaido roared with laughter, have I not acquired my second inheritance? Precisely what this second inheritance entails remains elusive, but one thing is certain, it floods me endlessly with raw power. My stamina knows no limit. His words ignited sudden clarity in their eyes. If flight were possible, navigation constraints vanished, and their voyage to Marine headquarters would shrink dramatically. They would almost certainly arrive in time. A faint knowing smile curled Kaido's lips. He had learned this very method from Lu Yu. Since Lu Yu possessed the ability to replicate inheritances, Kaido reasoned, if he suffered seasickness, Lu Yu should too. Yet Lu Yu showed no distress aboard floating islands. Thus sky cities were not vehicles, but manifestations of power. And so, why not emulate him? What is lifting a floating island after all, if not an act of sheer will? He could do it too. Thus Kaido raised half an island, and prepared to lead his forces toward Marine headquarters. Just then a distant cry pierced the air. Kaido, brat, wait for me. Kaido froze, turned, and beheld a colossal figure standing atop a cloud wreathed in leaping sentient flames. Instantly Kaido recognized her. A sharp grin split his face. Old hag, what brings you here? The arrival was none other than the Four Emperor Big Mom. Kaido, I've come to collect what you owe me. Big Mom leapt down onto Sphinx Island, its very foundations shuddering thrice beneath her impact. From the cloud above, smaller figures now emerged. The sweet commanders, Katakuri, Smoothie Cracker, and Stussy, as well as other elite officers, Perisparrow, Oven, and Daifuku. Kaido laughed aloud. Old hag, you've brought every top-tier subordinate you command. Tell me, are you declaring war? Big Mom shook her head, smiling. Far from it. I'm here to collect my debt. Kaido, you haven't forgotten. You owe me a favor beyond measure. Without me, the strongest creature across sea, land, and sky would never have existed. Kaido narrowed his eyes. Old hag, say that again. Big Mom declared. Kaido, you've claimed 2 inheritances, haven't you? You're stronger than ever. Then use that strength to help me become Pirate King. Kaido arched a brow. Pirate King. Old hag, you know what you're saying. That title belongs to me. Big Mom retorted. So, you refuse to repay your debt? Kaido replied coolly. And if I don't, what will you do? Then I shall unleash Elbaf Spear, Majestic Nation. Old hag, you're no match for me now. Thunderbolt Octopus. Half an hour later, Big Mom, fully aware her strength, speed, and mastery had all been eclipsed, proposed a compromise. Truly an inheritor's might is awe-inspiring. Let us ally Kaido. Resurrect the old Rocks Pirates, with me as vice captain. Now that's the spirit, Linlen. Let us tear this world apart together. Ha ha ha. At dawn the next day, Lu Yu piloted the Xiao Huayuan to a newly discovered island. There he finally enhanced his 2 giant subordinates. Item: Flowerskin Drum. Inheritance source: Bo Gang the Mountain Demon. One of the 8 demons from the dragon riding adventure, ranked S class. Inheritance ability capable of devouring anything. Growth in size, strength, and defense scales infinitely with consumption. Inheritance method: strike the drum 3 times. This ability bore striking resemblance to Lu Yu's Black Essence. Both relied on consumption for self-enhancement. The sole distinction lay in their mechanisms. The Black Essence strengthened itself through division and fusion of clones, whereas Bo Gang grew more formidable solely by colossal physical expansion. Having already acquired the Black Essence, Lu Yu had no need for this inheritance. Robin and Vivi held no interest in gigantification either, so Lu Yu bestowed it upon Blue Giant Dori, then instructed Robin to use her historical reversion ability to reset the inheritance, and subsequently granted it to Red Giant Broggy. Upon completing these arrangements, Lu Yu initiated his next celestial broadcast. Very well, the sky screen transmission for today begins now. Congratulations to the next destined soul. Jinbu Kai, the sea hero Jinbi. A figure appeared upon the sky screen. A plump blue silhouette surrounded by countless marines. Alas, what a pity. It's not me again. Is the inheritor truly one of the 7 warlords? This is unprecedented. Until now, the warlords have always been victims, not beneficiaries. At last they've risen. Whitebeard's crew is in grave trouble now. If he's a warlord, surely he'll side with the marines. Wait, something feels off. Why does the tension between Jinbi and the surrounding marines feel so razor-sharp? Ah, look, that's Don Quixote da Flamingo, another warlord. He's here too. Strange, what on earth is happening? I'm utterly baffled. The Grand Line. Whitebeard Pirates flagship. The commanders laughed heartily. Pops, look, it's Jinbi. Just as Sabo predicted. First Kaido, then Jinbi. Tomorrow or the day after it'll be Pops and Blackbeard. According to Sabo, Jinbi stands with us. That's cause for celebration. Yet, Jinbi's expression seems deeply troubling. Those marines, they bear ill intent. What's going on? Have Jinbi and the marines severed ties? Far too swiftly. Even war hasn't begun. Damn it, So it really is Jinbe. Marine headquarters. Sengoku watched Jinbe's projection upon the sky screen. His face darkened. He himself had ordered the deployment to capture Jinbe. Ever since learning 2 days prior that Jinbe would become an inheritor and oppose the Marines, he had dispatched forces to Fishman Island. To ensure success, he had also mobilized another warlord, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo, of course, retained the right to refuse. He was no subordinate bound to Sengoku's command. Yet he found the prospect of capturing a fellow warlord intriguing, and thus chose to accompany the mission. Commanding the Marine contingent was Rear Admiral Storba Berry of Marine Headquarters. Once a disciple of Zephyr, he had served under Admiral Kizuru during his captaincy, and participated in the slaying of Fisher Tiger, leader of the Fishman Pirates. In short, he was an extraordinary dual-blade swordsman. With him allied to Doflamingo, subduing Jinbe seemed all but assured. In truth, however, this was not his first choice. His initial plan had been to deploy Admiral Akainu. With Akainu's overwhelming might, victory would have been absolute. Yet after careful deliberation, Sengoku opted to retain Akainu, and instead deployed Storba Berry. The reason was simple: he had been terrified by the inheritors. Sengoku was genuinely shaken. The inheritors' demonstrated power surpassed all precedent. World-recognized apex tiers. The 7 warlords, the 4 emperors, and even the marine admirals had all fallen before them. It's Master Jinbe, and what do we do? The Marines are coming to arrest him. Shall we fight them in Fishman Island? Watching the Fishman Pirates encircled by Marines, the Fishmen rose in unified fury. And to them it mattered not whether one was Marine or pirate, only whether one was Fishman or human. Jinbe was of their own kind. They would stand by him without hesitation. Human laws meant nothing to them. In seeing the Fishmen on the verge of launching a full-scale uprising, Jinbe sensed grave peril. If even ordinary fishmen took up arms against the Marines, Fishman Island risked total ostracism by the human world, and future passage to land would become all but impossible. At that critical moment, King Neptune of Ryugu Palace stepped forward to restore order. And enough. This is Jinbe's private conflict with the Marines, not Fishman Islands. Stand down. Neptune deployed his royal guard to hold back the populace. And then he turned to Jinbe. I'm sorry, Jinbe. We cannot intervene in this matter. Jinbe nodded understandingly. Yes, I know well. I would never let Queen Otoheim's lifelong devotion be rendered meaningless. Thank you, King Neptune. You've done me a great service. Neptune bowed his head, voice heavy with remorse. I am ashamed. In with Neptune securing the rear, Jinbe could now face his adversaries unimpeded. Hey Marines, our captain merely declined conscription, but his position as a Shichibukai remains intact. To arrest him now is premature indeed. Aladdin, the Fishman Pirates' first mate, roared in indignation. Admiral Stolberry scoffed. This summons comes from both the world government and the Marines, a mandatory directive. Failure to comply forfeits your Shichibukai status. Once stripped of that title, you will be hunted just the same. What difference does it make? Jinbe ceased this futile resistance. Recall why you joined the Shichibukai in the first place. To secure land access for Ryugu Kingdom. The world government has pledged, should you answer this summons, your entire kingdom shall be granted full rights to dwell upon the surface world. Do not throw away this chance. Jinbe exhaled deeply. In a truly tempting offer. Mean truth he longed to accept. In this condition carried the hopes of countless souls. Queen Otoheim, Fisher Tiger, and the million souls of Fishman Island alike. Yet he could not yield. And alas, I must refuse. Jinbe declared resolutely. The peace Fishman Island has known these years rests solely upon the awe inspired by Whitebeard's flag. He is our savior. To betray such a benefactor for Fishman Island's selfish gain would strip me of the honor of being a knight of the sea, and condemn our people to eternal shame. Such a land is unworthy of our footsteps. And finally Jinbe proclaimed with unshakable righteousness, even pirates uphold loyalty and gratitude. No sooner had the words left his lips than a celestial transmission manifested above him. It is I, and stunned to find himself chosen as the new inheritor, Jinbe faltered in disbelief. It really is you, Captain Jinbe. And at last, the crisis is averted, and what extraordinary fortune. We envy you deeply. Marines, prepare yourselves. The captain will not fall so easily into your grasp. And the Fishman Pirates erupted in triumphant cheers. From behind the heavens, Lu Yu spoke. Jinbe, congratulations. You bear the inheritance now, an item coin. Origin, Misaka Mikoto S. Rank from the A certain magical index universe. Inherited ability level 5 Esper power. Mastery over 10 billion volts of high-voltage electricity, electromagnetic waves, and magnetic fields, enabling techniques such as railgun and lightning spear. Limitation, prolonged usage depletes capacity, rendering the ability temporarily unusable. Inactivation method, launch the coin at 3 times the speed of sound. An ability from a certain magical index, and Lu Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. In the index universe possessed a combat hierarchy, far surpassing ordinary realms. Indeed, one might say its power scale was unbalanced. And while Mikoto's strength would dominate in worlds like One Piece or Naruto, it remained formidable, not invincible. Yet the gods of magic within that universe wielded power capable of effortlessly annihilating 10 quadrillion universes. In 10 quadrillion universes, This surpassed even Dragon Ball's cosmology. Granted, the Index Universe's definition of universe was somewhat unconventional. There each world equated to an entire universe, meaning one piece occupied one cosmos, Naruto another, whereas Dragon Ball's single universe encompassed countless worlds. Thus the comparison was inherently asymmetrical. Still, even transplanted into Dragon Ball's framework, such power was staggering, effortless destruction of 10 quadrillion planets, no mere mortal feat. To call him peerless beneath the Grand Minister would be no exaggeration. If only I could claim a god of magic's power as commission, I'd reign supreme across all existence. Liu Yu said to Jinbe, you carry a coin within you. Launch it at 3 times the speed of sound, and the inheritance shall awaken. 3 times the speed of sound, and Jinbe's brow glistened with sweat. That condition is no simple task, and he reached into his robes and withdrew a pouch of coins. One among them was surely the vessel of inheritance. In hearing this stipulation, Admiral Stolberry and Don Quixote Doflamingo both breathed easier. Propelling a coin to triple sonic velocity was no trivial feat, especially since Jinbe, visibly uncertain, could not yet discern which coin held the legacy. Time remained on their side. In advance. Crush the Fishman Pirates. In, stop Jinbe. Absolutely prevent him from launching the coin. Not only must we stop him, but seize the coin itself. Once it rests in our hands, the inheritance is ours. For the Marines, for justice, fire, and gunfire and cannon roars thundered ceaselessly, all aimed squarely at Jinbe. They would grant him no time to grow stronger. Jinbe had begun preparing his throw, yet seeing the onslaught he retreated swiftly. And at that moment the Fishman Pirates surged forward. You shall not pass. Lay a hand on our captain and die. In, to slay Captain Jinbe. You must first trample our corpses. Captain Jinbe, launch the coin now. We'll shield you with our lives. And first made Aladdin rush to Jinbe's side. Gazing at Jinbe he vowed, rest assured Captain, I'll stand guard beside you. No Marine shall disturb your ascension. Touched, Jinbe nodded. Thank you. I feel safe knowing you're here. And then seizing a coin he hurled it toward Admiral Stolberry, rushing toward him, Water Strike. The technique, Water Strike, was inherently swift. Now Jinbe hurled the coin with all his might, its velocity blurring beyond human perception. Only Stolberry's keen observation Haki spared him from being struck. TCH, the brute with monstrous strength. Stolberry clenched his teeth. Years ago, during the Navy's siege against Fisher Tiger, he had suffered grievous wounds at Jinbe's hands. If anyone in this world first recognized Jinbe's formidable prowess, it was none other than him. Jinbe, since you've renounced your status as a Shichibukai, it's time we settled our old score. Stolberry drew both swords, two-sword style lion slash. Just as their blades neared Jinbe, Aladdin lunged forward. Navy officer, you're my opponent now. Fishman Karate, 4,000 brick-weighted fist. His Haki-infused palms clashed against Stolberry's Haki-charged blades. Shockwaves erupted, hurling both men backward dozens of paces. Yet visibly Aladdin retreated farther. Clearly Stolberry's strength surpassed Aladdin's. Stolberry fixed his gaze upon him. Aladdin, the vice-captain of the Sun Pirates. A troublesome fellow indeed. Aladdin grinned. So I'm remembered even by a vice-admiral of Marine headquarters. I must be quite renowned after all. You've exchanged one strike with me. You know well you stand no chance. Our sole objective today is Jinbe's capture. Step aside, or perish. Never will we let you seize our captain so easily. Lay hands on him, and first tread over my corpse. Troublesome fool. Two-sword style rampaging tiger. You're the true nuisance. Fall down now, Navy. Tidal shoulder throw. Their duel ignited the battlefield with fierce intensity. Ah, that throw just now must have reached triple sonic speed. Yet alas. Jinbe murmured with quiet regret. He estimated that throw's velocity had indeed approached triple sonic speed, but it yielded nothing. Evidently the coin bearing the legacy was not the one he'd cast. He withdrew a second coin. Just as he prepared to hurl it at Stolberry, danger flared from his flank. Instantly he pivoted and launched Water Strike. Colorful threads. 5 vibrantly hued threads shot toward Jinbe, cleaving earth, timber, and stone alike. Less like silk, more like 5 unbreakable blades forged from pure annihilation. Those 5 razor-edged threads collided midair with Jinbe's coin. Explosive shockwaves detonated, whipping both Jinbe's and Doflamingo's hair into wild disarray, their clash ending in perfect parity. Look, the Don Quixote has entered the fray. 2 Shichibukai clashing. A spectacle rarely witnessed. Jinbe hasn't yet inherited the legacy, so with both holding Shichibukai rank, their power gap should be narrow. Jinbe still stands a fighting chance against Doflamingo, yet Aladdin appears faltering. He'll likely fall soon. Once they gang up on one man, Jinbe's peril will deepen rapidly. Not necessarily. Even among Shichibukai, strength varies vastly. Recall Bartholomew Kuma effortlessly obliterating the Pale Knight, while Moria fell before him in an instant. Should Jinbe's might far eclipse Doflamingo's, it's the Navy, not Jinbe, who'll face mortal danger. Preposterous. The Don Quixote family earned renown decades ago, even in Roger's era. Would Doflamingo truly yield to Jinbe and claim Jinbe's strength dwarfs his? Absurd. Is the Fishman hero truly inferior to the Clown King? You're the absurd one. Across the 4 seas, fans of Doflamingo and Jinbe raged in heated debate. Each faction fervently believed their idol reigned supreme. Dressrosa New World. Officers seethed with fury. How dare they proclaim that fishman scoundrel Jinbe surpasses our young master? What is Jinbe but trash? When our young master rose to fame across the Grand Line, Jinbe was still groveling beneath that dead fool Fisher Tiger. He dares compare himself to our young master. Young master, crush that blue-fattened rogue, and let the world witness the Don Quixote family's supremacy. Heart Pirates Grand Line. Beepo watched Law's agitated expression with mounting concern. Captain, you're pale. Are you unwell? Should we fetch a doctor? Beepo, you idiot. Perona snapped. Our captain is the greatest physician in the world. Why seek another? Beepo blinked, then bowed his head dejectedly. I'm sorry. Law paid no mind to his crew's bickering. His eyes locked onto the colossal sky screen above. Burning with wrath, he declared, Doflamingo, I will avenge Corazon Senpai. Impel down. Last time Crocodile had questioned Mihawk. Now Mihawk turned the question upon Crocodile. Crocodile, I recall you once shared private dealings with Doflamingo. What say you? Mihawk gazed curiously as Crocodile scoffed. Private dealings. That bastard sought alliance with me, only to be rebuffed. Ridiculous. If he wished to serve under me, I'd first decide whether he deserved the honor. Alliance. He isn't worthy even to stand beside me. Shifting tone, Crocodile spoke of Jinbe with grudging respect. That monster Jinbe. He possesses genuine substance. Doflamingo won't prevail against him. Given time, he'll fall. Still, Jinbe's subordinates lag behind, so the outcome remains uncertain. Whitebeard Pirates. Captains voiced unwavering confidence in Jinbe. Doflamingo may be formidable, but beside Jinbe he's utterly insignificant. Jinbe fights as the legacy bearer in this war. He cannot lose to Doflamingo. Though the battle appears dire, Jinbe's victory is inevitable. Fishman Island. Fishman District. Hody Jones' faction glared at the sky screen, simmering with resentment. Damn it. Why must the legacy bearer be Jinbe? How glorious it would be if we held that power. With such overwhelming might we could invade the surface world and enslave humanity. Arlong Sama perished at that woman's hands. We'd finally exact vengeance upon her. Not only her, but Liu Yu too. That wretch. Had he not linked her to Arlong Sama, our captain would never have fallen. Someday we'll seize our chance and erase every one of them. Fishmen are the noblest race upon this earth. Hody Jones snatched a handful of ES pills from a large box on the table, swallowed them whole. His skin paled, his eyes reddened, his already sharp fangs lengthening into lethal daggers. Indeed, how dare these humans brazenly arrest people on our island? Do they even know where they stand? Wait, once they crush Jinbe and his traitorous faction, we'll move. We'll slaughter every last human, heralding the grand debut of the new Fishman Pirates. Haha. Mermaid Plaza. As Jinbe came under attack, the fishmen grew anxious. Master Jinbe's situation looks dire. That human is also a Shichibukai, just like Master Jinbe. He won't be easy to defeat. Your Majesty Neptune, let us intervene too. Master Jinbe is one of our own. We cannot stand by while he is arrested in our own nation. The fishmen cried out, their voices rising with fervent emotion. But King Neptune firmly refused. We must not involve ourselves in this matter. This is a private affair between Jinbe and the Marines, not Fishman Island's concern, nor that of the entire Fishman or Merfolk races. If we intervene, it will ignite war between humans and fishmen, and then all will perish. So long as I draw breath and remain sovereign of this land, I will never permit such a calamity to unfold. Yet despite his resolve, Neptune could not hide his deep concern for Jinbe. Jinbe. Neptune watched Jinbe clash fiercely with Doflamingo in Mermaid Plaza, silently praying, Jinbe, do not fall. If you succeed in inheriting the legacy, the future of Fishman Island rests upon your shoulders. Mermaid Plaza. Doflamingo and Jinbe fought with relentless intensity, neither gaining the upper hand. Though Jinbe held his ground against Doflamingo, he could not secure victory swiftly, and with Doflamingo's relentless pressure, he had no time left to flip the coin. What an irritating opponent. After driving Doflamingo back with his 8,000 tile strike fist, Jinbe's expression tightened with grim resolve. Seeing Aladdin struggle desperately against Stolbeck, it was clear he would not last much longer. If Stolbeck freed himself, Jinbe would face both a Marine Headquarters elite admiral and the Shichibukai Doflamingo, an overwhelming threat even for him. Victory must be decisive and swift. Jinbe's gaze hardened as he locked eyes with Doflamingo, his intent now sharpened with lethal purpose. Doflamingo, I bore you no grudge. Yet since you have chosen to aid the Marines against me, I shall respond in kind without restraint. Should you suffer grievous injury, do not blame me. Hearing this, Doflamingo's fury flared, then erupted into mocking laughter. Fufufu. So you truly underestimate me. Jinbe, whether you possess the strength to surpass me remains uncertain, yet to speak so arrogantly is sheer audacity. Die, Super String Whip. Fishman Karate. Sharp tile strike fist. As the super string whip sliced through the air, 100-meter tall artificial mountain split cleanly in two, the cut surface flawlessly smooth like a windless lake at dawn. His power is astonishing. He launched a straight-line whip, yet it cleaved like a blade. And the cutting force is immense. Master Jinbe, watch out. Citizens of Fishman Island cried out in alarm, hearts heavy with dread for Jinbe's fate. Indeed, compared to the razor-sharp ferocity of Doflamingo's technique, Jinbe's straightforward fist appeared utterly unremarkable. Yet that seemingly ordinary strike, meeting the lightning-swift superstring whip, unleashed a force that instantly dissolved its momentum, then surged backward along the whip itself, striking Doflamingo directly. A crushing impact tore through his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward like a severed marionette. Still, the assault was not yet over. Doflamingo flew backward only a short distance before halting abruptly, not by his own will, but seized midair by Jinbe gripping the whip itself. That sudden stop delivered yet another devastating shockwave through his body. Then Jinbe wrenched the whip taut, merging its motion with the ocean current's torque, executing a devastating whip-over-shoulder slam. Whip-over-shoulder slam. Doflamingo soared from the eastern edge of the plaza, tracing a perfect semicircle across the sky before crashing violently onto the western side, shattering the earth, piercing deep into bedrock, and unleashing a storm of dust and debris. What the hell? Was he just defeated? Doflamingo, this is all he's got. Pathetic. I told you Jinbe was stronger than Doflamingo. Proven true. Seriously, how did he ever become a Shichibukai? How has he repeatedly evaded the Marines? Is Jinbe truly that formidable, or are the Marines utterly incompetent? I strongly suspect the Shichibukai selection process was deeply flawed. How could Moonlight Moria and Doflamingo, mere charlatans, ever qualify? Are these men truly ranked alongside the 4 emperors and fleet admirals, the pinnacle of combat power? It's nothing short of absurd. Dressrosa. Members of the Don Quixote family seethed with rage and anxiety. Our young master. Will he be alright? Damn it, what do these fools know? He merely slipped up. With his strength, how could he possibly lose to that fishman scoundrel? It was pure chance. Our young master will not fall. He is destined to become the pirate king. Humph, don't mistake this for victory. Our young master still holds his ultimate technique in reserve. Once he awakens his devil fruits, full power subduing Jinbe will be effortless. Young master, rise. Fight on. Crush that accursed fishman. Marine headquarters. Sengoku felt a pang of regret. Had he known Jinbe would fail to inherit the legacy from the outset, he would have dispatched Akainu instead. Had Akainu gone, Jinbe would already be kneeling in surrender. Sigh. A tactical misjudgment. Sengoku shook his head in resignation. How could he not hesitate, after being unnerved by previous legacy claimants? Now regret was futile. All that remained was to await the outcome. Still, Sengoku retained cautious confidence. Doflamingo may be despicable, but he possesses real skill. He won't fall so easily. If he endures until Stolbeck defeats the other fishmen, this battle still hangs in the balance. Doflamingo, summon the chaos wrecker you once were. Hold on just a little longer. Fishman Island. Mermaid Plaza. Watching Doflamingo falter, Stolbeck seethed with frustration. Doflamingo. Then he glared at Aladdin, teeth clenched. Damned creature. Why won't you just die? Get out of my way. Aladdin spat blood, but grinned defiantly. My apologies, Admiral. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you further. Fishman Karate. Tang grasped tile strike fist. Haha. At Mermaid Plaza, Jinbe panted heavily. Consecutive ultimate techniques had taken a considerable toll on him. Yet Don Quixote Doflamingo's condition was even worse. Is he finished? No. As a former Shichibukai like myself, he won't fall so easily. As if on cue, Doflamingo emerged from the swirling dust. His body was drenched in blood, his appearance utterly disheveled, clearly gravely wounded. Could Doflamingo truly endure such a blow? No, he's far from unscathed. Yet to rise after Jinbe-sama's devastating strike, truly befitting of a Shichibukai. With injuries this severe, surely he lacks the strength to fight on. If Jinbe-sama and Aladdin join forces to eliminate that Marine Admiral, the battle will be over. The onlooking fishmen gasped at Doflamingo's defiant stand, yet all believed his wits and strength were spent. A victory was already decided. Doflamingo's temples bulged with veins, his forehead erupted with jagged, furious lines. Over. Not so easily. He had expected his overwhip technique to seize dominance, not necessarily defeat Jinbe outright, but at least force him into frantic defense. Instead, he himself lay grievously wounded. Watching global ridicule flood the live commentary stream, Doflamingo seethed. Don't think it ends here, Jinbe. Jinbe, you know devil fruit powers possess an ultimate evolution awakening. Foo 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 foo. At those words, Jinbe's expression darkened. Devil fruit awakening. Even as he spoke, Doflamingo pressed his palm to the ground, and the earth began dissolving into threads. Tidal white threads. What? Why is the ground turning to thread? So this is what they mean by devil fruit awakening. Can a devil fruit truly transform land itself into thread? Fascinating. I've never seen such a thing before. Come to think of it, Gold Emperor Treble also claimed his devil fruit had awakened. Is it the same phenomenon? Yet Treble's awakening didn't transmute everything into gold, only summoned a colossal golden giant. Clearly, each devil fruit manifests awakening uniquely. This must be Doflamingo's ultimate trump card. Jinbe, can he withstand it? Dressrosa. The officers erupted in jubilant cheers. This is it, the very technique. Many wield devil fruits, but only a rare few ever awaken their power. Even Jinbe, formidable as he is, cannot surpass the sheer supremacy of our young master's awakened ability. Go, young master, crush that blue giant. Monet gazed upon Doflamingo's commanding silhouette amid the surging white threads, pride swelling within her heart. Young master, you shall not fall, for you are the man destined to become Pirate King. The Grand Line. Whitebeard Pirates. Vista, that damned Doflamingo, truly extraordinary. To awaken a devil fruit to this degree, he stands among the world's rarest elite. Jozu, his strength rivals ours. If he joins the Marine headquarters assault, he'll become a grave threat to us all. Marco, alas, he faces Jinbe. We knew long ago Jinbe would march upon Marine headquarters, so Doflamingo will fall. Mermaid Plaza. Moments earlier, Marines and fishmen clashed fiercely. Yet in an instant the earth dissolved into white threads, leaving no solid ground beneath their feet. Combat ceased entirely. What's happening? The land itself has turned to thread. Was it Doflamingo? What on earth has he done? Devil Fruit Awakening. To assimilate the very soil into thread, such a feat borders on divine miracle. Amid collective cries of awe from Marines and fishmen alike, Doflamingo struck. Giant tidal threads. A torrent of white threads obeyed his will like extensions of his limbs. Wherever he pointed they surged. Within moments Jinbe was driven into a corner. 10,000 arrows piercing heart, feather strike, threads. 10,000 thread tips split into two flanking waves, 5,000 apiece, closing in on Jinbe from both sides. This time evasion was impossible. Died Jinbe. Jinbe watched the armament haki-coated tips and knew this attack spelled dire peril. Armament haki spanning such breadth, truly formidable. Yet Jinbe remained unshaken. Fishman karate, Tangqiao Tal straight punch. Though his fist struck forward in a single direction, the shockwave radiated omnidirectionally, 360 degrees without flaw. In an instant, every ferocious thread tip shattered into dispersing fragments. Futile. Thread impact. Undeterred by failure, Doflamingo calmly redirected the threads toward Jinbe once more, piercing relentless. Jinbe shattered the threads again and again, yet they reformed instantly, striking anew. Against such ceaseless onslaught he could not guard every angle, and slowly wounds began to accumulate. Plum Blossom Hide. Jinbe crossed his arms before him, forming a cruciform shield. The armament haki coating his forearms gleamed fiercely under the sun. Adopting a defensive stance against Doflamingo's relentless barrage, Jinbe weighed his options. My long-range techniques are few. Water spout is one. Yet he'll never grant me the opening to unleash it. I must close the distance, now. He glanced sideways at the adjacent battlefield. Aladdin still clung to life, dragging out his duel with Stussy. His situation dire. In truth, it was far worse than dire. Aladdin had been moments from defeat, until Doflamingo's sweeping tidal white threads interrupted their clash, granting Aladdin precious respite to cling on. Otherwise Jinbe wouldn't face Doflamingo alone. He'd confront two foes at once. Aladdin won't last much longer. Victory must come swiftly. Decided. Close the gap, then end this in a single decisive blow. Jinbe's expression hardened with resolve. He began advancing, dodging, blocking, pressing forward, all at once. His feet glided across the supple white threads as if treading solid earth, swift, precise, rapidly closing the distance between himself and Doflamingo. Doflamingo instantly grasped Jinbe's intent, seeking close combat. Were there clouds above Fishman Island? I'd soar beyond your reach. Fury burned within him. Though lacking innate flight, he could ride skyward upon clouds using his string fruit's power. Precisely because Fishman Island offered no clouds, his mobility was crippled, leaving him vulnerable to Jinbe's relentless pressure. Otherwise, enduring such grievous injury would never have been so easy. But even if you close the distance, do you truly believe my close-quarters prowess falls short of yours, eh? Then witness my ultimate technique. 16 sacred divine bullets, divine execution. As Sanji rapidly closed the distance between them, Doflamingo made no attempt to evade. Instead, he prepared for a direct, brutal clash. He stood amid the vast ocean of white threads unleashed by his awakened devil fruit, as though adrift in an endless sea of silk. And as his murderous intent surged, the countless threads compressed en masse, coalescing into 16 slender tapering appendages broad at the base and sharp as foxtails. Not only did their shape resemble foxtails, their fluid, masterful control did too. 16 sacred feral bullets, divine execution. Doflamingo manipulated all 16 compressed threads, their tips sheathed in dense armament haki. Struck by such refined filaments, even a mountain would be pierced with chilling, seamless precision. It is time for you to die, Sanji. All 16 threads lunged simultaneously towards Sanji. He sensed the lethal peril, but with no retreat left, he pressed forward, enduring the blows. Just a little closer, and he would land his strike on Doflamingo. Plum Blossom Hide. Sanji advanced relentlessly, maintaining a defensive stance. The 16 compressed threads stabbed back and forth like a machine gun, relentless, unceasing. At first, Sanji's Plum Blossom Hide absorbed the initial strikes, but after dozens of piercing impacts, divine execution began breaching his defense, tearing through flesh and muscle. In moments, Sanji's arms and torso were drenched in blood, his body slashed and lacerated. It appeared Sanji was faltering, on the verge of defeat. Yet this was not quite accurate. Sanji differed fundamentally from other inheritors. While others received their inheritance before confronting formidable foes, Sanji faced Doflamingo before receiving any legacy whatsoever. His battle relied entirely on his own innate strength. He had not yet become a true inheritor. Thus the most effective way to defeat an inheritor was to strike before they inherited. Yet how could anyone possibly know who would inherit or win? Dressrosa. The Don Quixote family officers erupted in jubilation. I told you our young master would never lose to that blue-skinned brute. Young master, press on. Fishman Island, Fishman Street. Hody Jones seized another handful of drugs and swallowed them whole, then rose and declared, the outcome is decided. Let us march. We must make our grand entrance as the new Fishman Pirates. Behind him officers like Zoro Hammond and Jaibura followed suit, downing massive doses of enhancement pills before rising and striding toward Mermaid Plaza. Ah, Chief Sanji. Retreat, Chief Sanji. You'll bleed to death at this rate. Your Majesty Neptune, we beg you to let us intervene. We cannot stand by while Chief Sanji is slain upon our very doorstep. Outside Mermaid Plaza, the gathered fisherman populace cried out in anguish. King Neptune watched Sanji's wounds deepen, his eyes burning with fury and despair. But the stakes were too grave. To safeguard Fishman Island from annihilation, he hardened his heart and commanded, no matter what unfolds today, you are forbidden to intervene. Guards, restrain them tightly. Not a single soul shall enter Mermaid Plaza. With trembling resolve, Neptune gazed upon Sanji. Sanji, you will survive, won't you? Watching Sanji draw ever nearer, Doflamingo remained motionless, neither flinching nor retreating. The entire world bore witness. With Sanji already grievously wounded, evasive tactics would betray weakness. Dignity demanded confrontation. Moreover, Doflamingo harbored no doubt in his close combat prowess, not against Sanji. And now, with Sanji shredded by divine execution, victory seemed inevitable, no evasion required. Wild Wave White Shield. Doflamingo crossed 2 threads before him to form a shield, while the remaining 14 continued their assault as divine execution. At last Sanji entered striking range, his hands already mangled beyond recognition, every tremor sending waves of searing agony through his nerves. HSS, a serious wound indeed. It's been ages since I've faced an opponent of this caliber. Sanji drew a sharp breath, clenched his jaw, and launched his counterattack through sheer wolf fishman karate secret technique, Buraikan. Originally this technique enveloped the fist in water to generate concussive shockwaves, but Sanji improvised, molding blood from his torn arms into a crimson sphere, then launching it with overwhelming armament haki. Let this decide it all, Doflamingo. The blood sphere collided head-on with divine execution, swelling instantly like a bear's paw, unleashing a devastating shockwave. Under its force, divine execution's advance slowed, its black and red armament haki fading until extinguished entirely, each compressed thread snapping in unison. Then the blood sphere expanded before the Wild Wave White Shield. Within an instant, the 2-meter-thick barrier of steel-hard threads shattered completely. Impossible. Doflamingo's eyes widened in disbelief. He'd assumed their hand-to-hand strength was evenly matched. If anything, Sanji held a slight edge. Yet now grievously wounded Sanji had summoned power far exceeding his own. He never imagined Sanji could unleash such overwhelming force, his ultimate technique, divine execution, utterly obliterated. But there was no time for outrage. A colossal force surged through his body. Though he hastily coated himself in armament haki, it availed him nothing. In an instant, the shockwave bypassed his surface defenses and ravaged his internal organs. Doflamingo collapsed, vomiting torrents of blood, then hurtled backward like a severed puppet, crashing deep into a mountainside and lying still. Look, Doflamingo isn't moving. That means Doflamingo has fallen. Another Shichibukai defeated. Counting Sanji, the rebel, this marks 2 Shichibukai lost by the Marines in a single day. From Crocodile to Mihawk, Moria, Bartholomew, Kuma, Doflamingo, and Sanji, the original 7 Shichibukai, 6 have severed ties with the world government. So it seems the Shichibukai themselves were the inheritors' greatest menace all along. With the Marine headquarters war against Whitebeard looming in 2 days, imagine if 2 more Shichibukai, Blackbeard and Boa Hancock, were eliminated before then. Now that would be fascinating. The Marines nurtured the Shichibukai for decades, yet when crisis struck, not a single one answered the call. Perhaps the Shichibukai system should be abolished altogether. Dressrosa. All the officers of the Don Quixote family stood stunned. Why, young master? How is this possible? The young master was clearly dominating just moments ago. That wretched Jinbe. How could he possess such overwhelming power? The young master is a natural sovereign blessed with the conqueror's haki. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Fishman Island. Hody Jones and his crew had barely emerged from Fishman Street when they witnessed the scene. Has that human Shichibukai failed? All the fishmen froze in disbelief. They had planned to wait for Don Quixote Doflamingo's faction to defeat Jinbe, thereby inciting the entire Fishman Island populace into fury, and only then would they strike down Doflamingo, proclaiming the birth of their new Fishman Pirates, while rallying every fishman on the island to swell their ranks, ultimately launching an assault upon the surface world to seize dominion over all. Yet Jinbe had triumphed, an outcome utterly unforeseen. Captain Hody Jinbe has not fallen. What shall we do now? Jinbe's victory spells disaster for us. If Jinbe is not slain by humans, the fishmen of Fishman Island will never unite in shared wrath. And without that unity, none will join our cause with righteous fury. Our grand strategy to reclaim the surface world collapses entirely. Captain Hody, decide for us. Hody Jones's face darkened ominously. That useless human boasted endlessly, yet crumbled like rotten timber. Hody Jones snarled in contempt. Everything had been prepared. Only the final wind remained. Instead, the wind blew from the wrong direction, leaving them stranded in bewildered paralysis. Hesitating briefly, sensing his strength ebbing away, Hody Jones hastily withdrew a vial from his coat and swallowed its contents. His eyes flared crimson, his teeth sharpened into fangs, and his aura thickened with palpable malice. Press forward. Hody Jones barked savagely. ES Enhancement Serum grants immense combat prowess. It is priceless. Such a rare elixir. We've already consumed so much. We cannot let it go to waste. Since those humans proved incapable, we shall eliminate Jinbe ourselves. But Captain Hody, won't the islanders turn against us if we do this? Hick. Bancho blinked drunkenly. Hody Jones's visage twisted into pure ferocity. If they refuse to stand with us, we shall force them to. Gentle persuasion has failed. Then steel shall compel obedience. I refuse to believe that blades pressed to their throats will not bend their wills. His gaze lifted toward Jinbe, suspended within the celestial screen, a cruel smile curling his lips. And does Jinbe not hold an inheritance from another world? Now is the perfect moment to seize that legacy before he fully awakens it. Once I wield such power, conquering the surface world and ruling over all shall become effortless. Wonderful. Jinbe-sama has won. Long live Jinbe-sama. Quick, stop his bleeding. That volume of blood loss is life-threatening. At Fishman Plaza, the fishmen cried out in anxious concern. Aladdin, witnessing Jinbe's decisive victory, finally exhaled in profound relief, then collapsed unconscious, grievously wounded. Strawberry seethed with hatred toward Aladdin. Seeing him collapse, he intensified the downward arc of his dual blade technique even further. Die, cursed fishman. Dual blade style leopard slash. At that instant, Jinbe hurled another coin. Water impact. The coin collided head-on with Strawberry's dual blades, just as it had earlier with Doflamingo's strings, generating a violent shockwave that forced Strawberry 2 steps backward. Jinbe stepped protectively before Aladdin glanced at the youth's blood-soaked form, murmured a quiet word of gratitude, and then fixed Strawberry with a glare edged in cold hostility. Thank you, Aladdin. Leave the rest to me, old man. Jinbe turned to Strawberry, the warmth in his eyes extinguished, replaced by predatory intensity. Even after so many years, he still remembered. This very Vice Admiral Strawberry had led the marine assault that slaughtered Fisher Tiger. Fishman karate. His arm twitched, pain lanced through it. Jinbe grimaced involuntarily, yet clenched his jaw and lunged nonetheless. 10,000 wahoo punches. Strawberry dared not underestimate Jinbe. He instantly crossed his blades to parry. A colossal force slammed into him, his expression contorted in shock. Damn it. How can he still wield such monstrous strengths? Has that fishman truly been gravely wounded by Doflamingo? Simultaneously, his loathing toward Aladdin deepened. Had that merfolk not interfered, he and Doflamingo would have already subdued Jinbe. As Strawberry faltered under the onslaught, blasted backward by Jinbe's punch, the Marines erupted into chaos. Vice Admiral Strawberry. Disaster. He appears no match for Jinbe. Look at his mangled flesh. He was clearly gravely injured by Doflamingo. Yet how can he possibly retain such devastating power? Is this creature even human? Cursed fate. We're forced to fight a Shichibukai. Jinbe watched Strawberry skid across the ground and sighed inwardly. The wounds still weigh heavily upon me. In my prime, this full-force blow would have left him crippled. Jinbe drew ragged breaths. His stamina was nearly spent. Whether the ultimate technique Rinnegan or 10,000 wahoo punches, both were techniques of his highest tier. Compounded by his prior grievous injury at Doflamingo's hands, his condition was dire. Should the battle drag on, defeat would be inevitable. With that thought, he locked eyes with the rising Strawberry and charged again, enduring agony with every step. I shall not pause. Not until you lie defeated before me. Fall before me, Marines. Fishman karate sharkskin palm strike. Fishman karate wahoo punch. Fishman karate 7,000 wahoo spinning kick. Fishman karate one-handed shoulder throw. Jinbe unleashed dozens of Fishman karate techniques in rapid succession. Relentless, unbroken, unstoppable. Strawberry met each strike with his dual blades, initially holding firm, but one misstep shattered his defense, and thereafter he never regained footing. Pummeled relentlessly by Jinbe's seamless barrage. Only with the final one-handed shoulder throw did Strawberry crash to earth with crushing force, and never rose again. A monster. Those final words escaped his lips before his eyes rolled back, declaring Jinbe's absolute victory. Naval Headquarters. Admiral Sengoku seethed with fury. That wretched Jinbe. As Doflamingo and St. Blanky collapsed one after another, Sengoku burned with rage and regret. Had he foreseen this outcome, he should have dispatched a Kainu instead. Even without a Kainu, dispatching 2 additional vice admirals would have secured absolute victory. Instead, he had just handed over 2 lives, freely recklessly. A strategic blunder, catastrophic. Damn it. Fishman Plaza. Jinbe stood amid thunderous acclaim. Captain Jinbe. It's Captain Jinbe who has triumphed. He felled both a Shichibukai and a vice admiral of the naval headquarters. This is the true might of Captain Jinbe. Truly overwhelming, beyond all measure. I long to join the Fishman Pirates and serve beneath Captain Jinbe. Someday I shall rise to match Captain Jinbe's strength. At that moment the Navy, bereft of command, shattered into disarray, within moments they were utterly routed. The Fishman Pirates gazed upon their captain, eyes brimming with unreserved awe. No wonder he is Captain Jinbe, truly peerless. St. Blanky was formidable enough, but Doflamingo, a legendary pirate whose infamy spanned over 2 decades. Even Vice Admiral Tsuru of the naval headquarters faltered against him more than once. A criminal of unparalleled notoriety. Yet today he fell at the hands of our captain, glorious beyond words. Captain Jinbe, shall we now march alongside Whitebeard against the Navy? Let us charge forth together. I've waited too long for this battle. My great sword thirsts for war. The ship's physician first bandaged Aladdin, then turned to tend Jinbe. Frowning deeply the physician said, Captain Jinbe, your injuries are grave. You'll be unable to wield strength for some time. The battle between the naval headquarters and Whitebeard begins in 2 days. He trailed off, but his meaning hung heavy in the air. In his current state Jinbe could not possibly take part in the battle. The physician paused, then added firmly, Captain Jinbe, as you stand now, not even flipping a coin would be within your power. Abandon all thoughts of joining this war. At those words silence fell over the Whitebeard pirates. What was happening? Jinbe was incapacitated. Yet Sabo's intelligence clearly stated Jinbe would fight. Could Sabo's foresight be flawed? Yet Sabo had accurately predicted both Kaido's and Jinbe's ascension as inheritors. His words carried undeniable weight. So Jinbe would enter the war wounded. If so, his presence, or absence, mattered little. If Jinbe fights injured, let him stay behind and rest. He has already done more than enough, slaying Doflamingo and a naval vice-admiral. The rest is ours to bear. Where is Jinbe's Den Mushi? He must have won. Call him immediately. Tell him not to come. The mission to save Ace rests solely with us. As the commanders spoke, they began searching for the Den Mushi to contact Jinbe. But at that very instant the situation erupted into chaos. Water impact. An identical technique. Yet this time it was water, not coins. A sphere of water hurtled toward Jinbe like cannon fire. Fortunately his injuries afflicted his arms, not his legs. Otherwise escape would have been impossible. Relying on his Kinbunchaku Haki, Jinbe tilted his head sharply, evading the assault. What is this? Do the Navy still hold hidden reserves? Where is the attacker? I cannot see them. Wait, the assailant isn't Navy, it's a fishman. Indeed, it is a fishman. Could this be internal strife? The sudden turn left observers across the 4 seas stunned and uncertain. Those present were utterly bewildered. Those men, they're from Fishman Island's Fishman District. I know him. That man is the district's undisputed leader, Home Jones. He once served as a royal guard in Ryugu Kingdom. Strange, why are they here? And why would Home attack Captain Jinbe? King Neptune sensed something amiss and fixed his gaze upon Home Jones and his crew. Home, what do you think you're doing? Home Jones laughed wildly. Doing? Why, declaring to the world the founding of our new Fishman Pirates. Jaya-ha. Neptune's brow furrowed. New Fishman Pirates. He then glanced at the fishmen arrayed behind Home, and instantly grasped their intent. They meant to form a pirate crew. What shocked Neptune most was the presence of Juro among them. Juro, why have you joined him? Neptune cried, incredulous. Juro, the island's foremost swordsman, was unmatched in skill and influence across Fishman Island. He had never imagined Juro would align himself with this new faction. Thus this new Fishman Pirates was no jest, it was deadly serious. Juro's face flushed crimson from drink, chuckled drunkenly. Home, and I share the same ambition, so naturally I follow him. What's so surprising about that, hick? Neptune's expression darkened. Even if you form your new crew, that gives you no right to assault Jinbe. What truly is your aim? Revolution. Home Jones grinned cruelly. We shall launch the Fishman Revolution. Jinbe lies grievously wounded. Aladdin cannot even stand. They are helpless now, and soon we shall send them to their graves. And you, Neptune, you too shall perish. Home Jones declared without mercy. Once you fall, I shall become the new sovereign of Fishman Island, the true king. Then I shall inherit the otherworldly legacy meant for Jinbe, gaining unimaginable power, and lead all fishmen in a counteroffensive against the surface world, subjugating humanity, and ruling the entire globe. I shall make every human, know every race, know this truth: only fishmen are supreme. Who is this madman daring to utter such arrogant blasphemy? You ambush Jinbe only when he lies broken, yet dare boast of conquering humanity and dominating the world. Where does your confidence spring from? Do you grasp how many human warriors could defeat Jinbe outright? The 4 emperors, the 3 admirals, the fleet admiral, all stand unquestionably above him. Jinbe doesn't even rank among humanity's top 10. You, who cannot match Jinbe, dare dream of world domination. A true frog at the bottom of a well. Supreme. Come, let us giants test that claim. Still, However absurd his words, this man poses a genuine threat. Jinbe is gravely wounded. If Holmes seizes his legacy, and if that inheritance proves extraordinary, this adversary may yet prove perilous. Hody, has he lost his mind, talking about ruling the world? And is such a thing is utterly impossible. And worse still, he plans to attack Elder Jinbe and King Neptune. That's unforgivable. Wake up, Hody Jones. Before this escalates further, turn back now. It's not too late. Fishman Island Mermaid Plaza. Upon hearing Hody Jones's ambitions, not only did the populace across the four seas reject him, but even the island's own residents refused to lend their support. Hody Jones had anticipated precisely this reaction and cared not a whit. He had long prepared to subjugate them all by sheer force of arms. Loyalty then mattered not at all. In pomp, Hody Jones spat contemptuously upon the plaza floor, gazing down upon the tens of thousands gathered in Mermaid Plaza, his eyes brimming with disdain. You are all cowards. What do you mean, we could never rule the world? Humans, frail inferior beings tenfold weaker than us, still seize dominion over the world. If they can, why can't we yet? And Yuri, all spineless. Had every fishman possessed the courage of Brother Arlong, our people would never have fallen to this wretched state. As of tomorrow, Fishman Island shall fall under my command. All citizens will be conscripted, marching with me to conquer the surface world. As God's chosen children, victory shall be ours alone. Only then did the fishman grasp the truth behind his words. And like Arlong. So you're Arlong's disciple, Hody. Hody, even Arlong was defeated by humans. Can't you see the truth? We cannot triumph over them. And enough, Hody. Cease this folly at once. This path you tread will plunge our entire Fishman Island into an abyss beyond redemption. And King Neptune's expression hardened sharp and unyielding. Hody's declaration was dangerously inflammatory. It risked igniting open war between humanity and all fishmen. Such a catastrophe could not be permitted. And, Hody, since no grave sin has yet been committed, halt here and now. King Neptune spoke sternly. Push me further, and I shall show you no mercy. And Hody Jones let out a wild, mocking laugh. No mercy. Grand Knight Neptune, do you truly believe yourself stronger than I? Waha! Across all Fishman Island save Jinbe, who among you dares stand against me? Jinbe lies gravely wounded, leaving me invincible. Knees laughter curdled into cruelty. Die, Neptune. Water strike. In Neptune's face contorted with fury, obstinate fool. Merfolk martial art, supreme ocean current. Neptune reached out toward the river flowing through Mermaid Plaza, and as if it were solid matter, the water rose obediently into his palm. In one fluid motion, he hurled the entire river skyward, the technique eerily mirroring Jinbe's signature sea current shoulder throw. The supreme ocean current crashed down with crushing force, engulfing Hody's water strike entirely, then surged forward like a tidal wave, bearing down upon Hody and his crew. Too fast, and he's far stronger than we imagined. We're trapped. We can't evade. Arg. After the torrent receded, officers of the new Fishman Pirates lay wounded or scattered. Two Hammond and Kashababa, swept away, entirely vanished without trace. Huh, seriously, wait, you've been building up all that tension, and this is your peak. With that level of strength, you actually dream of ruling humanity. At his prime, Jinbe could obliterate you in an instant, a frog in a well. You've no inkling how vast the world truly is, forget it. No expectations left, just a petty jumping insect unworthy of attention. Listen, Hody, surely you now see how delusional your ambition truly is. While there's still time, abandon this fantasy once and for all. What we fishmen seek is coexistence with humanity beneath the sun, not domination. Do not persist blindly down this ruinous path. Greetings, humans behind the sky screen. I am Prince Sharkstar of the Ryugu Kingdom. Here I must declare unequivocally, Fishman Island bears humanity no ill will. Not only humanity, but all land-dwelling races. We extend friendship to you all. Our deepest hope is to one day dwell peacefully beside you beneath the same azure sky. Nothing more, nothing less. The three princes of Neptune each spoke in turn. And Neptune himself turned toward the recovering Jinbe and said, Rest easy, Jinbe. Your peace will not be disturbed by our internal affairs. Jinbe laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, what a relief. Thank you, your majesty, Neptune. And elsewhere, the new Fishman Pirates were reduced to utter disarray. Cursed Neptune, how monstrously powerful, we've consumed so many pills, yet nearly fell before his onslaught. What kind of beast is he? Across Fishman Island, only Jinbe surpasses him in strength. Damn, we underestimated him, and still, not over yet. The remaining officers drew forth handfuls of pills from their robes, and swallowed them whole, without chewing. The left and right ministers recoiled in shock. That's the forbidden enhancement pill, stolen from the lost jade casket. One pill doubles strength, two quadruples it, three multiplies it sixfold. Those side effects are severe power surges dramatically during the drug's duration. Your Majesty, disaster looms. We must end this swiftly. If we delay further, even you may fall. Hearing his minister's warning, Neptune instantly grasped the peril. He launched his attack without hesitation. Fishman martial art, sea god descent. Neptune leapt skyward, his massive corpulent frame moving with startling agility. and he soared hundreds of meters into the air, then plummeted downward, gripping his trident aimed straight at Hody and his men. Turn back, Hody. Strength forged by drugs is fleeting. Once the effect fades, you'll crumble back to nothing. Hody Jones scoffed. Shut up. Do you think we'd heed your preachings now? Of course we know such power won't last. But we never intended to rely on these pills forever. We've set our sights on something greater, Jinbe. The legacy he carries. That is our true foundation. As the effects of the two doses surged through him, Hody's body erupted with bulging veins, each pulsing like a living muscle, terrifying to behold. Then as Neptune descended, Hody stood firm, meeting the sea god's trident head-on with both hands. How can this be? His Majesty Neptune's attack actually blocked. With such a colossal size disparity, and His Majesty Neptune descending from great height, Hody Jones somehow withstood it head-on. How immense must his strength be? Even the giants could scarcely match this feat. According to the left and right ministers, just now it was due to the drugs Hody consumed. What kind of drug is this? So potent that moments ago the entire new Fishman Pirates couldn't stand against His Majesty Neptune alone. Yet now Hody dares challenge him single-handedly. As Neptune's technique was met head-on by Hody Jones, the surrounding fishmen recoiled in utter shock. Hody himself erupted into frenzied exultation, power surging endlessly. What exquisite sensation, like ascending to paradise itself. If Jinbe's inherited legacy carried even half this power, I would be invincible. With a grotesque grin, Hody Jones turned his gaze upon Neptune. Your Majesty Neptune, you truly honored me with that strike just now. Now it's my turn. Fishman Karate Si Taiko. Neptune sensed peril the moment his blow was halted, but his immense frame left no room for evasion. Abandoning his trident of the sea god, he braced for another titanic clash. Fishman Jujutsu Sea God Cannon. A shock wave erupted from his fist. Yet the two waves collided midair, and Neptune's sea god cannon shattered, like brittle glass struck full force by Hody's sea taiko. Father! The three princes cried out in horror, and rushed forward, only to be intercepted by the new Fishman Pirates officers. Princes, your opponents are us. Do not dare aid Neptune. Both Neptune and Jinbe have been marked for execution, by Captain Hody's own hand. This very day? Ha 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 ha. Let the proclamation of the new Fishman Pirates begin, with your father's severed head. Though Sharkstar, Emperor Star, and Flipper Star possessed formidable strength against these ES-enhanced warriors, they were swiftly overwhelmed. Or rather, they were already losing ground. Hody Jones planted both feet atop Neptune's head and roared with manic triumph. What's this? Our noble knight Neptune, toppled so suddenly. Neptune, you lack the strength to rule Fishman Island. You should have abdicated long ago. This is a new era, a world demanding fresh blood. Elders like you belong only in oblivion. From tomorrow onward, Fishman Island shall sound the war horn against humanity, and you, Neptune, shall be its inaugural blood sacrifice. Neptune feared not death, but the irreversible ruin of Fishman Island. He knew full well their islands might pale before humanity's. Hody's path would only deepen their already dire plight. Abandon this madness, Hody. Neptune gasped raggedly, his battered body trembling. Your extremism dooms Fishman Island to eternal damnation. Only Queen Odoheim's path offers salvation. For fishmen to walk on land, we must forge friendship with humanity. There is no other way. Cease your delusion, Hody. Hearing this, Hody scoffed. Queen Odoheim. He burst into mocking laughter. You mention her. I'd nearly forgotten that fool. Speak of coexistence with humans? Of forgiveness. What utter idiocy. Then, as if recalling something, he added. Ah, there is one truth worth revealing now. Hody's expression twisted into a cruel smirk. Tell me, wasn't Queen Odoheim slain by a gunman? Everyone assumed a human pulled the trigger, but it was me. Nanny. You mean, the one who killed Queen Odoheim, was you? Hody, are you mad? Why would you do such a thing? Queen Odoheim was Fishman Island's kindest soul. The crowd erupted in chaos. Even Jinbe froze stunned. Queen Odoheim. You killed her. Neptune staggered as though struck by lightning. Hody. You wretch. You, what did you say? Hody Jones grinned openly. No more pretense. I murdered Queen Odoheim. Myself. Neptune exploded in fury. You despicable cur. Why? The three princes bellowed in unison. Mother was slain by you, Hody. You monster unforgivable. I'll kill you for mother's sake. Damn you, get out of my way. Fishman Jujutsu, see current shoulder throw. Hody ignored their cries. You ask why I did it. His voice turned glacial, because that woman deserved death. Had she not intervened, we could have slain a fallen celestial dragon. Countless of our kin suffer under celestial dragon enslavement. Even one death would grant them peace. But what did she do? As Fishman Island's sovereign queen, she personally freed that celestial dragon, sending him back to Mariehua. Did she honor those enslaved? Did she honor them? Did she honor those slaughtered by human cruelty? Did she honor Fisher Tiger, the great leader who perished because humans refused him blood transfusions? Does such a woman not deserve death? Silence fell over the crowd, not because they believed Odoheim deserved death, but because Hody's reasoning resonated with bitter truth. Fisher Tiger had been Fishman Island's brightest star. His death, caused solely by humanity's refusal to donate blood, had carved an unbridgeable chasm. It was Fisher Tiger's demise that ignited mass resistance against humanity. Now invoking his name, Hody reawakened memories of human oppression. Among those who already loathed humanity, the scales tipped subtly toward Hody. And Hody's rage only deepened. At the climax of his fury, he raised his crimson trident toward Neptune. Enough. Face your end, Neptune. As Hody moved to deliver the killing blow, Your Majesty Neptune. King. Father. The crowd screamed in unison. At the last instant, Jinbe intervened. Water impact. A coin flashed, halting Hody's strike. Yet Jinbe still felt no surge of inherited power. The coin held no legacy. The ship's doctor stared at Jinbe's bandages, unraveling, blood gushing forth. Captain Jinbe, your hemorrhage has exceeded critical limits. Without immediate intervention, you face certain death. Jinbe swayed lightheaded, but refused to yield. I know. Yet I cannot watch His Majesty Neptune perish. Trust me, I will end this swiftly. His attack thwarted. Hody Jones recoiled slightly. Then glancing at Jinbe, whose arm gushed with blood, he sneered arrogantly, so you still resist, even in this wretched state. Awaken, Jinbe. Today neither you nor Neptune shall survive. As he spoke, Hody Jones gathered several droplets of water and hurled them barehanded toward Jinbe. Shirbugyo. Each droplet shot forth like a bullet, streaking toward Jinbe. Though far weaker than his signature water shot, a direct hit would still wound. Strike, Ga. Water shot. Hody Jones attempted a mid-air clash. Jinbe met him head-on with the same technique. If the coin Jinbe drew next happened to be the one bearing ancestral legacy, the tide of battle would turn instantly. The Shirbugyo droplets shattered instantly. Hody Jones tilted his head aside, narrowly evading Jinbe's water shot. Seeing Jinbe reach for another coin, Hody Jones sensed grave peril. At range, he could only match Jinbe evenly with water shot. But Jinbe's coins carried inheritance from another world, while his own droplets held no such power. Prolonging this exchange meant certain defeat. Realizing this, Hody Jones closed the distance, choosing hand-to-hand combat. So close quarters it must be. He thought thus, but his heart began to pound. The battle against Doflamingo had already proven Jinbe's overwhelming prowess in melee. Even the formidable Shichibukai struggled to counter Jinbe up close. Against Hody Jones, the outcome would surely be worse. No, Doflamingo is but a mere human, albeit a Shichibukai. Yet humans are born tenfold weaker than fishmen. How could he possibly rival me? At the first whisper of doubt, Hody Jones immediately plunged into self-hypnosis. Then he charged Jinbe. I refuse to believe you, grievously wounded as you are, could still surpass me. Since you insist on saving Neptune, then surrender your life in his stead. Die, Jinbe. Fishman karate, sharkskin straight punch. Jinbe countered with identical force. Fishman karate, sharkskin straight punch. Their fists collided. Identical techniques, equal intent. Yet Hody Jones was blasted backward, crashing into an ornamental rock formation and carving a massive crater before lying motionless. Captain Hody, how is this possible? He consumed so many ES pills. How could Jinbe have defeated him so easily? What monstrous strength is this? Is he even a fishman? Even giants pale beside him. Stunned by Hody Jones's instantaneous defeat, the new Fishman Pirates stood frozen in disbelief. They had never imagined Jinbe's might eclipse theirs so utterly. Without contrast, there is no measure of loss. Doflamingo had wounded Jinbe severely. A Marine Vice Admiral had endured countless blows beneath Jinbe's fists. Yet Hody Jones fell in a single strike. This staggering disparity shattered their confidence. Even the crew's senior officers faltered inwardly. With our strength, can we truly reclaim the surface world? TOS, the hammer-wielding shark fishman, reacted first. Captain, quick, administer ES pills. Once ingested, his strength will surge beyond recovery. He sprinted toward Hody Jones, yet Jinbe would grant no such reprieve. His blood loss had exceeded critical limits. Vertigo blurred his vision, golden stars bursting across his sight. If he did not end this swiftly, he himself would collapse first. Fishman karate, 5,000 watt straight punch. One blow felled TOS. Then came the others: Ikarios, the giant squid fishman; Odaruma, the cigar-smoking shark fishman; Ujio, the basking shark fishman, and more. At last, only one remained. Leopard Zong, the octopus fishman with hoop-shaped tentacles. Jinbe, don't presume I'll fall as easily as these fools. I am the strongest swordsman of Fishman Island. 7,000 watt spinning kick. Leopard Zong fell silent. Thus the new Fishman Pirates were annihilated. That's it. Already over. Told you they were clowns. But even I underestimated how pathetically weak they were, defeated single-handedly by a grievously wounded Jinbe. So Doflamingo truly possesses formidable skill, enough to wound Jinbe this severely. Wait, why has Jinbe suddenly collapsed? As people across the four seas debated, Jinbe crumpled rigidly to the ground with a heavy thud. The ship's physician cried out in alarm, Captain Jinbe. Critical hemorrhage. Immediate transfusion, or he'll die. Type F blood. Jinbe's blood type is the exceedingly rare type F. Does anyone here share it? The physician urgently scanned the crowd. Fishmen shook their heads in unison. Panic surged. Without compatible blood, Jinbe might never awaken. Then from the distant coastline a voice drifted across the sea. I'll donate. I'm type F. All fishmen turned startled. Who said that? Who has type F blood? Sounds like a girl's voice, but she's nowhere in sight. Young lady, regardless of who you are. If you truly bear type F blood, please come at once and save Captain Jinbe. The speaker stood aboard a vessel sailing within Fishman Island's inner sea. Hearing the plea, she urged Haku, full speed ahead. Captain Jinbe can't wait. A ship won't suffice. We'll cross the inner sea faster if you ride my back. These arrivals were none other than two Revolutionary Army officers, Haku and Korea. Behind them followed two more figures, Yamato and Naya. Their mission was clear: gather all like-minded inheritors to devise a unified plan for Ace's rescue. Korea declared, Yamato, saving lives takes priority. We're heading there now. Yamato nodded, go quickly, I'll follow shortly. My healing chains cannot generate blood, but if you stabilize his life, I can accelerate his recovery instantly. Understood, your aid will be vital afterward. Korea leapt onto Haku's back, leveraging his fishman physiology. Haku surged through the water at blinding speed, reaching shore in moments. Without pause, they raced toward the Mermaid Plaza. Young lady, are you still there? Where are you? If you truly have type F blood, please come quickly. Master Jinbe may not hold on much longer. Where is she? Where has she gone? The fishmen scattered in frantic search for Kurla. After countless calls and anxious waits, Kurla finally arrived. I'm here. Kurla and Hak rushed onto the scene, gasping for breath. Huff. Huff. Doctor, it's me. I have type F blood. Is Master Jinbe still holding on? Hurry. Infuse my blood into him at once. And Hak is here too. Is Sabo with him? Strange. Why would revolutionaries appear on Fishman Island? Strangers from the four seas were merely puzzled. But the island's fishmen were utterly stunned. A human. The voice we heard earlier belonged to a human. Humans and fishmen share identical blood types. If she truly has type F blood, her blood is indeed usable. Wonderful. Master Jinbe will live. But, transfusing human blood into a fishman. Some fishmen harboring deep-seated prejudice against humans fell into silent contemplation. Years ago, Fisher Tiger had perished precisely because no human was willing to donate blood, and from that tragedy fishmen began turning away from humanity. Now would the fragile thaw between humans and fishmen begin, not with treaties or decrees, but with Kurla's blood and Jinbe's life. Even as they pondered, Kurla had already begun the transfusion. The ship's physician paused, sensing Jinbe's complexion gradually improve. His heart leapt with elation. Thank heavens. Master Jinbe will survive. At this rate, Master Jinbe's life is secured. Thanks to Kurla's donation, Jinbe's life was saved without delay. Learning that a human had saved Jinbe, most fishmen on Fishman Island laid down their long-held grudges. From that day onward, relations between humans and fishmen began to mend. Of course, that lay far ahead. Just as Jinbe's survival was confirmed, Yamato and Nito arrived. Isn't that Yamato? Why is she here too? A coincidence? Unlikely. They're all heading to rescue Ace, the Fire Fist, so perhaps they intend to join forces. Possibly. Though strangers before shared purpose may forge alliance. If so, the Marines face grave peril. Scattered inheritors are already formidable. Should they unite, clenching into a single fist, the Marines' predicament will deepen beyond measure. Marine headquarters. Though Sengoku had anticipated this convergence, he still cursed under his breath. Damn rebels. They've actually assembled. His expression darkened, yet thoughts of Smoker brought him fleeting calm. Zephyr confirmed Smoker has mastered life return. His combat prowess now surpasses even his own, and eclipses both Roger and Whitebeard. Given Zephyr's authority, such judgment carries absolute weight. Smoker's strength truly exceeds the entire Marine headquarters combined. According to Sabo, Smoker holds the key to tipping the entire battlefield. Thus, if the Marines ensure Smoker remains isolated from seawater, victory is ours. Smoker, I stake everything on you in this war. Do not disappoint me. Sphinx East Island. Kaido steered the island, preparing to cross the red line. His gaze narrowed upon seeing Yamato. Has she reached Fishman Island? What a pity. If she'd attempted to scale the red line back into the Grand Line, our paths might have crossed. Very well. Our father-son reckoning awaits at Marine headquarters. Grand Line, Whitebeard Pirates. The commanders chuckled. Old man, look. Kurla and Hak of the Revolutionary Army, and Yamato too. All three are racing to rescue Ace. And Jinbe intends to join them. Ah, I see. Jinbe joined the battle after being healed by Yamato. No need to call him off then. Let us unite our strength and bring Ace home. Inside Fishman Island. The populace gaped in astonishment at Yamato's arrival. She's enormous. That's Nito, the ancient giant from Wano country. She appeared colossal even on the sky screen, but witnessing her in person is breathtaking. And that's Yamato. She's an inheritor like Master Jinbe, and she defeated Yonko Kaido. Doesn't Yamato possess healing abilities? Excellent. Her power ensures Master Jinbe's full recovery. Indeed, under Yamato's restorative power, Jinbe rapidly regained his strength. He remained slightly fatigued, yet with modest recuperation, he would regain full vitality, retaining 70 to 80% of his peak combat capacity, more than sufficient for battle. Was it you who saved me? My deepest gratitude. Jinbe bowed deeply to Kurla. She smiled warmly. No need for thanks, Master Jinbe. Years ago, you and your crew escorted me safely home. It's only right I repay that kindness today. What I do now is but a humble return of your profound benevolence. Nothing more. Escorted home. Jinbe froze. Then realization dawned you. You're the girl we carried home all those years ago. You. Yes, it's me. Kurla reporting for duty. Jinbe sighed, lost in quiet reverie. Back then the Sun Pirates had rescued Kurla on a whim, never imagining fate would one day reverse their roles with her saving Jinbe's life. The karmic wheel turns in ways beyond mortal comprehension. He shook his head gently, then asked, "Tell me, why have you come here? And since you and Hak are here, where's Sabo?" Kurla shook her head. "Sabo-san isn't with us. He said he had urgent matters to attend elsewhere, and instructed us to meet you first on Fishman Island." "Master Jinbe, you're also bound for Ace's rescue, aren't you? Then let us journey together, and devise a plan to free Ace-san. As for Yamato, we met them en route, so they joined us." "Perfect. All of us seek the same goal, Ace's liberation. With everyone united, our chances of success rise dramatically." Jinbe nodded slowly. "I see. Then let us pool our wisdom, and craft a strategy to bring Ace brother home." Jinbe spoke, and suddenly recalled, I nearly forgot. I haven't yet claimed my inheritance. Please wait a moment while I secure it. Then we'll discuss alliance." With that, Jinbe began flipping coins. Water impact. Water impact. Water impact. 7 times he tossed. Only on the 8th did a surge of power flood his entire being. At last Jinbe claimed the inheritance, Pao's legacy. A small garden. At the very moment Shanks received his inheritance, Lu Yu simultaneously gained a return boon. Ding. Detected, your destined disciple Shanks has acquired an inheritance. Congratulations, host. You have received a supreme multiplied return boon, right hand of the Holy Fire SSS rank. Its power requires no speed. Merely a gesture ensures perfect accuracy, nor does it require raw force. Any downward sweep annihilates its target utterly. Additionally, it grants other abilities, including spirit armor manipulation and elven transformation. The Right Guardian. Lu Yu froze in astonishment. Though it was slightly disappointing not to receive a demon god, the Right Guardian remained extraordinarily formidable. Its offensive capability could effortlessly shatter stars. This was true world annihilation, not the superficial eradication of life via infinite Tsukuyomi, as with the 6 paths, but absolute irreversible obliteration. In sheer destructive power, the 6 paths ranked merely at planetary level, utterly outclassed by the right hand of the Holy Fire. Crucially, the right hand's greatest strength lay not in offense, but in defense. To casually obliterate stars was already astonishing. Yet far more astonishing was its scale. It could withstand the Big Bang itself. Offensive power hyperstellar tier. Defensive power cosmic tier. Such staggering disproportion between offense and defense defied all reason. It transcended absurdity itself. Though missing the demon god is regrettable, the Right Guardian remains exceptional. Even if my next transmigration lands me in Dragon Ball, I'll hardly be a combat novice. At the very least, I'd surpass Emperor Frisia. At that thought, a faint smile lifted Lu Yu's lips. Just yesterday, he had ascended to planetary tier strength. Today, he stood at hyperstellar level. If such fortune continued, he might accumulate cosmic tier combat prowess, even while still anchored in the One Piece world. That realization ignited his resolve anew. Gazing across the celestial screen at Shanks, he said, "The inheritance on Fishman Island lies solely here, but just beyond your island's shores lies another. You may go and seek it." "Understood. I shall depart immediately." Having inherited the power of the railgun, Shanks stood stunned. 10 billion volts of electricity alone likely placed him at Emperor tier strength, Enel's maximum output being 200 million volts. Let alone his additional mastery over magnetism and electromagnetic waves. With all these powers synergized, Shanks felt certain his current might surpass even the 4 emperors. Of course, this referred to the 4 emperors before their inheritances, Shanks, Big Mom Whitebeard, and Kaido prior to his own awakening. Kaido now, however, was another matter entirely. Shanks briefly bid farewell to Yamato, Kurohige, and the others, then set off per Lu Yu's instructions. After roughly 1 or 2 hours, he reached his destination. It's me. On board the spectral ghost ship, deep beneath the sea, Vander Decken 9 widened his eyes in shock. The celestial screen displayed his very vessel, the ghost ship, clear as day. Shanks is heading straight for me. Damn it. Munchries, get me out of here now. His colossal bald sea monster subordinate Munchries nodded solemnly. Yes, Captain Vander Decken. But their speed stood no chance against Shanks. With a single strike of fishman karate, Shanks knocked Munchries unconscious, then boarded the ship. You're Vander Decken. Only now did Shanks recognize the vessel as his. Vander Decken opened his mouth to speak, hoping to shame or deter Shanks. Before he could utter a word, Shanks struck. I hear it is your target fruit that has kept Princess Shirahoshi imprisoned within Hardshell Tower. For years I sought you in vain. But now that fate has delivered you to me, I cannot let you slip away. Vander Decken's eyes bulged. Wait. Shanks, I'll abandon Shirahoshi. Railgun. Shanks flicked a coin from his palm. Once requiring his utmost effort to accelerate to Mach 3, the coin now achieved that velocity with effortless flick. It pierced Vander Decken's skull, leaving a fatal wound. The princess's peril was ended. Item bicycle. Source of inheritance Akiji, one of the Marine Admirals of the One Piece World S rank. Abilities granted Ice Fruit Akiji's martial arts and haki. Method of acquisition: ride the bicycle across 1 kilometer of open sea. Huh, Akiji's power. Lu Yu blinked again in surprise. After all, he himself had slain Akiji. One cannot consume 2 devil fruits, though perhaps that rule no longer applies. Lu Yu mused, even Blackbeard, a native anomaly of this world, wields multiple devil fruits. With my present strength, surely I can withstand the backlash of a second. Still, Akiji's abilities hold little value to me now. I've already attained hyperstellar tier power. His martial arts and haki no longer impress me. The sole natural type devil fruit capable of synergizing with his sage body, the glint fruit, had already been claimed by Kizaru. Thus Akiji's legacy held no appeal whatsoever. This bicycle. Lu Yu pointed to the bicycle and declared, it bears an inheritance, not from another world, but from your own. And you all know its origin well. Akiji, former admiral of the Marines. Ride it 1 kilometer across the open sea, and you gain Akiji's full combat prowess. What a... Akiji. Damn, admiral-level power turned against the Marines themselves, eh? Honestly, shouldn't the Marines just surrender outright? With so much power arrayed against them, can Marine headquarters possibly endure? This battle will sink Marine Fort itself. Marine headquarters. Every Marine's face paled. Akiji's full combat power. Preposterous. That strength belongs to us, the Marines. Such overwhelming power deployed against our own ranks. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Their morale shattered. Even amid relentless disasters, they had never faltered so completely. Yet now their composure collapsed entirely. The very admiral they relied upon, their pillar of strength, had been turned against them. Who could bear such betrayal? This single revelation dealt a catastrophic blow to Marine morale. The Grand Line, Whitebeard Pirates. The commanders nearly erupted with laughter. Shanks will wield an admiral's power. Ha ha ha. This'll break the Marines' spirits for good. Were Smoker not such a freak on their side, I'd shout it from the rooftops. We've won. We've won. We've won. A long horizontal line. Aboard the ghost ship, he learned that this inheritance embodied all of Akiji's combat prowess. Shanks fell into quiet contemplation. Akiji. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Lu Yu. Greetings, Mr. Lu Yu from another world. I wish to entrust this inheritance to someone else. Would that be acceptable? Lu Yu blinked in surprise. This is Akiji's full combat power. You truly wish to decline it? Though you've already inherited Misaka Makoto's abilities, acquiring Akiji's would still significantly augment your strength. Why refuse it? Though Misaka's power was formidable, its approximate level aligned with Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha from the Naruto world, surpassing the raw might of the 4 emperors in one piece, yet not so overwhelming as to render opposition meaningless. At the very least, inheriting Akiji's power would elevate Shanks' capabilities by 2 or 3 decades. Lu Yu understood this clearly, Shanks even more so. Yet Shanks declined, and that defied comprehension. Shanks explained, I am a fishman. Consuming a devil fruit would strip me of my maritime advantage. Moreover, should we mount a rescue for Brother Ace, it would be wiser for 2 individuals to each wield 1 inheritance, rather than one bearing both, thus maximizing overall combat efficacy. Lu Yu nodded. I see. Very well, this inheritance belongs to you. You may bestow it upon whomever you choose. I have no objection. Lu Yu no longer lacked such S-rank inheritances. Or rather, if this S-rank inheritance originated from worlds like a certain magical index Dragon Ball, or Heavenly Origin Breakthrough, where stellar annihilation was treated as child's play, Lu Yu might have hesitated. But One Piece. Even if the Super Return system granted him all 3 ancient weapons, he had long since surpassed their significance. You seem to have no other inheritances nearby, then let us conclude today's discussion. With that, Lu Yu severed the connection. Many secretly lamented. They longed to know who the fortunate soul would be to receive Akiji's full combat prowess. Fishman Island. Excitement surged across the island. Akiji's complete combat power. Does that mean the inheritor instantly attains the strength of a Marine Admiral? That's a Marine Admiral. The pinnacle of global might before the emergence of inheritors. Even if they now lag behind inheritors, they remain among the world's most elite warriors. Who will Shanks grant it to? Curse it. I know it's impossible, yet how desperately I wish it were me. Soon Shanks returned to Fishman Island astride his bicycle. The moment he set foot ashore, he was surrounded by an eager crowd. Chief Shanks, who shall receive this inheritance? Give it to me. I'll storm Marine headquarters alongside you. I'll go too. Please, grant it to me. The fishmen clamored fervently. Shanks faltered, then offered a rueful smile in refusal. My apologies, I've already chosen its recipient. He glanced first toward Neptune. Truth be told, he yearned to bestow it upon Neptune, for with Neptune's authority and the combat power of a Marine Admiral, Fishman Island could endure peace and stability, even after losing Whitebeard's protection. Alas, it was impossible. Given Neptune's position, he could never accompany Shanks to Marine headquarters to rescue Ace. Shanks then turned his gaze toward his crew's first mate, Aladdin. By now Aladdin had recovered under Yamato's care. His wounds nearly healed, though like Shanks he felt slightly drained, not enough to hinder battle. Shanks handed the bicycle to Aladdin. Aladdin, this inheritance is yours to claim. Though Aladdin had suspected something, when fortune truly descended upon him, joy overwhelmed him utterly. Me? Truly me? Aladdin erupted in ecstatic disbelief. Just that morning he had been powerless against a Marine Vice Admiral. Now his strength would soon rival that of a Marine admiral. Such a boon. What word but exhilarating could capture it? Aladdin accepted the bicycle, tears streaming down his face. Chief Shanks, I shall serve you until my final breath. Shanks smiled. No need for such fervor. We are comrades. This is but a shared blessing, nothing extraordinary. Hearing this, Aladdin said no more. Gratitude settled deep within his heart. He would repay Shanks with unwavering loyalty unto death. Then Aladdin began receiving the inheritance. Riding a bicycle across the open sea might prove difficult elsewhere, but on Fishman Island it posed no challenge. Like Sorcery Island, Fishman Island bore the Archean red trees, which produced resilient soap bubbles. Harnessing the buoyancy of those bubbles, Aladdin effortlessly pedaled across Fishman Island's inland sea. Before long, he completed the inheritance. Ice Age. Testing his newfound power, Aladdin unleashed it. Within an instant, Fishman Island's inland sea froze solid. Incredible. Unbearably cold. This is the power of the ice fruit, the strongest Logia type among the 3 devil fruit categories, truly not to be underestimated. Ah, how unfortunate that such overwhelming power isn't mine. Even Yamato gasped. What astonishing freezing power. It surpasses even my own ice-based abilities. Aladdin's lips curved upward involuntarily, though he strained to suppress it. Elation broke through. Judging by this display alone, even disregarding physical martial arts and Haki, his fruit ability alone dwarfed his former strength. And once martial arts and Haki were factored in, his combat power soared exponentially. With his current might, he could overwhelm not only St. Louis, but even Doflamingo within 10 strikes. Truly worthy of a Marine admiral, terrifyingly powerful. Aladdin retracted his ability, and the group convened to discuss Ace's rescue. The crux of rescuing Ace lies with you, Yamato. Koala recounted Sabo's abilities, and the future he had foreseen. Upon hearing this, Shanks and Aladdin's expressions darkened dramatically. What? You're saying, even with our combined inheritances, we still lost to the Marines? Initially, both Shanks and Aladdin believed victory assured. Whitebeard's entire crew plus Luffy, Sabo, Yamato, and themselves 5 inheritors total, facing a Marine headquarters weakened by the absence of 2 admirals and 5 warlords. By any measure, they held the advantage. They never imagined Smoker would be so extraordinary, one inheritance outmatching them all. Where then did justice reside? Having grasped the facts, Shanks paused thoughtfully. Given the Marines' formidable strength, rash action is unwise. I know old man Whitebeard's den mushy. Let us first rendezvous with him, then jointly devise a strategy. What say you? Koala's eyes lit up. Excellent. Strength multiplies in unity. Only by gathering like-minded allies can we successfully rescue Ace. With resolve forged, both parties departed Fishman Island's shores. Another morning arrived in the blink of an eye. Liu Yu initiated the connection as usual. This time the figure linked through was indeed the one foretold by Sabo's prophecy, Blackbeard. Congratulations, today's destined soul, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Blackbeard. That man is extraordinary. With sheer brute strength alone, he defeated Ace the Flame Fist, and remains the only known individual to have ever overcome a legacy bearer. Granted, Smoker was unconscious at the time, but defeat it truly was. So Blackbeard is escorting Ace the Flame Fist himself, meaning he still stands with the Marines after all. Truly remarkable. The Marines have finally retained a warlord tier combatant. With Blackbeard and Smoker both active, 2 legacy bearers on their side, the Marines still hold formidable fighting odds. The Grand Line, Whitebeard Pirate Fleet. Upon seeing the skyscreen broadcast, the division commanders clenched their teeth in fury. Jozu sneered, TCH, just as expected, that damn Teach. Aiza muttered, we've long known it. But still it stings. Vista the Swordmaster added, so he'll join the war too. Humph, I'll see if my twin blades spare him when the time comes. Marco sighed, let's drop that scoundrel for now. Speaking of which, tomorrow's legacy bearer is none other than Old Man Whitebeard himself. Huh, at last, it's Old Man's turn. I wonder what kind of legacy he'll inherit, preferably something fearsome. Then we'll truly revel in it. What you say does stir excitement, but our original battle plan has just unraveled. The crew fell silent, then comprehension dawned. Their original strategy had been to coat the ship in bubble armor and strike directly beneath the sea, slipping into Marine headquarters undetected to launch a surprise assault. Yet if tomorrow's skyscreen broadcast features Whitebeard, that underwater approach becomes impossible. Should the Marines detect them early and unleash relentless bombardment upon the seabed, the war would end before it even began. Jozu grimaced, now this is troublesome. We just finalized our battle plan, only to scrap it entirely. Worse still, tomorrow marks the public execution of Ace at Marine headquarters. There's scarcely any time left to devise a new strategy. Damn it, Vista declared, then frontal assault it is. Oh, and Jimby has contacted us. We'll rendezvous with him this afternoon. Marco nodded, coincidence indeed. Hody said she met Luffy en route, and is now guiding him and his crew straight here. It seems all who swore to rescue Ace, including Sabo, are converging today. Aizu added, excellent. Uniting our scattered forces multiplies our chances of saving Ace beyond measure. Marine headquarters. Sengoku sat deep in thought. Can Blackbeard truly be trusted? He murmured uncertainly. The intelligence gathered that day had been sparse. He knew only that Jinbe sided with Whitebeard's crew, and that Smoker had single-handedly defeated 7 opponents. Beyond that, nothing. Logically, since Smoker triumphed over 7 foes, Blackbeard must stand opposed to the Marines, yet reality may not align so neatly. In Sengoku's estimation, Smoker's overwhelming strength rendered the warlords, those volatile variables, unnecessary. Once victory was secured, they would be dismantled without mercy. It reeked of betrayal, yet that was precisely Sengoku's intent. Thus Sengoku remained uncertain. Had Blackbeard opposed the Marines from the outset, or would he only turn against them after the war once Smoker received orders to eliminate him? As he hesitated, Sengoku's gaze fell upon Ace, imprisoned atop the floating island. He mused aloud, since he's still delivering Ace to impel down, Blackbeard likely remains aligned with the Marines and the world government, for now. Let us deal with him after the war concludes. Still, we must remain vigilant. Bueno, contact impel down immediately. Blackbeard arrives there today. Alert Magellan to watch him closely. If he attempts to seize devil fruits from imprisoned criminals, stop him. If he persists despite warnings, show no mercy. Eliminate him. Bueno saluted. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He promptly relayed the order. Magellan replied tersely, understood. Floating island. Blackbeard Pirates senior officers celebrated exultantly. Lafitte grinned. Captain, you're today's legacy bearer. Vander Decken chuckled. Fate itself favors our captain, granting this boon on the eve of war. It is divine will. Doc Q hiccuped. Our fortune means their misfortune. Hick. Buggy roared. Behold the supremacy of the champion crew, WHHA. Blackbeard himself beamed with incredulous delight. Then grinning smugly he declared, of all those yearning for legacy, why must it fall to me? Truly, when fortune strikes, even idleness yields legacy. Zihi. Hey, this guy's shamelessly flaunting his luck. Luyu, you refused to reveal Blackbeard's legacy last time. Refuse him again. Damn it, I want to punch him but can't reach him. Blackbeard's talent for provoking hatred was unmatched, turning every corner of the 4 seas into a sea of sour envy. Having been rebuffed by Luyu once before, Blackbeard harbored no illusions about cooperation this time. After his boastful flourish, he asked earnestly, Young Master Luyu, will you now tell me where my legacy lies? Luyu nodded. Since you are today's legacy bearer, I see no reason to obstruct you further. The 2 legacies await you on the island. Simply follow my directions. Thereafter, Luyu guided Blackbeard toward his first legacy, a broken sword. Item Shattered Blade. Origin Shirkai of the Zanpakuto Timpan from the Soul Society World S rank. Legacy ability Timpan, the Zanpakuto wielded by Kinsei Muguruma of Squad 7. Its Shirkai summons the colossal arm of a wrathful Buddha shattering earth with a mere draw. Its Bankai unleashes the full black rope divine punishment Buddha, possessing peerless offense and defense capable of obliterating entire cities. Method of inheritance: pierce one's own heart with the broken blade. Whoa, this inheritance method is dangerously extreme. Luyu's eyes widened instinctively. Blackbeard had truly drawn the short straw with this legacy. Have you seen that broken sword? Yes, that very one. Drive it into your heart, and the legacy shall be yours. Luyu pointed to the short blade. At once the 4 seas erupted in uproar. Suicidal inheritance. What a revelation. Ha ha ha. That fat little black man. Weren't you just gloating moments ago? Go on, gloat again. If you truly pierce your own heart, I'll concede you my utmost respect. Blackbeard's face darkened visibly. He even suspected Luyu was mocking him. Drive a blade into one's heart. Could anyone survive such an act? His crewmen urgently pleaded with him. Buggy, Captain, let's abandon this. There's another legacy still unclaimed. No need to risk our lives for one. Raphael, indeed, Captain. The condition is far too extreme. Even if we claim the legacy, what good is it if we forfeit our lives? It simply isn't worth it. Van Augur, to become a legacy bearer is heaven's will. To fail is also heaven's decree. This legacy, it seems, bears no karmic bond with you, Captain. Dokikyu, what a pity. Still, let's seek other legacies instead. This one, let whoever desires it take it. Hick. Blackbeard wavered, ready to retreat. Yet he clenched his teeth, steeled his resolve, and chose to gamble everything. No, I will not back down so easily. Blackbeard's visage twisted with savage intensity. The power of legacy bearers is undeniable. To forsake such power solely out of fear for one's life, that would render me utterly contemptible. Our ambition spans the entire world, a feat demanding 10 lifetimes. If we dare not wager even this measure of peril, then death itself would be a mercy. With that, Blackbeard seized the broken sword and drove it deep into his own heart. Incredible. Even more ruthless than Zoro. Zoro merely drank a barrel of raw blood. This man impales his heart with a blade. Truly extraordinary. I was wrong. I underestimated him. Though arrogant, his accomplishments are undeniably earned. From skeptic to admirer, Blackbeard, you're phenomenal. I stand with you. Those who had mocked him moments before now regarded him with awe. Not only common folk, powerful figures too stood stunned by his act. Blackbeard actually did it. At Marine Headquarters, Sengoku exclaimed in disbelief. His expression swiftly hardened. How fiercely must a man hate himself, or love power, to stab his own heart? Such a man is perilous beyond measure. dangerous enough to threaten the very order of the world. If he survives, he will surely become the Marine's greatest foe. After this war concludes, we must eliminate him without delay. Whitebeard Pirates. Their captain stared in shock. That scoundrel Thatch. He truly stabbed himself in the chest. His cunning runs fathomless, his cruelty peerless. Across the entire world, few could rival him in either depth or ruthlessness. Better he perish outright. Spare us all from calamity. Should such a danger live, the whole world may yet collapse into chaos. Wishful thinking. But according to Sabo's prophecy, he will fight at Marine headquarters. It seems inevitable he will claim this legacy. On Little Garden Island, the moment Blackbeard plunged the blade into his heart, Lu Yu received his reward. Ding. Verification complete. Your destined heir Blackbeard has claimed the legacy. Congratulations. You have unlocked the ultimate multiplier reward, Yamamoto Jinryusai, Shigekuni SSS rank. Yamamoto Jinryusai, Shigekuni, wielder of the oldest Zanpakuto Ryujinjaka. Upon release, its heat matches the sun's surface, 6 C. Upon Bankai, it attains the sun's core temperature, 15 million C, wielding power sufficient to annihilate worlds. Beyond his Zanpakuto, his Kido Hakuda and Heido rank among the world's finest. Even without his blade, he could overwhelm most captains of the Godai 13. A Zanpakuto, Ryujinjaka, materialized in Lu Yu's hands. Simultaneously, Kido, Heido, and Hakuda energies flooded his being, vastly expanding his arsenal. For Lu Yu, however, the greatest boon lay not in acquiring Ryujinjaka, a weapon of immense destructive force, but in gaining the capacity to strike against spiritual entities. In raw devastation, Ryujinjaka, though formidable, remained terrestrial tier, far short of true stellar annihilation. Its true significance lay in the Soul Society's inherent nature. Its power was expressly designed to target spirits. Until now, Lu Yu had lacked any means to combat such beings. Should his next dimensional voyage lead him to a spirit-dominant realm, he would face grave difficulty. Yamamoto's reward thus perfectly filled the sole critical gap in his current capabilities. Cosmic tier defense, hyperstellar offensive power, spirit tier soul damage. A faint satisfied smile curled Lu Yu's lips. Impressive, truly dazzling. Onward, ever onward. On the floating island, Blackbeard's officers watched him anxiously. Captain, how are you? Are you alright? At the very least, you're still alive, aren't you? Captain, speak to us. Your silence and stillness terrify us. Thatch, if you die, the Black Gang dissolves entirely. Hick. At last Blackbeard spoke. It hurts. Damn it, it hurts. His crew exhaled in relief. Though his face contorted in agony, his voice rang strong and resonant. Surely he would recover. Blackbeard withdrew the blade from his chest, no longer broken, but whole, a fully formed Zanpakuto. Gazing upon it, his grimace transformed into a feral grin, painful, but worth every second. Bankai, Kakusho Tenkin Mayu. Blackbeard activated his Bankai, summoning a colossus towering like a mountain. Merely standing, the giant shattered the earth beneath him. Then the giant mimicked Blackbeard's movements. When Blackbeard drew his blade, the giant drew its own. When Blackbeard executed a horizontal slash, the giant mirrored it precisely. One stroke cleaved an entire mountain in two, its cut surface smooth as still water. Then a gust swept across the land, and the entire range dissolved into fine ash scattering upon the wind. Buggy, unbelievable power. By this single technique alone, he rivals the world's foremost swordsman. Raphael, indeed, effort yields reward. Van Augur, fortune it seems favors us after all. Dokakyu, good, Thatch lives. Our grand design has only just begun. Hick. Blackbeard roared with laughter. What exquisite power, truly worthy of an otherworldly legacy. Enthralling beyond measure. Ha 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 ha. Having tested the abilities of his Zanpakuto, Blackbeard let out a hearty, satisfied laugh. Following Lu Yu's instructions, he then located another legacy. Legacy, a katana imbued with dark magic, allowing its wielder to coil shadow energy around the blade and unleash slashes far surpassing ordinary cuts. At its peak, it can sever space itself. Method of acquisition, wrap the katana in dark aura, then project that aura outward. Lu Yu arched an eyebrow upon reading the method and smiled at Blackbeard. Your fortune is quite remarkable. This legacy was practically forged for you. You are a Logia-type user of the Yami Yami no Mi, correct? This legacy enables you to coil black aura around your katana and launch it forth. Across the entire world, there is no one else who could accomplish this so effortlessly. Hearing this, Blackbeard burst into thunderous laughter. Precisely. Under these conditions, no one, not even a single soul, is more suited than I to inherit this legacy. This legacy was tailor-made for me. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Van Augur declared, it is destiny. The heavens themselves stand with our captain, unstoppable. Blackbeard immediately began inheriting the legacy. He wrapped the dark aura of his Yami Yami no Mi around the katana, then swung fiercely, launching the coiled darkness outward, and successfully claimed the inheritance. Ding. System alert, the destined heir Blackbeard has acquired the legacy. Congratulations, host. You have earned the Super Multiplier Return Reward, the Word Spirit Demon SSS rank. Word Spirit Demon, an upper-tier demon dwelling beyond the veil, immune to all powers except dark magic and physical combat, possesses Word Spirit sorcery. Any spoken command manifests as magic or compels obedience. However, direct suicide commands are forbidden, and its influence radius is limited to 100 kilometers. Lu Yu's eyes gleamed. Though merely terrestrial tier, the word spirit demon's ability was extraordinarily convenient. Clouds, he murmured softly. In an instant the cloudless azure sky turned pitch black, its gloom stretching far beyond 100 kilometers. What's happening? Why did the sky suddenly darken? Such thick clouds, strange. Just moments ago it was brilliantly clear. Why is rain imminent? Never mind why. Hurry and gather your laundry before it's too late. Then Lu Yu whispered again, clear skies. In a breath the vast roiling clouds vanished without trace, and the heavens returned to pristine serenity, as if nothing had ever occurred. Wah, what the hell just happened? Where did those massive clouds go? Did I imagine them? Even the Grand Line's weather is unpredictable, but such abrupt extreme shifts are utterly extraordinary. Wait, didn't Lu Yu's sky undergo the same transformation? Could he be behind this? Uncertain, but if it was him, then everything makes perfect sense. People across the 100-kilometer radius murmured in astonishment. On the floating island the Black Gang officers paid no heed to the atmospheric anomaly above Lu Yu's domain. Far more urgent was Blackbeard himself. Lafitte asked, Captain, did you acquire the legacy? Van Augur exclaimed, Captain, your katana has transformed into a book. You've clearly inherited it. Buggy demanded, if the legacy manifests as a book, what power does it grant? Surely not hurling volumes mid-battle. That would hardly be champion-worthy. Doc Q mused, it's unlikely to be so trivial. Yet how might a book serve as a weapon? Truly unimaginable hic. Meanwhile Blackbeard sensed yet another colossal surge of power flooding his body. Once fully grasped he erupted in ecstatic exultation. Exquisite. Absolutely exquisite. This legacy rivals my newly acquired Zanpakuto in sheer might. How fortunate I am to be chosen. With these two forces united my grand ambition shall surely be realized. Yo-ho-ho-ho. With that Blackbeard unleashed a furious slash toward a distant mountain range. His blade shimmered with coiling dark magic. Upon impact space itself split, carving a slender rift that lasted but a second, yet consumed the entire mountain range in its wake. What is this power? Space, it tore open. Even the world's greatest swordsman, formerly Mihawk now Zoro, could never achieve such a cut even at full strength. Blackbeard has undergone an epic ascension, and judging by his current allegiance to the Marines, Whitebeard's former advantage appears all but erased. With Blackbeard on their side, perhaps the Marines stand a real chance after all. Grand Line, Whitebeard Pirates Fleet. Captains wore grim expressions. Joseph growled, that bastard Thatch. His power has become terrifying. Vista gasped, that was space. What level of swordsmanship must one attain to rend reality itself? Marco sighed. Thatch has become a full-fledged monster. His alignment with the Marines spells grave trouble for us. Grand Line, Legacy Seekers Pirates. Zoro gazed upward at Blackbeard's figure upon the sky screen, eyes blazing with fierce resolve. A swordsman who cleaves space. Fascinating. He spoke with genuine intrigue. In raw power Blackbeard had indeed surpassed him. Such a space-severing strike was unfathomably formidable. Yet this did not mean defeat was inevitable. Blackbeard could sunder space as Zoro could halt time. Who would prevail in battle remained gloriously uncertain. Hand resting upon the hilt of his Nicaran blade, Zoro grinned eagerly. I'd relish meeting him. Just to test whose swordsmanship truly reigns supreme. Grand Line, Marine Warship. Smoker and Zephyr stood upon the deck. They were less than a day away from Marine headquarters. Smoker, you've mastered life return completely. Your current strength eclipses the entire Marine headquarters. Even the world government combined couldn't match you alone. Haha, we'll arrive tonight. When Sengoku sees your prowess firsthand, he'll be speechless with awe. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Zephyr praised without reserve, pride radiating from every word. To have a disciple who stood peerless across the world, and whose unwavering sense of justice mirrored his own, made every moment of mentorship profoundly worthwhile. He smiled proudly. Then Zephyr witnessed Blackbeard cleaving space itself with a single stroke on the sky screen. A faint frown crossed his brow, to rend space with one slash. Truly terrifying power. This. Zephyr paused, then turned to Smoker. Smoker, do you believe you can defeat him? Smoker hesitated briefly before replying, merely distorting space. I can accomplish that now. But slicing it open as he did, that lies far beyond my reach. In raw strength alone, I am inferior to him. Yet he added firmly, my power transcends mere destructive force. If this is the full extent of his might, I remain utterly confident I could overwhelm him. Zephyr burst into hearty laughter. Were another to utter such words, I might dismiss them as empty boasting. But when you speak them, I trust them without reservation. Sighing softly, Zephyr shook his head in quiet regret. Alas, the training period was simply too brief. Had we more time to fortify your physique, to let it bear greater power, you might yet rival even Blackbeard in sheer strength. By now postponing Ace's execution was no longer feasible. A battle would begin in haste. Still, with Smoker's current prowess, victory for the Marines seemed assured. Zephyr held this conviction unshaken. On the floating island, Blackbeard's crew stood frozen in stunned silence. The space has split. Is this power attainable by any human being? Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Captain, your swordsmanship alone now rivals that of the world's greatest swordsman Rorinoa Zoro. Behold, the champion's crew. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Unabashed by praise, Blackbeard reveled in their adulation. Indeed, how extraordinary I am. Not only mighty, but supremely fortunate. Who else wields such rare confluence of power and providence? Yo-ho-ho-ho. His laughter rang with reckless arrogance, a swagger so insufferable it begged for a sharp slap across the face. Thus both legacies upon the floating island were secured. Shortly thereafter, Impel Down loomed into view. Before entering, Blackbeard asked Lord Luyu, "Does Impel Down house any legacy artifacts?" Magellan Hannibal and the other warden officials of Impel Down stiffened inwardly. This demanded full attention. If any legacy existed within, they could not allow Blackbeard to claim it. Luyu shook his head. None. Not a single legacy artifact resides within Impel Down. Ah, what a pity, Blackbeard sighed audibly. Yet he instantly rallied, eyes gleaming as he gazed down at the fortress below. Nearer. Nearer still. My future elite crew draws near. With my present strength, the dark fruit's ability to steal devil fruits, and the perilous convicts imprisoned in level 6, I can forge a crew whose might eclipses all precedent. With such a force I shall ascend as one of the 4 emperors, become pirate king, even seize the world government itself, and crown myself sovereign of the world. Then the entire world shall bow beneath my dominion. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Blackbeard envisioned his grand ambition with blazing fervor. At that moment, Lu Yu's image flashed through his mind, and he recoiled inwardly as though swallowing a fly. Of course, provided Lu Yu harbors no such ambition himself. Otherwise I'd have no choice but to recede into obscurity. A weary sigh escaped him, laden with profound resignation. Lu Yu was simply too formidable. His very existence as an adversary sapped the will to fight. Blackbeard feared neither the world government nor its overthrow. He craved it. Yet faced with Lu Yu, surrender swift and unconditional seemed the only prudent course. That man was simply unstoppable. No contest. Blackbeard now regarded all others, including fellow legacy bearers, as utterly insignificant. His sole hope lay in Lu Yu departing this world, or at the very least refraining from vying for the throne of the world. Otherwise he would have no choice but to abandon his lifelong dream of global dominion. At last, true to his word, Blackbeard delivered ace into Impel Down. I am Magellan, warden of Impel Down. I am Blackbeard, captain of the Blackbeard Pirates and current Shichibukai. They introduced themselves face to face. Blackbeard seized Ace's hair and thrust him forward with a grin. Warden Magellan, as agreed. I deliver Ace the Fire Fist personally to level 6. No objections. Magellan nodded. Since the terms are settled, there is no issue. However, your access extends only to level 6, not permission to act freely therein. I trust you will refrain from extraneous conduct. Otherwise, even as a Shichibukai, I retain full authority to execute you. Blackbeard chuckled. Now, Warden Magellan. Such cold words. We're allies after all. Lead me to level 6. I'll lock Ace away myself. Humph. Let's go. Wait, what are they saying? I'm lost. Impel Down has only 5 levels. What is this level 6 nonsense? A slip of the tongue. Impossible. It cannot be a mistake. Blackbeard may blunder, but Magellan, as warden of Impel Down, he would never err so gravely. So, Impel Down truly possesses a 6th level. Astounding. Countless secrets remain hidden from ordinary folk, and today one such mystery unravels. Magellan permitted only Blackbeard entry. His crew remained outside. Moreover, Blackbeard could not enter unshackled. He had to wear seastone cuffs. He consented readily. Once locked in place, his vitality drained visibly, leaving him listless and weakened. Had Hannibal not steadied him, he would have collapsed outright. Only then did Magellan relax his vigilance. In this diminished state, Blackbeard posed little threat. Even if he sought trouble, he lacked the capacity to cause it. Ace's transfer would conclude without incident. Soon Magellan, Blackbeard, Hannibal, and Ace descended via elevator to level 6, where familiar faces awaited them. Crocodile, imprisoned here. Not only Crocodile, Mihawk too. Good heavens, that's Red Porgy, the legendary warrior who dueled Fleet Admiral Kong in single combat, and narrowly triumphed. Rumors claimed his strength equaled that of the entire Whitebeard Pirates, or even the Roger Pirates. I assumed he perished long ago, yet here he stands alive. That is Barrett, the demon's heir. That is Vander Decken 9, the world breaker. And that is Rainey Hilialik, the former deputy warden of Impel Down, each a titan whose name echoes across the globe. All these figures, still living. Level 6 is nothing short of a concentration camp for demons. A place that chills the blood to its core. The existence of level 6 stunned countless mortals. Should this dungeon, filled to the brim with demons, ever falter, the entire world would tremble. Magellan imprisoned Ace in a cell. He then turned to Blackbeard and declared, Fire Fist Ace has been securely delivered into level 6 under your custody. The terms between you, the Marines, and the world government have now been fulfilled. Come with me, Blackbeard. As he spoke, Magellan reached out to lead Blackbeard away. But Blackbeard merely smirked cunningly and replied, Director Magellan, no need to rush. Since I'm already here, surely a little extra time won't hurt. Magellan's brow furrowed. Blackbeard, this is a high-security government facility for incarcerating criminals. Even as a Shichibukai, your presence here is already an extraordinary exception. Now, come with me. Blackbeard tilted his head slightly, then grinned with chilling malice. My apologies, Director Magellan. I never intended to leave. Magellan's face darkened, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him. Without hesitation he struck. Merciless and decisive, Poison Dragon. A serpentine beast formed from Magellan's venom, a coiling lethal entity born of toxic mastery. Its inherited power granted immunity to all poisons, and the ability to consume toxins to restore vitality and mend wounds, wielding poison with unparalleled dominion. Behind the screen, Lu Yu froze momentarily upon seeing the sudden notification appear before him. This is possible. Even techniques can be inherited. Lu Yu could not help but marvel at the unfathomable nature of inheritance. He then prompted Blackbeard. This poison dragon is itself an inheritance. Drink its venom, and the legacy shall be yours. By then the poison dragon had drawn perilously close to Blackbeard. Just as it was about to engulf him, a wall of wax materialized midair. Upon impact, the serpent shattered into scattered droplets of venom. What is this? Why has wax appeared in the air? Wait, figures are emerging. It's Van Augur the sniper, Buggy the clown, the brute, Lafitte the illusionist, and Doc Q, the physician. Even Q's horse stands among them. What is happening? How did they arrive so suddenly? Is this the power of a Logia-type devil fruit? Spontaneous teleportation. Across the celestial screen, the Blackbeard pirates manifested fully into view. Not only did the Four Seas populace stare in disbelief, but even Magellan, standing mere feet away, stammered in bewilderment. It's simple. Van Augur interjected, his form gradually dissolving into transparency, before solidifying once more. I am an invisible man, the user of the invisibility fruit. I may vanish myself, or anything I touch, and don't forget me. Buggy roared. I'm the wax fruit user, the wax man, born to counter poison wielders like you. Moreover, I can craft wax keys, perfect for unlocking chains. As he spoke, Buggy shaped a key from molten wax poised to free Blackbeard. Lafitte scoffed. Did you truly believe our captain would submit so easily, to be cuffed without resistance? How naive you are, Director Magellan. Doc Q added smoothly, your devil fruit power, soon enough, will belong to me. Gah, Captain, no, not there. Buggy suddenly bellowed. The crew whirled around, only to see Blackbeard, having freed himself from the seastone cuffs, kneeling on the floor and drinking the poison dragon's venom. Blackbeard, still as ruthless as ever. That's pure venom, yet he drinks it without flinching, truly fearless of death. He spares no effort to claim this inheritance, cruel to others, merciless to himself. I crown him history's most relentless man. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku's expression turned ashen. He had assumed Blackbeard's betrayal would come only after tomorrow's war, but it was unfolding far earlier than anticipated. Worse still, Blackbeard now possessed 2 inheritances, and a third loomed within reach. Magellan stood little chance against him. Disaster. Catastrophe. Utter calamity. Sengoku urgently contacted Akiji, ordering him to divert Smoker en route, and proceed immediately to impel down to avert the crisis. Akiji grasped the gravity instantly, riding the world government's exclusive ocean current. We'll reach impel down in roughly 2 hours. Tell Magellan, he must hold out until we arrive. With no other recourse, Sengoku could only pray Magellan endured those 2 harrowing hours. Little Garden. Lu Yu received another high-tier return. Ding. Detected your destined one. Blackbeard has acquired an inheritance. Congratulations. You have earned the supreme return, Angsaram, the god of life and death, SSS rank. Angsaram, the divine sovereign who commands life and death. Once enraged by Zeruf's trespass into the forbidden domain of life, he cursed Zeruf with immortality, binding him to eternal existence. Power flooded into Lu Yu's body, and for a moment he stood stunned. He couldn't recall Angsaram ever appearing in the fairy tale canon. Only upon reading the line about Zeruf's curse did memory click into place. Ah, it's not a canonical character, but a mythic figure referenced in lore. No wonder it slipped my mind. To decree life or death with a single word, to command mortality or absolute invincibility, to render one either instantly slain or unkillable even with heart and brain torn from the body, truly terrifying. Perhaps the strongest beings in fairy tale aren't dragons, but gods who never stepped onto the stage. Lu Yu mused silently. Inside, impelled down, Magellan watched Blackbeard drink the venom, and regret crashed over him like a tidal wave. How could I have overlooked it? As the user of the venom fruit, he himself was immune to all toxins. Had he drunk that venom first, he too could have claimed the otherworldly inheritance. Instead, it had fallen to Blackbeard. No use lamenting now. All that remains is to hope the venom proves fatal, that Blackbeard succumbs to the poison dragon's wrath. Then all will be well. Otherwise, things grow dire. As this thought crossed his mind, Magellan fixed his gaze upon Blackbeard's transformation, while the Blackbeard pirates held their breath in tense silence. Captain, are you all right? Captain, forgive me, but your courage borders on recklessness. You're already formidable. Why push yourself so far? Doc Q, stand ready. If the captain falters, even once, revive him at once. It hurts. Only after receiving the inheritance did Blackbeard suddenly cry out in agony. This pain is killing me. Damn you, Magellan. You poisonous slime is scalding hot. My tongue's about to melt off. Just thinking about it brings tears to my eyes. Damn it. As Blackbeard roared once again with such fierce vitality. The Blackbeard Pirates officers sighed in relief. Captain, you're unharmed. By the way, Captain, how formidable is the power you've just acquired? Hearing his subordinates question, Blackbeard swelled with smug pride. This new ability is extraordinary. Though far weaker than my previous two, I now possess absolute immunity to poison. At that he turned his gaze toward Magellan, eyes glinting with mischief. Sorry, Warden Magellan. I've become impervious to all toxins thanks to your very own venom. Truly I'm at a loss for how best to thank you. Magellan's face darkened. So Blackbeard had indeed claimed his inheritance through that very poison. Unbearable humiliation. Haha, Magellan, you finally met your match. Hey Blackbeard, finish him off and set us free. Tomorrow let's storm Marine headquarters together. Whitebeard's head must never fall into Marine hands. I am the man destined to claim it. Magellan, you. What are you doing? Aya. As level 6 prisoners bellowed in bravado, Magellan's venom dragon suddenly saturated their bodies. Searing excruciating pain engulfed them, life ebbing away with every pulse. Magellan sneered coldly. Don't get carried away, scum of the Grand Line. Never forget, you stand within Impel Down, where I hold absolute dominion over life and death. I need no permission to execute you. Understood? Then shut your mouths, now. His words left the convicts utterly speechless. Though bitterly resentful, they fell silent, knowing full well their lives hung in Magellan's hands. Then Magellan turned his gaze upon Blackbeard. Absolute immunity to poison. Magellan scoffed. Then let me test whether your immunity is truly absolute. Judgment of Hell, Venom Colossus. Massive quantities of venom coalesced outside his body, forming a skeletal giant taller than any fortress. The venom no longer shimmered violet. It blazed a terrifying arterial crimson. What monstrous form is this? A divine executioner risen from the abyss. We've never seen Magellan like this. It's horrifying. A single drop of this venom could slay a colossal sea king, 5,000 meters long. If a man were touched by it, death would be certain. Level 6 convicts cried out in shock. Even Buggy, the self-proclaimed natural counter to Magellan, slumped in dismay. How can such venom even exist? Damn it. Even my wax might not withstand its corrosive fury. Blackbeard's expression shifted, not with fear, but with exhilaration. What a magnificent form. He spoke, genuinely awed. This is the awakened power of your Gura no Mi, isn't it? To develop a devil fruit to such an apex, you are a genius among geniuses. It truly is a pity to kill you. Join me, Magellan. Rule the world at my side. Whitebeard, the world government. They're relics of a dying age. Their era ends now. The future belongs to our new age. Board my ship, Magellan, and witness the dawn of a transformed world. Blackbeard's rhetoric was electrifying. Many level 6 convicts caught fire with hope, dreaming already of sailing beneath his flag. Magellan, however, refused to be swayed. He rejected outright. Nonsense. The world will never fall to the likes of you, brat. Then die, colossal fist. The Venom Colossus reached for Blackbeard, but he neither flinched nor evaded. Instead, he sighed wistfully. What a shame. I truly wish to recruit you as my subordinate. Very well. Since you refuse, then perish. Dojutsu. Prepare to inherit the Gura no Mi. Venom absorption. Blackbeard threw open his jaws, and a vortex of suction pulled Magellan's crimson venom straight into his gullet. Magellan stared dumbfounded. This impossible. That venom, a single drop, slays a sea king, swallowed whole. His entire worldview shattered. He stood frozen, hollow-eyed. Blackbeard roared with laughter. I told you. I am absolutely immune to poison. Magellan, I offered you a place, yet you spurned it. Now you may die. Dark entanglement. Black blade. Nameless slash. Shadow magic surged along his blade. Blackbeard slashed downward from midair. A jet-black crescent cleaved toward Magellan. Caught off guard, he was struck full force and gravely wounded. Black water. No sooner had Magellan crumpled than his body was seized by dark fruit gravity. Blackbeard immobilized him and sealed his devil fruit power. Dojutsu, come here. Yes, Captain Hick. Dojutsu galloped up on his old horse elated, and under Blackbeard's guidance began forcibly extracting Magellan's devil fruit ability. Damn that Blackbeard. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku's eyes blazed with fury. Were Blackbeard standing before him, he'd fight him to the death. Curse it. I should never have permitted that scoundrel into level 6. Damn it, damn it. Warden Magellan. In level 6, Hannibal watched the entire spectacle, trembling so violently his legs nearly buckled. Magellan. Even Magellan has fallen. What do I do now? What choice remains? Hannibal's mind went blank, utterly paralyzed by despair. Then he recalled Magellan's solemn warning. Whether guarding the 1st floor or the 6th, the duty is identical. Should these scum ever escape, the sea citizens across the 4 blues will lie awake in terror. For justice, for the people, I must give my life before allowing a single criminal to flee. Steady yourself, Hannibal. With renewed resolve, Hannibal drew his famed blade Bloodsucker and charged Blackbeard. Despicable pirate scum, cease at once. Release Warden Magellan. Blazing slash. Alas, the gulf between them was too vast. His utmost effort meant nothing before Blackbeard. Who's this pest? Did we miss someone here? Whatever, no matter. Dot. With a casual kick, Blackbeard sent Hannibal crashing to the ground, unconscious before he hit the floor. In fading consciousness, he heard Magellan's quiet praise. Well done, Hannibal. Don't die. After I fall, only you remain worthy to succeed me. In moments, Magellan's devil fruit ability was transferred to Doc Q. Poison Dragon. With a casual flick of his wrist, Doc Q unleashed the Poison Dragon technique. Every convict in the entire cell perished in excruciating agony. Ha ha ha, what exquisite power, hic. Doc Q declared with gleeful delight. At that very instant, a sharp pang seized his abdomen, a low gurgle echoed within, and before he could suppress it, he involuntarily transformed into a projectile evacuator. Toxic vapor billowed outward. Van Augur collapsed unconscious, Lot fell dizzy and disoriented, and even the ailing steeds, Doc Q's mount, toppled over poisoned on the spot. Blackbeard and Doc Q stared wordlessly at one another. Doc Q. Blackbeard. Blackbeard's sensation was curiously ambivalent. Having become a poison dragon slayer mage, he now possessed absolute immunity to toxins. Thus Doc Q's venomous gas held no effect upon him. Indeed, poison had entered his diet, its acrid tang strangely stimulating his appetite. Blackbeard hastily halted that line of thought. No such notions were perilous. Cease immediately. Must cease. Buggy, robust, and resilient, remained largely unaffected. With a thunderous punch he struck Doc Q. You wretched fool. What in blazes are you doing? Why unleash poison so recklessly? Doc Q protested inwardly. He longed to restrain it, yet utterly lacked control. Before he could utter a single defense, another cramp seized him, and once more he erupted as a projectile evacuator. Doc Q. Buggy. Die, you revolting scoundrel. The two tumbled into chaotic brawling. Blackbeard merely shook his head and turned his gaze toward the imprisoned convicts surrounding them. His expression sharpened, cunning, ruthless, and brimming with ambition. Listen well, level 6 scum. If even a sliver of ambition still stirs in your hearts, board my ship and join me in forging a new era. The prisoners erupted in fervent excitement. Follow you. I, Blackbeard. Release us at once. We'll carve our names across the world with you. Free us now. We still have Whitebeard's head to claim. From this moment forth, Blackbeard, you are our captain. Pirates clamored in jubilant unison. Yet Blackbeard scorned these self-proclaimed recruits. My crew admits only elites, not trash. He roared with laughter. From this instant onward, only one elite from each cell shall earn a place aboard my ship. So fight to the death. The weak possess no right to stand beside me in building this new age. Yo-ho-ho-ho. With a wild, echoing laugh, Blackbeard ignited the slaughter among the convicts. That man is terrifyingly strong. Could he be Jozu, former deputy warden of Impel Down? One half of Impel Down's legendary twin pillars alongside Magellan. Strange. Why would someone of his caliber be imprisoned? Yet undeniably his strength is peerless. Even the most fearsome inmates in his cell cannot withstand a single blow. That's Catherine Dupin, the Silver Moon Hunter. Remarkable. She toys with her fellow inmates as if they were mere puppets. Great heavens, what is that? At first glance I mistook it for a wall, yet it moved. It's a person. But how is this possible? No human could possibly attain such stature. Surely it stands 200 meters tall. Even giants measure only 20 meters. This being towers 10 times higher than any giant. I know. It's St. Juan Wolf, the colossal warship, a titanic giant, standing 180 meters high. Even the ancient giant race reaches only 1/3 his height. Red Baron Bondi Wald, Douglas Ballard. Monsters. Truly monsters among monsters. Within level SIX's grim confines, convicts clashed violently. Blood drenched the corridors in torrents. Amidst this carnage, one cell remained eerily tranquil. Crocodile and Mihawks shared confinement. Crocodile. Mihawk. Die, so I may rise to infamy upon your severed heads. An unremarkable level 6 inmate lunged at them, only to be felled by a synchronized kick from each, left incapacitated and broken. Thereafter the two exchanged a silent glance, and simultaneously chose to end hostilities. You may leave. Both spoke the words in unison, then paused, startled by their synchronicity. Mihawk fixed Crocodile with an intensely probing gaze. You do not wish to depart. Crocodile shook his head. I desire it. More than anything. I dream nightly of severing Whitebeard's head. Yet to serve him, Blackbeard, is intolerable. Better to remain confined than submit to that. And you? Mihawk replied with detached indifference. I abhor complications. Without the title of Shichibukai, stepping outside means relentless pursuit. Staying here grants peace. Silence is preferable. Thus they waited, calm and unmoved, until the slaughter in other cells concluded. Jozu, the former deputy warden of Impel Down. St. Juan Wolf, the colossal warship. Catherine Dupin, the Silver Moon Hunter. Abelo Pizarro, the Tyrant King. Buster Cowlot, the Great Barrel. Douglas Ballard, the Demon's Heir. Bondi Wald, the World Destroyer. Barrellock Redfield, the Solitary Crimson. And Crocodile and Mihawk, who had withdrawn entirely from the bloodshed. 10 individuals in total. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Excellent, excellent. From this day forth you are my underlings. Let us seize dominion over the world, and together herald a new age. Blackbeard laughed heartily, raised his arm grandly, and prepared to lead them forth. Yet only the first 5 responded, the remaining 5 ignored him entirely. Blackbeard's stiffened eyes narrowing as he surveyed Ballard and the others. What? Why do you linger? I've already unlocked your manacles. Ballard stood defiant, voice laced with arrogant disdain. You wish my obedience. Prove yourself, defeat me. Only then will you be my captain. Until then, you are unworthy. Blackbeard smiled faintly. How vicious, and how prideful. Yet, I find it rather appealing. Very well, I accept your challenge. Still, this space is too cramped for true combat. Let us continue above, upon my floating island. Agreed. Ballard offered no reply, merely nodded coolly, tacitly consenting. Next came Bondi Walt. Blackbeard's eyes glinted shrewdly. I know you. You're the colossal bounty target worth 500 million. Barry Bondi Walt, the World Destroyer. World Destroyer. That title suggests deep enmity toward the world government. I too seek its overthrow, to claim dominion over this world myself. Our ambitions align. Join my crew. Wald visibly wavered, yet retorted stubbornly. Your proposal tempts me, but like Ballard you must first defeat me to earn my loyalty. Blackbeard accepted without hesitation, agreed. After all, a captain must stand as the strongest within his crew. Then he turned to the remaining 3. Red Baron, Mihawk, Crocodile, you are no different. If victory over each of you is your condition, I accept them all. One-on-one duels, or all 5 of you striking as one, I welcome either. As long as you demand it, I shall meet the challenge. Hey, what on earth is Blackbeard babbling about? Has he lost his mind? Challenging 5 level, 6 warriors simultaneously. That's utterly impossible. What makes this even more staggering is that among these 5 are Dracul Mihawk, the former world's strongest swordsman Douglas Bullet, the demon's descendant whose might rivals that of the Pirate King's right-hand man Silver's Rayleigh, and the solitary peerless Crimson Earl Red, who commands armies alone. Any one of these 3 would stand equal to the Marines' 3 admirals, or even the 4 emperors. Blackbeard dares to face them all at once, truly unhinged. Even if Gold. Roger himself were reborn, such a feat would remain beyond reach. Just what kind of extraordinary legacy has Blackbeard inherited? Blackbeard's declaration ignited a seismic tremor across the 4 seas. The Marines, and the Whitebeard pirates, were the first to darken in fury. Sengoku growled that accursed Blackbeard. Damn him, I'll never let him slip away. Jozu snarled, that wretch Titch, daring to boast like this. It's infuriating. Vista muttered grimly, if he speaks so boldly, he must hold some confidence. Damn it. This bastard grows harder to oppose by the day. Marco clenched his fist. I wonder if I'll ever get another chance to settle the score with him. Curses, how bitterly I resent this. Level 6, impelled down. Crocodile had never intended to join Blackbeard's crew, yet upon hearing these words his composure shattered. So, you mean to fight all 5 of us at once? For the first time in his life, Crocodile felt such searing indignation. Among all the elite he'd ever crossed blades with, even Bullet stood only as his equal, across the world, who did not bow slightly at the mere name Mr. Crocodile. And yet this Blackbeard dared belittle him so brazenly. Unbearable. Fine, I'll take you on. Enraged and goaded, Crocodile roared, if I lose, I swear fealty to you forever. If you fall, set me free, and our debt ends there. Do you dare accept this wager? Blackbeard accepted without hesitation a wager. Of course, I welcome every challenge from any of you. He then turned his gaze toward Mihawk. Of all present, he valued Bullet and Mihawk above the rest. The others either lacked true supremacy, like Crocodile, or had long passed their prime, like the Crimson Earl. Only Bullet and Mihawk stood in their full vigor, youthful, formidable, ranked among the world's absolute finest. To win them over would magnify his forces exponentially. Yet Mihawk seemed utterly indifferent. Blackbeard's eyes narrowed, then flickered with cunning. He smirked, hey Mihawk, you may no longer hold the title of world's strongest swordsman, but you were its sovereign. Don't you yearn to witness my swordsmanship, the very art that cleaves space itself? At those words Mihawk's aloof expression shifted, just faintly. As a swordsman, the pursuit of transcendent technique was instinctual, especially for one who had reigned supreme among blades. Blackbeard's provocation struck deep. Seeing the subtle shift, Blackbeard pressed forward. What? No reply. Are you uninterested? Or, are you afraid? Mihawk's eyes snapped open, piercing hawk-like, locking onto Blackbeard with lethal focus. Blackbeard feigned obliviousness, chuckling arrogantly, humph. So the legendary Mihawk is no more than this. Once crowned the world's strongest swordsman, yet after one defeat you shrink from battle, afraid to draw steel again. Did you perch atop that throne all these years merely by refusing every challenger? Enough. Mihawk erupted, his glare freezing like glacial steel. He scoffed coldly, you shall learn the terror of the Black Blade. That vow sealed his participation. Yet the mention of the Black Blade stirred sorrow. His famed katana Yoru had shattered in battle against Zoro. His gaze fell upon the fallen blade Kokoro, abandoned by Hannibal, and he picked it up. Though worlds beneath Yoru, any sword could become the Black Blade, if wielded with unwavering resolve. 4 of the 5 had now accepted. Only the Crimson Earl remained. Before Blackbeard could speak, the old noble coughed softly. Forgive me. I am far too aged. Even if I wish to sail, a new time has already slipped beyond my grasp. Thus I must decline your invitation. Ahem. Blackbeard grinned. How fortuitous. On our way here we captured an animal-type mythical Zoan devil fruit user, the vampire fruit. With its power one may drink blood to restore youth and peak vitality. The man we seized is a disgrace, unworthy of such a magnificent fruit. I'd been pondering whom to bestow this power upon, until now. Clearly it was forged for you, Lord Crimson Earl. The Earl's eyes flared. You speak true. Blackbeard nodded firmly. Indeed. Here's my offer. You join the duel alongside the others. Win or lose, the vampire fruit's power transfers to you. The sole distinction. Victory grants you freedom, defeat binds you to my command. Do you agree? The Earl accepted instantly. The terms were too generous to refuse. Agreed. Blackbeard roared with laughter. Then follow me. To the Sky Island. Let's steal, and we'll decide fate. Yo-ho-ho-ho. They marched en masse toward the prison gates. As Buster Call glanced back at Ace within the cell, his eyes gleamed with greed. Titch. What about that brat Ace, and his flame fruit? Wasting it seems wasteful. Hand him over to me. Blackbeard shook his head. Abandon that notion, Buster Call. A devil fruit's power dies with its host. Remove it, and he perishes. At this critical juncture, both the Marines and Whitebeard have marshaled their full strength for war. Killing him now would draw fire from every faction against our own interests. Rest assured, a flame fruit is but one among many. A worthier one awaits you. Now, let us depart. Yo-ho-ho. And so they strode from Impel Down, ascending toward the floating island, vanishing into the distant sky. Level 5. The Human Devil Paradise. Watching the Blackbeard pirates vanish into the distance aboard their floating island, Ivankov, the Human Devil King, broke into an ecstatic dance. The Blackbeard crew has departed, and Magellan, the Impel Down warden, has been eliminated. Now it is our turn to act. Ha ha ha. Ivankov roared with laughter. Sabeo is a vital comrade of ours. His brother must not be abandoned. With Impel Down critically depleted of forces, this is the perfect opportunity to rescue Ace the Fire Fist. Let us march forth together to liberate our comrade's brother. Ha ha. Below, the human devils cheered in unison. We obey Commander Ivankov. Rescue Ace the Fire Fist. Huh. At last, we're escaping this prison. I've waited years for this day. Pity. I'd hoped to claim Whitebeard's head, but since he's Sabeo's father, I'll reluctantly let it go. Forward, to rescue Ace the Fire Fist. Deputy Commander Enel led the charge. A Logia-type devil fruit user, he possessed the cut fruit, enabling him to transform his arms into razor-sharp shears capable of slicing through anything, even the bedrock beneath his feet. Under his devil fruit power, a passage to level 6 was swiftly carved through level 5. Ace watched puzzled as a motley procession of flamboyantly dressed figures emerged. Only when Ivankov revealed his identity did Ace finally grasp the situation. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ivankov, the Human Devil King. Ace boy from the sky screen, I learned you are the brother of Sabeo, a key revolutionary officer. As my adorable junior, Sabeo entrusted you to my care, and I would never stand idly by while his brother suffered. Therefore, we have come to save you. Ace's eyes lit up with overwhelming joy. For days he had feared catastrophic casualties should the Whitebeard pirates clash with the Marine headquarters. Being rescued early meant that crisis could now be averted entirely. Arigato. Grateful Ace expressed his thanks. Then the group surged upward in a bold, unified ascent. Along the way, numerous inmates, seeing them flee, eagerly begged for rescue. Yet each plea was firmly rejected by Ivankov. Ace boy is Sabeo's brother. That is why we save him. You scum of the Grand Line. Remain in hell and repent. They also encountered resistance. Wardens like Satin rushed forward to block their path. But without Magellan's overwhelming strength, these wardens stood no chance against the combined might of Ace and Ivankov. Before long, they breached the surface gate of Impel Down. Yet just as hope flickered, believing escape imminent, a Marine warship appeared head-on, extinguishing all light. Damn it, we arrived too late. That Blackbeard bastard left long ago. Forget it, Smoker. Since we've missed the moment, there's no point dwelling on it. For now, our priority is to escort Ace the Fire Fist to Marine headquarters. With Magellan gone, Impel Down is no longer secure. Only the headquarters can guarantee his confinement. Yes, Master Zephyr. Wait, what? Master Zephyr, it's Ace the Fire Fist. They've truly broken out. On board the warship, Zephyr and Smoker deliberated their next move, when suddenly Ace the Fire Fist stood before the grand gate of Impel Down. One glance told Smoker everything Impel Down had fallen, utterly and irrevocably. Damn it. Even if one dares mock justice itself, there must be limits. Senpo Whitesnake. A serpentine plume of smoke erupted from Smoker's body, swift as thought, and coiled toward the gate of Impel Down. The human devils barely registered the attack, laughing one instant, then hurtling backward with crushing force the next. Even Ivankov himself was among those flung aside. Ivankov! Ace cried out in alarm, only to find himself standing alone amid a sea of unconscious bodies. Even Ace himself had nearly been obliterated by the White Snake technique moments earlier. Only his Logia elemental intangibility saved him from joining the fallen. What speed is this? Not even father's movements ever reached such velocity. Ace thought stunned beyond words. He turned, and there stood Smoker and Zephyr. You're Smoker. Smoker fixed him with a cold, unwavering gaze. Indeed. Ace the Fire Fist. Smoker's voice held a chill, but beneath it lingered resignation. Glancing at Zephyr beside him, he said, "Forgive me, Master Zephyr. I lack Haki. My power cannot bind him. This one falls to you." Just as Liu Yu, formidable as he was, had relied on elemental advantage to counter Admiral Akiji, so too did Smoker recognize his own limitations. Haha, you needn't remind me. I'd nearly forgotten. Until now I assumed you were invincible second only to Liu Yu. Very well, I haven't drawn my hand in ages. Ace the Fire Fist shall be mine to subdue. Iron Arm. Zephyr lunged first, his left arm sheathed in armament Haki, his right forged of sea stone, striking Ace without hesitation. Though aged and physically impaired, Zephyr remained a former admiral, no ordinary foe. Under his relentless assault, Ace rapidly fell into dire straits. Meanwhile, Smoker descended into Impel Down's depths. Master Zephyr, you secure Ace the Fire Fist. I'll tend to the wounded guards. His body dissolved into smoke, merging with the fallen sentinels. Infused with boundless natural energy, they rose, recovered, revitalized, and burning with renewed vigor. Smoker healed every level, from the surface down to level 6, until even Hannibal regained consciousness. Only then did he pause, gazing silently upon Magellan's lifeless form, heavy sorrow settling over them all. Warden Magellan, how could you leave us so soon? Cursed Blackbeard pirates, we will avenge this. Commander Smoker, you are a legacy bearer. Only another legacy bearer may overcome one like you. We fear we'll never have the chance to avenge Warden Magellan. We beg you, avenge him for us. The entire Impel Down garrison will be eternally grateful. We beg you, Commander Smoker. Every guard knelt as one, foreheads pressed to the ground, tears of anguish streaming down their faces. Smoker felt the weight of duty settle upon his shoulders like iron. He nodded solemnly. I understand. Rest assured, Magellan's death will not be in vain. When next we meet the Blackbeard pirates, I will annihilate them utterly. I swear it upon my life. I will erase them completely. His gaze sharpened, locking onto Blackbeard in the sky screen, preparing to face 5 opponents alone. Smoker then returned to the surface gate, where Ace, recaptured, stood subdued under Zephyr's command. Zephyr panted heavily. I'm done. I'm truly done. Age has caught up with me. Even capturing Ace the Fire Fist nearly cost me my last breath. After this war, retirement is inevitable. Smoker enveloped Zephyr in smoke, channeling natural energy into him. In moments, Zephyr's stamina was fully restored, stronger, sharper, more alive than before. Smoker said, retire in peace, Master Zephyr. The Navy's new era rests in my hands. I'll carry it forward without fail. Zephyr smiled faintly, I know. After brief pleasantries, they escorted Ace aboard the warship and set course for Marine headquarters. The Grand Line, a floating island. After final preparations, 6 figures assembled on the battlefield. Blackbeard stepped forward to face 5 opponents alone. Since terms have been agreed, hesitation is unnecessary. Attack now. Blackbeard raised his voice in a thunderous cry and drew his blade first. Bankai Black Rope Divine Punishment King. A colossal divine king, towering as high as a mountain, materialized before them. With a single sweeping slash, Blackbeard roared, Dark Entanglement Black Light, slash. Blackbeard severed the air midair, unleashing a compact, yet devastating wind blade aimed directly at Mihawk. Simultaneously, the Pluton likewise struck, a massive, overwhelming wind blade sweeping horizontally across all 5 fighters. This giant doesn't merely mimic Blackbeard's movements, it replicates his techniques identically. A small wind blade is already terrifying. How can anyone withstand one of this magnitude? Blackbeard now wields swordsmanship capable of rending space itself. Even at human scale, such slashes are horrifying. What unspeakable terror would this giant unleash if it too could cleave reality? I once thought him arrogant, but now, even combined, these 5 may not prevail against Blackbeard. Crowds across the 4 seas murmured in awe. Blackbeard's crew members gazed with blazing eyes. Our captain's power has become truly terrifying. Even the 3 ancient weapons pale beside him. He is no mere man. He is a living, ancient weapon. With such a captain leading us, how could world domination ever be out of reach? Captain, charge forth. Defeat them. Let us usher in a new era together. On sight, the greatest pressure fell upon the 5 defenders. Crocodile's face darkened. Seriously, can this slash truly be synchronized across multiple bodies? Even as Crocodile recoiled in disbelief, Mihawk had already launched his assault. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki coiled around his legendary blade. Mihawk soared into the air and unleashed a mighty slash. Yet it barely dispelled Blackbeard's smaller wind blade. The colossal slash from the Divine King remained utterly unstoppable. Momo, 100-fold cannon. Buggy Wald rushed forward to intercept. As a Paramecia-type Momo fruit user, he could magnify any object up to 100 times its original size. This gargantuan wind blade might overwhelm others, but for him, it was within reach. 100-fold cannon, shatter that slash for me. The cannonball blasted from the barrel, and instantly swelled, expanding in milliseconds until it dwarfed an entire freight truck. Its explosive yield could obliterate an entire city. Boom! The detonation erupted midair, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave, so fierce it hurled Wald himself backward dozens of meters. How do you like that? No slash, no matter how formidable, can survive such devastation. Wald roared in triumph. Yet almost instantly a razor-thin incision sliced across his forehead, proving his 100-fold cannon had failed entirely. VVVVRRR. Like a glacial edge passing over skin, Wald felt an icy chill atop his head. He reached up, and found his scalp completely bare, every strand of hair cleanly sheared away. Wald paused in silence, then voluntarily withdrew. I yield. The remaining four exchanged grim, pallid glances. The battle had barely begun, and one fighter had already fallen. Such disparity in strength was staggering. No, we cannot wait passively for defeat. Union Fruit, Giant Bartholomew. Bartholomew activated the awakened form of his Devil Fruit. The entire floating island warped and reshaped beneath his will, transforming into a stone giant far larger than the black-robed Divine Punishment King. Union. Haki infused Bartholomew. Bartholomew fused his own Haki with his fruit's power, coating the entire stone colossus in a deep indigo-black layer of armament Haki. Seriously, how much Haki is that? It's absurd. Even if the Pirate King Gold Roger were resurrected, he couldn't channel this volume of Haki at once. How did he achieve this? Forget descendant of demons. He is the demon incarnate. Take this, Blackbeard. The mountain-sized giant lunged forward, its single fist nearly matching the Divine King in sheer scale. That descending palm bore down like Mount Tai itself. Dark entanglement, spatial slash. Two spatial rifts tore through the air, one immense, one precise. The stone giant shattered instantly into countless fragments. Even its armament Haki offered no resistance against dimensional severance. Indeed, had Bartholomew not abandoned control of the giant in time, he would have been consumed along with it. Sandstorm. Dark water. Crocodile seized the opening to strike Blackbeard, only for Blackbeard to counter with a single hand. Trapped within dark water's gravitational pull, Crocodile was seized midair, then struck point-blank by Poison Dragon's roar, collapsing into unconsciousness from acute toxicity. Poison Dragons missed. Blackbeard exhaled a dense cloud of venomous gas blanketing the entire floating island. Mihawk, Bartholomew, and Red Baron all succumbed to varying degrees of poisoning. Island impact. Blackbeard then deployed his float fruit ability, summoning 7 or 8 smaller floating islands which he hurled without hesitation like celestial battering rams. Boom, boom, boom. The main floating island fractured violently. Mountains collapsed, terrain splintered beyond recognition. Spatial slash. In the split-second gap, while Mihawk deflected incoming islands, Blackbeard engaged him in a formal spatial cleavage duel. Let us see just how vast the gulf remains between your blade and true spatial rupture, Mihawk. This precisely had been Mihawk's intent. His legendary blade leveled horizontally. This is my ultimate slash. The last time I lost was to Roronoa Zoro. Today I seek to measure the chasm between my edge and spatial severance. With that, a razor-sharp flying slash surged forth, only to vanish instantly upon contact with Blackbeard's spatial rift. Mihawk stood stunned. His absolute best produced not even a ripple. Blackbeard's slash dwarfed even Zoro's in sheer incomprehensible terror. Recognizing this truth, Mihawk ceased all further offense and remained motionless thereafter. Hey, how long has it been? 3 out of 5 have already fallen, and one of them is Hawkeye. With the dark fruit, the float fruit, the giant heritage, the swordsman heritage, and the poison resistance heritage all converging within him, Blackbeard has become overwhelmingly powerful. Even among the myriad inheritors, he stands utterly peerless. It's a pity such formidable strength cannot serve the Marines, otherwise they might still stand a chance. As things stand, only Smoker remains. The Marines are essentially doomed. If the Marines collapse, what kind of world will emerge? Truly unsettling. Blackbeard's might sent shockwaves across the known world. In mere moments, he shattered 3 legendary warriors as if they were brittle twigs. Such overwhelming power is staggering. Even among fellow inheritors, Kaido Yamato and Sabo likely fall short of his current might. The Grand Line, Whitebeard Pirates Base. The captain's heart sank. That damn Teach has grown this strong. How on earth are we to surpass such power? Damn it. Shall we abandon Ace and Thatch's vengeance? I refuse to accept this. Marine headquarters. Sengoku paced in restless agitation. He knew Blackbeard would inevitably join the coming war. Originally having heard Sabo's prophecy, and after Zephyr reported that Smoker's strength was terrifying, Sengoku had placed great hope in Smoker. Yet witnessing Blackbeard's terrifying might, and recalling Sabo's words that Smoker had faced only 2 mortal threats, one from Yamato and one from Blackbeard, Sengoku could not help but wonder, can Smoker truly lead the Marines to victory? Sengoku's face was etched with deep sorrow as though 20 years had suddenly aged him. At last he clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. Enough. Regret changes nothing now. Death holds no terror. But what a tragedy if our fall leaves civilians forever at the mercy of pirates. The floating island. Blackbeard unleashed his 5 inherited abilities in rapid succession: Dark Hole, Dark Emperor, Poison Dragon's Wing Strike, Tornado, Ground Spiral, Dark Entanglement, Supreme Slash, Nether King Variant, Dark Entanglement, Supreme Slash. One devastating technique followed another, too swift for the eye to follow. In this 1 versus 5 battle, Blackbeard held absolute dominance. At last both Barret and Red Emperor faltered, and fell beneath his might. I've won. By our agreement you are now my crewmates. I trust you possess enough honor not to renege on your word. Blackbeard turned his gaze upon the 5. Each bore pride, and none would break a vow spoken before the entire world. One by one they uttered captain. Though Crocodile's voice betrayed reluctance, Blackbeard paid it no mind. Pirates need only shared purpose, not unity of heart. Then welcome aboard. Tomorrow's clash between the Marines and Whitebeard will reshape the world's order. Thus tomorrow ushers in a new era. Let us forge that new era ourselves. Yo-ho-ho. With that, Blackbeard steered the floating island toward the final inheritance site of the day. Item: Hairband. Source of inheritance: Magi Juder from the Magi World S rank. Inherited ability: Magi Physiology. Boundless magical energy enabling mastery over all elemental magics: levitation, defense, ice barrier formation, and more. Method of inheritance: bind one's hair into a braided coil using the hairband. Though braiding felt humiliating, Kaido himself wore twin braids without shame. Why should a single coil cause hesitation? Compared to the power gained, fleeting embarrassment meant nothing. Thus Blackbeard braided his hair. Instantly the inheritance surged into his body, and he sensed an inexhaustible wellspring of power awaiting his command. With this energy, exhaustion became obsolete. Even sustained spatial slashes would pose no strain. Simultaneously, Lu Yu received his reward. Ding. Detected. Your destined inheritor Blackbeard has successfully claimed the inheritance. Congratulations. You have earned the Supreme Multiplier Reward, the Holy Palace SSS rank. Holy Palace, the primordial essence of reality, capable of dismantling and remaking all races, erasing existence, and reweaving life anew, imprinting absolute loyalty upon newly created beings through fundamental law manipulation. To create life, my powers grow ever more vast. Lu Yu smiled faintly, then envisioned the black tortoise and conjured a hybrid beast of turtle and serpent from nothingness. Resembled the black tortoise in form. Abilities: 2 meters tall in base form, freely scalable in size, breathes fire, spouts water, freezes ice, withstands extreme heat, consumes any substance, possesses the strongest stomach in existence, and grows stronger by devouring all things. Yes, that shall suffice. With a sweep of his hand, Lu Yu gathered his power, first shaping it into the black tortoise's likeness, then solidifying it into tangible flesh and bone upon this world. The black tortoise bowed before Lu Yu. This humble beast, Xuanwu, humbly greets its master. Lu Yu glanced at it, and remarked, ugly. Xuanwu, Lu Yu, I intended to craft a mount, but it lacks the majesty I imagined. Very well, depart, and never return. And thus Lu Yu's first creation was abandoned, unaware at that moment of how profoundly terrifying this forsaken being would one day become. Not even Lu Yu himself foresaw its destiny. When Lu Yu one day departed this dimension, Xuanwu would ascend as the true sovereign of this world. It could swell beyond comprehension, 10,000 times larger than the greatest island. A single eyelash dwarfed the entire Elephant King, its fiery breath pierced the entire Red Line, its frost froze the entire New World. All because Lu Yu granted these powers, without imposing limits. No ceiling meant boundless expansion, boundless fire, boundless ice. Though not truly infinite, its ultimate strength remained tethered to Lu Yu's own holy palace. Thus its ceiling was Lu Yu himself, that however lies far in the future. For now the pitiful Xuanwu had just been born, only to be callously discarded by Lu Yu. Blackbeard acquired this legacy. The live transmission ends here. Lu Yu severed the connection and went straight to sleep. He slept soundly, yet at that very moment the entire world descended into utter chaos. The battle between the Marines and Whitebeard commences tomorrow. The final confrontation is imminent. Will the Marines prevail? Unlikely. Whitebeard pirates Yamato, Luffy, Sabo, Jinbe. The combat strength assembled on the pirate side was simply overwhelming. A victory for the Marines was inconceivable. What shall become of this world without the Marines? Is there still light left in it? All is lost. After tomorrow, every order upon this earth shall be utterly remade. Everyone's worldview would surely shatter beyond recognition. What shape will the future world take? Citizens across the 4 seas fretted deeply. This night would leave countless souls sleepless. In the Grand Line, on an island not far from Marine headquarters, Whitebeard's entire force had gathered. The full roster of the Whitebeard Pirates. 43 pirate crews sworn to Whitebeard. Luffy's crew, Jinbe's crew, the Revolutionary Army's contingent. Yamato. Among the Revolutionary Army, Commander Lindbergh drew forth 2 weapons and presented them respectively to Usopp and Brook. You two rely heavily on weaponry in battle, do you not? These were forged at Sabo's request. This is a sniper cannon, capable of obliterating an entire mountain with a single shot. Long knows this one is yours. This is a laser sword, Not as potent as Kizaru's beams, yet formidable nonetheless. Its blade may extend up to 50 meters. You wield it as you see fit. Brook offered his thanks. Usopp, however, couldn't resist retorting, "Whose long nose?" "I'm Usopp." As he spoke, he accepted the sniper cannon Lindbergh handed him. Though he was indeed a marksman, he felt profoundly uneasy handling such a weapon. He preferred his slingshot. Yet he understood the gravity of the situation. Their adversary was none other than Marine Headquarters itself. A slingshot would prove utterly futile. Accepting the sniper cannon was the wiser choice. At least combined with his exceptional marksmanship, its destructive power ensured he would not be reduced to mere dead weight on the battlefield. Next, Sabo tossed a combat suit toward Sanji. At first, Sanji looked puzzled, uncertain what manner of object it was. "What is this? A weapon? How does one use it?" Sabo replied, "Sanji, you are the Prince of Germa, are you not? This combat suit was retrieved from Germa itself, custom crafted for you by Judge. Wear it, and your combat prowess will surge dramatically, especially your defensive capabilities, which will far surpass those of ordinary mortals." Hearing this, Sanji responded with utter indifference, "Germa. I beg your pardon. I severed all ties with them long ago. Take back this transformation device, I refuse to accept it." With that, Sanji tossed the suit back. Sabo froze, completely unprepared for such a response. With a sigh, Sabo shook his head. "I'd hoped this invisibility ability would let you shine brilliantly upon the battlefield, alas." Before he could finish, the combat suit landed once more in Sanji's hands. "Sabo," Sanji declared solemnly, "for the women's bathhouse. No, rather for rescuing Luffy's brother. I shall endure this small humiliation." "Sabo." Sanji transformed. Instantly, Sanji activated the suit, vanishing from sight, while his defenses surged exponentially, his body now forged of steel and iron. "Haha, I'll never again have to share armor with that fool Usopp. I can stroll freely into the women's bathhouse, stay as long as I please. My dream, my all blue, has finally been realized." Everyone, after being thoroughly thrashed, literally whipped, by Yuta Wadep and Kobe among other women present, Sanji stood bent over, bruised and swollen, bowing deeply. "My sincerest apologies. I let myself get carried away." Summa Mason. Once the Straw Hat crew had been fully equipped, the Alliance convened to deliberate their strategy. In truth, little discussion was needed. Whitebeard would become the inheritor of the legacy tomorrow, and once exposed beneath the sky screen, any covert plan would be laid bare. Thus, stealthy infiltration was irrelevant. A direct, overwhelming assault was the only path forward. "Our approach is settled. We sail straight to Marine Headquarters." Sabo gently ruffled Luffy's hair, gazing at his younger brother with tender affection, then added, "The question is not how we advance, but how we fight." Though Smoker's fighting style remains unclear, one fact is certain: his strength must be extraordinary. Otherwise, he could never have emerged victorious in the timeline I foresaw. Therefore, our sole concern must be how to defeat him. Whitebeard nodded gravely. "We understand all this. What we know for certain is that Yamato's abilities pose a genuine threat to Smoker. Thus, Yamato must be protected at all costs. Until an opportunity arises to overcome Smoker Yamato, you must remain held in reserve." Yamato frowned in frustration. "Does this mean I cannot join the battle immediately? Must I wait for you all to strike first?" Yamato sighed in dismay. Knowing Ace was in peril, she could scarcely bear even a second's delay. Yet Whitebeard's words made clear she would not be permitted to enter combat at the war's outset. Whitebeard nodded in affirmation. Sabo added gently, "Yamato, we share your urgency to rescue Ace. But liberation is no simple feat. Without first defeating Smoker, Ace cannot be saved. For the sake of ultimate victory, you must exercise patience." Reluctantly, Yamato nodded, then asked, "But how long must I wait?" Sabo shook his head. "No one knows. You shall act only when we create the opening, when the moment arrives for you to unleash your contract chains. If we fail to forge such an opening, even if you witness one of us slain, you absolutely must not intervene. Do you understand?" Yamato's expression darkened with solemn resolve. Gazing upon the faces around her, each resolute, each prepared to die, Yamato grasped the magnitude of the stakes. She gave a firm nod. "Very well. You are Ace's brother. I trust your judgment." After finalizing Yamato's assignment, Sabo approached Jinbe. "Among us, only you possess mastery over seawater." Sabo turned to Jinbe. "Your fishman karate grants you dominion over water. Like Yamato, you must strike Smoker with seawater at the precise, decisive moment. Can you accomplish this?" Jinbe replied calmly, "This old man shall do his utmost." Several other fishmen were likewise assigned critical roles. Hakoku of the Revolutionary Army, Namor of the Whitebeard Pirates. Anyone capable of countering Devil Fruit powers was placed at the heart of the operation. Having finalized these core strategies, Sabo turned gratefully toward the Revolutionary Army delegation. "Lord Dragon, Mr. Crow, Mr. Lindbergh, Lady Bellabetty, thank you. Words cannot express our gratitude." Marine Headquarters. After a week-long voyage, Zephyr and Smoker finally returned to Marine Headquarters, bringing with them Ace the Flame Pirate. Senjutsu White Whip. A plume of white mist coalesced into a serpentine lash, striking through the air at 10 times the speed of sound, and in a single blow annihilated the entire elite force of 80,000 Marines stationed at Marine Headquarters, including Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Only Akainu survived unscathed, his Logia-class Devil Fruit ability, granting him immunity. All others sustained injuries of varying severity. Incredible, utterly terrifying. 80,000 of us, utterly powerless to retaliate. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku was gravely wounded in one strike. This is Smoker, the former Commodore. No, now he must be addressed as Admiral Smoker. This is the true might of Admiral Smoker. Overwhelming, transcendent. With him standing among us, victory remains within reach. A clear-headed Marine officer exclaimed, elation surging through his voice. That whip strike had not signaled Smoker's betrayal, but rather emerged from mounting desperation as pirate forces grew ever more formidable. Morale within the Marines had frayed, giving way to panic and the grim conviction that defeat was inevitable. Seeing combat resolve evaporate, Fleet Admiral Sengoku devised this bold stratagem, to have Smoker unveil his full power, thereby rekindling courage and steeling the Marines for imminent battle. The outcome surpassed all expectations. Even Sengoku himself had never imagined Smoker's strength could eclipse the collective might of Marine headquarters in a single devastating motion. Had Akainu not possessed a Logia-type Devil Fruit, even he would have fallen instantly. At last Sengoku fully grasped Zephyr's words. Smoker alone held the power to overturn the entire battlefield. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, if you believe my greatest strength lies in destruction, you are mistaken. My true mastery is endurance. Universal, boundless endurance. As Smoker spoke, he conjured a vast cloud of white mist, enveloping half the Marine headquarters plaza. From without, the interior vanished behind an impenetrable shroud. Yet 30 minutes later, when the mist receded, every Marine stood stunned by what they beheld. Half the plaza, some 40,000 Marines, not only recovered from their grievous wounds, but had each entered sage mode. This is... Sengoku stared speechless. Marines exchanged wide-eyed glances. This form echoed Smoker's own berserk transformation. Smoker began healing the remaining 40,000 Marines across the other half of the plaza, saying calmly, yes, this is sage mode. The energy flowing within me is inexhaustible. It can transform me, and it can be channeled into others, granting them transformation as well. Your current power has surged 5 to 10-fold. Commodores may ascend to rear admirals, rear admirals to vice admirals, vice admirals to acting admirals, or even full admirals. Admirals themselves may transcend their rank entirely. 80,000 officers now wielding admiral tier might, and over a dozen, perhaps 20 surpassing even that threshold. Are you reassured now? If doubt still lingers, remember I remain here. Now are you truly at ease? Smoker's declaration reverberated through the ranks like thunder. 80,000 admiral-level warriors. Even 8,000 rear admirals could overwhelm a Yonko fleet through sheer mass. And among them, perhaps 10 or 20,000 vice admirals. More than 10, perhaps 20, full admirals. Even Blackbeard's crew, bolstered by level 6 inmates from Impel down, cannot match such concentrated elite strength. If those merely infused with fragments of his power possess such might, then how incomprehensibly vast must Admiral Smoker's own power be? Victory is possible. This war, we will win. Long live Admiral Smoker. Morale erupted. Every trace of despair swept away in a tidal wave of fervor. Yonko, lineage bearers. In that moment, they were forgotten, irrelevant. So long as Smoker stood, triumph felt absolute, inevitable. Sengoku, overwhelmed with awe, stammered, Smoker. You've left me utterly speechless. I don't know where to begin. Smoker replied, Fleet Admiral, I am a Marine. This is my duty. There's no need for such emotion. And I have one final technique. He then split his mist into 100 miniature clouds, each hovering silently around the waists of Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Zephyr, and Tsuru. These large-scale energy stations are ideal for pre-battle preparation, but once combat begins, deploying them risks healing enemies, as well turning conflict into endless stalemate. These smaller clouds serve as personal energy relays. With my current capacity, I can generate precisely 100 such units. For these 100 officers, admirals, vice admirals, fleet admirals, you will no longer fear injury or exhaustion. So long as death does not claim you instantly, your wounds heal instantly, and your stamina flows without limit. The front lines are yours to command. I shall hold the execution platform alone. Does that suit you, Fleet Admiral? As he spoke, Sengoku, Garp, and the other 98 selected officers simultaneously awakened sage mode, their bodies pulsing with limitless energy, their strength magnified beyond measure. Kobe, this power, overwhelming. I am 5 to 10 times stronger than before. I no longer need the title acting admiral. I am an admiral in truth. Jozu, so am I. Yet it is not merely strength. It is infinite endurance that terrifies most. Even if Kizaru Kazan or Shanks himself rose again, we could outlast them all. Zephyr murmured, awestruck. Immunity to instant death means infinite endurance, a truly fearsome ability. Then our odds of victory are far greater than we imagined. H-A-H-A-H-A. Garp grinned, flexing his fists. All my injuries, gone. And my strength now eclipses even my prime. Akainu declared, with this power I can enforce absolute justice, without hesitation, without flaw. Every chosen officer burned with exhilaration, even Sengoku himself. Hearing Smoker's final directive, Sengoku assented instantly, of course. With you anchoring the execution platform, our confidence is absolute. Smoker nodded, then turned his gaze toward the 80,000 elite Marines assembled below. The energy coursing through you will sustain combat for 1 to 2 hours. That is the precious window you must cherish when battle commences tomorrow. Your charge: eliminate as many of Whitebeard's crew as possible within that time. Leave the strongest foes to us. This war will be won by the Marines. The Marines shall prevail. The justice shall triumph. The ranks roared in unison. The Marines shall prevail. The justice shall triumph. The Marines shall prevail. The justice shall triumph. After a world holding its breath in agonizing anticipation, morning of the next day finally arrived. Smoker has been appointed as the new fleet admiral. Predictable. After all, he defeated Shiki the Golden Lion. Granted, Shiki was aged, ailing, and physically impaired, yet he remained one of the legendary combatants of yore. His defeat carries undeniable weight. Smoker's promotion is justified. But what use is an additional fleet admiral now? The pirates field Whitebeard, Jinbe Yamato Sabo, and the Straw Hat Boy, while the Navy possesses only Smoker and Akainu, failing even to muster a third fleet admiral. How then can this war possibly be won? It's over. The Navy is finished. Though one fleet admiral had been reinstated, the populace across the 4 seas retained no faith in the Navy. The reason was simple: the disparity in combat strength between the two sides was absolute. Mariehua, the Holy Land. Gold Star, war looms imminent. What are your assessments? Woodstar, combat strength remains catastrophically unbalanced. The Navy falls woefully short. Unless every inheritor fails to arrive in time, victory is impossible. Waterstar, 2 days ago Sengoku requested reinforcements from us, specifically deployment of the Divine Knight Corps. We were prepared to comply, until that monstrous Blackbeard emerged. Against such a fiend, the Divine Knight Corps would merely march to their deaths. Marsstar, reinforcements are out of the question, but neither will the Navy sacrifice itself in vain. Satan, have you made your preparations? Yes. All systems stand ready for activation at any moment. Once the pirates gather at Marine headquarters, a single command will sink both them and the entire base into the abyssal depths. Well done, Satan. If the Navy cannot be preserved, then let us eradicate these maritime vermin en masse. As for the Navy, its loss is inconsequential. So long as the world government endures, no upheaval can shake its foundations. Marine headquarters. Naval forces stood fully mobilized. Scarcely had the newspaper reports disseminated when the Marines activated live broadcasts via Den Den Mushi. The Navy's broadcast has begun. Hurry, watch it. Wait, what in the world is this? This is Marine headquarters, yet who are these figures? Why do they all appear monstrous? Are they even Marines? Or have some alien race invaded Marine headquarters and replaced every last officer? Hold on, don't those features resemble Smoker at peak power, and Luyu? Could it be that all of them have acquired Smoker's abilities? What all of them, Smoker? Impossible. Even Sabo's chosen retainers granted only part of the Revolutionary Army attribute-based powers. How could Smoker transform every Marine into his own likeness? Such a feat defies comprehension. Have you forgotten? Luyu once declared Smoker's power to be inexhaustible. If his strength is truly boundless and divisible, then universal Smoker transformation is no longer beyond imagination. Then, does this mean every Marine has grown stronger? If so, the Navy is utterly transformed. Suddenly Marine headquarters seems capable of prevailing after all. Astonished voices rose across the 4 seas. Not only the populace, everyone stood stunned by the spectacle. Sphinx East Island. After days of cultivation, Kaido had successfully unlocked the Ninetales form. Moreover, through palm-to-palm contact, he could transmit the Ninetales power to others. Among our 10,000 warriors, even the weakest now matches a Marine Rear Admiral. Navy, Whitebeard, you face annihilation whether by strategy or sheer numbers. Even brute force attrition will bury you alive. This was Kaido and Big Mom's conviction, held firm last night, and unchanged even as the Navy's broadcast commenced. Yet upon witnessing the Navy's live transmission, every sailor transfigured into sage mode, they fell silent. Kaido, Big Mom. Kaido extended a cordial, affectionate greeting toward Smoker atop the execution platform. Damn it. Grand Line, the sea route toward Marine headquarters. The Whitebeard pirates' faces paled. Marco, hey, this isn't right. Universal Smoker transformation. What is this? Jozu, we underestimated him. We assumed Smokers might lay solely in raw strength, believing that if Dad and the others overwhelmed him alone, we'd seize the chance to rescue Ace. Now we see how naive we were. Vista dire, catastrophically dire. Though we cannot gauge how much stronger they've become, mass enhancement inherently cripples our large-scale assault tactics. Izuru, curses, we calculated every variable, yet this escaped our reckoning. This changes everything. Nearby Whitebeard Sabo and Jinbe wore grim expressions. Jinbe, it's dire old man Whitebeard. We plan to concentrate all forces against Smoker alone, allowing Yamato to seize the moment and suppress his ability, but now it seems even that narrow window may vanish. Yamato, so, may I strike first? Sabo, no. Your mission remains unchanged. Until the perfect opportunity manifests, your safety is paramount. To defeat Smoker, you are the linchpin, the absolute core. Until that decisive moment arrives, under no circumstances may you act prematurely. Yamato, oh, dragon then, what course shall we take next? Whitebeard abandoned every prior plan. The Navy's gambit caught us utterly unprepared. At this juncture we proceed step by step, feeling our way forward. Inheritors, truly the most vexing cohort imaginable. Mary Ahua, the Holy Land. The 5 elders exchanged glances. Gold Star, we never anticipated the Navy possessing this ace up its sleeve. Wood Star, though the magnitude of this collective enhancement remains uncertain, recall how Smoker, despite being shackled in Seastone, still pursued Blackbeard relentlessly. Its potency must be formidable. Water Star, an unexpected boon, an unforeseen blessing. Mars Star, Smoker's power proves far greater than imagined. No wonder Lu Yu once claimed he alone possessed the capacity to topple the world government. Such a declaration was no idle boast. With him leading, perhaps the Navy can triumph. In that case, total annihilation of the Navy becomes unnecessary. Saturn Star, still, retain contingency plans. Should the Navy prevail, rejoice. Should defeat prove inevitable, revert to the original directive. Whether the Navy survives matters little, but not a single pirate shall draw breath thereafter. Ace, speak your father's name. In the live broadcast, Sengoku posed the question. Nace stiffened inwardly. My father, my papa is Whitebeard. Wrong. He is not your true father. Your real father is Gold. Roger. And at these words the world erupted in shock. Gold. Roger. And seriously, is the Pirate King's bloodline still alive? This is a cursed lineage. Born of demonic blood, his very existence is more unforgivable than his piracy. Execute him. Burn Ace at the stake. In this world obsessed with bloodlines, Ace's true identity rendered him far more condemned than his status as captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Before their screens, countless voices roared for death, and even Navy officers faltered in stunned silence. Fire Fist Ace. How could he possibly bear such a lineage? Then he must die all the more. Today's public execution thus becomes even more righteous. That despicable Whitebeard, did he knowingly take in Fire Fist Ace, knowing his heritage? What a vile man. Today let his soul perish at Marine headquarters. And on the execution platform, Sengoku's lips curled upward. And this was precisely the effect he intended. From the outset, his true objective in launching this war was to elevate the Navy's prestige across the globe. What significance did a single pirate captain hold toward that end? The son of the Pirate King himself, now that aligned perfectly. Endowed with Roger's innate potential, you are destined to become another grave threat. Therefore, beheading you here today holds profound meaning. To achieve it, even provoking open war with the Whitebeard Pirates is justified. All this is done in the name of justice, and justice shall prevail. The Marines shall triumph, and the Navy raised their voices in unison. Justice shall prevail. The Marines shall triumph. Justice shall prevail. The Marines shall triumph. Outside the screen, civilians echoed the chant. Justice shall prevail. The Marines shall triumph. Justice shall prevail. The Marines shall triumph. A brief hush then settled over the scene as all waited in solemn anticipation for the execution hour. At that moment, Lu Yu's sky screen transmission commenced. Congratulations, you are today's chosen one. Edward Newgate, once hailed as the world's strongest man and one of the 4 emperors. Nanny. Who? Whitebeard. This coincidence defies belief. The Navy has just sworn total war against Whitebeard, and now you're empowering him. Is this even possible? It's over. The heavens clearly favor no side but Whitebeard. The Marines are doomed. Across the 4 seas, citizens found the transmission absurdly ironic, as if engineered solely to mock the Navy. Simultaneously, concern rippled through the crowd. Could the Marines truly withstand this? In Marine headquarters, Sengoku's jaw twitched, and though forewarned, hearing it aloud left a bitter, nauseating aftertaste. Sengoku shook his head slightly. No matter, we have Smoker. Victory remains assured. Wait, this lineup seems deeply off. The entire Whitebeard Pirates crew is present, so too are the Straw Hat Pirates, Jinbe's faction, Yamato and Sabo. Yet, is that dragon leader of the Revolutionary Army? And those figures beside him, they are Revolutionary Army commanders. How strange. Why do they stand alongside Whitebeard? Has the Revolutionary Army entered the fray? Unbelievable. The Revolutionary Army has joined the spectacle. The Marines' predicament grows graver still, and alas, I pray the Marines hold firm, though I fear their odds grow ever slimmer. Whitebeard Pirates flagship, the Moby Dick. Whitebeard, Dragon, Jinbe, Luffy, and their allied captains gathered in solemn unity. None were surprised that Whitebeard would become a chosen one today. After all, Sabo had first revealed this secret. If the Navy knew, they certainly did too. As Lu Yu's transmission linked to him, Whitebeard spoke plainly. Mr. Lu Yu, where lies my inheritance? Is it near? Lu Yu nodded. You are fortunate. 2 inheritances await aboard your fleet. First, aboard your Moby Dick, on your deck itself, lies one. Item, an unremarkable stone. Origin, the dog talisman from Jackie Chan Adventures. Rank A. Ability, grants immortality. The bearer neither ages nor dies. Method, carve a dog's head onto the stone. Pick up the stone beneath your feet and carve a dog's head upon it. That will grant you the inheritance. Lu Yu instructed. And the method required little skill, merely sketching a dog's head and carving it with a blade. And within moments Whitebeard claimed the inheritance. This is, and Whitebeard sensed his own body, and broke into elation. And though his appearance remained unchanged, every fiber of his being surged back to its absolute peak. His Haushiko Haki, long dormant, now flowed effortlessly once more. Yet this was only the dog talisman's immortality. Its invincibility proved even more astonishing. This invincibility transcended mere immunity to aging. It meant absolute, irreversible survival. Even grievous wounds or utter exhaustion triggered instantaneous physiological regeneration. Thus, should he fall gravely wounded mid-battle, inflicting one final mortal blow upon himself would instantly restore him to full strength. Such power defied reason. In that instant, Whitebeard grasped the terrifying magnitude of a chosen one. And as Whitebeard stood awestruck, Lu Yu received his reward. Alert! Chosen one Edward Newgate has claimed an inheritance. And congratulations. You have earned a super multiplier reward, Shindu rank SS. Shindu, Demon Lord of Fire, Master of all 12 talismans, wielding innate infernal chi, possessing an indestructible soul, and capable of summoning spectral legions. Shindu's full suite of abilities proved exceptionally formidable. Lu Yu prized the rat talisman above all, its power to animate the static, rendering even fictional constructs tangible. For instance, sculpting an Ultraman statue would bring the hero to life. Wielded wisely, this ability might one day unleash SSS rank power. And next, Lu Yu guided Whitebeard toward his second inheritance, and discovered its marker aboard one of his subordinate captain's ships. Item: unrefined iron ore. An origin Keela from Star Traveler rank S. Ability: Steel Element Rainbow Stone. Grants supreme defense, transforming every cell of the body into ultra-hard steel. Even saliva hardens into steel pellets. And method: forge the iron into a trident. Once you forge this slab of steel into a trident, the legacy shall be yours, and Lu Yu declared. And upon hearing this, Captain Whitebeard hesitated. Forge it into a trident. Ace's execution is imminent. There's scarcely time left. And even as this thought crossed his mind, Whitebeard had already seized the steel and begun shaping it barehanded. Is he truly intending to mold a trident by sheer brute force? And such a method, blunt, unrefined, yet undeniably decisive. Look, the steel yields effortlessly beneath his grip. This man is unquestionably a monster beyond reckoning. In Marine headquarters, seeing this, Sengoku let out a sharp scoff. NTCH. He's grown even stronger. What an irksome fellow. In Little Garden. NAS, the trident gradually took shape. The moment Whitebeard inherited the legacy, Lu Yu received his reward. Ding. Verification complete. Whitebeard has inherited the legacy. And congratulations, host. You have received the supreme multiplier reward, Crimson Eye SSS rank. Crimson Eye, one of the 5-color galaxy's eyes, granting absolute dominion over shadows. Its bearer possesses overwhelming might, capable of piercing through planets with ease. A crimson rainbow stone materialized upon Lu Yu's chest, bestowing upon him mastery over shadows, and simultaneously augmenting his innate strength. Not bad at all, a stellar tier acquisition. And Lu Yu nodded in quiet satisfaction. Though not rivaling Right Hand of Fire, this was nonetheless the second most formidable power he had thus far obtained, substantially elevating his combat prowess. The instant the steel transformed into a trident, a sapphire rainbow stone ring appeared upon Whitebeard's finger, granting him a body impervious to harm. Having secured the legacy, Whitebeard returned to the Moby Dick. And all preparations were now complete. Only war remained to begin. And time slipped away second by second. 30 minutes later, the Whitebeard pirates drew within sight of Marine headquarters. Prepare artillery fire. Net Sengoku's command Marines readied their cannons. And Whitebeard, however, was no fool. He halted his fleet before entering firing range, observing the Marines poised assault. Kurakura, how many years has it been, Sengoku? And Whitebeard gazed across the sea and laughed heartily. How fares my beloved son? Ace, hold on. We're coming for you. And with that, Whitebeard raised both hands and struck the air, unleashing a colossal tremor across the ocean surface. For now the waves surged backward, but when the tide recoiled it would rise into a tsunami, dozens, even hundreds of meters high. In this strike was his inaugural salutation to Marine headquarters. Upon the execution platform, Ace gazed up at the celestial screen, where his comrades, brothers, and friends stood united, and wept uncontrollably. Father Luffy Yamato. Why risk everything to save me? A man steeped in sin beyond redemption. And damn it, I know this battle will be horrific. I know my crew may suffer grievous wounds, or worse, perish. Yet still tears of overwhelming joy streamed down my face. And amid his sobs, Ace recalled a question that had haunted him since childhood. Does my existence hold any meaning in this world? And until now, Ace had found no answer. But in this moment, gazing upon those who defied death to rescue him, he finally knew. I do matter. I am meaningful. At least in their eyes, my life holds profound significance. And seeing Ace weep, Whitebeard's commanders roared in unison. Why are you crying, Ace? Did those Marines torment you? And despicable Marines, they dare inflict such cruelty upon a prisoner. You Marines surely understand the consequences of laying hands on a white-beard pirate in these seas. Mark our words. Every soul responsible for harming Ace shall perish. Not one shall escape. Hold tight, Ace. We will free you. And as the captain spoke, the sea began churning violently, visible even from afar, as the receding waters coiled back into a cataclysmic tsunami. What a monstrous wave, surely over 100 meters tall. And was this tsunami born from Whitebeard's earlier concussive shockwave? Truly worthy of the title man who holds the power to destroy the world. Such a deluge could swallow entire nations whole. Will the Marines withstand it? If Admiral Akiji were still among them, such a tsunami would pose no challenge. But now his power lies with the pirates. Can the Marines endure? If not, Logia users, vulnerable to seawater, will be utterly undone. The crowd murmured uncertainly. At that very instant, Garp and Sengoku descended onto the battlefield. In Fist of Iron clash, in Shockwave. Garp launched a single airborne punch, shattering half the tsunami into harmless mist. Only scattered droplets splashed upon Marine headquarters, the rest dissolved into rain, returning gently to the sea. Sengoku likewise unleashed his assault, transforming into his mythical Zoan Buddha form, and discharged a devastating shockwave, obliterating the remaining half of the tsunami outright. Thus Whitebeard's tsunami was neutralized by the two titans. Incredible. No wonder they are hailed as the Navy's twin pillars, Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, the strongest duo in the world. What of Whitebeard? Before us he is but a feeble, aging pirate, on the verge of death, a tsunami. Even if he repeats this stunt 1,000 times, each shall crumble before Admiral Sengoku and Garp. Having narrowly escaped annihilation, the Marines, shaken yet elated, burst into cheers. Sengoku, Garp. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes at the pair and chuckled. The war has barely begun, yet you step forth so swiftly, perhaps too swiftly. And what of you? You sought to obliterate Marine headquarters in your opening move. Did you never fear drowning your precious son? Sengoku retorted, a mocking edge in his voice. Kurakura, should the Marines fall so easily, we'd hardly have spent decades preparing for this day. And though his lips curved in amusement, Whitebeard sighed inwardly. He knew full well a single tsunami could not decide the war, yet its interception stirred quiet disappointment. It meant this conflict would not end quietly. Bloodshed and sacrifice were inevitable. Worse still, it might claim other commanders' lives. Shaking his head, Whitebeard turned to Jinbe. My probe has concluded. It proved ineffective. Now launch the full assault. Jinbe, your ice-freezing ability will be vital. Jinbe shook his head and gestured toward Aladdin behind him. Freezing is not my domain. It belongs to Aladdin. Aladdin, I entrust this to you. Aladdin nodded firmly. Leave it to me. Ice Age. Aladdin plunged an icy rod into the ocean. Within seconds the entire sea froze solid. In less than 10 heartbeats, a vast expanse, dozens of nautical miles surrounding Marine headquarters, had transformed into an unbroken gleaming plain of ice. The surrounding sea instantly froze into a vast expanse of ice, and the temperature plummeted by over 10 degrees. Some sailors even sneezed involuntarily. The Marines' faces twitched uncontrollably. This power, there's no mistaking it. It's Admiral Kazan's ice logia fruit. Damn it. Those accursed pirates have truly acquired Admiral Kazan's ability. This power should rightfully belong to us. Unforgivable. How bitterly unjust. Is that merfolk the one who obtained Admiral Kazan's power? I'll never let him escape. Even if it costs me my life, I'll annihilate him. Even Akainu let out a sharp, disdainful grunt. That fool. Already dead, yet still causing such chaos for the Marines. Sengoku too thought of Kazan, and his heart ached with sorrow. Kazan. Kazan had been Sengoku's chosen successor, the ideal candidate to become the next fleet admiral. Yet fate struck without warning. Now his power had fallen into enemy hands. The injustice burned like fire in his chest. Garp fixed his gaze upon Aladdin, eyes hardening with cold fury. Leave that man to me. To seize my disciple's power, not so easily done. Sengoku nodded solemnly. Kazan was Garp's disciple. This reckoning belonged rightly to Garp alone. Then his expression hardened, and he raised his voice with commanding gravity. The war has begun. At Sengoku's cry, pirates and Marines alike surged forward across the frozen sea. Today's Marines were all at minimum rear admiral caliber, far surpassing the baseline strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Within moments of engagement, the pirates were decisively overwhelmed. Damn it, these Marines are monsters. That Smoker fellow, merely inheriting a single legacy, yet he's this formidable. Get out of my way, you bastards. I will rescue Ace. Though the Revolutionary Army's Division Commander Bellamy bolstered morale with his Devil Fruit ability, the pirates' desperate resistance could not reverse their crumbling fortunes. Seeing their rank-and-file swiftly crushed, pirate officers rushed forward en masse. Step aside, Marines. Let me save my brother Ace. Oars appeared, brandishing a colossal cleaver nearly the size of an ordinary giant, and swung it down upon the Marines. Casualties among the lower ranks mounted instantly. Yamato turned to Nikyu and said, Nikyu, I entrust this to you. Wielding his spiked club, Nikyu roared, Nikyu. Nikyu. Thus began the rampage of two ancient giant warriors. Damn it. Just because they're huge doesn't mean they can run rampant here. Open fire. Gigantic or not, they're still flesh and blood. Such massive targets are nothing but perfect bullseyes. Fire. See how long they last. Die, Oars the demon. Nikyu the centaur. The Marines unleashed cannon barrages, wounding both Oars and Nikyu, but ultimately the Marines found themselves at a disadvantage. Spotting Marines massed together, Oars seized a massive warship with both hands, hoisted it high, and hurled it like a weapon. Wherever the ship flew, Marines were reduced to crimson pulp. Just as Oars prepared to hurl a second vessel, the Turbine Pirates ship, Whitebeard's own crew, was suddenly flung through the air toward him. Caught off guard, Oars was struck full force and sent flying, grievously wounded. Glancing toward the direction of the throw, they saw the Navy's giant vice admirals advancing with grim determination. We don't need giants on your side alone. We've got them too. How does it feel, receiving your own medicine, Oars? We may be smaller than you, but we are warriors of Elbaf, the land of giants. Don't underestimate us. Roaring, the giant vice admirals charged, weapons in hand, toward Oars and Nikyu. In their former state, even combined, they would barely match Oars alone. But now, each had undergone Smoker's infusion of natural energy, transforming their strength beyond measure. Defeating Oars and Nikyu required only one giant vice admiral apiece. The rest turned their wrath upon ordinary pirates, slaughtering mercilessly. Damn it. So this is the change wrought by Smoker alone. Now we understand why Sabo foresaw the Navy's victory. Merely distributing a fraction of his power elevated the entire force. And Smoker himself, who knows what terrifying might he now wields. Jozu of the Whitebeard Pirates clenched his teeth in fury. Then he turned to Marco and Vista. Marco. Vista, we move now? Marco nodded. Humph. Didn't expect our turn to come so soon. These Marines are far more formidable than anticipated. Captains surged onto the battlefield, and alongside them the Revolutionary Army's division commanders. Phoenix Seal, Diamond Impact, Rose Tempest, Raven Soul Chain. As these elite officers entered the fray, every pirate's gaze snapped toward them. It's the captains. The captains have joined the fight. And the Revolutionary Army's division commanders too. We owe them a debt beyond repayment. With them here, our hearts settle at last. Charge. With the captains on the field, the tide must turn. The pirates surged forward, only to realize too late their elation was premature. The moment the captains advanced, they were immediately intercepted, not by admirals, but by former rear admirals, most of whom were now merely seasoned naval officers. Infused with natural energy, they now possessed the strength to challenge even captains head-on. Only elite captains like Marco could hold their own against admirals. The rest faced opponents who'd once held the rank of rear admiral. The pirates wilted instantly, like flowers struck by frost. Hell, these are our captains, yet most are halted by mere rear admirals. Even those admirals blocking Marco and Jozu are only branch base admirals, not even from Marine headquarters. Damn it, how can we possibly win? At this rate, won't Marine headquarters admirals soon stand toe-to-toe with Pops himself? We've gathered so many inheritors here, each receiving multiple legacies, yet we're losing to Smoker, who received but one inheritance. Is there any justice left in this world? Damn it, what do we do now? Surely we can't let Pops himself face off against the entire Marine headquarters Admiral Corps. On the battlefield, the pirates fell into mounting anxiety. Having secured numerous reinforcements while the Marines suffered significant attrition, they had confidently assumed the tide of war now favored them. Yet no one anticipated that once combat truly erupted, the Marines would seize absolute dominance. Such a staggering psychological reversal was unbearable. Blimey, the Marines are still terrifyingly formidable. They've utterly overwhelmed the pirates. Honestly, before the war began, I never imagined the Marines could be this overwhelming. I'd already convinced myself the Marines were doomed to lose. Yet when battle commenced, it delivered a breathtaking, world-shaking reversal. The outcome defied all expectation. Truth be told, this victory rests almost entirely on Smoker's shoulders. He single-handedly altered the entire course of the war. Remarkably, among all the inheritors, he received the least inheritance, only one ability. He's clearly operating on an unprecedented level of advantage. Regardless of victory or defeat, Smoker's name will undoubtedly echo through history. Even in loss, he would fall with honor, not by failure of strategy, but by fate. The pirate captains, too, had not foreseen the Marines' sudden surge in power. Most of their own forces were now being held back by Marine rear admirals, far exceeding all prior expectations. Marco murmured grimly, "This is dire. If things continue thus, will our Yonko be forced to confront the Marine headquarters vice admirals? We must eliminate these officers immediately." Jozu replied, "Easier said than done. They're extraordinarily difficult to overcome. Just moments ago I struck Vice Admiral Virgo of the Marine branch with my diamond impact. A blow so devastating, I'm certain every bone in his body shattered, and his internal organs sustained catastrophic injury. Logically, he should have collapsed instantly, but instead he rose again after merely 2 seconds on the ground. Cursed, there's no telling what technique he employed." Vista added, "The same occurred with me." Rear Admiral Red King took a full double blade strike. Blood gushed forth one instant, yet the next he stood whole and unscathed. His method remains utterly inexplicable. Kaku interjected, "Wait, Look closely, each of these rear admirals bears a faint white vapor clinging to their bodies. Doesn't it resemble smokers? Smoke fruit. Marco's expression darkened. You mean this too stems from smoker's power? Damn it. Just how invincible is that man? The captains relayed this discovery to Whitebeard and the other Yonko. Upon receiving the report, Whitebeard and his peers scanned the battlefield and confirmed that nearly 100 rear admirals bore that same ethereal white aura. Whitebeard's expression hardened. Dragon observed quietly, this is perilous. As Marco reported, those enveloped in the white mist possess regeneration abilities rivaling his Phoenix fruit, near instantaneous recovery from mortal wounds. Moreover, it restores not only physical injuries, but also stamina, and very likely sustains them indefinitely in a heightened berserk state, akin to Sage Mode. 100 such rear admirals, alongside Admirals Akainu and Sengoku, and Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, places us at a grave disadvantage. Whitebeard nodded slowly. We knew the Marines would prove formidable, but never imagined they'd become this insurmountable. 100 immortal elite warriors. Even if every inheritor here joined forces, we may still find ourselves powerless against them. Jinbi asked, shall we enter the fray now? Sabo replied, it's still too early, but if we delay much longer our subordinates may be wiped out entirely. A truly agonizing dilemma. At that moment Luffy stepped forward. I'll handle this. Without hesitation, he rose and strode toward the edge of the Moby Dick. Sabo reached to stop him. Wait, Luffy. The situation remains unclear. Even your intervention may change little. But Luffy broke free and declared resolutely, trust me, Sabo, I won't let you down. With that, Luffy launched himself skyward using his rubber limbs, propelling straight into the heart of the battlefield. Goma no rocket. Instantly, every Marine's gaze locked onto him. It's the Straw Hat Kid. An inheritor has entered the field. Caution. Beware. The minimum strength of any inheritor equals that of a warlord of the sea. They're no simple adversaries. All hands surround him. Use overwhelming numbers to crush him. Hundreds upon thousands of rear admiral level fighters converged. Yet Luffy remained calm, preparing to enlarge. Gear forth. Activating Makino's ability, Luffy's body swelled relentlessly. 10 meters 20, 50, 100, 700, 800, 1,000 meters tall. A thunderous gasp echoed across the seas. At 1 kilometer in height, his growth finally plateaued. Yet even that scale left spectators across the 4 seas paralyzed with awe. What? That height is absurdly exaggerated. Even St. Josu stands only 180 meters tall. This giant must reach a full kilometer. How does one even contend with such a titan? His raw strength alone could tear Marine headquarters asunder. Behold, the first inheritor to descend onto the field. Witness the magnitude of his power. On the battlefield, especially among those engaged at close range, the Marines stood frozen in sheer disbelief. Gigantic. Damn it. Oars and Two-Tooth were already nightmarish enough, but this one dwarfs oars by over 20-fold. How can we possibly fight him? Vice Admirals, deploy immediately. Only they can withstand him. Look, they're coming this way now. It's Vice Admirals Tsuru and Kizaru. Thank the heavens. They're here, and our chance remains. Open fire. Fire cannons. Buy them time. Charge. With gritted teeth, the rear Admiral rank Marines opened fire and unleashed artillery barges upon Luffy. Yet Luffy's enlargement altered neither his rubber physiology nor its fundamental properties. Every bullet and shell rebounded off his elastic flesh, striking their own ranks instead. Spotting Tsuru, Kizaru and the other Vice Admirals closing in, Luffy lunged toward them. Gomu no pistol. Standing 1 kilometer tall, his arms stretched 4 to 500 meters, his fist spanning 50 to 60 meters. And since his rubber elasticity extended 100-fold, the resulting projectile stretched 40 to 50,000 meters, hurtling forth like a colossal whip-like strike. Hey, how long is that arm? We can't even see where it ends. A single blow like this would shake Marine headquarters to its foundations. By sheer force alone, he already surpasses the admirals. Will the Vice Admirals intercept him in time? If they fail, the entire Marine headquarters will be annihilated. Unforgivable. These accursed inheritors are nothing but catastrophic liabilities. At the sight of Luffy descending into battle, the Navy's high command mobilized en masse. 15 elite rear admirals from Marine headquarters surged forward in unison, Momonga, Kizaru, Sakazuki, True, and Debelman among them, some even bearing the title of acting fleet admiral. By their original strength alone, they stood on the cusp of attaining fleet admiral rank. Now, having been infused with natural energy, the most powerful among them rivaled the 4 emperors themselves, while even the weakest matched or surpassed a full-fledged fleet admiral. Crucially, their power flowed inexhaustibly, vast, boundless, and ceaseless as the ocean itself, rendering even true emperors and fleet admirals incapable of prevailing against them. 15 warriors elevated to emperor tier might, a testament to how profoundly they esteemed Luffy. The inheritor has entered the fray. Stay vigilant. Though intelligence suggests Admiral Smoker is currently the strongest among all inheritors, the others are by no means trifling adversaries. One misstep, and defeat may well be ours. Strike with everything you have. Absolutely no tolerance for the Straw Hat's recklessness. Sage Art, Dual Blade Style, Aurora Slash. Sage Art, Iron Body, Steel. Sage Art, Rankyaku, Flying Bird. In perfect synchrony, the rear admirals launched coordinated assaults, some attacking, some defending, others shielding the formation like living bulwarks. At last Luffy's fist descended, a single blow stretching over 10,000 meters. Goma Goma no pistol. A colossal fist 50 meters in diameter hurtled forward at blinding speed, colliding head-on with the rear admiral's combined assault. The resulting shockwave shattered countless structures across Marine headquarters. Damn it, what monstrous force. His sheer size alone marks him as an unambiguous aberration. Combine that with the Gomu Gomu no Mi, and he becomes nigh unstoppable. Do not underestimate us. If you presume bulk alone grants impunity, you gravely misunderstand the nature of power. 3 rear admirals jointly absorbed the brunt of Luffy's punch, while the remaining 12 immediately targeted his outstretched arm, each strike infused with natural energy and haki, rending his flesh into raw bleeding ruin. It burns. Luffy recoiled, blood gushing profusely from his arm, its structure so grievously compromised it appeared irreparably ruined. We held him off, we stopped his punch. Truly worthy of their rank, the rear admirals are magnificent. The inheritors aren't so extraordinary after all, just ordinary after all. Press on, rear admirals. Finish off the straw hat once and for all. Cheers erupted across the Navy ranks, yet their jubilation proved fleeting, swiftly eclipsed by dread. Before their eyes, Luffy conjured a pistol from thin air, leveled it at his own temple and fired, a bullet striking his own body, triggering instantaneous visible regeneration of his mangled arm. Sure, no Dan. The Toki Toki no Mi granted 12 distinct bullets, 12 unique temporal abilities. Sure, no Dan rewound time for its user alone. Luffy had just reverted his physical state to precisely before injury. Curses, how can he regenerate instantly too? If he possesses accelerated healing, this battle may drag on interminably. Blast it, what an aggravating opponent. Enough despair. Each time he advances he shall be halted, again and again. A mere straw hat, hardly worth concern. Watching Luffy recover in an instant, the Marines twisted their lips in bitter resignation. Luffy clenched and unclenched his fist, confirming full restoration, then scratched his head thoughtfully. Never imagined growing this massive would still get me blocked. This truly complicates things. But I will rescue Ace, no matter what. That resolve burned absolute within him. Without hesitation, he raised his pistol once more, and fired directly at his own forehead. Hachi no Dan. Upon impact, a rift in space-time bloomed, a temporal gateway, through which 12 identical Luffys emerged, swelling the battlefield to 13. This was the power of Hachi no Dan, the ability to materialize versions of himself from each of the preceding 12 hours. Thus, these 12 incarnations represented Luffy 1 hour ago, 2 hours ago, all the way back to 12 hours prior. Each retained both the Gomu Gomu no Mi's elasticity and his colossal size, but none could wield the Toki no Mi's temporal powers. Furthermore, they existed only for 60 minutes before dissolving entirely. The present Luffy declared, "War has begun." Ace stands upon that scaffold. Let us charge together. His past selves gazed upon Ace, eyes alight with unrestrained joy. He's really there. Ace is truly there. Ha. Finally laid eyes on Ace again. Long time no see. Ace, we've come to save you. Rest easy. We'll free you no matter the cost, even if it claims our lives. At that, all 12 past Luffys swelled to titanic scale, 13 colossi towering over the battlefield. What the hell? Is that even possible? One giant straw hat was already overwhelming. Now there are 12. This isn't fair, it's outright bullying. No wonder they're called inheritors. They're far from easy prey. With 13 giant straw hats, can the Navy possibly endure? Citizens across the 4 seas stood frozen in awe. This is absurd. And he's still a Gomu Gomu no Mi user. Imagine him stretching 10,000 meters in a single grab, snatching Fire Fist, Ace right off the execution platform. The Marines stationed on site were struck hardest. Are you joking? He can multiply. How do we fight this many giants? So vast, so numerous. Now there are 13. Can even the rear admirals withstand them? Their faces darkened with grim foreboding. They had assumed their unified assault would leave Luffy critically wounded, never foreseeing events spiraling into such utter chaos. He possesses this trick too. This changes everything. His defense skyrockets when enlarged, and amplified by the Gomu Gomu no Mi's raw elastic strength. He now rivals Emperor tier combatants. Worse, he's simply too large. It takes 3 of us just to contain one of him. Disastrous. We presumed 15 would suffice, believing victory imminent. Clearly 15 falls woefully short. All other rear admirals, advance immediately. Seeing 15 elite rear admirals insufficient, Sengoku deployed 60 additional rear admirals, from both headquarters and regional branches. Lacking Emperor tier prowess, most ranked merely as 3 disasters or standard rear admirals, deployed solely to overwhelm through sheer numbers. Sengoku gritted his teeth, accursed, 75 elite warriors entangled by one man. That damn straw hat. Carp. You old fool, this is your doing. Witnessing the Navy's high command surging toward Luffy, the pirates erupted in cheers. Incredible. Truly worthy of being a legacy bearer. He's single-handedly tying up most of the Navy's elite forces at Marine headquarters. Our burden has lightened considerably. Well done, Straw Hat. Hold them off. We'll rescue Ace for you. Damn Navy, get out of my way. I'm going to save Ace. Ace, hold on. We will save you. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard and the others stood stunned by Luffy's extraordinary power. Jinbe, I never imagined Luffy bro would rise to such heights. What a breathtaking surprise. Dragon, no wonder he's my son. He's accomplished something truly awe-inspiring. Sabo meanwhile grew increasingly anxious about Luffy's condition. Facing so many naval commanders alone, Luffy was undoubtedly at a severe disadvantage, and Sabo could not bear to see his beloved younger brother harmed. Thus he declared, while Luffy distracts the Navy's elite, it's time we entered the fray. Luffy won't hold them forever. If we fail to conclude this swiftly, once those top-tier officers break free, they'll become our gravest threat once more. Sabo Cohen speaks wisely. Whitebeard nodded. It's time we moved out as well. Yet caution remains paramount. The enemy still holds 4 ultimate warriors in reserve: Hero Garp, Blackarm, Zephyr, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Admiral Akainu. Even with reinforcements, mid-rank admirals have grown arrogant beyond measure. These 4 will be far more terrifying. Even we legacy bearers cannot claim superiority against them. One misstep, and death may claim us. And even if we overcome those 4, one final adversary remains unengaged. Whitebeard gazed toward the execution platform, eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze upon Smoker seated there. Smoker, that is our most formidable foe. Only by defeating him can we truly hope to save Ace. At these words, every face darkened. Though they had anticipated Smoker's strength before the war began, they now grasped his true terror only as battle unfolded. Initially, they believed Smoker alone posed the greatest challenge, perhaps supplemented by Akainu, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, 5 elite adversaries at most. As for the rest of the Navy, merely brittle clay and crumbling tiles, easily shattered. Yet reality proved otherwise. Even their rank-and-file forces now resisted them with alarming tenacity. 4 supreme commanders remain inactive, and yet a single legacy bearer is already pinned down. Should those 4 finally engage, perhaps each of us present might contend with one, Jinbe, Sabo, Dragon, and Aladdin. That would leave only Whitebeard and Yamato. Could the 2 of them possibly overcome Smoker? The odds are vanishingly slim. Not to mention Jinbe and the others stand no chance in a 4-on-4 confrontation with Akainu's faction. Take Aladdin for instance, possessing combat prowess rivaling that of Akiji, he is certainly formidable. Against the original quartet, he might have held his own against one opponent. But now all 4 have been empowered by Smoker's legacy. Aladdin alone cannot withstand them. Whitebeard and Yamato must therefore join the fight. Perhaps only 6 of us combined can match those 4. Then who confronts Smoker? Silence fell. No one among them could name a viable challenger. After a moment's reflection, Sabo said, Yamato is our trump card against Smoker. Yamato, you are to proceed exactly as planned. Do not act prematurely. Yamato shook her head, interrupting, Sabo's circumstances have exceeded all expectations. I can no longer adhere to the original plan. Sabo paused. But, Yamato continued, Sabo, my ability grows stronger the more grievous my injuries become. Given the current situation, can I afford to conserve my strength and face Smoker at peak readiness? No, I cannot. I must sustain wounds, the deeper the better. Only through profound injury can I ascend to greater power and certainty when confronting Smoker. Is that not self-evident? Sabo fell silent. Indeed, it was true. Originally the plan had been for the other legacy bearers to overwhelm Smoker, while Yamato waited for the perfect moment to seal his devil fruit power. Now, however, no such coordinated assault is possible. The plan has collapsed entirely. Humph. Exhaling deeply, Sabo nodded. Very well, join the battle. But above all, protect yourself. To defeat Smoker, your presence is indispensable. Yamato nodded firmly. Rest assured, I will safeguard myself. No matter what, I will not die before Ace is rescued. With resolve sealed, the entire force surged forward. The legacy bearers, all mobilized at once. Such a gathering of legacy bearers, truly a spectacle of legend. Now the Navy faces fresh peril. Look, Navy commanders are moving too. Hero Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Blackarm, Zephyr, and Admiral Akainu, sole surviving member of the 3 admirals. Had they appeared in their former selves, I'd favor the pirates. But as they are now, the Navy stands a real chance. All because of Smoker. Who could have foreseen that his singular legacy would elevate tens of thousands of Navy personnel to legacy status? This legacy is terrifying, truly worthy of Liu Yu's personal designation as the sole individual capable of toppling the world government single-handedly. Go Navy. Though I am but a commoner, I stand with you. Aladdin leapt from the ship and charged forward, only for Garp to intercept him head-on. Galactic Fist. Aladdin countered instantly. Ice Glove, Fist collision. Enraged, Garp intensified his strike. That technique belongs to my disciple. Brat, who gave you license to wield his power? You dare desecrate the dead, you bastard. Sage technique, Galactic Fist. Power surged violently. Aladdin's fist collision shattered instantly. Just as Garp's blow threatened to end him, Jinbe arrived in the nick of time. Super electromagnetic cannon. Clutching a steel shield, Jinbe launched it like a projectile, its velocity exceeding coin-flipping speed by over tenfold. This was the cannon's true potential: larger, heavier conductive mass meant exponentially greater velocity, destructive force, and range. The reason the original wielder favored coins was mere convenience, not limitation. The shield, hurtling at blinding speed, intercepted Garp's sage fist. Sweat poured from Aladdin's brow as he gasped, "Jinbe, thank you. That one strike would have finished me." "Huh. No need for thanks. That's what an elder should do. But more urgently, we must fight together. Otherwise we'll fall before this legendary Navy commander." Jinbe's gaze locked onto Garp, his expression hardened with unwavering vigilance. "Shinpu." Garp gazed at Jinbe, his voice deepening. "Jinbe, I had always believed you would be our most dependable warrior, yet you've chosen to stand with Whitebeard." Jinbe replied, "My apologies, but Whitebeard father showed great kindness to Fishman Island. I cannot betray such grace." Garp retorted, "Then you must understand the price this choice will demand." Jinbe nodded solemnly. "The moment I chose Whitebeard father's side, I resolved to meet my end in battle." Garp said, "Very well. It seems I need not hold back for old camaraderie." Jinbe replied, "Each of us stands by our convictions. This rift was inevitable. After all, you are Ace's grandfather. You bear the heaviest sorrow here. So spare no mercy, strike with all your might." Jinbe's words dimmed Garp's expression. Family loyalty and naval duty truly placed him in an impossible bind. "Damn you, Ace. Why wouldn't you heed my words and serve honorably as a Marine?" Garp thought inwardly, his heart heavy with sorrow. He shook his head and faced Jinbe and Aladdin. "Then let battle begin." Sage Art Meteor Fist. Jinbe and Aladdin joined forces to counter. Lightning Spear. Ice Gauntlet Fist collision. Their techniques clashed. Shockwaves erupted violently, hurling pirates and Marines alike miles into the distance. For now, Jinbe and Aladdin held their ground against Garp, neither side gaining advantage. Both Jinbe and Aladdin were inheritors. Though Aladdin's inheritance had been willingly passed down by Jinbe, they remained two true inheritors nonetheless. Luffy, the inheritor, fought 75 foes alone. Garp, one man, faced two inheritors. Truly extraordinary. Remarkably, Garp appeared utterly unruffled. Could he actually defeat both inheritors single-handedly? That seemed beyond belief. Jinbe and Aladdin have been halted. Troubling. Of our 6 supreme fighters, Garp alone has stalled 2. This is dire. Let's hope other fronts remain stable. Initially, seeing Luffy alone holding off most of the Navy's elite had filled the pirates with exhilaration. Perhaps their own inheritors were equally formidable. Yet in an instant, Garp's 1 against 2 feat dealt a crushing blow to their morale. "Father." Dragon watched Garp's clash with Jinbe and Aladdin, exhaling silently. He had never wished to confront Garp as an adversary. He shook his head. "Enough. No time remains for hesitation. Our own front is far from secure." With that thought, Dragon and Sabo turned warily toward Akainu, who blocked their path. "Revolutionary Commander Dragon and Chief of Staff Sabo, you two are grievous criminals." Akainu stood wreathed in magma, his voice cold and merciless, and the straw hat over there. "He is your son and your sworn brother respectively. None of you 3 shall leave this place alive today." Sage Art Canine Crimson Lotus. Without waiting for reply, Akainu launched his assault immediately after his declaration. "Dangerous. This technique spells death." Both Sabo and Dragon recoiled sharply, sensing mortal peril emanating from Akainu's attack. They leapt backward just in time. Yet when Akainu's strike missed, molten rock erupted like a volcano, devastating distant pirates with horrific casualties. "You chose evasion rather than defense. I see you've grasped its lethality," Akainu sneered, watching them retreat. Under ordinary circumstances, either Dragon or Sabo alone could withstand his canine Crimson Lotus. Normally one would absorb the blow while the other struck decisively during the opening, certainly enough to wound him gravely. Yet neither acted thus. Were they fools incapable of devising so simple a strategy? No. The sole explanation was clear: this canine Crimson Lotus had transcended its former self. Smoker truly acquired an extraordinary ability. Akainu murmured, envy tinging his voice. "Such natural energy. It is perfection itself. Even Haki could not armor my magma, but natural energy fused seamlessly within it, vastly amplifying its destructive power. Moreover, following Smoker's transmission, I appear to have undergone the greatest enhancement among all recipients. Strange indeed. While others combine martial arts, Haki, and natural energy, I wield only my devil fruit power augmented by natural energy. Yet my augmentation surpasses theirs all. Clearly natural energy resonates most profoundly with those bearing natural-type devil fruits. Pity that Smoker received the sage body. If I had, I would have mastered this power completely. With it, I alone could annihilate every last one of you." Dragon and Sabo knew. Akainu spoke absolute truth. Smoker, a natural type whose fruit conferred no innate offense, had become astonishingly formidable upon gaining the sage body. If Akainu possessed it instead, victory would be assured before battle even began. Indeed, even swapping him for Akiji, Kizaru, or Komoku would deliver overwhelming dimensional superiority. Yet knowing this did not soften their resentment. Dragon retorted coldly, "Umph. If you gained this power, the Navy's elite would perish instantly, not from enemy hands, but from your own transmission." A twitch crossed Akainu's lips. This too was undeniable truth. Smoker's Logia weakness lay in his smoke's inherent lack of offensive force. Yet this very flaw enabled mass-scale smoke generation for rescue and transmission. Had Akainu inherited it, his response to wounded Marines would be torrents of magma, dooming them before enemies ever drew near. Akainu was momentarily stunned by Long's retort, and said nothing, immediately resuming his assault. Sacred art, great inferno. Long and Sabo of course had no intention of meeting the attack head-on. Akainu's damage output was now overwhelming. Direct confrontation was simply impossible. The only recourse left to the two men was flight sprinting while desperately devising a strategy to counter him. Each time Akainu's strike missed its mark, molten lava in his hands erupted like a volcanic blast, launching long-range assaults against ordinary pirates already at a severe disadvantage. Damn it! That accursed Akainu wields his Logia Devil Fruit powers with reckless abandon, unleashing area of effect devastation whenever he pleases. Curses! Is there truly no one who can stop him? Even Long, the revolutionary commander, and Sabo, the designated successor, can do nothing but flee in unison. This man is nothing short of a monstrous aberration. What are we to do? At least Kapu holds back Kizaru and Aladdin, two opponents against one. But here Long and Sabo together cannot even slow Akainu down. Surely we cannot summon the Yonko himself, or bring in Yamato, to join a 3-on-1 assault. What then of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Black Arm Zephyr? Would we leave just one man to face two? Impossible. We're utterly helpless without Smoker entering the fray. At this rate we will lose. Damn it. Will Ace truly remain beyond rescue? Watching Akainu unleash his full might, the pirates' faces twisted with bitter frustration. Yamato witnessed the spectacle and, awestruck by Akainu's terrifying power, rushed forward to assist. Long, Sabo, I'll lend you my strength. Thunderbolt, 8 trigrams. Yamato raised her arm to unleash the technique, when suddenly a figure stepped squarely into her path. My apologies, young lady. A 2-against-1 battle is already profoundly unfair. You shall be my opponent instead. Sacred art, Iron Arm. Zephyr appeared without warning. His left arm, encased in armament haki, gleamed obsidian black under the sun, radiant, dense, and unyielding. The impact between Yamato's spiked club and Zephyr's armored arm sent shockwaves through the air. Both warriors staggered backward 2 steps, locked in perfect, breathtaking parity. Truly worthy of the title strongest creature. The one who defeated Kaido himself, save for Luyu. I speak from genuine admiration, Zephyr murmured. At this very moment my strength surpasses even my own prime. But even so I can only match you blow for blow. Had Smoker not bestowed upon me his ultimate empowerment, the man I once was would have fallen before you in an instant. Yet fate deals a cruel hand. Your ability to grow stronger with every passing moment finds its perfect foil in an opponent who stands precisely on equal footing. And that chainbound power of yours, capable of sealing a Devil Fruit user's abilities. Another twist of irony, I am no Devil Fruit wielder at all. It appears I may well be the most vexing adversary you've ever faced. Though Zephyr had lost an arm, his enhancement paled beside those granted to Kapu Sengoku or Akainu. His current state barely exceeded his former peak, placing him firmly among the Emperor tier fighters comparable in might to Tsuru Jozu and the newly empowered Dark Horse candidates. Logically, he should have joined the siege against Luffy, but given his former status as Fleet Admiral, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Kapu Sengoku and Akainu, the 4 pillars of naval authority. Yet as he himself observed, it was precisely this second-tier warrior who proved the ideal counter to Yamato at this very moment. Having bested Kaido in combat and absorbed the fruits of that titanic clash, Yamato now wielded Emperor-level strength even without activating her Crimson Eye. Their parity rendered her grow stronger with each blow, ability nearly useless. She could not force Zephyr into the escalating spiral she required. Compounding the dilemma, Zephyr bore no Devil Fruit power, rendering her contract chain utterly inert. Thus he truly was her most formidable foe. Damn it, don't stand in my way to save Ace. With no alternative, Yamato committed herself fully from the outset. If Zephyr could not trigger her ascendant boon, then she would end him swiftly. She shifted into her human beast form and activated her Crimson Eye, then lunged at Zephyr with furious intent. Mavarakana, Thunderbolt, 8 trigrams. Her power surged to a new plateau. If her base strength ranked among emperors, she now soared far beyond them, transcending even the 4 emperors themselves. Mahavarakana, Thunderbolt, 8 trigrams. Sacred art, Black Iron Mighty Arm. Zephyr raised both arms to meet the blow. His right arm, fashioned from sea stone, shattered instantly beneath Yamato's club, revealing the prosthetic beneath. His left wrist and the prosthetic's right wrist crossed rigidly over his chest, bracing against the onslaught. In a single thunderous strike, Zephyr was hurled dozens of meters, blood gushing from deep lacerations across both arms. Yet within a second or two the wounds sealed themselves completely. Zephyr shook out his limbs, dispelling the lingering numbness, and smiled faintly. Young lady, it is futile. You now surpass me in raw power, but you cannot slay me instantly. And as long as I evade that final blow, my regeneration knows no limit. Ace's scheduled execution draws within 2 hours. In terms of endurance, you cannot outlast me. Even should you somehow exhaust me, you still stand no chance against Smoker. Surrender. This endeavor ends only in failure. Yamato shook her head resolute, unmoved by Zephyr's psychological warfare. Victory remains uncertain until the final second. No matter what, it will end with Ace's rescue. Admiral, please fall for Ace's sake. Tri-world descent, Naraka summoning. Zephyr continued blocking each strike with his arms, wounded anew with every blow, yet healing instantly each time. An endless attritional duel unfolded between them. Whitebeard surveyed the other 3 battlefields, and his heart sank. This bodes ill. Of the 3 fronts, only Yamato holds advantage, and even she is trapped in an interminable stalemate. Our position grows dire. At that instant a shockwave hurtled toward Whitebeard. You grew careless, Whitebeard. Sengoku roared, unleashing the shockwave from his Buddha form directly into Whitebeard's chest. Seeing the hit land, Sengoku felt a flicker of disbelief. It actually struck. Did you grow careless? Or has age finally dulled your edge? But before elation could bloom, Whitebeard retaliated. A devastating Conqueror's Haki-infused shockwave slammed into Sengoku's entire body. How else could I make you falter, if not by letting you land that blow? The one who erred was you, Sengoku. The shockwave wreathed in Conqueror's Haki hurled Sengoku hundreds of meters into the sky, his body erupting in torrents of blood midair, forcibly ejected from his Buddha form. Look, Admiral, Sengoku has faltered. Struck head-on by Whitebeard, the former strongest in the world, even his devil fruit form has reverted. This is dire indeed. Can Sengoku rise again? Smoker's white smoke envelopes him, and those affected show astonishing resilience. Surely Sengoku shares this trait. Behold, he stands. His wounds heal with startling speed. Facing such an indomitable opponent, even Whitebeard must feel exasperated. On the battlefield, Whitebeard's pirates had erupted in jubilation when their captain felled Admiral Sengoku in a single blow, only to watch stunned as Sengoku rose once more, leaving them nauseated with disbelief. Damn it. These Marines are like cockroaches that won't die. Every injury heals instantly. How can we possibly fight? We're utterly outmatched. Is Ace truly beyond rescue? Despair spread like poison among the pirates. A hope of saving Ace had all but vanished. Among the Marines, relief washed over them as Sengoku rose anew. Thank the heavens, Admiral Sengoku is unharmed. That fiend Whitebeard, how treacherous he is. Yet it's strange, Sengoku's sage art shockwave struck him squarely. Why did it not fell him? Another inherited power at work. Damnable nuisance. From grievous wound to full recovery, Sengoku required less than 5 seconds. Having reassumed his colossal Buddha form, he fixed Whitebeard with narrowed eyes. That shockwave struck you. I am certain. With its force amplified by Smoker's natural energy, it should have pierced 20-centimeter thick steel. Whitebeard, what inheritance grants you such impenetrable defense? Steel body technique, flesh, bone, and marrow transformed into solid steel from within outward. At over 6 meters tall, Whitebeard's sheer mass, nearly 1 meter thick, rendered that shockwave laughably insufficient. And your offensive power. Sengoku continued, that Congo. You infused it with Conqueror's Haki, didn't you? It struck like agony. I nearly collapsed. At your age, such strength defies reason. Your inheritance must have restored your body to its prime. Ah, my folly. I mistook your aged appearance for frailty, forgetting entirely that you are Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. I deserve that blow. Whitebeard could not suppress his admiration. Truly worthy of you, Sengoku. After a single exchange, you've deduced nearly all my acquired abilities. Your acuity remains unmatched. He had already seen through Steel Body's invulnerability and Dog Talisman's agelessness. Only Dog Talisman's immortality remained concealed. Sengoku's failure to perceive it was forgivable. Fighting a man as perceptive as you is profoundly unsettling, like standing naked beneath your gaze. Whitebeard sighed, sensing genuine complication. Sengoku could not defeat him, nor could he defeat Sengoku. The stalemate mirrored the deadlock between Yamato and Zephyr. How then would they save Ace? Across the battlefield, 6 inheritors clashed with 4 in a grinding standoff. A Luffy fought 75 opponents alone, ordinary Marines overwhelmed common pirates with overwhelming superiority. Victory for the Navy seemed inevitable. The sole idle figure was Smoker. Though eager to join the fray, he feared hidden adversaries from Whitebeard's crew. If he left his post, a concealed foe might seize Ace. Such a failure would shame the Navy beyond redemption. Thus Smoker remained motionless upon the execution platform, his sole duty guarding Ace until the appointed hour. For half an hour battle raged, until Yamato, having just repelled Zephyr, sensed overwhelming peril drawing near. Hakite. A devastating shockwave surged toward Yamato, arriving in an instant. Before onlookers could react, Yamato vanished beneath its blinding fury. Yamato is under attack. That shockwave dwarfs even Admiral Sengoku's sage art blast. It's them, the 4 emperors Kaido and Big Mom. Why are they here? Kaido's presence is plausible, but Big Mom, why does she stand beside Kaido, striking Yamato together? Was that shockwave their joint technique? No wonder its power is cataclysmic, the combined might of 2 emperors. The battlefield grows unpredictable. Kaido and Big Mom have arrived. Yamato, Whitebeard's dwindling crew cried out in unison as Yamato disappeared beneath the shockwave. Hope was already threadbare. If Yamato fell, all was lost. Marco, hurry to Yamato. Do not let her perish. Cursed, Yamato is our sole trump against Smoker. If she falls, all chance vanishes. Kaido and Big Mom, your interference is unforgivable. Die Kaido. You shall learn the price of assaulting Sphinx Island, the Whitebeard pirates' sovereign domain. Enraged by Kaido's siege of Sphinx Island, several pirates charged blindly toward him, only to be dismissed as irrelevant by Kaido himself. Before reaching him, they were intercepted by the 3 disasters and 4 Emperor stars. To face Lord Kaido, you'll need 500 more years. King annihilated the reckless assailants. Then the full might of the Dual Emperor Alliance revealed itself. Kaido and Big Mom, the 2 emperors, 7 elite officers, the 3 disasters and 4 Emperor stars, 21 senior officers, the 5 celestial dragons and ministers of Tado Land, 9 savage tyrants, 10,000 cake soldiers, and 20,000 chess piece soldiers, totaling over 30,000 warriors. Kaido and Big Mom arrived with 30,000 troops. Crucially, over 10,000 of them had undergone a dramatic surge in combat prowess. Beyond the 200,000 pawn soldiers, every other fighter, from Kaido and Big Mom themselves down to the 10,000 cake soldiers, was enveloped in a crimson chakra membrane emanating from the 9 tails. Moreover, in addition to those 10,000 cake soldiers, the remaining 39 individuals, including 28 officers of varying ranks, 9 brute tyrants, and Kaido and Big Mom themselves, had each received an additional divine enhancement spell imbued with the attributes of the celestial dragon. Their collective strength had surged dramatically. Kaido, Big Mom. Seeing the twin emperors arrive, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's brow furrowed slightly. Though Kaido and Big Mom clearly targeted Yamato with their assault, enemies of one's enemy are not necessarily allies. However strained Yamato's relationship with Kaido and Big Mom might be, they were all pirates, and pirates and marines would never share the same waters. As Yamato vanished beneath the shockwave, Sengoku called out, Kaido, Big Mom, is your vengeance truly against Yamato? Since she has already perished beneath your sea of supremacy, why not withdraw? What possible connection could Ace the Fire Fist have with you? Kaido turned toward Sengoku and barked a cruel laugh. Haha, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you've barely seen us arrive yet you're already issuing your farewell. True, Ace means nothing to us, but Yamato was desperate to rescue him. Sengoku frowned, puzzled. If Yamato sought to save Ace, what does that have to do with you? Was it not you who struck her down? Kaido grinned. Since Yamato betrayed me for Ace's sake, I shall kill Ace myself, so she dies with unfulfilled longing. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, our goal aligns with yours to execute Ace the Fire Fist. Why not entrust his death to me? The grudges of Whitebeard, the Revolutionary Army, and the Straw Hats, I'll shoulder them all. I fear nothing. Before the war began, Sengoku might well have agreed. Let pirates tear each other apart while the Marines reap the spoils. What greater advantage could there be? But now such a concession was impossible. The entire world watched the Marines' every move. Surrendering Ace, even if he met death regardless, would shift the meaning entirely. Ace the Fire Fist must fall by the Marines' own hand. Ace the Fire Fist will be executed by the Marines. No need for your interference. If there is nothing further, you may depart. Today's battle holds no relevance to you. Sengoku refused sternly. Kaido shook his head. My apologies, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We resolved en route that Ace the Fire Fist must die by our hands alone. We ask you to step aside. If you refuse, don't blame us for what follows. Sengoku retorted, so you've decided to wade into this turbulent current. Then you've chosen to deny us Ace's execution. Then let battle commence. Marines, advance. Battle it is. Men, charge. A renewed clash erupted between the Marines and Big Mom's cake soldiers. Both sides now augmented warriors, one brimming with natural energy, the other saturated with Nine Tails chakra. Though the Marines still held the upper hand, the pirates no longer crumbled so easily. They locked in furious combat, neither side yielding an inch. The Marine giant vice admirals confronted the 9 brute tyrants. Unlike Oz and Nikyu, these 9 brute tyrants possessed not only colossal frames, but also full enhancements. Nine Tails chakra fused with celestial dragon blessings, rendering the giant vice admirals nearly helpless before them. Even before smoke could rise from their waists to heal wounds, they were slain in an instant. Vice Admiral Rondas. Terrible, the skull is shattered. Not even Admiral Smoker's power could intervene in time. Damn it, these ancient giants, their bodies shimmering with translucent red armor, bear no resemblance to Oz or Nikyu. What do? We have no reserves left to counter them. The Marines cried out in growing panic. At that moment, Hachacha, the brute tyrant wielding a spiked club, locked eyes with Nikyu and grinned wickedly before swinging his weapon straight at him. Heh, die traitor. Just as Hachacha closed in to finish Nikyu, a black figure shot upward from the ice at blinding speed and struck him down in a single blow. Thunder Samba. A black lightning flash detonated. Hachacha was hurled far away, collapsing motionless despite Kaido's blessings. It's Yamato. She's still alive. Even after that strike, she survives. Her vitality is truly extraordinary. Wait, what form is this? This stance, it mirrors Kinemon's. Brown skin, white hair, black wings, and a blazing fire nestled between them. She bears the exact appearance Kinemon once wielded. I recall, this is the distinguishing mark of the Lunarian clan. How strange, how did Yamato assume this form? Hold on. Kinemon now appears human while Yamato wears his Lunarian guise. Could it be that Yamato sees the Lunarian race's innate ability? Nanny, that's beyond belief. Even stealing a devil fruit's power is conceivable, but seizing an entire race's inherent trait, utterly inconceivable. Yet given what we witness now, it seems terrifyingly plausible. To command even racial essence, such inheritance from another world truly defies all measure. Witnessing Yamato's emergence in Lunarian form, citizens across the four seas murmured in awe, and at last understood why she lived. The Lunarian's innate diamond body resilience coupled with flaming wings granted near absolute defense. Without flame their speed became incomprehensibly swift. Yamato must have activated the Lunarian's ultimate defense just before the shockwave consumed her. Only then could she stand unscathed now. Yet, unscathed was a misnomer. Her body streamed blood from countless wounds. Kaido and Big Mom's sea of supremacy had exceeded even the Lunarian race's defensive limits. Sengoku murmured awestruck. Their offensive power surpasses even the Lunarian's threshold. Kaido and Big Mom's combined technique is truly terrifying. In sheer destructive force, even my Sage Art Galaxy Fist falls infinitely short of their sea of supremacy. Garp declared, truly monstrous adversaries. Yet perhaps wounding Yamato thus may prove their undoing. Whitebeard mused darkly. Damn it, this power belongs to me. Jean scowled as he gazed upward at Yamato, hovering in midair. Damn that Yamato, daring to wield my own strength against brother Kaido. Cursed, how unbearable this feels. Yamato floated aloft, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead, yet his eyes burned with unshakable resolve. Gathering my spirit demanded extraordinary effort. Yamato gasped for breath, his gaze locking onto Kaido and Big Mom, his expression turning ominously sharp. Kaido, I will never allow you to harm Ace. Abandon that thought before it takes root. Kaido had not anticipated the situation escalating to this point. He scratched his head in frustration. I'd assumed I could eliminate you outright, but you countered with Jin's ability. Now things have grown far more complicated. If we can't annihilate you instantly, our position will deteriorate rapidly. It seems we must unleash our full might. With those words, Kaido turned his gaze toward his captains. Jean Queen Jack, Katakuri Smoothie Cracker, and all the Beast's pirates, retreat immediately under contingency plan B. The three disasters, the five elders, and the Beast's pirates withdrew without hesitation. Within Big Mom's crew, the four emperors and senior ministers bristled with resentment. How dare you command us so arrogantly? We are officers of the Big Mom pirates, not your subordinates. What makes you think you're entitled to issue orders? We'll withdraw only if Mama herself commands it. We answer to no one else. Mama, shall we step back? Big Mom let out a hearty laugh. Mama. Very well. Obey Kaido without question. Withdraw now? This stage belongs solely to Kaido and me. Only then did Big Mom's officers acquiesce. Yes, Mama. As the entire cadre retreated, the Marines stood bewildered, utterly disoriented. What is happening? Why are they all withdrawing? But realization struck swiftly. It's that technique. Kaido is preparing to channel his subordinates' combat prowess into himself alone. And Big Mom too. It appears Kaido intends to bestow this power upon her as well. This is dire. Their combined might already surpasses that of the four emperors. Should they absorb their subordinates' strength, victory will become impossible. Unless Admiral Smoker intervenes personally, none among us stand a chance. Stop them immediately. If they ascend to that apex of power, the greatest threat here won't be the Whitebeard pirates. It will be Kaido and Big Mom themselves. Though Kaido and Big Mom currently targeted Yamato, the Marines knew full well once Yamato fell, their wrath would turn instantly upon the Navy. With unimaginable power now surging through them, Kaido and Big Mom would become infinitely more formidable than they were at present. Frantically, the Marines opened fire. Cannons roared, bullets whined, and some even rushed forward to deliver slashing strikes. Yet every assault shattered harmlessly before Kaido and Big Mom. Annoying racket. Irritated by the clamor, Kaido bellowed and unleashed a searing dragon-shaped inferno, roar of the celestial flame dragon. The blazing vortex tore across kilometers, vaporizing scores of Marines in an instant. Then Kaido activated his ability anew, augmentation magic combat power transfer. In that moment, most high-ranking officers, stars, disasters, elders, ministers, and beasts, collapsed utterly drained of strength. Only a handful, including Fozufo of the five elders, Minister Opera the Cream and Minister Moscato the Ice Cream, retained their power, their loyalty to Kaido and Big Mom proving incomplete. Fozufo's wavering allegiance was common knowledge. All attention now fixed upon Opera and Moscato. The three disasters glared at them. You are finished. The four emperors stared. You are finished. The five elders stared. You are finished. The other ministers stared. You are finished. Even Fozufo delivered the final blow. You are finished. Opera, Moscato, and the others exchanged desperate glances. Then, faces crumpling into utter despair, we are finished. Big Mom, newly empowered, marveled at the staggering surge of her own strength. Yet before joy could bloom, she noticed these few standing and scathed, radiating defiant vitality. Her expression darkened instantly. Unlike Kaido's tolerance, Big Mom possessed no such forbearance. These ministers were her own sons, yet lacked even the resolve to die for her. A waste of motherhood. How unfilial you are. What use have I for sons like you? She roared, swinging her colossal blade Napoleon skyward, unleashing a devastating shockwave. Sons who serve no purpose deserve no existence. Die, Elbow Spear Sovereign Strike. Aurora and the others froze in terror. Mama, no. We are your sons. Their pleas died mid-breath as the shockwave pierced them, reducing their bodies to crimson mist. Holy hell, that old hag actually killed them. She's monstrous. These weren't just subordinates, but her own flesh and blood. She, how could she do it? Ruthless, merciless, devoid of humanity. I can't stomach this woman. Yamato strike her down with one blow. Big Mom's cruelty reverberated across the globe. Though Kaido's assessment confirmed their loyalty was imperfect, imperfection did not equate to betrayal, merely an unwillingness to die on command. Was that truly worthy of death, especially given they were her own sons? How could she bring herself to slaughter them? Brutal, savage, inhuman. Such epithets now clung to Big Mom like shadows. Big Mom remained unmoved. Indeed, she found the world's outrage baffling. They are my officers and my sons. When I demand their lives, their refusal to surrender them proves their worthlessness. Does such weakness not merit death? What spineless, indecisive fools, she mused. Then turned to Kaido. Hey Kaido, shall you go first, I go first, or shall we strike together? Together, of course. Yamato grows stronger with every passing moment. If we don't crush him swiftly, he'll become our undoing. Big Mom sighed. She'd hoped to test her newfound might. Yet she understood the stakes, and this battlefield offered neither privacy nor safety for such trials. She nodded. Very well, let us attack as one. But should I accidentally slay your precious daughter, don't hold it against me. Never. I've shown Yamato every courtesy. Since she refuses to be my daughter, let her reincarnate as someone else's son. Attribute Enhancement Celestial Dragons Great Virokana Thunder 8 Trigrams. Attribute Enhancement Elbow Spear Sovereign Strike. After their power surged, Big Mom and Kaido launched their assault without hesitation. Big Mom struck first. Her shockwave traversed the distance to Yamato's front in an instant. Both her speed and strength now surpassed even the combined might of their earlier supreme Sea Tide technique. Had Yamato not just been elevated by that very supreme Sea Tide strike, she would have had no chance to evade. Even if she somehow activated the absolute defense of the Lunarian clan, it would still shatter beneath this blow. Yet precisely that prior supreme Sea Tide strike had brought Yamato to the brink of death, and now paradoxically granted her the clarity to react in time. So fast. But I can still dodge. Yamato blurred sideways at blinding speed, evading Big Mom's Elbaf spear. Immediately afterward, Kaido's Great Val Thunder 8 Trigrams descended like a storm. Attribute Enhancement Dragon Sovereign's Great Val Thunder 8 Trigrams. Kaido layered himself with countless buffs. Not only the Dragon Sovereign's amplifications to speed and strength, but also the heightened potency of his Ninetales mode. Now unleashed at full capacity, his power shattered the world's original limits, ascending into another dimension entirely. Were this iron mace swung not at Yamato, but against the continent itself, it would cleave the landmass cleanly in two. Die, Yamato. Yamato clenched her teeth and countered with fierce resolve. You won't get your wish, Kaido. Great Val Thunder 8 Trigrams. She wielded the very technique she'd stolen from him, but its power was now incomparably magnified. Whether fueled by the Crimson Eye's might or the concentrated spiritual force channeled through her metal bat, both forces had propelled Yamato's strength beyond this world's dimensional threshold. Their spiked clubs collided midair. Their conqueror's haki clashed violently at the center, yet the weapons never touched. This time no dazzling black lightning erupted. Instead, raw, overwhelming power warped the very space between them. Visibly, the air between them twisted into a spiraling helix. This was no spatial tear like Blackbeard's, pure brute force distorting reality itself. How immense must the power be behind this clash between father and daughter? If either landed a direct hit, the other would surely perish. Were they truly intent on killing one another? Another pair of kin locked in fatal combat. How cruel the world of pirates truly is. Still, this time I side with Kaido. He has shown Yamato extraordinary forbearance. Between them, it is unquestionably Yamato who has wronged him most. Though I abhor filial slaughter, if justice must be weighed, Yamato bears far greater guilt. Onlookers murmured across the world. Even as they spoke, the duel reached its climax. Sorry, Yamato, looks like I win. Until that moment, both fighters had maintained grim, unwavering focus. Suddenly, Kaido bared a savage grin. Then in Ninetales mode, his golden aura split open, and a colossal translucent yellow arm surged forth, striking Yamato squarely as she stared in disbelief. Instantly unbalanced, she crashed downward under Kaido's crushing blow. No, Yamato! From the Whitebeard pirates' ranks, cries of alarm rose in unison. Damn it! Kaido concealed this move all along. What's Yamato's condition? Is she still alive? We don't know, but it's dire. She's our ace. If she falls here, everything collapses. Marco, your Phoenix Flame holds healing power. Hurry to Yamato. So long as she lives and remains conscious, her current state will make her utterly unstoppable. Lindbergh, commander of the Revolutionary Army, shielded Marco from enemy interference as he rushed to Yamato's aid. Yamato, you must hold on. Kaido narrowed his eyes as Marco streaked toward Yamato. I won't repeat the same mistake twice. Yamato, I'll deny you the chance to rise again. Die, heavenly flame dragon's roar. He opened his maw toward Yamato's impact site and unleashed a searing dragon-shaped firestorm. Has Kaido learned to finish off his enemies? He's clearly grown wiser after his last defeat. Yamato is finished. Even if the Great Val Thunder 8 trigrams didn't kill her outright, this infernal cyclone will certainly reduce her to ash. Yamato, done for. Wait, no, Whitebeard is coming. Yes, Whitebeard is coming, but he's being hurled here by Sengoku's shockwave. Even were he advancing deliberately, it would change nothing. Kaido is no longer the man he once was. Even Whitebeard in his prime could not stand before him now. So what purpose does his arrival serve? In stunned silence, Whitebeard flew in, propelled by Sengoku's blast, blood spraying from his mouth, grievously wounded. Yet no one knew Whitebeard had done this intentionally. At this range, I've arrived just in time. A faint knowing smile curved his lips as he gazed upon the roaring firestorm. He had deliberately shed his hardening form, and allowed himself to be struck, solely to reach Yamato in time. As the firestorm bore down, Whitebeard interposed his body between it and Yamato. Hardening form. His massive frame shielded Yamato completely on the ground. The firestorm slammed into him. His hardening form melted and pierced through. When Kaido's roar faded, half of Whitebeard's body had been reduced to molten ruin. Whitebeard, is he dead? Did he sacrifice himself to save Yamato? Who could have imagined such an end for him? The man who ruled the seas for 20 years has finally met his twilight. Perhaps this is fitting. A noble death upon the battlefield, far nobler than fading quietly on his own turf. His sole regret surely is failing to rescue Ace. He made a part with that sorrow unrelieved. With Whitebeard's fall, the 3 legendary figures of the old era are gone, forever. From this moment onward, the old era ends, and the new era begins. As Whitebeard's body dissolved, the people of the 4 seas stood frozen in disbelief. Though the emergence of inheritors had already reshaped public perception of ultimate combat power, deep-seated beliefs proved stubbornly resistant to change. To them, Whitebeard remained the unrivaled monster who had reigned supreme over the seas for 2 decades, a notion that shattered only as his form melted away. Yet it was not merely common folk who were stunned. Even the most powerful figures across the 4 seas stood momentarily speechless. Crocodile's eyes flared with fury upon seeing Whitebeard reduced to half a body. Whitebeard, rise up, you bastard. Damn it. Only I should have been the one to sever your head. Blackbeard too recoiled in shock, but his mind raced toward Whitebeard's devil fruit ability. Father, though your death today is inevitable, could you not delay it just a little longer? I've coveted your quake fruit for years. If you perish too soon, and the fruit regenerates elsewhere, where on earth shall I find another quake fruit? Big Mom watched the scene unfold and curled her lip in disdain. TCH, so Kaido got there first. How utterly galling. I'd sworn to claim Whitebeard's head myself. What a pity. On the marine side, soldiers froze in astonishment, then erupted into jubilant cheers. Whitebeard is dead. The Whitebeard is dead. At last, the world's greatest criminal has fallen. A shame, though, he died at Kaido's hand. How much sweeter it would have been had the Marines struck the final blow. From this moment forth, a new era dawns upon the world. On the pirate side, Kaido's commanders rejoiced wildly. Look, Admiral Kaido has slain Whitebeard. Ha ha ha, glorious. Nothing could be more glorious. This is proof of true supremacy. From now on, Kaido brother shall sit atop the throne of piracy. King, Queen, and others shouted in unison, elated even beyond the triumph of defeating Shanks. Another Yonko, for this victory carried a fundamentally different weight. Though all 4 Yonko held equal rank, Whitebeard inspired dread unmatched by any other. Kaido, Shanks, or Big Mom alike seemed somehow diminished beside him, as if occupying an entirely lower tier. Thus Whitebeard's demise ignited unparalleled exhilaration among his rivals, while the Whitebeard pirates plunged into inconsolable mourning. Father, how can this be? He was the strongest man in the world, and he had become an inheritor, hadn't he? Why did this happen? Damn it. We haven't even rescued Ace yet, and now father is gone. Is this truly the end of the Whitebeard pirates? Oyaji. Seeing the sight, Marco's mind went blank. He abandoned even Yamato, the very person Whitebeard had shielded, and rushed forward, unleashing his phoenix flames to heal his father, though he knew full well such wounds were beyond salvation. Father, Ace, Sakazuki, damn it, what are we supposed to do now? Tears streamed down Marco's face as he sank into despair. At that moment, Kaido too registered the outcome. So the old Whitebeard perished by my hand. Even he paused, stunned by the reality before him, but his bewilderment vanished in an instant, replaced by a second decisive strike. Dying by my hand now, Whitebeard. You die worthy of your legend. Yet that Yamato you sacrificed yourself to protect, I will not let her rise again. This ends here. Roar of the celestial flame dragon. Kaido opened his maw once more, unleashing another torrential breath. Marco lay squarely within its path, He could have fled, but chose not to. Father is dead. Ace remains unredeemed. The Whitebeard pirates will vanish from history after this battle. Then what meaning does my life hold anymore? Better to die, to join father in the underworld. Resolved, Marco steeled himself for death. Yet just then a colossal arm swept behind him, drawing him safely into its embrace. Foolish son, what are you hesitating over? Do you intend to make me bury my own child? I forbid it. Whitebeard's voice boomed like thunder. Marco recoiled in utter shock. He turned and beheld Whitebeard restored in full, every scar on his chest identical to before, as though the preceding moments had been nothing but a dream. Marco stammered, "Father, you." Whitebeard replied, "Your concerns about me can wait. You're here to save Yamato with your power, aren't you? Then act swiftly. Kaido won't grant us another chance after this breath." Marco, recognizing the urgency, nodded without hesitation. "Yes, father." Instantly Marco enveloped Yamato in his phoenix flames. Meanwhile, the entire world witnessed the spectacle through the sky screen. What the hell? Resurrection? His entire body had nearly melted away. How is he alive again? Unfathomable. What technique is this? His inheritance ability. That's the only plausible explanation. No wonder he dared intercept Kaido's breath with his bare body. He must have planned this all along. Seriously, my commentary was already complete, and now you refuse to die? How utterly awkward. As the people of the Four Seas regained their composure, Kaido, too, snapped back to awareness. Old Whitebeard, you dare deceive me. Kaido's eyes widened. If Yamato truly recovered, her growth from such grievous injury would be staggering. Even his current strength might no longer suffice. He needed to strike again, immediately. Sansei no Jigaku, summoning of the netherworld. Swinging his spiked club from above, Kaido descended in less than a second. So swift that even Whitebeard perceived only vertigo before realizing he'd been hurled skyward. Incredible speed, terrifying force. Not even my hardened body withstands a single blow. Mid-flight, Whitebeard felt overwhelming drowsiness, and realized his entire body had been flattened into a thin, lifeless sheet by Kaido's club. There was no question. He could not survive this. Another resurrection loomed, yet his thoughts dwelled not on himself, but on Marco and Yamato. Without his protection, both Yamato and Marco stood no chance against even a single strike from Kaido. If Yamato failed to awaken in time, they were doomed. Turned to dust, Yamato and Marco. With a single swing, he sent Whitebeard flying. Kaido instantly followed up with his second strike. Great valedictory thunder octagram. Kaido swung his spiked club at such blinding speed that Marco could not even catch its shadow. Even his observation Haki failed to sound the alarm. The club was already hovering beside his temple before his senses registered its approach. At Kaido's current level of destructive power, this blow, if it landed, would shatter Marco beyond even the regenerative capacity of his phoenix fruit. Boom! His whirling spiked club halted mere inches from Marco's temple, its sheer kinetic force dispersing the phoenix flames entirely. Only when Marco finally registered the threat did he realize the club had already closed in, sending chills down his spine and drenching him in cold sweat. Then came Yamato, head bowed, one hand gripping Kaido's spiked club with unshakable resolve. No matter how fiercely Kaido strained, the weapon refused to budge an inch. That devastating strike, blocked by Yamato's bare hand alone. Just how powerful has she become? Marco stared, utterly dumbfounded. Not good. She's truly awakened. Kaido cursed under his breath. Seeing his club immobile, he opened his jaws wide and unleashed a searing breath directly at Yamato's face. Die, Yamato. Yet Yamato responded in kind. Her mouth flared open, matching his posture precisely. Ultimate retainer ice fong. Her frost-laced breath erupted instantaneously, its intensity and chilling depth dwarfing anything she'd ever unleashed before. From Kaido's vantage, her cryogenic exhalation verged on absolute zero itself. Even Akiji's now Aladdin devil fruit ice, renowned for its frigidity, paled beside Yamato's present breath. In the blink of an eye, Kaido's fiery cyclone froze solid into an ice vortex, and he himself was encased within a glacial monolith. Had Kaido not possessed such overwhelming resilience, that breath alone would have ended him instantly. With a sharp crack, the glacier shattered. Kaido burst free and swiftly retreated to Big Mom's side. "This is dire, old woman." Kaido panted heavily, his exertion unmistakable. Big Mom replied, "Indeed, I see it clearly. Your wayward daughter has grown stronger still. She now surpasses even us. You've delivered quite the assist, twice committing the same fatal error. Truly, you've outdone yourself." Kaido had no time for banter. His eyes narrowed as he declared, "There remains but one recourse. Old woman, let us unleash Haki C once more. The Haki C we wield now, unleashed jointly, could obliterate not merely Yamato, but an entire continent. So we must combine Haki C again. Very well, it seems there is no alternative. But can we land it directly like this?" The greatest weakness of any dual technique lies in its synchronization. Both users must channel their energy along a single axis, and once initiated, its trajectory cannot be altered. Shanks and Ben Beckman's divine avoidance shot functioned thus, and so too did their Haki C. Without prior ambush, landing such a technique would prove nearly impossible. Kaido affirmed, "Fear not. I've clashed with Yamato more than anyone. I know her abilities intimately. I've discerned her pattern. Each injury amplifies her strength, but erodes her reason. In her current state, she charges blindly, relying solely on brute force devoid of strategy. Her assault will follow the straightest line between us, precisely the vector where we stand. Aim Haki C along that axis, and she shall be struck without fail. Kaido spoke with ironclad certainty, and reality bore him out. Though Yamato stood tall, her power terrifyingly immense. Her eyes rolled white, her lips trembling with fragmented words save. Ace. She had become pure, unthinking combat machinery. Recognizing Kaido and Big Mom as obstacles on her path to save Ace, she raised her spiked club and charged forward, straight toward them. Great valedictory thunder octogram. Her sprint defied wind itself. Merely traversing the distance generated supersonic shockwaves capable of pulverizing the thick glacial floor beneath her feet. Even lifting her spiked club stirred ripples across space itself. Undoubtedly her thunder octogram held the power to fracture reality. Yet today she was not the sole being capable of warping spacetime. HAKIC. Kaido and Big Mom struck in unison. Their combined shockwave warped the heavens, tearing the sky apart without even requiring the expansion of Conqueror's Haki. Space warped relentlessly along the path of the Haki, twisting reality itself. This clash transcended dimensions. Great valedictory thunder octogram. HAKIC. At last the two techniques collided head-on. Space contorted violently, then ruptured outright. Space has torn, riven like Blackbeard's spatial slash. Unbelievable power. Their strength now exceeds the very limits of our world. This is the cataclysmic clash between Apex inheritors, terrifying beyond measure. Thank the heavens, they fight midair. Had this battle occurred on land, the residual shockwave alone would have leveled Marine headquarters. Who will prevail? Who will emerge victorious? In that moment, Yamato's duel with Kaido and Big Mom captivated the entire world. Even Smoker, stationed atop the execution platform, felt unprecedented pressure. These three are monsters, every one. The collision continued, the rift deepened, and as the fissure widened, citizens across the four seas began to notice. Look, see how the spatial tear steadily extends toward Kaido and Big Mom. Truly, so Yamato holds the advantage. The rift draws nearer. Yamato is indeed prevailing. Kaido and Big Mom are doomed. No one could deny it. Yamato has triumphed. Next she faces Smoker. Can he possibly defeat her? Anyone with sight could see Yamato held the upper hand, and even Katakuri's future sight via observation Haki revealed the same grim tableau. Disaster, mother. Katakuri sensed impending peril and longed to intervene, yet his strength had already been drained by Big Mom, and his foresight revealed the fatal consequence of any attempt. Before even reaching the battlefield's heart, he would be obliterated by the lingering shockwaves of their clashing techniques. Foreseeing this grim fate, Katakuri recoiled in profound dread. He knew this was no longer a conflict he could influence. Even the augmented versions of Shirohige Kappu and Sengoku, the legendary four Emperor's Tier warriors, would prove powerless to halt it. Only someone of equal standing could possibly intervene, and among all present the sole figure matching Yamato, Kaido, and Big Mom in sheer might was Smoker. Yet the crucial question remained, would Smoker lift a finger to save Kaido and Big Mom? The answer was unequivocal, no. Thus, even with foreknowledge, intervention remained impossible. Kaido and Big Mom would fall, irrevocably, beneath this single strike. From this day forth the Beast's Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, the two Four Emperors' crews, ceased to exist. Katakuri murmured, voice hollow and spent. Others perceived the danger only dimly, but Kaido and Big Mom felt it with visceral clarity. They knew defeat was inevitable, yet they could neither resist nor withdraw. Halting mid-strike would expose them fully to Yamato's blow, magnifying catastrophe rather than mitigating it. So they froze, locked in futile stasis, clinging to the desperate hope of a miracle. Damn you, Kaido, you wretched brat. Why didn't you purge your own ranks sooner? Big Mom watched her own annihilation unfold, seething with fury. Katakuri. Smoothie. Cracker. Snag. Hurry, save me. Save your mother now. Damn it. I haven't claimed the One Piece. I haven't become Pirate King. I haven't stood atop the world. How dare I die? I refuse to accept this end. After all, I still haven't laid eyes on Joy Boy. Kaido echoed her despair. At last the rift tore open before them, swallowing both into the chaotic maelstrom of fractured spacetime. Unless another soul replicated the exact method to reopen that identical rift, they would drift endlessly within temporal chaos until eternity's end. Kaido and Big Mom have been consumed by the spatial fissure. Thus ends their story. Of the original four emperors, 3 have fallen. Only Whitebeard remains. Whitebeard truly defies death. Of the 3 legendary figures, he alone endures. Of the 4 emperors, he stands solitary, the immortal sovereign of the seas. No one can foresee how this war will conclude, or whether Whitebeard himself will survive its final hour. Impossible to imagine. Enough. Let us turn our gaze to Smoker. He alone faces Yamato now. Can he withstand her? All eyes converged upon Yamato and Smoker. Zephyr withdrew from Yamato's battlefield and joined Sengoku in besieging Whitebeard. All understood the coming clash lay beyond their reach. Their duty was singular, to fight fiercely within their own designated arenas. Go Yamato, defeat Smoker and rescue Ace. You are strong enough now. Rise, your comrades place everything in your hands. Carry their hopes, rescue Ace, cried the Whitebeard pirates roaring in unison, though Yamato heard none of it. Her eyes remained rolled back vacant and unfocused, her mind and mouth echoed, but one refrain: rescue Ace. Beyond that single imperative, she possessed no capacity for thought or awareness. Yet one truth burned absolute within her: only by defeating Smoker could Ace be saved. Thus her face turned toward Smoker. Ace, rescue. Thunderbolt Rinnegan. She raised her hand and unleashed the Thunderbolt Rinnegan. She had stood moments earlier above the frozen expanse beyond Marineford. Then as space shimmered in midair, she materialized instantly upon the execution platform. Thunderbolt Rinnegan. Her speed defied perception. Within the screen and beyond it, only a handful could track her movement. Among that rare few stood Smoker. Incredible velocity. Smoker exhaled in quiet admiration, then raised his left arm, which dissolved into swirling white smoke, while his palm remained solid, coalescing vast natural energy into localized Sage mode. Within Sage mode, his left hand hardened with thick keratinous layers, the palm swelled relentlessly, until it reached 1 meter across, distorting the surrounding space under the crushing weight of raw power. Look, the space around Smoker's arm is rippling. Indeed, Smoker too can warp space-time. Unexpected, yet wholly logical. Alas, he delayed too long. Had he acted sooner, Yamato would never have risen to this apex. Now his intervention hangs in the balance. Who will prevail? Yamato seems more ferocious, but her wild, frenzied state suggests exhaustion, not dominance. Smoker, by contrast, moves with effortless command. Smoker is formidable, but Yamato's ability to grow stronger with every battle remains perilously unpredictable. Even if Smoker defeats her once, she will rise again and triumph anew. If Smoker seeks true victory, his sole recourse is exile, banishing Yamato into the temporal void. Remove her from the battlefield, and all else falls into place. The Whitebeard pirates stared at the spatial distortion curling around Smoker's palm, and let out low, involuntary whistles. Marco cursed softly. Damn it. Smoker has ascended to Yamato's tier. This aside, this changes everything. At such a level we lack even the right to interfere. We can only wait helpless for the duel's conclusion. This utter loss of agency, it chafes deeply. Jozu murmured hopefully. Yamato will win. She possesses that relentless ascending strength. Ikoku added fervently. Go Yamato. You carry our fate. Under the weight of countless gazes, Yamato and Smoker finally engaged. A deafening thunderclap erupted. Black lightning detonated outward, compressing space itself. The resulting atmospheric explosion leveled the entire Marine headquarters. Yet the execution platform anchored by Smoker's presence stood unscathed. Smoker shielded Ace with his smoke, muttering dryly. She launched such overwhelming force without regard. Had I not protected Fire Fist, he'd have perished in the blast wave before ever facing her. His gaze fell upon Yamato's blank, upturned eyes, and his voice cooled to detached calm. You hear nothing now, do you? A pitiful sight. Still strike freely. So long as the execution hour has not struck, Ace will not die by anyone's hand, not even yours. And you, before that hour arrives, will be utterly broken by me. The clash between the two combatants tightened every heart across the world. Pirates, Marines, and ordinary citizens from the four seas alike held their breath, fixated on the outcome of this battle. When the shockwave from Yamato's and Smoker's exchange shattered the entire Marine headquarters, the world stood aghast. Especially the Whitebeard pirates, not only stunned but gripped by chilling dread. Marco broke into cold sweat. Terrible. This is dire. Yamato's mind is clouded. If she unleashes her full power like this, she may inadvertently harm Ace. That last strike. If Smoker hadn't shielded Ace, he'd be dead already. Bisca muttered in horror. Joa cried out anxiously. What do we do now? Without Yamato, we cannot rescue Ace. Yet in this state, what if she kills him by mistake? Even Whitebeard's brow furrowed with anguish. But he drew a deep breath and called out to his sons, steady yourselves. Trust Yamato. After all, without her, not even a sliver of hope remains to save Ace. And if Ace truly perishes here, then fate has spoken. His words eased their trembling hearts. Yet tension lingered raw and unrelenting. Ace, you must survive. At the execution platform, Yamato and Smoker exchanged a single blow, neither gaining ground. Yet Smoker stood unruffled, no flush, no labored breath, his expression as calm and unwavering as ever, clearly holding back with effortless mastery. Yamato, I know your strength surges with every battle. Rest assured, I will not let you grow stronger. I'll repel you, never wound you. We'll endure this stalemate until Ace's execution reaches its final moment. Smoker spoke with quiet certainty. Even as he spoke, Yamato swung her spiked club once more, descending 3 worlds lure of Naraka. Smoker scratched his head lightly. I forgot. You can't hear me now. No matter. Keep attacking. Every technique you unleash, I will hold the line. Her club descended again, more devastating than before, its force so immense that the very air trembled violently around it. Yet black lightning erupted, space warped and cracked, and the result remained unchanged. Yamato hurled backward once more. This technique. Try it 100 times, it changes nothing. So long as I stand, you will not advance one step beyond this platform. Smoker's voice was calm, yet brimmed with unshakable conviction. As if comprehending his words, Yamato's next strike surged with even greater fury. Great wrathful deity, thunderclap, 8 trigrams. I've already said it. No number of repetitions will break through. Power intensified further. Though Smoker felt a faint pressure mounting, he bore it effortlessly. His palm thrust forward, and Yamato was flung away anew. Incredible. This is the very technique that felled both Kaido and Big Mom. Yet it was brushed aside so casually. Smoker is far stronger than I imagined. At this rate, the Marines are certain to prevail today. Across the Marine ranks, cheers rose in unison. Truly worthy of a fleet admiral. What overwhelming might. At this pace, victory is inevitable. Admiral Smoker shall triumph. Justice shall triumph. The Marines shall triumph. Meanwhile, among the pirates, the Whitebeard pirates sank into despair. It's hopeless. Yamato can't breach Smoker's defense at all. If even she fails, then all is lost. There's no way out, none at all. Damn it. How unbearable. We've come so far, only to falter at the final threshold. Pirates pounded their chests, weeping openly, overwhelmed by grief and helplessness. Whitebeard himself wore an expression of profound distress. At this juncture, even he had exhausted every recourse. Is there truly no path forward? None whatsoever. His thoughts churned wildly, so much so that he failed to evade a direct strike from Sengoku and Zephyr. Fortunately, his hardened body absorbed the blow without injury. Suddenly, something shifted. A tremendous gravitational pull seized Whitebeard from behind, wrenching him violently backward, until a figure caught him midair. What? Why did Whitebeard just fly off like that? Wait, Blackbeard. It's Blackbeard. He's arrived at Marine headquarters too. Why has he come? Doesn't he realize both the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates consider him their sworn enemy? Could he possibly intend to rescue Ace? Impossible. He's the very man who delivered Ace to the scaffold. If he seeks to save him now, it defies all reason. In the holy land of Mariehua, the 5 elders exchanged glances. Goldstar murmured, so Blackbeard has arrived after all. Woodstar replied, perfect timing. He'll be swept away alongside the rest by Smoker. Waterstar countered, but can Smoker truly defeat him? Smoker and Yamato merely distort space. Blackbeard has already torn it asunder. Marsstar observed, it's troublesome, yet inconsequential. Should Smoker fall, our contingency remains intact. We'll sink them, and all of Marineford, into the sea. Earthstar remained silent. He longed to ask, given the adversary's displayed power, could their original plan still succeed? But he held his tongue. Now was no time to deepen despair. Back at Marine headquarters, Sengoku clenched his teeth in fury. Blackbeard. He freed the inmate from Impel Down's 6th level and murdered Magellan. Unforgivable, Impel Down. Upon spotting Blackbeard, officers like Hannibal and Little Satin gritted their teeth, then turned hopeful eyes toward Smoker. It's Blackbeard. He's here. Damn him. For killing Magellan the Warden. Unforgivable. Admiral Smoker. Avenge Warden Magellan. We entrust this to you. On the frozen battlefield, the Whitebeard pirates likewise snarled in rage. It's Teach. Teach has appeared. That scum, daring to show his face before us. I'd kill him for Sabo's sake. If only I could. Damn it. How unbearable. Wait, he's grabbed Father. What does he intend? Teach, you bastard. Release Father now. Whitebeard, too, recognized the man who had seized him. Teach. His eyes flared wide with fury, his white beard bristling as rage surged through his veins. Teach. You alone are unworthy to call yourself my son. You have shattered the soul iron law aboard my ship. You murdered Thatch, your own comrade. Die, descend into hell, and beg Thatch's forgiveness. Whitebeard swung his arm backward, preparing to unleash a vacuum quake. But his power remained sealed by Blackbeard's curse, and the devastating technique failed to manifest. Now, Father, don't be so heartless. What I've done was unavoidable. Blackbeard spoke with a grin spreading across his face. Father, I joined your Whitebeard pirates precisely because yours was the strongest crew in the world. And aboard this ship, the odds of obtaining the dark fruit were highest. That is why I served 20 years in the 2nd Division. I once even considered, if I never laid hands on that devil fruit, I might simply remain your son forever. Yet heaven rewards perseverance. The devil fruit I longed for beyond all else finally appeared, not in fate's distant whisper, but held firmly in Thatch's grasp. To fulfill my ambition, I had no choice but to end his life. Was it not inevitable, eh? Whitebeard's eyes blazed with incandescent wrath. Absurd. Fool. Whitebeard roared. Given your bond with Thatch, he would have willingly surrendered the fruit to you. Why did you slaughter him without mercy? Blackbeard met his gaze, voice calm, conviction absolute. Because of you, Father. Now that my goal is within reach, my aim is clear. To become one of the 4 emperors, then Pirate King, and claim dominion over the entire world. Who stands greatest in the path to Pirate King? The world government. The Marines. Big Mom. Kaido. Shanks. No, none of them. It is you, Father. You, the man closest to the title of Pirate King upon these seas. To ascend, I must first shatter your reign. Having achieved my purpose, and knowing I must sever ties with you, you inevitably become my greatest future foe. So before I depart, I shall cripple your crew's strength as thoroughly as possible. Therefore, Thatch's death was not mine to command. It was yours, Father. Whitebeard's fury erupted anew, humiliation igniting his rage. Preposterous sophistry. Die. Whitebeard struck again, this time not with vacuum quake, but with a Haki-infused fist raw and devastating. Blackbeard's expression shifted instantly. He activated his power, spatial slash. A rift tore open in reality. Against that blade-like cleavage of space, even Whitebeard's hardened body crumbled like parchment. Massive chunks of flesh vanished, exposing viscera pulsing beneath his torn abdomen. Father! The Whitebeard pirates cried out in panic. Marco sprinted forward without pause, only to be halted mid-stride by Crocodile's rising wall of sand. Sandstorm. Marco's eyes narrowed fiercely. Crocodile, have you truly stooped to becoming Teach's lackey? Crocodile's scowl deepened, but he offered no denial. Though I despise that wretch Teach more than most, I am now sworn to him. His orders stand, and I obey. Meanwhile, Vander Deckkin 9 and Dracul Mihawk intercepted Jozu and Vista, who charged forward recklessly. If you seek to slay Teach, first defeat us. With these barriers in place, and Barrett and others standing guard, Blackbeard could now proceed unimpeded to harvest Whitebeard's devil fruit. Enshrouding Whitebeard in darkness, he began the extraction, laughing wildly. Father, I once admired you sincerely. But that was long ago. You have grown too old. So aged you've slipped from this era itself. So aged you needed outside aid to save, even ace your own subordinate. The age has cast you aside. A new age dawns, one of youth of our ascension. This world no longer bears a vessel worthy of you. So die, and surrender your final strength to me. Only then may you rest in peace. Rest assured, I differ from Kaido. Though I know not how you regenerated half your melted body, it matters little. Devil fruits are rooted deep within the soul. Once I tear yours free, your life ends, irrevocably. So perish swiftly. This time survival is impossible. Blackbeard chuckled darkly. In truth, I owe you gratitude, for still being alive, father. When Kaido melted you, I feared you'd perished. That would have been vexing indeed. What would become of the quake fruit? I've coveted your devil fruit for years. Yo-ho-ho-ho. His declaration sent shockwaves across the four seas. What does Blackbeard mean? He can absorb devil fruits. Impossible. Each person may wield only one devil fruit. He already possesses 2. 3. Unthinkable. More astonishing still, he commands for inherited abilities. 7 powers in total. At this rate, only members of Lu Yu's crew stand a chance against him. Perhaps the title of world's strongest will soon rest between him and Smoker. No one else remains close. Even Yamato falls short. What an extraordinary black-haired giant. Who could have imagined that timid, portly man nearly eradicated by Smoker at his debut would rise to such heights? Should he survive today, he shall reign supreme over the pirate world, its sole undisputed sovereign. On the execution platform, Smoker parried Yamato's relentless assault with effortless grace. Yet when Blackbeard arrived and severed reality itself to slay Whitebeard in a single stroke, Smoker's brow furrowed deeply. Blackbeard, a troublesome adversary indeed. Still his confidence burned undimmed. Troublesome or not, he stands before me now, and every last one of them will fall. I will not forget my promise to impel down's inmates. Blackbeard's darkness enveloped Whitebeard. Moments later, as the quake fruit's power flooded his being, he cast Whitebeard's lifeless form, heart stilled, out of the shadows onto the floating island. Blackbeard's words once again plunged the battlefield into panic, especially among the Marines. What did he say? He intends to sink Marineford beneath the sea. Damn it. Marineford is our Marine headquarters. No way will we let you succeed. Even if you wield 7 devil fruit powers, we'll never allow you to act with impunity. Charge. Take him down. Protect Marineford. Marines surged forward in waves. Yet Blackbeard merely scoffed at their overwhelming numbers. With a casual tremor of his hand, he sent both the Marines and the ice beneath their feet plunging into the abyssal depths. The Marines sank into despair. Cursed fool. How on earth do we fight such a monster? It's futile, utterly futile. Our energy is spent, we have no strength left to continue fighting. And even if we still possessed power, none of us could possibly stand against this abomination. What now? Is Marineford truly doomed to sink beneath the waves? Damn it, all this bitterness. As battle raged on, more and more Marines lost their natural energy and withdrew from sage mode. The crushing sense of weakness, paired with an ever more terrifying foe, began eroding the Marines' psychological fortitude. Some were already breaking down. At that moment, Smoker's voice boomed from the execution platform. Don't fear. I'm still here. Those 6 simple words radiated unshakable confidence. The meaning was clear: so long as Smoker remained standing, Blackbeard would never sink Marineford. Hearing this, the Marines rallied their spirits. It's Admiral Smoker. It's Admiral Smoker himself. Yes, we still have Admiral Smoker. Whether it's Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom Yamato, or even Blackbeard, none matter, so long as Smoker stands tall. Rally yourselves. We may have lost our natural energy, but our raw strength remains intact. With so many of us, we'll bury him beneath sheer numbers. What is there to fear? Nothing. Revitalized, the Marines stood tall and faced their enemy with renewed resolve. Blackbeard paid them no mind. He gazed toward Marineford and smiled cruelly. You wish to defend Marineford. Do you truly believe it will be that easy? If you insist on holding it, then try. Behold, The full might of my current power. Bankai Black Rope Divine Punishment King. Sequake Maximum Release. Blackbeard tore the atmosphere apart with both hands, from top to bottom, while the Black Rope Divine Punishment King mirrored his motion. The air in Blackbeard's grasp, and in the king's, ripped open simultaneously. In that instant heaven shattered, and earth cracked, the very sky turned black. Every inch of ice shattered instantly. Pirates and marines alike lost their footing upon the sea, plunging into the churning waters swallowed whole by towering waves. Then the entire ocean convulsed, far surpassing Whitebeard's 100-meter tsunami. This cataclysmic wave soared thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands, of meters high. This is Armageddon. I felt violent tremors all the way in Sabaody Archipelago. The entire archipelago feels like it's about to sink. Damn it, what unspeakable power is this? Even Whitebeard himself could never reach such a level. What of Marine headquarters? With waves this colossal, not even Smoker can stop them. Worse yet, Smoker's greatest weakness is having his devil fruit power sealed. In these surging tides, even Smoker himself may perish. So, is this the end? The Marines, Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, Beast Pirates, Straw Hat Pirates, and Revolutionary Army, all annihilated, leaving only the Blackbeard Pirates as the sole victors. Wait, where is Aladdin? He possesses Akiji's ice-based ability. Why hasn't he acted yet? If he delays, any longer Marine headquarters will be destroyed, and Ace the Fire Fist will surely perish. Across the four seas, civilians trembled at this apocalyptic spectacle, and yet all minds turned to Aladdin bewildered by his silence. In truth, Aladdin had already acted. He had been relentlessly attempting to freeze the sea, but the seaquake emanating from the Divine Punishment King proved too overwhelming. Residual tremors still roiled beneath the waves, rendering his ice ineffective. Newly frozen patches shattered instantly under the aftershocks. With no choice, he maintained only a small fragile zone of ice, just enough to keep a handful of people from being swept away. Yo-ho-ho. Blackbeard laughed heartily, delighted by his own devastation. What exquisite power. With this ability in hand, the world itself belongs to me. Yo-ho-ho. Blackbeard hovered midair, roaring with manic triumph amidst the apocalyptic waves, like a demon lord heralding the end of all things. At that very moment, a colossal fist, veins bulging, muscles coiled, materialized behind him. What have you done to my son's teach? Whitebeard's roar of fury thundered directly into Blackbeard's ears. Blackbeard whirled around in shock, only to meet Whitebeard's massive hardened fist wreathed in Conqueror's Haki. How is this possible? I stole your devil fruit power. You should be dead. Stunned, Blackbeard had no time to counter. The blow struck true, crushing his skull. A torrent of black lightning erupted from the impact as his body rocketed backward like a cannonball, plummeting deep into the ocean. Captain! Blackbeard's crew cried out in disbelief, unprepared for this sudden reversal. Vanderdecken gasped, then snapped into action. We're doomed. Captain's a devil fruit user. He can't touch seawater. Dapeng, you're part fishman, you can breathe underwater. Hurry, save the captain. Dapeng knew hesitation meant death. He nodded sharply. Understood. I'll go now. Whitebeard, unwilling to grant them success, swung a hockey-wrapped punch straight at Dapeng. In that heartbeat, Dapeng glimpsed death itself. At the last possible instant, Red Rogue and Barracuda intervened, blocking Whitebeard's strike together. Red Rogue, now empowered by the vampire fruit, had regained his youth. Observing Whitebeard's steel-hardened fist, radiating only Conqueror's Haki devoid of quake energy, Red Rogue remarked, Whitebeard, it seems Teach has completely stripped you of your Gura Gura no Mi power. Yet even so, your single punch retains such devastating force. You truly are a monster. Barracuda added unreserved in his praise. No wonder you once rivaled Roger himself. Truly a terrifying beast. But with Red Rogue and I standing together, even you cannot break through our combined defense. Whitebeard is alive again. What on earth happened? Does his legacy grant him immortality? Though Whitebeard's survival is disappointing, he did eliminate Blackbeard, a feat of immense consequence. After all, Blackbeard now poses a far greater threat than Whitebeard ever did. What of Marine headquarters? Such a cataclysmic tidal wave. Even Marine headquarters could not withstand it. Could it be that Marine headquarters has truly been swallowed by the sea? What about Smoker? How is Smoker faring? As a devil fruit user, seawater is his greatest bane. Surely he wasn't dragged beneath the waves alongside Blackbeard. The people of the Four Seas gazed upon the still raging ocean, their hearts heavy with concern for Marine headquarters. At that very moment, a shockwave erupted. Towering waves shattered into raindrops, and the sea itself rained down from the heavens. Once the tempest subsided, the silhouette of Marine headquarters materialized across the sky. Yet Marine headquarters no longer floated upon the sea. It hovered midair, buoyed by Smoker's billowing smoke. That overwhelming shockwave which dispersed the apocalyptic tide was born from the collision of Smoker's and Yamato's techniques. Smoker harnessed its force to avert total annihilation. He had averted disaster, but only partially. Blackbeard's assault struck with terrifying speed. Smoker had no time to rescue others. Only 100 or so souls were snatched from oblivion at the last instant. Add those who miraculously saved themselves, and of the 80,000 elite Marines, fewer than 500 remained. On the pirate side, conditions were scarcely better. Thanks to Aladdin's power, a vast expanse of ice stabilized upon the open sea, saving 1 or 2,000 pirates, including members of Big Mom's Cake Soldiers. The rest, tens of thousands, had vanished without trace. Though their losses were not as catastrophic as the Marines, they too suffered grievous, crippling devastation. Hizuru, Hody Jones, Kirill gone. Everyone is gone. Damn that scoundrel Teach. Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. Even if he dies, I'll tear his body limb from limb. Whitebeard's crew sank into profound grief. Their hatred for Blackbeard soared beyond mortal measure. Amidst his sorrow, Marco retained a sliver of clarity. He turned urgently to Jinbe. Jinbe, our captain seized Teach unawares and hurled him into the sea. This is our one irreplaceable chance. Teach must not be rescued. Teach's subordinates have already plunged into the ocean to retrieve him. Here Aladdin must sustain the ice, and as a devil fruit user he cannot enter the water. Only you can stop Teach's salvation. I beg you, stop them. Let Teach perish in the depths. Jinbe understood the urgency instantly. He nodded solemnly. I understand. Then I shall depart at once. Keep yourselves safe. With that, Jinbe dove into the sea to intercept Deppy's rescue attempt on Blackbeard. Damn, damn, damn. On the execution platform at Marine headquarters, Smoker's face contorted with raw fury. Though he had shattered Blackbeard's declaration of war and preserved Marine headquarters, nearly every Marine station there had perished. Witnessing so many comrades slaughtered before his eyes, he burned with shame and rage. Even if the Marines claimed final victory, such staggering losses would cripple their strength for decades. For at least 50 years the Marines would struggle to regain their former might. Damn you, Blackbeard, you'd best stay dead. If you dare resurface, I'll reduce you to nothing but scattered flesh. Smoker roared in blind fury and unconsciously intensified his resistance against Yamato. He knew full well this escalation was perilous, that it might awaken Yamato's latent power, yet he could not restrain himself. As his exertion deepened, his skin began to transform, its surface hardening into a thin, translucent layer of keratin, the unmistakable harbinger of full sage mode. Zephyr sensed danger at once. No, Smoker's emotions are spiraling out of control. This is the onset of power overload. Zephyr survived, as did Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, and most of the admirals. At their tier of mastery, physical prowess alone granted formidable resilience. Especially with mastery of the moonwalk, they possessed inherent aerial mobility, granting them significant self-preservation capacity. Thus the seismic shockwaves affected them far less severely. Yet this was no moment for relief, not after surviving calamity. As the system confirmed, the fusion of Logia-type physiology and sage body generated an extraordinary synergistic reaction, an inexhaustible torrent of power. Even Smoker's mastery of life return merely allowed him to channel more of that force, not to fully command it. Not even Liu Yu in his current state could achieve complete dominion over such energy, let alone Smoker. At present, Smoker's conscious limit was warping space itself. Any further ascent would shatter control, culminating in the same catastrophic loss of reason he'd endured before. Such power could rival, or even surpass, Blackbeard's ability to rend space-time. But the cost would be total madness, no distinction between friend and foe, reduced to a slaughter-driven monster. Should that occur, the crisis would deepen dramatically. A berserk Smoker might pose a graver threat than the combined might of Yamato, Blackbeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. Recognizing the telltale signs of imminent collapse, Zephyr intervened swiftly. Smoker, calm yourself. The fallen are gone. Rage changes nothing. What matters now is those who remain alive. We still have several hundred survivors. These are the seeds of renewal. So long as they live, the Marines will rise again. Smoker, you are indispensable to the new Navy. You shall be its admiral-in-chief. For the Navy's future, for its rebirth, awaken, I beg you. Guided by his mentor's words, Smoker gradually regained composure, only then noticing the overwhelming surge of energy coiling within him. His smoke fruit power automatically generated vast quantities of natural energy upon transformation. Lifting the entire island in smoky form had produced colossal volumes of vapor, and thus an incomprehensible reservoir of natural energy. This energy saturated his being. Left unchecked, it would violently distort his psyche. That near uncontainable fury, he realized, had likely stemmed directly from this volatile buildup. Smoke supply station. Smoker detached a dense cloud of smoke, teeming with concentrated natural energy, and enveloped the surviving Marines. Their wounds sealed instantly, and one by one they entered sage mode, stronger than before. Once replenished, the smoke reconfigured into miniature supply stations, ring-shaped wisps encircling each Marine, granting them near instantaneous regeneration. The war is not over. Whitebeard's remnants cling to that ice field, and Blackbeard's survivors drift upon the sunken floating island. They came here today, and none shall leave alive. So declaring, Smoker simultaneously resisted Yamato's onslaught, while maneuvering the island toward both the ice field and the submerged floating island. Witnessing the Marines advance, Marco and his comrades clenched their teeth in frustration upon the frozen expanse. Damn it, these Marines dare to fight even now. Yet we have no choice but to fight. So many have fallen, and Ace remains unfreed. We must see this through, to honor our fallen brothers. Then let us charge forth once more, and clash with the Marines. Marco and his comrades braced for battle, though by now they possessed scarcely the strength to stand against the Marine force. Though numerically diminished, the Marines retained only their elite vanguards. In contrast, most of their ranks consisted of rank-and-file soldiers. Even their captains and squadron leaders stood no chance against these Marine elites, men operating as if imbued with divine transcendent prowess. This battle was all but lost, until Yuta stepped forward. The moment has come. It is time I entered the fray. Yuta spoke, microphone in hand. Her power, the Yuta no Mi, allowed her voice to draw listeners into a boundless sonic realm, ensnaring them in eternal illusion, a diluted echo of the infinite Tsukuyomi itself. Originally, she had intended to sing at the very onset of war. But witnessing Shank's death, she confronted her own heart, and realized she held no true desire to end the world. Thus she abandoned her original plan. Thereafter, per Whitebeard's strategic counsel, she was reserved as the ultimate trump card should all efforts fail to rescue Ace. Her power would be unleashed. If Ace cannot be saved in reality, then let us all sink together into eternal slumber within this dream. This was their final desperate gambit. Even when Kaido and Big Mom appeared unexpectedly, Yuta remained silent. Until now. Now her hour had arrived. It's Yuta. Worse, the Yuta no Mi user. Ever since Lu Yu identified her, I've researched this fruit. Her song traps all who hear it in an unending illusion. Damn it. Eternal existence sounds glorious, but I crave eternity in reality, not some phantom realm. Skyscreen, shut it down at once. If this continues, the entire world will fall into perpetual illusion. The people across the 4 seas cried out in panic. Suspended high above the colossal sky screen left no one untouched. Even those who wished to close their ears were powerless to resist. Behind it, Lu Yu remained unruffled. Indeed, he watched with quiet fascination. The song world. Intriguing. I shall step inside and observe. Last time his formidable strength had been insufficient to pierce the illusion. Now he possessed absolute confidence. And so certainty replaced caution. Yuta began to sing. Amplified by the sky screen, her voice resonated across the globe, drawing even the 5 elders and Im into the dream. Gold Star, disaster. We too have fallen prey. Woodstar, only combined assault by top-tier fighters from both inside and outside the song world can shatter this illusion. Trapped here entirely, none remain to save us. Waterstar, what now? Are we doomed to dwell here forever? Firestar, preposterous. Why should we coexist eternally with vermin and commoners? Earthstar, calm yourselves. Behold, Lu Yu has also been drawn in. He moves with ease. Let us watch closely, see what he does. I concur. At Im's word, the other 4 elders nodded in unison. Yes, by Im's decree. Elsewhere, Yamato, who moments before had raged mindlessly at Smoker, suddenly regained full awareness. Her body restored, every wound vanished. Nearby stood Ace, freed at last, his shackles gone. Overcome with joy, Yamato burst into tears and embraced him tightly. Ace, you're finally free. Thank the heavens. I cannot recall how you were rescued, but your freedom is all that matters. Ace, speechless, could only return the embrace. At once Luffy, Sabo, Whitebeard, and the division commanders rushed forward to join the embrace. Ace, you are finally free. Not wholly liberated, but free nonetheless. We've saved you at last. Let us dwell here forever. This beautiful illusion is far kinder than dying in the cruel world beyond. Thus the pirates reunited in warmth and relief, while the Marines stood motionless, observing in silence. They knew this realm was illusory. Slaying Whitebeard or his crew here would change nothing. Their real bodies still lived beyond the veil. Rather than wage feudal war within the dream, they focused on escape. Except for one man whose outrage eclipsed all others, Blackbeard. This is absurd. I'm drowning. Release me now. Blackbeard teetered on the edge of collapse. Struck by Whitebeard's fist into the sea, his devil fruit powers rendered him helpless. He could only await rescue from his crew. He had even seen Katrina Devon diving toward him, just as Yuta's song began. In that instant, both he and Katrina were pulled into the song world. Blackbeard's mind shattered. For others, delay meant little, but for him each passing second brought death closer. When the illusion ended, he would perish. 20 years I endured, climbed this far, only to die like this. Preposterous. Release me, I still live. I must claim the One Piece. I must become king of the pirates. I must seize the world. I will not perish here. I refuse to accept this fate. Damn you, set me free. In the Yuta world, Lu Yu glanced around curiously. Suddenly Zoro and Nami arrived. We are deeply grateful for your kindness. Zoro bowed deeply and said, though it may sound presumptuous, now our voyage was undertaken precisely to stand by your side against the world government. Yet it appears you no longer require our aid. Only then did Lu Yu learn that Nami and Zoro had formed a pirate crew and sailed the seas solely to follow him. He smiled. I shall soon wage war across countless realms. If you choose to follow me, the world government is merely the first threshold, not the final horizon. Whether it's the world government or even greater threats, we strike whomever you point to. Zoro and Nami exchanged a glance and declared in unison. Very well, I accept you both. Lu Yu chuckled lightly. 2 new companions joined his ranks. In truth, not just 2. Zoro's 2 crewmates and Nami's 2 sisters came with them. Shortly after, the 2 giants Oimo and Kashiai, who had previously guarded Ini's lobby, also pledged their allegiance. Thanks to their ties with Dori and Bragi, Lu Yu welcomed them without hesitation. After all, his inheritances were already so abundant they could never be exhausted. Why not take on a few more disciples? Soon afterward, Brook arrived, but not primarily to seek Lu Yu. After offering brief thanks to Lu Yu, he turned to Zoro. Mr. Zoro, the legendary sword Shusue once wielded by the great sword Saint Ryuma was entrusted to me, to pass on to one truly worthy. After long reflection, I concluded only a swordsman of your caliber can honor this blade. There is no other soul in this world more deserving to become Shusue's master than Mr. Zoro. If we ever depart this illusory realm, will you accept this sword as your own? For a master swordsman, a revered blade was akin to a second life. Since losing Yukimitsu, Zoro had lacked a worthy third blade. Hearing Brook's words, he accepted without hesitation. Of course, I am deeply grateful, Zoro replied. No, it is I who should thank you. At last I have fulfilled Ryuma-sama's solemn trust. What joy! Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. Brook laughed heartily, when suddenly Jewelry Bonnie lunged at him. Damn skeleton, die and join my father in the grave. Distorted future. As she spoke, Bonnie's arms swelled monstrously, reminiscent of Luffy's Gomu Gomu no Mi. Then she hurled a crushing fist toward Brook. Brook had no idea why she attacked, but with his current strength her assault was utterly negligible. After absorbing the blow without flinching, he asked, bewildered, my dear lady, have I offended you in some way? Cursed skeleton, you murdered my father. I demand vengeance. Bonnie snarled. Brook blinked in confusion. Your father? Me? How could that be? Since slaying the Shichibukai Kuma aboard the thriller bark, I've taken no life. Perhaps there's been a terrible misunderstanding. Kuma is my father, you fool. I'll kill you. Bonnie shrieked, and Brook finally understood. He hurriedly protested, Miss Bonnie, please, this is not my fault. Your father came to kill me. I had no choice but to defend myself. I was terrified. Your father was formidable. He effortlessly defeated 4 Pale Knights. I feared for my life, and fought with everything I had. How can this be blamed on me? I don't care. You killed my father. Now pay with your life. Bonnie roared, and struck again. At that moment Lu Yu intervened. You're Bonnie, the daughter of Kuma, correct? Cease your attack on Brook. I intend to resurrect your father, and you shall accompany us. Bonnie froze, trembling. Why, what did you say? Resurrect my father? Lu Yu nodded calmly. Yes, I've decided. I will restore Kuma, and welcome him into my ranks. Then, will you take me too? Bonnie pleaded eagerly. You're a transmigrator, the strongest being in this world. I believe you. Oh, father will live again. How wonderful. Wah. Tears of overwhelming joy streamed down her face. Seeing the crisis resolved, Brook relaxed with a cheerful laugh. How fortunate. Our conflict is settled. Miss Bonnie, we hold no grudge. So, might I glimpse your panties? Brook barely finished speaking before being struck, not by Bonnie, but by Perona. You lecherous skeleton. Stop spouting nonsense, and don't embarrass me in public. Brook meekly acquiesced. Yes, Miss Perona. Yo-ho-ho-ho. By now Bonnie could hardly contain her impatience. How do we escape this world? Must we defeat that singing Yuta? Robin shook her head. No use. I've consulted the records. The Yuta world contains only pure consciousness. Our physical bodies remain outside. Defeating Yuta here accomplishes nothing. Only coordinated assault, from within and without, can shatter this realm. Bonnie panicked, but we're all trapped inside. Who remains outside to mount such an attack? Are we doomed to remain here forever? Robin smiled serenely. Fear not. It will be resolved. She turned her gaze toward Lu Yu, her eyes brimming with unwavering faith. If he lacked confidence in escaping this world, he would have severed the sky screen from the outset. Yet he chose not to cut it off, proof he holds absolute certainty in breaking free. Am I right, Lu Yu? She asked, but received no reply. Puzzled, Robin glanced at Lu Yu, only to find him staring intently at the pirate empress nearby. Uncharacteristically flustered, he murmured, Robin, I think I'm falling in love. Huh. Robin's expression shifted instantly, and Lu Yu after many days felt killing intent once more. Intense, palpable, and unmistakably fierce. Divination, what malevolent force seeks my ruin? Lu Yu sneezed involuntarily, musing inwardly. His gaze then swept toward the 5 elders and Emu in the distance. They're likely the first to target me now, no need to hesitate. Eliminate them. Die. 3 quiet words left his lips. The sacred rite activated, his hand flicked once. Instantly the 5 elders and Emu dissolved into crimson mist, both in reality and within the illusion. Their vaunted regenerative immortality never even stirred. The sacred rite's power brooked no resistance. Dead. The 5 elders and that unknown sovereign, dead. How could this be? What happened? Utterly incomprehensible, suddenly exploded into a pool of blood, leaving no trace for burial. Witnessing the 5 elders and him burst violently apart, nearby world government CP agents dropped their jaws in shock. Lu Yu, however, remained utterly unsurprised. With the sacred rite's power, eliminating those 6 elders was effortless. Yet something felt strange. The chilling aura clinging to him had not yet dissipated. Could it be that his enemies extended far beyond those 6 elders? Pondering this curiously, Lu Yu shifted his gaze toward the Marines. Since so, you too shall perish. The moment those words left his lips, the sacred rite activated once more. Every Marine present both in reality and within the environment dissolved instantly into crimson slurry, including Smoker, who disintegrated without resistance. What just happened? Why has the entire Marine force vanished? What on earth occurred? It makes absolutely no sense. Could this be the work of Yuta's Song world? Bystanders, baffled and uninformed, assumed Yuta was responsible. After all, this was her domain. Moreover, as an ally of Portgas D. Ace, she certainly possessed motive. Yet Yuta herself knew full well this was not her doing. Though her strength surged dramatically within the Song world, she remained merely at the level of a weak Emperor-tier warrior, struggling even to defeat any single Marine currently active, let alone annihilate them all in an instant. Though she had crafted this world, she was no creator deity. This deed was unquestionably not mine. Smoker's power stands unchallenged, the indisputable apex of worldly strength. Only one being could erase him so effortlessly, Lu Yu. Applying rigorous deduction, Yuta swiftly identified the perpetrator, and felt certain her conclusion was irrefutable. Still, she could not fathom how Lu Yu had accomplished it. He had not moved a muscle, not even shifted his stance. Yet the highest authorities of the world government and the entire Marine force had liquefied into gore. What unfathomable tier of power did such mastery represent? Yuta swallowed hard, awestruck by Lu Yu's terrifying might. Lu Yu remained utterly indifferent. The Marine's total annihilation struck him as perfectly natural. Yet the icy dread still clung to him, unabated. Strange, where lies the flaw? He racked his mind in vain. Logically, aside from the Marines and the world government, he should have no remaining adversaries. So whence this lingering hostility? Truly perplexing. I suppose I could slaughter everyone, though I certainly possess the means. Shaking his head, Lu Yu dismissed the conundrum. Then with a casual sweep of his hand, he effortlessly tore the Song world asunder. Enough time spent here. We all depart. As his words settled, consciousness returned to all. Upon regaining awareness, they discovered the war had ended. Marineford had sunk beneath the sea, its ruins stained crimson. No Marines remained. Clearly those explosive deaths were no mere illusion. They had manifested with lethal finality in the real world as well. With the Marines eradicated and the Song world shattered, Blackbeard never regained his physical form. His consciousness dispersed before reintegration could occur. When Catherine Devon retrieved him from the ocean depths, he was already drowned. The entire world stood stunned. What in heaven's name had transpired? Only Yuta understood Lu Yu had orchestrated it all. She trembled at the sheer magnitude of his power. Though her Song world was illusory, its structural fidelity to reality was near absolute. That Lu Yu could dismantle it with a mere gesture equaled rending apart a tangible world itself. Such power inspired profound visceral awe. The Blackbeard pirates existed solely because Marshal D. Teach possessed the ability to steal devil fruits. Now that Blackbeard was gone, their very raison d'etre evaporated, dissolving instantly. With the Marines eliminated and the Blackbeard pirates disbanded, the war ended inexplicably. And with no Marines and no 5 elders, this became the Revolutionary Army's golden opportunity. Soon the Revolutionary Army overthrew the world government. Yet the victor who claimed this triumph was not the revolutionaries, but Lu Yu. I destroyed the Marines. I slew the 5 elders and am. Naturally, the new world government belongs to me. Thus Lu Yu founded the Eternal Empire, the sovereign authority of the new world order. The Revolutionary Army in turn replaced the Marines as the new maritime peacekeeping force. Thereafter, Boa Hancock, learning Lu Yu had executed the 5 elders, the supreme celestial dragons, personally approached him in solemn fealty. Next, Lu Yu reunited with Nami and Zoro, then joined forces with Bonnie aboard the Thriller bark. There Robin deployed her ability. Historical reversion. The Thriller bark's timeline snapped backward, to the precise second before Brooke's death. At that instant, Kuma still raised his hand to strike Brooke down. But as his palm lifted, the scene warped. Brooke vanished, replaced by Lu Yu, his companions, and Bonnie. Daddy. Overwhelmed with joy, Bonnie transformed into a 10-year-old girl and rushed into her father's embrace. Kuma remained utterly bewildered. What in blazes was happening? Bonnie then explained everything. Only then did Kuma grasp the truth. His mind short-circuited entirely. So, in the time it took me to raise my hand, the war between the Marines and Whitebeard concluded. Marines obliterated, 5 elders slain. Holy hell. Kuma stood stupefied, never imagining reality could shift so completely in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, Lu Yu harnessed Kuma's ability to traverse every island Kuma had ever visited. In theory, Kuma's power permitted only his own instantaneous travel. Others would require 3 days and nights airborne. Yet for Lu Yu, such constraints held no weight. Within a single day, he gathered hundreds of legacy artifacts from over 100 islands. Among them were relics from high-tier dimensions, Dragon Ball, a certain magical index, and Tenchi Mayo. Lu Yu retained those legacies tied to high-tier worlds, those from lower-tier realms. Demon Slayer, One Piece, Naruto, Akame ga Kill, Fairy Tail, were distributed directly to his subordinates. Within 24 hours, his entire retinue gained formidable inheritances, collectively ascending to overwhelming combat prowess. As for the high-tier legacies, they awaited recipients connected through the link system. The next day's scheduled linkage coincided precisely with Vivi. Lu Yu bestowed upon her every high-tier legacy he'd acquired. Upon her acceptance, he received extraordinary returns. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Supreme Return the All-King. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Supreme Return the Demon God. Ding. Ding. Through these successive returns, Lu Yu attained supremacy across the multiverse, the undisputed strongest being in all existence. No matter which dimension he traversed thereafter, he remained the absolute pinnacle of power. Then Lu Yu escorted Boa Hancock to O'Hara. By then Robin's power had restored O'Hara to 20 years past, its landscape and people unchanged, including Robin's resurrected mother Alvia. Seeing Lu Yu arrive with Boa Hancock, Robin tilted her head and asked, "Why have you come back for me?" Lu Yu embraced her gently and smiled. "I am now sovereign of this world. Surely ruling with 2 queens is no excess. Enough, let us go. March with me across all heavens." Robin turned, and behind her loomed a colossal celestial gate. Before it stood all their comrades. Vivi Dori Bragi Zoro Nami Brook. "Let us go, Robin. March across all heavens." The end.